Chapter 1, Being Broken Up, Turning Around and Awakening the Dominance. Teacher, please give me another chance.
A tall young man almost knelt down at this moment. The voice was even a little humble and trembling. Across from him, the hook-nosed man had a cold face and glanced sideways, full of sarcasm and amusement.
If hard work is all that matters, what's the point of genius?
Yifan, not only are you expelled from the Jiangnan Martial Arts University trial camp, but you must also pay the trial fee, a total of 200,000 Chinese currency, for a period of 6 months. Yifan, the name sounds so unfashionable.
After all, hard work can't fill the gap between this kind of trash and geniuses like me.
Ah, look at Yifan, he looks so miserable, like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Before Yifan could even get his luggage and other belongings, they were thrown out by the trial camp management staff.
Immediately. Deep in the trial camp, a cry of surprise erupted immediately. It's Jinlian. She has actually awakened in S-level spirituality.
Wow, this has already touched the threshold of China's top martial arts universities. It is also the highest spiritual awakening in the Genius Trial Camp held by Jiangnan Martial Arts University this year.
Jinlian is pure, lustful, and talented. I declare that she will be the perfect goddess in my mind from now on.
This lively and bustling scene formed a sharp contrast with Yifan's miserable and embarrassing state.
S-level spirituality, Xiaolian actually awakened in S-level spirituality.
Upon hearing this news, a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in Yifan's originally dim eyes. Jinlian can be regarded as Yifan's childhood sweetheart. Her parents were both killed in the monster wave outbreak several years ago. In the past few years, she has been adopted by Yifan's family and is regarded as the future daughter-in-law by Yifan's parents. Yifan's father's spine has become bent in recent years, and his mother has also become much more vicissitudes of life. Because, to support two warriors who are about to enter the martial arts world, the pressure on ordinary people is extremely huge. Martial arts is a gold-swallowing cave. However, unexpectedly, Jinlian awakened a genius-level S-level spiritual power during this trial.
Spirituality is an important indicator for evaluating a warrior's talent.
From low to high, they are E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS.
Soon.
Then he heard the hook-nosed teacher who had just been disdainful and sarcastic towards Yifan. With an excited expression, he spoke to Jinlian in a gentle tone. Jinlian, are you willing to accept my Jiangnan University B-level training contract? Every year, you will be given 5 million Chinese yuan, 10 million Nanjing University points, and a single-family training villa worth 10 million yuan, including but not limited to a martial arts room, weapons, combat uniforms. Furthermore, if you continue to perform well enough, you can upgrade the level of your training contract.
You can look at the contract details later for the specific situation. Customized training contract? Wow, awesome.
All around, there were bursts of exclamations again, full of envy and jealousy. The hooked-nosed man looked at Jinlian with eyes that were extremely fiery.
It's like looking at the most perfect piece of uncut jade.
And the look he gave Yifan just now seemed even more unbearable than a piece of stone.
Ha ha ha.
His heart was already filled with joy. You know, he was the one who presided over the NTU trial camp this year, so the genius he discovered could be considered his credit. As an S-level genius, he will also receive a generous reward.
Teacher, I do.
Jinlian covered her collar and bowed slightly.
Ah, okay, I'll send the contract to your electronic watch. Take a look and then sign it.
The hook-nosed man laughed.
It's done. Yifan outside waved his fist. It seemed as if he was even happier than when he was found to have spirituality.
If Jinlian pleaded for him, he would definitely still have a chance. Over the past 6 months, Yifan has practiced harder than anyone else. He firmly believed that he could definitely awaken his spirituality. However, Jinlian, who was surrounded by the crowd and had a sweet smile on her face, just glanced at Yifan, who looked down and out but full of expectation.
He then looked away and began to check the Class B contract on his electronic watch. Jinlian must be too busy.
She will definitely plead for me, for sure.
Yifan murmured. Hey, what are you doing standing here? Get out.
Soon, Yifan was pushed out roughly. Even some of their own belongings were thrown on the ground at random. Yifan was not annoyed.
He packed up a little and waited for Jinlian outside the Nanda trial camp.
In May of the year 2024 of the New Star era, the weather in Jianghuai City has become scorching hot. Yifan waited for a full hour before he saw the golden lotus emerging from the trial camp, like the moon surrounded by stars. Today's girl was wearing a long bohemian dress, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, and her skin is white as snow. She is graceful and elegant, with well-proportioned curves. The snow-white neck raised high looks like a proud white swan.
Xiao Lian.
Seeing Jinlian, Yifan waved. However, the pure Jinlian who used to smile sweetly and call Yifan brother is gone.
That delicate and pure face was full of indifference.
Yifan, from an hour ago, we were destined to be from different worlds. I will soar like a proud phoenix in the sky.
And you are just a miserable dog lying on the ground. We will never have any contact again.
The voice was cold and distant, as if it kept people at a distance.
Ha ha.
When Jinlian heard what she said, there was a burst of mocking laughter all around. They all laughed at Yifan, saying that he was a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Yifan also widened his eyes, and for a moment he couldn't believe that this was his childhood sweetheart Jinlian. He is so cruel and heartless that he has crossed the river and is demolishing the bridge. His chest heaved violently like a bellows. Even his fists were clenched so tightly that they made crackling sounds. Jinlian, I didn't expect you to be such an ungrateful person. When your parents were killed by strange beasts, who took you in? How much have my parents sacrificed over the years to support your pursuit of martial arts? Who is this silly boy who runs to the pharmacy every day to buy medicine and make medicine for you to treat your injuries? More importantly, I will chat with you and help you relieve your fear and loneliness. Who is it that guides you in your training and helps you hone your skills? Yifan almost roared. He felt as if two fires were burning in his chest.
Hearing this, a ripple also flashed in Jinlian's beautiful peach blossom eyes.
However, then it was replaced by indifference. Your entire family has invested a total of 250,000 Chinese yuan in me over the years.
I will give you back 2.5 million. 10 times, is that enough?
As for you, you are not worthy of me at all, so stop dreaming. Only the top talents in Jiangnan Martial Arts University are the perfect match for my golden lotus.
Jinlian said indifferently. Wow. Crunch.
At this moment, a Cullinan suddenly stopped. The butler, wearing white gloves, with a slicked back hair and well-dressed clothes, got out of the car.
Miss Jinlian, please.
My young master has arranged a banquet at home to celebrate for you.
A fragrant breeze blew by. Without hesitation, Jinlian walked into the luxury car.
Only Yifan was left standing there in a mess, and some little geniuses in the trial camp were looking at him like monkeys. That seems to be the car of Bai Mufeng, a wealthy and noble man from Jianghuai City who was ranked in the top 3 sophomores at Jiangnan Wuda University. Compared to that Kilinzi, Yifan is indeed like a toad curled up at the bottom of a well.
Hiss, could it be that my goddess has already been taken? Hearing this, many onlookers looked at Yifan's hair. It seems like there is some mysterious color there.
Yifan only felt a blackness before his eyes.
After all, he was still a few months away from turning 18. This blow is really too great.
The host's misery value has been detected to be extremely high, and they have successfully awakened check-in to the Enlightenment System.
Sign in to the Enlightenment System. Sign in at the designated location to gain enlightenment points.
Note, enlightenment points can be used to cultivate all martial arts and techniques, and can even be used to deduce and create martial arts.
Newbie Gift Pack 1, whether to open it.
Yifan, who almost vomited blood, suddenly heard a voice in his mind.
System?
There was no response.
Open it, this is the beginner's gift pack.
Yifan shouted in his heart, and at the same time, his heart was pounding, and he was very nervous.
I'm afraid that all this is an illusion.
The novice gift package was opened successfully, congratulations to the host, and received it successfully 9-star Overlord body.
Successfully obtained Void Spirit Refining Method.
At the same time, Yifan felt that his body, like a dormant dragon, was slowly waking up.
The first sign-in location has been updated Jiangnan Wuhan University.
Swish. Yifan ran into Jiangnan Wuda, and then, without waiting for the manager to drive him away, he turned around and ran out again. Jinlian, Jiangnan Wuda, you will definitely regret it soon. Picking up the items on the ground, Yifan laughed loudly and strode away.
Is this guy crazy?
The only one was the security guard who was holding a stick and was trying to drive Yifan away.
Goosebumps appeared and my hair stood on end. Damn, this is weird.
Why did I feel like this kid just now was like a ferocious beast? Chapter 2, King Level Martial Arts, Breaking Through the Lingxi Realm.
Ha, ha, ha.
Even though he was carrying the luggage bag, Yifan ran faster and faster. I felt that the energy and blood in my body began to boil, just like a dragon crossing the river, a rock emerging from the water, no longer restrained.
Ding ding ding.
Suddenly, the warrior electronic watch on Yifan's wrist made a prompt sound. When Yifan saw it, his pupils suddenly shrank.
HP 50, 55, 65, 80, 100. Crazy surge. Drop. Drop.
At this moment, the blood and energy value displayed on the warrior's watch reached 100 calories.
The entire dial turned red. Nest, Lingxi realm. Yifan couldn't help but swear.
100 calories is the limit of qi and blood tested by his primary warrior electronic watch. This does not mean that this is the limit of his qi and blood value. The spiritual energy is revived, strange beasts are rampant inside, and other races are invading from outside. To protect the fire of civilization, the human race set off an evolutionary frenzy. The realms are mainly divided into entry-level warriors, Lingxi realm, Xinghe realm, Shanhai realm, Sangxiong realm. Yifan, who had just successfully obtained the 9-star overlord body, directly broke through from an entry-level warrior to the Lingxi realm.
9-star tyrant body, so powerful. So domineering.
Yifan was so excited that he even jumped high, reaching more than 3 meters. Physical fitness has made a huge leap forward.
Successful sign-in at Jiangnan Wuhan University will award you 12 comprehension points, 2 sign-in points plus 10 first sign-in bonus comprehension points.
Note, the higher the level of martial arts enlightenment, the more enlightenment points are consumed. Qi and blood value breaks through Lingxi realm, awakening the king-level martial arts Thanos King Fist.
Name, Yifan. Qi and blood value, 125 Lingxi realm. Mental strength, 10. Willpower, 20.
Martial arts skills, first level boxing 5%, first level spearmanship 50%.
Enabled the detection function. The host can detect any target. The current detection limit is peak of Lingxi Night Stage HP value 1999 cards.
Next, messages flashed on the virtual panel in front of Yifan's eyes.
Yifan was ecstatic. In particular, the 1. King level martial arts?
You should know that the current unified martial arts standards on Blue Star are 6 levels: mortal, spiritual, general, king, emperor, and each level is divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower.
The king level martial arts are definitely top level martial arts even in Jiangnan Martial Arts University.
After all, king level martial arts are enough for the strong men in the mountain and sea realm to practice.
And now, he has just set foot in Lingxi realm.
System, add 10 points, give Thanos the King Fist. Yifan decided to try and see the effect of enlightenment points on the king-level martial arts.
Buzz.
Suddenly, Yifan felt that he had just become familiar with the extremely obscure and difficult king-level martial arts Thanos King Fist.
It was as if someone had given him an epiphany.
Furthermore, on this corridor in the Riverside Park, Yifan seemed to be immersed in a special artistic conception.
Gradually began to practice boxing.
The Thanos King Fist, driven by the 9-star dominant body, punches out like a dragon, destroying heaven and earth, and sweeping away all enemies. The core principles of Thanos Fist kept echoing in Yifan's mind. First move, split the land.
Strong, domineering, crushing.
Now, coupled with Yifan's tall stature of nearly 1.9 meters, he is really as powerful as the wind and full of oppression. Boxing skills, upgraded to level 110%. Boxing skills, upgraded to the first level 30%. A series of prompts flashed by, but at this moment Yifan was completely immersed in the enlightenment of boxing. The martial arts skills of boxing are also improving rapidly.
My lord, you seem to be worried about something.
Inside a specially made vehicle, the driver spoke to the thin man in the back who was rubbing his temple.
The
man just responded, but it was obvious that he had no interest in elaborating.
Seeing this,
the driver was tactful enough to shut up and not ask any more questions. Suddenly, the thin man glanced casually and saw Yifan practicing boxing by the river.
There is a gentle breeze and the water is calm.
In the dim light, a tall young man was breathing in and out, practicing seriously. Each move was slow and steady, yet seemed to be powerful and substantial.
This boxing style seems to contain inherent strength and dominance. Moreover, how is this possible? This boy's boxing skills are actually improving rapidly. Stop. Crunch.
As soon as the aircraft stopped, the hatch was opened.
Whoosh. The thin man's figure was like a black lightning. In a few breaths, he was close to where Yi Fan was. However, he did not disturb Yi Fan, who was boxing. He just watched quietly, but the more he watched, the more shocked he became. Because, from the beginning being clumsy, to gradually becoming smooth, and then to being perfect and flawless in the end. This young man, who looks only about 17 or 18 years old, has actually raised his boxing skills to the peak of the first level. Moreover, this boxing technique is so powerful and domineering, it definitely surpasses the spiritual level martial arts. The most shocking thing is that this kid seems to have entered a state of enlightenment. Oh my god. For a warrior, this is something you only encounter once in a while. Also, he seems to have some special physique. From the initial surprise, to the gradual shock, to the incredible feeling in the end. The thin man's profile, as if it had been chopped by a knife or an axe, was changing rapidly. Call. After finishing his exercise, Yi Fan felt his surging energy and blood, as if one punch was enough to break stones and split rocks, sweeping across the four directions. I suddenly felt very proud and all the previous depression was swept away. This feeling is so wonderful. In just less than a day, his strength has definitely increased several times. Strength skyrocketed. So what if you Haven T awakened your spirituality? Yi Fan is confident. Now I can definitely beat up ordinary low-level Lingxi realm warriors. Naturally, this also includes spiritual awakening. Pa pa pa. Right now. The sound of applause startled Yi Fan. Because he didn't even notice the thin man standing under the tree just now. Buzz. Suddenly, a virtual image appeared in front of Yi Fan's eyes. The panel that only he could see clearly read, Wuxia, Lingxi Realm 8th level, Qi and HP value, 1,540 calories. Very strong. Yi Fan's pupils shrank. Ha, little brother, don't be nervous. I'm Wuxia, an instructor at the Xingqian Martial Arts Hall branch in Linjiang City. Are you interested in taking a test at the Xingqian Martial Arts Hall tomorrow? If you perform well enough, you might be able to obtain a training contract with my Xingqian Martial Hall. Instructor Wuxia took the initiative to extend an olive branch. Hearing this, although Yi Fan did not appear to be very moved. In fact, there was a huge uproar in my heart. Star Martial Hall, Candlelight Martial Hall, Thunder Martial Hall. It is said to be the strongest among the 3 martial arts halls on Blue Star, and even the strongest in the starry sky. If you are noticed by them, you will get a lot of training resources. It can quickly help warriors improve their strength and rise. Don't worry, even the lowest level E-level contract can still provide a monthly training subsidy of 50,000 Chinese currency. Instructor Wu Xia laughed. 50,000 a month? That is 600,000 yuan a year. Even if my parents work their butts off, their combined monthly income is less than 20,000 yuan. In other words, if he gets the E-level training contract from the Martial Hall, his annual income will be 3 times his parents' combined income. Sure enough, in this world of high martial arts, strength is the hard currency. Okay, Instructor Wu, tomorrow I will definitely go to the Xingqian Martial Hall to take the test. Yi Fan nodded. Okay, I'll wait for you. Wu Xia smiled slightly, nodded, then turned and left. New sign-in location refreshed Xingqian Martial Hall Linjiang City branch, rewarding 3 enlightenment points. In this case, this star martial palace is inevitable. Yi Fan had just muttered something when he suddenly looked up at his watch and saw more than 10 missed calls. Immediately, he frowned slightly and had a bad feeling. Chapter 3, The Life-Saving Money Must Be Obtained. Is it Mom? Just now, I was completely immersed in the epiphany of Thanos' King Fist. He made more than 10 calls to Yi Fan in a short period of time. It was obvious that there must be something urgent. This couldn't help but make Yi Fan's heart sink. So Yi Fan quickly called back. Beep, beep. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. A very haggard face soon appeared in the picture, and even the background behind it vaguely resembled a hospital. Seeing his mother like this, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. Mom, what's wrong? As a man, Yi Fan quickly calmed down and asked. Xiao Fan, your dad doesn't have much time left. Please come back quickly and see him for the last time. Woo woo. As she spoke, Mother Lan Suifang couldn't help wiping away her tears. Yi Fan was shocked when he heard what his mother said. Mom, don't worry. What happened to my dad? Yi Fan was anxious. Logically speaking, although in the past few years, he and Jinlian have been able to enter the martial arts university.
His father, Yi Jun's back was a little bent. However, when my father was young, he served in the city defense army and has always been in good health.
How could that be? It's been less than half a year since I last saw my father, and his life is hanging by a thread? Wow.
Mother Lan Suifang's eyes were red and she looked very haggard. She sobbed, "Your father, in order to make some quick money, participated in a secret transport of a wealthy man's treasure, but ended up being attacked by a strange beast. Not only was your father seriously injured, but the treasure worth 5 million was also missing." Yifan didn't listen to what his mother Lan Suifang said next.
Is there still hope for my dad?
Yifan clenched his fist so hard that it made a creaking sound, and his voice was trembling. All the money in the family was gone, and we even sold our small house. However, we still need 500,000 yuan for medical expenses.
Wow.
I've borrowed from everyone, but those relatives have long looked down on us for being poor, and now, even they've disappeared. Your father also insisted, it's incurable. My mother, Lan Suifang, kept sobbing, and there was a hint of despair in her red eyes. Hearing this, Yifan's heart felt like it was being stabbed by needles.
After all, martial arts is a gold mine. The family income over the years is actually not small for an ordinary family. However, the quality of life is deteriorating. It was because he and Jinlian spent too much of the family's money on their pursuit of martial arts.
If not for this, my dad would never take such a risk to make quick money.
A deep sense of self-blame rose in Yifan's heart. 500,000.
Suddenly, Yifan's eyes lit up. Just now, Instructor Wu Xia from the Xingqian Martial Hall extended an olive branch to him. If so, I can meet the contract requirements of the Martial Palace tomorrow. I can sign a contract with the Martial Palace. Then, maybe you can apply for an advance payment of 1 year's training expenses.
Mom, how long does my dad have left? Yifan asked, going straight to the point.
The doctor said that if we give up treatment, we will only have 3 days at most.
Woo-woo. Mother Lan Suifang was completely panicked. After all, if the pillar of the family collapses, how will they live in the future?
Yifan recalled that when he was still a child, his father joined the city guards and patted his shoulder and said,
"From today on, you are the only man in the family.
You have to take care of your mother and your sister."
And the situation today is so similar.
Mom, continue treating my dad's injury.
500,000, I'll find a way. Yifan said with certainty. Ah. Xiaofan, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't be stupid, don't do anything rash. Upon hearing this, my mother Lan Suifang immediately panicked. 500,000 is a huge sum of money for their family.
Yifan is still pursuing martial arts, so where can he get the huge sum of 500,000 yuan?
Don't worry, Mom. I don't steal or rob. I'll definitely rely on my own abilities.
I'll be back within 3 days. After saying that, Yifan hung up the phone.
That slightly childish face was full of determination. Damn, who tugged at my trouser pocket? It stinks. Really? It stinks. Keep your voice down. That big guy looks tough.
There was a lot of discussion around. This naturally alarmed Yifan. Suddenly, he looked down and found that the surface of his skin was covered with a layer of dirt, which gave off a fishy smell. I don't know whether it is the effect of cleansing my body after obtaining the 9-star Overlord body, or the detoxification effect of Thanos' King Fist. No wonder, after Instructor Wu extended the olive branch, he ran faster than a rabbit.
Plop.
Having lived by the river since childhood, Yifan naturally knows how to swim. He jumped directly into the river and washed himself. By the time Yifan got ashore, he had calmed down.
After being kicked out of the Jiangnan Wuda trial camp, he became homeless.
I bought a few buns, hoping to have a meal, but unexpectedly, the more I ate, the hungrier I got. Until, in the shocked eyes of the bun shop owner, Yifan took out 100 blue star coins with a painful feeling, which slightly relieved his hunger. It seems that after awakening the dominant body, the blood and energy values have increased, and I need more food to replenish them. After all, he is not like those warriors who have awakened their spirituality.
It can be replenished by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Little brother, come again next time. The boss is enthusiastic. Yi Fanfei also ran away.
If I had known this earlier, I would have gone to the buffet to teach the young boss a lesson. At night, Yifan slept in the riverside park. He remembered the martial arts technique he had obtained when he received the novice gift package, which was called the Void Spirit Refining Technique. So, I sat on a park chair and started studying. I have to take the martial hall test tomorrow. That might be my father's life-saving money, so I can't lose it. You must do everything possible to improve your strength. System, add 2 enlightenment points to the Void Divine Refining Technique. A look of determination flashed on Yifan's face. Boom. In the state of sudden enlightenment, when Yifan clicked to learn the method of visualizing gods and demons, he suddenly felt that his head was hit hard. The Void Spirit Refining method uses the unfathomable mysteries of heaven and earth to temper the spirit. The pain is like purgatory, and then rebirth in nirvana. A sound like a huge bell rang in Yifan's ears. Swish. Suddenly, Yifan felt that he was in the vast void. Woo! Woo! The next moment, the sound of howling wind was heard. Immediately afterwards, Yifan saw 2 gusts of wind, one black and one white, rushing towards him. Ah! As soon as the contact came, Yifan's seemingly illusory little spirit figure let out a heart-wrenching scream. It hurts so much. It felt like tearing him apart bit by bit, then reassembling him, and then tearing him apart again. Your mental strength has been increased to 11. Your willpower increases to 21. Yifan practiced the Divine Demon Refining method for several hours before he stopped. The whole person seemed to be exhausted. However, this time, it only took more than 2 hours to recover. When the eastern sky turned a little pale, Yifan opened his eyes. Spiritual strength has increased to 15 points, and willpower has also increased to 22? Also, I feel like my mental and physical recovery speeds have increased significantly. In the past, it took more than 8 hours to recover, but now, it may only take 2 or 3 hours. This discovery made Yifan extremely happy. This can definitely make him more dedicated in pursuing martial arts. And he discovered that after his mental strength increased, his perception seemed to have become much sharper. The water droplets in the morning mist, the early rising insects, and even the conversations and laughter of people far away are all clearly visible. This improvement will make him more responsive during battles. He did some more Thanos punches and ate some breakfast. Yifan hurriedly jogged towards the Jianghuai City Xingshan Martial Hall branch. Yifan, this is also a place you can come to? As Yifan arrived, a slightly harsh voice rang out. Chapter 4 Special Invitation, Bet. Is it you? Yifan, who was about to step into the Jianghuai City branch of the Xingshan Martial Hall, heard a voice behind him that was 3 parts surprised and 7 parts contemptuous. He was very familiar with this voice. Once upon a time, she called me Brother Yifan in a kind and sweet way. Now, he looks down on others with disdain, deep indifference, and alienation. Yifan turned his head and saw that it was none other than the ungrateful and green tea girl Jinlian. And beside her, now, there stands a handsome young man with broad shoulders, a slim waist and a graceful temperament. There was a faint smile on his face, which seemed warm, but in fact, it revealed an unconcealable pride. Is this person Bai Mufeng, who ranked 3rd in the sophomore class of Jiangnan Martial Arts University? Yifan's heart moved, and then he was too lazy to pay attention to Jinlian. Now, Yifan felt that it was a waste of words to say anything to Jinlian. Hateful. Jinlian saw that Yifan actually ignored her. This allowed her to awaken her S-level spirituality, and her pride in being regarded as a favored daughter of heaven seemed to be trampled upon. Moreover, Yifan used to care about her very much. It really feels like treating her as a little princess. But now, it is thrown away like a worn-out shoe. This made her very angry. I can abandon you, but who told you to ignore me? Stop. This sentence. It did not come from the Golden Lotus, but from the young man in white beside him, Bai Mufeng. Boy, who allowed you to be so rude to my sister Lian? Bai Mufeng spoke in a very domineering manner. Between words. With a push of his foot, a sharp spindle-shaped stone on the ground tore through the air and stabbed towards Yifan's vest. Bai Mufeng, Lingxi Realm 5th level, Qi and health value 655 calories. Suddenly, Bai Mufeng's attributes appeared in front of Yifan. So strong. Yifan was slightly surprised. After he awakened the 9-star tyrant body yesterday, he directly broke through to the 1st level of Lingxi Realm. The strength has improved by leaps and bounds. However, his current health value is only over 125, and he is definitely no match for Bai Mufeng. And After practicing the void spirit refining technique last night, Yifan's mental strength was greatly improved.
In an instant, flying rocks approached and I felt the danger of being pricked by needles. Whoosh!
At the critical moment, Yifan benefited from his powerful mental power. He predicted the trajectory of the sharp stone stab in advance and narrowly avoided it.
Puff!
That piece of stubborn stone was like a bullet, hitting the marble not far away and directly piercing a deep hole as thick as a thumb. It is conceivable that if it pierces Yifan's body, it will definitely create a bloody hole. This made Yifan's eyes turn colder when he looked at Bai Mufeng.
Seeing Yifan's embarrassed look, Jilian's rosy lips curled up slightly. Oh, I'm lucky.
Bai Mufeng commented lightly. He thought that Yifan was lucky enough to dodge his random attack. I'm not afraid to tell you, my uncle is the instructor of this starry martial hall. If I want, you won't even be able to enter the door of this starry martial hall. Bai Mufeng said proudly.
Hearing this,
the little golden lotus, who was as delicate as a little bird, looked at Bai Mufeng with a moderate amount of admiration in her eyes. This was very useful to Bai Mufeng.
It's not up to you to decide whether he can get in or not.
Of course, it's not up to your uncle to decide. It was at this moment. A thin figure walked out of the Star Martial Hall.
That's right, Instructor Wu Xie.
Bai Mufeng was also slightly surprised when he saw this person. I know that this person has some conflicts with my uncle, but his status is comparable to that of my uncle. However, I heard from my uncle that he seems to have been having a hard time recently.
Meet you, Instructor Wu. Meet you, Instructor Wu.
Bai Mufeng said respectfully. Jinlian, who was standing by, also hurried to follow.
Yifan was specially invited by me, so can he come in? Wu Xie glanced at Bai Mufeng.
When his eyes swept over the golden lotus beside Bai Mufeng, he felt the rich spiritual aura around the girl. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart.
This woman is at least a level spiritual. The fatter you get, the fatter you get. The annual comprehensive evaluation of instructors will begin soon.
This year, one of the instructors will be selected to serve as the director of the Star Martial Hall.
With a promotion in position, you will definitely be able to obtain more resources. Not only that, the status is improved.
It can also help them take their martial arts to a higher level. According to his contribution points over the years, the most popular candidate to compete for the supervisor position this time is Wu Xie.
Also, there is Bai Mufeng's uncle, Bai Nili.
However, because Bai Nili recommended his nephew, Bai Mufeng signed a D-level contract with Xingqian Martial Hall. This time, if we can get another little girl whose spirituality has reached a level, then, the contribution value will definitely leave you far behind. Moreover, based on the past situation, the two of them didn't get along well.
If Bai Nuli comes to power, he will definitely suffer. Let's try it out. Wu Xie glanced at Yifan. Last night, he realized Yifan's extraordinariness. I hope this kid doesn't let me down.
Well, Wu Xie, as an elder, you're a bit disrespectful to scare the younger generation. It was at this moment. A voice with a hint of yin and yang was heard.
Uncle.
Bai Mufeng was immediately delighted when he saw the person coming. Bai Nuli, Lingxi Realm, 8th level, Qi and blood value, 1,600 calories.
First of all, it was you, my good nephew, who prevented my specially invited people from entering the martial hall to take the test. It's you, Bai Nuli, who blames others without asking why.
Wu Xie snorted coldly.
Just then, Bai Mufeng gave Jinlian a wink. Jinlian immediately understood.
Instructor Wu, I'm really worried that you've been deceived. This Yifan has not awakened his spirituality in the Jiangnan Martial Arts University trial camp for half a year. Yesterday, he was kicked out of the trial camp early and had to pay 200,000 trial fees.
Jinlian looked at Yifan with disdain.
Oh? Bai Nili's face lit up immediately. This must be the girlfriend Xiaofeng recommended to me, an S-level spiritual golden lotus girl, not bad, really good.
Wu Xie's face turned even darker. S-level spirituality?
Such spiritual warriors will have the opportunity to cultivate to the mountain and sea realm in the future. Whether it's a lie or not, you'll know after trying it. After all, warriors speak with strength.
Yifan spoke.
His words made Wu Xie's expression look a little better. This tall little guy seems very confident.
Old Wu, how about we make a bet? Whoever loses will give the other person the treasure we agreed on last time. How about that?
Bai Nuli smiled confidently.
Let's compete, who's afraid of who? Wu Xia gritted his teeth. If he loses, he might not be able to stay in the Xingqian Martial Palace in Linjiang City. There's no use in having that thing. I'd also like to kindly remind you that Jilian's training expenses over the past 3 years have all been paid for by our family. We are truly indebted to her. But now that she has awakened her spirituality, she has directly kicked our Yi family away. In the future, this girl might also attach herself to another powerful person and abandon your Bai family. TSK TSK TSK. Yi Fan sneered. It is impolite not to reciprocate, and it will plant a thorn in the other person's heart. Yi Fan, you. Jinlian gritted her teeth. Bai Newly frowned when he heard this. Chapter 5. The test begins, alarming the palace master. Successful sign-in at the Zhenghuai City Xingqian Martial Hall branch. Reward, 3 enlightenment points. When Yi Fan followed instructor Wu Xia into the starry martial hall, a prompt appeared on the illusory panel in front of me. This made Yi Fan happy. For a warrior to improve his strength, talent and understanding are 2 very important aspects. However, the former is generally easier to detect and measure. This is why, after the Golden Lotus awakened its S-level spirituality, it was directly admitted to Jiangnan Martial Arts University and signed a B-level special training contract. As for understanding, it is really a bit illusory. An enlightenment is like a jewel in the crown of understanding. It is a state of mind that countless warriors, even high-level terrifying strongmen, can only encounter but not seek. But this is also what Yi Fan is best at. Therefore, after awakening the Sign-in Enlightenment System, Yi Fan was full of confidence in himself. The Star Martial Hall test is divided into 3 parts. First, the aptitude test. Second, the actual combat verification. Third, the comprehension ability. As they walked, instructor Wu Xia introduced Yi Fan. In fact, after knowing that the Golden Lotus had awakened S-level spirituality, he became a little pessimistic about Yi Fan. After all, S-level spirituality is enough to reach the threshold of the 3 top martial arts schools in Blue Star, China. It is equivalent to having 1 foot in the ranks of top talents. As for Yi Fan, it was just a sudden thought last night that he felt that the young man was a little extraordinary. Now, in contrast, it seems that the girl named Jinlian is even better. Old Wu, if you want to quit now, it's not too late. I'll give you 1 chance and beg for mercy. Bai Newly stretched out a finger and chuckled. It seems to be giving Wu Xia a way out. In fact, it is a method of provoking the opponent. Afraid that Wu Xia would default on his promise, he didn't dare to fulfill the bet. Humph, I'm afraid of your little dog. Wu Xia snorted coldly. Hearing this, Yi Fan also wanted to laugh in his heart. Instructor Wu was quite cute. Ha, good. In that case, both testers, please enter the testing channel. Bai Newly laughed heartily, as if he was sure of victory. Yi Fan stood in front of a passage, exhaled slightly, and was ready to go. Seeing that Yi Fan didn't even look at her, Jinlian snorted. Wow. When the metal door opened, the 2 rushed in directly. Wu Xia, Bai Newly, and Bai Mufeng were standing in front of a large glazed screen. Here, the situation of Yi Fan and Jinlian who are undergoing the test is clearly visible. Buzz. As soon as Jinlian stepped into the passage, layers of spiritual radiance began to emanate from her body. Rich, like the gold in the morning mist, it makes people intoxicated. It's indeed an S-level spirituality. Wu Xia frowned slightly, but Bai Newly and his nephew beside him had smiles on their faces. On the other hand, the passage on Yi Fan's side. Gloomy and silent. There is no trace of spiritual luster. Ha, just as Sister Lian said, this kid's talent is mediocre and there is nothing special about him. Bai Mufeng sneered. Old Wu, is this the little guy you bet on? Ha, what's going on? Bai Nili was just about to make some sarcastic remarks. The next moment, his eyes widened and he couldn't help but swear. Boom! It is different from the golden spirituality that appears on the Golden Lotus side, which is like the golden spirituality in the morning light. On Yi Fan's side, after a brief silence, a towering and domineering shadow appeared. As soon as it appeared, the entire passage seemed to be shaking, just like an earthquake. This, could it be a special bloodline, a strong physique? Instructor Wu Xia was surprised and delighted. If you say that the Golden Lotus is the light of a firefly. So, at this moment, Yi Fan's side is like a bright moon in the sky. The visual effect is extremely domineering.
Bai Nili, who was standing next to him, was about to say something sarcastic, but he swallowed it back. It felt like there was something stuck in my throat, and my face turned red. Bai Mufeng also looked a little funny, like a clown. You call this mediocre qualifications? Play the pig and eat the tiger. Xingchen Martial Hall, Linjiang Branch, the highest floor. An extremely spacious office. Here, all kinds of facilities are available, as well as large private spaces such as training rooms, living rooms, and office areas. What's going on? Such a domineering aura, could it be the emergence of a special bloodline physique? Swish. A moment. His figure disappeared immediately. Special physique? How is that possible? This Yifan is just a loser from an ordinary family, how could he possibly awaken a special physique? Bai Mufeng couldn't believe it, and at the same time, he was full of jealousy. If it is really as perceived, then Yifan's talent is probably even better than both him and Jinlian. Bai Nuli glanced at Bai Mufeng and said nothing. Don't worry, uncle, this Yifan is just a fool who knows how to practice hard. He was kicked out of the Nanda trial camp yesterday, and his HP is probably less than 50. He is absolutely useless. In the second stage, perform the verification, and his true form will definitely be revealed. Bai Mufeng tried to make amends and save face. Wow. The qualification verification of the first level is completed, and the alloy door of the second level is opened. The tall Yifan walked out and saw that the space of the second level looked like a circular battle platform. It was detected that the tester's chi and blood value exceeded 100, reaching the Lingxi realm. Parametrics of actual combat opponents, setting up. A mechanical sound came from the battlefield where Yifan was. Lingxi realm. Impossible. Bai Mufeng was completely confused. According to Jinlian, this Yifan is a waste with mediocre talent who only knows how to practice hard. The chi and blood value is only around 50. How could it be that after just one night, not only did he possess a terrifying physique, but his chi and blood also broke through 100, reaching the Lingxi realm? Bai Nuli glanced at Bai Mufeng coldly, feeling a little disappointed. How was the intelligence generated? Is it embarrassing? Is it shameful? Ha! With a delicate shout, Jinlian started fighting with a human figure condensed from metal droplets on the other battlefield. With his graceful and ethereal movements, the fight is extremely entertaining. Testers, if you feel you're losing, you can call it quits or admit defeat. Of course, this also marks the end of the second round of testing. A mechanical prompt sounded. Clear. Yifan nodded slightly and said, Wow. The next moment, Yifan saw a ball of silver liquid emerging. Then, it transformed into a human form. Feeling the aura should be equivalent to a warrior who has just entered the Lingxi realm. This droplet of silver gatekeeper was obtained by several major martial arts halls from the ruins of ancient civilizations. It is agile and changeable. Swish. The next moment, the silver figure attacked towards Yifan. King-level martial arts Thanos King Fist. The first move to expand the territory. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Wu Xia, Bai Nili, and Bai Mufeng were watching the battle through the glass screen. Their pupils suddenly shrank. Nast? One punch. The first silver barrier that attacked Yifan was directly blown away by the young man's punch. It was just a complete mess. At this moment, in another place, the Golden Lotus was already fighting with 3 warriors formed by silver droplets. However, it seems a bit strenuous. It was completely different from the fight with Jinlian. Yifan's martial arts are full of the exhilarating feeling of violent aesthetics. The first one was blown up, and then 2 silver gatekeepers emerged. Bang, bang. Still 2 punches, and it exploded directly. 3 silver figures formed a triangle and surrounded Yifan. However, within a few breaths, he was directly bombarded by that domineering fist. Wu Xia took a deep breath, his body trembling with excitement, and he was even more ecstatic in his heart. Oh my god, this kid completely broke my expectations. Buzz. At this moment, there was a slight fluctuation in the air behind him. Palace Master. Greetings, Palace Master. Palace Master. The 3 of them were shocked when a young man who looked to be in his 20s appeared. It was Shanyu, the Palace Master of the Jianghuai City Xingchen Martial Palace branch. The highest leader of the entire Jianghuai City Xingchen Martial Palace, a real big shot. Their test actually alarmed the Palace Master? Instructor Wu,
I heard that this guy was specially invited by you? Where did you get this little monster from?
Yin Shanhua looked at Wu Xia, appearing amiable, and asked with a smile.
Chapter 6, Fight against 20 gatekeepers and break the record.
Palace Master, I met Yifan by chance last night. I found that he was extraordinary, so I specially invited him to come to my Xingqian martial palace for testing.
Wu Xia reported truthfully.
At this moment, his heart was filled with excitement and ecstasy.
Found a treasure.
On the other side, there are the uncle and nephew by Newly.
But he looked confused. It seems that the plot shouldn't develop in this direction.
Moreover, when the palace master appeared, he didn't even look at the uncle and nephew.
At this moment, he was chatting enthusiastically with Wu Xia.
Good, good. You deserve this luck. Even after get off work, you still remember to discover talents.
God rewards hard work. From what I've seen, this boy should possess an extremely strong bloodline constitution.
In fact, his incredibly powerful punching skills should be
king level.
The palace master Yin Shanhua looked at Yifan below as if he had discovered a piece of unpolished jade.
King level.
Hiss. Hearing that it was a king level martial art, the three people present were all shocked. After all, they are all in the Lingxi realm now, and are not suitable for practicing king level martial arts. Because king level martial arts not only require extremely high skill levels from the martial artist. King level martial arts, and even martial arts above the king level, require high level star veins to activate.
They really couldn't imagine it. How can a little fellow who has just entered the Lingxi realm activate king level martial arts?
Among them, Wu Xia was also extremely shocked. Last night, he witnessed Yifan practicing this set of boxing techniques with his own eyes.
From rough, to silky, and then to mellow.
But this little fellow mastered it in a very short time. It seemed that he had entered the legendary realm of enlightenment.
Could it be that it is really as the palace master said? I picked up a little monster? Could it be?
Suddenly, a possibility came to mind.
Bai Newly cried out. The Yin palace master glanced at him and nodded slightly, saying,
yes, this kid is very likely to have the supreme bloodline constitution. Legend has it that those with physiques like those of divine beasts carry their own inherited memories. This boy is able to perform king-level martial arts.
This should be related to his bloodline constitution. Also, this shows that his martial arts skills are definitely not low.
Palace Master Yin Shanhua said with some anticipation in his eyes.
Hearing Yin Shanhua's words, Bai Nili's face turned even darker.
I wish I could slap myself twice.
Looking at the situation, not only is the cooked duck about to fly away. Could it be that he is trying to steal a chicken but ends up losing the rice? Everyone looked through the glass screen. In the second level of actual combat, Jilian's actual combat capability is limited to the 3 silver gatekeepers at the initial stage of Yunqi realm.
And now, Yifan has fought against 7 silver gatekeepers alone.
Who?
Surrounded by 7 silver gatekeepers, Yifan exhaled slightly. At this moment, he also felt a little pressure.
I'll give it my all. Since I'm taking this test, I must push myself to my limits.
Only in this way can they see my potential and receive better training.
Dad is still waiting for my life-saving money, so let us fight.
Buzz. Thinking of this, Yifan instantly felt that his 9-star overlord body seemed to feel his own will, and his blood began to boil. The sound of wind tearing could be heard from all directions around Yifan.
But, Yifan at this moment,
I really didn't feel nervous or timid at all. On the contrary, the desire to fight is strong.
It seemed as if he was born to fight.
With his mental strength increased to 15, Yifan's perception also became extremely sharp. He maneuvered swiftly, and each time he managed to avoid the attack of the silver gatekeeper. This scene made instructor Wu Xia, who was sitting in front of the glass screen, feel nervous.
Bang!
However, every time the silver gatekeeper was hit by Yifan's punch, it exploded and turned into a silver liquid ball that flew backwards.
8 digits. 9. 10 digits.
Gradually, as the number of silver gatekeepers increased, it was as if Yifan was surrounded and beaten by the silver gatekeepers. Meanwhile, Jinlian in another passage finished the second level early. However, the alloy door leading to the third level did not open for a long time. This shows Yifan is still trying to break through the second level.
No way, after fighting with a silver gatekeeper for so long, there's still no winner? A mocking arc appeared at the corner of Jinlian's delicate lips. 17. 18. 20. The people in front of the glass curtain outside were all numb. Even Bai Mufeng felt goosebumps. Because, when he first started out, he only defeated 2 silver gatekeepers. Thinking back to just now, he was still certain that Yi Fan's actual combat ability was weak and he was a worthless person. At this moment, he felt a slap on his face, burning with pain. I give up. Being surrounded by layers of enemies and facing endless challenges, fatigue levels skyrocketed. Finally, Yi Fan chose to admit defeat when he was fighting alone against 20 silver gatekeepers of the same level. 20 people, s. Wu Xia was so excited that he almost lost himself in thought. Indeed, even the martial palaces of Chaoga, Demon City, and Kunlun have never heard of it. Palace Master Yin Shanyue said. Level Breaker, to help you recover quickly, the second level reward is Recovery Spirit Fluid. After taking it, you can quickly restore your strength and sweep away fatigue. Just after Yi Fan finished the second level of battle with the Silver Gatekeeper, a voice was heard in the space. I don't know if it was Yi Fan's illusion. I just felt that the cold, mechanical voice at the beginning seemed to be much softer at this moment. Then, a Silver Gatekeeper was seen holding a test tube-like container. Inside, green liquid is rippling, as if full of vitality. In the world of high martial arts, spiritual energy is revived. The human race has set off an evolutionary frenzy, and naturally countless natural treasures have appeared. This restorative spiritual liquid should be of one kind, or it may be refined with natural treasures. However, in the past, Yi Fan could only recover with the help of his body. These things are very valuable and he can't afford them at all. Just this small tube of recovery liquid would cost at least tens of thousands of Chinese yuan. Gurgle. Since it's a reward, it would be a waste not to take it. Yi Fan no longer hesitated and took it directly and drank it all in one gulp. Not a drop left. It's icy cold, chilling to the bone. In an instant, all the fatigue was gone. Even the hunger caused by not eating enough in the morning disappeared instantly. Cool. For the first time, Yi Fan felt the comfort and charm of spending money. Click. The alloy door leading to the third level opens. Yi Fan no longer hesitated and strode in. To be honest, the third level is the one that Yi Fan feels the least psychologically burdened with. After all, there are 3 epiphany points in hand. He was not panicked at all, and even felt like laughing. Ha! Yi Fan, you're quite capable of fighting with a silver gatekeeper until now. It turns out that the third level is a space similar to a large training room. On the shelves on both sides, there are various weapons such as swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks and forks. And in front of us, there appeared a vast space that looked like a bookshelf. Many martial arts and combat skills are stored on it. Another point is that the independent and isolated passages were actually merged together in the third level. In other words, he and Jinlian will conduct a comprehension test together in this space. A silver gatekeeper? Ha, you look down on people. Yi Fan sneered. You are at most 2 silver gatekeepers, and you must have surrendered. Jinlian was very angry that Yi Fan scolded her. In the past, Yi Fan was very attentive to her and took great care of her. The third level, the test of understanding. A voice sounded above the space. Chapter 7, Enlightenment. Perfection of marksmanship. Both of them had some understanding of the third level. So, not surprising. 2. I'll fight 20. Yi Fan said seriously. Ha ha. If Yi Fan really said that he tried his best, he could defeat the 2 silver gatekeepers. Based on Yi Fan's past ascetic character and his attainments in martial arts, Jinlian might believe it. But Yi Fan opened his mouth and asked for 10 times? It's so funny. Yi Fan, you really disappoint me. I didn't expect you to be so vain now, and you can lie without blushing. If you think you can get my attention like this, you are totally wrong. Compared to Brother Mufeng, you are really too unbearable. Jinlian laughed. Outside, Bai Mufeng, in front of the glass screen, looked pale and red. If you want to brag, can you please not include me in it? Uncle, this kid's understanding. Shut up. Bai Mufeng was about to say something when he was stopped by Newly. Isn't that embarrassing enough? Moreover, my eldest nephew is such a bad boy. Oh. Yi Fan sneered and was too lazy to pay attention to Jinlian. At first, he might have been angry and furious because of Jinlian's betrayal.
But now, he was completely relieved.
Yesterday, you looked down on me. You can't reach me today. Buzz.
Suddenly, an illusory attribute panel appeared in front of Yifan.
Name, Yifan. Chi and blood value, 215 second level of Yunchi realm. Mental strength, 15. Willpower, 22.
Martial arts, boxing level 191%, spearmanship level 150%.
Bloodline constitution, 9-star hegemon body. Enabled the detection function. The host can detect any target. The current detection limit is Yunchi 9th level peak HP value 1999.
Last night, I used 10 enlightenment points to cultivate my first level boxing skills to 90%.
After the fierce battle just now, it actually improved a little bit. Furthermore, the 9-star tyrant body's improvement in chi and blood is still continuing.
In less than a day, not only did I reach the Yunchi realm, but now, I have even reached the second level of the Yunchi realm. Yifan took a deep breath to calm his excited heart. Then, let's use the next comprehension test to improve our marksmanship. Yifan thought about it and made a decision. After all, the weapon he majored in before was the spear. Yifan is tall and strong, and likes heavy weapons with big movements.
An inch longer, an inch stronger. The spear is Yifan's destiny weapon.
Yifan came to the weapon rack, where there were several spears. He picked out the heaviest one and weighed it, which was nearly 100 kilograms. This weight even exceeds the green dragon crescent blade of Guan Yu, a former martial saint in Chinese history.
However, the human race is now in an evolutionary frenzy.
Yifan's current blood and energy value has reached 215 calories, which is equivalent to a strength of more than 2,000 kilograms. Therefore, in Yifan's hand, this spear can definitely hit wherever he points it, without any problem. Pick out the gunmanship and combat skills. Today's Blue Star is in the era of advanced military technology, and the technology is extremely advanced, and the AI algorithms are amazing. Following Yifan's order, the vast sea of virtual books in front of him immediately began to move.
Ordinary Martial Arts Zilong Spear. Ordinary Martial Arts Roaring Dragon Spear. Ordinary Martial Arts 5 Tigers Breaking Door Spear.
Yifan quickly pulled down and skipped the mortal level martial arts, instead focusing his attention on the spiritual level martial arts. Spiritual level martial arts Ghost Howling Infeng Spear. Spiritual level martial arts 3000 Thunder Spears. Spiritual level martial arts The Peerless Overlord Spear. When looking at the Peerless Overlord Spear, Yifan directly clicked on the detailed information. The Peerless Overlord Spear, known for its ferocity and tyranny, its unique qualities include breaking through obstacles and exerting immense force. The long spear pointed diagonally to the south sky, spearing the enemy on the battlefield, invincible, like a spear master, unrivaled in the world.
Okay, it's you. Yifan's eyes lit up.
While Yifan was choosing martial arts, the Golden Lotus also chose a weapon.
She chose 2 daggers.
The combination of Zheng-yin and Zheng-yin has the characteristics of the military strategy of an inch short and an inch dangerous. Similarly, Jinlian also chose a set of spiritual level martial arts. The two of them began to comprehend.
Jinlian began to practice while she was contemplating.
On the other hand, Yifan read the Peerless Overlord Spear martial arts over and over again. But there was no rush to start practicing and training. Back then, when Yifan was in Linjiang No. 1 middle school, his martial arts teacher told him, read a book 100 times and the divine will appear. So, Yifan has developed a habit.
What's more, today is the assessment day of the Xingchen Martial Hall.
His father was waiting for his life-saving money, so Yifan couldn't afford to lose.
Moreover, Yifan now has a mental power of 15 points.
In fact, when Yifan read it for the 3rd time, he had already memorized the set of Peerless Overlord Spear in his mind.
However, he was not in a hurry and read it over and over again. Uncle, it seems that Jinlian's comprehension is really good. She has already mastered the basics of swordsmanship. It already has a certain ethereal, strange, and solemn flavor. In the 3rd level, the short sword in Jinlian's hand has already acquired the flavor of that spiritual level martial arts technique. He truly deserves to be an S-level spiritual being, with amazing talent and understanding. In contrast, Yifan was just checking his martial arts, as motionless as a piece of wood. Could it be that the boy's comprehension is really not good enough? Some spirit returned to Bai Nuli's eyes.
Seeing Yifan motionless, Instructor Wu Xia, who had originally been very confident in Yifan, also showed a trace of anxiety on his face.
You know.
He had just boasted to the Lord of Yin Palace that Yi Fan's comprehension was absolutely extremely high.
But this kid just gave him a hard time and didn't move?
It's just a spiritual level martial art. If you don't know, you might think you are comprehending a king level martial art. Even when the Lord of Yin Palace frowned slightly,
Yi Fan finally moved.
He first began to practice the Peerless Overlord Spear with his first level 50% spear martial arts skills. The movements are vigorous and powerful. However, there is still a long way to go before you can truly master the Peerless Overlord Spear. At this rate, by the end of 3 hours, he would definitely be left behind by the Golden Lotus.
And now the time is less than an hour.
The proficiency of martial arts skills is divided into entry level 10%, minor success 30%, major success 70%, and perfection 90%.
It is said that there are further stages to follow: transcendence into sainthood 99% and return to nature 100%. However, almost no one has achieved it.
After all, these martial arts and combat skills were created by our predecessors. Perhaps, only the original founder can achieve the state of transcendence and return to nature.
There's still half an hour left.
Oh, Yi Fan's progress is not enough.
Instructor Wu's face was filled with genuine anxiety. Distance, comprehension test, and less than half an hour.
Suddenly, a prompt sounded in the third level space. At this time, Jinlian glanced at where Yi Fan was.
I'm definitely going to win.
He's just touched the threshold, while I'm already on my way to minor success.
Jinlian is very confident. Less than half an hour? Phew, time to use the enlightenment point.
System, add 3 enlightenment points to the Peerless Overlord Spear.
Buzz. Moment.
Yi Fan felt as if he had entered a mysterious realm. The joints that were a little difficult to practice just now suddenly became as smooth as dove. And the level of his Peerless Overlord Spear was also rapidly improving at a rocket-like speed.
Beginner 10%. Small success 30%. Deshang 70%. Perfect 90%.
Martial arts skills, first level spearmanship 99%. His proficiency in spearmanship and martial arts skills both improved rapidly. Several observers in the outside world also gradually discovered Yi Fan's transformation. Chapter 8, Star Martial Hall, a level contract.
Indestructible. Sweep away the enemy. Laugh.
When Yi Fan fully invested his comprehension points in his spear skills,
the gun seemed to have become an extension of Yi Fan's arm.
As graceful as a startled swan, the gun shoots out like a dragon. As the spear was thrust out, the void in front of the tip of the spear seemed to form a white spike. Move forward courageously, with the sharpness to pierce through all obstacles. This is exactly the Peerless Overlord Spear, which has been cultivated to the state of perfection 90% and has fully unleashed its heart-breaking attribute. If it were placed in ancient China, it would be the era of weapons.
This shot was invincible.
Taking the enemy general's head from among thousands of soldiers is as easy as taking something from a bag.
Sweep away the enemy. Rumble.
The next moment, the spear in Yi Fan's hand changed from stabbing to sweeping. It was so powerful and heavy that it even had a faint rumbling sound. It was as if dark clouds were covering the city and thunder was rolling.
The shadow that was engulfed swept across like a mountain.
It is conceivable that if this spearmanship skill were to be used in a group battle, anyone who was touched or scratched would suffer at best broken bones and tendons, or at worst, die instantly.
Perfection, the state of perfection.
If this boy hadn't practiced this spear technique before, his comprehension would be nothing short of monstrous. The excited and surprised voice in front came from Instructor Wuxie. His face was full of excitement, if it weren't for the inappropriate occasion.
He was about to dance with joy.
The following evaluation came from Yin Shanyu, the master of the Xingqian Martial Hall in Linjiang City.
Within half an hour, I want all the information about Yi Fan.
Yin Shanyu's eyes sparkled as he spoke to the people behind him.
Yes, Palace Master. A voice responded.
As for Bai Nuli's uncle and nephew, their expressions were very ugly.
There is only one word in my heart, that is, nest. They simply couldn't believe it. It's time for the assessment.
Time passed, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, a system prompt sounded in the third level space.
Examinee, Jinlian.
Flowing Shadow Sword Technique, entry level.
Rating, pass. Examiner, Yi Fan.
Peerless Overlord Spear, perfect.
Rating, perfect.
Then, the system evaluated Yi Fan and Jinlian, who participated in the third level assessment.
What, perfect? Rating, perfect. No, that's impossible. Is the evaluation wrong?
Half an hour ago, Jinlian was still paying attention to Yifan's level of comprehension. However, when I saw Yifan still working hard to get started, Jinlian completely focused her mind and immersed herself completely in the comprehension of her own swordsmanship. Although he did not achieve any success in swordsmanship, the system reported that Yifan had actually cultivated the spiritual level spearmanship to perfection.
Even a perfect rating? This made Jinlian stunned at first, and then she couldn't believe it at all. Attention, Examiner Jinlian.
The comprehension evaluation is a comprehensive score given by the system combined with the senior management of the Star Martial Hall.
If you dare to question it again, you will be disqualified from the evaluation.
A cold, mechanical voice gave a direct warning.
This moment, Jinlian even felt a powerful pressure enveloping her.
This even caused a layer of fine, fragrant sweat to seep out of her fair forehead.
Yifan, what kind of magic did you use? Explain it quickly, you must have cheated. Jinlian's pretty face was full of jealousy and resentment. Humph, idiot. Yifan snorted coldly and didn't bother to pay attention to this ungrateful Jinlian. He turned around and walked out of the examination room. You dare to scold me? You must be feeling guilty.
Take my sword and I'll show you your true colors. Jinlian gritted her silver teeth, and the pair of short swords in her hands drew two beautiful sword flowers. Her figure flashed, like a flowing light and shadow, and stabbed towards Yifan.
Roar!
Fierce! Jinlian felt that the young man who turned around was like a awakened dragon, and stabbed out with a long spear. The powerful gun tip formed an air cone that pierced her skin and caused pain.
Ding, ding.
She raised her hand and swung her sword to block, but it only touched for a moment.
I felt as if I was holding a Tyrannosaurus Rex in my hand and couldn't hold it at all. Two daggers were thrown directly into the air. Jinlian was shocked.
This is definitely a crushing victory in terms of chi and blood value, martial arts skills, and martial arts combat skills.
Puff. Even the tip of the gun was still 10 centimeters away from Jinlian's eyebrows.
However, its delicate skin had already been torn into a bloody wound by the strong wind generated by the tip of the gun.
It is conceivable that if the two of them were to fight a life and death battle, just one shot, Jinlian has already died.
Jinlian's beautiful peach blossom eyes were full of disbelief. Yesterday, she was diagnosed with S-level spirituality, and instantly became a favored daughter of heaven admired by thousands of people. Her ambition grew, and she had long looked down on the Yi family members who had been kind to her over the years. A wise bird chooses the right tree to roost in. She and Yifan will be people from two different worlds.
But I never thought of it. In less than a day, Yifan's transformation became even more terrifying, like a giant dragon awakening. I won't kill you. I will return all that my Yi family has invested in you over the years. From now on, you and my Yi family are completely severing all ties. The boy's voice was cold and he turned and left. Only Jinlian was left lying limp on the ground. He has a clean background and is very hardworking and persevering. Such talent and understanding, what a great talent. When the palace master in Shanhua had the detailed information about Yifan, he was even more delighted. She likes Yifan more and more. Of course, Yifan's information also includes a description of the Golden Lotus. This made him very displeased with this ungrateful girl. When the martial hall cultivates talents, talent and potential are the most important considerations. Of course, there is another aspect that is equally important. That is the character of a warrior. Just imagine, even if you are a monster. If so, they will not be able to fight for China or the human race after being trained. Even surrender to the enemy. Then, there will be endless disasters. This kind of person would definitely be directly abandoned during the training and evaluation of the martial hall. Perhaps. If Yifan had not appeared today, the beautified Golden Lotus would have easily passed the martial hall assessment and obtained a training contract. However, Yifan's brilliance also illuminated the filthiness of the Golden Lotus. In the eyes of Yinshanyu Palace Master, Jinlian was directly eliminated. Old Wu, bring Yifan to my office to discuss the contract. Yinshanyu patted Wu Xia on the shoulder and said with admiration. Thank you, Palace Master. Wu Xia was overjoyed, and his words of thanks to the Palace Master were naturally a sincere thank you to Yinshanyu. Because, whether it was Yinshanyu or Wu Xia, he knew everything.
As long as Yi Fan grows up, his achievements will definitely far surpass Wu Xie. This opportunity to make contact and make friends in advance was given to Wu Xie, which was naturally a favor. May I ask, Palace Master, what level of training contract should we give Yi Fan? Wu Xie asked, breathing slightly faster. Level A, right? This is the highest level of authority I can give. Yin Shan Yu's voice came from a distance. Hearing this, Wu Xie's heart beat faster. A level training contract? They might not even get one in Linjiang City's Xingqian Martial Palace in a year, and today, he actually came across one. As for the uncle and nephew Bai Neely, they were completely dumbfounded. Bai Neely is even more heartbroken. It can be foreseen that Wu Xie's promotion this year is almost certain, as he will be recommended to be an A-level contract genius for training. Moreover, he will also lose a valuable treasure. In the future, you may have to face Wu Xie's troubles. Life is long and full of hardships. Yi Fan, come. As soon as Yi Fan walked out, he saw instructor Wu Xie coming towards him enthusiastically. Seeing the other party's enthusiasm, Yi Fan's heart moved. It seemed that there was a chance. Although he seemed calm on the surface, in fact, the boy was ecstatic inside. In the end, what kind of training contract can I get? Chapter 9, Martial Hall Points, Diamond Privileges. Student, meet Instructor Wu. Yi Fan said respectfully. In fact, this was only the second time Yi Fan and Instructor Wu met. However, he was grateful to Instructor Wu. After all, Instructor Wu definitely played a key role as a guide in enabling him to successfully enter the Star Martial Hall and take the test this time. Well. Instructor Wu smiled even more happily when he heard Yi Fan's address. Naturally, he also keenly noticed the change in Yi Fan's address, and at this moment, he began to treat Yi Fan as his student. Yi Fan, come with me. After my recommendation, the Yin Palace Master of our Jianghuai City branch wants to see you. Instructor Wu smiled. Palace Master? Hearing this, even though Yi Fan was prepared, he couldn't help but be shocked. You know, the master of the Xingqian Martial Palace. Even if he is the master of a branch hall, for Yi Fan, he is definitely a big shot that he can only see on the news. Yes, your performance was good. It caught the attention of the Palace Master. Instructor Wu said as he led the way. Yi Fan followed closely behind Instructor Wu. Thank you, Instructor Wu, for your guidance. I will never forget it. Yi Fan said sincerely. Indeed. Yesterday, he was kicked out of the Jiangnan Martial Arts University trial camp, and his childhood sweetheart Jinlian betrayed him, and his father was seriously injured and dying. It can be said that misfortunes never come singly, and it was one of the darkest lows in Yi Fan's life. However, the appearance of Instructor Wu undoubtedly gave Yi Fan new hope. Certainly. It is also crucial that he awakens the Sign-in Enlightenment System. This is Yi Fan's biggest secret. It also made Yi Fan realize it clearly. The path of martial arts is extremely cruel. Only strength is the hard truth. Ha, it's just a piece of cake. Obviously, Yi Fan expressed that he remembered Wu Xie's kindness, which made the latter feel very happy. What a good child who knows how to repay kindness. Yi Fan's performance was also very appropriate. No matter how many flaws there are, flattery will never fail. Also, you don't need to be nervous when you meet Palace Master Yin later. Be polite, but don't be overly humble. As for your contract training level, it will definitely surpass the E level I mentioned yesterday. Wu Xie pointed out. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes sparkled, full of anticipation. Because even an E-level training contract costs 600,000 Chinese yuan per year. If so, if it exceeds E-level, how much would it cost? Wouldn't that mean my father's medical expenses would be solved? Another thing is that the path of martial arts is a gold-eating cave. Sufficient funds can make Yi Fan's cultivation speed soar. Just as Yi Fan's thoughts were in a state of confusion, under the guidance of Instructor Wu, the two of them soon arrived at the top floor of the Starry Martial Hall. Here, there is an extremely large office. Dong dong dong. Instructor Wu went to knock on the door. Come in. A gentle voice came from inside, sounding very young. Yi Fan followed Instructor Wu and walked into the office of Palace Master Yin Shanyue. As soon as he entered Yin Shanyue's office, Yi Fan was attracted by the space and functional divisions here. There are many partitions including training rooms, reception rooms, lounges, etc. This is the cultivation space of his dreams. However, such a multifunctional partition is definitely of terrifying value. As for the Inshanyu Palace Master, he looked to be in his 20s, with a buzz cut, and looked sturdy and capable. It was really hard for him to imagine that Inshanyu, who looked like just a college student, had actually become a big shot at the level of a palace master. Inshanyu, the chi and blood value exceeds the current detection limit. A message appeared on the virtual panel in front of me. Yi Fan couldn't help but shudder. In other words, the hall master in front of him, who looked to be only in his early 20s, had definitely surpassed the Lingxi realm. A terrifyingly powerful person who has reached the galaxy realm, or even the mountain and sea realm. While Yi Fan was looking at him, Inshanyu's attention was all on Yi Fan. Even though the chi and blood power isn't strong, it gives me a sense of dominance and tyranny. It's like a raging sea brewing beneath the calm surface of a lake. It must be a terrifying bloodline constitution. The more Yinshan felt, the more surprised he felt. Wuxia, Yi Fan, please sit down. Palace Master Yinshanyu chuckled. Seeing this, Wuxia smacked his lips. Because, at this moment, Yinshan Mountain makes people feel like they are bathed in spring breeze. However, he knew that this palace master was definitely a powerful and cunning man. And the reason I am treated like this is all thanks to this little guy by my side. Thank you, Palace Master. Thank you, Palace Master. Yi Fan followed instructor Wuxia and thanked him respectfully. Yi Fan, what do you think of my Xingqian martial palace? As if chatting about family matters, Inshanyu went straight to the point without even coming up. He also wanted to see Yi Fan's recognition of the Starry Martial Palace and his sense of belonging. Palace Master, the Starry Sky Martial Palace, the Candlelight Martial Palace, and the Thunderbolt Martial Palace are the three most powerful martial arts palaces of the human race in the starry sky. They are the martial arts holy lands that countless human warriors dream of. Among them, the Xingqian Martial Palace, as a martial arts force founded by the strongest person of our human race, Palace Master Long, has always been the place I most yearn for. If I am lucky enough to join the Star Martial Palace, it will be the most shining medal in my martial arts journey, and it will also become my inexhaustible motivation to pursue martial arts. One day, when I, Yi Fan, have enough ability, I will definitely practice the purpose of the Star Martial Hall, defend the prosperity of the human race with my blood. Yi Fan said in a strong voice. Good. Upon hearing this, Yinshan became more amazed. Even Wuxia looked at Yi Fan in surprise. This kid is a talented person. Come prepared, definitely not improvise. Even though he knew that Yi Fan had prepared these words long ago, listening to them still made his blood boil. Being young is good. Inshanyu was also very satisfied with Yi Fan. Possessing a special bloodline constitution, he is extremely intelligent, hardworking, and values friendship and loyalty. Yi Fan, in view of your performance, I, Inshanyu, as the master of the Linjiang City Xingqian Martial Hall, intend to sign a Xingqian Martial Hall A-level training plan with you. Are you willing? Inshanyu said. Fortunately, such a talent was discovered early. If they were discovered by the Candlelight Martial Palace or the Thunder Martial Palace, that is bound to trigger a fierce competition. A level training program? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was also stunned. Before this, instructor Wuxia had already given him the go-ahead. This time, what he signed with the Xingqian Martial Palace was not an E-level training program, but he never expected that it would be an A-level one. Yi Fan, the A-level training program is the highest training program that the Yin Palace Master can give you. This includes 20 million Chinese yuan per year, 40 million martial hall points, and diamond-level privileges. Instructor Wuxia explained. His eyes were full of envy when he looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was also shocked. 20 million Chinese yuan. This is too exaggerated. For him, it is simply an astronomical figure. Not to mention he had never seen it, he had never even thought of such a terrifying number. As for the martial hall points, and that diamond privilege? It seemed that instructor Wuxia saw Yi Fan's doubts. He explained, you are very clear about the Huaxia currency. As for the martial arts points and diamond privileges, I will explain them to you. Chapter 10, Make a lot of money, eat and take away. You can think of the so-called Martial Palace points as the currency circulating within the Star Martial Palace. Using Martial Hall points, you can purchase various resources exclusive to the Martial Hall. For example, various training supplies, weapons, protective clothing, etc., and even guidance from famous teachers and the issuance of tasks. Instructor Wu explained. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded. These Martial Hall points should be the exclusive consumption channel provided by the Martial Hall to warriors. These are some items and services that are exclusive to warriors in martial arts halls and are not sold to the public. Only by becoming a member of the martial hall can you enjoy it. In this way, it should be easier to establish the connection between warriors and the martial palace, and increase the warrior's sense of belonging to the martial palace. Later, after signing the contract, you will be able to connect to the new Star Martial Arts Alliance website. You can check the page on the Star Martial Hall. Instructor Wu continued. Well, Yi Fan, add me on Wuxin. I will send you the training contract. At this moment, Yin Shangyue said. Instructor Wu Xie took a glance and his pupils shrank immediately. Because he saw it clearly. What Palace Master Yin Shangyue opened turned out to be his own private message. This also shows that Yin Shangyue attaches great importance to Yi Fan and is optimistic about the future. Well, it seems that I have picked up a great treasure. Then, I am afraid that it won't be long before I have to rely on this little guy. Hey, hold on tight to this thigh. Wu Xie stood with his hands behind his back, but his mind was full of thoughts. Yi Fan naturally didn't know what Instructor Wu Xie was thinking. Buzz. After a slight vibration, Yi Fan found that he had successfully added the contact information of the Palace Master Yin Shangyue. This is my personal account. If you have any questions in the future, you can contact me directly. Yin Shangyue chuckled. He looked like an older brother, warm and gentle. Okay, thank you, Palace Master. Yi Fan was respectful, with an appropriate expression of gratitude on his face. As the branch master of the Xingchen Martial Hall in Jianghuai City, Yin Shangyue must have a work number. And asking him to add his personal contact information was undoubtedly a gesture of goodwill towards him. Yin Shangyue was very satisfied with Yi Fan's performance, neither humble nor arrogant. Moreover, judging from the other person's expression, he truly understood his intention. Just a little more gentle movement of your fingers. Yi Fan's warrior watch trembled again. A file appears. Xingchen Martial Hall, a level training program contract. When Yi Fan saw the contract, he was extremely excited. The Xingchen Martial Hall was founded by Senior Long Zhentian, the strongest man in China and also the strongest man in the human race. One of the responsibilities is to discover and cultivate warriors with potential. After all, martial arts is a gold-devouring cave. A warrior like Yi Fan, who comes from an ordinary family, will definitely have a hard time if he does not have strong resource support. Moreover, the Xingchen Martial Palace trains warriors without imposing overly strict restrictions on them. Its training model is relatively relaxed. The three pillars of the military and martial arts university do not conflict with each other. Especially for someone like Yi Fan, he can still apply to the martial arts university. After studying at the martial arts university, you can choose to join the army after graduation, or, if you are strong enough, you can enter the Star Martial Hall to serve. However, the Star Martial Hall provides various resources to help, and if Yi Fan encounters some tasks in the Martial Hall, he will naturally participate. Yi Fan read the terms and conditions carefully and was very satisfied. Especially look more carefully at the funding amount, martial arts hall points, and rights. 20 million Chinese yuan will be deposited into Yi Fan's account in 4 installments every year. The points earned in the martial hall are directly credited to the account. As for the rights and interests clauses, they were written in even greater detail, causing Yi Fan to feel a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Let me continue to help you interpret the diamond level benefits. Instructor Wu Xie observed Yi Fan's expression and said with a smile. In our martial hall, warriors' rights are divided into 7 levels: bronze, gold, diamond, star, king, glory, and legend. And your diamond level benefits are second only to those of the Yin Palace Master. Among them, the main rights include various permissions within the Star Martial Palace network space. Compared with the bronze and gold levels, it is much higher. In fact, it is higher than mine. For example, you can purchase items, check important information, participate in Star Network battles, etc. In addition to this, you can mobilize any local level warrior team to carry out a mission for you every year. There is another privilege, that is, your relatives can obtain a villa of less than 1,000 square meters, with defense comparable to that of Jiangnan Wuda. Your brothers and sisters can also obtain certain training rights in the Star Martial Hall. When Instructor Wu Xie finished saying this, Yi Fan was really moved. After all, his original intention in pursuing martial arts was not really to continue and prosper the fire of human civilization. Instead, it is truly for the purpose of improving the living conditions of my family. Now, spiritual energy has revived and strange beasts are rampant inside. Once upon a time, many places where humans lived have become wastelands and paradises for strange beasts to run rampant. That is, Yifan's hometown, a small place called Jiangning City, is also divided into inner and outer cities. The outer city area is relatively weak in terms of technology, weapons, warriors, etc. Once the strange beasts attack, or a beast tide breaks out, outer suburbs will undoubtedly bear the brunt of the impact. This has also been Yifan's mother's long-cherished wish over the years, that is, to buy a house in the inner city of Jiangning City. Of course, not to mention Yifan's family's training, he and Jinlian, two warriors who embarked on the path of martial arts, were already stretched to the limit. He also has a younger sister, Lin Ling, who is about to start learning martial arts.
Even if parents work hard, they don't have the spare money to buy a house in the inner city.
What's more, houses in the inner city require some connections and resources to be successfully purchased.
Today, Yifan just needs to sign this contract. Then, my mother's long-cherished wish will come true. How could Yifan not be excited and happy?
Moreover, his younger sister will also receive some training from the martial palace, which completely eliminates all of Yifan's worries about pursuing martial arts. At this time, Yifan looked at the contract carefully and found that the description was indeed detailed enough. Swish, swish, swish. At this point, Yifan no longer had any concerns. He directly wrote his name on the training contract and printed his fingerprints on the signature area.
Good, the contract was signed successfully.
Yifan, congratulations on becoming a member of my Xingqian Martial Hall. I hope you will not forget your mission, work hard to cultivate, and fight to keep the flame of human civilization alive and defend the prosperity of humanity. Yin Shangyue stood up and shook hands with Yifan with a smile. Buzz. Almost at the same time, Yifan's warrior watch vibrated slightly. His pupils narrowed because this was a message from his bank account.
Income, 5 million.
It was as if I was dreaming. Palace Master, if there is nothing else, Yifan will take his leave.
My father was injured by a strange beast.
I must rush back to Jiangning as soon as possible. Just now, Yifan seemed calm, but in fact, his heart was burning with anxiety. After all, his father was lying in the hospital bed, waiting for his life-saving money.
Oh? There's such a thing?
Yifan, you don't have to worry.
I have a special aircraft. To celebrate your joining the Martial Palace, you can take it back. It will take less than an hour from here to Jiangning.
The Palace Master went to Yin Shangyue Dao.
Thank you, Palace Master. Yifan was overjoyed.
Jianghuai City is about 1,000 kilometers away from Jiangning, and it takes more than 3 hours even by high-speed rail.
There is no doubt that Palace Master Yin Shanyu's aircraft is much faster. I've seen you use a spear, and this is a spiritual level spear. I'm giving it to you as a meeting gift. Go out and wait for a moment.
I'll prepare the aircraft and take you there later.
Yin Shanyu said. This, Palace Master. Here, it's just a little treat. I don't like to be dawdling.
Yin Shanyu threw it to Yifan. Yifan bowed in gratitude and turned to leave. Congratulations, Instructor Wu, for discovering a new talent for the Star Martial Hall this time.
Next, you have several rewards to choose from. Chapter 11 Wu Xie's Choice, Returning to Jiangning. Oh? A few choices? Wu Xie's heart moved. At the beginning, what he had been thinking about was to become the instructor director of this Star Martial Hall. And this time, Yifan appeared. It was a big surprise, and indeed, it helped him change his fate. Otherwise, with the appearance of Jinlian, by newly becoming the supervisor would almost be a foregone conclusion. That is, considering your performance, you can be directly promoted to the position of head of our branch hall. Upon hearing this, Wu Xia was very excited. Done. At the same time, he was also very grateful to Yifan. 2. If you don't want to be in management, focus on teaching. Your authority will be directly upgraded to diamond level. At the same time, your salary bonus will be directly doubled, and you will be promoted to gold medal instructor. Gold medal instructor. In order to encourage healthy competition among the instructors, Yinshanyu Palace Master divided them into bronze, silver, and gold medal instructors. If you are promoted to a gold medal instructor, both your resources and reputation will be greatly improved. And if he is promoted to gold medal instructor, then he will become the only gold medal instructor in the Xingqian Martial Hall in Jianghuai City. 3. The Xingqian Martial Hall office in Jiangning City is in need of a captain. Once you arrive there, you will be the top manager.
However, Jiangning City seems to be in turmoil recently. If you go there, you might encounter some minor troubles. The Yinshan Mountains are quite straightforward. Generally speaking, people go to high places and water flows to low places. Zhanhui City is the largest prefecture-level city in Jiangnan Province besides the provincial capital. The level is higher than that of Jiangning City, a county-level city. It sounds like going to Jiangning City is not a promotion, but a demotion. However, since the palace master Yin Shanyue was able to bring it up, then there must be a reason for it. By the way, Yi Fan's home is in Jiangning City. His parents and sister were all there. Wu Xia took a deep breath. He knew that this might be a big gamble for his future. If the bet is right, if Yi Fan succeeds, his family will also prosper. If he made a wrong bet, he would probably have to waste the rest of his life in Jiangning City. After a while, Palace Master, I choose to go to Jiangning City, Wu Xia said firmly. Hearing this, Yin Shanyue stood up and looked at Wu Xia, whose temples were covered with white hair, and said, Wu Xia, you are very smart. However, opportunity and luck are also important. In this case, I can only wish you good luck. You can drive my aircraft and return to Jiangning with Yi Fan. I will immediately pass the transfer order to the Jiangning office. Yin Shanyue looked at Wu Xia deeply and said, Thank you, Palace Master. Wu Xia clasped his fists, turned around and left. Old Wu, I hope neither you nor I have made a mistake. Yin Shanyue whispered softly. Yi Fan left the office of Palace Master Yin Shanyue and went to the Xingshan Martial Palace network space. His information was immediately successfully registered in the Xingshan Martial Palace. Led by a sweet-looking young lady, Yi Fan came to a martial arts room. Holding a bright silver spear with a red tassel, Yi Fan began to practice his spear skills. What he was practicing was none other than the spiritual level martial art, the Peerless Overlord Spear, which had already elevated his spearmanship to perfection by adding 3 enlightenment points. Indestructible. Sweep away the enemy. The spear is like a dragon, with the properties of breaking through hard objects and sinking force. This makes Yi Fan's gun skills look extremely spectacular and lethal. While becoming familiar with the silver red tassel spear, Yi Fan also felt that his spiritual level martial arts at the perfect level were becoming more and more proficient. There was even a subtle connection between the spearmanship, the silver spear, and the arm. This kind of connection actually feels a bit like blood is thicker than water, as easy as using one's own arm. And Yi Fan's martial arts skills, gun skills and boxing skills have all reached the first level 99%. Just a little bit more and you can break through to the second level. Yi Fan knew that this was a slow process and he couldn't be impatient. However, he had something on his mind after all, so after practicing the spear technique for a while, Yi Fan stopped. Just then, I saw instructor Wu Xia walking over. Yi Fan, pack up, let's go back to Jiangning. On the way over, Wu Xia saw that Yi Fan was using this little time to practice. I became more determined in my inner thoughts. Us? Yi Fan was naturally happy to hear that he would meet Jiangning. However, when he heard what instructor Wu Xia said, it seemed that he wanted to go back with him. Well, I've been appointed as the captain of the Xingshan Martial Hall's Jiangning office. I'm going to take up the post today, so it's just right that I'm with you. Wu Xia laughed. Okay, congratulations, instructor Wu Xia. Yi Fan congratulated with a smile. Wu Xia also smiled and glanced at Yi Fan. I thought to myself, whether you are worthy of congratulations depends on you, kid. Soon, Yi Fan, led by instructor Wu Xia, arrived at the helipad of the Star Martial Hall. A very sci-fi aircraft with a streamlined fighter plane shape appeared in front of the two. It was exactly the flying vehicle of Palace Master Yin Shanyue. Its appearance is handsome and cool, which makes Yi Fan very envious. This is a flying machine provided by the Star Martial Palace. If you work hard, you will get one in the future. I believe in you. Wu Xia's eyes flickered with anticipation. Yi Fan was also very motivated. If he used this as his car, it would be a shame. Boom, boom. The detonation engine roared, and Yi Fan and instructor Wu Xia took off directly into the air. At the same time, inside a large, luxuriously decorated room. Uncle, what's going on? Bai Mufeng saw Bai Neely, who had just finished the call, and asked hurriedly. Yi Fan and Xingshan Martial Hall signed an A-level training program contract. He was even given diamond-level privileges. It's best to avoid him when you see him next time. Bai Neely looked unhappy. He glanced at Bai Mufeng and gave him a warning. What made him even more painful was that one of his treasures that could help him break through the realm was won away by Wu Xie. Hateful. Hearing this, a strong sense of jealousy rose in by Mufeng's heart. He only obtained a D-level training contract with the Star Martial Hall, and his rights and interests were only at the bronze level. He is a celebrity in Jianghuai City, but today, he was completely surpassed by a country bumpkin? Even. At this moment, the look in his eyes as he looked at the golden lotus contained a hint of hatred. He suspected that this woman had deceived him. Obviously. Upon hearing the news, Jinlian was also shocked, and her tender cherry lips opened wide. She really couldn't imagine why Yi Fan, who had practiced like a stubborn bull and couldn't even awaken his spirituality, could soar into the sky. Suddenly, she noticed by Mufeng's gaze and her heart immediately trembled. Brother Mufeng, no matter what, in my heart you are better than Yi Fan. As a pure and lustful girl, Jinlian quickly straightened her stance. At the same time, Peach Blossom Water eyes flickered. He was weighing in his mind the value of Bai Mufeng. Well, why wouldn't I believe you? Bai Mufeng smiled. Jinlian has awakened S-level spirituality and her talent is outstanding no matter what. In his mind, he had already imagined that Jinlian would become the Bai family's reproductive tool and give birth to a dozen or 20 children for him. Bai Mufeng wants to open a separate page for the family tree. A man and a woman, each with their own thoughts. Wu Xia went to Jiangning City. I wonder if there's any news about this year's supervisor. Bai Nili was worried, thinking that he had lost more than he gained. Whoosh! The aircraft tore through the air at an extremely fast speed. Inside, Yi Fan and the other person were not affected at all. Jiangning, we're here. Seeing the continuous buildings below, Yi Fan felt even more timid as he approached home. Dad, wait for me. Chapter 12, Disease, Privileged Purchase, Ice and Fire Glazed Fruit. Laugh. A sharp white air wave formed at the front of the aircraft. Air Defense System verification successful, Your Excellency, Star Martial Hall, you are allowed to enter. A voice came from the front of the aircraft. Click. Just like a door opening, a crack appeared in Jiangning City's defense system. Whoosh. The aircraft appeared directly above Jiangning City like a flash of lightning. Beep, beep, beep. After putting on the latest warrior watch allocated to Yi Fan by the Martial Palace, Yi Fan called his mother Lan Suifang. Xiao Fan. Lan Suifang answered the phone and found that her mother looked even more haggard after not seeing her for less than a day. Mom, I'm here. Which hospital are you at? Yi Fan went straight to the point. Xiao Fan, your father and I are in the critical care ward in Area D of Jiangning City First Hospital. Mother Lan Suifang said. She did not ask Yi Fan about the boast he made last night about taking out 500,000 Chinese yuan. Because, in her opinion, this was almost impossible for her son who had just embarked on the path of martial arts. She only hoped that Yi Fan could come back as soon as possible to see his father. Okay, Mom, I'll be there soon. Yi Fan hung up the phone directly. Instructor Wu said nothing, and the aircraft directly cut through the void. In just over 10 breaths, it appeared above Jiangning City First Hospital. Yi Fan, I'm going to the Xingqian Martial Hall office in Jiangning City to handle my appointment first. I'll come to see your father later. During this period, if there is anything urgent, please contact me directly. Instructor Wu Xie said. Okay, thank you, Instructor Wu. Yi Fan bowed slightly, turned around, and walked out of the aircraft. Wu Xie piloted the aircraft and took off directly into the air, flying towards the Jiangning office of the Xingqian Martial Hall. Who is this? He actually came down from that aircraft. He must be some big shot from somewhere. Hiss. I've seen this aircraft on TV. It must be the vehicle of some martial arts master. A young man got out. This guy is really tall and looks very strong. Maybe he's a genius from some martial arts school. As soon as he appeared, there was a burst of discussion around Yi Fan. I don't know if it's my illusion. Yi Fan could vaguely feel that someone seemed to be spying on him in the dark. However, now all his thoughts are on his seriously ill father. Call. His body and mind turned into a stream of light and ran away at a rapid speed. Now, Yi Fan's blood and chi value is as high as 225 plus, which allows his speed to reach 25 ms, which is far beyond that of ordinary people. From the intensive care unit, wailing sounds could be heard from time to time. Whether it is a serious illness or like his father, injured by a strange beast. In short, everyone who comes here is suffering from illness.
The atmosphere here also makes people feel desolate and depressed.
Yifan walked through the crowd and finally found his mother Lan Suifang.
Mom! Xiao Fan!
Seeing her son come back, Lan Suifang finally couldn't help it and threw herself into Yifan's arms and wiped her tears.
After all,
both of Lan Suifang's parents were ordinary people, and the death of her father Yijun was like the sky falling for her. Come to think of it, these past few days, I have not only been physically exhausted, but the mental pressure has also reached its extreme.
Mom, don't cry. I have 500,000 yuan. Please treat my dad's illness quickly.
Yifan patted his mother's back gently. There was disbelief, surprise, and worry on Lan Suifang's haggard face. Until Yifan showed his mother the training contract he signed with Xingshan Martial Hall, and successfully paid the medical expenses of 500,000. A glimmer of hope appeared in Lan Suifang's eyes.
My eldest son has made it big. He has made it big. Lan Suifang was crying and laughing.
At this moment, she really felt that her tall son had gradually become another pillar of the family. After the medical expenses were received, the hospital immediately began to organize medical resources to give Yijun a comprehensive examination in preparation for the subsequent treatment. Yifan also looked at his father just now. The father who used to be as tall as a mountain now looked haggard, which made Yifan feel distressed.
But Yifan didn't show any emotion.
He bought food for his mother and comforted her.
Who are Yijun's family members?
Soon, a doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white coat walked out with a serious expression, followed by several medical staff.
I am. Upon hearing this, Lan Suifang quickly went forward to meet him. You must be Yijun's lover, Lan Suifang. You must be prepared. Yijun's condition has changed. Hearing this, Lan Suifang and Yifan's expressions changed. What's the meaning?
Yifan said in a deep voice. He obtained the 9-star dominant body, and now Yifan has entered the Lingxi realm. Standing there, revealing just a little bit of his presence, he gave the doctor and the medical staff behind him a feeling of oppression and danger as if they were facing a tiger.
Before, when we examined patient Yijun, we didn't discover a hidden exotic animal toxin.
The doctor said with a hint of caution.
Now, the world of high martial arts.
There are also some cases where the doctor-patient relationship is tense, and the other party suddenly attacks.
What toxin is this and how do I cure it?
Yifan frowned.
This is a deeply venomous ape toxin.
When it entangles with human flesh, it's very troublesome. I'm afraid our medical resources here are insufficient. Upon hearing this, the hope that Lan Suifang had just expressed was shattered again. His face was pale and his eyes were full of despair.
If Yifan hadn't supported her, Lan Suifang would probably have fallen down.
I'm a warrior trained under the Star Martial Hall's A-level program.
You've delayed my father's treatment. If anything happens to my father, I won't let it go.
Yifan said in a cold voice.
The Star Martial Palace trains Class A warriors?
Naturally, there were many patients and their families at the scene. However, they were still a little confused when they heard Yifan's words.
This tall young man was so arrogant that he even threatened Jiangning First Hospital. Who do you think you are? A strong man from the galaxy realm, or a big shot from the mountain and sea realm?
However, the attending doctor's face changed drastically when he heard this. With his identity and status, he can naturally get access to some of them. He naturally knew the rarity and potential of warriors in the Star Martial Hall's Class A training program.
Hey, if that's the case, there really is a chance.
The attending physician with gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his glasses with one hand and said, How do you say that? Yifan stared at him. If you can obtain an ice-fire-glazed fruit, combined with our treatment, your father's poison can be cured. The attending physician had not mentioned this plan before. That's because we almost couldn't pay the first 500,000 yuan in medical expenses. Not to mention being poisoned by a strange beast. To solve the problem, not only medical means are needed, but also some rare treasures from heaven and earth are needed to assist.
Ice and fire glazed fruit?
Yifan had never heard of this fruit. Immediately, the query started through the network. Enter the Xingho Martial Hall Mall, click on the Natural Resources column, and search for ice and fire glazed fruit. Swish. The page refreshes.
It really is.
Yifan was overjoyed. Moreover, it was clearly stated on it that only those with diamond-level privileges and above could purchase it. The value is 1 million Chinese yuan, or the same value of Starfire Marshall Hall points. Yi Fan didn't hesitate at all and clicked to buy. Fill in the address and select Deliver immediately. At this moment, he truly experienced the horror of the diamond-level privileges of the Star Marshall Hall.
Boom, boom, boom. In less than half an hour, a roar was heard over Jiangning First Hospital.
A group of guards dressed in warrior uniforms came down from it, carrying iron boxes, and quickly passed through the intensive care unit area and brought them to Yi Fan.
Yi Fan's fingerprint verification passed. Crack!
The silver safe opened, and inside appeared a fruit the size of an apricot, half fiery red and half icy.
It's really the ice and fire glazed fruit.
The doctor with gold-rimmed glasses exclaimed. There was reverence in the eyes that looked at Yi Fan. Surprise sounds were heard all around.
In that case, please treat my father quickly, Yi Fan said in a deep voice.
Okay, quick, immediately, arrange an operating bed right away. The attending doctor with gold-rimmed glasses did not hesitate and gave the order immediately.
Chapter 13, Flirting with Yi Ling? How dare you?
Even when Yi Jun was pushed into the operating room, Lan Suifan was still a little confused. The tall and handsome Yi Fan in front of her made her feel both familiar and unfamiliar.
Xiao Fan, am I dreaming now?
Lan Suifan asked carefully. I was afraid that everything happening before my eyes was just a dream. However, even if it was just a dream, Lan Suifan hoped that this dream would last longer. After all, if it is a dream, once you wake up, you will face the cruel and cold reality. From the return of her son to the payment of 500,000 yuan in medical expenses, and later, unexpectedly, fully armed warriors escorted a strange fruit to detoxify her husband Yi Jun.
All of this is so dreamy.
Her Xiaofan had only been away for more than half a year.
What exactly happened to him?
This child has suffered so much. As a mother, she was surprised and happy, but also felt sorry for Yi Fan because he must have suffered a lot outside.
Don't worry, Mom. This is all true. I will become even stronger in the future and give you, Dad, and my little sister a good life.
Yi Fan held his mother in his arms and said firmly. At this moment, he was extremely eager to become stronger. He truly experienced the privileges that come with being strong.
Only the strong can protect everything they cherish. By the way, Mom, where is my little sister Yi Ling? Why can't I see her? Yi Fan asked doubtfully.
Because, in Yi Fan's opinion, his father's injury was so serious.
With Yi Ling's personality, she will definitely stay here.
Your sister is taking the high school entrance exam this year. I concealed some of your father's illness and asked her to go back to school to review.
Lan Suifang said.
Soon, the attending doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses came out.
How's my dad?
Yi Fan asked his mother to rest, and he walked up to her and asked. Thanks to Brother Toy, your father's poison has been resolved and his injuries are basically stable.
All that remains is recuperation and recovery. Don't worry, I will do my best.
The attending physician smiled at Yi Fan. Obviously, through the incident of the ice and fire glazed fruit, he confirmed Yi Fan's status and position in the Starry Marshall Palace, and also wanted to make friends with Yi Fan.
Thank you, Doctor. Yi Fan said sincerely.
Seeing this, the doctor in gold-rimmed glasses smiled even more.
Very good.
Lan Suifan came closer again at some point, her eyes red and she was wiping away tears.
Mom, my dad has passed the critical period, this is good news. Don't wipe your tears, that's unlucky.
Yi Fan, who was in a good mood, was also joking.
Yes, okay.
Lan Suifan burst into laughter, and Yi Fan felt a little distressed by the simple appearance of this ordinary woman.
But some of the patients' families around looked at them with envy. There are very few people who can be admitted to the intensive care unit and then be cured and recover.
It's all because of that tall young man, he is so capable. Mom, my sister and the others are almost done with school, don't let her go to evening study.
I'll go pick her up. Yi Fan stood up. Today is a happy day and worth celebrating. Well, okay, be careful on the road.
Lan Suifan gave this instruction, and then she smiled again as she looked at her tall son leaving.
My son has become a warrior and is now able to protect the family from wind and rain.
But she still treated him as a child.
Jiangning No. 4 Middle School is one of the best junior high schools in Jiangning City.
My younger sister Yi Ling is very smart and works hard, and she was successfully admitted. Now, it is already the third year of junior high school. It was the time between afternoon school and evening self-study, and many students walked out of the school gate and went to the snack shops and food stalls on both sides of the street to buy food. Now, Yifan, who has reached the Lingxi realm and has a mental power of 15 points, has extremely sharp perception. Soon, a tall, fair-skinned, youthful girl with a ponytail was seen walking out of the school gate hand in hand with a girl, talking and laughing. Yifan showed a doting smile on his face and was about to call Yi Ling. Then, in the slanted alley, with a loud noise, a group of little yellow-haired kids rushed out like a floodgate. They immediately surrounded Yi Ling and the cute round-faced girl. The round-faced girl's face turned pale with fear. On the other hand, Yi Ling appeared to be much calmer, but in fact, the hand in her sleeve was trembling slightly. The 4 middle school students around were all shocked. However, faced with the yellow-haired man holding a dagger and making gestures, they all retreated. Yi Ling, what do you think about our boss's words? Become our boss's girlfriend, and I guarantee you'll have everything you need. The yellow-haired man in the lead looked Yi Ling up and down. I have to say, this little girl is like a bud about to bloom, exuding the breath of youth. Moreover, she is tall and has fair skin. Even through the school uniform, the little yellow-haired boy seemed to be able to see Yi Ling's long, straight white legs, which were enough to play with for a year. I cursed in my heart, dog boss, you are so lucky. Get lost, I don't have any feelings for Meng Chen, tell him to stop harassing me. Yi Ling said coldly, very rudely. Roll? Hee hee, ha, did you know that your father lost my eldest brother's treasure, which was worth 5 million? Now, he has been injured by a strange beast and is lying on the hospital bed, dying. My eldest brother said that your father is still short of 500,000 yuan for medical expenses. If you behave yourself and follow my boss, I'll pay you the 500,000. The little yellow-haired boy shouted. Upon hearing this, Yi Ling's face turned pale instantly. No wonder these days, I saw my mother going out early and coming back late, looking very haggard. It also smells like hospital disinfectant. It turns out that Dad was seriously injured. The little yellow-haired boy saw Yi Ling's shock and hesitation. Immediately, he became more and more proud. He said, my boss said that if you and your sister Jinlian serve him together, not only will the 5 million treasures be lost, but you won't have to pay compensation. Moreover, I will help your father cure his illness and let your family live in the inner city and lead a life of luxury. The little yellow-haired boy shouted arrogantly. Meng Chen? Yifan, who was already approaching, smelled a hint of conspiracy. Elder brother? Yifan is tall and has a majestic appearance. When she saw Yifan, Yi Ling cried out in surprise. Ha, little girl, you're trying to trick your brother Huangmao with such a despicable trick. The little yellow-haired boy sneered without even turning his head. You're teasing and threatening my sister. You're so bold. A cold voice sounded, as if it came from the judgment of fate. Suddenly, the little yellow-haired guy in the lead shuddered. At this moment, he felt like he was being stared at by a tiger. Slowly turn your head. Ah. But the next moment he let out a scream, and his mouth full of teeth mixed with blood and saliva flew off. His body was also whipped away like a top by that terrifying figure. A warrior, possibly even an entry-level warrior. Could it be that Yi Ling's brother has already entered the Lingxi realm? There were exclamations all around. Humph, you just stepped into the Lingxi realm and you dare to hit my people? Not far away, the door of a luxury car opened. Chapter 14, Jiangning Meng Clan? Warrior team moves out. The door of the luxury car opened. The voice coming from inside was even more arrogant and domineering. Jiang H.88888. This license plate number should belong to someone from the Meng group in Jiangning City. Could it be that the Meng Chen that little girl mentioned just now is the second son of the Jiangning Meng family? Meng S is a large conglomerate of my Jiangning clan. I heard that not only has his financial resources become increasingly strong over the years, he has also invested in many warriors, becoming the most powerful in Jiangning in terms of both financial and military power. Whose kid is this? If you mess with him, you'll probably end up in a terrible situation. The crowd that gradually gathered around exclaimed in amazement when they saw the license plate number clearly. When he looked at Yifan again, his expression was filled with gloating, sympathy, and sarcasm. Hey, what are you all standing there for? Come on. The little yellow-haired boy who was blown away looked like a dog bullying others. Immediately, he jumped up, pointed at his younger brother and gave orders in a lisp. Roll. Yifan let out a low roar, his energy sinking into his dantian, and his tongue fought with the spring thunder. Throw a punch.
Dong, 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 dong. Ah, 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 ah.
Just like hitting sandbags, the little yellow-haired kids who rushed forward flew back at a speed even faster than before. Many people even heard the sound of bones breaking.
Certainly.
This is the premise that Yifan did not dare to use the entry-level king-level martial arts Thanos King Fist.
Otherwise, each of his punches is enough to kill, or even smash a little yellow-haired boy to pieces. Of course, the yellow-haired leader was punched again by Yifan, and his body was thrown out like a kite with a broken string, and his life or death was unknown. Wow.
Yifan's strength also caused an exclamation. They didn't expect that the tall little guy in front of them would be so scary. To ordinary people, this level of strength is simply off the charts.
Linger, this is your brother?
The girl with the round face and big eyes who was hiding behind Yi Ling asked with a strange glint in her eyes.
Whom? Stop imagining it, you little bitch. My brother has a girlfriend.
Yi Ling nodded first and was also surprised. I didn't expect that after not seeing him for half a year, his brother had become so strong and powerful. Then, she saw the expression of the cute round-faced girl and pinched the tender flesh on her waist.
You silly girl, I treat you as my best friend and you want to be my sister-in-law. Boy, how brave. Boom.
A young man walked with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, and got out of a luxury car. The man with round eyes and dressed in martial arts clothes who was following him suddenly attacked him. Lulu, Chi and Blood Value 205 Spiritual Stream Realm, Level 2. In an instant, an illusory panel appeared in front of Yifan. Displayed on it was the message of the man with the ring eyes and the gait of a dragon and a tiger.
The second level of Lingxi Realm.
As he walked, the warrior robe on his body seemed to move without wind, and even made a sound of friction between metals. There seemed to be a yellow light condensing in the palm of his hand, emitting powerful fluctuations. When it opens and closes, it seems to be able to easily break monuments, split rocks, and break tendons and bones.
Thanos King Fist open up new territories.
Yifan knew that his younger sister Yi Ling was behind him and he had no way to escape.
Immediately,
the blood in his body boiled, and he directly used the king-level martial arts, the martial arts attached to the 9-star tyrant body, the Thanos King Fist.
Boom. With one punch, it's like an ancient emperor going to war, destroying all enemies. Bang.
There was a dull sound when the fists and palms collided, causing the onlookers around to cover their ears with a look of pain on their faces.
It's like a muffled thunder exploding in my ears. Crack.
Immediately, a clear sound of bone breaking was heard. I saw that Lulu, who was at the second level of Lingxi Realm and had just walked like a dragon and a tiger, was retreating with his hands covered. His face showed deep shock and pain. His low-grade spiritual martial arts were actually broken by a single punch from the boy opposite. However, the opponent's chi and blood value is clearly on par with mine. Surprisingly, he seriously injured himself with one punch. The strength of that physical body is simply terrifying. His palm was like a mortal body hitting golden iron, which could not be shaken, and the pain penetrated into the bone marrow. Second young master, your idea is very difficult and cannot be matched, Lulu said in a deep voice. The young man, Meng Chen, who was originally full of arrogance, was also shocked. He quickly retreated to the side of the luxury vehicle and looked at Yifan with a hint of ferocity. Boy, you dare to hit my people.
Remember, I, Meng Chen, said that you won't see tomorrow's sun. Although he is not big, he is extremely violent.
Meng Chen directly issued a death ultimatum to Yifan, who ruined Meng Chen's plans.
After all, in his opinion, compared with the Jiangning Meng family, this behemoth, Yifan, who had just entered the Lingxi realm, was just an ant. My dad's accident, is it related to you?
Yifan's eyes were sharp.
He ignored Meng Chen's threat and asked back. Humph, so what if it's me?
No woman I've ever set my sights on has ever escaped my grasp.
You're just innocent victims. Hand over Yi Ling and the Golden Lotus, then kneel down and kowtow. I might consider giving you a chance to live.
Meng Chen was not afraid at all and spoke arrogantly.
Second young master, be careful. Bang. Puff.
Meng Chen naturally didn't expect that even after he revealed his identity, Yifan would still dare to act rashly. Yifan's body is like a king coming, fierce and powerful.
Lulu stood directly in front of Meng Chen.
However, Yifan, who was like a tiger descending from the mountain, hit him with a punch, and his body flew backwards, with blood spurting out of his mouth.
Boy, you have the guts, wait.
This frightened Meng Chen so much that he uttered harsh words and fled immediately.
Han young man, you are in big trouble. Ah, the people of the Meng group are indeed arrogant, but what can we do if we don't like them? Why?
Yi Fan could not hear the discussions around him at all. Now, he only knows that his father's injury and the so-called lost treasure may have been a trap set by Meng Chen of the Meng family. Seriously, damn it.
Brother, how about I go to the Meng family to plead for mercy? You run away.
Yi Ling walked forward, looking at Yi Fan with her beautiful eyes slightly red, and pushed Yi Fan with her little hand, wanting him to leave. The hostility on Yi Fan's face disappeared. Instead, there was doting and heartache, and he said, "Now that I'm back, I will naturally protect you. Why would I let you stand in front of me?" Rubbed Yi Ling's little head. Immediately, Yi Fan dialed the number of the Jiangning office of the Xingqian Martial Hall through his warrior watch.
Hello, oh, it's Instructor Wu, no, it's Captain Wu. I'm Yi Fan, and I'm applying to use the diamond level privileges of the Martial Hall to mobilize a team of warriors. Yi Fan said. No matter what, he must demand revenge for what happened today. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Okay, sure, Yi Fan. Time and destination. On the opposite side, Captain Wu Xie was stunned for a moment. However, even through the warrior watch, one could feel Yi Fan's extremely suppressed anger. Now, target, Meng Group. Chapter 15, Meng was shocked, the silver spear came. Jiangning City, an oval-shaped building on the riverside. Although, this building is much smaller than the Xingqian Martial Hall in Jianghuai City. However, in Jiangning City, it is still a building complex with extremely avant-garde design, large area and complete functional facilities. And here is the Xingqian Martial Hall's Jiangning office. At this moment, there were 7 people in the team, all wearing black warrior combat uniforms. This combat uniform has extremely strong protective capabilities. Even a high-level warrior in the Lingxi realm would have to spend a lot of effort to break it. Moreover, everyone carries weapons, but they are mainly cold weapons. Because spiritual energy has revived, humans have embarked on an evolutionary frenzy. The physical fitness of the human race has undergone a huge leap. Some high-level warriors can easily withstand attacks from bullets and howitzers. There are even rumors that some powerful warriors can withstand nuclear weapons, which is terrifying. Not only that, some alloy weapons that have been developed and manufactured through high technology, when activated by high-level warriors, can even exert greater power than thermal weapons. Captain, the first squad has assembled. Squad leader, Long Feng. The one who is speaking is a stern man with a dark face and green stubble. He carries a sword that is almost as tall as a person on his back, and exudes a cold aura. This person is a 7th-grade strongman in the Lingxi realm, with a blood and chi value of over 1,000. Today, Captain Wu Xie airdropped in, and on the first day, he named the first team to go out on a mission. Okay, let's set off immediately. Location, Meng Group. Wu Xie's expression was stern as he gave the order directly. Yes. Long Feng responded loudly. Wow. The oval sky curtain opened, and a chariot appeared on the platform. Wu Xie went straight into the co-pilot cabin, while Captain Lang Feng and his team members quickly boarded the combat cabin at the back. Boom, boom. Flame jet. The tank took off directly into the air and shot towards its target, the Meng Group. Captain, let's go this time, shall we? Ordinary warriors all use cold weapons. The man in front of him took off his helmet, revealing a big bald head, and his body was wrapped with circles of bullets and other hot weapons. Not only that, this person speaks with a northeastern accent. Lang Feng glanced at him and said, according to what the captain said, there should be a warrior from our Xingqian Martial Hall who has activated the Diamond Level Authority. Diamond Level Authority. The warrior teams present were all shocked when they heard this. After all, they have basically reached the 3rd level or above in the Lingxi realm, but the warrior authority in the Xingqian Martial Hall is only at the bronze level. Only their captain Lang Feng has reached the gold level authority. As for the diamond level authority, I wonder if their airborne captain has achieved it. Oh my god, diamond level authority. This kind of person should be at least a galaxy level expert, right? Such a being, you want to mobilize our team, huh? The bald man asked doubtfully. Not just him. I heard that he is a diamond level privileged warrior, and he activated the team to execute the rites. Under normal circumstances, a galaxy realm warrior alone would be enough to sweep away their team. Wouldn't it be unnecessary to activate their team? Why so much nonsense? Just follow orders. Long Feng shouted coldly. Yes. Yes. Squeak! The leaves fell, and something seemed to flash by on them. Meng Group. It stands in the most prosperous CBD center of Jiangning City. At the top floor of the building, you can have a panoramic view of Jiangning City. At this moment, in the large flat with solid wood decoration on the top floor, Xiao Hui is really impressive. He actually awakened AB-level spirituality. Moreover, he has reached the second level of the spiritual stream realm. His martial arts skills also reached the peak of the first level. He successfully passed the Jiangnan Martial Arts University trial and was admitted to Jiangnan Martial Arts University in advance. Congratulations, Mr. Meng! An old man with white hair and youthful face, dressed in fine clothes, exclaimed in admiration. Ha, it's all thanks to Mr. Shin's good teaching. My son, you have lived up to expectations. The man with slicked back hair said with a smile. The excitement on his face could not be concealed. The youngest son was naughty and spent all his time in prostitution. He has to be his eldest son to be able to achieve great things. The young man called Meng Hui also looked very proud. Dad, help! Suddenly, the door of the office was pushed open. A young man who looked somewhat similar to Meng Hui ran in quickly. Behind him, Lulu was covering his hands with his hands, and the gauze wrapped around them was soaked with blood. Why are you yelling and screaming? The sky isn't falling. Meng Xiong shouted coldly. As soon as he saw his good-for-nothing son, he became furious. He had warned Meng Chen long ago that lust is like a sword hanging over your head, and if you are not careful, you will die in a woman's belly one day. But, as a dad, after all, this is his own son. Every time Meng Chen gets into trouble, he is the one who cleans up the mess. And it looks like this bastard is causing trouble outside again. Oh, okay. Meng Chen's face was full of grievance, but when he returned to the group, he completely let it go. He hated Yi Fan to the core. I wish I could just take old Shen back and kill that guy, skin him alive. Oh, brother is back too? Yes, it's Yi Fan from your grade. He injured Lulu and threatened to kill me. Meng Chen grumbled. Yi Fan? Meng Hui was also a little confused after hearing this. That good-for-nothing who only knows how to practice hard? Yesterday, because of his poor aptitude, he was kicked out of the Jiangnan Martial Arts University trial camp. How could he possibly hurt Lulu? Are you thinking about his sister again? Meng Hui only needed to think about it for a moment before he knew what stupid things his younger brother was doing. Alright, he's just an ordinary civilian. Let them pay for his medical expenses and show their sincerity in compensation. Let's just leave it at that. Meng Xiong waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, Mr. Meng, I will take care of it. That old man Shen said with a smile. Day. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Oh no, Boss Meng, oh no. From a distance, one of his men shouted. You're so flustered and impatient. What a disgrace. Meng Xiong said very displeasedly. Boss Meng, our Meng group has been surrounded by a team from the Xingshan Martial Hall. The visitor reported. What, the Star Martial Palace team? Meng Xiong was also shocked when he heard this. Suddenly, he looked at Meng Chen with eyes that seemed to want to eat him. No. It's not me, Dad. How dare I mess with someone from the Starry Martial Palace? Meng Chen was so scared that he broke out in a sweat and quickly denied it. Click. The surveillance video opens. On one screen, a tall young man appeared, holding a bright silver-red tasseled spear, walking in front with extraordinary momentum. Beside him were several warriors in combat uniforms. It looks murderous. Is this really Yi Fan? Meng Hui was also surprised. Impossible. Yi Fan's humble and pleading look yesterday and his killing like look today. It's like two completely different people. Chapter 16, The Dragon's Reverse Scale, anyone who touches it will die. Yes, it was this kid who injured Lulu. Meng Chen hated Yi Fan to the core. So, as soon as Yi Fan appeared, Meng Chen recognized him. Pa! Meng Chen was slapped directly, and he was sent spinning and knocked down. The corners of my mouth were cracked, my teeth were loose, and it hurt so much. Asshole, you still say it's not you. Behind him are the warriors from the Star Martial Hall. Meng Xiong roared. No wonder he was so angry. Although his Meng family is the dominant family in Jiangning City, it is not as important to China, Blue Star, or even the Starry Sky. The Star Martial Palace, which belongs to the Super Overlord, is like an ant. He can be crushed to death at any time. But, unfortunately, he died. Today, his son actually offended the Xingqian martial palace. He didn't know what the relationship between the boy named Yifan and the starry martial palace was. However, from the perspective of their stance, he could tell that this group of people was actually led by the tall young man. It's terrifying when you think about it. Quick, connect me to Captain Gu at the Jiangning office of the Candlelight Martial Hall. Meng Xiong gave the order directly. Wow. Soon, the holographic projection showed a man's figure. However, it was a little blurry and I couldn't see the face clearly. Captain Gu, this team of warriors from the Star Martial Hall broke into our Meng headquarters. Meng Xiong and Captain Gu of the Candlelight Martial Hall have a good relationship. Over the years, he has given each other many treasures. This is also one of the important reasons why their Meng family can grow and develop rapidly. Boss Meng, you've messed with the wrong person this time. According to my information, the other party is a diamond-level warrior who has activated the summoning team privilege. My advice is, sacrifice the rook to save the king. The blurry figure said. After saying that, he hung up the call directly. The entire Meng group was in shock and silence. Even Mr. Shin, who had been so calm and confident just now slowed down his breathing to the extreme. Number 4, take your position. Number 5, take your position. Number 6, take your position. Gunpowder ready. The voice of the Star Martial Hall team rang out from the headset. The 3 teen warriors, number 4, 5, and 6, directly blocked the exit of the Meng group. On the platform in the distance, a bald man named Huayao, his body wrapped in hot weapons, was lying on the top of a tall building. Anyone from the Meng group who wants to escape is within his shooting range. Certainly. His bullets were not ordinary bullets, but high-tech weapons that could cause damage to high-level warriors in the Lingxi realm. Specially developed for alien beasts and even human rebels. Amazing power. Hey, guys. You said that kid is a warrior with diamond-level rights? Didn't he just enter the Lingxi realm? How did he do that? Apart from being a little tall, there doesn't seem to be anything special about him. Could it be that he is the illegitimate son of some big boss in the Xingqian martial palace? Gunpowder said into the headset. That's not something we know about. It's possible that this kid is extremely talented and has signed a high-level training contract with the martial palace. Number 4 said. It doesn't look that good. It seems like this time, they summoned our warrior team to settle a personal grudge, TSK. Number 6 was a female voice, and she was also a little unhappy. Sizzle. Number 5 hadn't gotten a word in yet. In an instant, a harsh noise rang out in their earphones. Naturally, it was Captain Lang Feng who took action. Everyone should do their job and stop gossiping. From inside, the Captain Long Feng's scolding voice was heard. Yes. Dad, you have to save me. I don't want to die yet. Meng Chen was speechless and fell at Meng Xiong's feet, crying and sobbing. Idiot, why don't you tell me the whole story? Meng Xiong wanted to kick Meng Chen to death. Meng Chen didn't dare to hide anything and told everything. The more he listened, the darker Meng Xiong's face became. This kid is really bold and daring now. He almost killed the man's father and used this as a threat to snatch the 2 women from the Yi family. Meng Hui looked at his lustful brother as if he were a dead person. If so, Dad knew that the Golden Lotus had awakened its S-level spirituality. I'm afraid my dad can kill him with just one slap. Dad, I'm responsible for all this. Let me run away. Meng Chen was extremely scared at this moment, he really didn't want to die. Disaster. Let's not talk about it for now. With the Star Martial Hall team out, there must be someone guarding the exit. Even if they're far away, there might be a warrior sniper ambushing us. Okay, kill them with one shot. Old Shin's eyes were dim, and he seemed to see a faint flash on the distant building. Yi Fan, holding a shiny silver spear, was followed by Captain Wu Xie and Team 1 Captain Lung Feng. There are also 2 warrior team members, number 1 and number 2. When the people in Meng's headquarters saw this group of people, they all gave way. Warrior. In China, they enjoy extremely high privileges. Because they are the guardians of human civilization, and like scientists, they are the backbone of the nation. Bite. On the 49th floor, the elevator arrived and the bell rang. Wow. The door opened and Yi Fan and others walked in. What caught my eye were Meng Xiong, Meng Hui, and Meng Chen.
Among them, Meng Xiong, the boss of the Meng group, sits in the main seat.
Meng Hui and Meng Chen stood on both sides.
Old Shin and the injured Lu Lu were in a protective posture, able to attack when advancing and defend when retreating. Especially that old man Shin, his hands hanging down were like two giant pythons.
You can attack at any time.
Moreover, it must be said that the fact that Meng Xiong was able to become a big boss in Jiangning City's economic community and the temperament of a superior that he had developed over the years was still very intimidating. Otherwise, an ordinary boy of 17 or 18 would definitely be timid when seeing it, and feel that his momentum was reduced by 3 points. In this way, you will fall into the inferior level. However, Yi Fan was determined to pursue martial arts, improve his family's life, and protect the people he cherished at a very young age. Judging from his willpower of 22 points, he definitely possesses a mentality far beyond his peers. In addition, he received the awakening of the 9-star overlord body. It also gradually changed Yi Fan's character, making him naturally have the aura of a dominant force. It can be said that the posture displayed by Meng Xiong had no effect on Yi Fan at all.
Swish! Pointing the bright silver spirit Meng Chen, Yi Fan said coldly, "Meng Chen, you caused my father to be seriously injured and dying, and used this to threaten my sister to be your plaything. If that really happened, it would probably kill my mother. Such a blood debt, how should it be settled?" Hearing this,
Wu Ste's eyes flashed with cold light. Since he came to Jiangning, he placed all his bets on Yi Fan.
Not far away, the second young master of the Meng family actually wanted to destroy Yi Fan's family. He really deserved to die.
Lang Feng, the captain of the first team with a dark face and green stubble. Hearing this, his whole body was like a cold sword drawn from its sheath. It made Mr. Shin feel his scalp tingling. Although his qi and blood values were similar to Lang Feng's, there was no doubt that he knew he would die in this life and death fight. According to Chinese law, anyone who attempts to coerce or harm the warriors of the 3 great martial halls or their families will be executed if the offense is serious.
Lang Feng said in a cold voice. Hearing this, Meng Chen was completely panicked. At this moment, he looked at Yi Fan in horror, and a sentence emerged in his mind. "If you touch the dragon's reverse scale, you will die." Chapter 17 Meng Chen dies and a beast tide breaks out. This moment, the Meng family is extremely certain.
Among this group of people, Yi Fan, who came from an ordinary family, seemed to have the most say. Because Meng Xiong had seen the captain of the Star Martial Hall before. Surprisingly, he firmly supports Yi Fan. Moreover, from the information revealed, it can be known that Yi Fan, the boy from the Yi family, has definitely joined the Xingqian Martial Palace.
Combined with the news from Captain Gu of the Jiangning office of the Candlelight Martial Hall, the one who unlocked the diamond-level authority of a warrior must be this young man with the silver spear.
A boy around 18 years old has obtained diamond-level authority in the Star Martial Palace, one of the 3 largest martial palaces in the world.
What does this mean?
It goes without saying.
As a top figure in Jiangning City, Meng Xiong knew that Yi Fan had already stood at the top of Jiangning City. You can only make friends, not offend.
Meng Xiong quickly made a decision in his heart. Yi Fan, my name is Meng Hui, and I'm also a student from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School participating in the Jiangnan Martial Arts University trial.
At this time, Meng Hui stood up.
I hope to get closer to Yi Fan through our classmate relationship.
What a coincidence, we meet again. Meng Hui suppressed his pride and previous prejudice against Yi Fan.
In just one day, Yi Fan's changes shocked him. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded. This Meng Hui is also one of the most prominent figures in the senior year of Jiangning No. 1 Middle School. He is handsome, talented, and has a strong background.
He is the Prince Charming pursued by many female classmates.
However, at the Jiangnan Martial Arts University trial camp, he still remembered that when he was at his lowest point, Meng Hui had mocked him.
That is the contempt and disdain of a person looking down on others.
Yi Fan might have resented Meng Hui in the past, but now Yi Fan's identity, vision, and pattern have changed. The way he looked at Meng Hui was as if he was looking at a junior.
I don't know, Yi Fan, how could you let my brother go?
Although Meng Hui felt very uncomfortable with the way Yi Fan looked at him.
However, he still said patiently.
No matter how naughty or how useless a person is, he cannot be helped.
However, Meng Chen is also Meng Hui's biological brother.
Hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in Meng Chen's eyes. He knew that he had really hit a wall this time.
Let him go? Let me ask you, what would you do if someone almost destroyed your family? Yi Fan sneered. But hasn't all this happened yet? Meng Hui argued sophistry.
Hearing this, Yifan laughed wildly. However, the next moment, his voice suddenly turned icy and cold. If I hadn't become a warrior of the Star Martial Hall, my family would probably be 10 times, 100 times more miserable. Thinking of this, Yifan was also extremely scared. This made him realize that in this world of high martial arts, strength is everything. He must become stronger to protect everything he cherishes. Meng Hui was also left speechless. Yes, if Yifan was still that kind of waste. So, the so-called fairness is just his whining. But now Yifan has returned with great strength. This matter, the rules, will be rewritten. Yifan, I want to make a bet with you, do you dare? Meng Hui, full of youthful vigor, said. Yifan looked at him coldly without saying anything. Then, let's have a duel. If I manage to win by a small margin, then please spare my brother's life. For the losses and damages caused to your family, I, the Meng family, am willing to make heavy compensation. After saying that, Meng Hui looked at Yifan provocatively. At their age, they are full of passion. Meng Xiong, who was sitting firmly at the top, looked at his eldest son with appreciation. As expected of him. Okay, you and I are classmates, I'll give you this opportunity. Yifan seemed not to see through Meng Hui's conspiracy. Lung Feng frowned slightly. However, when he glanced at the team leader Wu Xia, he saw that the latter had an indifferent expression, as if he was full of confidence in Yifan. Please. Bang. After saying that, a long stick appeared in Meng Hui's palm, and his aura was heavy. Meng Hui, Qi, and HP 198. In front of Yifan, Meng Hui's blood and energy value information instantly appeared. The Overlord Spear indestructible. Yifan did not hesitate at all, his spirit was as startled as a wild goose, and his gun shot out like a dragon. What terrifying martial arts proficiency and martial arts skills! Mr. Shen, who was standing with his hands hanging down, was immediately shocked. Meng Hui is considered half his disciple and has always been his pride. However, an expert can tell whether it is real or not with just one look. As soon as Yifan fired his gun, Mr. Shen's expression changed drastically. He knew that Meng Hui was definitely no match for the tall young man in front of him. The opponent's gun is so scary. Hey! As the person involved, Meng Hui only felt the all-round oppression when Yifan fired the gun. So scary. He had never experienced this with his peers. Was he really the loser who was kicked out of Jiangnan Martial Arts University a day ago? Clang. Even Meng Hui concentrated his energy on his dantian and switched from offense to defense. However, the long stick in his hand was directly knocked away by Yifan's gun. Even the palm of his hand where he was holding the stick cracked and blood splattered. One shot, defeat. Puff. Even his shoulder was pierced by a spear, his clothes were torn, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Lung Feng's eyes. This little brother named Yifan has terrible marksmanship. He could somewhat understand why he had obtained the diamond-level authority of the Star Martial Hall. Whenever Meng Chen saw his elder brother, he was defeated instantly. Immediately, I was greatly disappointed. Suddenly, he felt a strong wind coming. Faintly, he saw his father coming behind him. Hold on. Faintly, Meng Chen heard his father's voice. Puff. Ah. A dagger pierced directly into Meng Chen's back. Blood splattered and splashed on Meng Xiong's face, making his gloomy face look cruel and domineering. Meng Chen screamed and his body collapsed. Yifan was also shocked. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. This person is so cruel. Even Wu Xia looked at Meng Xiong deeply. This man is a hero. However, the next moment, Yifan moved. Laugh. With a thrust, the silver spear pierced directly through Meng Hui's heart. To prevent accidents, finish off the enemy. Seeing this scene, Lung Feng was slightly stunned, and then when he looked at Yifan, there was a hint of admiration. Decisive, ruthless, and meticulous. The expressions of the people from the Meng group at the scene changed slightly. Woo-woo. It was at this moment. A shrill alarm sounded over Jiangning City. Mr. Shen, who was standing with his hands hanging down, turned on the huge projector. On it, a host appeared. Alarm! Alarm! A corner of Jiangning City's defense system has been breached, and a strange beast has entered the city. Citizens are advised to stay at home and avoid going out. Please trust the country and the power of warriors. We will quickly eliminate the strange beasts and return a peaceful and tranquil environment to the general public.
This report made Wu Xie and Lung Feng look icy cold. Especially the former, before coming to Jiangning, Palace Master Yin Shanyue had reminded Wu Xie. Jiangning has been in turmoil recently, and he will have some trouble coming here. Surprisingly, it came so quickly? It was at this moment. Yi Fan's warrior watch was vibrating violently, and moving red dots appeared on it. These were all detected strange beasts approaching him. It seems that the situation is much more serious than what the host said. Chapter 18. The killing begins, and the eyes are filled with jealousy. Swish. In an instant, Leng Feng, the captain of the first team, and several others all looked at Wu Xie, the captain of the team. Wu Xie connected the communication device and saw him nod slightly. However, his expression was a little solemn. The people from the Mang group also looked at the unfamiliar Star Martial Hall commander in surprise and shock. Just now, this person was standing behind Yi Fan. Unexpectedly, he was the person with the highest authority in this outing of the Star Martial Palace. This made Meng Xiong once again keenly aware of Yi Fan's importance to the Starry Martial Palace. After a while, Wu Xie hung up the call and said to Yi Fan, "Yi Fan, I order you to be temporarily assigned to the first team of Jiangning Xingqian Martial Hall. Kill the invading beasts and protect the lives and property of the general public." "Yes." Yi Fan responded immediately. At this moment, he actually felt a sense of honor and mission. Without the slightest fear. On the contrary, the blood in the gradually awakening tyrant's body was boiling. As if eager to fight. "Captain Lang Feng, Team 1, move immediately." Wu Xie ordered. "Yes." Lung Feng saluted and then turned around. The other two members of the warrior team, as well as Yi Fan, hurried to catch up. Quickly, he headed towards the outside of the Meng group. But the team leader Wu Xie did not leave at the first moment. His cold eyes swept over Meng Chen, who was lying limply on the ground, without a breath left. He said to Meng Xiong, "I know you wanted to fake your own death so Meng Chen could escape. However, Yi Fan made it real. But, I also want to warn you. If you want to touch Yi Fan, it is equivalent to provoking the Xingqian Martial Palace. A naked threat." After saying that, Wu Xie left. "Xiaochun." Meng Hui knelt on the ground, stroking Meng Chen's blue face, with hatred flashing in his eyes. "Boss, we can't let the second young master die like this. We must take revenge." Lu, who had a broken arm, also spoke in a cold voice. As for Mr. Shin, he remained silent. The stronger he is, the more he can understand the horror and power of the Star Martial Palace. If the Meng family still insisted on attacking the young man from the Yi family, he knew that it would not be long before the Meng family group was wiped out. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Although Meng Chen is naughty, he is his son after all. His hatred is stronger than anyone else's. However, he is also able to distinguish between gains and losses. Meng Xiong glanced at Mr. Shin, who was silent. Then he angrily scolded Lu, "Fool, do you want to bring my Meng family to ruin because of this immoral and unrighteous waste? This Yi Fan is valued by the Xingqian Martial Palace. Now is not the time for revenge." Meng Xiong stared at the host's warning about the incoming alien beasts playing on the projection. He continued, "If this child survives this beast tide, then my Meng family will pay you generous compensation." Bang! Bang! When Yi Fan followed the team leader Lang Feng, they quickly walked out of the Meng group building. Suddenly. Then two dull gunshots were heard. Then, we saw two ape-like beasts that pounced on the citizens, their heads exploding like watermelons, and they died instantly. The two frightened citizens quickly left with the help of their team members. Yi Fan looked in the direction of the gunshot and could vaguely see the top of a building, which was a bit bright. Looks like a boiled egg? Number 6, gunpowder. Team leader Lung Feng said. Numbers 1 and 2 form a group. Numbers 3, 4, and 5 form a group. Gunpowder number 6, responsible for fire support. Yi Fan, follow me. Lung Feng, give orders quickly. Yes. 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 Several people responded and took quick action. Now, even in the center of Jiangning City, some strange beasts have poured in and started slaughtering humans. Yi Fan even vaguely saw some ape-like beasts with white hair and black claws, tearing open the human skull and starting to devour the brain inside. You evil creature deserves to be killed. There was a frightening cold light flashing in Yi Fan's eyes. Because he remembered it clearly. According to the attending physician at the hospital,
the hidden toxin in his father's body came from apes. So, at this moment, when Yifan saw these ferocious ape-like beasts with white hair and black claws, he was extremely jealous. Kill! Squad leader Langfeng drew out his long sword. Holding the hilt with both hands, the long sharp knife flashed with a cold and captivating light. Kill! Kill! According to the red dot of the strange beast displayed on the warrior's watch, Yifan and the others also acted quickly. Langfeng, HP 1120 Spiritual Stream Realm, Rank 7, Sword Skill, Sky Splitting / Spiritual Level, Mid Rank, Proficiency, Great Accomplishment 81%. Yifan following behind team leader Langfeng. Suddenly, on the illusory panel in front of me, news of a cold front emerged. Moreover, this time Yifan observed it clearly. This time, not only Langfeng's blood and energy values were displayed, but also his martial arts and proficiency were intuitively displayed.
This is definitely a huge advantage when fighting against the enemy. Swish! All I heard was the sound of the void being torn as if from a piece of cloth. Wherever the blade passed, it seemed as if a sharp arc-shaped blade energy was formed. Squeak! A powerful first-level high-level white-haired ape monster was directly beheaded by Langfeng's sky-splitting slash. Then he rushed into several powerful white ape monsters and fought with them. Yifan keenly noticed that Captain Langfeng did not take action against some relatively weak monsters. And those white-haired monkeys were so frightened that they originally planned to run away and hide. Suddenly I saw Yifan. It seems that the guy in front of me is easy to bully and looks delicious. Suddenly, the beast's pupils turned slightly red, and it squeaked and rushed towards Yifan. Die! Yifan's eyes were cold and he held a bright silver spear in his hand. His whole body was filled with energy and blood, and the young man with the silver spear was extremely domineering. Indestructible. Crack! When Yifan's gun tip collided with the hard blocking object wielded by an old white ape monster. However, there was a brief, teeth-grinding friction sound. Immediately afterwards, the bright silver spear tip pierced through the obstruction. Puff! Red and white things splattered. This old white-haired ape-like monster had its skull pierced directly by a spear and was killed instantly. Squeak! 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 He had never expected the white-haired monkeys and strange beasts that would attack him from all directions. This human monkey in front of me, who looks very young, is actually so powerful. One shot killed one of their big brothers. Not good. Suddenly, Langfeng, who was fighting with several first-level high-level ape monsters in front of him, changed his expression. Because, from his perspective, Yifan seemed to have stirred up a hornet's nest. I saw that Yifan was surrounded by more than 10 white-haired monkeys. With the ferocious claws of these evil creatures, I'm afraid that Yifan will be torn into pieces in the blink of an eye. Gunpowder, support Yifan. Langfeng was entangled by several powerful ape-like monsters for a while, and he couldn't get away for a while. Yes. Huadao's eyelids twitched, and he cursed, "What a burden!" The large sniper telescope was aimed at Yifan. But the next moment, he couldn't help but swear, Nest. Chapter 19, Gun Intense Seed, Heroic Boy. Nest. Ah. Gunpowder, what are you yelling about? Then, the sniper telescope locked onto the target and Gunpowder let out a loud shout. Immediately, many members of the first team of the Jiangning Xingqian Martial Hall office felt their eardrums hurt from the shock. No, that kid is very fierce. Huayao swallowed and said seriously. In the battlefield, Yifan was attacked by more than 10 squeaking first-level alien beasts, including the white-haired and black-clawed ape. Although I felt a little nervous inside. However, the blood in his body was rolling like lead in mercury, and an incomparable fighting spirit was boiling and burning. This is exactly the domineering demeanor brought by the 9-star tyrant body. Force sinks sweeping through the enemy. In an instant, Yifan faced more than 10 white-haired, black-clawed ape monsters, and the bright silver spear in Yifan's hand swept across directly. Woo woo woo. In an instant, the gun swept like a ridge, breaking through the second level of Lingxi realm, and Yifan's strength reached a terrifying 2,000 kilograms. Puff, snap. All the white-haired, black-clawed ape monsters that were hit by the spear had their bones broken and flew back directly. Blood and screams were mixed together. Even some weaker white-haired, black-clawed apes were even shot to pieces by Yifan, with blood, flesh, and bones scattered all over the ground, creating an extremely bloody scene. Being surrounded and attacked despite never being favored, he broke through in an instant. Mastery of the Overlord Spear has increased to 91%. Cool.
Yifan discovered that in a life and death struggle, not only can one hone one's martial arts skills, but one can also break free from the shackles of one's spearmanship, which has already reached perfection, and continue to improve. Yifan suddenly felt a surge of pride in his heart. Can I practice this peerless overlord spear to the legendary level of transcendence 99%, or the unattainable level of returning to nature 100% plus? With the Sign-in Enlightenment System, Yifan felt that maybe this was not a dream. If you cultivate your spear skills to the level of transcendent sainthood 99% or above, you will have a chance to breed Dao seeds. Suddenly, a hint flashed before Yifan's eyes. Dao seed? Although Yifan didn't know what it was. However, to pass, one must at least practice martial arts to the level of transcendence or above. I knew that this thing was definitely something extraordinary. Kill. With my blood, I will defend the prosperous China. Yifan roared, and according to the display on his warrior watch, he held a bright silver spear in his hand and moved vigorously, killing the white-haired, black-clawed ape monsters one by one. Yifan's amazing performance. Naturally, it also attracted the attention of Lang Feng, the captain of the first team. When Yifan walked out of the dozen or so white-haired, black-clawed apes, he also breathed a sigh of relief. He knew how much the airborne captain valued this little guy. Before, Yifan used his diamond-level privileges to mobilize a team of warriors. Although he had some complaints in his heart, he did not show it. Until I knew that Yifan was so angry for his family. He admired Yifan's loyalty and righteousness. But that's all. But at this moment, as Gunpowder shouted loudly, he also noticed it in surprise. This young man who was favored by the Star Martial Palace was truly a young genius. What a superb spearmanship! Although this is only a low-grade spiritual martial art, it has at least brought martial arts practice to perfection. What a sharp eye he has! However, when I realized this, I was shocked in my heart. How old is he? The difficulty of practicing the lower-grade spiritual martial arts to perfection is definitely not less difficult than practicing the middle-grade spiritual martial arts sky-splitting slash to perfection. And he has been immersed in this set of swordsmanship for at least 10 years. In comparison, Yifan's understanding deeply shocked him. Also, the slogan of the Starry Martial Hall that Yifan shouted out, although it sounded a bit childish, was really fucking passionate. Kill. The cold blade tore through the air like the light of a cold moon, beheading one white-haired, black-clawed beast after another. So fierce, so domineering. What a sharp shooting skill. Is this really a first-level martial arts skill that can be achieved? Several beast hunting teams from the Star Martial Palace were all shocked when they saw Yifan's performance. Genius. Monster. These are the words that come to their minds. At the same time, they also thought from the beginning that Yifan was a brainless person who wasted the resources of the Star Martial Palace and mobilized a team of warriors as soon as he arrived in Jiangning. Even the captain, who brought Yifan with him, might think that this kid was a burden. Up to now, they have gradually accepted and recognized Yifan. After all, in the world of high martial arts, only strength is the passport to gain the respect of others. This little brother is pretty good. From now on, he will be my Huayao's little brother. In the distance, the eyes in the telescope were shining, the gunpowder was roaring, and someone shouted. Hearing this, the team members smiled. Bah, shameless. A heroic voice spat. Shadowcat Xiaoyao, you don't understand the gay love between men. Huayao said carelessly. Kill. Evil beast, die. Yifan just felt his blood boiling. Moreover, the warrior's watch showed that his blood and energy values had exceeded 240. In such a short time, the qi and blood values increased again. What made Yifan feel most addicted was that he expressed his fighting spirit freely. Yifan discovered that he had regained the feeling of his blood, spear, and arm becoming one. Even so, he kept shooting and killing the white-haired, black-clawed ape monster. My arms were sore, but after gritting my teeth and pushing through my limits, that wonderful feeling reappeared. Anyone who is not of our race and invades must be killed. That feeling reappeared, and Yifan found that his gun was getting faster and faster. Finally, it turned into flashes of cold light. Puff, puff, puff. Then one after another, the white-haired and black-clawed monkeys covered their throats and fell to the ground and died. Hula. Gradually, the white-haired, black-clawed ape, which had already developed some spirituality, discovered that this human monkey with a gun was simply too powerful. Like a killing god. They all avoided Yifan.
However, how could Yifan miss such a good opportunity to hone his skills in actual combat? Keep chasing. Along the way, it was all scarlet. Yifan, don't be a desperate enemy, hiss, that is, the legendary spear Intenseed. Even when he saw Yifan's gun, he felt a palpitation in his heart. He used the sky-splitting slash to directly cut through the obstacles around him. Quickly, he chased after him. If Yifan can really condense the seed of gun intent, then it will be of great benefit to his gun path. He also knew that the boy was close to breaking through the pass and must not be interrupted. At the same time, the entire Jiangning City's defense system began to activate. The Wudian office, the city guards, and the free warriors all took action. Accompanied by a mechanical army, supported by AI algorithms, they began to kill the intruding white-haired, black-clawed monsters. At the same time, many drones took off, and in addition to aerial reconnaissance, they also transmitted back many scenes of warriors fighting. The latest report is that our city's martial arts hall warriors, city guards, and mechanical corps have achieved great success in the battle to kill the alien beasts. The TV screen showed reports of battle scenes. Basically, it was a scene of the intruding white-haired, black-clawed ape being slaughtered. Suddenly, the host's eyes lit up and his voice became excited and high-pitched. Next, we will broadcast a video of a heroic young man fighting to protect the lives and property of the citizens of Jiangning City. Chapter 20, 2 consecutive breakthroughs, sign and location refreshed. Wow! The scene changed, and suddenly, it switched to a young man holding a bright silver spear, continuously shooting the white-haired, black-clawed ape monster. His figure is majestic and his movements are vigorous, just like a king descending to the earth. In the CBD of Jiangning City Center, inside the Meng group that looks like a giant beast rising into the sky. Meng Chen's body has been dealt with, and the yellow-haired man who was beaten up for causing trouble in front of the gate of Jiangning No. 4 Middle School has also disappeared. When the Jiangning City Police Department was dispatched, it was fruitless and ended in failure. Certainly. All of this is based on the premise that Yifan has sufficient potential and can maintain rapid growth. According to the latest reports, the name of this young hero with the silver spear is Yifan. Yes, they are students from Class 6, Grade 3, Jiangning No. 1 Middle School. Although still in his youth, he has already demonstrated extraordinary martial arts talent and astonishing strength. I have already contributed my strength to defending the peace of Jiangning. I can tell you a little secret. That is classmate Yifan, who has been recognized by the Xingqian Martial Hall, one of the 3 major martial halls, and has become a glorious warrior of the Xingqian Martial Hall. As the female host excitedly introduced it on the screen, Meng Hui and Lu Lu were completely silent. Mr. Shen, who was old and experienced, just watched silently without saying a word. Meng Xiong, who was sitting in the main seat, also had a changing expression. He knew that it was not only the Star Martial Palace that served as a backer. This sudden beast tide made Jiangning, which was already in turmoil, feel a little frightened. Promoting individual heroes and creating a city genius was brought to the forefront by the top leaders of Jiangning City. It is very likely that Yifan is the chosen one. If he continues to go against the will of heaven, all that awaits him and the Meng group is annihilation. In the end, I could only sigh. This boy has the potential to be a hidden dragon. Give orders and prepare generous gifts. After this beast tide, I will personally come to your house to apologize and beg for my punishment. Meng Xiong said. Yes. At the same time, many Jiangning citizens who are hiding at home from the beast tide are now worried and nervously watching the situation outside. After the broadcast of the heroic young man Yifan, many citizens felt encouraged. The older generation of warriors sacrificed their lives and shed their blood. The younger generation is even more talented, and the flame of human civilization will never be extinguished. Ha! Didn't this kid go to Jiangnan Martial Arts University to participate in the special trial recruitment? Did he succeed? He even joined the Xingqian Martial Hall. How awesome! My old Fong has always had such a sharp eye. He didn't make a mistake in choosing someone. You little brat, you didn't even bother to report me when you came back. A woman looked at the strong middle-aged man sitting on the sofa like a child. The husband almost danced with joy, and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Yes, you have a sharp eye. But, this little guy Yifan is really amazing. The woman couldn't help but admire it. That's right. If I hadn't recommended him, he wouldn't have been qualified for the trial. Ha, when this kid becomes a martial arts master in the future, I will also be his teacher. The strong, half-bald man was the martial arts teacher of Jiangning No. 1 Middle School. "Hey, Lao Wang. Have you seen the news about my student?" "Yes, I was the one who taught this kid how to shoot." The man surnamed Fong seemed not to be satisfied yet, and immediately called his friends to show off. At the same time, the chat group of Class 6, Grade 3, Jiangning No. 1 Middle School almost exploded. Blastoad looking at the swan, "Fuck, brother Yi, no, it's my father Yi. Once you call me your foster father, I'll be your father for life. Afterwards, I must drag Yishin to verify whether we are the father and son who have been separated for many years." Searching for relatives.jpg. When your hair reaches your waist, I'll cut it with the scissors. Zhou Liang, have some shame. The gap between you two is even greater than that between Wu Di and Wu Song. It's absolutely impossible. However, Crazy Yi is truly formidable. When Teacher Fong gave him the last recommendation spot, I still refused to accept it. Today, I am truly convinced. Yishin, please accept my knees. Kneeling.jpg. 10 slaps of the dragon. Yishin is my new idol, so handsome. Milk tea 70% sweet. At spectacled toad looking at the swan, Zhou Liang, can you pass Yifan's W news to me? I want to ask him for advice on martial arts. Spectacled toad looking at the swan, at milk tea 70% sweet. Yishin, my godfather. Tian, your business is my business. Poor with only money left, handsome with the intention of disfigurement. Humph, what are you all arguing about? The exam is coming soon, aren't you going to review? Yi Fan had no idea. The scene of himself angrily killing the white-haired, black-clawed monster was actually captured by an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft and widely publicized by Jiangning City TV station. At this moment, he was completely immersed in killing and feeling the pleasure of shooting. Mastery of the Overlord Spear increased to 92%. Mastery of the Overlord Spear increased to 95%. Yifan's bright silver spear belonged to the master of the Jianghuai City Xingqian Martial Hall, in Shanghai, based on Yifan's gun-using habits when he tested him. A bright silver heavy spear weighing over 100 kilograms, specially selected for Yifan. But now, the bright silver spears in front of Yifan seemed to form a dazzling silver spear mountain. Wherever it went, many white-haired, black-clawed apes and strange beasts would have their throats pierced and be quickly slaughtered. The spear shot out like a dragon, swift as lightning, and its power increased by at least 30%. While he was still at the first level of martial arts, could it be that he had comprehended the legendary spear intent seed? What a demon, little monster! Lang Feng, the captain of the first team who followed behind Yifan and protected him with a long sword in his hand, exclaimed in his heart. Martial arts skills, spearmanship level 2 1% plus spear intent seed 30%. During the chase and killing, suddenly, a prompt message appeared in front of Yifan's eyes. This moment, Yifan stopped. He gasped for breath and looked around at the corpses of the white-haired, black-clawed ape monsters scattered all over the ground. Then, ecstasy surged in his heart. Because, according to the system message, he had actually completed 2 consecutive breakthroughs while chasing the white-haired, black-clawed ape just now. In terms of martial arts skills, his spearmanship has reached the 2nd level. As for what the gun intent seed was, he didn't know. However, he still vaguely remembered that his gun was indestructible, powerful, and heavy, and also as fast as lightning. Could it be that this is the effect of the gun intent seed? Also, behind the gun intent seed, there is a progress ratio. What will happen after it is increased to 100%? Yifan was full of anticipation. New sign-in location refreshed dilapidated textile factory. Sign-in reward, 5 epiphany points. Suddenly, a prompt sound rang in Yifan's ears. Looking from Yifan's direction, there was a dilapidated factory building in front of him. He had been chasing the white-haired, black-clawed ape and had unknowingly tracked it to a remote place outside the city of Jiangning. Jiangnan Textile Factory. Yifan saw a shabby and dilapidated plaque. Just go over there. Yifan, wait. Suddenly, a voice came from not far behind. Captain Long Feng. Yifan greeted. Yifan, it's not advisable to stay here for long. I have a bad feeling. Long Feng frowned and looked at the dilapidated textile factory. Suddenly, Yifan also felt a warning like a needle prick. Chapter 21, The Red-Haired Ape King, Transcendent into Saint. Careful. Bang. Yifan pushed Captain Lung Feng away from his side, at the same time. His body also retreated due to the force. However, even so, accompanied by a crackling sound,
Yifan felt a burning pain in his ribs.
Squeak quack.
Where the two of them had just stood, there was a strange ape-like beast with slightly red hair all over its body, grinning. However, there seemed to be a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. The person caught by one of its claws had blood all over his face and his eyes were filled with pain and pleading.
Save me, save me.
He muttered something, but it looked like he wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer if he wasn't rescued quickly.
Captain, there are hostages. Yifan growled.
Lang Feng was still shocked because Yifan pushed him and then he dodged the attack of the red-haired, black-clawed ape. Although he also felt the crisis. But, if Yifan hadn't pushed him just now, then, he would definitely be caught by the strange monkey beast, even though he was isolated by the combat uniform. However, judging from the aura of this red-haired ape-like beast, it is very likely to have reached the second level.
He will also be injured. Could it be that Yifan's reaction and perception are stronger than his? Yifan, be careful.
This red-haired ape beast may have just broken through to the second level. Lang Feng said in a serious tone.
Quack.
The red-haired ape let out a strange cry, and with a nimble leap, it passed over the dilapidated gate of the Jiangnan textile factory and fled inside.
Evil beast, don't run away.
Yifan was shocked. He could never forget the pleading look in the eyes of the man who was tortured by the monkey beast and was on the verge of death.
Martial arts pursues the enlightenment of thoughts.
If so, he would have backed off and run away today. Yifan asked himself, then, that person's pleading and desperate eyes would definitely become a stumbling block in his pursuit of martial arts.
From another perspective,
it was impossible for him to watch a living human being tormented by ape-like monsters without lending a helping hand.
Yifan, don't. Captain, I'll try to save him. If it doesn't work, I'll retreat. Whoosh.
The young man jumped up, turned into a stream of light, and rushed into the Jiangnan textile factory.
Good boy, you have guts. At this moment, Lang Feng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Emergency! Emergency!
A suspected level 2 ape-like beast has appeared in the Jiangnan textile factory.
It has a hostage. Requesting support, requesting support.
Lang Feng quickly sent a message for help, and his body was like a long sword, cutting through the darkness. He also followed Yifan and chased towards the Jiangnan textile factory.
What, a second-level monster?
At this moment, Wu Xia had just finished communicating with the upper echelons of Jiangning, and wanted to make Yifan a heroic young man of Jiangning. Of course, the title is useless. He secured a bonus of 500,000 yuan for Yifan. He received an urgent request for help from the first team leader Lang Feng.
He directly forwarded Lang Feng's information to the Jiangning City Defense Department.
And his figure was like a black cheetah, running towards the location sent by Lang Feng at a speed of more than 30 ms.
He was also anxious. Nothing must happen to Yifan.
I was quite relieved just now because Lang Feng was leading Yifan to hunt exotic beasts.
How come we suddenly encountered a suspected second-level monster? A second-level monster?
Quick, drones, mechanical army, support the Jiangnan textile factory in the east of the outer city. The top officials of Jiangning City Guard were also shocked and quickly issued orders. Because, if a second-level alien beast really enters a bustling urban area, the damage caused is simply incalculable.
Successful sign-in, reward enlightenment points 5.
As soon as Yifan entered the Jiangnan textile factory, a prompt appeared on the virtual panel in front of him.
This moment, Yifan finally understood.
Just now, he was still a little confused. Except for the first time signing into the Star Martial Hall, the maximum reward is only 3 enlightenment points, except for the 10 enlightenment points rewarded to novices.
Why? Signing into a dilapidated textile factory will reward you with 5 enlightenment points.
It turned out that there was a level 2 demon beast hiding here that seemed to have just broken through. The greater the risk, the greater the reward.
Yifan understood a little bit. Squeak!
Just when Yifan was distracted for a moment, a sharp scream pierced his eardrum and hurt him.
For a moment, even my head felt a little dizzy.
However, Yifan's mental strength of 15 points allowed him to wake up quickly. However, the initiative was missed. In his eyes, a red light shot towards him like a red ray. He even saw the 2 sharp fangs of the red-haired ape-like monster and smelled the fishy odor on its fur. The detection target has exceeded the current limit of blood and chi detection. A gray prompt appeared on the virtual panel.
Yifan's heart skipped a beat.
In other words, the red-haired demon ape in front of him has definitely reached the level of a powerful human being at the galaxy realm.
Reached the second level.
Even if he had just broken through, it was definitely not something that Yifan could withstand now.
In a hurry, Yifan raised his gun to block. Sky-splitting slash. Yifan, get out of the way. Suddenly,
behind Yifan, someone shouted loudly. Immediately afterwards, a crescent-shaped blade light tore through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, and slashed across the air. Yifan hurriedly stepped back.
Laugh. Clang.
There was a sharp sound of friction between the blade and the air, accompanied by the sound of metal colliding, as Captain Lungfeng's blade and the second-level monster collided.
Bang. Bang. Langfeng's body was hit hard and he staggered backward. A second-level alien beast, its health value is almost twice as much as his.
The invincible sky-splitting slash only left a cut on the fur of the second-level ape-like monster when it was used against it. Blood dripped on the ground, but the eyes of the second-level ape-like beast turned scarlet in an instant. Saliva was dripping from its sharp fangs. The blood in the whole body is boiling. Even though Yifan did not measure it, he could clearly feel that it was like a storm, far exceeding his own vast amount of energy and blood. Perhaps the second-level ape-like monster has poor martial arts skills and has no combat skills or weapons.
However, his energy and blood are absolutely overwhelming when compared to Yifan. Even Captain Langfeng is not good enough. Squeak. It was obvious that the cold front had hurt it. Its primary target of attack became the cold front.
With a loud shout, his figure shot towards Lungfeng like a red line. It looked like a mad dog, as if it wanted to tear Lungfeng to pieces.
Clang. Clang.
It sounded like the collision of metal. Captain Langfeng's long sword could not cause any substantial damage to the red ape-like monster that had entered a violent mode. On the contrary, during the collision between the two, Lungfeng continued to fall into a disadvantage.
Yifan, take the people away. Lungfeng shouted loudly while resisting.
System, add 2 enlightenment points to the Peerless Overlord Spear. Yifan did not retreat, his eyes shining like stars in the night. He knew that if he retreated, Lungfeng would definitely be in great danger today.
Peerless Overlord Spear, proficiency, perfect 96%. Peerless Overlord Spear, proficiency, perfect 97%. Peerless Overlord Spear, proficiency, transcendent 99%. Boom.
In an instant, Yifan felt that his arms and spear seemed to become one with his fighting skills.
Chapter 22, Life and Death.
The Supreme King's Court.
Yifan, what are you still standing there for? Run.
As if struck by lightning, Captain Langfeng's body was shaken back more than 10 meters, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth.
The scarlet is glaring. He was extremely anxious. Langfeng has already made preparations.
Today, he is almost certain to die. As a warrior, he had long been prepared to sacrifice his life for his country, but he had never expected that this day would come so early.
According to the alert level of Jiangning City's defense system, it is almost impossible for a second-level alien beast to enter Jiangning City. But it happened today.
He didn't want to die in vain, at least he wanted Yifan and the hostage to escape. Especially Yifan, from his initial doubts to his later acceptance, he actually admired it. Moreover, Langfeng has already realized that this young man is definitely a super genius, a monster-level person. As long as they grow up, they will definitely become the backbone of China and even the human race. That way, his sacrifice today will not be in vain. It is bound to leave a significant mark in the history of Chinese warriors. For a moment, Langfeng had a lot of random thoughts.
Captain Langfeng, I won't leave. We have to go together. I have to say, the epiphany is simply too amazing.
In just a moment, Yifan seemed to have practiced the Peerless Overlord Spear for decades or even hundreds of years.
And
fatally, Yifan felt as if the founder of this shooting technique was himself.
This is an extremely high state of mind, no longer just imitation and practice.
Instead, he looked down at this shooting technique from a high vantage point.
Even, modify, create.
In an instant, he seemed to have transformed into a peerless overlord going to war, invincible wherever his spear went.
Idiot.
Langfeng was almost fuming with anger at Yifan.
What's the point of you staying? Roar.
However, at this moment, Yifan did not respond to him. Instead, his body suddenly leaped up like Kunpeng. Behind him, a vague shadow appeared faintly. This phantom is a scene of yellow sand all over the sky, iron horses, and golden swords, and an extremely cruel war scene. And among the thousands of soldiers, there was a heroic leader holding a spear, who seemed to have merged with Yi Fan. The long spear stabbed directly at the red-haired ape monster. Is this, the legendary, martial arts, the transcendental level? Oh my god! Lung Feng widened his eyes. You can imagine the shock in my heart. The red-haired ape king naturally also felt the biting cold wind coming from behind him. However, Lung Feng, who had extremely rich combat experience, would naturally not miss this great opportunity when he saw this scene. Sky-splitting slash, the sword opens the gate to heaven. Lung Feng took a deep breath and used the strongest move he had mastered after he perfected the sky-splitting slash. It tightly entangled the red-haired ape king. Puff! Blood splattered, and blood flew out of the red-haired ape king's palm, and he directly caught Lung Feng's long sword. Just as he was about to turn around, he faced Yi Fan's attack. However, now his martial arts skills have broken through to the second level, in addition to the seed of spear intent that has been nurtured. In addition, he practiced this lower-grade spiritual martial art to the extraordinary level. Yi Fan's gun is not only powerful and indestructible, but also carries a thunderous momentum. Silver light flashes. Puff clang. The bright silver and red tasseled spear pierced directly into the back of the red-haired ape. However, after all, the red-haired ape king has broken through to the second level. The blood, chi and muscles have undergone transformation, and it is difficult for Yi Fan's spear to penetrate them directly. One could even hear the teeth-grinding sound of the gun tip rubbing against bones. It penetrated 10 centimeters into the flesh and then stopped. He was stuck by the bones of the red-haired ape king, and his muscles squirmed, clamping him alive. Even if Yi Fan wanted to pull it out, for a moment, he had neither the strength nor the time. Ouch! The red-haired ape king screamed, and his eyes turned blood red in an instant. It really couldn't understand how this weak human monkey in front of it could hurt it, the king of the apes. Woo, boom! Immediately, it clenched its 5 fingers and punched Yi Fan hard. Yi Fan, who dropped his gun, felt a tingling sensation all over his body as if he were being pricked by needles. This is an extremely dangerous signal. This is also a warning sign that my mental strength is strong enough. It was as if he saw the trajectory of the red-haired ape king's fist. Yi Fan rolled on the ground, dodging in a panic. Martial arts skills, second level boxing 1%. On the verge of life and death, Yi Fan watched the red-haired ape king's boxing skills and unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough in martial arts skills. It's like someone gives you a pillow when you're sleepy. If my martial arts skills have broken through to the second level, then I will be qualified to practice the second form of the Thanos King Fist. The second form is called Supreme Royal Court. System, add 3 enlightenment points to the second form of Thanos' King Fist. Buzz. With the help of the enlightenment point, Yi Fan was able to perform the second form of Thanos' King Fist, which he had already memorized, in an instant, as if he had practiced it 1,000 times. Thanos King Fist Second Style Supreme King's Court. 5%. Thanos King Fist Second Style Supreme King's Court, getting started 10%. Thanos King Fist Second Style Supreme King's Court, getting started 15%. Thanos King Fist Second Style Supreme King's Court, getting started 20%. Quickly, information about Yi Fan's improved proficiency in the second style of Thanos King's Fist popped up in front of his eyes. With that kind of speed, even the top geniuses would have to call him daddy when they see him. Sky-splitting slash. Seeing that Yi Fan was at a disadvantage, Lung Feng tried his best to entangle the red-haired ape king. However, it was obvious that the red-haired ape king hated Yi Fan very much because he had caused it serious harm. Originally, Lung Feng was no match for the red-haired ape king. At this moment, how can we stop the red-haired ape king when he is so murderous? Woo, boom! Even though he was grazed by the knife, the red-haired ape king didn't care at all. He just punched out and hit Yi Fan hard. Thanos King Fist Supreme King's Court. The best defense is offense. At this moment, Yi Fan did not avoid it all and chose to confront the red-haired ape king head-on. This scene shocked Lung Feng, who was behind him. Crazy. These were the words that flashed through his mind. Yi Fan threw a punch, and in that instant, the red-haired ape king seemed to see a towering royal court standing in the clouds. In comparison, it itself is as small as an ant. The terrifying aura made its mind tremble. This is the terrifying power of king-level martial arts combined with a domineering body. In an instant, there was a subtle sense of oppression. Bang! The two fists collided, and in an instant, it was like a meteorite collision. Puff! Yi Fan felt as if he had hit a mountain, and the terrifying force directly knocked him away. Even his throat felt sweet and he spat out a mouthful of blood.
Bang bang bang.
Yi Fan's body smashed the glass window of the dilapidated factory building and crashed directly into it. His life or death was unknown. The red-haired Ape King was also knocked back more than 10 steps when he collided with Yi Fan's king-level martial arts.
This scene made Ling Feng open his mouth in shock. Evil beast, die.
At this moment, a cold shout came rolling in.
Chapter 23, Killing the Second Stage and Breeding the Tao Seed. Captain.
Ling Feng was shocked when he saw the person coming. The person who came was moving at a speed of 30 plus ms, holding a black iron rod. That's right, the captain of Jiangning City Xingqian Martial Hall Office, Wu Xia, whose qi and health value has reached 1500 plus.
Go check on Yi Fan, leave this to me.
Wu Xia shouted.
Yes.
Ling Feng held a long knife and ran quickly towards the factory. The red-haired Ape King with scarlet eyes instantly met Wu Xia's eyes. It could sense that the human monkey in front of it was not someone to be trifled with.
That's true.
Wu Xia comes from the upper-level Star Martial Palace. As an instructor, he is proficient in many martial arts and has extremely rich practical experience. Otherwise, Yin Shinue would not have entrusted him with the important task of being the head of the Jiangning City Xingqian Martial Hall.
Evil beast, take my stick. Spiritual grade top grade 9 layered wave stick. Now, Yi Fan's life or death is unknown. There was regret and raging anger in my heart.
Wu Xia rushed forward rapidly, and the long black stick was almost swung into a semicircular shape by him. With a sound like the sound of waves, it smashed towards the red-haired Ape King.
Bang!
In an instant, Wu Xia and the red-haired Ape King collided fiercely.
At first, they were evenly matched.
However, Wu Xia hit him with one stick after another. The power of the 9-layered wave stick technique gradually became apparent.
It seemed as if the attacks were endless, with each stick adding up in power, so powerful that for a moment, the red-haired Ape King was actually beaten back step by step. This is of course related to the breakthrough that the red-haired Ape King has just made. In addition, he has been immersed in martial arts for decades. Now, Wu Xia's stick skills have been approaching perfection. So, as one gained strength while the other lost strength, for a while, he was actually suppressed by Wu Xia. Hiss, the captain is very powerful. Not far away, Wu Yao, the only female member of the first team who had arrived not long ago, codenamed Shadowcat, said. The captain is indeed very powerful, but let me tell you, that little guy named Yi Fan is so strong that he's a bit abnormal. Not only that, but with the martial arts that created the blurred holy image, he broke the golden body of the red-haired Ape King. Moreover, he even punched the red-haired Ape King, pushing him back more than 10 steps. If this guy doesn't die, I'll become his sworn brother. The bald man Huoyao yelled. Because they are close. Gunpowder, who had just arrived, saw the shocking scene through the large sniper telescope. The birth of a sacred image from martial arts. Could it be that he has transcended the ordinary and attained sainthood? A team member exclaimed. Kicked the red-haired Ape King back more than 10 steps? Almost a major realm difference? Wu Yao rubbed his ears. Why did these people become as noisy as that guy named Gunpowder? Humph, I think you want to curry favor with me. Wu Yao glanced at Huoyao with disdain. Well, so what? But I hope nothing happens to my brother. There was worry on Huoyao's face. It was precisely because of his distraction that everyone almost forgot that Yi Fan's life or death was unknown. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Click, click, click. Soon, the buzzing sound in the void became louder and louder. On the ground, there was also the sound of mechanical footsteps. The Mechanical Legion is coming. What was buzzing in the void were combat drones. The Mechanical Combat Corps on the ground is made up of intelligent robots that can kill low-level monsters. Made entirely of alloy, ordinary first-level monsters can also break them. However, such a mechanical army is extremely expensive to build. Moreover, it also requires some materials produced from special interfaces, so it is very precious. Captain Wu Xia, please take note. The mechanical army is in position, requesting to open fire. In the void, a strange man's voice was heard from a drone. Wow, bang bang bang. At this moment, Wu Xia's momentum also reached its peak. A set of 9 overlapping wave sticks directly knocked the red-haired Ape King into the mud up to his knees. And at the same time, Wu Xia's body, like a nimble leopard, quickly evacuated the battlefield. His chest heaved violently. my strength is still not up to par. It would be too difficult to kill the red-haired Ape King with my current strength. He even suspected that if the red-haired Ape King fought to the death, he would be skinned alive even if he didn't die. Attack! Wu Xia shouted. Receive! Mechanical Legion attack, target, second-order monster, red-haired Ape King. Boom, boom, boom. Shoo, shoo, shoo. This is thanks to the good foundation laid by Wu Xie. For a moment, the red-haired Ape King could only stand at attention and take the beating. Micro-bombs were fired directly from the attack drone. The laser gun held by the alloy robot directly shot out laser beams, covering the red-haired Ape King. Ah! In the center of the venue, the shrill screams of the red-haired Ape King were heard. It cannot be avoided, not to mention that it has just broken through the second level. The physical body has not completely transformed. Under the saturation attack of high-tech weapons, the only fate left is to be slaughtered. In the distance, inside a dilapidated factory building, Wu Xie inserted the long knife into the ground and found Yifan, who was pressed down by many broken objects. It hurts. It hurts so much. Yifan's fist was red, as if it had been touched by a branding iron. Wu Xia hurriedly checked around. He breathed a sigh of relief when he discovered that Yifan had no missing parts on his body. You're so brave, you dare to fight the red-haired Ape King. Wu Xia slapped Yifan's shoulder hard and scolded him with a smile. However, with his dark face and green stubble, it was obvious that he did not smile often. The smile at this moment was somewhat forced. However, Yifan also felt warm in his heart. He could feel Captain Lang Feng's concern for him. It can be said that the two people have a life-and-death friendship and have experienced a life-and-death battle together. However, you are quite strong. Apart from some minor injuries, you are completely unharmed. Wu Xia punched Yifan in the chest, making a bang-bang sound. Upon hearing this, Yifan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Just now, when I mastered the second form of Thanos' King Fist, the Supreme King's Court, I was really a little overwhelmed. If so, the opponent's monster is really a high-level second-level monster. It may be able to defeat him in one go. When I think about it, I feel a little scared. Ouch! Evil beast, die! When they heard the loud shouts, Yifan and Lang Feng knew that the fight outside to kill the second-level red-haired Ape King had reached a fever pitch. Sure enough, Captain Wu Xia cooperated with the Mechanical Combat Corps to suppress the red-haired Ape King again. Cooperating with the slaying of the second-rank alien beast, the red-haired Ape King, his martial arts skills transcended to the level of sainthood, giving birth to the 9th grade Dao Seed Soldier Devourer. The quality of Dao Seeds gradually increases from 9th grade to 1st grade. The 9th grade of Dao Seed Bingyan. Ability 1. Soon, prompts appeared in front of Yifan, making him very happy. That legendary Tao Seed, was it conceived? Chapter 24, Daozhong Bingyan, Medicinal Fragrance Cauldron. 9th grade Dao Seed Bingyan. Abilities, 1. Weapon Fusion. Using Dao Seeds, one can extract the essence from weapons and fuse them into one's own. Ability 2. Strengthen the army. Improve your spear skills. Note, this includes all spears. Ability 3. Weapon Control. Can control the opponent's weapons to a certain extent, creating flaws. Seeing the message prompt from Bingyan Daozhong, Yifan was deeply shocked. Ability 1, Weapon Fusion, seems to be specially prepared for creating one's own exclusive weapons. It can be said that it is a very practical and powerful ability. Ability 2 can improve your shooting ability, which is very nice. However, what does the note "including all guns" mean? Ability 3, Controlling soldiers, is a bit outrageous. If warriors of similar strength fight each other, they can slightly affect each other's weapons. This is a huge advantage. You know, the higher the level of the warrior, the more likely it is that victory or defeat is decided in a split second. One mistake may become the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Yifan was very satisfied. You have to know that this is only the 9th level of Dao Seed. If so, to what extent would the ability of a higher quality Dao Seed, or even a 1st grade Dao Seed, go against the will of heaven? However, Yifan also knew that food should be eaten bite by bite. With the Sign-in Enlightenment System, his future in martial arts will surely be bright. What are you laughing at? Lang Feng looked at Yifan grinning foolishly and felt a little confused. I thought, this kid must have hit his head. Oh. Yifan realized that he had lost his composure. It was because the system's prompt about the birth of the Dao Seed just now made him feel a little overwhelmed.
I think the captain and the others should have killed the red-haired ape king.
Yi Fan found an excuse. Okay, drink this, it will speed up your recovery.
Lang Feng didn't investigate further and took out 2 potions from the tactical bag behind him. There was green liquid inside. It looked very similar to the recovery potion he had used when he first participated in the trial at the Star Martial Hall.
This thing costs tens of thousands of Chinese yuan each, which is not cheap. Don't be so fussy, just drink it.
It can heal injuries and restore physical strength. Lang Feng cursed with a smile. He was also afraid that Yi Fan really felt a little embarrassed.
Gurgle.
Before he finished speaking, Yi Fan pulled off the bottle cap and drank it all in one gulp.
Lang Feng. It's obviously unnecessary to worry about it.
Yi Fan breathed a long sigh of relief.
It was so nice to get something for free.
Of course, Yi Fan is not someone who likes to take advantage of others.
He will remember every bit of kindness. Wow.
The medicine liquid felt slightly cool when it entered the body. Unlike the simple recovery last time, this time the green medicine liquid seemed to have a repair function.
However, I have to say it.
Yi Fan, who received the 9-star overlord body, became increasingly stronger physically. That recovery ability is also extremely terrifying. At that time, when he was knocked away by the red-haired ape king's punch, he felt that his bones were almost broken. The tendons seemed to be dislocated, but now they can move completely freely. Yi Fan treated this recovery liquid as a little sugar water to restore his physical strength, and his physical strength recovered quickly. Yi Fan discovered that his body's demand for energy was too much.
On the one hand, it was because he had not yet awakened his spirituality and could not absorb the spiritual energy in the air. So it can only be taken by oral administration.
On the other hand, he speculated that it must be related to his 9-star dominant body. Although he successfully obtained the 9-star hegemony body, he had only taken the first step in a long journey to truly use the power of the hegemony body. The two sat in the dilapidated factory building to heal and recover.
In less than half an hour, the sounds of fighting outside subsided. Crack. Day.
The sound of glass breaking and footsteps coming closer and closer. Soon, a thin but powerful figure walked in, carrying a black stick.
That's right, Captain Wu Xia.
Obviously, when Yi Fan discovered him, he also discovered Yi Fan. When he saw that Yi Fan was almost unharmed, a look of relief appeared on his face.
I'm glad you're all right. Let's go.
We've dealt with the red-haired ape king outside. Besides, we've made some new discoveries.
Wu Xia smiled and said.
I was very satisfied with Yi Fan's performance. Moreover, Yi Fan's progress through just a few words shocked him.
Oh? A new discovery? Yi Fan and Lang Feng also showed curiosity.
Yes, a small tripod was found inside the red-haired ape king's body. Although, it can't be opened, only a small crack can be opened.
But there was a strange medicinal aroma wafting from it.
This small tripod is most likely a treasure found in an ancient relic when spiritual energy was revived. By some strange coincidence, it ended up in our city, and some strange beast sensed an opportunity. The outbreak of the white-haired, black-clawed ape monster this time may also be related to this tripod. Even the birth of the red-haired ape king may be related to this tripod.
Because there is no one else on the field at this moment.
What's more, Yi Fan has extremely high authority in the Star Martial Hall. So, this is not a secret anymore, Wu Xia just said it out loud. Hearing this, Yi Fan's heart moved.
Could that little tripod be the treasure that my father helped to escort a while ago?
The attacks by strange beasts made them realize the opportunity, so a tide of beasts came.
Fatally, Yi Fan seemed to have caught a glimpse of the truth of the matter.
Yi Fan and Lang Feng stood up.
Following Wu Xia, he walked out.
Yi Fan, you performed very well this time and will definitely be rewarded. Also, if that small cauldron really contains treasures from the ancient ruins, you will also receive a corresponding share of the value based on your contribution points.
Wu Xia laughed.
After all, he knew Yi Fan's family background. The path of martial arts is a gold-swallowing cave.
So, since you have chosen to stand on Yi Fan's side,
then, Wu Xia will definitely spare no effort to help Yi Fan gain benefits.
Thank you, Captain.
Yi Fan expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. In front of others, I call him Captain. In private, I call him Uncle Wu. Wu Xia looked at Yi Fan as if he was looking at his junior.
This kid is very much to his liking.
Yes, Captain. Yi Fan said respectfully. Well, Captain Long Feng is not an outsider.
It's Uncle Wu. Long Feng.
When Yi Fan and the others followed Wu Xia out of the abandoned factory, many intelligent robots were already cleaning up the aftermath of the battlefield. Before, the mechanical army had shaved off a full meter of soil from the place where the white-haired ape king stood. There was even a huge pit several feet deep in the center.
Moreover, professionals took out an antique small tripod from the body of the dead white-haired ape king.
Yi Fan took a photo using his warrior watch.
He wants to go home and ask his father. Crash. Captain.
The members of the first team quickly gathered around.
Little brother Yi Fan is really amazing. There are not many people I admire, and you are one of them.
Taking off his helmet, a bald man walked up, shouting and staring at Yi Fan with great enthusiasm. Yi Fan took half a step back.
This braised egg won't have any bad habits. Chapter 25, Team Dinner in Preparation for Moving.
This guy looks pretty weird, doesn't he? He said he wants to get you to become his sworn brother.
Aside, take off the helmet.
Revealing a woman with delicate features and a heroic air.
Team 1 member, number 6, codename, Shadowcat. Wu Yao. Even in combat uniform, Wu Yao's curvy figure couldn't be concealed. However, he was not shy at all. He walked forward and extended his hand to Yi Fan.
Star Martial Hall warrior, Yi Fan, please take care of me. Yi Fan also stretched out his hand and gently held Wu Yao's hand. Wu Yao smiled, revealing 2 dimples. I have a good impression of this tall, handsome young man in front of me who has great talent and fighting ability.
Okay. From now on, I'll protect you at the Xingqian Martial Palace's Jiangning office. Wu Yao patted his chest and said confidently. Indeed, she is the only beauty in the Jiangning office of Xingqian Martial Palace.
Naturally, she is taken care of by other male warriors.
Someone seems to be upset about using their summoning privilege on my little brother. Huaya was annoyed and glanced at Wu Yao, muttering. It's obviously you, but you're trying to turn the tables.
Wu Yao said unhappily.
Okay, let's all introduce ourselves. Huayao and Wu Yao's antics alleviated the bloodiness and murderous atmosphere brought about by the outbreak of strange beasts.
The other members of the team introduced themselves to each other. They also welcomed Yi Fan to join the Star Martial Hall. In the world of high martial arts, if you want to be respected, you need to rely on your strength. Yi Fan's performance in killing the strange beasts was completely recognized by them. Well, according to the intelligence, with the red-haired ape king being slain, the threat of the white-haired, black-clawed monster tide has been completely resolved. Clearance work has been completed in all areas, and all industries and sectors in the city have resumed normal operations.
Our office will cooperate at any time.
Wu Xia hung up the phone and said with a smile.
Hey, that's great. It's just right, today is the day to welcome the captain. Also, welcome my little brother Yi Fan to join us. Tonight, I'm treating you all to a feast at Taotai restaurant. Gunpowder laughed.
He was familiar with the situation and had already put one arm on Yi Fan's shoulder.
However, it was a little shorter than Yi Fan.
From a distance, it looked like it was hanging on Yi Fan, which was quite funny.
TSK, that stingy guy is so stingy, I'm going to spend a lot of money today. Wu Yao teased.
Where is the hair?
Are you going to pull it out?
Huaya was not annoyed. He stroked his smooth head that looked like a boiled egg and said, Bachelor. Yi Fan looked at Huayao's bald head and wanted to touch it.
However, I held back out of politeness. The group chatted and laughed as they walked towards the Taotai Tower.
It seemed that the team members were looking forward to the Taotai Tower, which made Yi Fan quite curious. Although, he is also from Jiangning. However, his family was not well off before, and he had never heard of such the most upscale places in the inner city. The group soon arrived at the Taotai Tower. It sounds grand, but in fact, the Taotai building is not very big, but the decoration is noble and elegant.
Only certain circles and groups should know about the gathering place. Hey, that guy, why does he look a bit like the young hero reported on the news? When he entered the Taotai building, some shopkeepers pointed at Yi Fan.
Now, Yi Fan's mental power has reached 15 points. Naturally, he easily caught the content of their conversation, but he was a little confused.
Brother, you may not know this yet, but you are already a celebrity now. Huayao grinned at Yi Fan and said.
As he spoke, he used the warrior watch to project the news from not long ago.
It is followed by a hot fire symbol.
Yi Fan looked at the number of clicks, which was over 1 million. There are tens of thousands of comments alone, and many of them have been folded. The picture shows him using a bright silver spear to kill a white-haired, black-clawed ape monster.
It really looks majestic and powerful. No wonder I received dozens of messages.
Moreover, the group of Class 6, Grade 3, Jiangning No. 1 Middle School also seemed to explode.
However, he naturally couldn't rush to reply now.
After all, it was really rude of him to always keep his head down and busy himself when his cheap brother was treating him.
I just wanted to let my mom and Yiling know that I was safe. Turn out to be. The food in Taodai Tower is delicious food cooked with the meat of some advanced exotic beasts.
Not only can it satisfy the warrior's taste buds, but it can also replenish and strengthen the warrior's qi and blood. However, due to the raw materials and the difficulty in cooking, it is naturally very expensive. In addition, some drinks mixed with spiritual herbs are not only delicious, but also exude spiritual energy.
Eat meat with big mouthfuls, drink wine with big mouthfuls, life is happy. Gunpowder looks rough, but in fact, it is not restrained at all.
The attributes of the Shinyu are maxed out.
Invite everyone to eat and drink as much as they want and don't be pretentious. Warm and hospitable. Good brother said so.
Yi Fan, who hadn't had enough to eat in the past few days, was naturally not polite. He picked up a large piece of cooked exotic beast meat and started to devour it.
The taste is certainly not as good as ordinary meat, and it is a bit woody. However, the more you chew, the chewier and more fragrant it becomes.
Moreover, after eating a large piece of exotic beast meat, Yi Fan was surprised to find that his qi and blood value increased by +1. This made Yi Fan's eyes light up, and he stopped hiding it. Soon, everyone in the warrior team noticed that Yi Fan was a big eater. Even Yi Fan was given several bowls of exotic beast meat, which he easily swallowed. Yi Fan is indeed tall and strong, but he eats too much. The corners of Huayao's mouth twitched slightly. You bastard. True brother, come and chop me. By the end of the meal, Yi Fan was finally full, and his qi and blood value increased by 8 points, which made him quite satisfied. Of course, this was also the first time that Yi Fan had truly eaten his fill after receiving the 9-star overlord body. On the other hand, when gunpowder was gone, he made a fuss at first and almost cried.
Everyone found it funny. Are thighs so easy to hug?
Yi Fan, I heard that your family sold their house to pay for your father's medical treatment.
This is the access card to your new residence. You can activate it by placing it on your warrior watch. Don't refuse, this is the benefit of becoming an A-level warrior in my Xingqian Martial Hall.
Wu Xie said this as he handed Yi Fan a transparent card that had a sci-fi feel and was filled with circuits.
A level.
Upon hearing this, Huayao, Wu Yao and other team members were all shocked. After hearing this news, Huayao suddenly felt that his spending tonight was worth it.
Okay, thank you Uncle Wu.
Yi Fan smiled and felt very grateful to Wu Xie. Well, the car that Wu Dian assigned me is parked downstairs, the latest model of the 1Dao M9.
You can just use the voice navigation. You can drive first.
Yi Fan could now fully understand that it was easier to be an official if you had someone in the court. With Wu Xie's help, it is so convenient for me. After the party, Yi Fan got into a luxury car full of technology, and the AI intelligent driving freed his hands.
After picking up Yiling from the hospital, he went directly to the downstairs of his home, which was originally located in the outer city.
At this time, a communication came. Yi Fan, let Yiling go upstairs to clean up, and he will go up right away.
Immediately, he answered the call. Brother Yi, no, Father Yi, you are so awesome today.
A boy wearing glasses, who looked gentle and polite, seemed to be possessed by gunpowder and started to yell. This young man was none other than Yi Fan's best friend, Zhou Liang, nicknamed Glass Toad, looking at Swan by the group.
Chatted with Zhou Liang for a while.
Suddenly, Yi Fan heard a quarrel coming from his old house.
Chapter 26 Linjiang No. 1, Yiling's Decision. Liangzi, I have something else to do, let's talk later.
Yi Fan frowned slightly and said.
Okay, Godfather. No, Brother Yi, you are busy. Zhou Liang also noticed something strange about Yi Fan. In any case, today he completed Yi Fan's first visit after he became famous in Jiangning City.
I can show off in the class group again, which makes me excited just thinking about it. After Yi Fan hung up the phone, he quickly ran towards his old house. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Now, Yi Fan's blood value has reached 248 calories, and his speed can reach 20 plus ms, like a nimble cheetah. With an easy leap, he reached the 10th step.
Yi Fan's home is on the 7th floor of a dilapidated residential area. In just a few breaths, Yi Fan arrived outside the door.
The old-fashioned yellow decoration exudes a strong sense of age. In this cramped space of less than 70 square meters, a family of 4, including Jinlian, once squeezed into this small room.
You are shameless, get out of the way. Yi Lingjiao scolded.
Hey, little sister, don't worry. You owe me rent, and I've also heard that your family has spent all their savings on your father's medical treatment.
If you want, I can let you live here for free, how about that?
A fat and greasy man with a vulgar look on his face. A circle of dark circles in his eyes wandered over Yi Ling's slender body, which, even in her school uniform, still looked like a bud. There was even a shabby dressed woman standing next to them, looking at them timidly. However, no one dared to stop the man's actions.
Yi Fan's anger rose. This is the sorrow of the little people at the bottom of society.
Nowadays, martial arts are flourishing and strength is respected. However, there are still many people who are in collusion and are touching the bottom line of this era.
Yi Ling.
Yi Fan growled in a low voice, full of energy. The fat man was startled, and Yi Ling took the opportunity to run to Yi Fan and told him the whole story. I had heard my mother say before that she borrowed money from all relatives in order to treat my father's illness. However, many relatives who despise the poor and love the rich directly distanced themselves from Yi Fan's family as if they were avoiding the plague. As a last resort, my mother sold their house at a low price. The house hasn't been delivered in the past few days, and we agreed to move out today. However, it was not until that evening that Yi Ling came to pack up. He happened to run into the new landlord, a fat and greasy man.
Seeing Yi Ling's youthful and beautiful appearance, he wanted to tease her. At the same time,
the fat and greasy man was also surprised when he saw Yi Fan.
This kid is tall and strong, and has an extraordinary aura.
Moreover, just standing there, he felt a palpitation in his heart, as if he was facing a terrifying figure.
Little brother, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I was just joking with my little sister.
The fat and greasy man rolled his pea-sized eyes and rubbed his hands.
Misunderstanding NM. Pa.
Yi Fan snorted coldly, but his tall figure moved extremely fast. There was a crisp slap sound, and the fat and greasy man felt the sky and earth buzzing, and teeth mixed with blood splashed. The whole person was like being hit hard, and flew out in circles.
Woo woo, stop hitting me.
The woman who had been timid just now knelt down and begged Yi Fan for mercy. Yi Fan looked at the woman sadly, and he and Yi Ling took their things. The fat man, like a runaway dog, curled up in the corner, groaning. It seemed as if Yi Fan saw a flash of resentment in his eyes.
I'll tell you my home address. If you're not satisfied, come find me. Drop.
Yi Fan simply swiped the house card given by Wu Xia on his warrior watch. A clear activation voice sounded, "Welcome, distinguished warrior Yi Fan, stay at Linjiang No. 1, Villa 017.
Nest, Inner City, Lin, Jiang, No. 1?
The fat and wretched man covered his face, which was as swollen as a pig's head, with a look of shock on his face.
Warrior? Linjiang No. 1? That is the most high-end villa in the inner city. And you can't just live in it if you have money. You also have to be the most prestigious person in Jiangning City.
Compared to this, the new house they bought is like heaven and earth.
Boss, look at that young man just now.
Doesn't he look like the heroic young man reported in the news not long ago?
Hearing this,
the obese man with dark circles under his eyes shuddered, his whole body shaking like a sieve.
There was a wet area under my body. Oh, so smelly, so stinky.
Brother, I also want to practice martial arts. With the automatic navigation function turned on, the brother and sister sat in the one Dao car worth millions of Chinese yuan.
Yi Ling said seriously.
Heh, you weren't so devoted to martial arts before.
Tell me, what happened?
Yi Fan chuckled and looked at Yi Ling lovingly. In fact, he did not force Yi Ling to follow the path of martial arts. After all, although the human race has set off an evolutionary frenzy. However, practicing martial arts is still full of dangers and challenges.
One mistake could result in death. Living an ordinary life is a kind of happiness.
Because, whether it was the commotion at the school gate today, or the harassment from that disgusting fat guy just now. If I had enough power, I could prevent all of this from happening and kill it at the source.
And that's not all.
Today, martial arts are flourishing. Many people and events transcend the boundaries of rules. I don't want to be a lamb to be slaughtered when the critical moment arrives. Also, protect mom and dad, and our little home.
I don't want you to be too tired, brother.
Yi Ling looked at Yi Fan with her big watery eyes and said. Yi Fan felt warm in his heart. His sister had experienced a lot and grown up.
Okay, settle down and I'll teach you how to practice standing meditation. Yi Fan nodded.
Even if Yi Ling loses motivation in the future, it is still good to strengthen her qi and blood, improve her body, and prolong her life.
Yeah.
Yi Ling was like a lark, very excited and chirping.
By the way, brother, why didn't Sister Jinlian come back with you? Yi Ling had a premonition. Yi Fan told Yi Ling what happened in the Jiangnan Martial Arts University trial camp.
Immediately, the little girl was so angry that her cheeks puffed up like a bun. Damn it, you ungrateful bastard, you have no shame. I've had a feeling for a long time that Jinlian is very ambitious and our home can't accommodate her. After I learn martial arts, I will definitely seek justice for my brother and my parents' sacrifices. Yi Ling waved her fist angrily.
Okay, I'm counting on you.
Yi Fan rubbed Yi Ling's little head and smiled. If it were in the past, he would definitely be furious. However, now that he has the Sign-in Enlightenment System, he is full of hope for the future of martial arts. Jinlian was right in one thing, they were no longer from the same world.
In the future, he or she will not be able to reach her.
Soon, while the brother and sister were chatting, they arrived at the exclusive parking garage of Villa number 017, Linjiang number 1.
Swipe the card to enter the villa.
The configuration facilities there shocked the brother and sister.
Chapter 27 Star Fighting Network, Promotion Conditions. Whole House Intelligence. Hello, distinguished warrior Yi Fan, welcome to Villa 017, Linjiang number 1.
I am intelligent robot number 017, you can call me Xiuji. I've turned on all the lights in the house, adjusted the air conditioner to 24 degrees, played soft music, and have cold water available at any time. When they entered, an intelligent robot, like a butler, bowed and spoke. Yi Ling and Yi Fan were both slightly stunned by this impact.
Wow, it's so big and luxurious.
Yi Ling chirped like a lark. Her watery eyes were also full of curiosity, she touched here and looked there.
Brother, is this luxurious villa really for our family to live in?
Yi Ling had never seen such a luxurious house, and had never even dreamed of it. After all, compared to the old house they lived in before, the contrast and impact are really too great. Seeing Yi Ling like it, she looked happy.
In addition, my father has passed the critical stage and the next step is recovery and recuperation.
Yi Fan was very happy to feel that his talent and strength had improved his family's living conditions. Well, I became a contracted warrior of the Star Martial Hall. This is one of the benefits the Martial Hall gave me. Yi Fan nodded affirmatively. As if in a dream, Yi Ling jumped up excitedly, and her eyes were full of admiration like little stars when she looked at Yi Fan.
Brother, I want to learn from you and join the Xingqian Martial Palace.
Yi Ling is full of heroic spirit.
Okay. Come on, enter your fingerprints and facial information with me.
Then you can choose your room first. Yi Fan rubbed the little girl's head lovingly. In Jiangning number 4 middle school, Yi Ling, who has become the dream girl of many young boys, not only did not avoid it, but enjoyed it very much. This villa is very spacious, with 5 bedrooms and a nanny room on the first floor.
In addition, various functional areas are available.
Yeah, that's great.
He happily entered fingerprints, facial information and other information with Yi Fan in the villa.
Under Xiuji's guidance, Yi Ling happily ran upstairs to choose her own room. But what Yi Fan cared more about was the martial arts room below the entire villa. Walking down the stairs and pushing open the heavy isolation door, Yi Fan stepped in. The entire martial arts room is divided into several sections.
The training area is made entirely of titanium alloy that can be used to make warriors' weapons. It is so hard that even bullets and howitzers cannot leave any marks on it.
In the rest area, there are smart hot and cold pools, shower rooms, and some expensive physiotherapy equipment to help warriors stretch and recover after training. The network area is where people who communicate can be holographically projected. Moreover, they can connect to the Star Martial Hall and even the Starry Skydo network through the network. Yi Fan first came to the network area, where the signal was excellent. Having just finished his work, Yi Fan selectively began to reply to some messages. Among them was Mr. Fong, a martial arts teacher from Jiangning number 1 high school who had helped him a lot before. Also, Mr. Ma, the head teacher of Class 6, Grade 3, Jiangning number 1 high school.
Next, since Yifan failed to pass the special channel of Jiangnan Wuhan University, he would have to take the National Unified Examination.
Admission to a martial arts university is mainly divided into two parts: cultural courses and martial arts. The proportion of cultural subjects is 20%, totaling 150 points. Martial arts score, 80%, 600 points. Total, full score, 750 points. If Yifan remembered correctly, there would be another city-wide joint examination in June. I also responded to inquiries from the Wudian office and Captain Uncle Wu. Yifan only selectively replied to some of his classmates' messages. After all, Yifan had previously focused entirely on martial arts, and many of his classmates were just casual acquaintances. However, during this beast tide, Yifan was portrayed as a heroic young man. Many classmates seemed to see Yifan's potential and came to get close to him. However, times have changed. Half an hour passed by the time I finished replying to these messages. Yifan breathed a sigh of relief and came to a large leather seat in the middle of the network area, which was full of technology. Wear smart glasses. Buzz. The next moment, Yifan felt a change, as if he had come to a network void. After Yifan entered his warrior information. Warrior Yifan, welcome to the Starry Sky Fighting Network. Please choose your own intelligent brain. A voice sounded beside Yifan's ears. Because this is the first time to simulate immersing oneself in the Starry Sky Fighting Network through the internet, some settings need to be operated by Yifan. In the end, Yifan chose the image of a royal sister wearing traditional Chinese clothing as his exclusive service computer. Chongsam, intellectual, and considerate. Master Yifan, how can I help you? Wearing half-frame glasses, the tall and majestic intelligent woman looked at Yifan tenderly. Please help me check the conditions for upgrading the Xingqian Martial Hall training contract. Yifan remembered it very clearly. In the A-level training contract signed between Xingqian Martial Hall and himself, it was clearly written that those who met the promotion conditions could receive promotion training. Okay, the following are the conditions for upgrading the training contract at the Starry Martial Hall that I have found for Master Yifan. The royal sister's intelligent brain lightly tapped, and lines of text appeared in front of Yifan's eyes. Obviously, it was intelligently selected. Those below grade A are not included. Because, now Yifan's training level in the Star Martial Hall is a level. Promotion conditions. Advancement to S level. 1. Reach the unparalleled king rank in the Starry Sky Fighting Network Fighting Zone Fighting Points 14,000 plus. 2. Martial arts skills. Reach the 5th level. 3. Master the power of 3 artistic conceptions or nurture a seed of Tao. Note, all the above requirements are under 20 years old, including 20 years old. If you achieve any of the 3, you can advance. Advancement to SS level. Reach the Glory King rank in the Starry Sky Fighting Network Fighting Zone Fighting Points 19,000 plus. 2. Martial arts skills. Reach the peak of level 6. 3. Master the power of 5 artistic conceptions or nurture a Tao seed grade 7 and above. Note, all of the above requirements are under 25 years old, including 25 years old. If you achieve any of the 3, you can advance. Conditions for advancing to SSS level. 1. Reach the legendary Emperor rank in the Starry Sky Fighting Network Fighting Zone Fighting Points 25,000 plus. 2. Martial arts skills, peak level 7. 3. Master the power of the 7 artistic conceptions or give birth to 2 kinds of Tao seeds 6th grade and above. Note, all of the above requirements are before the age of 30, including 30 years old. If you achieve any of the 3, you can advance. When Yifan learned about the promotion conditions for S, SS, and SSS in the Star Martial Hall, he couldn't help but be amazed. Here, every requirement is very high. It can even be said that it is almost unattainable for ordinary warriors. Speaking of it alone, the unparalleled king rank. To achieve this, one needs at least the peak combat power of the galaxy realm and the ability to fight against opponents of higher levels. Martial arts skills require the 5th level. This is probably something that only many powerful people in the mountain and sea realm can achieve. Instead, one must master 3 artistic conceptions, or 1 kind of Tao. This thing is even more illusory and requires many aspects such as understanding and willpower. However, this is the easiest thing to achieve for Yifan. After all, he is a man who possesses the Sign-in Enlightenment System, and his future is bright. Okay, let's try and see where my limit is. Yifan clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit. Chapter 28 Fighting Trial, Target 100,000. In the Starry Sky Fighting Network, as a warrior of the Starry Sky Martial Hall, I can participate in the Skill Trial Channel and the Combat Trial Channel. As for the various artistic conceptions and Dao seed tests, you need to apply in advance. The Xingqian Martial Hall will send a dedicated person to conduct the assessment.
Try the combat trial first. Yi Fan's fighting spirit rose and he decided to give it a try. After all, these days,
his realm and strength increased too fast.
It's just right, let us try to see how powerful he is among warriors of the same level in the fighting trial.
According to Yi Fan's speculation, the first level of the trial should correspond to the lower grade warriors in the Lingxi realm. Of course, there are definitely some high level warriors who pretend to be pigs and eat the tiger, or who start from a low position to gain points.
After all,
from the first rank, bronze warriors, they advance to the second rank, gold warriors.
You will directly receive a bonus of 100,000 Chinese yuan. However, if malicious scoring is discovered by the league, there will be sanctions.
This is of course the main reason why Yi Fan chose the fighting trial channel first. Being tired of being poor, he would naturally feel relieved if he could make money.
Warrior Yi Fan chooses the combat trial channel.
Please make your choice before the trial. In the Starry Sky Fighting Network, a voice came from the void.
Yi Fan took a look. The main choice here is to fill in some basic information of your own.
In addition, one can choose to be public, while the other can hide their identity and appearance. Finally, choose weapons simulated based on real-life weapons and protective gear. Tip: if a warrior dies in the Starry Sky Grid fighting trial zone, he or she will not actually die. Of course, the fighting network will reduce the pain by 70% and pass on 30% of the pain to the trial warriors.
Everything is ready.
Yi Fan, holding a spear, with a tall and sturdy figure and a hidden face, seemed to appear in a starry sky.
Suddenly,
he transformed into a stream of light and shot into a fighting arena in the center of the starry sky. At the same time, on the other side, among the stars in the sky, a ray of light also shot into the fighting arena.
Yi Fan knew. That streak of light also represents a warrior. It will be me, the opponent in this fight. Boy, needing me is your sorrow, go to hell.
A short and ugly man suddenly appeared on the opposite side, holding two sledgehammers. The 1.5-meter height formed a sharp contrast with Yi Fan's burly figure.
Maybe it's jealousy.
As soon as this short and ugly man saw Yi Fan, he uttered harsh words and used his killing move.
The body jumped high.
The two hammers in his hands danced like the wind. It hit Yi Fan's head hard, as if it would smash Yi Fan's head into pieces in the next moment.
This proficiency and skill level can be summed up in one word: crude.
Yi Fan said in a cold voice. Wow, boy, you don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is.
You are talking nonsense. Ah. Puff.
Yi Fan, when still, is like a deep abyss and a towering mountain, and he is as still as a mountain. When it moves, it is as powerful as thunder. A spear thrust out, as if turning into a silver lightning. Directly, he shot the short and ugly man who was jumping in the air with nowhere to support himself, and stabbed him to death, his heart pounding and his heart soaring.
First win.
Ouch, that hurt so much, my 7-game winning streak. From a distant room, a man's depressed roar was heard.
Damn it. How can I, at the bronze warrior level, encounter a second-level skill?
And judging by his martial arts skills, he's a little monster who has reached the realm of great perfection or above. Yi Fan discovered that after 2 days of transformation, his strength had undergone an absolute change. He won several bronze-level combat trials with one move.
3 consecutive wins. 4 consecutive wins.
After 10 consecutive wins, he reached the Bronze Warrior rank promotion match. Yi Fan's opponent was a woman with green light surrounding her body, who looked vaguely like an elf. As soon as she made a move, vines filled the sky, like spirit snakes, madly strangling Yi Fan.
This is a wood-attributed spiritual weapon that has the ability to entangle and bind. Use softness to overcome hardness.
This elf-like woman definitely looks like a warrior who has awakened her spiritual power.
Moreover, he should be a warrior with wood attribute.
Facing a tough and domineering warrior like Yi Fan, they should be the perfect counteract to each other. After winning 10 games in a row, Yi Fan's confidence is overflowing. So, he just let these vines wrap around himself.
Break it for me. Boom.
Then, accompanied by Yi Fan's low roar. The blood in his body was boiling, and he was like a Tyrannosaurus Rex that had awakened, forcibly pushing the vines apart.
At the same time,
his figure turned into a flash of lightning, and the tip of the spear exerted its ability to break through obstacles, directly stabbing into the wooden walls that blocked his way.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The wooden wall exploded with a sound. A bullet hit the elf-like girl's eyebrows. Before leaving, the girl glared at Yifan fiercely. It was as if he wanted to deeply imprint this guy who had no sympathy for women and was ruthless in destroying them in his mind. Green trees everywhere. A girl with fair skin and delicate features covered her eyebrows. Bad guy, it hurts so much, it hurts so much. Aki, I've already told you, there are always people better than you. Even if you're at the bronze level, you can't be careless. Beside, a man who looked 90% similar to Aichi, but with a bit of doting that was not in line with his age, looked at Aichi beside him and smiled. I don't care, I don't care. Wei, you must avenge me. Aki stretched out her arms, which were as soft as a snake, hugged Ivy and shook her. The shaking made Ivy smile bitterly. But compared to Aki's playfulness, Ivy seems very gentle. Okay, just this once, and it won't happen again. Wow, Wei, I love you, wave. Go aside, describe that guy to me. Yifan was making rapid progress in the fighting trial channel of the Starry Sky Fighting Network. Little did he know that he was being chased and sniped by a talented girl named Ivy. What? You said that Yifan has cultivated the lower-grade spiritual spear technique that he learned in my Xingqian martial hall yesterday to the level of transcendence and sainthood? The person projected by the entire system was a man with a crew cut who looked to be in his 20s and had an extraordinary demeanor. But even Wuxie, who already had white hair on his temples, was respectful to this man. The man who looked to be in his 20s was none other than Yin Shanyu, the branch master of the Xingqian martial hall in Jianghuai City. At this moment, he was also full of disbelief. Yes, it was Lang Feng, the captain of the first team of the office, who reported to me. Because when Yifan used his spear skills, the shadow of the Overlord statue appeared. Moreover, one shot injured the second-level red-haired black-clawed ape king. Not only that, Lang Feng guessed that Yifan should have germinated the seeds of spear intent. Just now, when I heard Lang Feng's statement. Although Wu Xie appeared calm on the surface, he was actually trembling with excitement inside. Yifan's comprehension is probably 10 times higher than he imagined. I didn't expect that Yifan not only possesses a special physique, but also has such an extraordinary understanding of the way of spears. Yin Shanyu was also amazed. He felt more and more that it was a wise move to sign Yifan with an A-level contract. Palace Master, do I need to report this? Wu Xia reminded. After all, he and Yifan now share the same honor and disgrace, so he naturally hopes that Yifan will get more attention from the top management of the Star Martial Palace. Let's wait a little longer. If he can continue to make rapid progress like this, maybe we'll all have found a treasure. Yin Shanyu was also quite looking forward to it. Just when Wu Xia reported to Yin Shanyu, Yifan's winning streak has reached 29 consecutive victories. What is about to take place is the promotion match. Chapter 29 Genius? Just the threshold to see me. The Starry Sky Duba Network was jointly founded by the 3 major martial arts halls of the human race. The purpose is to provide a stage for martial artists to communicate, collide, and improve. Uncover more talented warriors with potential. Every month, 2 people from each of the 3 major martial halls take turns to preside over the event, using a god's perspective to supervise, investigate, and search. This month's rotating chairmen are 2 mountain and sea realm warriors from the Candlelight Martial Hall. Hey, an interesting little guy seems to have appeared in the bronze warrior rank. Among them, a warrior from the mountain and sea realm said. Bronze warrior rank? That's such an ancient thing. What's so interesting there? Just noobs fighting each other. Another warrior with a rough voice said disdainfully. Indeed. With their strength in the mountain and sea realm, the bronze warrior level was really childish and ridiculous in their eyes. It was as if a mature adult was watching a group of little kids playing with branches. No, look at this little guy. He's won 29 consecutive games. Moreover, no opponent has been able to make him attack for more than 3 moves. Just be gentle. The Shanghai Realm warrior who first discovered it said. Buzz. The image that appeared was a man of burly stature, domineering aura, holding a spear. Almost one shot at a time, and the young man quickly achieved 29 consecutive victories. What a strong physique, and what sharp marksmanship. This is definitely a good seedling who will follow in my giant elephant lineage. Just took a quick look. The warrior from the mountain and sea realm with a rough voice felt that it was really fragrant. He has a strong body and practices the lineage of the giant elephant, which focuses on strength and tyranny. And with the vision of their powerful warriors in the mountain and sea realm, they can naturally easily see how amazing Yifan's basic strength is. Don't be impatient. Hey, it's this little genius girl, now we're going to have a good show.
But, the number on this little girl doesn't seem to be her own, right?
Yes, before, that somewhat arrogant waiter was bullied, and he should be here to help seek revenge.
Interesting.
The first voice showed a hint of interest.
Well, it's a proxy account, which is against the rules.
The man from the rough and sturdy giant elephant lineage snorted coldly.
How about you talk to the grandfather of these two little guys? Snort.
The world of martial arts is not about fighting and killing, it is more about human relationships and worldly wisdom.
30 consecutive wins.
In the starry sky arena, Yifan looked very calm on the surface.
In fact, I already feel anticipation and excitement in my heart.
As long as he wins one more game, he will be able to directly advance to the gold rank and receive a 100,000 yuan bonus for the first promotion. My sister Yiling has already started to pursue martial arts. If I get these 100,000 Chinese yuan, I can buy her some basic medicines.
A doting smile appeared on Yifan's face.
He even started thinking about how to spend the 100,000 yuan prize money if he won it. There are currently 5 million in the bank card, which was given by the Star Martial Hall to help him improve his martial arts level. But these 100,000 yuan are real and were earned through my own hard work.
Flowers are more free to be used as you please.
Whoosh! Suddenly, Yifan stood in the center of the starry sky arena. I saw a bright star among the starry sky. Then, it turned into a stream of light and shot towards the starry sky fighting arena.
Here I come. Yifan knew.
The one who appears in this ray of light will be his opponent in the 30th battle. Swish! The starlight dissipated, and a slim and extremely smart-looking girl appeared opposite Yifan. As soon as this girl appeared, she gave Yifan a sense of familiarity. You know, warriors not only have far greater martial arts skills than ordinary people. What's more, as the body becomes stronger, memory ability will also be greatly improved. Not to mention, Yifan's mental strength has increased to 15 points. What's more, it has almost reached the limit of ordinary people's mental strength. Memory has naturally been greatly improved.
She looks a bit like the elf girl from the 10th level? Oh, no, it's not the same person. This woman's aura and temperament are completely different.
Soon, Yifan was certain that this woman was definitely not the elf girl he met in the 10th level. It's just that they have some vague similarities in appearance.
Yeah, that's him.
While Yifan was looking at Ivy, the girl was also looking at him. According to my sister Aki's description, it must be the burly young man in front of her.
Moreover, Ivy felt an extremely strong and domineering aura from Yifan.
Go! In an instant, Ivy Hao's wrist trembled. It seemed as if two glass-like bracelets were sliding down from it. In an instant, they turned into two ferocious water dragons, roaring and rushing towards Yifan.
Water Warrior.
This is a warrior who has opened up his spiritual power and can use it to drive spiritual soldiers and launch attacks. Yifan raised his eyebrows. The bright silver spear with red tassel turned stabbing into whipping.
Woo-woo.
In an instant, the gun body seemed to turn into a silver dragon, crossing over and lashing out at the water dragon that was attacking Yifan.
Bang, bang. Bang, bang.
As soon as the collision occurred, the entire starry sky arena let out a roar like waves crashing on the shore. Immediately afterwards, we saw that the water dragon was blown apart.
Two glass-like bracelets flew back to Aki's fair wrists.
Willowleaf brows knitted slightly, Ai Wei nodded gently and said, "No wonder Chi-Chi lost to you. If my perception is correct, you should not be very old.
In terms of power, you are definitely a genius. If Aki were here, she would definitely be surprised."
Although my elder sister is gentle as water, she is also very proud in her heart and rarely praises people of the same age. Unexpectedly, his archenemy actually received praise from his sister.
Genius?
It's just the threshold to meet me. Yifan stood with a pistol, full of vigor and vitality. Possessing a 9-star tyrant body, his personality was gradually affected. Become strong, domineering and confident.
Very arrogant. Ivy sneered without comment and continued her attack. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Soon, the two of them continued to fight in the starry sky arena, making bursts of roars. Yifan held a spear in his hand, deep and unfathomable. And Ivy is like a water elf, controlling the changes of water, which can be hard or soft, and is endless.
Spiritual level mid-grade martial arts turbulent waves.
Ivy used a mid-grade spiritual martial art that was at the great perfection level. The flexible spiritual weapon seemed to turn into surging water, surging in an instant, like turbid waves emptying, startling thousands of snowdrifts. The peerless overlord spear indestructible. Behind Yifan, a shadow of a king suddenly appeared, holding a spear, invincible.
Transcendent saint level.
Ivy was shocked. It was the first time she saw someone practice a martial art to the level of transcendence.
It's amazing.
As soon as it touched, her turbulent waves were shattered by the spear tip like a reef.
Artistic conception. Water dripping wears away stone. Crash.
The glass bracelet on her wrist instantly turned into sparkling beads, as crystal clear as water droplets.
Like countless raindrops falling.
The artistic conception of water blesses you. Those beads are not water drops at all. What's more, it's like a heavy hammer, ready to smash through the enemy who strikes it.
Gun intent.
The two of them faced each other like a thorn in the thorn. At the same time, Yifan used his gun intent.
Ding ding dong dong.
For a moment, it was like pearls falling on a jade plate.
Chapter 30, Advancing to Gold, a Hidden Gem?
Ding ding dang dang. This time, it was Ivy's turn to be shocked. She really couldn't imagine that a young man with such a youthful aura not only mastered the spiritual level martial arts of the extraordinary and saintly level,
at the same time, mastered the gun intent?
He started his challenge from the bronze warrior level, yet was unknown. At least, she definitely hadn't heard of it. With such potential, he has the potential to enter the Chinese Young Dragon list. In fact, Ivy overestimated Yifan a little. That is, Yifan did not master the true spear intent, and his ability to unleash terrifying power that was almost like spear intent was definitely due to his Dao seed.
Bingyan, the ability to strengthen soldiers.
This allowed him, even at the level of a spear intent seed, to almost rival Ivy, who had mastered the artistic conception of water dripping through a stone.
It's my turn to attack. I must get this 30th victory.
Holding the gun in his right hand, Yifan unleashed extraordinary and saintly level gun skills, adding to the seed of gun intent.
Resist Ivy's attacks. Suddenly, he clenched his left hand into a fist, and a domineering aura emanated from his fist. It is exactly the second move of the entry-level king-level martial arts Thanos King Fist, the Immortal King's Court.
Hiss.
Ivy's eyes, as blue as the sea, fixed. I was extremely shocked.
She didn't expect that even so, the tall boy in front of her had not reached his limit.
In fact, his best skill might not even be his marksmanship.
Even Ivy was shocked when this idea came up.
Where did the little monster pop out from?
Swish. There was a sound as if even the air was being torn apart, and that figure was extremely brutal.
He rushed in front of Ivy like a rampage. Throw a punch. The void in front of him exploded.
An aura of supreme royal power appeared, causing Ivy, who was already a little small compared to her height, to suddenly feel like an ant trying to shake the sky.
Hua hua.
It was at this moment. A shell pendant on Ivy's white jade neck made a sound like a huge wave.
This is a spiritual weapon for protection.
Different from the protective suits of warriors, it can protect a small area, but it is gorgeous and beautiful.
The cost is extremely high.
Yifan's eyes narrowed, and in front of him was the Starry Sky Network fighting space. However, the instruments that appear here are all simulated based on actual objects. This means that whether it is the bracelet spiritual weapon or the shell spiritual weapon, these are all possessed by the sea elf-like girl in front of him.
It also means that he definitely has an extraordinary background.
However, compared to being gentle and considerate, he is cautious and cautious. Yifan cares more about the 100,000 yuan first-time promotion reward.
Control the troops, deviate. Suddenly,
Yifan displayed another ability of the Tao Seed, which was to control soldiers. The shell-like defensive armor that was originally washing away the sound of seawater was actually shifted several inches when Yifan's fist approached.
Bang!
Yifan's second move of king-level martial arts, the Supreme King's Court, hit Ivy's chest hard.
Ivy's body in the fighting starry sky collapsed bit by bit.
She remembered the boy's seemingly arrogant words before, "Genius is just the threshold to meet me." Perhaps, he really has the capital to be arrogant.
My real rank is gold. I hope we can meet again in the future. Ivy muttered.
Immediately, the body slowly dissipated. Yifan didn't hear it clearly, but even if he heard it clearly, he wouldn't care.
Now,
he just felt that this promotion match was indeed a bug. This one battle alone left him exhausted both physically and mentally. Whether it is using king-level martial arts or unleashing the seeds of gun intent. Still, using the strong soldier ability of the debut species made Yifan a little exhausted.
And
Yifan discovered that using that kind of soldier control ability consumed a lot of mental energy. However, after making the sea elf-like girl's spiritual weapon move a few inches, he felt a little dizzy. Martial arts skill improvement, spearmanship level 23%. Gun intent seed improvement 33%. Yifan was gasping for breath, and 2 prompts appeared on the virtual panel in front of him. After 30 consecutive battles, his martial arts skills and spearmanship improved by 2%, and his spear intent seed improved by 3%.
This is definitely a pleasant surprise.
Congratulations, Warrior Yifan, for successfully advancing to the rank of Golden Master.
The current winning rate is 100%. Do you want to continue the challenge?
The voice of the system came from above the ring. Stop the challenge.
Yifan replied.
I just came here on a whim to break into the fighting trial passage of the Starry Sky Arena. And was attracted by the 100,000 yuan prize. At this moment, I have reached my limit and need to adjust myself and summarize my combat experience. Okay, first swipe reward will be deposited into your bank account later, please check it.
Wow. The voice fell.
Yifan felt a slight dizziness, and he was about to be teleported out of the fighting trial channel.
He. He. The surrounding scenery is beautiful, with glass houses and a huge network room.
A little girl with delicate features and a spoiled look, rubbing her hands and clashing her fangs.
You stinky boy, you dare to poke me? Just wait and see how my Weiwei will beat you up.
The little girl who was speaking was none other than Ai Chi, who was previously stabbed to death by Yifan.
Snort. Suddenly,
a slight groan came from Ivy, who was wearing a cyber computer helmet. Then, Ivy covered her chest with her hands, and her pretty face turned slightly pale. Aki opened her eyes wide, a look of disbelief on her face.
Could it be that Weiwei also lost? That's impossible. How could that brat be so strong? Weiwei?
Helping Ivy take off her helmet, Aki looked at her delicate and flawless face with anticipation and nervousness. I hope to hear the news that my mortal enemy, the tall and domineering young man, has been beaten up.
He's a genius, no, a little monster.
Ivy rubbed her plump breasts and pondered for a moment. Hearing this, Aki opened her eyes wide. Normally, she rarely heard her sister, who appeared gentle but was actually very proud, praise anyone.
Suddenly, Ai Chi seemed to have discovered a new world and exclaimed, Weiwei, that bastard didn't hit you in the chest, did he? After hearing this, Ivy couldn't help but blush. Wow, that's abominable.
I'm going to find Grandpa and find out who this abominable, shameless bastard is.
Aki gnashed her little fangs and ran away. Ivy smiled bitterly. Senior executives of Star Fighting Network.
The 2 Candlelight Marshall Hall Mountain and Sea Realm powerhouses who were the rotating chairmen also felt a little unbelievable at this moment.
Every punch is powerful and powerful. Exciting.
This child is definitely a beloved child of the heavens, descended from my lineage of giant elephants.
I want all the information about this kid.
As the rotating chairman, they can check the information of any warrior who enters the Starry Sky Fighting Network.
Soon, the message came back.
Yifan, a native of Linjiang City, Jiangnan Province, is a student in Class 6, Grade 3 of Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. I participated in the Jiangnan Martial Arts University trial camp this year but was not accepted. I later joined the Xingshan Martial Hall.
What? This kid participated in my Jiangnan Martial Arts University trial camp but was not accepted? What's the point of a recruitment teacher? He's so blind.
The tall and strong man from the giant elephant clan had his eyes wide open, with anger flashing in them. Chapter 31, Ing Sung's Uncertainty and the Plan to Improve His Qi and Blood.
I'm so proud today, so proud. Humming a little tune.
A hook-nosed man, holding the steering wheel with one hand, headed towards the gentle nest of the secret villa. Thinking about the rewards that were about to be issued, he couldn't help but feel excited.
Hey, little bitch, tonight I'll let you taste how powerful I am.
The hook-nosed man couldn't help but put on an obscene smile.
Buzz. Suddenly, the hook-nosed man's warrior watch vibrated. Who dares to disturb my pleasure?
The hook-nosed man frowned, but when he saw the incoming call message on the warrior's watch.
Crack. Slam on the brakes.
The car's tires rubbed against the ground, leaving behind charred marks over 10 meters long. In fact, the smoke and dust produced by the friction made him want to cough. But he didn't care about all this. He hurriedly got off the car and stood respectfully, as respectful and well-behaved as a primary school student meeting his parents. Immediately, he quickly connected the communication.
Principal. Buzz. The watch shone forward, and a half-body projection appeared. However, it still shows the opponent's strong body.
Although the projection was not large, the hook-nosed man Ing-song felt his palms sweating. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on my head, and I was under tremendous pressure. This person is none other than the vice president of Jiangnan Martial Arts University, a descendant of the giant elephant, and a martial arts expert in the mountain and sea realm Shangshan. He has a clear distinction between love and hate, and is domineering and protective of his shortcomings.
Well, your name is Ing-song, and you are the head teacher in charge of the Jiangnan Martial Arts University trial camp this year? Shanshan's voice is rough and you can't tell whether he is happy or angry.
When Ing-song heard this, his uneasy heart instantly relaxed a lot. This was because, this year, the Jiangnan Martial Arts University trial camp that he was in charge of had produced an S-level spiritual genius girl, who was signed by him with a B-level training contract. You know, many S-level spiritual warriors apply to the 3 top martial arts universities in China.
And being captured by him was a great success for Jiangnan Wuhan University.
He is very smart and has made great achievements this year.
Could it be that even the vice principal knows about this? Ask in person?
Thinking of this, Ing-song couldn't help but feel excited. If so, because of this matter, I can gain the appreciation of the vice principal. Perhaps, the biggest gain of this year's trial camp is not as simple as discovering an S-level spiritual genius girl.
Maybe even climb to a higher branch.
Yes, principal. This year, I have been in charge of our school's special admissions process and have achieved good results.
In particular, a student named Jinlian. Ing-song told himself to stay calm.
At the same time, he couldn't help but take credit for it.
Okay, let me ask you, this year, in my Jiangnan Martial Arts University trial camp, is there a student named Yifan?
But
before Ing-song could finish introducing his masterpiece, he was rudely interrupted by Shangshan. Asked Yifan directly.
Yifan, to reply to the principal, there is such a person.
Ing-song couldn't figure out Shangshan's purpose and nodded slightly. How about this boy? Shangshan continued to ask. Could he be the illegitimate son of Vice Principal Shangshan?
Ing-song still remembered that Yifan was also tall and mighty. But when I think about it, it seems impossible. After all, if he was Shangshan's son, there wouldn't be any need for so much trouble. The offspring of a powerful person in the mountain and sea realm would have such a unique background that he would need to go through this trial camp passage? This boy is a piece of rotten wood that cannot be carved. After several months of training in the trial camp, he has taken many of our booster potions, but not a single bit of spiritual power has emerged.
It's simply a waste of Jiangnan Wuda's resources.
So, I drove it out of the trial camp. He was even ordered to compensate Jiangnan Wuda for the trial costs of 200,000 Chinese yuan within a certain period of time.
Ing-song said angrily. Idiot. Hearing this, Shangshan couldn't bear it any longer. It was really this blind guy who drove the little guy in the Starry Sky Fighting Network out of their Jiangnan Wuda. In fact, if it weren't for the communication, Shangshan would have had the urge to punch the smart Ing-song. Ing-song was so angry at Shangshan's thunder that his head was buzzing. It's Yifan, the rotten wood that you said cannot be carved. Tonight, on the Starry Sky Fighting Network, I successfully advanced to the gold rank with a formidable record of 30 consecutive victories from the bronze rank. Not only that, he also encountered this year's top-seeded player from Jiangnan Province Wutong in the Bronze Warriors promotion tournament, and defeated him at the bronze level. You're telling me that guy is a loser? The sound of Shangshan roared as if it wanted to eat people.
Looking at Ing-song's stupid look, he wanted to stomp him to death.
Yifan? 30 consecutive wins? Defeat the provincial seed players in the Wutong College entrance examination? Even he, a peak warrior in Lingxi realm, might not be able to do it. After all, you don't know that monster who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger started from the bronze warrior rank. Moreover, such a genius probably has the potential to enter the Chinese young dragon list. How could it be the young man who almost knelt down and begged for mercy the day before yesterday? If Vice Principal Shangshan had not said it himself, Ing-song would probably have laughed out loud. Even, spray him to death. Reporting to the principal, I think it is absolutely impossible.
I am willing to guarantee with my life that Yi Fan, who joined my Jiangnan Martial Arts University trial camp this year, is a loser.
A few days ago, Yi Fan was still a useless guy with a HP value of no more than 50. How could he possibly accomplish the feat you described, principal? It must be a misunderstanding, Ing Song said with great certainty.
Hearing that Ing Song was willing to guarantee his life, Shanshan on the other end of the line also began to have doubts.
Well, you better hope it's not. Otherwise, I'll twist your head off.
In the Starry Sky Dota network, Yi Fan has a message.
I will send it to you later. Please check it for me.
After verification, we will take immediate action and go to their home to enroll them through special channels.
Signed my Jiangnan Wuhan University Class A training contract.
After Shanshan finished speaking, he hung up the phone.
Call.
A gust of mountain wind blew, and Ing Song felt his buttocks were cold. It was just a projection, but Shanshan put too much pressure on him, and even his whole body was soaked with sweat.
Yi Fan, that loser, how could it be possible? It must be a coincidence. A level training contract?
Even after several years at Jiangnan Wuda, I've never encountered such a genius.
Ing Song smiled bitterly and shook his head.
Then, an image flashed through his mind.
It was the same young man who, although in a mess, uttered the arrogant words when he was leaving, "You will definitely regret this."
Suddenly, Ing Song became like a frightened bird, and began to become somewhat uncertain. When Yi Fan walked out of the fighting trial passage, he was greeted by an intellectual and mature intelligent computer wearing half-frame glasses and a cheongsam. I don't know if it was Yi Fan's illusion. He felt that when this royal sister intelligent computer looked at him, her eyes were like water and a little gentler. Please help me design a training plan to improve my qi and blood. Don't worry about the cost, it's the most efficient improvement solution. Yi Fan instructed the royal sister intelligent brain. Okay, respected warrior Yi Fan, please wait a moment. The qi and blood enhancement plan tailored specifically for you has 3 main options.
Chapter 32 Wu is a gold drinking cave, spending millions.
Yi Fan has already sorted out his next training plan.
The first goal is to get a good score in the city-wide joint examination in June.
So, while improving your martial arts skills, you must also focus on your academic studies.
After all, in the past 6 months, I have devoted myself to the trial camp of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. I hope to take the special recruitment route and enter Jiangnan University, the highest martial arts school in Jiangnan province. Who would have thought that he would be driven out? However, it can be considered a blessing in disguise as it activated my Sign-in Epiphany System. Let your martial arts future have unlimited possibilities. At the same time, try to spend money to improve your energy and blood. Practice the void soul refining technique to enhance your spiritual power. This is a slow and steady job.
As for martial arts skills, and even spear intent, Tao seeds, etc.
These are the most illusory and difficult to grasp aspects for ordinary warriors. But for Yi Fan, it is the easiest to achieve. Therefore, what Yi Fan urgently needs to solve now is the improvement of his qi and blood. After all, qi and blood values represent speed and strength. If the difference in qi and blood values is too great, even martial arts skills and proficiency, no matter how high, will be like castles in the air, mirages and illusions. The first option, use the precious blood and flesh medicine to increase qi and blood. This option can satisfy the warrior's appetite while quickly increasing qi and blood. The disadvantage is that it requires the flesh and blood of high-level exotic beasts and precious medicine, which is relatively valuable. Recommended, peak first level or even second level iron skin blood rhino flesh and blood, or blood spirit ginseng. The second option, use the genetic medicine developed by Chinese technology to enhance the warrior's qi and blood. The advantage of this option is its high cost effectiveness. Disadvantage, generally, drugs that stimulate the body and increase qi and blood are accompanied by a certain amount of pain, requiring the warrior to have a strong will. Recommended, strong base number 1, produced by Johnson & Johnson Technology. The third option involves using pills and medicinal liquids refined by martial arts masters to boost qi and blood. The advantage of this option is that it is highly targeted and has a very significant effect. The disadvantage is that demand exceeds supply and the supply cannot be stable. Recommended, marrow washing solution, bone strengthening, and body strengthening ointment. The intelligent brain of the Cheongsam Queen quickly searched and designed 3 plans for Yi Fan to improve his qi and blood. Of course, Master Yi Fan can also practice the method of strengthening the body and improving the qi and blood.
He pushed up his half-framed glasses and looked at Yi Fan gently as he reminded him. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan nodded.
Very satisfied. Because the three solutions provided by Yuj intelligent brain are all feasible.
Moreover, point out their advantages and disadvantages respectively. After thinking for a few seconds, Yi Fan decided to adopt the first and second options.
After all, the third solution cannot be provided stably.
As for spending money, he is not afraid. Because the value of money and martial arts points can only be reflected when they are used to improve one's strength. Moreover, Yi Fan, who has experienced all these things, is very open-minded. In the world of high martial arts is respected. Only when your own strength is improved can you obtain better resources.
Soon, Yi Fan exited the cyberspace. Noticed a message displayed on the warrior's watch.
Starry Sky Data Network has transferred 89,836 Chinese yuan to your bank card with the last number 9527. The tax has been paid by Starry Sky Data Network. I was promoted to the gold leader in the fighting trial channel of the Starry Sky Fighting Network. A total of 100,000 Chinese yuan in prize money was won.
However, I need to pay taxes to China on this part of my income.
Yi Fan was very open-minded and felt that there was no problem at all. After all, the birth of many Chinese technologies and the defense of cities against strange beasts require a lot of money.
Don't think too much.
Yi Fan opened the Star Martial Hall Mall page through his warrior watch. First level peak iron skin blood rhinoceros meat, 8,000 Chinese currency martial palace points per kilogram.
Note, we also offer cooking bags, ready to eat. An additional 500 Chinese yuan per pound will be charged. Optional flavors, cumin, spicy, Orleans. Johnson Technology produces strong base number 1, 5,000 Chinese currency martial hall points piece. Note, Lingxi Realm monks can tolerate 30 sticks per month. After receiving the 9-star Overlord body, Yi Fan had a big appetite.
He estimated that he needed at least 10 kilograms of iron-skinned blood rhinoceros meat every day.
In addition, the processing and cooking of exotic animal meat is much more difficult than ordinary meat.
He also planned to have it processed and sent directly. Therefore, Yi Fan directly ordered a month's supply of 300 kilograms of iron-skinned blood rhino meat, totaling 2,550,000.
Besides,
Yi Fan also ordered 60 of the strong base number 1.
The limit for ordinary Lingxi Realm warriors is 30 sticks per month, and he wants to challenge the double dose. My father always reminds me, if you want to be respected in front of others, you will have to suffer behind their backs.
So, pursue martial arts. Yi Fan is often regarded by Zhou Liang and others as the king of volumes, the madman. Ordering the Changji number 1 cost another 300,000. In other words, Yi Fan spent a total of 2.85 million on ordering a month's supply of precious potions to enhance his qi and blood.
Sure enough, martial arts is a gold-devouring cave. This is definitely an astronomical figure for an ordinary family. Moreover, it was almost unimaginable for Yi Fan before. However, although it was painful, Yi Fan's determination was extremely firm.
Because it is almost the end of May now, and there is only more than a month left before the Wutong College entrance examination in July. Therefore, he spared no expense to improve his strength. Besides, he has a trump card. That is, the Tao Seed. If he reports directly to the Star Martial Palace, perhaps he can be promoted to an S-level training contract. However, he didn't do that the first time. After all, his strength improvement in the past few days has been somewhat terrifying. If so, and the Tao Seed is unlocked again, he will be caught and sliced into pieces for research.
Low key. Develop slowly and don't waste time.
In addition, Yi Fan also purchased some medicinal liquids to strengthen his younger sister Yi Ling. In total, the direct consumption today was more than 2.9 million. When Yi Fan walked out of the underground martial arts room, Yi Ling had been looking forward to seeing the stars and the moon coming to greet her. Brother, I have finished my homework, can you teach me martial arts?
Chapter 33, Returning to Alma Mater, Meng Shi apologizes. Yi Ling, HP, 20.
Basic stance, Zhenlong stance low grade mortal, proficiency 1%.
The body is like a bow, the back is like a dragon, the feet are rooted. Yi Fan instructed and corrected Yi Ling's key movements.
At this moment, Yi Ling had only been standing in the stance for half an hour, but she was already sweating profusely. Yi Fan was also observing Yi Ling to see the little girl's character.
However, Yi Ling's beautiful little face was full of tenacity. First day, almost done. No, I can hold on for a while. Okay, don't practice too late. I have to go to school tomorrow. I'll be with my parents.
Yifan closed the door for Yiling and found a room to use as his bedroom.
Void Spiritual Refining Technique.
Yifan sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice the Void Spirit Refining Technique.
The Void Spirit Refining method uses the unfathomable mysteries of heaven and earth to temper the spirit. The pain is like purgatory, and then rebirth in nirvana. Woo woo.
The next moment, Yifan's spirit seemed to fly to the misty starry sky. Once again, two winds, one black and one white, blew over and began to madly destroy Yifan's spiritual figure.
Constantly tearing, ravaging, and reassembling. In the void, only the boy's screams were heard, drifting away with the wind. Time flies like a white horse, passing by in a flash. Your mental strength increases to 16 points. Your willpower increases to 23 points. When a hint of dawn appeared in the east, 2 message prompts appeared on the virtual panel in front of Yifan.
Although he was a little tired, Yifan's lips curled up slightly.
Because he knew that the direction he was working towards was not wrong. This is just the early stage.
As your mental strength becomes higher and higher, it will become more and more difficult to improve it further.
However, the Void Spirit Refining Technique has been included in his must-practice items every night. The next day,
after only 2 hours of sleep, Yifan got up. After washing up, he looked full of energy.
Ever since practicing the Void Spirit Refining Technique and obtaining the 9-star Overlord body,
he found that his recovery speed, both mentally and physically, was too fast.
Simply put, 2 hours of charging gives you a whole day of energy.
He ran out, bought some ingredients and made breakfast. Children from poor families have to grow up early. Yifan started helping his parents cook when he was 8 years old. Now, after nearly 10 years, I have become familiar with it.
I will send Yiling to school, and then I will bring food to my parents.
Even last night he wanted his mother to come back to sleep so he could keep watch.
But my mother refused to do so.
Let him have a good rest, study and practice well, and prepare for the military unified examination in July.
Ding dong, ding dong.
Soon, when Yifan prepared all this,
a bell rang at the door of the villa. Yifan opened the door.
I saw a warrior wearing the uniform of the Star Marshal Palace coming to deliver the express.
This efficiency is simply astonishing. Respected warrior Yifan, please sign for this.
When the warrior looked at Yifan, a hint of envy appeared on his face. It is really enviable that such a young warrior has received such support from the Marshal Hall.
Good. After checking, there is no problem.
Yifan signed his name, and then put the iron-skinned blood rhino's meat and potion into the cold storage room.
Yiling, come down for dinner. Yifan shouted. Here it comes, brother, hiss. Soon, Yifan saw Yiling staggering down. Even that pair of long, white, beautiful legs were trembling slightly.
Seeing this, Yifan also showed a playful smile.
I've already told you to stop.
However, Yifan was still quite happy in his heart. After all, his sister was willing to practice hard, which was definitely good news.
Brother, I don't want to embarrass you.
Yiling staggered down and saw the food cooked by Yifan. Her appetite was aroused.
Here, drink this.
Yifan handed Yiling a small plastic tube filled with light pink liquid.
This is exactly what Yifan ordered last night.
It is a medicine that can replenish the basic warrior's chi and blood, relieve muscle fatigue, and consolidate the foundation. This small piece alone costs 1,000 Chinese yuan. In the past, the Yi family simply could not afford it.
But now, the conditions are there. Yiling didn't ask any questions and just crushed the bottle and drank it. Wow, so comfortable.
Yiling's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she suddenly felt her tired body and aching waist and legs quickly become energetic. Yifan, early in the morning, directly chose the meat of the Orleans-flavored iron-skinned blood rhinoceros and ate 3 pounds of it. Then, Yifan took a car and sent Yiling to school.
The new luxury car attracted many people's attention. Wow, Linger, this is China's newest model, the Wendao M9, it's worth millions.
The cute girl with a round face is Yiling's best friend.
I'm not sure. My brother sent me here.
Yiling raised her head and looked at the blue sky in the distance through her smooth bangs. She felt that the weather today was exceptionally good.
Then, Yifan rushed to Jiangning First People's Hospital without stopping.
I heard from your mother that my son has made great progress.
Dad Yijun has regained consciousness after treatment.
Looking at Yifan, her eyes were a little red.
Dad, just focus on recovering from your injuries. Leave the rest to me. After all, I am the only man in the family now.
Yifan said this, which made Yi Jun laugh. This is what Yi Jun said to Yifan when he joined the city defense army. Now, Yifan directly revealed the joke. You little bastard, your dad will stand up one day and I'll beat you up.
Yi Jun laughed and scolded. Ha, you're just showing off. Lan Suifang also smiled.
Her heart also settled down, and the days seemed to be getting better and better. Soon, Yifan received a call from his homeroom teacher, Mr. Ma.
Yifan, are you free? Come to school.
In light of your heroic performance in killing the monster yesterday, the municipal party committee has decided to award you the title of Heroic Youth.
We will honor you at our school. The director of the Education Bureau is here. How can you, the protagonist, be absent? Teacher Ma smiled.
As Yifan's former class teacher, Teacher Ma took good care of him because Yifan's family was in poor condition. She applied for a scholarship for him, and even brought some delicious food from home to Yifan in boxes. Refresh check-in location, City Number 1 High School Gymnasium, reward, 2 enlightenment points.
Master, what time is it? I will be there on time.
Yifan agreed immediately.
It doesn't matter to the young man whether he is a hero or not. The key point is that Uncle Wu told him yesterday that there is a bonus for this honorary title. Moreover, if there is an epiphany point to be taken, only a fool would not go. Okay, 10 a.m., school gymnasium.
Lao Ma was also very happy to hear Yifan being so straightforward.
Coconut shreds. Yifan responded.
When Yifan drove back to the number 1 high school in the city, he saw banners hanging on both sides of the gate, welcoming the heroic young man Yifan on his triumphant return.
Today, you are proud of your school. Tomorrow, the school will be proud of you.
Yifan touched his nose and thought that this could be considered as a glorious return to his alma mater.
At the same time,
a large convoy, led by a luxury vehicle with license plate number Jiang H.88888, arrived at Jiangning First People's Hospital.
Mr. Meng, this is where Yifan's father, Yi Jun, is hospitalized.
The person who spoke was an old man in a tang suit with a double-breasted collar, Mr. Shen.
Okay, come in later. Be sure to show your sincerity.
I, Meng, am not here to apologize, but to plead guilty.
Meng Xiong said. Yes.
Chapter 34, New and Old Inheritance, Ing Song panicked.
Wow, this is the latest model of the Wendao M9, right? Could it be that this is a big shot from some martial arts hall? How luxurious.
I must join the martial palace in the future, seek enlightenment, and live a glorious life.
Whoever pees yellow, wake him up.
No, my blood sugar is high and I'm afraid he'll get a taste of it.
Ha ha. Oh my god, that seems to be Senior Yi Fan.
In the past, many students in the first and second grades of the city's number 1 high school had heard of Yifan's name. After all, the story of Yifengzi, the king of the first volume of senior year, is really popular.
Even if they have never seen Yifan.
However, today, in front of the lobby of the school's main building, the large screen that used to promote the school's achievements repeatedly played the heroic figure of Yifan killing the strange beast yesterday. Run quickly and take the front row so you can share in the great god's good fortune. Swish, swish, swish.
Third brother, you dropped your money.
Go to hell, a good horse never turns back to eat the grass it is turned back to.
If I turn around, it will be your grandson. Number 1 High School Gymnasium.
The stadium, which can accommodate thousands of people, is now already overcrowded. However, Class 6 of Grade 3 was assigned to the front row, the most central position. Just behind the front row, there is the first row of important figures including Lord Wudian, leaders of the Education Bureau, and school leaders.
All this is because of Yifan.
Because Yifan is a member of Class 6, Grade 3 of the number 1 high school in the city. I could feel the envious looks from students in other classes and grades around me. The students in Class 6 of Grade 3 straightened their chests, feeling honored and proud at this moment.
Zhou Liang, whose nickname in the group is Spectacled Toad looking at Swan, adjusted his glasses. He said proudly, everyone, this honor is all thanks to my adoptive father. Sang Tian, the class beauty with the nickname, Milk Tea 70% Sweet, looked towards the entrance with her beautiful eyes flashing. Student Yifan, why haven't you come yet?
Upon hearing this, Zhou Liang leaned forward and sniffed the faint fragrance on Sang Tian's hair. Zhou Liang was a little distracted and said, Dad Yi sent me a message and will be here soon.
Hearing this, Sang Tian's beautiful eyes lit up and she said, that's great.
The guy in the group nicknamed "When your hair reaches your waist, I'll cut it with the scissors" was a straight man with a blank expression. He said, "Zhou Liang, your hair seems a little green." Zhou Liang was furious when he heard this. "Get lost, daddy. Believe it or not, Daddy Yi will beat the shit out of you." Lulu, a skinny young man nicknamed 10 Slaps of the Dragon in the group, had burning eyes. Said, "Yifan has always been the target I pursue. Now that he is stronger, I hope to get his guidance." The straight man with expressionless face said, "Yifan must be very busy, it is hard for him to have time to deal with you." Lulu, shut up, no one thinks you're dumb. At this moment, a somewhat handsome young man sitting in the front row, wearing a shiny old Rolex watch, seemed a little upset. He dressed differently today, but no one noticed. This person is Li Xian, whose nickname in the group is, "So poor that all he has left is money, so handsome that he wants to disfigure himself." Everyone is talking about Yifan, it's so annoying. Everyone, be quiet. The Wudian Education Bureau and school leaders will be arriving soon. Don't give them a bad impression. Li Xian said coldly. But I saw that most of the girls in the class seemed to be crazy about him. They looked up at the entrance, as if eagerly awaiting their Prince Charming. Yesterday, Zhou Liang boasted to them that his father Yi had joined the Xingqian Martial Hall. That is one of the 3 major martial halls of the human race. If nothing unexpected happens, Yifan will definitely be a big figure in the future. In comparison, a small local family like Li Xian's is not worth mentioning. After a while, Captain Wu Xia from the Xingqian Martial Hall, the director of the Education Bureau, as well as the school principals and directors entered the venue one after another. Sat firmly in the first row. "Look, who is that? Godfather, Dad Yi." Suddenly, a sharp-eyed student from class 6 of grade 3 was the first to spot Yifan stepping into the gymnasium. Zhou Liang was even more proud of it and excitedly called out "Daddy" in a loud voice. Some female classmates also wanted to shout like that, but they didn't feel comfortable doing so because there were so many people around. Let us warmly welcome Yifan, a student from class 6, grade 3 of our school and the newly crowned Jiangning City Hero Youth. The head teacher of class 6, grade 3 is a slightly overweight man with a bald head. However, the voice is loud and full of emotion. Immediately, he spoke loudly with the microphone in hand. "Dad Yi, awesome!" Zhou Liang shouted. "Wow, wow, wow! Take the lead and applaud." The students in class 6 of grade 3 especially clapped very enthusiastically. Some female classmates' eyes flickered. After not seeing him for a long time, Yifan seemed to be even taller and more handsome. The head teacher, Lao Ma, and the martial arts teacher, Lao Feng, also looked proud. Yifan is the most diligent and hard-working student they have ever met. They believed that Yifan would definitely become their most proud and outstanding student. "First, please allow the Honorable Master Wudian to speak," the department head said passionately. First up, Wu Xia comes on stage. Wu Xia talked about how Yifan had gained the attention of the Starry Martial Hall, and then encouraged the students below to work hard and strive for progress. The door of the Starry Martial Hall is always open to them. Next, the leaders of the Education Bureau affirmed the role of number 1 high school in Jiangning City as a leader in the education sector. I praised Yifan and hoped that he would achieve greater success in the next military unified examination. Finally, the school leaders encouraged the senior high school students. I affirmed the contributions of Lao Ma and Lao Feng, and hope that everyone will learn from Yifan and bring honor to number 1 high school in the city. Yifan had a big red flower slung across his body. The tall boy stood quietly and well-behaved aside. Successful sign-in, reward enlightenment points 2. Yifan was very happy after earning 2 enlightenment points. Finally, as the students were eagerly waiting, it was Yifan's turn to speak. He first thanked Wu Dian and the leaders of the Municipal Education Bureau for their visit and guidance. Next, I would like to thank my alma mater, my old class, my martial arts teacher, and my classmates. Hearing Yifan's gratitude, everyone present had smiles on their faces. Next, I will continue to work hard and strive to win glory for the school in the upcoming city-wide joint entrance examination in June and the military unified entrance examination in July. Yifan waved his fist with loud and powerful sounds. Wow! From the audience, prolonged applause broke out again. Of course, many TV reporters also came to the scene to record this exciting scene. Yifan, everyone saw you slay the strange beast yesterday. I want to see your true strength now. How about we have a sparring match? Martial arts teacher Mr. Feng said to Yifan on the stage. Moreover, this time the wording used was exchange on an equal footing. Upon hearing this, the audience was in an uproar and cheered. It's up to the teacher. Yi Fan bowed, a hint of fighting spirit rising in his eyes. He took the wooden spear from his teacher and felt a sense of inheritance between the old and the new. At the same time, I'm in no mood for sex last night, and I almost didn't sleep the whole night. Ing Son, a specially recruited teacher at Jiangnan Wuhan University, had dark circles under his eyes and looked a little confused. Because the video footage sent by Vice Principal Shangshan was exactly the figure of the tall young man who almost knelt down and begged him a few days ago. How is this possible? It seems that I must go to Jiangning. Chapter 35, Rich in the Mountains, Cultivation and Improvement. Hey, the battle between Senior Yi Fan and Teacher Fong just now was so thrilling and exciting that it made my scalp tingle. Yes, Senior Yi Fan is awesome. He can actually withstand over 100 moves from Teacher Fong. TSK, the situation has opened up. Based on the impact of killing the strange beast yesterday, Senior Yi's strength is far more than this. As the saying goes, a disciple surpasses his teacher. This time, I am giving Teacher Fong a favor. That's right, Senior Yi is amazing. If there is another disaster someday, I would be willing to inherit his martial arts skills. Bah! I've never seen such a shameless person. Ha ha! This morning at the No. 1 high school gymnasium in the city, the commendation ceremony for the heroic young man Yi Fan came to a successful conclusion. Not only that, the students present admired the style of Yi Fan, the new warrior. Moreover, I was greatly encouraged. Many students who plan to apply to Wuhan University are secretly holding back their enthusiasm. You must take Senior Yi Fan as an example, practice hard, and truly embark on the path of a warrior. At the same time, the story of Yi Fan bravely killing the strange beast and being commended as a heroic young man was also edited and broadcast by the TV station. Jiangyin City is adjacent to Jiangning City. However, in terms of scale and economy, it surpasses Jiangning City. Today, in the outer district of Jiangyin City, in a residential building closest to the inner city, a little fat boy with freckles on his face was curled up on the sofa, holding a bag of snacks in his hand and stuffing handfuls of them into his mouth. On TV, the cartoon The Story of the Two Bears and the Woodcutter was playing. Suddenly, a news segment was interrupted. Mom! Look, isn't that our poor relative on TV? The little fat boy's green eyes rolled around, and he shouted hurriedly as if he had discovered a new world. The woman with a pointed chin and a skinny face who was busy in the kitchen came out. Looking at the chubby boy with freckles on his face, he was full of doting. Baby, you haven't recovered from your cold yet, how can you yell? You are weak, lie down quickly. Hey, isn't this the kid from Yi Jun's family who wants to apply to Wuhan University? Is his martial arts so powerful? The woman with the pointed chin also looked surprised. Because Yi Fan's family is poor. So, they haven't visited this poor relative for several years. Not long ago, Lan Suifang even called to borrow money. However, she rejected it outright. Mom, I want to learn martial arts too. It's so awesome. Ha ha ha. The little fat boy was so excited that he lay on the sofa and waved his fists and feet. The fat rolled like waves, like a white fleshworm wriggling there. Baby, don't get tired. Mom knows your ambitions. Well, your cousin is so capable, it should be no problem for you to give him some pointers. Also, I saw that he seemed to have received a bonus, and our family has all the money saved in a fixed deposit. As his cousin, it shouldn't be too much for me to give you some cultivation resources. In the next 2 days, I will discuss with your father and take you to visit our relative. The woman with a pointed chin wiped her hands on her greasy apron, her eyes flashing with jealousy, and said, Yeah, good mom, love tiger oil. As he said that, the little fat boy jumped up and threw himself into the woman's arms. Ouch, baby, come down quickly, my waist can't take it. Yi Fan didn't know that as soon as his story was published, he would be remembered by the relative who once avoided him like the plague. As the saying goes, a poor man in a busy city has no one to care about him, but a rich man in a remote mountain has distant relatives. In a quiet room, two figures stood facing each other. They were Yi Fan and martial arts teacher Mr. Fong. Yi Fan, I am very pleased to see your transformation. You are also the best and most hard-working student I have taught over the years. Teacher Fong looked at Yi Fan and praised him generously. It's all thanks to the teacher's good teaching. Yi Fan bowed slightly and said modestly. Hearing this, the smile on Teacher Fong's face became even more intense. You've already talked to Lao Ma, right?
I don't have much left to teach you about martial arts. What are your plans next? Teacher Fang asked. Teacher Fang's cultivation level is around the 3rd level of Lingxi. In addition to basic standing practice, he has also mastered a lower grade spiritual stick technique to the highest level. His martial arts skills had only just broken through to the 2nd level. To be honest, Yifan's strength has now surpassed Teacher Fang in all aspects. That's right, Teacher Fang. I will continue to study the next cultural courses with my original class. Regarding martial arts, Captain Wu Xie of the Xingchen Martial Hall's Jiangning office has a very good relationship with me. He has sent people or come personally to hone my martial arts skills. The students are extremely grateful to Teacher Fang for his training and support over the past 3 years. After saying that, Yifan bowed deeply to Teacher Fang. During these 3 years, Teacher Fang helped and guided him a lot. He even thought that Yifan's family was in financial difficulty and gave him special treatment. This year, he went against all odds and gave Yifan the last spot to enter the Jiangnan Martial Arts University trial camp. All these things made Yifan very grateful to Teacher Fang. Teacher Fang's eyes turned slightly red, and she accepted it with peace of mind. It was really hard for him to imagine that his student's qi and blood value increased by more than 200 in less than half a year. Her martial arts proficiency and skills surpassed him. He didn't know how Yifan did it, but every rising martial arts genius has his own secrets. He would only be happy for Yifan. Okay. Teacher Fang gently stroked Yifan's head, his eyes flashing with expectations for Yifan's future. He said, I would like to give you a sentence: the sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. Your future will be extremely shining. Thank you, teacher. When Yifan walked out of the quiet room, his heart could not calm down for a long time. He took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. Next, I will go to school to study academic subjects in the morning. In the afternoon, I will go to the Xingchen Martial Hall office to practice. In the evening, I will practice spiritual cultivation. Food supplements and medicine supplements go hand in hand. After eating the iron-skinned blood rhino meat this morning, it increased my qi and blood by about 6 points, which means 2 points of qi and blood for every pound of precious meat. In addition, Tyrant Body improves the body. Even if you don't practice every day, there will be a steady increase in qi and blood value in the next few days. I don't know how effective strong base number 1 is, but conservatively speaking, my qi and blood points will increase by at least 700 points before the Wutong College entrance examination. In that case, I can reach the 6th level of Lingxi realm, or even the 7th level, in a month. Yifan was shining with anticipation, which was simply unimaginable before. Brother Yi. Yifan had just turned a corner when a thin young man came out. It was exactly his classmate Lu Lu, who also planned to apply to Wuhan University. If you say that Yifan is the top paper king in the class, he is crazy Yi. Then, this Lu Lu is probably not much behind. However, although Lulu's family conditions are slightly better than Yifan's, they are not much better. Are you waiting for me? Yifan asked with a chuckle. He had a good impression of Lulu. In fact, at the beginning, there was a sense of mutual understanding. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world. Now that his condition has improved, he doesn't mind helping this classmate. Brother Yi, I want to. Can. Before Lulu finished speaking, Yifan nodded, come on. Chapter 36, A Timely Help, The Arrival of the Hooked Nose. Okay, Brother Yi, be careful. When Lulu heard that Yifan agreed so readily, he immediately felt excited and nervous. He slowly clenched his 5 fingers together, intending to learn Yifan's boxing skills. Go ahead, bring it on. Yifan stretched out one hand and placed the other hand on his waist. The body is like a long bow, the back is like a dragon, and the feet are rooted. He took the posture of a hidden dragon. This set of standing exercises has been practiced day after day since Yifan was admitted to high school and decided to pursue a career in martial arts. In an instant, it looks like a hidden dragon in the abyss, ready to soar into the sky and call the wind and rain at any time. Call. Lulu's palms were slightly sweaty. This time when Yifan returned, Lulu felt that the young man's aura had undergone a qualitative change. At this moment, facing Yifan, Lulu felt that the other party was like a deep abyss and a towering mountain, unfathomable. He also seems like a local overlord, which makes people feel timid. This kind of powerful oppression is even worse than when facing martial arts teacher Mr. Feng. Hey, Brother Yi, I'm here. Boom! As Lulu shouted softly, his robe fluttered, and unexpectedly, a dull low sound came out. It is true that a single hit is worth a ton of money. Without a doubt. Lulu, who is also extremely hardworking, has already practiced this basic boxing technique cannon fist to a small level of success. It is already possible to produce a cannon shot. Seeing this, Yifan's eyes showed a hint of admiration. Bang! Bang! Yifan's feet took root on the ground, like an unshakable giant tree. His hands were like two doors, constantly receiving Lulu's punches. Perhaps. A few days ago, when Yifan had not awakened the system, he still had to expend a lot of energy to face Lulu's punch. However, Yifan today is no longer the same person he was before. Not only that, his chi and blood values broke through to the Lingxi realm. His martial arts skills have even reached the second level. His mental strength increased greatly, and he could even accurately predict every punch attack from Lulu. This made Yifan, facing Lulu at this moment, as calm as a martial artist facing a martial arts beginner. Lulu, I'm going to use my cannon punch, watch carefully. Qian Longzhuang easily blocked Lulu's punch. At this moment, Yifan moved. Lulu only felt that Yifan at this moment was like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss. With one punch, he broke free from his own boxing stance. Then, his body was like a swimming dragon. Boom! 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 Every punch Yifan threw was accompanied by a cannon-like sound. A total of 8. 8-shot cannon punch. Lulu's face was filled with shock. It seemed as if Yifan was performing the 8-sound cannon fist to perfection in front of him. Even when Teacher Fong was demonstrating it to them, he could only achieve 6 rings. And now Yifan can actually reach 8 sounds. After finishing his work, Yifan felt a little emotional. Back then, I studied hard and practiced diligently, and I was able to reach the level of 3-shot with the cannon punch. The 4th sound was extremely reluctant. It can't even be called a complete sound. But now, after learning the king-level boxing technique and reaching the 2nd level in boxing martial arts skills, it seems that he can use all ordinary-level cannon punches. With just a little practice, he had already reached the state of 8 sounds perfection. That's all for today. From today until the Wutong College entrance examination, I will take some time to give you some guidance after class in the morning. Yifan chuckled to Lulu, who was still in shock. Lulu was determined and practiced diligently. Moreover, they have good aptitude and understanding. Yifan also admired the 2nd volume king of this class, so he was willing to help him at the beginning of his martial arts career. Thank you, Brother Yi. There was a glint of sincerity in Lulu's eyes. Full of gratitude and admiration for Yifan. Dad Yi. No, Brother Yi, I brought you the notes from these days. Zhou Liang asked in the car with a smile on his face. It turned out that although Yifan did not come, he had already opened the door of the car for Zhou Liang through the control of the warrior watch. Zhou Liang, who planned to apply to Chinese Culture University, had already been waiting for Yifan here with his notes. Yifan needs to copy the notes left behind, and Zhou Liang is a good candidate. Zhou Liang is very good at academic subjects and has always been among the top 3 in the class. I aspire to become a scientist in the future, develop high-tech weapons, and protect the human race. Okay, thanks. Yifan handed over a bottle of drink, and the two started drinking and chatting. Brother Yi, Sang Tian is planning to date me. As the conversation went on, Zhou Liang inevitably turned to one of the most interesting topics for adolescent boys' beautiful female classmates. Hearing this, Yifan frowned slightly. After all, the class beauty Sang Tian had been sending him messages these days, and he had only replied to one message at first. After that, I ignored it. At this point, Sang Tian agreed to get along with Zhou Liang, which made Yifan doubt her true intentions. Liangzi, listen to my advice. This Sang Tian is not suitable for you. Yifan thought about it and decided to go the route of the straight guy in the class and gave a simple and rough suggestion. After hearing Yifan's words, Zhou Liang's smile froze. He lowered his head slightly and said, Brother Yi, I also know that Tian doesn't really like me. Yifan sighed in his heart. But, ever since we entered high school and were assigned to the same class, I liked Tian the first time I saw her. What a beautiful girl. So, even if I know there might be only flowers and no fruits, I still want to give it a try. Who says this isn't youth? Zhou Liang looked at Yifan, his glasses flashing with longing for the future. Yifan nodded. Indeed, even if the moth knows that fire can burn it, it will still fly towards it. Zhou Liang's experience may not be so tragic. However, this is also a valuable experience in his life, and this may be the taste of youth. He is wholeheartedly pursuing martial arts, and perhaps, to outsiders, he may seem a little stubborn and unromantic. However, this is also the taste of his youth, sweat and hard work. In the afternoon, senior high school students review on their own. Since there was no teacher teaching the cultural subjects, Yifan drove the Yaskanda car to the Jiangning office of the Xingchen Martial Hall. Yifan, I'm your sparring partner this time. But my standards are very high, and training is practice. Lang Feng, the captain of the first team with a dark face and green stubble, stood opposite Yifan and said coldly, "Brother Lang, that's all I need to do. Thank you for your help." Yifan clasped his fists slightly. Boom, boom. In the martial arts room, the sounds of fists hitting flesh and weapons clashing were soon heard. Dear passengers, we are about to arrive in Jiangning City. Please sit tight and hold on. The plane is about to land. An airplane made entirely of alloy and without windows slowly landed. A man with a hooked nose sat in the front row. He is Ying Tsong, the admissions teacher of this year's Jiangnan Wuhan University training camp. According to the information, Yifan lives in Xingfu Garden Community, Building 101, Unit 3, Room 702. To show my sincerity, this time, I will visit you in person. Ying Tsong murmured. Chapter 37, You dare to touch my people with threats and inducements? Yes, it's this community, Xingfu Garden Community. Outer city, old building. A hint of disdain flashed across Ying Tsong's eyes, but it quickly subsided. The main purpose of his trip was to confirm it. Could it be that the boy who was chased out of the trial camp by him a few days ago was really the same boy in the Starry Sky Fighting Network? Although, the figure of the young man in the picture was genuine. However, he still didn't want to believe it, and didn't dare to believe it. He had signed a military order in front of Vice President Xiangshan. With his strength at the peak of Lingxi realm, he easily arrived at Building 101, Unit 3, Room 702 according to the information Yifan had entered. Damn bitch, are you looking for someone outside without telling me? You're so bold. I'll strangle you to death. Ying Tsong's spiritual acuity is definitely far beyond that of ordinary people. Even through the old security door, one could still hear everything that happened inside the house clearly. The screams of women and the insults and beatings of men intertwined into one. Even. There was also a strong smell of alcohol wafting out from the crack in the door. Ying Tsong frowned slightly and checked the message that Yifan had entered. That's right, it's here. Ask. Ying Tsong knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. When someone knocked on the door, the sounds of beating and scolding in the house stopped for a moment. Crunch. Then, a bald, middle-aged man who reeked of alcohol opened the door. As soon as it is opened, their eyes met. In particular, Ying Tsong's condescending look with a hint of contempt suddenly ignited the bald man's anger again. Let me ask you. Ying Tsong wanted to ask about Yifan's situation. Fuck you, you hook-nosed bastard, you're the lover of that bitch, right? If you dare to seduce my woman, I'll break your neck. Call. A strong smell of alcohol, accompanied by a sickening sour taste. Coming towards you. Of course, Ying Tsong never expected this. An ordinary mortal dared to attack him. Crunch. In fact, for a moment, his neck was strangled by the bald man. You're looking for death. Ying Tsong, who was already in a bad mood, also became furious. Bang. He kneed him, then kicked the bald man into the room. Crack. The furniture and cabinets were shattered into pieces, and the bald man who had once teased Yi Ling was spitting blood, and his life or death was unknown. Snort. With a cold snort, a fierce look flashed in Ying Tsong's eyes. Just now, I was also angered by this mortal. It seems that the attack was a bit too heavy-handed. According to Chinese law, warriors cannot attack mortals without reason, otherwise they will be severely punished. After all, if a warrior attacks a mortal at will, it will cause disaster. Therefore, Ying Tsong suddenly became furious at that moment. I was thinking about whether I should kill the woman in the room as well. She probably didn't see me clearly. We shouldn't stay here for long. Damn Yifan, he actually filled in a fake address. Whoosh. In a breath, Ying Tsong disappeared in the corridor. Only the sound of a woman's terrified wails remained in the cramped space on the 7th floor. At the same time, Jiangning City Xingchen Martial Hall Office. Martial Arts Skill Improvement, Spear Skill Level 25%,
Fist skill level 2 3%.
Spear intention seed 35%. Chi and blood value 258. Boom.
After a collision, Yifan's body and Captain Lang Feng's body separated.
Cool. Yifan let out a long roar. Because, the message that appeared before my eyes.
His second level spear skills, boxing skills, and spear intent seeds all improved by 2% 3%. Even the chi and blood increased by 2 points due to practical training.
You know, this was a 2-hour battle with Captain Lung Feng. What a little lunatic. A rare smile appeared on Lung Feng's slightly dark face. He rarely appreciates or even admires young warriors. However, he found that he was a little impressed by Yifan in front of him. After such an intense battle, ordinary warriors would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. You know, his blood and energy value is over 1,000 calories. Yifan, on the other hand, only had over 200, which was a quarter of his. However, even I was a little out of breath and sweating slightly. That's it. The young man in front of him had been practicing actual combat with him for a full 2 hours. What a terrifying physical fitness and willpower. Thank you for the compliment, Captain. I gained a lot today.
I'll transfer the martial hall points to you later. Yifan slumped on the ground, his clothes soaked with sweat, but he had a bright smile on his face.
For someone like Captain Lang Feng, the fee for 1 hour is 500 Wudian points.
Of course, this is also because he is optimistic about Yifan and is willing to be his sparring partner.
Otherwise,
if Yifan applied for a sparring partner from the martial hall, the fee would be higher and might not be appropriate. What's more, many high-level warriors are not willing to serve as sparring partners for low-level warriors.
At least, like here in Jiangning City.
There are not many warriors left who can serve as Yifan as sparring partners.
Okay, no hurry, go wash it, it's like you just fished it out of the water. Lung Feng laughed.
Yifan turned over and hurried to take a shower.
As soon as he came out, an unfamiliar number appeared on the warrior's watch. Hello, is this Yifan? I'm Mr. Ng, the admissions teacher at Jiangnan University of Martial Arts. Where are you now? Let us meet.
Ng Song suppressed his anger and said to Yifan. After all, it seemed that ever since he kicked this kid out of the trial camp, his bad luck has been coming one after another.
Eagle intelligence naturally does not waste time. Blame all this on Yifan. Oh? That eagle teacher?
Yifan raised his eyebrows and asked knowingly. Back then, that hook-nosed teacher was so cold-blooded and ruthless. Even today, Yifan still can't forget that cold, mocking and contemptuous look. That's Mr. Ng, who presides over the Jiangnan Martial Arts University trial camp.
Where are you? I'll come find you. Ng Song said.
Hearing this, Yifan's eyes moved.
30 years in the east, 30 years in the west.
You ignored me in the past, but today, I make you regret it.
Yifan planned to meet teacher Ng in person.
So, the two agreed to meet at the riverside not far from the Xingqian Martial Hall office. When Yifan took a shower and felt comfortable, he rushed over. I saw a man with a hooked nose and a gloomy face waiting there. When Ng Song saw Yifan, his pupils suddenly shrank. Because he actually felt a hint of danger from Yifan.
How is this possible? You know, a few days ago.
This guy is just a useless guy with a health value of around 50. How is it possible that a warrior at the peak of the Lingxi realm, whose chi and HP value has reached 1800 plus, would feel a hint of danger? In an instant, Ng Song guessed that the guy in front of him must have obtained some extraordinary opportunity. He was very jealous. Moreover, the young man who had won 30 consecutive games on the Starry Sky Fighting Network and even defeated the Wutong Seed player overlapped with the young man in front of him. Yifan, I admit that I made a mistake that day. So, as a token of my sincerity, I have come here today to invite you to join Jiangnan Wuda. Ng Song stretched out his hands and welcomed Yifan. Hearing this, Yifan sneered.
I'm sorry, today I'm not interested in Jiangnan Wuda anymore.
Yifan shook his head. Once upon a time, Jiangnan Martial Arts University was his dream martial arts holy land. However, it was this hook-nosed man in front of him who rudely kicked him out of the trial camp.
Fortunately, there is always a way out.
He turned a disaster into a blessing and obtained the Sign-in Enlightenment System. And now, his goal is to become one of the top 3 martial arts schools in China.
I know you might be mad at me, and I apologize.
In order to express my sincerity, I came here with the A-level training contract of Jiangnan Wuhan University.
As long as you sign, you will become the top and most core student of my Jiangnan Wuhan University.
All the school's resources are tilted towards you.
At Jiangnan Wuhan University, you will be the center of attention. Ying Tsong is painting a big picture.
Because he was more than 90% sure that the Yifan in front of him was the genius of both the gun and physical arts and the Starry Sky fighting network that Vice Principal Shangshan had sent him. If he doesn't capture Yifan, he will be in trouble.
I'm sorry, I'm not interested.
As you said, if hard work were useful, what would genius be for? I also send these words to you who are struggling and begging right now. After saying this, Yifan felt that his thoughts were clear and he felt refreshed.
Are you sure you don't want to give me, Ying, a favor? Suddenly,
Ying Tsong's aura changed drastically, like a hunting falcon, revealing a cold murderous aura. Yifan was awed, and felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. He was careless. Now he is probably no match for Ying Tsong.
Dare to touch my people?
Suddenly, a cold shout came from a distance, but the figure approached in a few breaths.
Chapter 38 Wu Xia breaks through, Yi Jun is discharged from hospital. Wu Xia, your Qi and HP value exceeds the current detection limit.
Yifan turned his head when he heard the voice, and suddenly, a message appeared in front of him.
Surpassing the Lingxi realm? Uncle Wu, he actually broke through to the Xinghe realm?
Yifan was overjoyed. The thin man who appeared was none other than Wu Xia, the captain of Jiangning City's Xingchen Martial Hall. Buzz! As soon as he appeared, the long stick on Wu Xia's back, with a whistling sound that tore through the air, slammed towards Ying Tsong.
Not good. Ying Tsong's expression changed drastically.
If he were to say, he had just sensed a hint of danger from Yifan. So, under Wu Xia's seemingly ordinary stick, which actually contained terrifying power, he even felt frightened.
Bang! Crack! It happened in the blink of an eye.
The closer the stick's shadow got, the more astonishing its speed became. Ying Tsong only had time to put his arms in front of him. Accompanied by an explosive sound, Ying Tsong's body was directly blown away.
Moreover, during the flight,
the clear sound of bones breaking could be heard. I am this year's specially recruited teacher from Jiangnan Wuda.
Who are you to dare to hurt me? Ying Tsong was extremely shocked and angry. Jiangning City, when did such a powerful warrior appear? He even doubted it.
The skinny man in tight clothes in front of him has reached the galaxy realm.
Jiangnan Martial Arts University is so awesome?
I'm the captain of the Xingchen Martial Arts Hall's Jiangning office. If Jiangnan Wuda hadn't given you face, you wouldn't have just had a broken bone, but both of your arms would have been broken. Wu Xia put one hand behind his back and said coldly.
Star Martial Palace. A martial arts organization founded by the strongest human being.
Ying Tsong knew that he had been too impatient just now.
He actually wanted to force Yifan to submit. In fact, Vice President Shangshan made a harsh statement. Moreover, he also issued a military order. My mood is unstable. Domineering.
On the other end, Yifan's eyes sparkled.
Uncle Wu looks really handsome at this moment. Besides, it feels great to have someone to back you up.
Now, Yifan is already a member of the Wuxingchen Martial Hall. His will is not something that a mere admissions teacher like you from Jiangnan Martial University can manipulate.
Wu Xia protected his son. Student Yifan, on behalf of Jiangnan Wuhan University, I invite you again with the utmost sincerity. Uncle Wu, let's go.
Before Ying Tsong could finish, Yifan turned and said to Wu Xia.
In the past, you ignored me. Today, I will make you out of my league.
Looking at the backs of Wu Xia and Yifan, Ying Tsong gritted his teeth. To be honest, he really regrets it now.
Humph, isn't it just 30 consecutive wins, and he's promoted to the gold rank? Maybe he's just a flash in the pan. Soon. Ying Tsong adjusted his mindset. No more internal friction.
After all, after several months of observation, Yifan's talent was really ordinary except for his crazy and stubborn practice.
Today's rapid progress may soon be reversed. The higher you fly, the harder you fall.
This time, Ying Tsong decided to go back and confess to Vice Principal Shangshan. However, before he could board the plane, Ying Tsong was stopped.
Hello, Professor Jiangnan Martial Arts University, Warrior Ying Kong.
We suspect you are involved in the assault case that just happened.
Please cooperate with our investigation. Ying Tsong was directly stopped by the warriors from Jiangning City Police Bureau. Hearing this, Ying Tsong wanted to vomit blood. Why, I'm so unlucky lately. Am I a jinx? Congratulations, Uncle Wu, for successfully breaking through the Dao Xinghao realm. You have taken another step forward in your martial arts journey. Yi Fan congratulated Wu Xie. Hearing this, Wu Xie also felt a lot of emotion. My realm has been stuck at the high level of Lingxi realm for a long time. This time, with the help of the treasure he obtained from Bai Nulian a bet not long ago, he successfully broke through in one fell swoop. Speaking of which, all this is thanks to this little guy in front of me. Yi Fan is really his lucky star. Ha, all this is thanks to you. Wu Xia looked at Yi Fan with increasing satisfaction. Then, he briefly told Yi Fan about his breakthrough. Hey, this is all the result of Uncle Wu's hard work and success. I'm just the icing on the cake. Yi Fan said modestly. You kid, your mouth is as sweet as honey. However, I, old Wu, don't like to owe favors to others. My breakthrough is thanks to you. If you need my help, don't hesitate. Wu Xia patted Yi Fan on the shoulder and smiled. Yi Fan is a boy who is far more mature than his peers. He was not at all proud of his contribution to the breakthrough, but rather very humble. This boy will become a great man in the future. Hey, there's something going on. I need Uncle Wu's help. Yi Fan scratched his head. Oh? Tell me about it. Wu Xia also became interested. That's right, I'd like to ask Uncle Wu to help me find or buy some high-level weapon fragments. I have some use for them. Yi Fan has already put into practice 2 of the abilities of the 9th grade Dao seed that he nurtured. Very powerful. Yi Fan knew this through the story of the red-haired ape king. My bright silver and red tasseled spear is not sharp enough. It's time to try to strengthen it. Fragments of high-level weapons? Wu Xia frowned slightly. This isn't difficult. However, if you want to smelt it and make weapons, I advise you not to waste your time. The forging and refining of weapons requires specialized institutions. I've heard that some super powerful individuals are able to create their own divine weapons, but that's far beyond our current imagination. Wu Xia admonished. After all, Yi Fan has a strong body and extraordinary comprehension. Although he has not been able to awaken his spirituality, he is definitely a good candidate for martial arts training. Moreover, there is a city-wide joint examination coming up soon. A little further away, there is a test of military reunification. He didn't want Yi Fan to waste too much time on these details. Uncle Wu, I'm just a little interested. Yi Fan did not say it clearly. When Wu Xia heard Yi Fan's insistence, he nodded. For a warrior with a strong will like Yi Fan, it is generally difficult to change his mind once he has made up his mind. He could only decide to let Yi Fan struggle for a while. If it affected his martial arts practice, he would definitely pull the boy back from the wrong path. The following days, Yi Fan returned to Jiangning No. 1 High School in the morning to attend cultural classes in Class 6, Grade 3. Maybe it's because Yi Fan's mental strength and comprehension have improved, and the parts that he found difficult in the past. For example, he can now gradually master the methods of solving some difficult math problems. Wachow, Dad Yi, please stop being so stubborn and give us cultural students some way out. In the past few days, Four Eyes Zhou Liang gradually felt the pressure. Yi Fan could even discuss with him some questions that he found difficult. What's more, Yi Fan's martial arts are very awesome. It's simply walking in other people's paths and leaving them with no way to go. At noon, he had a passionate battle with Lulu. It is the romance of warriors. Yi Fan's blood and energy, fed by the flesh and blood of the iron-skinned blood rhino, and smeared all over his body without any dead ends, became the fiery strong base number 1. Yi Fan's chi and blood values soared rapidly at a rate of 25 per day. Martial arts skills, spear intent, and mental strength also steadily improved. Everything is moving in a good direction. Coincidentally, on this day, my father Yi Jun was also discharged from the hospital. At the same time, an uninvited guest came to the Yi family. Chapter 39, The Evil Man, Xiaoding Reward. Mom, this is the new home of that poor relative? This is too luxurious and magnificent. A fat boy with freckles all over his face rubbed his greasy hands on his body after eating a braised chicken drumstick. Looking at the Linjiang No. 1 villa area in front of me, my saliva couldn't help but flow down. Oh my goodness, is this really Lan Cuifang and her family's new home? The air here is so fresh. A simple-looking man with a bit of timidity said. Look at your little achievements, so what? That's my sister's house too. If I want to live there, it's fine. The woman looked at the luxurious villa area in front of her.
But inside I was jealous to death. The typical person who doesn't care about his sister's hardship, but is afraid that she will drive a Land Rover.
This is the inner city. Moreover, it is the best location in Jiangning City. One can imagine how powerful the defense of this villa area will be. Even if the entire city is attacked by a tide of beasts, this place will definitely be the last piece of pure land. The woman couldn't help but think of the day when Yi Fan became a warrior on TV and killed everyone with his heroic figure.
My eldest nephew has made great progress, and it's time for me, his aunt, to share in the glory.
The woman grinned. Ding ding. When the 1Dao M9 senses someone in front of it, it automatically sounds the horn. Today is the happiest day for Yi Fan's family in recent times.
Because, not only was Dad Yi Jun pulled back from the brink of death, but he was also discharged from the hospital today. My mother even went to the vegetable market to buy a lot of vegetables, saying that she would go to the kitchen to cook some delicious dishes today to celebrate.
Back row.
Yiling was like a lark, chattering with her mother Lan Suifang about things at school.
And
this time, under Yi Fan's guidance, Yiling has begun to practice Qianlong posture.
In addition, the tonic medicine that Yi Fan bought for the girl made Yiling even more energetic and vibrant. This made her mother, Lan Suifang, want to strangle her. This damn guy is so noisy.
In the passenger seat, Dad Yi Jun still looked a little pale.
But, keep your back straight.
This was a good habit he developed when he was a member of the City Defense Army. His hands would occasionally stroke the luxurious interior of the Wenda M9, his face full of pride. My son has made it big. Treat him well and show him off to his old comrades. It was at this moment. When we were about to reach the gate of the villa area, suddenly, the car honked automatically. Through the car window, I saw 3 people, dressed somewhat shabbily and looking very cramped, standing at the gate.
It's Lan Suixiang. Yi Jun was a scout back then.
His eyes were like an eagle's. He spotted the 3 people right away and said coldly.
Hearing this,
Lan Suifang, the mother in the back row, also had a cold expression on her face. When Yi Jun was seriously ill and dying, he asked his sister to borrow money. The other party told her directly to stop the loss in time.
Others lose both their money and property.
Even when Lan Suifang insisted on borrowing money, the other party threatened that if she asked for money again, they would sever their sisterly relationship.
Hey, it seems to be Yi Fan.
The fat boy with freckles all over his face pointed at Yi Fan in the driver's seat with his greasy hands and shouted,
"Pa, call me brother." Lan Suixiang slapped the fat boy on the back of the head and said, "Today, Yi Fan has become a warrior, drives a luxury car and lives in a villa. You are the best. They are no longer comparable. You hit me, I will beat you to death." The little fat boy with freckles all over his face was always held in Lan Suixiang's hands for fear of hitting him, and held in her mouth for fear of him melting. This was the first time I hit him.
The little fat man got angry and punched Lan Suixiang in the chest with his greasy fist.
Moreover, the other hand was pulling Lan Suixiang's hair.
What's more, he stretched out his foot and kicked Lan Suixiang.
Ouch! Ah! Lan Suixiang moaned. Stop fighting, stop fighting."
The honest man could only stand aside to mediate. Yi Fan in the car was speechless when he saw this scene.
What is going on? Mom, leave it to me, Yi Fan said in a deep voice. My father Yi Jun had just been discharged from the hospital and his strength had not yet recovered. And my mother is Lan Suixiang's elder sister.
He was afraid that his mother would feel sympathy, so he would be the evil one. As the saying goes, it takes another evildoer to deal with the evildoer.
Yi Fan opened the car door and got out directly.
The little fat boy with freckles all over his face was fighting fiercely.
Bang!
With one kick, Yi Fan kicked him into the green belt.
Hey, I'm fine, nephew, why did you hit your brother?
Lan Suixiang wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and straightened her short-sleeved shirt, which was covered with greasy fist marks and was deformed.
Please move aside, you're blocking our way home. Yi Fan looked down at Lan Suixiang from a high position and said coldly. What? Nephew, you don't recognize me. I'm your aunt. Lan Suixiang looked shocked. My aunt? My dad is seriously injured and dying. My mom asked you to lend her money but you didn't give her a penny. And she even cut off all ties with you? My aunt, do you want to see my father die alive and cut your losses in time? Saying move aside is giving you face. You're welcome. Roll. Boom. After saying that, a powerful and domineering aura burst out from Yi Fan's body.
For warriors, it can shock the opponent's mind. Not to mention, Lan Suixiang and the others are all mortals. He simply collapsed to the ground under this powerful force. All they could do was watch the $1 million luxury car M9 drive into the villa area.
Oh, Yi Fan, you were so heartless. You actually hit your aunt and told her to get out?
I've gone through so much trouble to come here, and you won't even let me in.
You're so cold-hearted, so indifferent to the bonds of blood, how can you possibly be a warrior? Lan Suixian started to throw a tantrum. Suff.
Soon, several figures rushed out from the villa area. They were the security guards of Linjiang No. 1.
Each of them is strong and muscular, with prominent temples.
It is obvious that they are all martial artists with certain martial arts skills.
No loud noises are allowed in front of Linjiang No. 1. Otherwise, you will be taken to the police station. Also, slandering a warrior will result in detention at the very least.
In serious cases, direct imprisonment will affect the education and development of future generations. The security guard said coldly.
Lan Suixian just shut up.
Mom, it hurts.
Hey, my baby. When she returned home, Lan Suifan couldn't help wiping away her tears. Yi Jun's eyes were also red.
Yi Fan comforted him, thinking that it was the fragrance of Lan Shui that made him feel better.
But my mother said she was happy.
She never dreamed that she would own a villa in the heart of the inner city. After taking his parents to familiarize themselves with the environment, Yi Fan received a call.
Uncle Wu. The caller was Wu Xie. Yi Fan, do you still remember the small medicinal scent cauldron that killed the red-haired ape king?
After experiments in judgment by scientific researchers and high-level warriors, the small tripod contains an extremely precious item.
You will also receive a reward. Chapter 40, Rapid Progress. The joint examination is about to begin. Uncle Wu, what kind of rare item is inside that small tripod?
Yi Fan was also curious when he heard this.
I'm not too sure about that.
I heard it's very valuable for research. Furthermore, researchers have extracted an essence from it. Based on your contribution in killing second-level alien beasts, you can receive a 1 milligram reward.
Someone should be sent to your villa tonight.
Also, I'll have someone deliver the high-level weapon fragments you asked me to purchase and collect to you later.
Wu Xia laughed. He just said it. Yi Fan is his lucky star.
Because of his contribution in killing the second-level red-haired monster, he can also get 2 milligrams of the extract this time. It is said that this essence can enhance the warrior's chi and blood, and it is definitely a priceless treasure.
Okay, thank you Uncle Wu.
With Wu Xie's help, Yi Fan found that practicing martial arts was so comfortable.
Yi Fan is definitely a person who repays a drop of kindness with a spring of gratitude. He remembered every bit of Wu Xie's kindness in his heart. Why are you being so polite? We are all family. Dinner is ready.
Yi Ling was as light as a lark, and she and Xiuji served the dishes to the table together.
Here I come.
Yi Fan hung up the phone, sniffed, and his eyes lit up. He ran to the island table with a sly look on his face and reached out to pick up a piece of meat to taste.
Bang!
However, he was hit directly on the back of his hand by a chopstick. My mother pretended to be angry and said, "Go wash your hands." Yi Fan rubbed his hand, which didn't hurt at all, and said pitifully, "Okay." Looking at her son's back as he ran impatiently towards the bathroom, Lan Suifang smiled.
Because in the past few days, my family has experienced too many changes.
It was so big that she had never even dared to imagine it in her dreams before. The person who had the greatest impact on her was Yi Fan. From a stubborn young man who practiced hard, he has now become a truly respected warrior. She also read the hot news afterwards and found that her son was awarded the honor of Jiangning City Hero Youth. Even though Meng Xiong was a business tycoon in Jiangning City, he went to the hospital in person to apologize and paid 5 million in compensation.
It's so dreamy.
She even pinched herself several times, suspecting that she was dreaming.
But this is the reality.
When Lan Suifang saw her son's greedy look as he stole vegetables, she was in a trance and returned to the warm family scene in that small house.
This kind of Yi Fan is the real one. Her genuine son. Eat some vegetables.
Lan Suifang picked up some food for Yi Fan and Yi Ling, so that she could feel that everything was real. Yifan and Yiling would also clink their chopsticks for a piece of meat. However, Yifan basically lost. Of course, there was a hint of doting in the boy's eyes when he looked at Yiling. Dad Yijun also drank a small glass of liquor. If he wasn't still weak, he would have drunk at least a pound. It was a meal that was enjoyed by many people. It has been a long time since our family has been so happy. It seemed as if the financial burden that had almost crushed Yifan's family had now gone with the wind. However, Yifan knew. All of this comes from strength. For a warrior, only by becoming stronger can he protect and guard everything he cherishes. After dinner, Yifan did not start training immediately.
Instead, accompany your parents. Until. Ding dong. The villa doorbell rang. Just like before, they were escorted by professional warriors. However, Yifan also observed some differences in details. That is, the strength of the warriors escorting this time is much stronger than before. That is to say, the essence extracted by scientific researchers from the mysterious small tripod is extremely precious and rare. Signed. Yifan carried an alloy briefcase and a bag of high-level weapon scraps and walked towards the underground martial arts room. Dad, Mom, I'm going to practice. Yifan greeted his parents. Originally, Yiling, who was lying on the sofa with a pair of long, slender, white legs, also rolled over with a start. He swallowed the fruit in his mouth and muttered, I'm going to practice Qian Lanzhuang too. After saying that, he ran upstairs. These two kids just finished their meal, take a rest. Lan Suifang was both happy and distressed. If you want to be respected in front of others, you must suffer behind their backs. Let the children go, and with Xiaofan as their brother and role model, we should feel at ease. Yi Jun's face was full of pride. Then, pick up the phone. Hey, old phone, I was hospitalized a while ago. What, you wanted to come see me? But I moved. Where? This is Linjiang number 1. Crash. As soon as he entered the martial arts room, Yifan casually threw the bag of high-level weapon fragments aside. Instead, he entered the password on the table and carefully opened the alloy suitcase. The entire alloy safe has only one clip in the center, or a glass test tube is fixed. Inside the test tube, there was an emerald green liquid, faintly emitting a mysterious luster. 1 milligram is almost the size of a sesame seed. Well, here's an instruction manual. Swallow directly. Well, the medicine is mild, but volatile. If it's not absorbed in time, it will dissipate in the body. The specific effect is based on the warrior's absorption ability. Seeing this explanation, Yifan smiled confidently. After all, his 9-star overlord body is still in a dormant state and has not fully awakened. However, the absorption capacity is quite strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible to digest 10 kilograms of precious meat of the iron-skinned blood rhinoceros every day. It's simply like a glutton. This is also one of the most important trump cards that enables Yifan to maintain rapid growth in Lingxi realm without awakening his spirituality. In more than 10 days, Yifan's blood and energy values have reached 545 calories, and he has successfully reached the 5th level of Lingxi. Gurgle. Yifan no longer hesitated and swallowed the emerald green essence directly into his mouth. Slightly bitter, but not overpowering. On the contrary, it has a sweet aftertaste. Boom. The next moment, Yifan felt that his domineering body was like a furnace. And the emerald green essence is like throwing a handful of dry firewood into the furnace. Make it burn wildly. Because Yifan has not awakened his spirituality, he cannot practice martial arts and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth like many spiritually awakened warriors. On the contrary, it all depends on the body to absorb and strengthen the qi and blood. Ding ding ding. At the same time, Yifan felt his body warm, his blood boiling, as if a dragon was circling around a pillar, wrapping him up inside. Improve and transform. On Yifan's warrior watch, the numbers that tested Yifan's energy and blood value jumped wildly. HP, 600. 700. 900. 1150. After nearly 3 hours, Yifan's blood and energy values finally stabilized at 1150 calories. In other words, Yifan's current realm has reached the 7th level of Lingxi realm. Even if there is no accident. 2 days later, his qi and blood will break through the 1200 mark, and his realm will reach the 8th level of Lingxi realm. What a powerful drug. In 3 hours, the qi and blood values soared by 700 calories.
It's equivalent to saving nearly a month of hard work. Not counting the time cost, this 1 milligram of medicinal essence is worth at least millions of Chinese yuan.
Moreover, this is an improvement in a short period of time. Its value must at least increase several times.
Of course, Yifan also knew that this was definitely related to the absorption speed of his domineering body.
But, this is so cool.
Yifan clenched his fist slightly, as if he could feel the blood and energy roaring in his body.
Now, even if I facing Song, I will definitely not be as weak and helpless as I was during the day. Even, it can compete.
In 2 days, there will be a city-wide joint examination. By then, my blood and qi values will exceed 1,200 calories.
I wonder, who can stop me? Yifan is extremely confident.
Chapter 41 Yifan's Cultural Score, Preparing for the Martial Arts Exam.
Name, Yifan. Qi and blood value, 1205 level 8 of Yunqi realm. Mental strength, 21. Willpower, 28. Martial arts, boxing level 235%, spearmanship level 240%. Bloodline constitution, 9-star dominant body spirituality not awakened.
Artistic conception, spear intent seed 65% plus 9th rank Dao seed.
Epiphany point, 2. Enabled the detection function. The host can detect any target. The current detection limit is Galaxy 9th stage peak HP 12999. 2 days passed quietly. Today is the day of the city-wide joint examination.
It was also the last large-scale test before the Wutong College entrance examination. As expected, Yifan's qi and blood value also broke through the 1,200 mark today, and his realm also reached the 8th level of Lingxi. Not only that, in just less than a month, Yifan's strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and he has been reborn. Even the display function of the property panel is constantly being improved.
The epiphany point is revealed.
Unfortunately, these days, Yifan has been living a life that is almost repetitive.
School, martial arts hall, home. I didn't go anywhere else, so the new check-in location was not refreshed.
Therefore, the epiphany still remains the 2 points of the sign-in rewards at the last commendation meeting. As Yifan's strength increases, the detection function has been upgraded. This time, the detection limit reached the peak of the galaxy realm, and the blood value was as high as 12999. This qi and blood value is 10 times that of the peak of Lingxi realm. From this point alone, we can see that the difference between the two realms is so huge that they cannot be compared. The more difficult the martial arts are, the harder it will be to improve as you progress. After eating the rice porridge and eggs cooked by his mother, Yifan returned to his room and quietly ate 3 pounds of precious meat of the iron-skinned blood rhinoceros. At this time, a phone call came. "Brother Yi, I'll be waiting for you at the Linjiang intersection." The person who called was Zhou Liang. This morning, the cultural subject examination portion of the city-wide joint examination was held. He and Zhou Liang were both assigned to the city's #1 college entrance examination center. In the afternoon, Zhou Liang wanted to take advantage of Yifan's presence and went to the Xingchen Martial Hall office to practice martial arts.
So, I asked Yifan to go with me.
Yifan agreed without any hesitation.
Zhou Liang was his good brother, so this wasn't a big deal. Furthermore, the study notes he had brought back were all lent to him by Liangzi. "Okay, wait for me, I'll be there in 3 minutes."
After hanging up the phone, Yifan changed into a loose sportswear and took the elevator directly to the parking lot. Wendao M9 has been waiting here for a long time. The air conditioner has been adjusted to the appropriate temperature, the fragrance system is turned on, and the passionate music makes people's blood boil.
The drowsy mood in the morning was immediately raised.
Automatically navigated to Linjiang intersection, and then Zhou Liang and Yifan drove to the city's #1 college entrance examination site.
"Brother Yi." Zhou Liang hesitated. "Why are you hesitating? If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to say, just fart." Yifan glanced at Zhou Liang with amusement.
Although this boy was wearing glasses, he looked very gentle. In fact, he is quite reserved.
"What are you planning to do?"
"Well, I told Tian about going to the Xingchen Martial Hall this afternoon. She also wants to go with me."
Zhou Liang looked embarrassed.
Yifan rolled his eyes at him and said, "Okay, no problem."
"But, this is because of your face." "Yeah, Daddy Yi is the best, give me a kiss." "Get lost." The morning exam is a long paper and the exam time is 3 hours.
These include general studies of Chinese civilization, mathematics, and the history of the development of the Nova era.
Among them, mathematics is the most challenging for Yi Fan.
After all, whether it is the general knowledge of Chinese civilization or the history of the development of the Nova era, they are somewhat similar to the nature of liberal arts.
Just recite it. Mathematics, on the other hand, is more abstract and requires examination of calculation, reasoning, and logical relationships.
Therefore, Yi Fan finished writing the general knowledge of civilization and the history of the development of the New Star era first, and then tackled the difficult subject of mathematics.
But
what surprised Yi Fan was that this time the difficult mathematics problem did not seem so difficult. This has to do with his hard practice and study every morning for more than 10 days. Of course, Yi Fan's mental strength has now reached 21 points, far exceeding that of ordinary people. Comprehension ability, memory ability, and understanding have all been greatly improved. If you want to learn mathematics well, it is just a matter of time. In 2 hours, Yi Fan had given a rough answer. The remaining hour was used for checking.
Ding ling ling.
After the morning cultural exam, Yi Fan stretched. After handing in the paper and walking out of the examination building, I felt that the sunshine outside seemed particularly bright.
Brother Yi. Student Yi Fan.
Zhou Liang, who was wearing glasses and had a little baby fat on his face, walked over with Sang Tian.
Today, Sang Tian is wearing a ladylike dress. She looks quiet, playful, and cute. After all, she is the class beauty. When I walked over, I still got a lot of attention. However, Yi Fan just glanced at her and ignored Sang Tian's slightly burning eyes looking at him. Well, we're all here, let's go.
Yi Fan waved his hand.
Brother, my stomach is growling with hunger. Lunch is on me.
Zhou Liang patted his chest and said with great pride. I'll treat you.
Sang Tian smiled and looked at Yi Fan. After all, I am able to visit the Xingchen Martial Hall thanks to classmate Yi Fan.
No, you are thanks to Zhou Liang. Yi Fan corrected her. If Sang Tian had asked for it alone, he would not have agreed. Girl, you have to understand the priorities.
Ha, are you still being so reserved with me? Let me do it, let me do it. Zhou Liang, the victim of the tragedy, took the initiative to accept the treat. Humph, if I don't eat you'll cry.
Yi Fan snorted coldly. After a while, when Zhou Liang came out of the cafeteria, he was holding his wallet with a look of grief on his face.
Brother, you're such a big eater. 8 nutritious meals. You didn't even do any exercise this morning, so where did you eat? Zhou Liang complained.
Yi Fan raised the corner of his mouth and ignored him directly.
Let you be the scapegoat. Student Yi Fan, are you full? Sang Tian asked.
Yi Fan glanced at her and found that this girl was very smart.
Let us go to Xingchen Martial Palace in the afternoon. It's time to wake her up. Not bad, only about 70% full. Yi Fan nodded.
Brother, you are such an animal.
Zhou Liang wailed.
The fighting room of the Star Martial Hall.
Damn, what kind of monster is my brother? It's only been a short time, less than 20 days, and he's already fighting on equal terms with the captain?
Not far away, the bald-headed Huaya was yelling and looked shocked.
Wu Yao also opened her mouth wide and patted her plump chest.
I promised to protect you, little brother, but now I can't protect you anymore if you continue like this.
Afternoon.
Yi Fan came to prepare for the martial arts exam, but this time, his move surprised Leng Feng.
Too strong. Yi Fan's energy and blood are definitely not weaker than his.
Even their martial arts and skills are on par with his.
Is this the speed of improvement? Is it a rocket?
Not far away, a girl with a slight sweat on her face glanced here from time to time.
That's right, Sang Tian. Are you classmate Tian?
I'm Wu Yao from the first team of the Martial Hall.
Come, let me teach you some martial arts.
Shadowcat, Wu Yao, who has a curvy figure, said to Sang Tian.
Is it free? Sang Tian asked.
After all, this kind of advice is usually very expensive, and the money she brought might not be enough.
Well, for his sake. Wu Yao pointed at Zhou Liang. Zhou Liang was stunned. Who is this beautiful, kind-hearted and broad-minded young lady? The papers were graded by fully intelligent AI. Before evening, the scores of this morning's cultural exam were announced in the class group. Oh my god, Dad Yi, you are so. Chapter 42, 10,000 people compete, the martial arts test begins. First place, Li Xian, 95 points. Second place, Zhou Liang, 93 points. Third place, Yi Fan, 90 points. Seventh place, Sang Tian, 83 points. Eighth place, Lu Lu, 80 points. Zhou Liang screamed in shock. Brother Yi, not Dad Yi. As a student taking the military exam, your scores in the cultural subjects are incredible, aren't they? Even if you don't choose martial arts, you can easily get into the best cultural university in Jiangnan province with your cultural points. The key is Yi Fan's martial arts. Ever since returning from the Jiangnan Martial Arts University trial camp, he seemed like a different person, improving at a rocket rate. Today, at the age of less than 18, he actually fought on equal terms with the captain of the first team of the Xingqian Martial Hall's Jiangning office. Oh my god, super genius. Monster. This moment. Zhou Liang truly understood the saying, walk in other people's paths and leave them with no way to go. Class group. Poor with only money left, handsome with the intention of disfigurement, did okay on the test. Wearing a 95% score test paper.jpg. After sending this message, squad leader Li Xian was very proud. Pretending to be cool is like the wind and it always accompanies me. When your hair reaches your waist, I'll give it a scissor cut. Class monitor, please look at the third place. You only got 5 more points than the martial arts student. 10 slaps of the dragon, Brother Yi, the eternal god. Everything I see is Chinese. Class teacher Lao Ma, Yi Fan performed exceptionally well this time. Compared to last semester, he's risen from the middle of the class in academic subjects to the top 3. Warm applause.jpg. Glasses looking at the swan, class monitor, you may have a slight advantage in the academic subjects. But, in the martial arts exam, you can't even see Yi Dad's taillights. Bang! Li Xian dropped his phone. Since we have you, why do we need Liang? Yi Fan, I hate you. Why is it so hard to act cool even though I'm in the same class with you? Inside a martial arts room. You're too slow, bang. You simply don't have any martial arts talent, bang. For a warrior, they wouldn't look for a girl like you, bang. 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 In the martial arts room, when facing Wu Yao, Sang Tian was constantly picked up and fell on the mat, looking very embarrassed. Sang Tian almost cried. This is not guiding me, this is torturing me. Suddenly, she raised her slightly red eyes and looked at the sexy shadow cat Wu Yao. I understand. I will keep my distance from Yi Fan in the future. Sang Tian suddenly understood and said. Well, dear little sister, this recovery potion is a gift from your sister. I'm keeping an eye on you. Wu Yao returned to her warm older sister demeanor, patted Sang Tian's shoulders and smiled. After taking a shower, Yi Fan walked out. The battle with Captain Lung Feng just now was extremely exciting. Both martial arts skills and chi and blood have been improved. The attribute panel provided timely feedback, allowing Yi Fan to perceive it clearly. This made Yi Fan gradually addicted to this feeling of improvement every day. Dad Yi, you are my father. Please give us mortals some dignity. Zhou Liang wanted Yi Fan to improve, but this martial arts student ranked 3rd in the class in cultural subjects. This made Zhou Liang, who was studying hard, feel greatly stimulated. 90 points, not bad. Converted to 135 points. Yi Fan was also quite satisfied with this score. For military examination candidates, cultural subjects account for 20%, or 150 points. The test paper is scored as 100, that is, the score on the paper multiplied by 1.5 is the score for the cultural subjects. Then, the military exam accounts for 80%, or 600 points. The martial arts exam is also calculated as a percentage. The score multiplied by 6 is the score of the martial arts exam. In the end, the cultural subject scores of the martial arts examination candidates plus the martial arts examination scores are the final total score. For cultural candidates, the opposite is true. Cultural subjects account for 80%, totaling 600 points. The martial arts exam accounts for 20%, totaling 150 points, and the calculation method is the same as that for martial arts exam candidates. In other words, as a military exam candidate, a score of 135 in the cultural subjects is definitely extremely high. Stop whining. Tomorrow's the martial arts exam, you have to do your best. Also, Sang Tian should need you. Yi Fan patted Zhou Liang on the shoulder and left.
Miss Wu Yao has also warned Sang Tiantian.
Next, she will give Zhou Liang and Sang Tiantian some space. Good boy. Bah, good brother, I give you the chance, seize it yourself. Xingqian Martial Hall Office, top floor. This is Wu Xie's office. What? Yifan's blood and qi value has reached more than 1,500, reaching the 8th level of the Lingxi realm? It's only been over half a month? He's already been promoted to the 6th rank. When Wu Xie heard Ling Feng's report, he couldn't help but be amazed. Long Feng smiled bitterly and nodded.
In just over 20 days, Yifan witnessed the entire process from catching up to surpassing. Now, he is not even worthy of being Yifan's sparring partner.
Okay, thank you for your hard work. From now on, I will be Yifan's sparring partner. The head of the Jiangning office, Captain Wu Xie, is a former instructor.
Next, he planned to take over Yifan personally and be Yifan's sparring partner.
Captain, now I finally understand why you support Yifan so much. You have a keen eye.
Lang Feng recalled that from the very beginning, Wu Xie had always trusted Yifan. Moreover, do your best to support Yifan. This was simply incomprehensible to him before. Now, I am completely convinced.
Okay, stop flattering me. Back off.
Wu Xie cursed with a smile. With 2 milligrams of drug essence, his blood and energy values only increased by 500 calories, but Yifan surpassed him with 1 milligram of essence.
What a little monster, but I like it.
Then, Wu Xie called in Shanyue, the master of the Xingqian Martial Hall in Jianghuai City.
The next day,
Jiangning City Central Stadium, where tens of thousands of high school students gathered. Today, martial arts tests will be conducted here simultaneously on hundreds of arenas. There were huge crowds of people. Jiangning No. 1 High School, Jiangning No. 2 High School, Jiangning No. 3 High School, Jiangning Experimental High School. Candidates from more than 10 high schools gathered here. Soon, a fierce competition will begin for the martial arts exam scores.
Yifan, Zhou Liang, Lulu, Sang Tiantian, and others came to the gymnasium.
Looking at the students who were so densely packed like ants, I couldn't help but be amazed.
Are there any outstanding people in this year's senior year?
Before, Yifan was completely immersed in martial arts training and was not very familiar with the martial arts geniuses in the 3rd year of high school in Jiangning City.
Hey, I've seen that there's basically no one in our school who can be a match for you, Brother Yi.
After all, Mr. Fong from the martial arts school always uses you as an example, saying that you are the best disciple he has ever taught.
Everyone else is garbage by comparison. Zhou Liang smiled.
Hearing this, Yifan touched his nose and smiled bitterly. Teacher Fong has caused him to be hated again. Well, in Jiangning City's 2nd high school, there's an Earth-attributed genius who has awakened in S-level spirituality. It's said that his goal is to become one of China's 3 top martial arts schools.
There's also Experimental High School. There's a genius girl who has also awakened S-level spirituality.
She's said to be very good at fire attributes.
Lulu said solemnly.
Obviously, he is still very concerned about the martial arts exam candidates and the top martial arts talents in Jiangning City.
Ahem, be quiet. Classmates, the Jiangning City Senior 3 Joint Entrance Examination and the Martial Arts Examination are about to begin. Students whose names are called, please go to the designated battle station to take the test. The teacher will give you a final score based on your actual performance.
Finally, I wish all the candidates a prosperous martial arts career. After a brief opening speech, Yifan and others, whose test numbers had already been entered, waited quietly. Zhou Liang and the others were a little nervous, but people like Yifan and Lulu were eager to fight and were looking forward to it.
Chapter 43, Xianglong Rock Wall, Fire Phoenix Butterfly Dance.
Look, that testing arena up ahead is the latest combat robot from Longqing Science and Technology. Legend has it that a robot like this is worth hundreds of thousands of Chinese yuan. Also, this combat robot is said to be built into a hexagonal warrior. The scores can be provided to the scoring teachers based on the fighter's speed, strength, agility, willpower, martial arts skills, and martial arts proficiency, which is of great reference value.
Hiss, I didn't expect that Jiangning City's final joint exam this year would actually release a trump card. It's so exciting and thrilling. The classmates around exclaimed in surprise when they saw the metal combat robots appear on the test platform. Silence. Next, students whose names are called will enter the designated battle stage and take the test. City No. 1 High School, Grade 3, Class 1, Wangcheng. Battle Platform 1. City No. 3 High School, Grade 3, Class 11, Lu Rufeng. Battle Platform 2. Municipal Experimental School, Grade 3, Class 2, Wang Yue. Battle Platform 3. Municipal Number 1 High School, Grade 3, Class 6, Zhouliang. Battle Platform 53.
Zhou Liang's name was called, and he stood up quickly, his palms slightly sweating.
Come on.
Yi Fan waved his fist.
Yes. Father Yi, please bless me to be over 30. Zhou Liang prayed. Lu Lu and Sang Tian Tian also offered encouragement. Wow. Hundreds of candidates entered the venue and competed at the same time.
This scene was quite shocking. Candidates taking the test can choose the test standard weapons they are familiar with. Among them, Zhou Liang chose a long stick. He also imitated his martial arts teacher Mr. Fong, standing upright behind his back, with one hand extended forward, posing as the Qianlong stance, ready for battle.
Boom! Bang! Bang! At the same time, battles have broken out on many battlefields. Moreover, that combat robot is very intelligent. Able to quickly adjust the output combat power according to the combat power burst out by the candidates. At the same time, it detects the warrior's abilities in all aspects and gives an evaluation. Nowadays, Yi Fan's mental power is far beyond that of ordinary people.
With a high realm, his vision is naturally also frighteningly high. After just a quick glance, while others were still dazzled, he already had a general understanding of the level of the hundreds of candidates in the field.
The strongest candidates seem to be at the second level of Lingxi realm. Moreover, spiritual awakening. However, it looks like it's at most B level. Even in the void, a camera directly captured the candidate's fighting style and broadcasted live on the big screen. Many candidates who saw this exclaimed in amazement. However, Yi Fan had little interest in this level of skill and strength at the first level. So, he turned his attention to Zhou Liang. At this moment, Zhou Liang used the most basic mortal level stick technique to fight against the combat robot. However, it looks a little embarrassing. However, this guy was also quite smart and did not engage in a head-on confrontation with the combat robot that felt no pain. Instead, they mainly rely on roundabout tactics, harassment, and sneak attacks. Although it looks a bit vulgar, it is actually quite effective. In less than 3 minutes, candidates finished the practical test one after another. Because, although the strength of the combat robot is adjusted according to the candidates, it also gradually increases over time. The test ends when the candidate can no longer hold on. This will not only improve efficiency. It can also reveal the examinee's limits and give fair evaluation scores. The candidates' actual scores appeared one after another on the big screen. Wang Chong, 53. Lu Ruffing, 67. Wang Yue, 42. There were even some students who were too weak in martial arts for the general education exams. Their Qi and HP values were only over 20, and they were defeated in over 10 seconds. The test scores were only a dozen or so points, or even a few points. Zhou Liang, 38. When Zhou Liang came back, he was so excited that he almost danced with joy. Dad Yi, 38 points. Tian Tian, I got 38 points. So, with 93 points in the general knowledge subjects, my total score is 615 points. Zhou Liang was very satisfied with this score. 600 points is the absolute excellent line. With this score, if Zhou Liang performs consistently in the college entrance examination, then it will be no problem for him to be admitted to the best cultural university in Jiangnan province. Yeah, not bad. Yi Fan also nodded, feeling happy for Zhou Liang. Testing continues. Round after round. So far, the highest martial arts score is 68 points. This made the martial arts exam candidates wail, as the martial arts scores this year were really too low. Next, in the 88th round, Lulu came on stage. Municipal Second High School, Grade 3, Class 15, Zhou Yuan. Battle Platform 35. When the roll call teacher read out the name, the number 2 high school in the city cheered. Yi Fan raised his eyes slightly. This person should be the Earth-attributed S-level spiritual genius from the second high school in the city that Lulu mentioned. Municipal Experimental School, Grade 3, Class 1. Hua Xianer. Battle Platform 72. When the girl in a fiery red dress appeared, many male students in the city's experimental area cheered. Without a doubt. This woman in red is definitely very popular. Well, this female student should be the fire-attributed female genius from the city experiment that Lulu mentioned. She's quite pretty. Zhou Liang pushed his glasses away and whispered in Yifan's ear. Ouch! Suddenly, Zhou Liang let out a wail.
It turned out that Sang Tiantian next to him pinched his waist.
Sang Tiantian glanced at Yifan inconspicuously and bit her lip.
She wanted to see how much difference there was between herself and the female genius warrior.
Soon, the battle begins.
On the battle platforms, students taking the martial arts exams and combat robots fought together.
Yifan just took a glance.
He simply skipped over 97% of the warriors.
Finally, his attention was focused on Zhou Yuan, an S-rank Earth-attributed spiritual genius warrior. An S-level fire attribute spiritual fire fairy. And also Lulu, whom he admired very much. Low-grade spiritual martial arts Qianglong Rock Wall. Zhou Yuan, the Earth-attributed genius student, is very good at defense.
Moreover, he was also a warrior who used a spear, and while defending, the spear would thrust out like lightning. It can provide impenetrable defense and sharp and dangerous counterattacks. Moreover, this lower-grade spiritual martial arts has also been cultivated to the state of great success, and the martial arts skills have reached the peak of the first level. His qi and blood value has reached nearly 500 calories, making him a fourth-grade warrior in the Lingxi realm. Close-up shots are often given to Zhou Yuan.
The students from the number 2 high school in the city kept exclaiming in surprise. Cheer for Zhou Yuan's performance. Spiritual grade mid-level fire phoenix butterfly dance.
The red-clothed fire fairy was using a long whip. As it was waved, flames spread, forming a fire phoenix that danced gracefully. Her battles were extremely gorgeous and entertaining to watch. Yes, she is the most talented girl in the field who can compete with Zhou Yuan for the best award of this round. Whether it's qi and blood value, martial arts skills, or martial arts proficiency, they are not inferior to Zhou Yuan.
In contrast, Lulu has very few followers.
He held a stick in one hand and a fist in the other, and the noises continued.
Fighting fiercely with the test robot. Not bad, great progress. Yifan commented.
Soon, there were only 3 people left on the field.
Only then did someone notice Lulu and discovered that this young man's boxing skills were truly superb. Lulu finished first, followed by Huasiener and Zhou Yuan.
Everyone's eyes were fixed on the big screen. The 3 people who persisted the longest, Lulu, Zhou Yuan, and Huasiener, should be the top 3 in this round of tests.
How many points did they get? Sure enough, the next moment, the scores started rolling, and the higher the score, the closer it was to the front of the big screen. Chapter 44 Yifan appears, shocking score. Zhou Yuan, Zhou Yuan, Zhou Yuan. Fire fairy, fire fairy, fire fairy.
There is no doubt that Zhou Yuan and Huasiener are the most popular candidates for the martial arts exam in their respective high schools. As soon as they finished the exam, cheers broke out at the scene. Swish, swish, swish. The big screen scrolls, this round of martial arts test.
Third place, Lulu, 75 points.
Second place, Huasiener, 83 points.
First place, Zhou Yuan, 85 points.
Hiss. When the candidates who had actually taken the martial arts exam saw the scores of these 3 people, they gasped.
These 3 people. Not only that, the top 3 in this round of testing.
Also, they are the top 3 in the city's martial arts exam so far. Who dares to say that the scores in this martial arts exam are too low?
Are their scores still low?
At least, compared to those martial arts exam candidates who scored a few points or more than 10 points, these 3 people showed a world of difference in performance and scores.
Number 1 high school in the city, class 6, grade 3. The head teacher, Lao Ma, showed an excited expression on his face.
Originally, they thought that Yifan was enough to be the king of their class.
Unexpectedly, Lulu performed so well in this martial arts test?
At this time, there are still more than 20 days left before the Wutong College entrance examination. If so, Lulu should work harder. This year, maybe there is a hope to be admitted to the best martial arts university in Jiangnan Province, Jiangnan Martial Arts University.
This is indeed a pleasant surprise. The climax of this martial arts test was just an episode. Martial arts test, continue.
During this period, there were also some eye-catching martial arts examination candidates who appeared sporadically. However, only a few people surpassed Lulu. As for Zhou Yuan and Huasiener, their scores were still among the top 2 among the top 100 martial arts candidates. In my opinion, the first place in this Jiangning City martial arts examination must go to Zhou Yuan. A teacher from the city's number 2 high school said proudly. He is Zhou Yuan's homeroom teacher. If he could win the city's top prize in the martial arts exam this year, his reputation, identity, and status would surely rise.
Hearing this, the Municipal Experimental High School felt a little jealous. After all, being 2 points behind is a huge gap. When the college entrance examination is truly unified, there may be a chance of reversal, but given today's situation, we can only accept it. Huasiener's eyebrows were also tightly furrowed.
I was secretly annoyed at my performance today, which was really not good.
Not entirely. You know, there's still a genius who hasn't appeared yet. A teacher from the Municipal Experimental School sneered.
Since the proud daughter of my school did not win the first place in this city joint examination, naturally, he didn't want to see the number 2 high school in the city so proud.
Oh? Teacher Zhou Yuan sneered and was about to ask, who else? But, I think this is a bit too arrogant.
He hesitated for a moment, seemingly polite, but in fact, he said with a domineering attitude, forgive my ignorance, I really can't think of any other talented people in Jiangning City.
Loss.
The teacher from the number 2 high school in the city complained inwardly. He continued, do you remember, everyone, more than half a month ago, when a beast tide broke out in Jiangning City, and a heroic young man bravely stepped forward to kill the strange beasts and save his own people?
His heroic spirit will surely shine brightly in today's martial arts test.
The teacher became more and more excited as he spoke. Even at the end, he spoke passionately.
You're talking about that heroic young man from Jiangning City, Yifan, right?
According to the video footage, his realm at the time was only the second level of the Lingxi realm.
At the beginning, our Zhou Yuan was diligently practicing martial arts.
Otherwise, with Zhou Yuan's strength of more than 3 rank, he would definitely not be weaker than him. Also, after Yifan was named a heroic youth, our Zhou Yuan wanted to go to the number 1 high school in the city to challenge Yifan.
However, I stopped him. After all, youth is impulsive. Now, the college entrance examination is approaching. If I cause any injuries to the other party, it will be bad. And today is the martial arts test site.
It's just right, using this platform and opportunity, to let the 2 talented young men fight each other indirectly.
Let us see which one is better.
Zhou Yuan's homeroom teacher revealed pride and reserve between the lines of his writing.
It also expresses an attitude.
Although Yifan was named a heroic young man, it was just a lucky chance.
In fact, if Zhou Yuan took action, Yifan would definitely be in trouble. Zhou Yuan is stronger than Yifan.
Swish, swish, swish.
Certainly.
Now, Zhou Yuan is the first in the martial arts test, and his class teacher's every word and action is being closely watched by others. When his voice fell,
immediately, many people looked towards the city's number 1 high school.
Even more sharp-eyed people discovered Yifan's whereabouts. After all, Yifan is handsome and tall, standing out like a crane among chickens, so it is hard not to notice him.
What does this old man mean? How dare he slander my father Yi like this?
Zhou Liang pushed up his glasses and was about to stand up.
Not to mention the quarrel with the teacher of the 2nd high school in the city. No matter what, we have to support his good brother and godfather Yifan. Others, such as Lu Lu and Sang Tian, were also somewhat dissatisfied. As a teacher, why do you flatter the powerful and look down on the weak? You Zhou Yuan are excellent, yes, we admit it.
But there is no need to do that. Just step on Yifan to raise your own status.
The head teacher, Lao Ma, also looked unhappy.
After all, Yifan is his favorite student. Zhou Liang was pulled by Yifan, and the teacher also looked at Yifan.
Everyone, please be patient.
Don't worry, I will use my fists to shut those people up.
Domineering and confident. Hearing this. Well, I believe Brother Yi.
Lu Lu has now become Yifan's little fan. Moreover, through this round of martial arts exchange, he clearly felt Yifan's strength. Zhou Yuan might be very strong, but my brother Yi is the real YYDS.
Even over there in the direction of the 2nd city high school, Zhou Yuan glanced over here provocatively. However, Yifan didn't even bother to pay attention. Close your eyes and start to rest. Quietly waiting for the moment to take the martial arts test.
I don't know if it was intentional or just a coincidence. Yifan's appearance happened to be filmed in the last scene.
Jiangning number 1 high school, grade 3, class 6, Yifan, battle platform 45. Call.
Yifan opened his eyes, stood up, and walked directly to the testing table.
Come on, Dad Yi. Yishan returns triumphantly. It was because of Zhou Yuan's side that Yifan was sitting at home when disaster struck.
Many people recognized Yifan and pointed at him.
However, Yifan didn't care at all. Go on to the battlefield. The one facing us is a combat robot.
Yifan chose a spear as his weapon.
Boom.
The combat robot instantly detected Yifan's blood and energy values through the detector.
The teacher who was controlling the robot was also shocked when he saw the data transmitted back by the robot.
Chi and blood value, 1260 calories, Lingxi realm 8th level. As he exclaimed, the combat robot moved. The speed definitely reached nearly 30 ms. This speed made many martial arts students and martial arts teachers present at the scene blink their eyes.
So fast. Bang!
At the same time, Yifan also collided heavily with the combat robot at the same speed.
The live camera directly locked onto the battle stage. Even half of the screen is reserved for playback.
When Zhou Yuan's teacher felt the speed of both sides, his expression changed.
Zhou Yuan's expression also became extremely ugly. He couldn't reach such a speed at all, and he might even be knocked off the stage in an instant. This speed has definitely reached the high level of Lingxi.
So, Yifan is not the second level of Lingxi realm.
Someone exclaimed. Boom, boom, boom.
In an instant, battle platform number 45 began to emit a continuous roaring sound.
Yifan's continuous punches made a rumbling sound.
Or, that gun skill was as powerful as thunder and unstoppable as a bamboo. Even many teachers and students were shocked to see that Yifan actually repelled the combat robot. You know, when they faced the combat robot, they could only defend themselves and had no power to fight back.
After all, the stronger you are, the stronger it is.
The robot's combat effectiveness will continue to improve with the strength of the warrior and the passage of time.
And now, Yifan actually repelled the combat robot and even suppressed it? It's outrageous.
So, a scene took place on the scene that left countless people stunned. After all, the design of this robot is comparable to that of a high-level human warrior in the Lingxi realm. But now, his chi and blood have reached the 8th level of Lingxi realm, his martial arts skills are at the 2nd level, he has mastered the seed of spear intent, and has the blessing of Tao seed. In terms of martial arts, Yifan has reached the level of transcendence and sainthood. It is definitely comparable to the combat power at the peak of Lingxi realm.
Alright, Warrior Yifan, please stop. Your test is over.
The teacher who was controlling the robot hurriedly stopped him.
If this guy continues to fight, he might even destroy their combat robots. This one is worth 500,000 Chinese yuan. Dad Yi, awesome.
Yishin, Yishin. Yishin, Yishin. Yishin, Yishin. The students in the number 1 high school in the city, especially the class 6 of grade 3, are going crazy. Although the scores haven't been announced yet, champagne has already been opened at halftime. Because the result is already obvious. Zhou Yuan from the number 2 high school in the city, and his homeroom teacher, felt extremely embarrassed.
I wish I could find a place to hide. Finally, the much-anticipated moment came, with bated breath.
The big screen recording the scores started scrolling again.
The first place suddenly became Yifan. Score, 99. The whole audience was shocked and silent. Chapter 45, First in the City, the Young Dragon list is out. 99 points? The whole audience was shocked.
Moreover, some careful people also heard the grading teacher say Warrior Yifan.
For other candidates, at most I would say Student XXX.
This means that the teacher fully recognizes Yifan's strength and even respects him as a warrior.
For a moment, there was complete silence.
There were only sounds of gasps and swallowing.
Who dares to say that the scores in this martial arts exam were suppressed?
Ugly people often do strange things.
Impotent rage. Look, if you have the guts, you can beat that combat test robot and get a 99. After blinking his eyes, Zhou Liang came to his senses.
In fact, he expected Yifan to be awesome, but he didn't expect him to be so awesome.
For a moment, the blood boiled. I just want to ask, who else?
Zhou Liang shouted in the direction of the number 2 high school in the city with his hoarse voice.
I even wanted to say, excuse me, everyone over there is a piece of shit. Zhou Liang was completely possessed by the spirit of acting, putting himself into Yifan's perspective and shouted. The ashamed and angry teacher from number 2 middle school almost came over and strangled Zhou Liang to death. But
the class teacher, Lao Ma, is even more murderous and heartbreaking.
Excuse me, grading teacher, where did our Yifan lose a point? Nest.
After hearing what Lao Ma said, many teachers at the scene wanted to strangle him to death.
He is really someone else's child.
Cough. The teacher who had just stopped Yi Fan adjusted his glasses. First, he damaged our combat robot, leaving many dents on it.
Secondly, we can't let this kid get too proud. Give him a 99, leaving some room for improvement. Fuck you. Listen, is this human language? When others see the combat robots, they don't even have time to run away. Yi Fan directly turned the Tian gang upside down, leaving many dents on it? That's not all. Not enough room for improvement? Give it 99 points and leave some room? You might as well say that 100 points is his starting point and the end point is unknown.
In an instant, Yi Fan became the focus of everyone's attention.
Some teachers even came over to ask Lao Ma, "Hey, Lao Ma, how many points did Yi Fan get in the cultural subjects?" Hearing this,
Old Ma frowned slightly. The other party was happy.
The martial arts test is so incredible.
There is no time to study academic subjects, so passing is impossible.
Not so good. How many? 90 points, huge room for improvement. Fuck you. You don't know until you calculate it, and you'll be shocked when you do. 90 points in academic subjects, plus 99 points in martial arts test.
Yi Fan's total score, 91.5 plus 99.6. Reached a shocking and awe-inspiring 729 points.
No dispute. First in the city.
No, some people even feel that this score is enough to make a martial arts champion even in the entire Jiangnan province.
Oh my god, this is too scary.
Even Li Xian, the squad leader who usually likes to show off, lowered his head when passing by Yi Fan and his companions.
He was as obedient as a mouse seeing a cat, not daring to breathe.
And Zhou Yuan on the Qianglong rock wall, and Hua Xian are dancing with the fire phoenix butterfly.
Can only become a foil? This moment.
All the candidates and teachers in Jiangning City remembered Yi Fan's mythical name. Just when the much-anticipated city-wide joint entrance examination for senior high school students came to an end, Wu Xia was shocked again when he learned about Yi Fan's amazing performance. Hurry and report to the master of Jianghuai City Xingqian Martial Hall, In Shanyu.
Ha, look at you, you've eaten be shit. Calm down.
In Shanyu looked at Wu Xia and sneered.
Yes, Palace Master, you are still calm.
I still need more experience. Wu Xia saw In Shanyue's young face, but he was as still as a mountain.
I really feel that I still need more experience.
Well, this time, we do need to report this to the provincial palace master.
You wait for the news.
In Shanyue said to Wu Xia.
Yes. Hang up the phone. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? This Yi Fan kid is really awesome. If he keeps up this upward momentum, not to mention an S-level training contract, even a higher level contract is not impossible. Then, it's time to mention my identity as the Jianghuai City Palace Master of the Xingqian Martial Palace. Ha ha.
In Shanyu, dancing with joy.
It took a while before it stopped.
Then, he called the chief hallmaster of the Xingqian Martial Hall in Jiangnan province.
Xiaoyin.
When In Shanyue's holographic projection appeared in a study that looked extremely simple, a slightly old voice said, "Meet the chief hallmaster, and I pay my respects to you." Just now, In Shanyue, who was so domineering in front of Wu Xia, was facing Ai Hongjun, the chief hallmaster of the Xingqian Martial Hall of Jiangnan province. But he seemed like a primary school student, very respectful.
Well, what's the matter? Tell me. The chief hallmaster Ai Hongjun asked.
So, from the moment In Shanyue met Yi Fan for the first time, he reported to Elder Ai about the young man's rocket-like growth rate in every detail.
You're talking about this little guy, though? Mr. Ai smiled gently. Immediately.
With a light tap of the finger, a girl who looked like a sea elf appeared on the screen, fighting against a young man holding a bright silver spear with a red tassel.
The boy's attack was fierce and domineering.
Even in the end, surprisingly and unbelievably, he defeated the sea elf-like girl with one punch.
Yes, Chief Palace Master, it's this boy. At the same time,
In Shanyue was amazed in his heart. Mr. Ai was indeed amazing, nothing could be hidden from him. I see this boy's spearmanship is still a bit clumsy.
I guess he hasn't yet condensed the complete spear intention seed.
However, it can unleash a complete state of mind power that can rival the power of water.
Besides, do you see clearly?
When this guy threw his last punch, the girl's shield actually dodged it.
This is really a bit weird. Ai Hongjun said. Hearing this,
Yin Shangyue also frowned.
indeed, this kid is a little weird.
He also fell into deep thought, and suddenly, he thought of a possibility.
His eyes widened.
Yes, as you thought, I suspect this child should have conceived a Tao seed. Therefore, considering your timeline, this child may be 10 times more powerful than you imagined. Mr. AI never stops talking until his words are shocking.
It was so direct that it almost paralyzed Yin Shangyue. 10 times more powerful? In other words, around the time when the last beast tide broke out, this little monster gave birth to the Tao seed? What the hell, what the hell, what the hell?
Yin Shangyue was shocked 3 times. So, I want you to go to Jiangning City tomorrow to personally investigate the details of this little guy.
If the Tao seed is true, then just give him an S sign.
Also, if he really signs with the Tao seed S, I will directly give him a spirit awakening crystal.
AI Lao said. Awakening crystal?
Upon hearing this, Yin Shangyue's face was filled with shock.
That thing is a treasure.
Countless top experts are trying their best to get one.
It can be seen that Mr. AI showed enough attention to Yi Fan.
No matter what, Yin Shangyue was happy in his heart.
After all, Yi Fan was signed by him. Pull out the radish with him and you will get the dirt. If Yi Fan becomes successful, he will definitely get great benefits.
Also, the young dragon ranking is about to open. Tell him that if he can make it into the top 100, I'll give him a generous reward.
AI Hongjun said generously. Yes. Yin Shanyu said excitedly.
When hanging up the communication,
AI Hongjun smiled bitterly and said, that little girl Chi-Chi wanted to teach this little guy named Yifan a lesson.
Now it seems that she is really overestimating her own abilities.
This little fellow is not bad.
If he develops a high-level spiritual power, perhaps he and Wei Yada can become a pair.
Tisk, it's a good idea to keep the wealth within the family. Wouldn't it be wonderful to be my grandson-in-law? Ha ha. Chapter 46 The Giant Elephant Arrives. So honest.
Yi Fan ranked first in the city in the martial arts exam and ranked first in the city in total score.
Yi Fan and his family were also very happy. Invite the class teacher Lao Ma and martial arts teacher Feng. Zhou Liang, Lulu, Wu Xia, the captain of the Jiangning office of the Star Martial Hall, and members of the first team gathered in the private room of the Taorai building. The guests of honor entered the venue and the atmosphere was very harmonious. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors.
I wish Yi Fan to have a good academic performance in the Wutong College entrance examination. Besides, you've brought honor to number 1 high school this time. When you get back, I'll apply for the school's highest scholarship, the President's Scholarship, for you.
Mr. Ma, the old band teacher, raised his glass to congratulate. Thank you, teacher. Yi Fan stood up and responded respectfully.
Teacher, if this continues, Yi Fan will surpass me in cultural studies.
Are you going to let me live?
Zhou Liang had a sad face and looked like he had lost all desire to live.
Ha ha. Everyone laughed.
Yi Fan, it's still the same old saying, the sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. Teacher, I wish you prosperity in martial arts. Martial arts teacher, Mr. Fong, looked at Yi Fan with extreme satisfaction.
This is his best student.
I'm afraid it will be difficult for such a person to appear again in the future.
Teacher Fong, let's celebrate together.
Yi Fan was grateful from the bottom of his heart. When I was still an unknown person, just a stubborn teenager who knew that hard work can make up for lack of talent. The person who introduced me to martial arts was Teacher Fong, who also gave me a lot of special lessons.
Then, everyone sent their blessings. Hey, I just finished my practice test today, so I can relax a little.
After eating and drinking, Zhou Liang leaned back in his chair with a comfortable and relaxed expression.
Brother Yi, can I ask you for some advice tonight?
Lulu looked at Yi Fan, his eyes shining and full of anticipation.
Okay, let's go to my underground martial arts room. Yi Fan nodded. Stop studying.
I know there's no rest when I'm with the 2 biggest test takers in the class.
No, I have to go back and review my academic subjects too.
Zhou Liang cheered up and was forced to regain his fighting spirit. This meal cost tens of thousands of yuan. Although, Yi Jun and Lan Suifang still felt a little distressed. However, they knew the money was well spent and did not hesitate at all. What's more, a while ago, the Jiangning city boss Meng Xiong gave their family 5 million in compensation.
Things are different now, my wallet is full.
However, they still did not lose the habit of diligence and thrift. As the saying goes, riding a bike to the bar, save where you can and spend where you can.
Before leaving, Wu Xia finds Yi Fan. Uncle Wu?
Yi Fan looked at Wu Xia and saw that his energy and blood had also improved a lot, reaching the second level of the galaxy realm. He was happy for him.
Xiao Fan, be prepared.
Perhaps tomorrow, or at the latest the day after tomorrow, the Yin Palace Master will arrive in Jiangning City.
You and I will go together to greet him. Wu Xia said. The Lord of Yin Palace is here in person?
Yi Fan was also slightly surprised.
Is there something urgent? Yi Fan asked. Hearing this, Wu Xia smiled mysteriously and said, the secret cannot be revealed.
Yi Fan was speechless.
Uncle Wu is quite naughty. There's one more thing I need to tell you.
That's the annual Young Dragon ranking on Starry Sky Data Network. From the next day until the Wutong College entrance examination, the exclusive channel for the Young Dragon ranking will be open. That's where all of China's best and most monstrous talents under the age of 25 gather.
You can also try your luck.
If you succeed in making the list, the Xingqian Martial Hall will definitely give you a generous reward.
Wu Xia looked at Yi Fan, full of expectations for the latter. However, Yi Fan is still too young now. Just 18 years old.
In other words, he had just reached the minimum age for inclusion in the Young Dragon list. If Yi Fan is 20 years old,
Wu Xia was not worried at all. With Yi Fan's talent, he could definitely make the list easily.
But today it all depends on the young man's luck. After all, this Young Dragon list almost represents the most terrifying group of monsters under the age of 25 in the entire China.
Young Dragon ranking?
Upon hearing the news, Yi Fan immediately became interested. Moreover, Wu Xia said that if he succeeded in making the list, then the Xingqian Martial Hall would definitely give him a generous reward. What's more, Yi Fan is very envious of it.
Okay, Uncle Wu, I'll check the Starry Sky Data website later. Well, there's still some time before the Wutong College entrance examination. Set a small goal and get on the Young Dragons ranking.
Yi Fan said with great pride.
Good, ambitious.
Wu Xia patted Yi Fan on the shoulder and praised him. Then, Yi Fan took Lu to his own underground martial arts room to practice.
Jiangning City Police Bureau.
Eagle Clever Warrior, according to our investigation, you were attacked by a mortal first, and then forced to attack.
This falls under the category of legitimate defense.
Also, Venerable Xiangshan will guarantee you.
Just sign here and you can leave. Inside the police station, the staff said to hook-nosed Ing Tsong. Ing Tsong was really speechless.
I have explained it many times before. But no one listened.
Until Vice President Xiangshan came in person.
The police department accelerated the investigation. After all, warriors like Xiangshan who are at the mountain and sea realm are the backbone of the human race's combat power and are extremely respected and loved.
With Xiangshan as the guarantor, Ing Tsong did not commit any major fault.
Naturally, he was released on bail. As for that drunk, disgusting and greasy man, he deserved it.
Okay, stop standing there and sign it. The burly Xiangshan said impatiently. This Ing Tsong is really good at causing trouble instead of helping others.
Let him investigate Yi Fan's background and bring him to Jiangnan Wuda. This guy is so bad, he didn't get the job done, but got himself into trouble instead. I have to run over and clean up his mess myself.
He wanted to punch Ing Tsong.
Soon, two people came out of the police station. Principal, I have failed to perform my duties properly.
Please punish me. Ing Tsong hung his head. The more Xiangshan looked at this guy, the angrier he became. Let's go. Xiangshan waved his hand and was about to board the private aircraft.
Principal, I suspect that Yi Fan is just a flash in the pan. He is very likely to lack stamina, so even if we can't recruit him, it won't be a big deal. Ing Tsong has cursed Yi Fan in his heart many times, hoping that he will fall into the mortal world.
Pa!
However, the next moment, he was greeted by a rough and powerful slap. The slap was so powerful that Ing Tsong felt a buzzing in his head as if he had been hit by a heavy truck. You idiot, your brain has become rusty after being in the police station. Read the news yourself. As he said that, he threw an electronic terminal to Ing Tsong. At the top, there's a news item that says hot with a small flame icon behind it. Our city's talented young man, Yi Fan, scored a high score of 729 in the city's joint examination. He may soon become the top martial arts champion.
When you see the title. Ing Tsong still didn't give up.
He immediately looked down and saw the handsome, resolute-looking, tall and strong young man holding a gun.
No more illusions.
At this moment, he not only felt deep regret, but also became really honest.
Even a trace of fear was born. Chapter 47, a favor?
No, taking advantage of someone else's misfortune.
You guaranteed it with your life?
You pushed such a peerless genius away, and ruined the opportunity for Jiangnan Martial Arts University to rise.
If you weren't a human, I would really twist your head off. Xianshan is a branch of the giant elephant lineage. He is tall and has a majestic aura.
When that cold gaze looked at Ing Song, it was like a knife, piercing Ing Song and causing him pain all over.
Ing Song trembled. Indeed.
With Vice Principal Xiangshan's strength, killing him would be no more difficult than crushing an ant. Ing Song felt like all the strength had been drained from his body.
Originally, he still had a lucky mentality. Now, I have been completely awakened by the cruel reality. Jiangnan Wuhan University has launched a special channel for admissions, which means there is a certain chance of getting into one of China's top universities. Although, Jinlian, the S-level spiritual genius girl, was discovered. However, it is not enough to make up for the huge mistake of losing Yifan, or even the sin. At this moment, he no longer pretended to be stubborn and became completely honest. Even, some fear.
With Yifan's current terrifying growth rate, he will definitely have the opportunity to grow into the deputy principal of Xiangshan, or even a higher level of strength in the future.
By then, because he had offended before. If you want to take revenge on him, isn't that easy? Huh, are you scared now?
Xiangshan looked at Ing Song impatiently and said, "Contact that little guy, let's go meet him together."
Hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in Ing Song's eyes. Could it be that Vice Principal Xiangshan is going to take action personally to recruit Yifan?
However, Principal, with Yifan's current strength, he has every chance of entering China's top martial arts school.
Perhaps, you won't choose Jiangnan Wuda. Ing Song said hesitantly. Idiot. How could I not know this? I asked you to contact him to apologize to him. It's better to make friends with a future strong man than to offend him. Xiangshan cursed. 2 streams of white smoke blew out of his nostrils as he resisted the urge to stomp Ing Song to death. Now that this matter is over, I must let Ing Song clean the toilet. And I must go to the interface and kill a few aliens to vent my anger. Boom. The aircraft took off directly. Xingshan Martial Hall Jiangning office. In front of the helipad, Captain Wu Xie and Yifan. The first, second, and third teams were lined up separately, as if they were waiting for some important person. According to the information from Yin Palace Master, we will arrive in 5 minutes. Wu Xie said to Yifan, who was standing beside him. He knew that the reason why Palace Master Yin rushed over from Jianghuai City must be because of the little guy in front of him. And at this moment, whether it was the first team, or the second or third team, they all looked at Yifan. All of them looked admiring. Because, Yifan in less than a month. From the heroic young man when he returned, to taking the top spot in the city's joint examination the day before yesterday, to now being the only one in the entire office except the team leader. This young man, who just turned 18, is almost invincible. If you have strength, you will gain respect. The tall young man in front of them made them admire him. Here I come. Boom. An aircraft with a very avant-garde and bold design appeared above the apron in just a few blinks of an eye. Hey, something seems wrong? At the beginning, it was Wu Xie who drove Yinshan US aircraft and brought Yifan to Jiangning City. This aircraft, although similar, but it is definitely not the same fight as that of Yin Palace Master. Boom. The aircraft landed. The hatch opened, and a very tall figure, over 2 meters tall, walked out. The fierce momentum can bring a terrifying oppressive force like a mountain to people even from a long distance. It was none other than the vice president of Jiangnan Martial Arts University, the mountain and sea realm expert of the Candlelight Martial Hall, Xiangshan. And behind him, following him, was Ing Song, who had a hooked nose and a gloomy face. When he saw Ing Song, Yifan's face turned cold. From that day on, he was expelled from the Jiangnan Martial Arts University trial camp in a very tough manner. And then not long ago, this Ing Song failed to bribe him, so he resorted to threatening him. This made Yifan have a bad impression of Ing Song. Now, he was as obedient as a young wife, following behind the tall man with a terrifying aura. Let Yifan's eyelids jump. Because a message popped up on the virtual panel in front of Yifan.
Xiangshan, qi and blood value exceeds the current detection limit. Now, Yifan's system comes with a detection function. Now, the upper limit of the detected qi and blood value has reached 12,999 cards, the peak of the galaxy realm. And the tall man in front of him actually exceeded the detection limit. Then, it means that this person's realm should have reached the terrifying mountain and sea realm. The powerful one in the mountain and sea realm. Moving mountains and filling the sea with infinite power. However, although Yifan was wary, he was not afraid. Because he also has a backer. Moreover, his backer, Yinshanyu Palace Master, is about to arrive. Let me introduce myself. I'm Xiangshan, the Vice President of Jiangnan Wuhan University. As soon as Xiangshan appeared, his eyes swept around and fell on the tall and handsome young man Yifan. Although Yifan is also very tall. However, compared to Xiangshan, who practiced the giant elephant lineage, his figure still looked a little small. According to legend, some human beings, after following the path of the physical body, can cultivate their bodies to be several feet or even dozens of feet tall. One person can level a building. In the universe and the starry sky, and at all levels of interfaces, there are also some alien races with unusually tall statures. Greetings, Venerable Xiangshan. Wu Xia bowed slightly and greeted him. At the same time, Xiangshan's arrival was automatically filmed and synchronously transmitted to Yinshan Yu's personal terminal, who was on the way. Greetings, Venerable Xiangshan. Yifan and the warriors at the scene and the Xingqian Martial Hall office have all met Xiangshan. Strong men like Xiangshan are definitely the backbone of human combat power. Worthy, they respect. Everyone, please don't be restrained. I came here this time because of this little guy. Xiangshan pointed at Yifan and said. At the same time, he follows the lineage of the giant elephant and is particularly sensitive to physical strength. He could clearly feel that Yifan's body was definitely extraordinary. It even gave him a feeling of a sleeping dragon. He bit his back teeth so hard that they were about to break, and cursed Ying Tsung's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. If so, he would be admitted to Jiangnan Martial Arts University and then be accepted as his disciple by Xiangshan. Then, one day in the future, Xiangshan might become the teacher of the powerful ones in the sky, or even the teacher of demigods. Yifan, I know that you have some misunderstandings with our teacher Ying Kong. I am willing to mediate here, is that possible? Xiangshan looked at Yifan with a warm smile on his face and said. Wu Xia raised his eyebrows. A few days ago, Ying Tsung showed his violent temper and oppressed Yifan. It can be said that the two of them had completely become enemies. Now, is this Elephant Mountain Venerable going to reconcile the conflict between Yifan and Ying Tsung by using his power in empty words? But he was only in the early stage of the galaxy realm and had no qualifications to communicate directly with Xiangshan. I was secretly anxious and hoped that Palace Master Yinshanyu would arrive soon. Yifan was also in a dilemma at this moment. After all, if he agreed, he would feel unhappy. If I don't agree, it seems like I'm offending the boss in front of me. Although his strength has improved rapidly, he is still like an ant compared to the terrifying Venerable Xiangshan. Just when Yifan was in a dilemma. Swoosh boom. At this moment, a streamlined aircraft with a very sci-fi shape cut through the void, hovered above the apron, and slowly landed. Click. The hatch opened and a young man with a crew cut who looked to be about 20 years old walked out. That's right, the branch master of Xingqian Martial Palace, Yinshanyu. Xiangshan, how are you? As soon as Yinshanyu walked out, he greeted Xiangshan warmly, as if they were old friends. In fact, the two had only met once or twice. Xiangshan's heart moved. Looking at Yinshanyu's enthusiasm, both of them are strong men in the mountain and sea realm. Can he do me a favor? Xiangshan also greeted with a smile. Oh, that's the situation. It's easy for others, but if you meet Yifan, it will be a bit troublesome. Yinshanyu rubbed his chin and pondered. Suddenly, Xiangshan had a bad feeling. No, this is definitely not a gesture of doing a favor. It's more like taking advantage of the situation. Chapter 48 Promotion. S-level training contract. Brother Xiangshan, what's with that expression on your face? Don't you believe me? Yinshanyu looks innocent. Xiangshan, I am muscular, but I am not stupid. Xiangshan was tall and just looked at Yinshanyu quietly. Well, you may not believe this, but I came here this time on the orders of the Chief Palace Master of Jiangnan Province. Yinshanyu rode. Hearing this,
The hint of amusement on Shangshan's face just now instantly turned into respect.
Because the palace master of Jiangnan province is a terrifyingly powerful person in the sky realm who can walk in the starry sky. He believed that Yin Shangyue would never dare to lie to him about this matter.
He.
As Yin Shangyue's old subordinate, Wu Xie laughed devilishly in his heart. He asked himself, I still know Yin Shanyu better. He is definitely a powerful figure, decisive and ruthless. This time, I learned about Ing Song and even the grudge between Jiangnan Wuda and Yi Fan. The high and low ones are so deep that the bones are broken and oil flows out. Yi Fan, come in with me.
Brother Shangshan, please.
Yin Shanyu and Shangshan were walking in front, and Yi Fan, with a very weak momentum, followed behind them. At the beginning, I had guessed the strength of Lord Yin.
Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a powerful person in the mountain and sea realm.
Yin Shanyu brought Shangshan and Yi Fan to the top secret room of the Xingchen Marshal Hall's Jiangning office.
So mysterious?
Shangshan was a little confused.
The two of them sat down.
Yin Shanyu looked towards Shangshan and said solemnly, Brother Shangshan, you and I are both pillars of the human race, so we naturally know.
Our blue star is plagued by internal and external troubles.
Besides the rampant and brutal alien beasts, there are also spies from other races that have infiltrated the interface.
So, what you saw and heard today is limited to this room. No one else must know about it. Hearing this,
Yi Fan came across the two words interface and alien race.
Even in high school academic courses, there is no introduction to this part. I think it must be because his level is too low. However, after hearing what Palace Master Yin said, he was still a little panicked. Just like a classic line, you know too much. After all, he was only at the 8th level of the Lingxi realm. In the eyes of the two Shanghai realm bosses, he was as fragile as an ant. Is this information something he should know? The other side. Hearing Yin Shanyu's words, Shangshan nodded seriously.
As a powerful mountain and sea realm figure among the human race, Yin Shanyu would definitely not joke about this matter. Then, Yin Shanyu looked at Yi Fan and said, Boy, stop hiding it. Please describe the process of your cultivation of the Dao seed, as well as the quality and abilities of the resulting Dao seed.
Dharma seed. Hearing this, Shangshan was so shocked that he almost stood up. That can only be born from a peerless monster. It can be said that if the seed of Tao is born, as long as the warrior does not die, then there is a great possibility of becoming a demigod. And demigod. This is the peak combat power of China and even Blue Star. It is the part of human civilization that truly stands at the top of the pyramid today. And Yin Shanyu actually said that this little fellow who just turned 18 had conceived a Dao seed?
Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was also stunned.
However, his mental strength now far exceeds that of ordinary people. The brain is also very flexible.
The only time he had used his Dao ability in public was on the Starry Sky Fighting Network. And combined with what Lord Yin just mentioned, the Lord of the Martial Palace of Jiangnan Province. Perhaps, it was that terrifying existence who discovered the existence of his Tao seed.
But
Yi Fan was also confused.
How could such a big shot pay attention to a weakling like him? Well, since you, the wise and mighty Lord Yin, have noticed it, I won't pretend anymore.
No matter how many holes there are, flattery will never wear out. As soon as he came up, Yi Fan started to flatter her.
Alright, let's get to the point.
Yin Shanyue's mouth corners were harder to suppress than AK, and he smiled.
As for Shangshan, he looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. It is indeed as Yin Shanyue said, if so, Yi Fan really gave birth to the Tao seed. Then, this news must be kept secret. Otherwise, if the aliens knew about it,
then, they would definitely do whatever it takes to assassinate Yi Fan. Reporting to the two venerables, I reached the realm of transcendence and sainthood with the help of the peerless overlord spear, and then, by chance, I gave birth to the Dao seed.
Daozhong Bingyan, ranked 9th. Possessing 3 abilities.
Then, Yi Fan introduced the abilities of Dao seed and soldier to the two mountain and sea realm masters.
After listening,
Shangshan suddenly realized and said, no wonder your spear skills were so amazing that day in the Starry Sky Fighting Network. Moreover, at the critical moment, you moved the little girl's protective spiritual weapon several inches, which allowed you to defeat her.
You can say that.
On that day, during the 30th qualifying match, Yi Fan's performance is still fresh in Shangshan's memory.
Yi Fan was speechless. Why are these big guys so idle on weekdays? Or do they have some voyeurism fetish? Does Xiangshan know all about his performance?
In fact, Yifan, who didn't understand the situation, did misunderstand Xiangshan.
Awesome, awesome. Yinshan you couldn't help but admire.
Although, it is only the lowest 9th grade Dao seed. However, no matter which ability it is extremely abnormal. This is the terrifying power of the Tao seed, and it is also this ability to break some of the rules.
This makes it extremely scarce. It can be said that it is 1 in a billion. Yifan, are you willing to accept the S-level training contract of my Xingshan Martial Hall?
Yin Shanyue looked at Yifan with burning eyes.
I feel both admiration and envy for this little guy.
The young are so promising. Through the royal sister's intelligent brain, Yifan had already understood the conditions for the Star Martial Palace to upgrade to an S-level contract, so it was not surprising.
However, I didn't expect to advance in this way.
In addition to increasing your annual funding to 50 million, the S-level training contract will also increase your Martial Hall points to 50 million. The rights and interests of the Martial Hall were also upgraded to the Star Glory level. However, you should check the specific content of the rights and interests through the contract. Every year, you will also receive a rare treasure from heaven and earth that can enhance your chi and blood.
There is also a chance to participate in the Star Seed Warrior selection.
In addition, Hallmaster AI has promised that if you advance to the S-level training contract, he will grant you a treasure coveted by countless warriors. Then, Yinshan you continued to drop bombshells. The explosion made Yifan feel dizzy for a moment. For Yifan a month ago, every item here was something he would never have dared to dream of. Let us not talk about training funds and martial arts hall points for now. The rights of warriors alone make Yifan very much looking forward to it. After all, the previous diamond right saved Yifan's family, and even upgraded it to a more powerful one, leading to a gorgeous transformation.
Star level is definitely exciting enough.
Every year, a rare treasure from heaven and earth that can enhance chi and blood will be provided. Anything that can be called a rare treasure of heaven and earth by a warrior of the level of Yin Palace Master is absolutely priceless and in short supply. Also, although he didn't know what the Star Seed Warrior selection was, he felt it was very powerful. As for the Chief Palace Master, he wanted to give the treasure to himself.
Are you so polite?
Love it, love it. As a strong man once said, when you are not famous, there are evil people everywhere.
And when you become famous, you are surrounded by good people.
Yifan knew that all of this required strength to defend.
Get stronger all the time.
I wish. Yifan was about to nod.
Wait a moment. Chapter 49. Are you really here to take a look? Ancient savage elephant bones.
Wait. Suddenly, just when Yifan was about to agree,
Xiangshan suddenly spoke.
Yifan and Yin Shanyue both looked towards Xiangshan. However, a fierce look flashed in Yin Shanyue's eyes.
However, he did not interrupt.
Yifan, I suggest that you should give more consideration to our Candlelight Martial Hall.
I hereby promise.
The treatment you receive when you enter the Candlelight Martial Hall will definitely not be any lower than that of the Starry Sky Martial Hall.
Not only that, the Candlelight Martial Palace was founded by China's oldest demigod. It possesses an ancient heritage that is incredibly profound. I see great potential in your body.
And the Candlelight Martial Palace's greatest strength is the art of body refinement.
Entering the Candlelight Martial Hall is the best choice for you. Xiangshan spoke.
Yifan also showed a hint of surprise.
He also didn't expect that Xiangshan would openly poach people in front of Yin Palace Master. Xiangshan's behavior, however, was a little unkind.
But what he said was indeed true. Once, when they were taking martial arts classes at a high school in Jiangning City, Mr. Feng, the martial arts teacher, had taught them a lot. Among the 3 great martial halls in human civilization, the Candlelight Martial Hall is the oldest. After all, it was founded based on the ancient Chinese civilization. Among them, the ancient heritage contained in the Candlelight Martial Palace is the deepest among the 3 martial arts palaces. The Star Martial Hall was founded by Senior Long, the most powerful person in human civilization today. Senior Long is a super powerful Chinese who has risen in the past 100 years. The Xingshan Martial Hall he founded is also gaining momentum and growing stronger. Faintly, there is a posture that surpasses the Candlelight Martial Palace. As for the Thunder Martial Palace was founded by the strongest man in the West, known as the God of Thunder. Generally speaking, there are relatively more warriors who are not from China joining.
Yifan, you don't have to worry about anything.
No matter which martial arts hall you join, just follow your heart. They are all fighting to defend the prosperous China and to continue the fire of human civilization.
All are fine.
Yin Shangyue looked at Yi Fan and said lightly.
It seemed as if he was speaking for Xiangshan.
However, Yi Fan was only shocked by Xiangshan's words just now. Immediately, he came to his senses. He shook his head firmly and said, Yi Fan, once I enter the Starry Martial Palace, I will be in the Starry Martial Palace for life. Once upon a time, I joined the Star Martial Hall and swore an oath that I would never change. With our blood, we will defend the prosperous China. Yi Fan's voice was sonorous and powerful. Yi Fan is a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment, and he also values friendship and loyalty.
A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. When he was most helpless and almost fell into the abyss,
it was the appearance of the Starry Martial Palace that was like a ray of light, illuminating his path of martial arts. After that, all the good changes that happened in his family also originated from the Xingqian Martial Palace. If so, it's because of a little temptation from the outside world. If Yi Fan changes his ways, he will look down on himself. That innocent heart of martial arts will also be covered in dust.
At the same time, hearing Yi Fan's words, Yin Shangyue felt a surge of blood. Okay, I can tell you responsibly. Today, and in the future, you will never regret your choice. Yin Shangyue was also excited. He was not wrong about the person and cultivating a warrior, especially one like Yi Fan. Besides, you have to have amazing talent. Among them, the most important thing is character. Today, Xiangshan extends an olive branch. He was in Yin Shangyue, so he took advantage of Yi Fan's trick and tested him at the same time. The result made him extremely satisfied. Wu Xie's gamble on his future was not a wrong one. His vision is still very good. This guy is loyal and righteous. Yi Fan's performance was also recorded by him and passed on to Mr. AI, who was waiting for his test results. Hear Yi Fan's choice. Xiangshan also shook his head helplessly. However, in his heart, he began to admire Yi Fan more and more. If Yi Fan really agreed to his recruitment, he might be happy. However, he still felt a little disgusted with Yi Fan in his heart. Even in the future, when it comes to Yi Fan's training, he will definitely be cautious. After all, they all don't know whether this extremely talented young man will be instigated by aliens one day. Although Yi Fan's performance made him feel very sorry for his failure in recruiting. But, I am even happier inside. The human race may have another strong person who leads his generation. Snort. At this time, Yin Shangyue, who had calmed down a little, looked towards Xiangshan and snorted in his heart. Brother Xiangshan, tell me, I'm an S-rank genius at the Xingqian Martial Hall. How should I settle this account of being repeatedly humiliated by a mere admissions teacher from your Jiangnan Martial Arts University? Yin Shangyue called him a brother affectionately. However, Xiangshan clearly felt a chill. This is stabbing your brother in the back. Indeed. This Ing Song must be severely punished. Go back and demote him to the lowest position possible, and make him clean toilets. Xiangshan also felt very sorry that his son had failed to become as good as he could be. Obviously. For the powerful man who is extremely resourceful in Yinshan. Xiangshan's punishment of lifting high and dropping lightly did not gain his approval. Yi Fan's future resume will include your experience of the Jiangnan Martial Arts University trial. The more Yi Fan shines, the more noticeable this stain on your Jiangnan Wudo will become. Yin Shangyue narrowed his eyes and analyzed. Are you threatening me? Xiangshan is a powerful physical cultivator from the giant elephant lineage, so naturally he has a hot temper. No, I'm certainly not threatening you. Instead, let me state a fact. Imagine if a provincial martial arts champion, or even one of the future young martial arts leaders, had a bad impression of your Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Yin Shangyue continued. Hearing this, Xiangshan's face became somewhat gloomy. Wow. Suddenly, the projector in this secret room turned on, and an old man in simple clothes appeared inside. Swish. Swish. Seeing this man, Xiangshan quickly stood up. Together with Yin Shangyue, they were respectful, just like primary school students meeting their class teacher. Grand Palace Master. Mr. AI. Yi Fan was also shocked. Based on Yin Shangyue's words, he could infer that this old man with white hair and youthful face, who looked energetic, should be the chief master of the Xingqian Martial Hall in Jiangnan Province.
Xiangshan's performance precisely reflects his respect for the chief hallmaster of Jiangnan province. Whether in terms of strength, status, or contribution to the human race.
Moreover, look at how respectful these two are. Could it be that the old man before him had reached the sky realm? Ah, it's the little elephant.
You guys chat about yourselves, I just came to see our new S-rank genius.
Mr. AI has a kind smile and speaks in a pleasant way. Sweat was pouring down Xiangshan's forehead. Are you here to take a look? You are clearly here to support and intimidate us.
Well, I still have a piece of ancient elephant bone, so I'll give it to Yifan. Xiangshan said with great pain.
Hiss. Hear what Xiangshan said. Even Yinshan Yu took a deep breath. Seeing the leopard through the cage, Yifan knew that this ancient elephant bone was definitely extraordinary. Chapter 50 bestows the divine crystal and awakens the S-level thunder spirituality. Well, the little elephant is really generous. I am deeply pleased by your support for the younger generation. Hear about the ancient wild elephant bones.
Except for the Yinshan Yu palace master who gasped.
Even Mr. AI smiled.
Through the performance of these two big guys, Yifan also completely confirmed his thoughts.
This ancient elephant bone is absolutely extremely precious. Hearing this, Xiangshan could only smile bitterly.
First, there was the sinister guy Yinshan Yu who exaggerated the situation. Later, the provincial palace master personally came out to maintain order and intimidate him. Another thing is that Yifan's future potential is definitely far beyond his. For such a future strongman, even if you cannot make friends with him, you must never offend him. So, Xiangshan gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. He took out a treasure from his body.
Yifan, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you thank Principal Xiangshan quickly?
Yinshan Yu was filled with joy and had a warm smile. Seeing this, Xiangshan wanted to punch him in the face. Student Yifan thanks Senior Xiangshan for the gift of the treasure.
Initially, I failed to enter Jiangnan Martial Arts University.
It was entirely because of my own poor performance. Jiangnan Martial Arts University is the martial arts holy land I have dreamed of since I was a child. If you're just trying to get into one of the 3 top martial arts universities, why not choose Jiangnan University? People have given valuables to me. Can't you just say a few nice words to make people happy? Anyway, this thing doesn't cost any money. Upon hearing this, Yinshan Yu was stunned and said, "You kid is a talented person." Although it was the first time that Mr. AI met Yifan, his favorable impression of this potential grandson-in-law increased a little.
Really?
Whether it was from calling himself a student or Yifan's words praising Jiangnan Wuhan University. All of them made Xiangshan smile. He even had some expectations in his heart. If so, Yifan really becomes a super strong man in the future.
Maybe I made a profit from the small piece of ancient elephant bone I got today? Buzz.
Then, Xiangshan stretched out his hand, and suddenly a light seemed to flash. A piece the size of a fingernail appeared between his palms.
It's not white, in fact, it has a yellowish tint.
However, the bone fragments are filled with an ancient and vast charm.
This is for you. Practice well. I'm counting on you.
Give the small piece of ancient elephant bone to Yifan. Then, Xiangshan patted Yifan on the shoulder and quickly left the secret room. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that his underwear would be stripped off.
Ha ha. Looking at Xiangshan's embarrassed appearance, Yinshan Yu couldn't help but smile. Okay, Yifan, add me on Wuxin and I will send you the S-level training contract.
AI Hongjun was also very happy and said to Yifan.
Hearing this,
Yifan quickly took action and added the personal contact information of the provincial palace master.
Byte. Soon, a contract was transmitted over the internet.
Now Yifan's mental power is very strong, and he can already read 10 lines at a glance. Soon, he finished reading the S-level training contract.
I couldn't help but take a deep breath.
It is indeed worthy of being an S-level training contract. The increased training funds of 50 million Chinese yuan and 50 million martial arts hall points are indeed the least conspicuous. Among them, Yifan did not fully understand some of the upgrade terms. However, it definitely far exceeds the original A-level training contract. If you must make a comparison, it was as if the original A-level training contract was like eating with ancient pottery. At this moment, the S-level training contract is like eating with a golden spoon and a golden bowl.
Without any hesitation, Yifan signed his name on the contract. And at the same time,
Yifan's status and position in the Starry Martial Hall have been greatly improved. Yifan, congratulations on becoming the first warrior in China to get an S sign this year.
Yin Shangyue congratulated.
At the same time, I felt extremely sad in my heart.
It's only been a month.
The little guy in front of me has undergone a gorgeous transformation. Perhaps it won't be long before I have to rely on him.
First place?
Yifan was also stunned.
You know, China has a population of billions.
I didn't expect that I would be the first warrior to get an S sign this year.
It's a huge honor.
Of course, Yifan also knew that this was a huge challenge. I can't relax at all, I have to get stronger, and stronger. That ancient elephant bone is a good thing. I'll let Xiaoyin introduce it to you later.
The treasure I promised you after signing the S will arrive soon.
I think we should try to refine and fuse it in this secret room.
Old AI smiled kindly and said.
Yifan was excited. Before, he had heard from the Lord of Yin Palace that this was a treasure coveted by countless warriors.
Excuse me, Chief Palace Master, what is this treasure?
Yifan was also very curious. Yifan was also very much looking forward to the treasure that even the Lord of Yin Palace gave such an evaluation.
1. Awakening Crystal.
The Yinshan Mountains are more secretive. Hearing this, Yifan looked confused.
He had never heard of it.
It seems that treasures of that level were simply beyond his reach before. The so-called Awakening Crystal is a magical crystal stone that contains the mysteries of the starry sky.
It is extremely rare. Many warriors don't lack spiritual roots. It's either because their spiritual roots are too weak or too strong to awaken.
The function of the Spirit Awakening Crystal is to awaken the spiritual nature hidden deep within your body. Even, to a certain extent, it can elevate your spiritual level.
Yin Shangyue introduced.
Call. Hearing this, even Yifan, who was usually very calm, felt a little disturbed.
It's not that magical.
The prerequisite is that you really have a high-level spiritual being hidden within your body.
AI Lao added. Thank you, Mr. AI.
Yifan bowed. Upon hearing this, AI Hongjun gladly accepted Yifan's greeting.
Soon.
Then a warrior with a powerful aura escorted a safe to the front of the secret room. Yin Shangyue brought the safe in and Yifan opened it himself.
Buzz. A transparent crystal stone like glass appeared.
When Yifan lightly touched it with his finger, the crystal suddenly burst into brilliant silver light.
I have a feeling.
Seeing this, AI Lao and Yin Shangyue were both delighted.
Yifan, quickly sit cross-legged.
Place the Spirit Awakening Crystal between your eyebrows and sense the resonance between the Spirit Crystal and the spiritual power hidden deep within your body.
Awaken the spirituality hidden within your body.
Yin Shangyue shouted in a low voice.
Yes. Yifan did not delay any longer. Just sit cross-legged on the ground and place the Awakening Crystal in front of your eyebrows. He could feel that within his body, there seemed to be a force full of tyranny and destruction that was rapidly awakening. Now he is completely immersed in awakening. Outside world.
When AI Lao and Yin Shangyue saw the silver arcs jumping on the Awakening Crystal,
they couldn't help showing surprise. This is a lightning spirit. It's said to be the most offensive and destructive spirit.
Yin Shangyue was shocked.
Thunder attribute, no one is weak. Born to be a king, S rank.
AI Lao also said in a serious tone.
Chapter 51, Can it evolve? Swallowing elephant bones. It was seen that an extremely rare awakening crystal really awakened the spirituality in Yifan's body.
Both Yin Shangyue and the holographic projection of AI Hongjun were extremely surprised.
And it is definitely a high-level spirituality. Once it appears, it can reach S-level lightning attributes. Born to be a king, invincible. Best at attacking, represents destruction. All evils flee, and all ghosts are punished.
I've carefully studied this little fellow's martial arts. He should be following the path of extreme attack and sweeping away everything.
This thunder attribute is simply tailor-made for him.
AI Hongjun looked at Yifan's tall figure with a kind look in his eyes. I am very satisfied with this prospective grandson-in-law.
Now.
The corners of Yin Shanyue's lips were almost stretched to his ears, and he sighed again in his heart.
Nest, nest, nest.
At this moment, he was extremely determined. As long as Yifan does not die, the boy's future will be extremely bright.
Haven't you seen the pinnacle existence of thunder attribute, the thunder god who founded the thunder god martial palace? With the power of thunder, he stands at the top of the human race. Moreover, among all the races in the heavens, there are naturally many evil spirits and monsters. And the thunder attribute is their nemesis. It can be said that Yifan's awakening of the S-level thunder spirituality is definitely a great blessing for both China and the human race. It was when Ai Hongjun and Yin Shangyue were protecting Yifan as if he were a rare treasure. Yifan's consciousness seemed to have entered a sea of thunder. It seemed as if he was the new king of this endless sea of thunder. However, he could still feel that his strength was still very weak. It is impossible to truly control this boundless, mysterious ocean of thunder. Name: Yifan. Qi and blood value: 1275, level 8 of Yunqi realm. Mental strength: 22. Willpower: 29. Martial arts: boxing level 237%, spearmanship level 245%. Bloodline constitution: 9-star hegemon body thunder spirituality S level 1%, failed to reach the promotion standard. Artistic conception: spear intent seed 67% plus 9th rank Dao seed weapon derivation. Epiphany point 2. Enabled the detection function. The host can detect any target. The current detection limit is Galaxy 9th stage peak HP 12999. Just when Yifan's consciousness returned from the endless sea of thunder in a millisecond. Suddenly, an illusory attribute panel appeared before his eyes. In an instant, Yifan realized that his spirituality had actually awakened. Moreover, the thunder attribute has been awakened. Didn't meet the promotion criteria? Yifan was confused at first. Then, Yifan saw a progress percentage displayed behind the S-level thunder attribute. In other words, if my progress reaches 100%, I can upgrade my spirituality? This is equivalent to improving a warrior's spiritual roots. This is a bit outrageous. God knows how much he once wanted to awaken his spirituality. However, reality always destroys and strikes us mercilessly. Until today. Not only has he awakened a higher level of spirituality, he also has the potential to advance to a higher level with his spiritual roots. Cool. Yifan is still a young man after all. At this moment, he let out a long howl. Seeing Yifan like this, Ai Hongjun and Yin Shangyue couldn't help but smile. They were not at all unhappy because Yifan behaved a little arrogantly. On the contrary, this young man's vigor and vitality just fit the characteristics of Yifan's age. Yifan opened his eyes. There seemed to be a sea of thunder rising and falling in his eyes. However, it soon disappeared. Yifan was about to speak and thank the Chief Palace Master and Yin Palace Master again. Suddenly, just now, the ancient elephant bones obtained from the Elephant Mountain flew out and hovered in front of Yifan. This is... Seeing this strange phenomenon, the three of them were stunned. Then, one saw lightning threads suddenly appearing from Yifan's body. Like a silk thread, it wrapped directly around the piece of ancient elephant bone the size of a fingernail like a tentacle. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The next moment, the slightly yellowed bones of the ancient elephant suddenly became crystal clear. There were even traces of electric arcs on it. It quickly injected into Yifan's body along the lightning wire. Swallowing elephant bones? I understand. This comes from the bones of an ancient wild elephant within the ancient heritage. It was once a powerful wild elephant bathed in thunder. It's just that the little elephant mountain doesn't know the true face of the treasure. It just guards the treasure while wandering around outside. If we knew the true value of this elephant bone fragment, we could definitely make a fortune by selling it to the Thunder Martial Palace. Elder Ai stroked his beard and smiled. Hearing this, Yin Shangyue also smiled and nodded. I thought to myself, you little bastard, I let you offend my people and poach them on the spot. This time, you will bleed profusely. Furthermore, this barbarian elephant bone has gone through countless years and yet it still possesses such spirituality. Perhaps it is even a fragment of precious bone. Ai Lao guessed. Yin Shanyue's smile froze when he heard this. You're being a bit outrageous. Rumor has it that some ancient and mysterious bloodlines are passed down through memory. Secondly, during the evolution of a powerful race, they will acquire some magical skills and imprint them on their bones. Endless years pass by. Nowadays, the magic skills that are imprinted on bones have almost become extinct. I'm afraid that only the core of the Candlelight Martial Hall may have some remains.
An old AI actually dared to guess that this piece of elephant bone the size of a fingernail contained a fragment of precious magic.
How is that possible? If this were true, wouldn't Xiangshan cry his heart out if he knew? Akiyu. Xiangshan walked out of the secret room, looking back every few steps. What a loss. Suddenly, Xiangshan sneezed.
He rubbed his nose with his vigorous blood. Not to say that it is immune to all evils, but at least it is absolutely difficult for ordinary wind evils to invade.
It is impossible to catch a cold. What? Are you sneezing again?
He rubbed his nose and continued walking forward. Wu Xie saw Xiangshan's huge body and walked out with a stern face. He quickly called on his younger brothers to retreat.
The wind is strong and you can't help shouting.
As luck would have it, Ing Song, the man with the hooked nose, came forward to meet him.
Principal, it's been so long. How's the situation with Yifan? Seeing Ing Song's hooked nose and slightly gloomy face, Xiangshan's eyelids twitched. So long? Are you blaming me for not being efficient enough? You know what, Xiangshan really didn't wrongly accuse Ing Song.
He has been standing here for a long time. There was no one in the Jiangning office of the Xingchen Martial Palace to even offer him water.
He was dying of heat. What happened to Yifan?
Whoosh, whoosh. 2 streams of air spurted out from Xiangshan's nostrils.
I'm going to destroy you. Bang. Xiangshan kicked out. Ing Song just felt as if he was offended by an angry bull elephant.
The whole person seemed to have almost turned into a ball of paste. At the same time, inside the secret room, Yifan's qi and blood value is rapidly soaring.
Chapter 52. Return to the basics and create again, thunder to suppress the world. Ding ding ding. Now.
Yifan's warrior watch turned red due to the sudden increase in his qi and blood value.
This is an alarm.
A warrior had a breakthrough because of a sudden increase in his qi and blood value. Then, it may be a dangerous warning.
For example, when a warrior is fighting desperately, he may use some forbidden techniques.
Or, detonate one's own qi and blood and die together with the enemy.
And at this moment,
faced with Yifan's blood and energy surge, the provincial hallmaster Ai Hongjun and the branch hallmaster Yin Shanyue,
not only was there no worry at all. Instead, there were sounds of admiration and envy. Yifan's luck is really too strong. Even a little bit blessed.
They all couldn't help but envy, even a little jealous. Having just awakened the S-level thunder attribute, he had an attribute treasure to absorb to increase his strength.
Secrets of warrior training.
That is, when a warrior just awakens his spirituality, he is like a dried-up sea. At this moment, if you have a treasure with the same attributes, let the warrior refine and absorb it.
This will bring in a wave of dividends from spiritual awakening.
Often, only some big families know all this and are able to prepare. Even if ordinary warriors knew about it, they would not be able to prepare the treasures to absorb it. After that, when the awakened spirituality stabilizes, the absorption speed will also become stable.
Unless
some shocking reversals occurred, for example, the warrior's spiritual roots were improved.
However, that chance is extremely small and slim.
Yifan, on the other hand, awakened a high-level spiritual power with thunder attributes. Logically speaking, there are relatively fewer treasures with thunder attributes.
Who would have thought?
This kid, by some strange coincidence, got a treasure with thunder attribute.
Moreover, what a coincidence, it happened just before awakening the high-level spiritual power of thunder attribute. If not, this brat is a human, I would have tied him up in my mansion and used him as a lucky beast for me. Ai Hongjun joked with a smile.
Hearing this, Yin Shanyu also smiled. Yifan was promoted by him. The better Yifan develops, the more beneficial it will be for him. Health value increased to 1,788 calories.
Rumble.
Yifan only felt that his blood was boiling. This time he awakened the thunder attribute spirit, and his 9-star overlord body was actually helped by the thunder spirit.
Directly, it devoured the thunder essence in the ancient elephant bone.
Although, I haven't seen the full picture of the tyrant.
However, this devouring skill is too overbearing.
Surprisingly, in less than a day, he increased his qi and blood values by 500 plus calories. Directly, saving myself nearly a month of hard work. Originally, Yifan had planned that his qi and blood value would reach the 7th or 8th level of Lingxi realm on the eve of the Wutong College entrance examination.
Who would have thought? There is still more than half a month left before the college entrance examination.
His chi and blood values actually reached the 9th level of Lingxi realm. Even before the college entrance examination, he should be able to reach the peak of Lingxi realm, and even have the hope of reaching Xingha realm.
Hey, there's another surprise? Suddenly.
Just when Yifan thought it was over, suddenly, the floating ancient elephant bones turned into powder.
But
at this moment, a ferocious and ancient elephant that was taller than a mountain seemed to appear in front of Yifan. Bathed in thunder and lightning, flattened mountains, and crossed rivers.
The terrifying momentum seemed to suppress all enemies in the world under its 4 Optimus Prime like iron hooves. Gradually,
Yifan felt a hint of martial arts from this ancient savage elephant bathed in thunder.
Many ancient humans who practiced martial arts learned from powerful wild beasts. For example,
the giant elephant school of Shangshan worships the immense power and unparalleled strength of giant elephants. System, add 2 enlightenment points to comprehend this savage elephant martial arts. Yifan realized that the opportunity was rare and would never come back.
So,
he simply added the 2 enlightenment points he had signed in a while ago to the comprehension of this rather pictographic martial art.
Boom! Suddenly,
the scene of the thunder elephant crushing the mountains and rivers, which seemed very unreal in front of Yifan, became extremely clear.
This gave Yifan a feeling. That is, the guardian of the world.
Suddenly, Yifan had an inspiration. He picked up a spear from the weapon rack not far from the wall and began to dance with it. The Peerless Overlord Spear. The first move, indestructible.
The second move, sweeping across the enemy.
This is the lower grade spiritual martial art, representing the 2 major characteristics of breaking through hardness and sinking force. At the beginning, with the blessing of the gun intense seed, it seemed that this low-grade spiritual martial art was given the characteristic of speed. However, it cannot be perfectly integrated into this shooting technique.
It can only add wings to a tiger. Now,
Yifan observed the ancient savage elephant's terrifying aura of crushing mountains and rivers and suppressing everything.
Surprisingly, I was inspired.
We must integrate this momentum of suppressing everything into our marksmanship.
He is indeed at the level of transcendence. This boy is so talented in the way of the spear that even I have to stay away from him for a while. AI Hongjun watched Yifan use his marksmanship. Surprisingly, faintly. Behind him, a heroic shadow of the Overlord holding a gun, invincible and sweeping away all enemies, was formed. I couldn't help but admire it.
Yes, yes, yes. Yin Shangyue was speechless.
You don't even use your shooting skills, so why are you joining in the fun?
To be honest, with Mr. AI's current level, it is not too difficult to practice a low-grade spiritual martial art to the extraordinary and holy level.
However, the price-performance ratio is really too low. Not only is its power limited, but it also takes a huge amount of time.
Therefore, this can reflect that Yifan has mastered this spear technique to a terrifying level of enlightenment that is extraordinary and holy in less than a month.
Ha! Suddenly,
AI Hongjun let out a light exclamation, and there was a hint of surprise on his flushed face. And Yin Shangyue also felt that Yifan's gun skills in front of him were so smooth.
It's as if it is performed casually, naturally, and returning to nature. However, there is a hidden killer move.
If the opponent is careless, he will be injured by his shooting skills.
Back to basics. There was a slight tremor in Yin Shangyu's voice.
AI Hongjun didn't say anything, but his eyes became brighter and brighter.
It's not over yet. Perhaps this is just the beginning. He is creating a new way of shooting. AI Hongjun was also shocked. What? Create a gun technique?
Yin Shangyue screamed, but quickly covered his mouth. He was afraid that if he shouted, he would interrupt Yifan's enlightenment.
Boom! At some point,
AI Hongjun and Yin Shangyue both saw Yifan stab with his gun. Behind him, there appeared a scene of a king riding a wild elephant. The momentum of this shot was extremely fierce and definitely surpassed the scope of the lower level of the spiritual level.
Success?
The two looked at each other and saw a hint of shock in each other's eyes. AI Hongjun is fine, after all, he has experienced many storms. Yin Shangyue was so confused. Being with this little guy in front of me, I feel so mediocre.
Let's name the third move, Thunderbolt World Suppression.
Yifan stood with his pistol in hand and saw 2 big men staring at him, as if they wanted to eat him. Chapter 53 One person achieves enlightenment, a dream aircraft.
I'm still young.
Yi Fan covered his chest with his hands, looking terrified. Yi Fan, who was in a good mood, also decided to play a little.
After all, I'm really happy now.
Go to hell, what are you thinking? The Chief Hall Master and I are just amazed at how lucky you are. Yin Shangyue laughed and cursed. However, Yi Fan felt a sense of closeness from Yin Shangyue's words. Seem. At this moment, the branch master of the Jianghuai City Xingqian Martial Hall has lost some of the aura of a superior.
More like an older brother of mine. Well, I'm really lucky.
This time, thanks to Palace Master Yin, who took the trouble to come and test my Dao Seed. This gave me the opportunity to make further progress. I'm also grateful to the Grand Master for bestowing upon me the precious treasure, the Spirit Awakening Crystal.
It allowed me to awaken my S-level lightning spirit in one fell swoop.
I still need the two seniors to help me get the treasure, the ancient savage elephant bone. It actually contained the power of thunder, which allowed me to almost break through 2 levels. Furthermore, this elephant bone surprisingly contains some remnants of martial arts, which I integrated into my spearmanship and created Thunder, the world-suppressing skill.
Yi Fan seemed to be giving a report.
He recounted his experience of advancement to the Chief Hall Master Ai Hongjun and the Hall Master Yin Shanyu branch.
Hearing this, although Yi Fan thanked Ai Hongjun and Yin Shanyu with a sweet smile, it makes them feel very happy. But Yin Shanyu was still rubbing his teeth. To be honest, he was really sore.
Ai Hongjun was also amazed. Yi Fan's luck is really amazing, and his comprehension is a bit too scary.
It turns out, integrate with the Thunder Elephant and create your own martial arts moves? What a treasure! Such a monster is absolutely rare even among this year's batch of college entrance examination candidates. Buzz.
While Yi Fan was stating,
an illusory attribute panel also appeared before his eyes. Name, Yi Fan. Qi and blood value, 1788, 9th level of Yunqi realm. Mental strength, 22. Willpower, 29.
Martial arts, boxing level 237%, spearmanship level 250%.
Bloodline constitution, 9-star hegemon body thunder spirituality S level 10% failed to reach the promotion standard. Artistic conception, spear intent seed 80% plus 9th rank Dao seed weapon derivation. Epiphany points, 0. Enabled the detection function. The host can detect any target. The current detection limit is Galaxy 9th stage peak HP 12999.
Yi Fan naturally also noticed the huge changes in his personal attribute panel. In addition to increasing the Qi and blood value by 500 calories. That is, after absorbing the essence of thunder from the bones of the ancient wild elephant. Yi Fan's spirituality also increased from 1% when he first awakened to 10%. This shows you can improve your thunder spirituality by absorbing thunder attribute treasures.
Wouldn't it be great if we had more of those ancient elephant bones?
Yi Fan smacked his lips and sighed in his heart.
However, he also knew that was impossible.
The ancient wild elephant bones can be seen from the performance of Xiangshan. Even for the strong ones in the mountain and sea realm, it is extremely rare.
How could Yi Fan possibly absorb it in bulk? Besides,
Yi Fan also discovered that his gun skills, martial arts skills, and gun seeds had been greatly improved. This should be related to the third style of the peerless overlord spear he created, thunderous calming the world.
Anyway, this time, everyone gained a lot. Well, Yi Fan, Xiaoyin should have introduced you to the young dragon list. If you can make the list this year, I will give you a big reward. Ai Hongjun looked at Yi Fan with satisfaction and anticipation.
If it is said that Yi Fan, who was previously on the Starry Sky Fighting Network, wanted to enter the list of this year's Chinese young dragons,
it's still a bit difficult.
However, after awakening his spirituality today, his strength increased dramatically, and he even created his own spear technique.
Maybe there really is a chance. I will definitely work hard and live up to the expectations of the Grand Master. Yi Fan bowed slightly. I'm really looking forward to winning the prize. Ai Hongjun nodded and turned off the holographic projection. In a simple study,
Ai Hongjun was far from being as calm as he had just appeared.
Instead, he was as excited as if he had discovered a rare piece of jade. Ha, Lao Qin. Don't you always show off your little brat to me? Humph, my granddaughter may not be able to beat him. But my grandson-in-law will make your grandson cry. Ai Hongjun remembered something and couldn't help laughing. Come on. I'm rooting for you.
Inside the secret room, Yin Shangyue patted Yi Fan's shoulder hard and encouraged him. Also, before the college entrance exam, if you feel like you haven't been tempered enough, tell me.
I'll arrange a pre-exam trial for you, and it'll definitely be enough.
Yin Shangyue said with an evil smile.
I don't know why.
Looking at the smile of Lord Yin, Yi Fan always felt a chill down his spine. After Yin Shangyue finished speaking, he left.
Line up and send off Palace Master Yin.
Wu Xie is a man who understands the ways of the world, so he summoned 3 teams to send Yin Shangyue off respectfully. Yin Shangyue also smiled and patted Wu Xie on the shoulder, saying, "Well done. From today on, the salary and resources at the Jiangning Xingchen Martial Hall office will be doubled.
Your salary, Wu Xie, will be quadrupled.
In addition, your privilege level in the Starry Martial Hall will be upgraded to Diamond."
Hearing this,
Yin Shangyue was stunned at first. To be honest, this huge pie falling from the sky almost knocked him out. When he realized what was happening, he shouted, "Long live the Palace Master! Long live the Palace Master! Long live the Palace Master!" When Wu Xie shouted, the members of the Xingchen Martial Hall's Jiangning office also started shouting as if they were injected with chicken blood.
After all, their salary and resources will be doubled, which means that they can not only live better. Moreover, martial arts can definitely be improved. Don't thank me, you should thank that little guy.
Yin Shangyue, who was about to board the aircraft, pointed inside the office building.
Yi Fan?
That's right, who else could it be besides Yi Fan?
When one person succeeds, the whole family will prosper.
Although Wu Xie thought that if he held Yi Fan's thigh, there might be hope in the future.
However, I never expected that the reward would come so quickly.
He sighed in his heart. The members of the 3 teams heard that it was Yi Fan who brought them huge benefits.
From the bottom of my heart, I am grateful and admire Yi Fan. Wu Chao, my brother, you are awesome. The gunpowder is making a lot of noise. Have some shame? Give me back my younger brother.
You're taking advantage of me by calling me big brother.
Wu Yao rolled her eyes at Huayao and said, "Hey, just call me brother. My brother Yi will take me flying."
Obviously, when it comes to gunpowder, integrity is measured by the pound.
Boom.
However, just when Wu Xie and his team members were immersed in happiness and joy,
suddenly,
in the void, a flying vehicle with an exaggerated shape appeared again, which looked even more gorgeous than Yin Shangyue's.
It is very sci-fi and full of youthful and dreamy atmosphere. Which boss is here again? Chapter 54 Exclusive Privilege, the Dragonfly Track.
No, this doesn't seem to belong to some big shot.
And it looks like the car of a top genius.
Wu Xie shook his head slightly and said. After all, he came from the Xingchen Martial Hall in Jianghuai City. Whether in terms of knowledge or experience, he was superior to those warriors in the Jiangning office.
Because this aircraft is full of dreamy, youthful atmosphere.
Lung Feng, with his dark face and green stubble, pondered for a moment.
Wu Xie nodded. Everyone suddenly understood.
However, they were also wondering who would come to their Xingchen Martial Palace office.
Today is so lively.
At this moment, Yi Fan also walked out of the secret room. Just now, after saying goodbye to the branch hall master Yin Shangyue, Yi Fan was also sorting out what he had gained this time. The bank card received a message: your bank card with the last number 9527 has been transferred to 7,500,000 Chinese yuan from the Xingchen Martial Hall. The Xingchen Martial Hall has replenished the quarterly support fund for promotion.
This efficiency is truly amazing.
In addition, Teacher Ma also called. The principal scholarship he applied for has been approved, a full 100,000 yuan.
If it was a month ago. This is definitely a huge sum of money for Yi Fan.
However, for Yi Fan today, the training fund issued by the Star Martial Hall every quarter.
A 500,000 yuan prize for the heroic teenager from Jiangning City.
Excluding the recent expenses for cultivation resources, Yi Fan still has more than 11 million Chinese yuan in his bank card. A month later, Yi Fan, if we only talk about wealth, is definitely a multi-millionaire.
Brother Yi.
Yi Fan walked out of the office building and met a gunpowder with a shiny boiled egg head running towards him.
Brother Huayao, you.
Yi Fan was a little flattered.
And
he found that at this moment, all the warriors in the office, including Uncle Wu, were looking at him with gratitude and admiration.
You know, when I first arrived in Jiangning City, I used the privilege of summoning warriors for the first time.
Including Captain Lung Feng, Huayao, and Miss Wu Yao, they all looked at me with a hint of sarcasm and doubt.
It is completely different from the scene today. Don't call me brother, from now on you are my gunpowder brother. If you tell me to shoot east, I will never shoot west. Huayao came up and put his arm around Yifan's shoulders.
However, Yifan felt something was a little strange when he heard what this guy said. I couldn't persuade Huayao, so I just let him do what he wanted.
Brother, look.
A very cool and amazing aircraft just landed on our tarmac.
Huayao pulled Yifan and said with envy.
Respected warrior Yifan, please accept the White Emperor 5000 Youth Edition aircraft.
Suddenly,
a voice that could only be that of AI could be heard from the aircraft that had landed but did not open its hatch. However, the voice sounded slightly sweet. Like a queen, full of intelligence and temptation.
Ah! Huayao was stunned.
At the scene, all the members of the office, including Wu Xia, were stunned. They thought that this might be the car of some peerless genius. However, no one expected that it was Yifan's car.
Hiss. This is Star Glory Authority.
Suddenly, a possibility came to mind.
Wu Xia's eyes widened.
After all, his Star Marshal Palace rights and interests have been upgraded to diamond level. Then, it is only natural for Yifan to be promoted to the Star Glory level. This level of authority is comparable to that of Jianghuai City, and the master of the Xingqian Marshal Palace, Yin Shanyue. After signing an S-level contract, one can summon an aircraft from the Star Marshal Hall as their own means of transportation. And this is Baidi 5000, the Dream Youth version of the aircraft. It was the order that Yifan had just placed from the Star Marshal Hall Warrior Mall. I didn't expect it to arrive so soon. For example, the value of this aircraft in front of us is conservatively estimated to be more than 1 billion Chinese yuan. The ownership belongs to the Xingqian Marshal Palace, and Yifan only has the right to use it.
Patting the completely petrified gunpowder, Yifan walked forward. A transparent panel was automatically projected onto the Baidi aircraft.
There were various parameters on it, and Yifan completed the entry. Then, the aircraft summoned with the Star Glory privilege has been completely handed over.
Nest, nest, nest. Brother Yi, take me flying.
Huayao almost had a high fever on the spot, and he jumped high and ran towards Yifan.
This scene.
Wu Yao was also extremely envious. However, she is not as thick-skinned as Huayao after all.
Otherwise, I have to ask Yifan, sir, are you missing a pendant on your leg? Okay, Huayao.
Let Yifan go home first and tell his family the good news.
Now, it is almost dusk.
Wu Xia cursed with a smile.
Hearing this, Huayao could only return in disappointment.
When Yifan and everyone else arrived, AI took over and the Baidi Dream flying vehicle soared into the sky. Yifan just stretched his body, and the aircraft arrived at the huge lawn in front of Yifan's villa.
This scene. It attracted the attention of many people in Linjiang number 1. This is our new neighbor, right? He's so awesome. He's even brought in such a cool aircraft? Fuck, you don't even know this.
This kid is the heroic young man who made a splash in Jiangning City not long ago.
Wow, this is incredible. What kind of backing do they have to actually own a car like this? This isn't just about money, it represents extremely prestigious status and rights. I'll definitely choose an auspicious day to visit their home some other day. The entire Linjiang number 1 villa area was blown up.
Of course, Yifan's whole family was overjoyed when they learned that Yifan had actually completed an S-level contract with the Star Marshal Palace.
My mother Lan Suifang even cooked a large table of delicious dishes for this purpose. The whole family celebrated happily. After dinner,
Yifan came to the underground martial arts room and practiced gun skills and boxing for a while.
Then, I entered the Starry Sky Fighting Network in cyberspace. Respected warrior Yifan, how can I serve you?
A royal sister intelligent computer wearing half-frame glasses appears. There was a sweetness in her voice, and her eyes were like water as she looked at Yifan. Yifan ignored the emotional changes of this royal sister's intelligent computer.
Said, open it, all the information about the Chinese young dragon ranking track.
Okay, please wait. The royal sister intelligent brain spoke softly, and then a red notification appeared in front of Yifan. That is, 3 days later, a special dragon ranking track will be opened on the Starry Sky Fighting Network.
Talents from China under the age of 25 are welcome to sign up.
The Young Dragon ranking will determine the 100 most evil people in China this year.
Those who can make the list will have unparalleled glory. According to the introduction, there are even generous rewards. Yi Fan was very tempted by this last point. At the same time,
in a villa with distant green mountains and clear waters.
Wow, finally I know who you are, hee hee.
The elf-like girl, gnashing her canine teeth, wished she could take a few bites of the figure in the picture.
Chapter 55, The Sniper Team, the center of everyone's attention.
If Yi Fan were here, you will definitely recognize that the picture on the screen in front of you is the handsome photo of him when the beast tide broke out in Jiangning City and he was killing everyone. But, seeing such a handsome and elegant brother, the elf-like girl in front of him was angry and gnashing her teeth. Humph, that stinky old man even said he's no match for him.
He even thinks this kid might make it onto this year's Young Dragon ranking. I won't let you have your wish. This forest elf-like girl is none other than Aki.
However, Ai Chi, who was feeling angry, suddenly turned her big watery eyes. A hint of sinister intent flashed within it. Immediately, she stretched out her tender white hand and dialed a number signed Hoshi Boy.
Beep, beep. It only rang 3 times.
Soon, an excited voice came from the other end of the phone.
Hey, let me tell you something. I'm giving you a chance to treat me to a meal. It depends on whether you can seize it.
Aki lay on the rocking chair with her legs spread out, her long calves as smooth as colostrum. A pair of crystal clear little feet were shaking proudly.
Hearing Aki's words, it was obvious that the person on the other end of the phone was very excited. Well, for the upcoming Young Dragon ranking, help me snipe someone.
I'll send you his information later.
No matter what, he can't be on the list. Aki said. Male or female?
Bullshit, of course it's a male, but I have a grudge against him. Ai Chi still remembers that when Yi Fan pierced her body with a gun, she felt a chill all over her body and it was really painful.
Damn boy. I want you to use all your strength to snipe him off the Young Dragon ranking. Aki gritted her teeth. Hang up the phone.
Ai Chi thought for a moment and made another call. Brother Ping, it's been a while since we last spoke.
Do you need a favor?
Yes, someone is bullying my sister.
Can you help me teach him a lesson?
Aki said in a coquettish and pitiful tone. Oh, Brother Ping is the best.
Me.
I will pass his message to you later.
So and so. Aki made 5 or 6 calls in a row.
On the other end of the phone, without exception, were all young talents under the age of 24, who were within her reach within her circle. Her grandfather was a powerful figure in the sky realm, and she was a favored girl born with a silver spoon in her mouth.
It can be said that they are definitely in the relatively upper class of China.
Of course, she also has her own small circle. Resources, sometimes, are more important than abilities. At this moment, there is no doubt. Ai Chi is using her own resources to build a sniper team consisting of several super geniuses and their connections. Yi Fan will not be able to make it onto the Young Dragon list this year.
However, the body turned around in the rocking chair. Aki still felt that it was not safe.
Immediately, he sat up and made another call.
Beep 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 beep. The busy tone lasted for more than 10 seconds, and just when Aki was about to hang up,
suddenly, the call was connected. Faintly, there was the sound of fighting.
Hello.
A slightly hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone.
Brother Xiang, are you participating in the Young Dragon ranking this year? Aki asked in a sweet voice. It's useless. I won't participate. I'm on a mission, nothing more, hanging up.
The person on the other end of the phone seemed a little impatient.
Hearing this, Aki gritted her teeth.
Hey, Brother Xiang, don't hang up, my sister is being bullied.
Aki quickly got to the point.
Hearing this, there was a 3-second silence on the other end of the phone. However, Aki seemed to feel a cold murderous aura, which made her stretch out a hand and wipe the goosebumps on her arm.
Who?
The voice on the other end said coldly. Brother Xiang, he's participating in the Young Dragon ranking this year. I'll send you his information later.
Beep beep beep.
Before Aki could finish speaking, the person on the other end of the phone hung up.
Humph, what a fart.
But, he's angry, so he's definitely stable. Aki waved her little pink fist, as if she was going to smash the figure in front of her to pieces.
Crunch.
At this moment, the door opened.
Hey, Wei, come in, why don't you knock? Aki's YY was interrupted, and she was quite dissatisfied. You damn girl, didn't you hug me and say you wanted to be with me forever? I just heard you on the phone. Who were you calling?
Ivy looked at Ai-Chi with a touch of doting in her watery eyes.
No, no.
Ai-Chi naturally would not tell Ivy that she used Ivy's fanatical pursuer Xiang Fei to snipe Yifan.
Hey, you've really grown up. Do you have a little secret now? Ivy teased. Humph, Wei, you just came out half an hour earlier than me. Aggie protested that Ivy always treated her like a child. Hey, are you hiding in the house looking at the handsome guy? Ivy caught a glimpse of Yifan's heroic figure on the screen behind Ai-Chi. You know what, he's quite handsome. Ivy chuckled. Wei, you actually praised this bad guy for being handsome?
He is the pervert and scoundrel who hit you on the Starry Sky Fighting Network.
Aki gritted her teeth and looked at Ivy with a look of disappointment. Hearing this,
a blush rose on Ivy's pretty face, and her eyes looked at the heroic young man. In her beautiful eyes, a gleam of light flashed.
Now, the Young Dragon list is about to be released, attracting everyone's attention. This is definitely a stage for China's youngest generation to compete and show their talents. Moreover, the opening of the Young Dragon ranking track is open to all warriors. As long as you complete the assessment, you can participate in the fierce competition in the Young Dragon ranking track. In a luxurious villa in Jianghuai City, a girl who looked like a lotus flower emerging from the water was sweating slightly from practicing martial arts. However, there was no trace of sweat smell at all. Instead, there was a hint of fragrance. Sister Lian, I successfully registered for you. A handsome and elegant man walked over. It was Bai Mufeng, the eldest son of the Bai family, a top family in Jianghuai City. Hearing this, the girl, as pure as a lotus emerging from water, had a glimmer of desire in her eyes. She nodded slightly and said, I'm really looking forward to it. I hope to be able to admire the demeanor of the peerless genius on the Young Dragon ranking. This woman is Jinlian, who has awakened her S-level spirituality and has made no secret of her ambitions. Well, don't worry. I will definitely climb at once before I turn 25. Bai Mufeng said proudly. I believe in brother Mufeng. Hearing this, Jinlian smiled. It made Bai Mufeng feel itchy. However, Jinlian is a difficult girl to deal with, and now, he still hasn't got what he wanted. Meng Group. Son, you are a special admission to Jiangnan University this year. You are a genius of this generation. This time the Young Dragon ranking is open, show your style. Meng Xiong patted Meng Hui on the shoulder. Meng Hui also nodded firmly. This is so interesting, old man AI, making up this fictitious grandson-in-law. Grandson, I will definitely put grandpa on the Young Dragon ranking this year. I'm going to give old man AI a good slap in the face and make him talk nonsense. An old man with not much hair but in good spirits said. On the opposite side, there was a young man with a chubby face and big eyes, full of vigor and vitality. Don't worry, Grandpa, I guarantee it. Brother, there's something going on 5 miles to the northeast. Receive. Chapter 56, Guarding the Lights, Meeting the Enemy. As the night gradually darkens, the lights come on and thousands of houses are illuminated. In a dilapidated, deserted multi-story residential building, a young man holding a rifle tapped his headset and said, Got it. This young man was none other than Yifan. In the morning, Yifan returned to Jiangning No. 1 High School to review his academic subjects. In the afternoon, he went to the Xingchen Martial Hall office in Jiangning City to fight and hone his martial arts skills. Now, even Ling Feng, the team leader who could calmly deal with Yifan with several times the power of qi and blood a month ago, is no match for Yifan. The one who served as Yifan's sparring partner was none other than the team leader, Uncle Wu. Every day is fulfilling and busy. However, Yifan really likes the feeling of constantly improving his strength. Moreover, when the team was carrying out the mission, Yifan also participated in actual combat. It turns out that in front of the thousands of lights in Jiangning City, there is a group of human heroes who carry the burden for them. Protect tranquility and peace. With Yifan's current strength, he can be a general and sit firmly in the central military camp. Yifan only needs to take action in an emergency. And just now, it was Huayao who sent a message to Yifan. Boom! Yifan jumped down like a kunpeng spreading its wings. At a height of 20 meters, with Yifan's current physical condition, he cannot cause any harm. With a light tap of his toes, his burly body landed on the ground like a civet cat. Buzz! A blue-green direction map was immediately projected onto the warrior's watch. Whoosh! Yifan's body rushed out directly. At Yifan's current level, his speed can reach 30 plus ms.
On the one hand, the blood and chi value is as high as 1815 calories, and the realm has reached the peak of Lingxi realm. He even awakened the S-level thunder spirituality, which greatly increased Yifan's speed. If you run at full speed, you can reach your destination in 3 minutes. Boom, boom. The 9-star tyrant body moved slightly, and the blood in his legs flowed like lead in mercury, but faster and faster. Yifan's body rushed out like a cannonball. A dilapidated river channel on the outskirts of Jiangning City. Here, even during the dry season, you can see the dirty riverbed. Only during the flood season in June will the water flow slightly turbidly. Now, at one end of the river, a woman wearing a tight-fitting outfit that outlined her graceful figure was looking around with a hint of anxiety in her pretty eyes. She was just about to send a message to ask Huiyao, the sometimes unreliable guy, why he hadn't arrived yet. Boom! Suddenly, hearing the sound of an exploding wind, the woman's beautiful eyes lit up. When she looked again, she saw a tall young man holding a spear standing in front of her. Although there was still a trace of childishness on the boy's face. However, the majestic and towering aura he exuded made her feel in awe. To this day, Wu Yao was still very shocked. How did little brother Yifan practice? This speed of progress is too exaggerated. Sister Wu Yao, let me in. Yifan said to the shadow cat Wu Yao, who was looking at him in a daze. Oh, okay. Be careful. This is a vicious fish beast that sneaked in through the sewage pipe. It's very powerful. As soon as they entered the city, they were spotted by the intelligent Sky Eye. Now the captain is fighting hard with number 1 and number 2. While giving Yifan a brief introduction to the situation. Shoo! Immediately, Wu Yao's little hand pulled at a certain place like a zipper. Immediately, it was as if a new world opened up. This is an isolation array developed with high technology. It can not only restrain strange beasts to a certain extent, but also prevent them from escaping in a short period of time. It can also conceal combat fluctuations and prevent the combat situation from leaking out and causing panic among citizens. Yifan nodded and stepped in. Langfeng, HP 1150 Spiritual Stream Realm, Rank 7, Sword Skill, Sky Splitting / Spiritual Level, Mid Rank, Proficiency, Great Accomplishment 83%. Devilfish, HP 1490 Level 1, Grade 8, Skills, Sewage Arrow, Demonic Bite. In an instant, information from the warring parties appeared on the nearly transparent panel. Not far ahead. Then he saw Captain Lung Feng fighting with the evil fish. There were even some bloodstains on Captain Lang Feng's protective suit, but no one knew whose they were. Number 1 and number 2 provide support on both sides. However, because it is close to the water source. Obviously, the devil fish has a natural advantage. Moreover, its own chi and blood are very strong, and the body of the alien beast is inherently strong. The devilish fish, which was nearly 10 feet long and had hideous bone spurs on its back, calmly resisted Lung Feng's attack. Even Yifan, who had extremely strong mental power, seemed to see a glimmer of cunning and insidiousness in the eyes of the devilish evil fish beast. Captain, be careful. Suddenly, number 1, who was assisting the evil fish in attacking them, felt a chilling sense of crisis. The evil fish directly knocked away the attacks from him and number 2. While using the bone spurs on its dorsal fin to block Captain Lung Feng's long knife, the huge fish opened its mouth. It's like the muzzle of a ferocious gun. Laugh. It seemed as if there was the sound of flowing flood. Then, Lung Feng smelled a disgusting stench. The next moment, it seemed as if he saw a water arrow stabbing towards him with lightning speed. Not good. Lang Feng's expression changed. Call. At this critical moment, in an instant, a figure appeared beside him. A shot was fired, as if a mountain range was crossing. Bang! Yifan shot the evil arrow to pieces. Yifan. Lang Feng and the other two were surprised when they saw Yifan. It seemed that with Yifan around, they felt much more at ease. The huge body of the devil fish staggered due to the explosion of the water arrow. It seemed to sense that the human in front of it was not easy to mess with. Just about to escape. Shock the world. Yifan jumped out directly, and the spear in his hand instantly pierced the head of the devil fish like a punishment from the sky. This time, Yifan didn't even use the thunder attribute. Puff. The clear sound of the bullet penetrating the flesh, the bullet piercing the soul. Yifan pierced the head of the devil fish directly with a shot. Yifan stepped on a rock and directly picked up the devil fish and flew it ashore. Only Captain Langfeng, who was in amazement, and Miss Wu Yao, the shadow cat, whose beautiful eyes sparkled, were left. They knew Yi Fan was very strong. However, I didn't expect it to be this strong. Captain, I'll leave the finishing work to you. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Yi Fan smiled, then turned and left. Only a few people were left standing there in amazement. After leaving the destination, Yi Fan quickly returned home. Indeed, he has something else to do. Today is the first day that the Young Dragon ranking track is officially open, and he also wants to go in and try it out. After having a meal and taking a quick shower, Yi Fan entered the Starry Sky Fighting Network's Young Dragon ranking track through the internet. As soon as he entered, Yi Fan could feel the hot atmosphere and countless young registrants. Ha ha! Interesting, let's test the waters first. Yi Fan clicked the button to enter the ranking competition. Soon, his opponent appeared, Bai Mufeng. Chapter 57, The Name of Waste, Killed with One Shot. Drop. Match successful, opponent is, Bai Mufeng. The system voice sounded in Yi Fan's ears, making Yi Fan stunned. This is because the Young Dragon list counts the most monstrous talents under the age of 25 in China. Therefore, all participants must verify their real names. Today, the Young Dragon ranking track has just opened. With the mentality of testing the waters, Yi Fan pressed the button to compete for the ranking. Unexpectedly, the opponent I was matched with for the first time was someone I had a grudge against. Bai Mufeng, a celebrity in Jianghuai City and ranked third in the second year of high school at Jiangnan Wuhan University. This hypocritical guy not only openly poached his own people. What's more, when they first met, he almost injured himself with a sharp stone. It's not that Yi Fan is petty. But, if you don't take revenge, you are not a gentleman. It can be said that when enemies meet, they become extremely jealous of each other. However, Yi Fan was not very sure whether it was the other party. After all, China has a population of billions, so it is normal for people to have the same name. And the other side. Inside a luxurious villa. Bai Mufeng, who was dressed in white, with broad shoulders and a thin waist, was stunned when he saw that his first opponent was Yi Fan. Because that stinky toad actually wanted to eat Sister Jillian's swan meat. In addition, a month ago, in the test of the Xingqian Martial Hall in Jianghuai City, he made a comeback and slapped Jillian in the face. It even caused Uncle Bai Newly to lose a bet and a treasure. Moreover, I don't know if it's because of Yi Fan, but recently Uncle Bai Newly has been always targeted in the Xingqian Martial Hall in Jianghuai City. All these things made Bai Mufeng have a very bad impression of Yi Fan. If there was a chance, he would definitely not mind teaching this kid a lesson and humiliating him. Ha, Lianmei, guess who my first opponent will be in the ranking competition? Bai Mufeng immediately sent a message to Jinlian, who had also entered the Dragonfly track and was currently visiting with a curious look on her face. In the Starry Sky Fighting Network, warriors who are friends can communicate with each other through messages. Who is it? Soon, Jinlian replied. Yi Fan, ha, laughing.jpg. Bai Mufeng sent a laughing expression. Yi Fan? Jinlian didn't expect that Bai Mufeng's first opponent would be Yi Fan. In the past, the boy said, "You will definitely regret it." At first, she didn't take it seriously, and even sneered at it. However, in the Star Martial Hall test shortly afterwards, Yi Fan completely crushed her with his extraordinary comprehension. For the first time, her pride and dignity were trampled upon. Even Yi Fan, who once treated her like a little princess, was very indifferent to her and treated her like a piece of trash. It made her feel very uncomfortable, and she even hated Yi Fan a little. These days, she has been practicing hard in order to become stronger and keep up with her ever-expanding ambitions. On the other hand, because she was defeated by Yi Fan last time, she wanted to find an opportunity to get back at him. Tell that young man, don't waste your energy, you country dog, you can only look up at the soaring phoenix forever. Unexpectedly, today, on the first day of the opening of the Young Dragon ranking track, Bai Mufeng met Yi Fan. It really is a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. Sister Lian, I've invited you to watch the game. Also, please turn on the recording function. You record the scene of me torturing Yi Fan so that you can enjoy it later. Bai Mufeng, who was excited, sent a message to Jinlian. Yeah, okay. Thank you, brother Mufeng. Jinlian said in a delicate voice. Ha ha. Bai Mufeng also laughed. After a successful match, there will be a short preparation time. Just as Bai Mufeng finished communicating with Jinlian, he felt the scene change and appeared on a virtual dragon boat sailing on the river.
On top of it, a battle platform was set up.
That was the battlefield where he and Yifan were about to start their battle. In the distant viewing seats, Jinlian, who had activated the viewing function, also cast her beautiful peach blossom eyes towards the battle stage. At the same time, the recording function is also turned on. The corners of her delicate lips curled up in a sarcastic arc. A month ago, Yifan had just broken through to the Lingxi realm, and now, he is at most at the second level of the Lingxi realm. Because, with her S-level spirituality, plus the enhancement potions provided by the Bai family, she only managed to break through to the second level of Lingxi realm after a month of hard training.
Here I come. Suddenly,
Jilian's eyes focused on Bai Mufeng, who was dressed in white and carrying a long sword. A young man with a burly figure appeared, holding a spear.
Ah, it's really you, Yifan.
Bai Mufeng also discovered that the person who appeared opposite him was the Toad Yifan whom he wanted to bully.
Now,
compared to a month ago, Yifan's strength has improved by a whole new level.
There has definitely been a tremendous change.
Naturally, my horizons have changed a lot. Although, in this cyberspace, he cannot use the system detection function.
However, the feeling Bai Mufeng gave him was not much stronger than before.
I didn't expect you to be such a loser. A month has passed and your martial arts skills are still standing still.
Since there is a grudge,
Yifan naturally didn't indulge him.
Hearing this,
Bai Mufeng immediately became furious. Before he could even open his mouth to provoke, Yifan directly labeled him as trash. He has always been brooding over the fact that Yifan and the Star Martial Palace signed an A-level treaty.
Even
Yifan may have a powerful bloodline and physique, and his comprehension is no less than spiritual awakening, which makes him very jealous.
How shameless!
Today, let me nail you, the future genius, to the pillar of shame.
Bai Mufeng's idea was very simple. In the future, you may become very strong.
But, that is also the future.
Today, he wants to humiliate and torture Yifan severely.
He was even so malicious that he wanted to destroy Yifan's Tao heart. Swish! The words fell. Bai Mufeng's figure became lighter and more graceful than the wind. What he awakened was the spiritual nature of wind, and his sword skills were ethereal and changeable, dazzling the eyes.
Shichichi.
The simulation of the starry sky arena is very realistic. Even the sound of Bai Mufeng's sword tearing through the air seemed lifelike.
Speed, rubbish. Power, garbage.
Martial arts skills are even more garbage. Facing Bai Mufeng's first attack, Yifan did not move at all. But, he mocked it mercilessly. He also saw some of Bai Mufeng's malicious intentions.
If you want to destroy my faith, then I will repay you with your own way. Wow.
Bai Mufeng was almost so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils after hearing what Yifan said.
He was definitely a prominent figure in Jiangnan Wuhan University, and coupled with his family background and status, he was highly honored.
When have I ever suffered such a great humiliation?
Die.
Originally, Bai Mufeng was planning to torture Yifan severely, so he moved his sword light around, covering Yifan's vital points. He wanted to kill Yifan with one sword.
Clang!
Just when Bai Mufeng's sword light was about to cover Yifan, suddenly, he heard the sound of a gunshot. I saw that the spear light was like a dragon emerging from the sea, unstoppable. Just a little. His sword light shattered directly, and then the spear pierced his heart without any hindrance.
With one shot, he was killed instantly.
In the distance, Jinlian on the viewing platform, the mocking and contemptuous curve at the corner of her lips suddenly froze. The video also recorded the scene where Bai Mufeng was killed in one blow.
Warrior Yifan, Young Dragon Points plus 250. Chapter 58, A Fierce Man with One Shot, Sniper Number 1 is online. This means we lose. One shot?
In the spectator seats, Jinlian widened her peach blossom eyes, still a little bit unable to believe it. Once upon a time, Yifan, who treated her like a little princess, was cruelly abandoned by her. Now, she only used one move to defeat her latest boyfriend, the Jiangnan martial arts genius and the young master from an aristocratic family Bai Mufeng. Moreover, look at Yifan's state of making it look like he was doing something with ease.
He is definitely at ease. Impossible, how could he improve so quickly?
Bai Mufeng is about to break through to the 6th level of Lingxi, so what level will Yifan be at?
7th rank? 8th grade? Even 9th rank?
Jilian's face was filled with shock. She felt that all this was too dreamy, almost unbelievable.
At this moment, Jinlian looked up as if she sensed something.
In those peach blossom eyes, there was reflected the cold gaze of a burly young man holding a gun.
Wow.
The next moment, she was forced to exit the viewing angle.
Maybe I was really wrong? At this moment, Jinlian was actually a little unconfident.
She admitted that she really regretted it a little bit.
Just a clown. You can't reach me anymore.
Yi Fan sneered. Without any pause, he continued to click the button to compete for the ranking.
Drop. Match successful, opponent is Meng Hui. 4 head.
Yi Fan was stunned.
Why, are all the people here today meeting acquaintances?
Meng Hui, who entered the Young Dragon ranking track with great enthusiasm, was also full of energy and planned to make a big splash. However, when he learned that his match was Yi Fan, his face immediately turned green.
Jiangning City is a small place in the entire Jiangnan province. Few people pay attention. Outsiders may not know. However, Meng Hui, who was admitted early this time, is staying in Jiangning City. He knows how terrifying Yi Fan is. From the time he came looking for trouble, to the heroic young man who followed, and then to the time when he defeated the double S spiritual person and won the first place in the city's joint examination. I heard that recently, a Bitey 5000 Dream aircraft was parked on the helipad of Yi Fan's villa at Linjiang No. 1. But even his father Meng Xiong's rank cannot be purchased. This requires more than just financial resources. It also requires status. This shows that Yi Fan's status in the Starry Martial Hall has definitely been improved. It is said that the last time his father inquired, the result was that the warriors of the Star Martial Hall who were able to mobilize the warrior team had at least diamond rights. And Jiang Ning, the chief speaker of Julong Martial Palace, is not qualified. What about after the upgrade? Immediately, Zhou Xiong, the big boss of Jiangning City, was frightened and his face was covered in sweat. Even Mr. Shen praised Meng Xiong for his decisiveness in cutting off his own arm, otherwise, his Jiangning Meng family would be finished. In the end, the Meng family came to the conclusion that if they couldn't make friends with Yi Fan, they would just retreat. Buzz. At the other end of the dragon boat battle arena, a burly young man with a gun appeared. It was the young hero of Jiangning, Yi Fan. Brother Fan, I give up. Meng Hui was about to cry. Yi Fan's face was full of amusement, and he nodded slightly.
After all, someone like Meng Hui cannot be called his opponent. This young dragon ranking track should gradually match opponents with similar or even superior strength as the warriors win more battles.
Good.
Yi Fan praised. Then, the voice of the broadcast was heard, Warrior Yi Fan, Young Dragon points plus 50.
These dragonfly points should be the initial points awarded according to the warrior's level.
Basically, starting from the Lingxi realm, each level up will add 100 points.
The winner will directly take away half of the opponent's points.
For example, Yi Fan's initial score was 900 points, plus the 300 points he won in 2 games, now his dragonfly score has reached 1200.
Continue.
Yi Fan continued to press the button to compete for the ranking. Because it was the first day that the dragon racetrack was officially opened, many warriors entered with the attitude of giving it a try. Therefore, at the beginning, Yi Fan did not encounter any overly strong opponents. The peerless overlord spear martial arts of the Return to Nature realm, plus the chi and blood value of the peak of the Lingxi realm. It's just one shot, one kid. Any fancy warrior is useless in front of Yi Fan. Push forward with force. Wow, a fierce gunslinger suddenly appeared from nowhere on the Young Dragon rankings.
He wins every match with one shot. Now, he has won 50 matches in a row. It seems his name is Warrior Yi Fan. I haven't heard of him before. Indeed, I've just experienced it. His spear is incredibly powerful and domineering.
I heard he hasn't been forced to fire a second shot yet.
He's definitely a contender for the top spot. 6th brother, even you lost? You're a genius of the 6th rank in the Lingxi realm. Genius?
Maybe it's just the threshold to meet him.
And, if I'm not mistaken, he's definitely very young. The public comments section of the Young Dragon ranking track was completely blown up.
There is no doubt that as Yi Fan swept the field with great force and accumulated victories, his reputation gradually grew. Yi Fan won 50 games in a row, and his points exceeded 10,000. Warrior Yi Fan, your current dragon score is 10,325 points, and your ranking in the Dragon Ranking Audition is 1020. Entering the top 1,000 will receive an initial reward, and every time you advance by 100, you will receive an advanced reward. You can also choose not to claim it, and the rewards will be accumulated and you can claim it at the end. Note, as your ranking drops, your rewards will also decrease.
Yi Fan nodded.
His eyes sparkled.
After just a trial run, he ranked over 1,000th in the Dragon Yun list? This shows that he is definitely an excellent warrior among the warriors under the age of 25 in China.
But Yi Fan knew that this was not his end.
But his starting point.
Fighting 50 battles in a row might be a bit tiring for other warriors. Even so, every time the outcome is decided by one shot. However, fighting for a long time also puts a lot of mental pressure on people.
However, for Yi Fan, none of this exists.
This is because he possesses a mental strength far beyond that of ordinary warriors of the same level. This time, he continued to click the button to compete for the ranking. He wanted to force his way into the top 1,000 of the Dragonling list and get a glimpse of the true reward. This time, Yi Fan could clearly feel that the time to match the opponent had become longer.
Now,
in the Starry Sky Fighting Network's Dragon Rookie ranking track, Ivy and Aki, two fairy-like sisters, also appeared.
Ah, it's that bad guy, the pervert.
He's also called the one-shot killer, ugh.
Aki was furious.
Immediately, he contacted the warrior whose phone note was Huoshi Boy.
Okay, Shichi, stop rushing me.
I'm trying my best to snipe.
Hoshi Boy replied to the message. What? Senior Zhuang is going to snipe a kid trying to reach the young dragon ranking? Tisk, that's interesting.
Of course, senior brother Zhuang is the top student in our junior year.
He has now reached the 9th level of the Lingxi realm, and his attack, defense, and body movements have all reached perfection. Known as one of the 3 most powerful students in our Wuda University, a true hexagonal warrior. Brother Zhuang, my idol, I want to give birth to a baby for you. No, I want to cheer you on.
It is obvious that senior brother Zhuang is very popular. As soon as he planned to take action, he caused quite a stir.
Drop.
Match successful, opponent is Zhuangtian.
Chapter 59, ranked 998th on the Young Dragon list, shocking Jiangnan Wuhan University. Just a little bit away from entering the 1,000th place on the Young Dragon ranking. I think the opponent I'm facing this time won't be easy.
While waiting, Yi Fan thought to himself.
Your name is Zhuang Tian?
Suddenly, there was a dripping sound.
The name of his opponent surfaced.
The next moment, Yi Fan felt the space change, and he appeared on the Dragon Boat Arena.
Wow.
As soon as he appeared, Yi Fan, whose mental power was as high as 22 points, felt that there seemed to be many spectators on the surrounding viewing stands. He was also a little confused. This guy is the one that senior brother Zhuang wants to snipe.
Doesn't he look very good?
Yes, although it's hard to see the face clearly.
But it looks very young.
That's right, he's not good at talking, but he's not reliable at doing things.
It's obvious at first glance that this kid is no match for senior brother Zhuang. Because Zhuang Tian is the top 3 student in Jiangnan Wuda University.
Naturally, he is admired by many younger classmates and friends.
He can be said to be a prominent figure in Jiangnan Wuhan University, and his every move naturally attracts much attention.
Therefore, upon hearing that senior brother Zhuan was coming to snipe a warrior, many warriors from Jiangnan Martial Arts University immediately applied to watch the fight. Zhuang Tian, however, had a very good relationship with the people at Jiangnan University of Wuhan and passed all the exams.
Wow.
So, for a moment, the battle viewing platform was densely packed with thousands of people. Among them, of course, are the sisters Ivy and Aggie.
It's this brat. He's had enough today. Look at you, do you still dare to act cocky in front of this little ant?
Aki raised her snow-white neck with a proud look. Ivy, who was standing next to her, had a look of shock on her delicate face, which looked like a sea fairy.
How long has it been?
Last time, Yi Fan was still fighting for the Bronze Warrior rank on the Starry Sky Fighting Network. Finally, he was promoted to the Golden Leader rank.
That represents a low-level warrior in the Lingxi realm.
And now, in less than a month, he has been able to break into the top 1,000 of the Dragon Yun list like a dark horse.
You know.
Even now, she can only barely reach this line, but it is still extremely difficult. The last time she challenged Yi Fan, she was demoted. Therefore, the strength is limited. This made her look down on Yi Fan a little.
But, in less than a month, the gun-wielding teenager not only caught up, but even seemed to have surpassed him?
What kind of cultivation speed is this?
Wei, why don't you mock him a little?
Aichi was enjoying her mockery, but when she saw Ivy's deep blue eyes looking at Yi Fan, she was stunned.
I can't mock him. Perhaps, it's really as he said, genius is just the threshold to meet him. Ivy murmured. Hearing Ivy's words, Aki's chest immediately shook with anger. Wei, have you forgotten how this guy bullied you? You actually destroy your own ambition and enhance the prestige of others. Aki was angry, like a little tiger. Ivy looked at Aggie lovingly and rubbed her sister's head. Said, let's wait and see, maybe he will really surprise us. To be honest, she really admired this young man named Yifan. At the same time, Zhuang Tian's figure also appeared on the ring. He held a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. His appearance is very ordinary, but his temperament is very extraordinary. He gives people the impression of a calm general. Your journey to the young dragon ranking is over. Zhuang Tian looked at Yifan calmly, but his words were full of dominance. Oh? You know me? Yifan frowned slightly and searched his memory information. Absolutely, this is the first time I have seen this person. No, this is the first time we met. But you offended someone you shouldn't have offended. When he said this, a fierce look flashed in Zhuang Tian's eyes. He grew up in the same compound with Aki and Iwei. Watching these two fairy-like little girls grow up. Ivy appears gentle on the outside, but is extremely proud and strong on the inside. Ai Chi is lively and active, and sometimes a little eccentric and sinister, but this suits the preferences of the calm Zhuang Tian. So, from that moment on, Zhuang Tian regarded Ai Chi as his exclusive concubine. And this young man with a gun in front of him actually dared to offend Aki, so he would definitely not let the young man have an easy time. Did you offend someone you shouldn't have offended? Yifan thought about it and was a little confused. So I just stopped thinking about it. Immediately, his eyes darkened and he said, my actions follow my heart. A warrior should be fearless and move forward. If you are hesitant and afraid of this and that, how can you achieve martial arts? Come, let me weigh you, a fellow who appears as an avenger. How much do you weigh? Yifan hooked his finger at Zhuang Tian, with a hint of provocation. Snort. Zhuang Tian snorted coldly. He could feel that Yifan was younger than him. But, how dare you be so arrogant? Bang. He pushed the ground hard with his feet and his body shot out like an arrow in an instant. The speed is close to 30 ms, and the blood and energy are surging. It's the 9th level of the Lingxi realm, close to the peak. Yifan has excellent eyesight. Initially, a preliminary assessment of Zhuang Tian's strength was made. Holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, he is capable of both offense and defense. In the blink of an eye, Zhuang Tian appeared beside Yifan. Whoosh! But the next moment, Zhuang Tian was shocked. Because he found that when he approached Yifan, this burly young man actually dodged his attacking position at a faster speed. Speed, even faster than his. Speed, 30 plus. On the viewing platform, the younger students and classmates of Jiangnan University of Martial Arts were waiting for Zhuang Tian to kill Yifan instantly with one blow. At this moment, I was also shocked. Some experienced warriors could see it at a glance. That young man was tall and burly. But, his speed is even faster than that of senior brother Zhuang Tian. The only way to defeat martial arts in the world is speed. They knew that if this burly young man was so fast, it would reflect his strong chi and blood. On the other hand, speed alone can make you almost invincible. Look, senior brother Zhuang is using a perfect, spiritual level, top-grade combat technique. The attack missed, but although Zhuang Tian was shocked, he remained calm. It seemed as if sand and wind were blowing all over his body. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a pioneer on the battlefield. Buzz. At the same time, a domineering figure appeared behind Yifan. Oh no, this is transcendental, no, it's so smooth and mellow, could it be? Clang. There was a sound of metal clashing, and in an instant, Zhuang Tian felt the suppression of his martial arts skills. The palm of his hand holding the sword cracked and the sword almost slipped out of his hand. Laugh. At this moment, Zhuang Tian felt as if he was about to die. Because, that overlord's spear, like a dragon emerging from the water, pounced directly at him. He could only raise his shield to block. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse in an instant. Bite. The collision of spear tip and shield, the confrontation between spear and shield. Countless sparks fell like fireworks. He only felt a huge force, like thousands of horses galloping, or like a mountain torrent. The shock made his arms numb, and even his bones made a teeth-grinding sound of friction. But, it seems that this has just begun. Bang! Immediately following.
The shadow of a gun barrel, as long as a sand ridge, swept across the army like 1,000 soldiers and directly hit his shield.
Puff! Zhuang Tian felt as if all his internal organs had shifted, and blood spurted out of his mouth. In an instant, he was judged to have lost the Young Dragon ranking track. Warrior Yifan, Young Dragon points plus 5,000, current points, 15325. Young Dragon ranking 998, reward. At the same time, the entire Jiangnan Wuda viewing platform exploded. The Jiangnan Wuhan University campus network and forum were flooded with messages like crazy. An 18-year-old boy actually defeated the top 3 student in Jiangnan Wuda University. Who on earth is he? Chapter 60 Invitation Mode, Magic City Qinping. Jiangnan Wuhan University, Tiba. Shocking. An 18-year-old boy challenged the top student in our school with a gun. Who is he? When such a post appeared in the Jiangnan Wuhan University forum. There was even a scene where Yifan fired a shot and directly knocked Zhuang Tian, the third and top student of Jiangnan Wuda University, flying. Immediately, the Jiangnan Wuhan University forum exploded. The commenter, Yiziduxiuer, this boy is so young, he doesn't know how to respect the elderly and love the young at all. Is this a loss of morality or a distortion of human nature? The commenter, by Sibu de Qi Jie, said, rumor has it that senior brother Zhuang went to snipe this young man in order to avenge his beloved junior schoolmate. Unexpectedly, they lost not only the wife but also the army. When the younger sister saw that senior brother Zhuang was no match for her, she ran away with the young man with the spear. The commenter, kicked an old lady violently and made her fall down, said, this kid has no martial ethics and is ruthlessly rubbing the reputation of Jiangnan Wuda University on the ground. Brothers and sisters, go ahead and snipe, I'm cheering for you. There was a big argument on the Jiangnan Wuhan University forum. It also attracted the attention of many freshmen who had been admitted to Jiangnan Wuhan University in advance through special channels. Warriors flocked in to participate in the spring recruitment trial camp. The commenter, Suishing Xiaoming Crayon Xayan, oh my god, ISNT this Yifan, who was expelled from the trial camp of Jiangnan Martial Arts University and has mediocre qualifications? The commenter, Visitor 52188, oh my god, it's true. At the beginning, he was kicked out of the trial camp by teacher Ying Tsong and ordered to pay the trial fee of 200,000 Chinese yuan within a limited time. The commenter, all the good names are taken by dogs, I am sure, this person is Yifan. Jiangnan University of Foreign Languages is blind and suffers a huge loss. After Meng Hui sent a message, he immediately lay on the sofa and smiled. Hee, you can't let me feel bad, you have to drag someone down with you. When these prospective freshmen who passed the trial camp and joined Jiangnan University of Martial Arts were confirmed, Yifan, who emerged as a dark horse in the Young Dragon list audition, was far ahead of the others. Surprisingly, it was a student specially recruited by the Jiangnan Martial Arts University trial camp. There was even a time when he was kicked out of the trial camp by the admissions teacher. Jealous of talented people. Shady enrollment. Blind eyes. Ingsong, and other words. It immediately became a hot search term on the Jiangnan Wuhan University forum. Vice Principal Xiang, may I ask, did the talented young man Yifan really participate in your school's special enrollment for the trial camp and get kicked out? This was asked during a phone call from a reporter from Jiangnan province. Xiangshan sighed, what is coming will come. He knew it was because of Yifan's evilness and brilliance. Even with the terrifying talent he has shown in the Young Dragon ranking track, Yifan may have become a seed player in this year's Jiangnan Province Wutong College entrance examination. If it is not handled properly, it will definitely bring huge trouble to his Jiangnan University of Martial Arts. At the very least, it may affect their unified enrollment at Jiangnan Wuhan University this year. At worst, it will affect the reputation of Jiangnan Wuhan University. At this moment, he really wanted to kill Ying Tsong. I still need to verify this matter. However, it will be announced to the public later. Please believe that our school's trial camp enrollment work must adhere to the principles of fairness, openness, and admission based on merit. We will not let talented people be tarnished, nor will we discourage those students who set our school as their goal. Beep beep beep. Then Xiangshan hung up the phone. He rubbed his slightly sore brows and instructed the intelligent AI, please keep an eye on Yifan's situation in the Young Dragon ranking track and report to me at any time. As soon as he finished competing for the ranking, he also informed me immediately. Yes, master. Yifan, who was on the Young Dragon ranking track, naturally didn't know that the person he defeated was the top 3 student of Jiangnan Wuda University. As a result, it caused an uproar at Jiangnan Wuhan University. It even put the highest martial arts school in Jiangnan province at the center of public opinion.
And he has strong mental strength. Although the score has reached 15,325 points, he is still like a fighting machine, tireless.
This is a bit of mental fatigue.
Compared with his practice of the void spirit refining art, it is nothing. Moreover, his mental strength has improved now, and his recovery speed is also extremely fast. You will receive a reward, a Johnson No. 2 produced by Johnson Technology, worth 100,000 Chinese yuan suitable for Galaxy Realm warriors.
Warm reminder, you can choose to accumulate rewards.
Note, there is a risk of dropping. However, the accumulated rewards will double for every 100th place you advance.
Soon.
The rewards for breaking into the top 1,000 of the Dragonling list have already appeared. It is the Qiangji No. 2, worth 100,000. Yifan has experienced the feeling of being a strong base number 1. He still remembers the hot and sour feeling of applying it all over his body. The reward increases with every 100th place you advance. Although the extent of the reward increase isn't specified, based on the indication that the cumulative reward doubles, it will definitely be less than double.
And if I could jump from 1000th place to 100th place in this young dragon ranking, wouldn't that be a 9-fold increase?
In other words, my total reward will be 512 times what it is now.
If calculated that way, the total reward amount will reach 51.2 million?
Yifan has good grades in mathematics.
When I calculated the total amount of the reward, I couldn't help but be shocked.
The rewards for this Dragon Young list are really generous. Of course, what he didn't know was that the rewards on the Dragon Young ranking were also based on each person's age, qualifications, and evaluation.
If they are older, they may be very strong.
However, you will definitely not get such a high reward by reaching the Young Dragon ranking. However, Yifan doesn't care about these. After all, Wu is a gold-eating cave. Moreover, Yifan, who was afraid of being poor, knew that the reward of more than 50 million was equivalent to the training fund provided by his one-year contract with the S-level Star Martial Hall.
He must earn this money. That's it. If you want to improve faster, you have to spend a lot of money and resources.
Yifan's goal of competing for the Young Dragon list has also become completely clear. Beep, warrior Yifan has entered the top 1000 of the Young Dragon ranking, and has started the invitation battle mode. Ding, received a battle invitation. Inviter, Chen Ping from the Magic City. Note, a prospective sophomore at Magic City Wuda University, with a Qi and HP of 2450, and a Galaxy Realm first rank. Last year, he took the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts College entrance examination and ranked 3rd in the province in martial arts. When the Fighting Network reminded Yifan that after entering the top 1000, a new combat mode was activated.
Immediately.
Then he received an invitation to fight.
So fast?
Yifan felt that there seemed to be a strong targeted meaning in this. The goal is clear. Moreover, the other party has already set foot in the Galaxy Realm, and was a fierce man who ranked 3rd in the province in martial arts scores in last year's Jiangnan Province Martial Arts College entrance examination. Wuhan University in Shanghai is one of the 3 top martial arts universities in China.
There is no doubt that Chen Ping is absolutely extremely strong.
However, Yifan was not afraid at all.
Since entering the Young Dragon ranking today, he has not yet given his all.
It's just right that I can use this tough guy who ranked 3rd in the province in martial arts last year to test my current weight.
Accept the invitation. Yifan directly clicked to accept.
The other party, the one who made the invitation, was also stunned. Unexpectedly, the other party accepted it so readily.
Chapter 61 2 Stars Shine, Gun Duel.
Ha, Zhuang Tian is really useless even if I give him a chance.
Aki said angrily. Okay, have you ever thought about whether Yifan's strength is increasing too quickly? Ivy smiled gently, looked at the angry Aki, and comforted her.
Wei, that pervert and scoundrel hit you in the chest.
How can you speak up for him?
Ivy looked at Ivy with a wary look on her face.
As a proud elder sister, I seldom praise my peers.
Even for a strong brother like Xiang Fei, his sister would only give him polite praise at most. Rarely would they speak well of each other in front of the 2 sisters.
Wei, you're not attracted to that brat, are you?
You know, they themselves know the inside story of their own identities.
It is too difficult for ordinary warriors to match them.
Even a genius like Yifan, who has a terrifying promotion speed, is not good enough at the moment. After all, they are very special. Their training may be slow in the early stages, but it will get faster and faster.
It's just the opposite of ordinary warriors.
Before the gentle Ivy could say anything, Aki suddenly became as excited as a little deer and almost jumped up.
Yeah.
Brother Ping succeeded in inviting that brat. Come on, Wei Wei, let's go watch the fight and see Brother Ping beat up that arrogant villain.
Chan Ping? Ivy was stunned.
She didn't expect that he would also invite Yifan.
I guess it was my naughty and scheming little sister who did this.
Immediately, she also smiled. She was also very curious. After not seeing him for less than a month, she wondered to what extent Yifan's strength had improved. Moreover, her mind kept echoing with the words her grandfather had said to her. Perhaps, this Yifan is the one who can break the shackles of your fate. Captain, Brother Yifan is currently competing for a spot on the Young Dragon ranking.
He's about to face Chen Ping, a sophomore from the Magic City's Wuda University. Let's go cheer him on.
Shadowcat Wu Yao said excitedly.
Let me tell you, Ziyayayo, if you want to date a young girl, you absolutely can't do that to my big brother. Huayao, speaking with a northeastern accent, sneered. Bah, a dog can't spit out ivory. Wu Yao blushed and spat. Ha, good. We've dealt with the devil fish. Let's go watch the battle. Cheer for Brother Yifan.
Captain Long Feng, who had a dark face and green stubble, forced a smile and said.
Walk. Walk. Wuhan University in the Magic City.
Although Chen Ping is not the top student among the sophomores, he is also well known. When they heard that he actually invited a senior high school student to compete, many people became interested. Many of them also plan to compete for this year's Young Dragon ranking. So, I also plan to go in and find out the truth. After passing the Young Dragon ranking auditions and entering the top 1000, you can watch the battles of the masters. Search for Yifan or Modu Chen Ping. This fight still attracted a small amount of attention.
After all,
being able to enter the top 1000 of the Young Dragon list is already quite remarkable for a high school student.
He even surpassed the strongest sophomores and even juniors in many local Wuhan University schools. Perhaps, the news media can use an eye-catching headline, the strongest high school student.
At the same time, Meng Hui was also paying attention to this battle. As well as Bai Mufeng, who was still feeling a little pain because he was killed by Yifan in the Young Dragon list track, and Jin Lian and others who were striving for higher positions.
Xingchen Martial Hall Jiangning Office, Wu Xie.
Bai Nili, the demoted bronze medal instructor of the Jianghuai branch of the Xingchen Martial Hall. The master of the Jianghuai branch of the Xingchen Martial Palace, Yinshan Yu.
Wow.
This time, Yifan no longer appeared on the arena on the dragon boat. Instead, it was on a battle platform built on the bottom of an extremely majestic mountain. The winding road goes straight into the top of the mountain, which reaches the sky. It is like a giant dragon circling and rising around the mountain, a rising dragon path.
The momentum is even more majestic and shocking.
Not only that, Yifan's hand holding the spear tightened slightly. There is a touch of heroism surging in my heart. There were also many spectators on the surrounding viewing platforms. At this moment, the view was much clearer than that from the viewing platform on the dragon boat.
You can even see the appearance and other features of the people watching the game. However, there were also many spectators who hid their faces. Brother Yifan, come on.
Wu Yao, the shadow cat lady who once wanted to protect Yifan, waved and shouted to Yifan. Yifan also discovered Uncle Wu, Captain Lung Feng, Huayao and other friends from the Star Martial Palace office.
Buzz.
Suddenly, there was a flash of light on the opposite side. A young man with a gun and sword-like hair appeared. Wearing a loose training robe, he looks lazy and free and easy.
However, its powerful aura makes people dare not underestimate it at all. See this scene.
Ji Lian's beautiful eyes flickered. Chen Ping, a student at Shanghai Wuda University, was the third-place scorer in martial arts in last year's Jiangnan Province Wutong College entrance examination.
Absolutely, he is the genius among geniuses. Demon City Chen Ping, stand up for someone.
Little brother, if I have offended you, please don't mind. Chen Ping spoke very calmly, giving people a comfortable feeling like a spring breeze.
Really?
Yifan was also curious.
Who had he offended?
It was as if he had stirred up a hornet's nest.
Brother Chen, can you tell me who I have offended? Yifan asked doubtfully. It was obvious that Chen Ping was different from Zhuang Tian before. He did not come with any hostility from the beginning. Rather, it seems that he can't get out of it, so he has to deal with it. I have a little sister named Aki. She looks like a forest elf fairy. Chen Ping chuckled helplessly and reminded. Oh, I see. Yifan nodded, finally remembering that when the bronze warrior was breaking through the level, he stabbed a little girl who looked like a forest elf with a gun. Even though I'm doing this for someone else, I won't hold back. Immediately, Chen Ping's attitude became more serious. He did not show any contempt at all because Yifan was just a high school student. That's as it should be. I also want to experience how powerful senior brother Chen is. Yifan also had a face full of fighting spirit, holding up his gun and pointing diagonally to the south sky. Seeing this, Chen Ping narrowed his eyes. An expert can tell whether it is real or not with just one look. Yifan's gun-holding posture made him realize that the young man's martial arts skills were definitely of a very high level. It even had a hint of gun intent. Although he is now in the galaxy realm, he knows that he must not be careless when facing Yifan. Okay, then, let's fight. Whoosh. Chen Ping shook his spear, creating a gunflower, unrestrained and free. Locking onto Yifan from a distance. War. Yifan's fighting spirit also rose. On the Shanglongdo battlefield, 2 stars shine. Whoosh. Whoosh. The next moment, under the expectant gazes of everyone, the two of them shot towards each other as fast as cannonballs. Everyone was slightly surprised. At first glance, they found that Yifan was not inferior to Chen Ping in terms of speed. Bite. Like the tip of a needle against the tip of a wheat awn, the tip of a gun against the tip of a gun. The duel between the two gun geniuses officially begins. Chapter 62, Thunder shows its power, defeating the heavens by half a step. Wow! Just this sharp collision made many warriors watching the fight feel their hearts in their throats. This seemingly extremely young high school student is even more powerful than they imagined. Brother Ping, come on, kill him. Ai Chi waved her pink fists and cheered for Chen Ping. Well, my Chi and HP are obviously much higher than his, but I can't suppress him in terms of strength? Just one collision made Chen Ping feel Yifan's power. Although, his Chi and blood values are obviously higher than Yifan's. However, the young man opposite seemed to have an extremely strong body. A body refining type? However, for the moment, Chen Pingji did not intend to use his full strength. After all, he is also a peerless genius and has his own pride. He intended to defeat Yifan in terms of martial arts skills, spearmanship, practical experience, and mentality before a battle. Moreover, Yifan is 1 year younger than him. He was so powerful that he felt a sense of mutual respect among heroes. General level martial arts wind and cloud breaking sky spear. Above the spiritual level martial arts is the general level martial arts. Requires martial arts skills, at least to the 3rd level. In an instant, the entire venue seemed to change color. That is because Chen Ping's gun skills were too fast and too ethereal, causing a visual illusion. Thousands of troops across the road. Now, from Yifan's perspective, the spear beams were like a city, and even though they had not yet approached, they gave people a depressing and terrifying feeling as if a storm was about to come. So, Yifan changed stabbing into sweeping. A shot swept out, and in an instant, like a dragon swinging its tail, it fiercely hit Chen Ping's cloud-like spearlight. Bite. Bang. Clang. The sound of explosions and collisions resounded throughout the venue. In an instant, the two talented stars staged a collision like Mars hitting the Earth. It was a feast for the eyes for everyone watching the game. However, Brother Yifan seems to be suppressed. Wu Yao covered her chest with both hands and said nervously. Well, Yifan's skill level has not yet reached the 3rd level. But the other party is already at the 3rd level. The gap in martial arts skills can be made up for by proficiency. However, martial arts skills represent an understanding of martial arts, which is difficult to erase. Wu Xia commented. His skill level had already reached the 3rd level, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to break through to the galaxy realm through the treasure. But even so, he asked himself that facing Chen Ping, he had absolutely no advantage at all. At only 19 years old, he has such attainments in martial arts, he is indeed a top talent. Hee, you can only defend yourself but not fight back. You'll be defeated sooner or later, you big bad guy. Aki danced excitedly like an octopus. Ivy smiled bitterly but looked at the young man who was resisting in the field. It seemed that he was not confused in his panic and his defense was well founded. Yifan, who was on defense, also felt great pressure. As expected, he won the third place in Jiangnan Province's martial arts exam last year.
Your martial arts skills, second level spearmanship, increased from 53% to 55%. Your spear spirit realm and spear spirit seed have increased from 80% to 83%. Suddenly, 2 prompts appeared on the virtual panel in front of Yifan. This made him very excited. As expected, only extreme confrontations can continuously tap into one's potential, allowing the accumulation of his many days of hard training to be naturally improved at this moment.
Looks like he's gotten stronger again? Because Yifan has already been suppressed to the limit. Just wait for the other party to become unstable and reveal a flaw. By then, Xinping will be able to defeat Yifan. But suddenly,
Xinping clearly felt that Yifan's resistance had significantly improved.
Then add more fuel to the fire.
Xinping's expression was calm, but in an instant, the tip of his spear seemed to emit a sharp luster.
Gun intent. That's right.
A spear genius like Xinping also understood the meaning of the spear. Compared to Yifan's spear intent seed, what Xinping comprehended was the complete spear intent.
Gun intent? I have that too.
Also, I have a king-level boxing technique powered by the 9-star tyrant body. Yifan is also a passionate young man. Naturally, he doesn't want to be suppressed all the time and look very embarrassed. The spear intention seed reached 83% and was blessed by the Tao seed and the weapon.
Moment.
Yifan's gun power has been greatly improved. This time, it was Xinping's turn to show surprise on his face. The burly young man before him gave him a feeling of "you can be as strong as you want," a gentle breeze blowing across the hills.
Boom.
Just when Xinping's mind was full of random thoughts and worries.
Suddenly,
Yifan did not retreat but advanced instead, bullying his way forward.
In an instant,
his left fist exploded with heart-pounding power. The second form of Thanos' King Fist Supreme King's Court. It was as if this punch was thrown. What Xinping was facing was not a high school student who had just turned 18, but the Lord of the Royal Court.
This feeling is ridiculous, but very real.
This is a king-level martial art. How is it possible? At this moment, Xinping could no longer remain calm. His face was filled with shock.
He really couldn't imagine how a young man with only second-level martial arts skills could practice the king-level martial arts that are standard for strong men in the mountain and sea realm. Of course he wouldn't know.
Yifan has a domineering body, and this kind of inherited memory is innate, so he can practice it.
This is the dimensionality reduction attack of the terrifying physique. Bang!
Yifan's second move of the Thanos King Fist, the Supreme King Court, directly tore a hole in Xinping's cloud-like spear. Hit his chest hard. Xinping asked himself, if this attack were to land, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of blood. No time to suppress strength. At this moment, a river of light that had already lit up 48,000 stars within Xinping's body suddenly became brighter.
Galaxy Realm.
Light up the galaxies in your body, with a maximum of 480 million galaxies in each galaxy.
9 is the maximum number.
Every warrior can light up 9 galaxies at most.
But the 9 galaxies are only theoretical.
In fact, if you can light up 5 or 6 of them, you are already a genius.
Buzz.
At this moment, Xinping emanated an unfathomable power, and his spearmanship switched from offense to defense.
Boom!
With a hard-hitting attitude, he directly took on Yifan's terrifying punch of king-level martial arts with a dull sound.
Rise! The next moment,
a sharp gleam flashed in Xinping's eyes. One shot, like a sudden burst of wind and clouds, like thunder out of nowhere. Directly, Yifan was sent flying. You're in the air, with nowhere to gain leverage. Little brother, you lose. Xinping's voice was calm, as if he was announcing the result of the competition.
Not necessarily.
Yifan, who was in the air, had a smile on his face. Perhaps, for other warriors, being in the air is already doomed to failure.
But he is not.
The wind and cloud breaking sky spear, a fatal strike. The spear breaks the clouds. At this moment, he was empowered by the third-level martial arts skills and the power of the spear.
Xinping's spear was so powerful that it seemed to pierce the sky.
Self-created ultimate move Thunderbolt, world suppressing.
Tau Seed, soldier deviation, control the soldiers.
At this moment, Yifan also used all his skills. His spear instantly transformed into a roaring thunder dragon, biting Xinping below fiercely.
What thunder attribute?
At the scene, the warriors watching the fight were all shocked.
This is because the thunder attribute is an alien attribute, the most offensive, and extremely rare. However, the young man in front of him actually awakened the thunder attribute. Both sides stab each other. If so, and they pierce simultaneously, the system will determine it as a draw. However, the lightning was surging and the wind and clouds were changing. For a moment, the real scene in the duel could not be seen clearly. The next moment, everyone heard the system's judgment: Warrior Yifan wins. There is no draw where both sides are defeated. But that Thunder Boy is half a step ahead of God. Your martial arts skills, second level boxing skills, increased from 38% to. Chapter 63, A Man Who Ate a Mad Dog. Your martial arts skills, second level boxing skills, increased from 38% to 40%. A prompt appears on the transparency property panel. After this battle with Chen Ping, Yifan's accumulation of the past few days can be said to have come to fruition. Martial arts skills, both spearmanship and boxing, have improved. The seat of spear intent is also about to reach perfection. My strength has improved a lot, and I have gained a lot. Ha, ha. Yifan was breathing heavily, thinking about the experience of defeating Chen Ping just now. There was still some luck and chance involved. Chen Ping is still very strong. Warrior Yifan, Young Dragon points plus 6,515, current Young Dragon points total 21840. Young Dragon ranking, 879th. If I rank in the top 800, will the rewards be cumulative? Yifan didn't expect that after defeating Chen Ping, his ranking on the Young Dragon list would directly improve by more than 100 places. Superposition. Yifan didn't hesitate at all. He wants to hold back a big one. At the same time, the audience seats were in an uproar. Wow, you are indeed my elder brother. You actually fought across levels and defeated a strong man in the galaxy realm. Moreover, he was the top scorer in Jiangnan Province's martial arts exam last year, a super genius. The gunpowder is making a lot of noise. It seemed as if he was even more excited than when he defeated Chen Ping. Little brother Yifan is really amazing. Even my sister is attracted to him. Wu Yao also covered her chest with her hands, looking like a little fangirl. There was still a trace of shock on the cold front. You know, a month ago, Yifan could only barely hold on in his hands. But, a month later. Even with a battle of this level just now, he probably couldn't last more than 3 breaths. Wu Xie's mouth was almost stretched to his ears. There is no doubt that it was a correct decision for him to bet the rest of his martial arts career on Yifan. Once upon a time, a strong man said, sometimes, direction is more important than effort. If you choose the right opportunity, even a pig can fly to the sky. TSK, this little guy is really amazing. Well, it's time to use that. Far away. The Lord of Yinshan Yu Palace, who was hiding his appearance and watching the battle, was also full of admiration. Immediately, I made a decision in my heart. Compared with Yifan's relatives and friends, naturally, many people wanted him to be defeated. Wow. Brother Ping was so careless that he let that bad guy succeed. How despicable. I'm so angry. Aki was like a little tiger whose but was touched, baring its teeth and claws. Ivy's watery eyes flickered as she looked at the figure, her plump lips slightly parted, unable to hide her amazement. Now. She was already completely certain that the young man who had won 30 consecutive games and advanced to the next round had not only caught up with her, but had even surpassed her. Perhaps, what Grandpa said really has a glimmer of possibility. For some reason, an idea suddenly popped up in Ivy's mind, which she herself later found a bit absurd. No, it's too difficult. Ivy, who was like an ocean fairy, shook her head gently. No, how can he be so strong? Bai Mufeng was so jealous that he was about to explode. A month ago, he could easily crush an ant to death, but now, it is as strong as an elephant. There were ripples in Jinlian's beautiful peach blossom eyes. Brother Fan, can you still forgive me? Bai Nili's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. He had been having a hard time these days at the Xingchen Martial Hall branch in Jianghuai City, most likely because of this young man. Now, Yifan is even more evil. His hard days had just begun. Sure enough, if you can endure hardship, there will be endless hardship to endure. Yifan, too strong. Meng Hui lay down. Seeing Yifan so powerful, the last bit of his fantasy of revenge was completely extinguished. In an inconspicuous corner, a young man was trembling with excitement. Brother Yi, the eternal god. It was Lu Lu.
Not long ago, in the Jiangning City Joint Examination, Zhou Yuan and Hua Xianer, S-level spiritual awakening geniuses known as Xianglong Rockwall and Fire Phoenix Butterfly Dance, appeared. Seeing this scene, I was also stunned. He has become stronger again, and the speed at which he has become stronger is too outrageous. Now, I'm afraid they can't take even a single blow from Yifan. Others originally planned to use Chen Ping's strength to detect the strength of the warriors competing for the Young Dragon list this year. However, he was unexpectedly frightened by a high school student who had just turned 18. What do kids these days eat to grow up? They're all a mess. That's right, this kid is definitely a top-ranked player in this province for this year's Wutong College entrance examination. Great, great. Buzz. Right now. As if, clearing away the fog. Just now, a large screen appeared above the battle stage. What was being played was the exciting scene of the final peak showdown. Yifan's Thunder Spear looks like a thunder dragon at first glance. However, when it approached Chen Ping's head, it seemed as if it had transformed into a tyrant riding an ancient giant elephant, trampling down and suppressing the world for eternity. The strangest scene was that the shot that Chen Ping originally shot to pierce the sky actually deviated slightly. It was this loophole that Yifan seized. He created his own ultimate move, thunder suppressing the world, and defeated Chen Ping in one fell swoop. Wonderful! A feast for the eyes. Faced with this collection of kills, the blood of many warriors seemed to be ignited. They also want to enter the battle arena, fight and show their style. After defeating Chen Ping, Yifan originally planned to end today's journey to compete for the Young Dragon list. However, there was one invitation that was sent 3 times in a row. Inviter, Xiang Fei from the military region. Note, 2nd Lieutenant of the military region, Qi and HP value 2678, Galaxy Realm 2nd rank. The introduction is not detailed. However, soldiers who defend China and even the human race have always been respected. Moreover, his father had once served in the city guards. Therefore, Yifan, who had originally planned to withdraw from the competition for the Young Dragon list today, chose to agree to the invitation from Xiang Fei, a soldier. Buzz. Warrior Yifan is about to start a new battle for the ranking. Opponent, Military District 2nd Lieutenant, Xiang Fei. Suddenly, above this battle platform, the intelligence system broadcasts reports. Who? Xiang Fei. It's him. Didn't he join the army? Given his personality, why would he choose to compete for the Young Dragon ranking? Damn, the man who ate the mad dogder actually came and invited me to fight Yifan? Obviously, in some circles, the name Xiang Fei is well known. Moreover, people who know him will feel their scalp tingling when they think of him. This guy is a fighting maniac. Sister, I have to pee urgently, I'll leave first. Aki stuck out her pink little tongue and wanted to pee. Unexpectedly, he was caught by Ivy. You actually went to find him? Little aunt, you really caused me trouble. Ivy rubbed her eyebrows and wanted to pinch Aki's little face, which had a little baby fat. No, Wei, I also want to avenge you. Aki sensed danger and begged for mercy in advance. Buzz. At the same time, Yifan felt that the number of spectators on this side of the arena had increased sharply. What's going on? Chapter 64, defeated in 3 moves, special training before the exam. So many people? Yifan could notice new spectators squeezing in one after another. He vaguely guessed something. Adjust your state and prepare to face the upcoming opponent. If his guess was correct, Xiang Fei from the military region was very likely a ruthless character. This is why he received so much attention as soon as he accepted the invitation. Now, Yifan's mental power is as high as 22 points, far exceeding that of warriors of the same level. In addition, he possesses a 9-star dominant body, which means that his physical and mental recovery speed is far beyond that of ordinary people. It didn't take long for his condition to return to its peak. Buzz. At this moment, he felt that his battle platform seemed to move up a certain height along the Shanglong Road. No longer, it is completely at the foot of the majestic mountain that reaches into the sky. At the same time, opposite him appeared a man dressed in military green clothes and combat boots. He had an extremely sturdy and powerful figure. His skin was a healthy wheat color, and his eyes revealed a cold and murderous look. Blood-stained. As soon as Yifan saw Xiang Fei like this, he knew that Xiang Fei was definitely a ruthless man with blood on his hands. Different from ordinary students and warriors who rely on some rare treasures or genetic drugs.
Xiang Fei is definitely a veteran soldier in the army.
Boy, you touched my woman.
So, I'll teach you a lesson. Xiang Fei's voice was like the friction between wind, sand, and gravel, with a rough masculinity. However, what he said made Yifan laugh and cry. Standing up for women again? Could it be that the little girl who is like a forest elf is so charming? Laugh.
Without waiting for Yifan's response, Xiang Fei directly drew out the sword on his back. Although, on the Starry Sky Fighting Network, the props in the Dragon Rookie ranking track are all simulated. However, it is definitely simulated based on real objects, not fabricated out of thin air. As soon as Xiang Fei drew out the sword, Yifan felt a strong bloody aura spreading out.
If so, some warriors with weaker minds. I'm afraid that just facing the evil spirit would be a bit scary.
Yifan's willpower is as high as 29 points and is about to break through 30 points. That is the willpower that is comparable to that of a strong man in the mountain and sea realm. Of course, Yifan would not be intimidated by the murderous aura emitted by Xiang Fei's sword.
Whoosh!
The next moment, Xiang Fei moved. The speed was as high as 35 ms, and in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Yifan.
Indestructible.
Yifan raised his gun and the spear pierced through directly.
Clang!
The sound of metal colliding rang out, and with just one collision, Yifan felt the terrifying impact force. It was like being hit by a blood-red crescent moon. His entire arm was instantly paralyzed, and his body flew backwards quickly.
So strong. Laugh.
The blood-red long sword dragged along, leaving a trail of sparks on the ground along the way,
not giving Yifan any chance to breathe. The second knife chopped down directly.
There is no way to avoid it, and the speed is even faster than Yifan, so he can only take it head-on.
Thunder, the world is in chaos.
Yifan stepped on the ground and jumped up. In an instant, the shadow of a king riding a wild elephant appeared behind him. Countless thunders gathered into the giant hoof of a wild elephant, suppressing Xiang Fei's sword light.
Bang!
It was like a collision of meteorites, and a deafening sound erupted during the collision.
Laugh.
However, the next moment, the place of collision suddenly made a sound like cloth tearing. Yifan's self-created ultimate move, Thunder Suppressing the World, was actually torn apart by the blood-colored blade light. This flying martial arts skill has definitely reached the middle stage of the third level, or even touched the upper stage of the third level. Yifan immediately had a preliminary judgment of Xiang Fei's martial arts skills. Moreover, the blade's light was sharp, like a bloodthirsty shura, and it definitely contained the intent of a sword. Whether it is the chi and blood value, martial arts skills, or the level of artistic conception, it can be said that this flying skill completely crushed himself. I don't know if he learned the lesson from Chen Ping's defeat just now, or the first move he made was like a life-and-death fight. It was so direct that Yifan was caught off guard. The second form of Thanos' King Fist Supreme King's Court.
Boom!
Facing the blood-red sharp blade that tore apart Yifan's thunderous world-suppressing strike, Yifan could only take a deep breath.
A punch was thrown. Bang!
With a dull crashing sound, the sharp blood-red blade shattered. Yifan's left hand was also trembling slightly, and even a blood mark appeared on his fist.
Cut!
Just when Yifan's old strength was exhausted and his new strength had not yet been generated. The flying figure rushed over again, and the blood-red sword in his hand directly slashed Yifan's chest. Otherwise, this Starry Sky Fighting Network simulated some of Yifan's domineering characteristics.
I'm afraid this knife is enough to cut Yifan into two pieces. Warrior Yifan, defeated.
Young Dragon points 10920, current Young Dragon points 10920, Young Dragon ranking 1132. As the cyberspace broadcasts. On the first day of Yifan's journey to compete for the Young Dragon ranking, he suffered his first defeat.
And Yifan also ended his competition for the ranking today.
Hiss, it really hurts a little. Lying on the large chair in the internet room, Yifan gently stroked his chest, which still hurt slightly.
But if you want me to retreat, that's impossible. I must be in the top 100 of this Young Dragon ranking.
Yifan was not discouraged at all by the luxurious sniper lineup.
On the contrary, it aroused his fighting spirit again. At the same time,
in Inshan U.S. office at the Jianghuai City branch of the Xingqian Martial Hall, the light dimmed slightly, and a blond man with a hooked nose appeared.
Laoyin, I haven't contacted you for many years. I didn't expect you to contact me today. This hook-nosed man is naturally not the Ying Tsong from Jiangnan University of Martial Arts.
Instead, he was a man who looked somewhat exotic, and even his tone of voice was a little awkward. The place where it is located seems to be bright and dark.
It seemed as if thunder and lightning were intertwined, rendering it somewhat eerie and weird. Yes, Lao Jin. I want to ask you for a favor now. Yin Shangyue said. Hearing this,
the hook-nosed blonde man didn't expect Lao Yin to be so direct.
His eyes flashed as he asked, "Are you sure you want to use that favor now?"
I still have hope of impacting your human race's sky realm.
Why not save it for that time?
The hook-nosed blonde man said awkwardly.
However, a human race revealed its identity. They are an alien race regarded as an enemy by humans. No, use it now. I want you to help me train a junior. Yin Shangyue said with certainty. Okay, if you can't hold on and die, don't blame me.
The hook-nosed blonde man sneered.
Yin Shangyue's expression hardened. He can't die, and he can't die.
The hook-nosed blonde man was stunned.
Who made Lao Yin so nervous, and so determined and confident? Hey, Yi Fan.
I think it's going to be hard for you to make progress in Jiangning now.
I've prepared some special training for you, so get ready.
Yin Shangyue contacted Yi Fan directly.
New check-in location refreshed.
When he heard the call from Yin Palace Master, the voice of the system rang in his mind.
Chapter 65 Double Breakthrough, arriving at the destination. New sign-in location, Thunderstruck Mountain and Sea. Sign-in reward, 5 enlightenment points.
A system prompt sounded in Yi Fan's ears.
That day, Yin Shangyue mentioned it to Yi Fan.
Before the Wutong College entrance examination, you can ask him for a special pre-exam training. Unexpectedly, before Yi Fan found Yin Shangyue, the other party came to him on his own initiative. This made Yi Fan feel a little warm in his heart.
And
the system's new sign-in location has been refreshed, which should be related to the special training mentioned by Lord Yin.
Oh, okay, Palace Master. But I don't know the location and time of the special training? Yi Fan asked.
In the holographic projection, Yin Shangyue had no hesitation about Yi Fan and directly agreed to the trust shown, and was very happy. He smiled and said to Yi Fan, "The location is at the border of a certain interface in China. There is a place called Thunderstruck Mountain and Sea. Thunder rages here year-round, which is perfect for your awakening attributes. Also, I've invited a teacher for you. However, his requirements are very strict. I don't know if you can handle the hardship." Yin Shangyue said with a little provocation. Lightning strikes the mountains and seas, as expected. The refresh of the check-in location is related to whether the keywords are touched. Hardship? What I, Yi Fan, fear least is hardship. Thank you, Palace Master, for your cultivation. Yi Fan, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Yi Fan said firmly and sincerely. My father often taught me that if I am grateful, I should not keep it in my heart, but be good at expressing it. It also makes the other party feel that his kindness is not in vain. I'm rooting for you. He knew that Yi Fan was a good boy who valued friendship and loyalty, and the other party also felt his sincerity. Yin Shangyue immediately smiled happily and continued, "The time will be set 3 days later." Okay, no problem. Yi Fan nodded. In the next 3 days, Yi Fan returned to Jiangning No. 1 High School during the day to continue consolidating and strengthening his academic knowledge. Because of his improved mental strength, Yi Fan is full of energy. He also absorbs cultural knowledge very quickly. Even his good friend Zhou Liang sighed, "Dad Yi, stop being so stubborn. Leave a way out for us cultural students." At other times, Yi Fan would take an hour or two in the afternoon to go to the Xingchen Martial Hall office to train under the guidance of Uncle Wu. Of course, Yi Fan also told Wu Xie that he would go for secret special training in 3 days. The latter was also very happy for Yi Fan. Let Yi Fan prepare with all his strength and work hard to complete the special training. Back home, with him, everything is fine. Yes, that's the ultimate secret of the Qianlong posture. When still, it's like a dragon lurking in the abyss. When moving, it's like a dragon emerging from the sea, roaring through the sky. Yi Fan instructs his sister Yi Ling. The little girl was so tired that her delicate body was trembling slightly and sweat was dripping down her face. However, that delicate and pretty little face was full of determination. Under Yi Fan's guidance, Yi Ling had already acquired a good foundation even before entering the martial arts high school. In addition to the medicine that Yi Fan prepared for Yi Ling to strengthen her body, Yi Ling's qi and blood values were approaching 30, far exceeding that of ordinary junior high school students. Looking at Yi Ling's persistence, Yi Fan knew that his sister was serious. In fact, he had already planned a training route and planned for Yi Ling to enter a martial arts high school. Then, Yi Fan accompanied his parents. Yi Fan's father's health seemed to have recovered well on the surface, but his physical condition was not as good as before.
Moreover, I cough frequently.
Yi Fan knew that the last time he was poisoned by a strange beast, the poison had been cured. However, the dying father had already been injured in the source. After this special training, I must find some ways to help my father recover his original state. Moreover, Yi Fan also told his parents about the secret special training he would be undergoing.
Mother Lan Suifan's face was filled with worry. Is there any danger?
Daji Jun waved his hand decisively and said, "A good man has great ambitions.
Go ahead. Don't embarrass me."
Just when Yi Fan was preparing for special training.
During this period, there was a small episode. That was the vice president of Jiangnan Wuhan University, Shangshan, who called. Only then did Yi Fan know.
It turned out that he had made a great name for himself in the Young Dragon rankings, and was even exaggeratedly hailed as the strongest high school student by many media outlets. This is in stark contrast to the fact that he had participated in the special recruitment channel of their training camp but was expelled. At this point, Jiangnan University of Martial Arts, a century-old university known as the best martial arts university in Jiangnan province, has suffered from cyber violence.
Previously, Vice Principal Xiangshan presented Yi Fan with the bones of an ancient wild elephant, which left a good impression on Principal Xiangshan. Principal Xiangshan is a good man and we cannot make things difficult for him. So, Yi Fan recorded a clip of himself missing out on the opportunity to enter Jiangnan Wuhan University due to a mistake. Also, Jiangnan Martial Arts University had always been his childhood dream, and it was one of the best choices besides the 3 top martial arts schools, and so on. For this, Vice Principal Xiangshan expressed his deep gratitude. He even said that he owed Yi Fan a favor. If you need anything, just look for him. This was definitely a pleasant surprise for Yi Fan. After all, the favors of the strong men in the mountain and sea realm are priceless and cannot be measured. The 3 days passed quickly and were gone in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan, follow the coordinates I gave you. Just input them into the Baidi aircraft and you will arrive. I won't see you off this time. I've already passed your information to your new teacher, so you can meet at your destination. Yin Shanyue said. Receive. Yi Fan directly entered the coordinates into the Baidi 5000 fantasy aircraft. Buzz.
The Baidi aircraft took off directly from the spot. The next moment, its wings unfolded on both sides. At the tail, 2 detonation engines erupted with blue flames, transforming into a stream of light that shot away. The Baidi aircraft has a very high authority among the human race. Therefore, Yi Fan passed through the Jiangning city defense system unimpeded, traveling through the void at an extremely fast speed. During this period, Yi Fan saw many magnificent cities, each with a powerful defense system.
Outside the city lies a ruin.
There are even many strange beasts running around, wreaking havoc and killing each other.
This place is a forbidden zone for humans and a paradise for exotic beasts. Sooner or later, I will wipe you all out.
Yi Fan's eyes were cold. Because of these strange beasts, a large number of innocent humans and even warriors die tragically in China every year. Just watched for a short while. Yi Fan retracted his gaze, sat cross-legged in the Baidi aircraft, and began to practice the void spirit refining technique. The double torture of spirit and willpower.
Your mental strength increases from 22 points to 23 points.
Your willpower increases from 29 to 30.
After many days of hard work, the results finally appeared.
Before reaching the destination, Yi Fan's mental strength and willpower both achieved breakthroughs.
Buzz.
When Yi Fan's willpower broke through 30 points, Yi Fan suddenly felt that his martial arts heart had become extremely firm. As if, like a rock, unshakable. It was at this moment. The Baidi aircraft prompts that it is about to arrive at its destination. The scene in front of him also made Yi Fan look shocked. Chapter 66, Thunder Strikes the Mountains and Seas, Golden Crown Thunder Pang. Head Hall Master, Yi Fan has already set out to strike the mountains and seas with lightning. Jin Pang will guide him in practicing the lightning Dao method. When Yi Fan set out, the branch hall master Yin Shanyue reported to AI Hongjun. Yes, Jin Pang, he is from the Golden Crown Thunder Pang clan. However, he has behaved very well in my human land over the years. He still has some treasures on him. The Path of Thunder, the Thunder Martial Palace has the most in-depth research.
We are still lacking some foundation. Humph, the last time I consulted them, those guys asked for exorbitant prices. I hope Yifan will be lucky this time and get some good things from Jean Peng. AI Hongjun sighed. Also, I've sent people to secretly protect you. If they're not of my kind, their hearts must be different, so we have to be on guard. Speaking of this, a hint of sharpness flashed across AI Hongjuan's eyes, which originally contained the kindness of an old man. As they were about to arrive at their destination, Yifan, who was struck by lightning, was filled with shock. This place seems like a scene from a post-apocalyptic movie. Dark clouds covered the city, and electric snakes danced wildly one after another. The entire sea was surging. Standing on the reef, there is a huge mountain. There is not much vegetation on the top of the mountain. The most common thing is the extremely hard rocks with a metallic luster. In the center of the rock, there is a towering, Cold War castle full of technology. All around, there are faintly visible laser, electromagnetic and other turrets. This should be what Palace Masterine mentioned, the place where China and the boundary meet the lightning-struck mountain and sea. Swish. Just when Yifan was talking to himself. Suddenly, a dancing electric snake directly hit the war fortress. However, the latter remained unmoved. It was like an iron gate separating that interface from the Chinese people. Yifan vaguely guessed that there must be many warriors inside the war fortress who were guarding the tranquility and peace of China and even the human race. This made him stand in awe. He also needs to become stronger, kill enemies, protect the human race, and continue the fire of civilization. Yifan had a very strong willpower and he quickly recovered from the shock. Focus your mind. He followed the coordinates sent by the Lord of Yin Palace, crossed the daunting war fortress, continued flying for hundreds of miles, and arrived at the edge of a sea cliff. Boom! Bitey 5000 slowly landed. Yifan opened the aircraft, holding a spear, and stepped out. Destination, Thunder Mountain and Sea. Sign-in successfully, reward, 5 enlightenment points. As soon as Yifan stepped onto the edge of the cliff, he heard the system prompt. This made him happy. You are the human boy that Laoyin introduced to me, right? Before Yifan could digest the good news. Then he heard a cold voice coming from behind him. This surprised Yifan. Because he didn't even notice the other person. Moreover, from the word human he said, I can guess a little bit. Could it be that this person is not from our race? Although shocked, he remained calm. Moreover, Yifan believed that Yinshan Yu Palace Master would not harm him. With his newly gained strong willpower, he calmed down in just a moment. Turning around, he clasped his fists and said, Junior Yifan, greetings to the teacher. Jean Peng, your chi and health value exceeds the current detection limit. He possesses a thunder attribute treasure. Killing him to obtain it can make the thunder attribute spirituality evolve. When Yifan turned around, 2 message prompts appeared on the virtual panel in front of him. See this. Yifan was completely certain that this person was not a human. However, I could only smile bitterly in my heart. After all, it exceeds the current detection limit, which means that this alien man should be at least a terrifying strong man in the mountain and sea realm. With Yifan's current strength, let alone killing him. Maybe, it can only be reduced to scraping. Yifan's guess was correct. The man with blonde hair and a hooked nose was none other than Jean Peng of the Golden Crown Thunder Peng clan. His eyes, which had a circle of gold edges and seemed to have thunder rolling and flashing inside, stared at Yifan. He also showed a hint of surprise. After all, Yifan is very young. There was even a hint of childishness on that face. However, hearing his cold words, and the words that clearly showed that he was not human, the other party was not panicked at all. Even, it is well reasoned and neither humble nor arrogant. Moreover, judging from the aircraft he was riding, he should be a genius of the human race. It seems that there is really something. This gave Jean Peng a pretty good first impression of Yifan. If the other party is in a very bad condition, or even scared to pee, he doesn't mind and will just grab the other party and throw him into the sea. Don't call me teacher. I just owed Laoyin a favor, so I promised to teach you for a few days. Jean Peng didn't appreciate it at all and said coldly. Whether you admit it or not, as long as you teach me, even if it's just a few moves, I will recognize you as my teacher. Yifan said sincerely. He's not stupid. Who wouldn't want to cling to the thighs of a powerful man in the mountain and sea realm? What's more, this person is from another race. Now, his life is in his hands. A sweet mouth, for sure. Whatever you want.
But let me make it clear in advance that if you fail to meet my requirements, you will be kicked out immediately. A new official starts with 3 things. Jinpeng set rules for Yifan.
Yes, sir. Yifan just acted like a good boy.
As the saying goes, a strict teacher produces excellent students. Yifan is not afraid of strict teachers. He also believes in himself. No matter what difficulties he encounters, he will definitely be able to overcome them.
What's more, does he have room to resist?
Seeing that Yifan is a genius of the human race, he does not have the bad habits of many geniuses such as arrogance and looking down on others.
Instead, be humble and polite.
This made Jinpeng's expression ease a little.
Okay, Laoyin, tell me. You've awakened an S-level lightning spirituality. So, next, use your strongest lightning attribute move to attack me.
Jinpeng said.
Yifan nodded, holding a spear. Teacher, be careful.
This move of mine is a unique technique I created myself.
It's called Thunderbolt World Suppressing.
Jinpeng sneered and put one hand behind his back.
Self-created trick? You are just a teenager, what amazing tricks can you come up with? Boom. The next moment. There were faint small silver electric snakes jumping on Yifan's body.
The gun in his hand was instantly covered by silver light, as if the young man was holding a silver dragon.
Whoosh. Yifan stomped his feet on the ground and leaped into the air.
Behind him appeared the shadow of the overlord riding an ancient wild elephant, and the light of the spear was fused with the seed of spear intent.
In addition, Dao Seed and Soldier Deviation are used for bonus.
In an instant, it turned into an extremely thick elephant hoof and trampled fiercely on Jinpeng's body below.
Eh?
Seeing this scene, Jinpeng showed a look of surprise on his face. This state should be the state of returning to nature for human beings. Even within their Golden Crown Thunder Pang clan, only a few top geniuses can do it.
This move he created himself also incorporates the meaning of the Elephant Clan. Is this boy's comprehension so powerful? Chapter 67 Arrogant AI Chi and Fickle Jinpeng. Boom!
The thick pillar of thunder fell down fiercely like the hoof of an elephant.
Compared with this, Jinpeng's body is as big as an ant.
However, the strength of military power is not entirely based on body size.
Bang!
When Yifan's ultimate move, Thunder, suppressing the world, was about to fall on Jinpeng's head, Jinpeng raised his palm seemingly lightly.
Pair with it. Boom!
Holding a spear, Yifan, who was merged into the shadow, only felt his body shaking violently.
It was as if his gunshot had hit an immovable sacred mountain.
If not for the fact that Yifan possessed a 9-star tyrant body, this vibration alone would have been enough to displace Yifan's internal organs.
Thump, thump, thump.
Yifan staggered several steps with a spear in his hand before he stopped in a somewhat embarrassed manner.
Teacher, you're amazing. Yifan couldn't help but admire.
Moreover, Yifan could feel that teacher Jinpeng's use of the art of thunder was countless times better than his own.
Well, your trick is not bad.
Jinpeng nodded and said. In fact, I was a little surprised in my heart. At the age of 18, he was able to create such a powerful killing move.
The human race is indeed one of the races with the highest cultivation talent in the universe. Well, give me your spear. I'll perform a move. Once you've seen it clearly and learned it, come back to me. Jinpeng rode.
Yifan nodded quickly and presented the spear with both hands. I use a sword, but mastering one technique opens up new avenues.
Watch how I perform this move.
Jinpeng is a member of the Golden Crown Thunder Rock clan, and its feathers are like swords. The sword is also Jinpeng's weapon. However, as a top-tier warrior in the mountain and sea realm, judging by human martial arts skills, his own martial arts skills have reached the peak of the 4th level. No matter what weapon it is, it can be used smoothly and freely.
This move is called Thunderstorm.
When Jinpeng opened his mouth, a map of the flow of Thunder's spiritual power appeared on his body to make it easier for Yifan to see.
And at the same time,
suddenly, Yifan discovered that a small sun seemed to appear on the tip of his spear.
Extremely hot and dazzling.
There seemed to be countless arcs of electricity jumping on it, which were gathered by the spiritual power of thunder. Moreover, Yifan's eyes narrowed, and he even felt a dangerous feeling like a needle prickling his body. The Thunder's spiritual power at the tip of the spear was compressed to the extreme in just a moment.
You can imagine. If this little sun of thunder explodes, the power of thunder is good at destruction.
And one can imagine how terrifying the explosion of this little thunder sun would be.
Gurgle.
Yi Fan swallowed his saliva. Next, Jin Peng naturally did not let Yi Fan wait for long and loosened his hand.
The spear shot out like an arrow from a bow. It directly hit an extremely large reef on the coastline. Boom!
In Yi Fan's shocked eyes, the huge reef as big as a hill instantly turned into powder. There was even a huge pit several feet deep below. For a moment, the seawater had not yet had time to flow back.
Hiss! The power of this shot is probably enough to blow up a building. So terrifying. Moreover, Yi Fan knew this was probably not teacher Jin Peng's full strength attack.
In fact, he might have only used a little bit of his strength. For the strong ones in the mountain and sea realm, moving mountains and filling the sea is not just talk.
Okay, give it a try.
If you can master this move, your journey will be worthwhile.
It took me a month to master this move.
Jin Peng was just about to say that it took him 3 months to learn it. However, if you think about it, the human race's understanding is superior to that of their Golden Crown Thunder Pang clan.
What's more, the human boy in front of him is a genius among the human race.
Therefore, the time it took him to fully comprehend this move was shortened by a full 2/3.
In his opinion, being able to teach Yi Fan this trick is already considered as repaying Lao Yin's favor. As for whether he can comprehend it or not, that is up to that kid.
He knew that this kid could only stay here for half a month at most. Because I still have to take the college entrance examination later. He took back the spear and threw it to Yi Fan.
Did you see it clearly? Jin Peng asked. Yi Fan nodded. Now, his mental strength has increased to 23 points.
Compared with the ordinary people's less than 10 points, Yi Fan can be said to be completely crushed.
Naturally, the memory is also extraordinary.
Teacher Jin Peng only demonstrated it once, and Yi Fan had already memorized the route of the lightning spiritual power.
Next, you just need to become proficient. Okay, practice on your own. Laugh.
After saying that, his figure flashed and shot away into the distance. So fast, the speed has reached at least 100 ms.
This is a mountain and sea realm expert.
Yi Fan's eyes sparkled and his heart was filled with desire.
However, Yi Fan did not hesitate at all, picked up the spear, and began to practice. At the beginning, it was still a bit awkward. However, Yi Fan was very patient.
He tried little by little, and in less than half a day, he had mastered the circulation route of the thunder spiritual power. Already, it has begun to move, converging at the tip of the gun, and starting to form a small thunderstorm sun.
Uncle Ian, can you give me the information about Yi Fan? In the holographic projection, a girl who looked like a forest elf appeared. It was Aki.
Ever since that day when Yi Fan was defeated for the first time on the Young Dragon list,
never came online again. Ai Chi also went from being excited at the beginning to gradually calming down, and then, she no longer targeted Yi Fan and even felt a little bored.
There was no way she could ask her grandfather for it. After all, in front of her grandfather, Ai Chi had belittled Yi Fan as worthless.
He is simply a villain with a beastly heart. So she contacted Yin Shanyu. Ah, it's Chi-Chi. You want Yi Fan's news. Do you think he's good too? Yin Shanyu teased. Hearing this, Aki gritted her teeth, revealing 2 dimples, and smiled cutely but politely. Okay, you young people, communicate more. I support you. Right now, I'll push it to you.
Yin Shanyu said with a meaningful smile.
This little lunatic, doesn't he know how to rest? He has been practicing shooting for 10 hours straight. Moreover, a red sun the size of a grain of rice has already condensed on the tip of the spear?
Jin Peng watched secretly from a distance and was shocked. You know, it took him a full month just to reach this step.
Call. I finally know how to take a break. Otherwise, I would have felt so stupid.
Jin Peng said self-deprecatingly. In the distance, Yi Fan put down his spear and took a sip of water.
Ding ding. Suddenly, a message appeared on the warrior's watch. Forest Elf Chi-Chi, requesting to add a friend. Is it her?
Yi Fan raised his eyebrows, wanting to see what this little girl who was causing trouble for him was going to do.
Immediately, I chose to pass. Forest Elf Kiki. Ha, Yi Fan, you dare to act so arrogantly in front of me? Now, why are you so scared like a turtle, not daring to challenge the young dragon ranking? Disdain.jpg.
Yi Fan was speechless.
However, this little girl is really arrogant. Immediately, silent mode was selected.
Now, 2 days have passed, it's time to show our true skills.
Yi Fan smiled evilly. System, add some enlightenment points to the spearmanship thunderstorm.
Buzz. The next moment, Yi Fan directly chose to cheat. In an instant, the obscure aspects of his thunder spiritual power became smooth and unrestrained. The tip of the spear in his hand, a little son of thunder, expanded like a balloon.
In the blink of an eye, it expanded to the size of a fist.
Jin Peng, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, almost got a stitch in the side.
Nest. What's going on? Boom.
Accompanied by a loud bang, the reef collapsed where Yi Fan's spear pierced, and even a 3-meter-wide pit appeared. At this time, a figure appeared at the edge of the pit. His face was full of solemnity and shock. It was Jin Peng. However, when he turned around, he had regained his calm look.
Yeah, not bad. It took 3 days. Back then, it took me half a month.
Jin Peng said without blushing or beating his heart.
Yi Fan? If he remembered correctly, teacher Jin Peng said he took it for a month? Chapter 68, Heavenly Book of Thunder Gang, Final Exam. Teacher, you are too kind.
I am a dull student, and only hard work can make up for my shortcomings.
Yi Fan said modestly.
Indeed, family members know their own business.
He finally realized that it did take a bit of supernatural power. Moreover, he seemed to have awakened the S-level thunder spirituality. His comprehension of the way of thunder was indeed much faster than usual.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to master the spearmanship thunderstorm after just 2 days of comprehension with just 1 point of enlightenment.
Hearing this, Jin Peng's eyelids twitched. He really suspected that the boy was mocking him. But he really had no evidence.
You mastered a move in 3 days that took him 3 months to master, which is 30 times faster than Jin Peng's speed of comprehension.
Is this called stupidity? Then why don't I call myself Peng, but Ju?
However, Yi Fan did behave modestly and politely, and did not appear complacent because of his mastery of this thunderstorm move. Besides, be polite to yourself. Your martial arts skills, second level spearmanship, increased from 55% to 60%. Your spear state of mind and spear intent seed increased from 83% to 90%.
Promotion may be late, but it will never be absent.
Moreover, Yi Fan discovered that his practice of the thunder-attributed spear technique greatly improved his martial arts skills and the artistic conception of spearmanship.
Teacher, you said you would come find me after I finished learning this move.
There was desire in Yi Fan's eyes.
This kid.
Jin Peng originally thought that one move of thunderstorm was enough for Yi Fan to learn on this guiding journey. Unexpectedly, this kid learned it in just 3 days.
Well, okay. I'll teach you another move, the thunder net. Look, I'll do it again.
Jin Peng said. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan became solemn, his eyes widened, and he stared at Jin Peng without blinking. Jin Peng felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by a grown boy like Yi Fan.
Cough. After a dry cough, the flow path of thunder spiritual power appeared on Jin Peng's body again.
However, this time, the route of the thunder spiritual power flow was several times more complicated than that of the last thunderstorm. Jin Peng raised the spear in his hand high and pointed it obliquely towards the south sky. That man, no, it was yipping. The momentum of each young seemed to be saying to God, who dares to touch me?
Boom.
Sure enough, as if sensing Jin Peng's provocation, a silver electric snake in the void danced wildly.
It hit Yi Fan's spear tip directly and fiercely. Wow.
It was at this moment. Above the spear, it seemed as if a lightning grid was formed, directly wrapping up the lightning snake. The electric snake that was slashing down angrily was finally completely eliminated by the defense of the lightning net.
Gurgle.
Similarly, Yi Fan swallowed his saliva again.
This move is so brutal that you will be struck by lightning. Can you see clearly? Jin Peng asked. See it clearly. Yi Fan said.
Okay, this move, it took the teacher half a month as well. In fact, it took Jin Peng a full 6 months to master this move. With the lesson learned from the last time, Jin Peng was sure that half a month would be enough this time.
Go practice on your own. Once you've mastered it, come find me.
Jin Peng threw the spear to Yi Fan, put his hands behind his back, and left again with the demeanor of a master. Well, I am fearless and my martial arts are as solid as a rock. Yi Fan cast aside the timidity in his heart, and his eyes instantly became firm. Just like the first time, Yifan first familiarized himself with the route of circulating his spiritual energy, then tried to condense a lightning net, and then was struck by lightning again.
During Yifan's special training, the competition for the young dragon list is becoming increasingly fierce. Public comment area.
Hiss, 40 consecutive victories.
Did you know that a dark horse has appeared on the young dragon rankings again? So fierce? What's your name?
My name is the prodigal son of the wind Qin Feng. In front of the network terminal, a young man with good looks and a crooked mouth typed his name in the public chat area.
Pretending to be cool is like the wind and always accompanies me.
Qin Feng is a genius and comes from a good family.
However, he still loves to show off.
Wow, Wind Wanderer, he sounds like a handsome young man, carrot.
Who knows the little brother's contact information? I want to meet him. Sure enough, next, we saw some female fans cheering enthusiastically.
This made Qin Feng smooth his side bangs, feeling quite pleased with himself. Humph, it's just 40 consecutive victories.
You know, a while ago, a talented young man from Jiangnan province also appeared on the Young Dragon ranking track.
His name is Yifan, and he's on a 50-game winning streak.
He's even been hailed by the media as the strongest high school student. A warrior said. Because some famous warriors will be hunted down by everyone.
For example, Yifan before this.
For example, Qin Feng, who has recently emerged, has been found to be from Jiangnan province.
So, they are both senior high school students and are from the same province.
Nature is the object of comparison for everyone. Hey, the strongest high school student, which one is it?
Qin Feng curled his lips and said with disdain. Immediately, he checked Yifan. I just found out that this guy is ranked outside the top 1,000, and he won't be able to be invited until he enters the top 1,000.
Immediately, interest was lost. How dare you, you rookie, compete with me? Humph. Made a few sarcastic remarks.
Then, Qin Feng started to show off in various comment sections.
When you are hungry, eat the meat of the iron-skinned blood rhinoceros. When you are thirsty, drink some Changji No. 1.
Yifan discovered that drinking Changji No. 1 was actually more comfortable than applying it all over the body. Although, it is a bit spicy for the throat.
I'm afraid that Johnson & Johnson didn't expect that the medicine recommended for external application was taken directly orally. Because his body was tired and his spirit was depressed, Yifan practiced the void spirit refining technique.
Now, although it was very painful, Yifan was able to hold back from wailing. Of course, he practiced while lying down. Jin Ping thought he was asleep and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. For the first time, he felt relieved when he was teaching others to practice and letting them rest. However, within 2 or 3 hours, Yifan jumped up again and became full of energy and vigor again.
Jin Ping.
4 days. Yifan succeeded in practicing the thunder net. Jin Ping boasted that he had succeeded in practicing it for half a month, but in fact he had only mastered it in the first half of the year. It is 45 times faster than Jin Peng's cultivation speed.
Jin Ping was numb.
Next, he taught Yifan another move. He really didn't have the face to say that he succeeded in practicing for half a month, because it took him a full year. However, Yifan only took 5 days. The speed of cultivation was increased again, which was 72 times that of Jin Ping. Jin Ping felt that he was not stupid, but that he had been living a dog's life all these years. However, even after he learned the 3 moves, Yifan still treated him as before, treating him like a disciple and being extremely respectful. After 12 days of contact, Jin Ping completely recognized that the person in front of him had extraordinary comprehension. However, the young man who was practicing was like a madman.
Yifan. The students are here.
Our special training is about to end.
You are the most talented disciple I have taught over the years. Before we conclude, there are 2 more things to do.
Jin Ping looked at the young man in front of him, as if he saw a future martial arts giant.
Just by the teacher's orders.
Yifan said respectfully. First, this is a treasured scroll of thunder from my collection, called the Heavenly Book of Thunder Gang.
I'm giving it to you. And, secondly, before you finish your special training, you will need to take a final exam.
Jin Ping said.
Thank you, teacher. Yifan bowed deeply to Jin Ping. Chapter 69, Comprehending the Treasure Scroll, Lingxi's Limit.
Jin Ping looked at Yifan with satisfaction. After spending more than 10 days together, he and Yifan had developed a substantial teacher-student relationship.
Even though he wasn't human, he wasn't a plant or tree, so who could be heartless?
After gently stroking Yifan's head, Jin Peng took out a scroll of unknown material from his arms and handed it to Yifan. It is the heavenly book, Lei Gang volume. Yifan took it carefully. With your talent and understanding, you should be able to master the heavenly book, Thunder Gang volume before leaving.
Moreover, the thunder energy here is strong, making it an excellent place to practice this scroll. I will protect you, and you can practice now. Jin Peng chuckled.
Yes, teacher. Yifan nodded, sat down cross-legged, and began to comprehend the heavenly book, Lei Gang volume.
At the same time,
a few miles away from here, a figure seemed to merge with the surrounding world. In addition, there are winds and thunder here all year round, and the visual effect is not good. Therefore, if a strong person wants to hide, it is extremely difficult to be discovered.
Mr. AI.
This shadowy figure called AI Hongjun, the provincial master of Xingshan Martial Palace.
How about it? AI Hongjun asked. Hearing this, the hidden figure couldn't help but smile.
So he told the whole story of how Yifan used his extraordinary comprehension to repeatedly slap Jin Peng in the face.
Ha, this kid is truly a top genius in terms of comprehension. AI Hongjun was also very happy. Also, Mr. AI, that Jin Peng gave Yifan the heavenly book Thunder Gang scroll.
When saying this, the hidden figure's voice trembled a little.
The heavenly book? This Golden Peng actually has such a treasure? This book is extremely mysterious, and its rank is unknown.
However, there are reports that it is divided into 9 volumes.
Each volume is the ultimate in the world. This needs to be kept secret.
AI Hongjun sighed, and the hidden old man nodded. As for the heavenly book, AI Hongjun had never come into contact with it.
Moreover, the Thunder Scroll is not suitable for him to practice at all.
He knew that this Golden Peng had a big secret and a treasure. However, no one expected that he would give the heavenly book, Lei Gang volume, to Yifan.
All right, Mr. Ing. Come back. AI Hongjun said. Ha? You won't protect this little guy anymore? Ing Lao asked. Ha, no need, come back. AI Hongjun smiled and said.
Since Jin Peng has given such a treasure to Yifan. This shows that he still values Yifan very much, and even trains him as his own disciple. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. AI Hongjun could conclude that Jin Peng would not harm Yifan. For a whole day and night, Yifan did not rest and was practicing the heavenly book, Lei Gang volume. Gradually, Yifan felt that his control over the attribute of thunder was constantly improving. It even felt like the originally extremely violent thunder attribute around him had become much gentler and closer at this moment. While studying the heavenly book Thunder Gang volume, he gained a deeper understanding of the 3 thunder styles taught to him by teacher Jin Peng: Thunderstorm, Thunder Net, and Thunder Illusion. Your martial arts skills, second level spearmanship, has increased from 89% to 92% and continues to improve. Your spearmanship state of mind and spear intensity have increased from 95% to 96% and continue to improve.
Turn out to be.
In the past few days, Yifan has been improving his martial arts skills in spearmanship and the artistic conception of spearmanship. After practicing the 3 thunder styles taught by teacher Jin Peng, he made great progress.
What made Yifan even more overjoyed was,
after Yifan practiced the heavenly book, Thunder Gang volume, he was able to make progress in the art of spear. It also made Yifan feel the power of the heavenly book, Thunder Gang volume. Once his martial arts skills break through, Yifan, whose chi and blood value has reached 1999 cards, will be able to advance to the Lingxi realm. At the same time, the absorbed thunder spiritual energy entered Yifan's body, also improving Yifan's body and meridians. The body becomes stronger and stronger, and the meridians seem to be widened, thickened, and toughened.
Shoo, shoo, shoo. Silver arcs of electricity moved across Yifan's body like little snakes. This made Jin Peng's pupils shrink, and a smile appeared on his face involuntarily. This little guy Yifan's comprehension is really amazing. Surprisingly, I'm about to get started so soon.
System, add 2 enlightenment points to the heavenly book Thunderbolt scroll. Feeling that he had reached the limit of his current comprehension, Yifan chose to cheat directly.
Buzz. Heavenly Book Thunder Gang Volume Lingxi Chapter Proficiency, Beginner 10%, Minor Success 30%, Minor Success 60%.
When the 2 enlightenment points were added, Yifan's comprehension of the heavenly book was like riding a rocket. He quickly reached the limit of minor success and was about to reach major success. When Jin Peng saw this scene, he felt like he had seen a ghost.
You have reached a minor level of success in cultivating the heavenly book? Jin Peng asked.
These days, although Jin Peng was shocked by Yifan many times, he became a little numb. However, when Yifan was able to make some progress in comprehending the heavenly book so quickly, he was really shocked.
You know, why is it called the Book of Heaven? It's because it's extremely difficult to comprehend.
He spent a lot of time on each major realm of cultivation in comprehending the heavenly book, but he could only barely get started, and could not even achieve a small level of success. Otherwise, he would not be at his current level. However, this young man in front of him had mastered the basics of the heavenly book, Thunder Gang Volume, in less than 2 days.
Evildoer. Monster.
Your martial arts skills, second level spearmanship, increased from 93% to 99%. Your spearmanship state of mind and spear intention seed have increased from 96% to 99%. When Jin Peng sighed, 2 prompts appeared again on the virtual panel in front of Yifan.
Cool.
While comprehending the heavenly book, Thunder Gang Volume, the spearmanship he practiced these days were rapidly improved.
Now, they are on the verge of a breakthrough.
Seeing Yifan nod, Jin Peng could not hide the shock on his face. If Yifan told him that he was almost able to complete the heavenly book, Lei Gang Volume, I wonder what Jin Peng would think.
You are the most monstrous, hard-working genius I have ever met.
Jin Peng exclaimed with admiration from the bottom of his heart.
Teacher, you are too kind.
I just make up for my shortcomings with hard work, and I was lucky.
Yifan said modestly. Jin Peng didn't want to talk anymore. Is this what they call hard work, making up for one's shortcomings?
Bullshit, luck.
Okay, get ready. Your final exam is about to begin.
Jin Peng said to Yifan. Upon hearing this, Yifan became serious. I dare not be careless at all, but instead, I try my best to adjust my state. Whether it is mental strength or physical body, Yifan's recovery speed is now extremely fast.
In less than an hour, Yifan opened his eyes.
He said to Jin Peng, Teacher, I'm ready.
Please start. Yifan stood up. Okay, this is your opponent for the final exam.
Jin Peng said.
Following Jin Peng's pointing, Yifan looked and immediately opened his mouth wide. Chapter 70, 3 Good Things Come Together, Stepping into the Galaxy Realm. When Yifan looked in the direction teacher Jin Peng pointed, he was stunned. Wow!
The rocks pierce the sky, the waves crash against the shore, and thousands of snowdrifts are stirred up.
In the Sea of Thunder, a huge monster as big as a hill appeared, an octopus.
Compared with the several-meter-long devilfish that was seen in the suburbs of Jiangning City, this size is like an elephant compared to an ant. Abyssal Squid, HP 2250 Level 2, Grade 1, Skills, Octopus Strangulation, Abyssal Black Domain, Meteor Impact. When this abyss squid appears, its beastly eyes looked at Yifan, and there was a gleam of hatred in them.
Boom!
The void seemed to shatter, and a palm directly grabbed the abyss squid.
It looked like he was grabbing a doll.
And this abyss squid was also full of fear.
There wasn't even a thought of resistance.
You were originally the food I raised, but today, I'm giving you a chance, which is to kill him.
I will let you go and return to the sea.
Jin Peng said coldly and proudly. Hearing this, Yifan was amazed.
This is a second-level, first-grade exotic beast, the abyss squid. Surprisingly, its teacher Jin Peng as food?
So cruel, but he knows how to enjoy it. When the abyss squid heard Jin Peng's words, its eyes flashed with ferocious murderous intent when it looked at Yifan again.
Wow! The abyss squid was thrown directly by Jin Peng into a shallow swamp. There are reefs rising out of the water everywhere in this swamp.
I think these are for Yifan to stop and use. Yifan, whether you and I, the master and disciple, can eat crispy and tender octopus meat tonight depends on you.
Jin Peng smiled at Yifan.
I will definitely serve you an octopus feast to express my gratitude for your guidance. Holding the spear, Yifan's fighting spirit continued to rise.
Okay. Go ahead. Jin Peng nodded.
With a wave of his hand,
Yifan only felt that his body became lighter.
It was wrapped by a gust of wind, and the next moment, it landed steadily on a reef in the swamp where the abyss squid had fallen.
The killing begins instantly.
The abyss squid also knows that this is probably its only chance of survival.
Wow, 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 wow.
In an instant, like a dragon emerging from water, her squid tentacles directly wrapped around and strangled Yifan.
Yifan's eyes narrowed.
Lightning light spread faintly around his body, as if the boy was wearing a thunder armor. The tip of the spear in Yifan's hand suddenly rose up like a sun as big as a head, which was the thunderous red sun. Thunderstorm. Yifan remembered that a great man once said, "It is better to cut off one of the enemy's fingers than to injure 10 of them." So, Yifan stepped on the reef, cleared the way with the spear in his hand, and pointed the spear at one of the fleshy tentacle of the abyss squid. Bang! Boom! The moment of contact, Yifan's body shook, and he felt as if he was hit head-on by a bull. The thundering red sun at the tip of the spear also exploded instantly. Chi! Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the tentacle that was wrapped around and strangled Yifan was directly pierced through, destroying a large piece of flesh and blood. It was almost blown apart. The abyss squid roared in pain. The abyss squid felt pain and waved all its remaining intact tentacles, vowing to strangle the hateful human boy completely. The entire void seemed to be divided into pieces of caged space. You can imagine. If you are not careful, you will be entangled by the tentacles of the abyss squid, or even be hit. Even with Yifan's powerful 9-star overlord body, he would be skinned alive if he didn't die. Too strong. Faster, faster. Yifan could only use his speed of over 30 ms to dodge frantically. At the same time, a thunderstorm was brewing to give the abyss squid another blow. However, the furious abyss squid's tentacles danced faster and faster, and the space available for Yifan to move became smaller and smaller. Just when Yifan was about to use thunderstorm again to create space for himself. Puff! Suddenly, the abyss squid jumped high and suddenly sprayed extremely dark and thick ink towards where Yifan was. Skill, Abyssal Black Domain. In an instant, the void around Yifan seemed to have turned into the pitch-black polar night. It's pitch dark. Yifan was shocked. He couldn't gamble, because he couldn't see it, and neither could the abyss squid. After all, this dark area is the territory of the abyss squid, so he definitely has a god's perspective. Thunder net. Suddenly, Yifan felt a warning sign of pain as if it were pricked by needles. A tentacle, this time not in a hurry to strangle itself. Instead, it turned into a flesh sword, appeared at an extremely tricky and strange angle, and stabbed Yifan's left rib fiercely. Yifan may not be able to see it. However, the warning sign of high mental power and fighting instinct made him instantly change the thunderstorm attack to lightning net defense. Bang! The next moment, a thunder defense net formed on Yifan's spear. Directly, it enveloped the abyss squid tentacles that were striking towards it. There was a loud crashing sound. The tentacle was blocked by the lightning net, but Yifan was definitely not feeling well either. The base of his thumb was cracked, and the bones of his arm made a teeth-grinding friction sound. The energy and blood in my body were surging. Call! 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 When Yifan was thrown into the air by the huge force, he felt 3 more attacks coming from 3 other directions. Danger! Thunder Fantasy! In an instant, Yifan, who was holding the spear, seemed to be split into 2. Each one carries exactly the same aura. Puff! One of the figures was directly pierced by the tentacles. The other 2 tentacles directly shot towards Yifan's body. No, this is too passive. If I continue like this, I will be seriously injured if not dead. Yifan held a gun to resist, but he was anxious in his heart. This abyss squid has definitely broken through to the 2nd level a long time ago. His strength is far beyond what the red-haired ape king of the past could compare to. Plus, there are many lakes and swamps around, making it almost its home ground. Therefore, if Yifan continues to be passive, he will be in danger. I can't die. There are still many people worth protecting. I still want to pursue the highest realm of martial arts. Anxiety, panic, and fear are spreading wildly. However, Yifan is a ruthless man whose martial arts will has reached 30 points. Immediately, determination, pursuit, and hope appeared in his eyes. Under the pressure of life and death, the next moment. Your martial arts skills, 2nd level spearmanship increased from 99% to 3rd level 1%. Your spearmanship state of mind, the spear intention seed has transformed from 99% to spear intention 1%. In life and death crisis. Yifan felt that his understanding of the way of the gun had completely broken through a shackle. He could feel that the body, spirit, and weapons were perfectly integrated together. It laid the foundation for Yifan to break through the galaxy realm. Moreover, the transformation of the spear's intent allowed Yifan to feel a hint of the spear's joy and anger, and the spear really seemed to have become an extension of his arm. It also seemed like Yifan's eyes.
Every shot, trajectory, and collision is clearly felt. Boom! In an instant, countless thunders rioted in the surrounding sky and earth. A lot of thunder spirit power diffused in the air, madly poured into Yifan's body. Breakthrough during the battle. I was right, Yifan is the most terrifying genius. 3 joys have come to you, step into the galaxy realm. Jin Peng, who was on the shore not far away, was about to take action. He stopped moving at this moment, looking at the burly young man in the center of the thunder with excitement and pride. Chapter 71 Jin Peng presents treasures, Yifan returns. Boom! The thunder spread, and this shallow water seemed to turn into a blazing sea of thunder. The abyss squid was also struck and wailed. Although Yifan is an S-level genius who has awakened the thunder attribute, he is not afraid of thunder and lightning. However, it does not mean that the abyss squid is not afraid. On the contrary, ordinary creatures and even exotic beasts have a natural fear of thunder. You know. This is a punishment from God, it means destruction. Yifan's warrior watch was also flashing rapidly. The dial turned red, indicating that Yifan was in an abnormal state and his blood and energy levels were soaring. 2000, 2100, 2200, 2350. In the end, Yifan's health value remained at 2350 points. Of course, this is also the result of Yifan's accumulation over the past few days. Before Yifan could carefully check his condition. Buzz. Suddenly, his consciousness seemed to drift into a vast and boundless void. There are endless stars here. Suddenly, as Yifan came here, the stars began to light up, as if sensing Yifan's call. It was very slow at first, but as time went on, it became faster and faster. Finally, in Yifan's shocked eyes, a full 480 million stars lit up. They converge into a flawless galaxy. Of course, Yifan didn't know why he could quickly find out the number of stars in this galaxy. But I knew it in an instant. Also, this galaxy is so magnificent and perfect. Yifan didn't know whether the lighting of this galaxy was related to his 9-star overlord body. However, Yifan guessed that this was most likely the case. As a galaxy was lit up, Yifan's consciousness returned to his body. Following Yifan's call. In front of him, an illusory attribute panel appeared. Name, Yifan. Chi and blood value, 2350 Galaxy Realm Level 1, Galaxy 1 5 stars. Mental strength, 23. Willpower, 30. Martial arts, boxing level 2 40%, gun skills level 3 1%. Bloodline constitution, 9-star hegemon body thunder spirituality S level 15% failed to reach the promotion standard. Artistic conception, spear intent 1% plus 9th rank Dao seed weapon derivation. Epiphany points, 0. Enabled the detection function. The host can detect any target. The current detection limit is peak of the 3rd level of the mountain and sea realm HP 20500. Not only that, Yifan's chi and blood value soared by more than 300. Its S-level thunder spirituality actually grew by 5%. At the same time, the upper limit of the detection of chi and blood also reached 20,500. After the breakthrough, Yifan felt that he was terrifyingly strong. Buzz. When he looked at the abyss squid, there was no longer any warning sign. This means that it no longer poses any threat to him. Die. In an instant, Yifan launched the thunder illusion. However, this time 3 Yifans appeared with spears in their hands and attacked the abyss squid at the same time. The abyss squid, struck by lightning and in great pain, wanted to escape. However, it knew that if it ran away, it would probably end up being eaten. So, at this moment he did not run. Instead, he jumped out of the water and charged directly towards Yifan. Skill, Meteor Strike. It is also a 2nd-level exotic beast and has its own pride. Before, when it was caught by Jin Peng, it didn't even have the chance to resist. But now, it has the right to choose its own destiny. Puff. However, the abyss squid that rushed up like a meteor only smashed one of Yifan's thunder clones. Yifan's true form appeared, and on the tip of his gun, a red sun as big as a watermelon flashed. With one shot, the abyss squid's head was pierced. Good. On the shore, Jin Peng clapped his hands and applauded Yifan. So, Yifan brought the abyss squid ashore and cooked it for his teacher Jin Peng. They do barbecue. Yifan and teacher Jin Peng enjoyed the crispy and chewy octopus meat sprinkled with chili powder and other condiments very much. Even teacher Jin Peng took out his collection of fine wine. The master and the disciple drank and ate barbecue. The sea breeze was blowing and lightning was flashing. It created a warm yet somewhat weird scene. Yifan, congratulations on entering the galaxy realm. This realm is the beginning of a warrior's journey. In the galaxy realm, you need to light up the galaxy. It will also be the foundation for you to practice advanced methods in the future. The quality of a galaxy can be judged from two aspects. First, the number of stars in a galaxy. There are 5 star levels. 1 star, 48,000 stars. 2 star, 480,000 stars. And so on. The highest level is 5 star, 480 million stars. Rumor has it that only a 5-star galaxy can complete the supreme cultivation method. Yifan listened carefully, fascinated. Teacher Jean Peng seems to be very fond of the 5-star galaxy. And the first galaxy that he lit up was a 5-star one. So, the first thing you should do after you return is to try to light up your own galaxy. Remember, the more stars there are in a galaxy, the higher the quality of the galaxy. Jean Peng warned. Yifan nodded. The second factor that determines the quality of a galaxy is its number of galaxies. The more galaxies there are, the more advanced techniques it can accommodate. This means that a warrior will become more comprehensive and powerful. As one's realm increases, the difficulty of lighting up the galaxy will also increase. When one reaches the sky realm, the possibility of lighting up the galaxy will be completely eliminated. Therefore, when you are at a low level, you must light up more galaxies. Jean Peng looked at Yifan, his eyes flashing with anticipation. Can his most proud disciple light up a 5-star galaxy in the future? How many more galaxies will light up? 5, 6, or the rumored 7? Okay, teacher, I'm learning. Yifan thanked him sincerely. Seeing Yifan, who was so talented, hardworking, and humble, Jean Peng became more and more satisfied. His eyes flashed, and he took out 2 treasures from his arms. These are the 2 most precious treasures I possess, so I will give them to you. One is the natal feather of my golden crown Thunder Pang clan, representing the bond between us as master and disciple. The other thing is a key. As for when you can use it, it depends on your luck. Jean Peng handed it to Yifan. Yifan could feel teacher Jean Peng's earnest expectations and deep love for him. Also, in the past half-month, although the time was short, I have taught you everything I know. Yifan, filled with gratitude, knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Jean Peng. Jean Peng accepted it with a smile on his face. I'm leaving, disciple. See you again if we're lucky. When Yifan raised his head, his teacher Jean Peng was no longer in front of him. Only teacher Jean Peng's voice echoed in Yifan's ears. Teacher, take care. Yifan said. Instead of traveling at night, Yifan returned to the Baidi aircraft and began to practice the void spirit refining technique. Departure tomorrow morning. Among the silent friend messages, the message about the forest Al-Faki has reached 99+. Chapter 72. On the eve of the college entrance examination, the young dragon sprints. Your mental strength increases from 23 points to 24 points. Your willpower increases from 30 points to 31 points. After a night of hard practice of the void spirit refining technique, Yifan's mental strength and willpower broke through again. After stretching for 2 or 3 hours, I rested. Yifan returned to his peak again. At first, Yifan was a little confused. The 9-star overlord body didn't seem as strong as he had imagined. In fact, as his strength continued to increase, Yifan gradually realized that he was wrong. Because a strong body is the soil that nourishes spiritual strength and willpower. Only when your physical body is strong enough can your mental strength be improved quickly. Otherwise, that mental strength and willpower are just trees without roots, water without a source, and castles in the air. Moreover, his physical body strength, recovery speed, absorption of blood and flesh treasures, and evolutionary potions are far superior to those of ordinary warriors. This is the credit of the 9-star tyrant body. What's more, when he was breaking through the Tao galaxy realm, he directly lit up a perfect galaxy with as many as 480 million stars. Yifan's eyes sparkled. Perhaps, as strength continues to improve, the might of his 9-star hegemony body will gradually be revealed. Yifan, in a good mood, replied to some messages from relatives and friends. Among them, he told his mother that he would return today and estimated that he would arrive in Jiangning in the afternoon or evening. Yifan also responded briefly to messages from his homeroom teacher, Mr. Ma, Zhou Liang, Lulu and others. Immediately, Yifan's eyes were attracted by the creature named Forest Al-Faki. Because the number of messages she displayed has reached the red 99+.
The maximum number of displayed messages has been reached.
There is no doubt that the little girl has been busy these days. He mocked Yifan arrogantly.
For example, Yifan clicked on it and randomly flipped through a few of them.
Yifan, if I were you, I would definitely hide in my mother's arms and cry loudly. The world outside is so scary, ha ha. You big bad guy, you big pervert, you've offended me, haven't you? Are you scared now? At first, Aki's message was normal, except that it was a bit arrogant.
There are more than 10 comments every day, all mocking Yifan for being a coward and not daring to compete for the young dragon list.
That is, I guess Yifan must be extremely regretful for offending her. Gradually, in recent days, the style of Aki's message gradually became magical. Hee Yifan, if you dare to appear in the young dragon ranking track, I, Aki, will wash your hair upside down. TSK, you don't even have this much courage? If you dare to show up, I'll crush a rock in my chest. Bah, you coward. If you dare to show up, I'll be your girlfriend.
Yifan was speechless. However, you were the one who provoked me repeatedly. As the saying goes, things change over time, so don't look down on the young and poor. Yifan simply replied with 2 words on his warrior watch, wait. In a luxurious villa surrounded by green mountains and clear waters. Aki's pair of beautiful legs and white stockings were placed on the table, without any ladylike grace. The body is curled up on the sofa rocking chair, full of laziness. The face that originally looked like a forest fairy was now covered by a book titled A Brief History of the New Star Era. Not far away, on the sofa, there was also a woman curled up who looked like a sea elf.
The woman is gentle and quiet. Quietly reading the book in your hand. She raised her beautiful blue eyes, looked at Aki, and couldn't help but sighed, Chi-Chi. And Ai-Chi, who had no ladylike image at all, hummed as if she was moaning, that coward Yifan didn't dare to show up. He was even so intimidated by the young lady's dominance that he didn't even dare to reply to a message. If it weren't for the impending Wutong College entrance examination, I would have stormed his door. I would have made him kneel down and beg for mercy, weeping and repenting. Aki gnashed her little fangs, waved her pink little fists, and said. Ivy smiled helplessly. However, the image of that burly young man killing everyone in the dragon racetrack resonated in my mind, and it was indeed quite impressive. Even she felt a hint of admiration. However, unfortunately, he met Ai-Chi, a black-hearted and vengeful person. It's bad luck. As for the incident where Yifan punched him in the chest in the fighting section of the Starry Sky Fighting Network, Ivy believes that it is normal for warriors to fight each other. Because, in real combat, your opponent will not show mercy just because you are a woman. Ding ding, the bad guy Yifan has sent a message. Suddenly, Aki's specially set message ringtone prompted. Bang. Aki threw the brief history of New Star off her face, quickly got up, and checked the information excitedly. There were only 2 words on it, wait. Ha, the Wutong College entrance examination will be held tomorrow. Could it be that this kid wants to use tonight to give it a try? A sinister smile appeared on Aki's face. Immediately, a temporary chat group was opened. Forest Elf Aki, calling. The turtle is about to show its head. Prepare to catch it in the jar. Kaihuashi chasing Chi-Chi, humph, I've improved again these days. This time, I'm sure I can fight him on equal terms. Demon City Qinping, last time, God was on his side. Today, that won't happen. Jun Guxiang Fei, kill it like killing a chicken. Brother! Boom! The Bitey 5000 aircraft landed on the helipad in front of Villa number 17, Linjiang number 1, and Yifan stepped down. A sweet cry came from the graceful Yiling, who came forward. Gave Yifan a big hug. In fact, if Yifan hadn't stopped her, she would have hanged herself on Yifan. You're already a grown-up girl, what have you become? Yifan rubbed Yiling's little head, and the brother and sister walked into the villa together. I'm back. Dad Jun was watching TV. When he saw Yifan come back, he smiled. However, Yifan could clearly feel that his father was relieved to see him return safely. You're back so late, hurry up and wash your hands and have dinner. Linger and Shoji, serve the dishes. My mother smiled, and her eyes were a little red. She wiped her hands on her apron and urged. Okay. Yifan also ran to wash his hands. Afterwards, the family had a happy meal together. Period. Dad turned on the TV and saw a news report. The latest report is that our Chinese war fortress in the Tianqi Mountains in the north has suffered a powerful attack,
resulting in a large number of casualties among the warriors.
Yi Fan frowned slightly, but didn't think much about it. These are quite far away from them.
However, he knew that one day he would have to face powerful alien beasts and the alien race in the starry sky.
All we can do now is to keep getting stronger. After dinner, I chatted with my parents for a while.
Yi Fan entered the Starry Sky Fighting Network in the Dragon Young track area.
As soon as he came online,
he was discovered by Aki, who had been waiting there for a long time.
Ha, the coward finally shows up. Get ready to be ravaged. He he he. Chapter 73, A Sweeping Punch, announcing the return.
Warrior Yi Fan, current Young Dragon points are 10920, ranking 1332nd on the Young Dragon list. After chatting with the Royal Sister Intelligent Computer for a few words, Yi Fan directly entered the Dragonfly track through the Starry Sky Fighting Network.
The competition in the Young Dragon track today is much more intense than when Yi Fan first entered half a month ago. Because
Yi Fan discovered that his score of 10,920 had dropped by 300 places.
There are even some displays above the track so you can watch the masters compete.
Yi Fan was not very interested in this. Tomorrow is the Wutong College entrance examination. His purpose of entering the Young Dragon list today is to directly start the competition mode. Before the college entrance examination, I must enter the top 100 of the Young Dragon list.
Without any hesitation, Yi Fan directly clicked the button to compete for the ranking.
The Young Dragon list was in full swing at this time. The number of people online has reached 10,000+. Among them, there are naturally some who, like Yi Fan, use the eve of the college entrance examination to rush to the top of the list. There were also many people who came to watch the game. Observe the style of China's top talents under the age of 25 and broaden your horizons.
It will also help you perform better in the martial arts test in the college entrance examination tomorrow. Drop.
Matched successfully, opponent, Li Gang.
Well, the matching speed is very fast.
At this score level, there should be a relatively dense concentration of warriors.
Defeating him should be enough to break into the top 1,000.
Yi Fan murmured. Buzz. As if the stars had moved, Yi Fan appeared on the battle stage above the dragon boat. Opposite him, there appeared a muscular, very strong man with an inverted triangle figure.
Judging from his physical appearance alone, this man named Li Gang is absolutely powerful and beautiful.
Wow, great player Li Gang has reached the promotion round.
The opponent, Xiaoqua AI, is really miserable. Blogger Li Gang is striving for the Young Dragons list.
In just a few days, his followers have increased by over 200,000.
If he can break into the top 1,000, then Blogger Li Gang will definitely be able to gain 1 million followers.
Not only that, even my idol, Blogger Li Gang, who never went to a martial arts university, shot to the top 1,000 on the Young Dragons list and became a trending topic. Self-taught and my destiny is in my own hands are all labels that describe my idols. That's right, among the freelance warriors, Blogger Li Gang is absolutely the strongest.
His horizontal muscle pushing style is unique and extremely entertaining. Brother Gang, I'm pregnant. Crash.
When Yi Fan stood still, he felt a surge of spectators pouring in from all around him. He found that after more than half a month of improvement, various new functions of the Dragon Track were also launched. The voices of the people watching the battle around also became extremely clear. In addition, now that Yi Fan has entered the Galaxy realm, his strength has made a qualitative leap compared to before. Therefore, he soon realized that the muscular and powerful man in front of him was actually an internet celebrity blogger. Moreover, using the internet to live broadcast martial arts has attracted a large number of fans in the context of the nationwide evolution craze.
I'm sorry, little brother. I, Li Gang, want the top 1,000 on the Young Dragon ranking.
Li Gang is not handsome, and is even nicknamed beast-faced and red-hearted by many fans.
Although, he looks a bit rough.
However, he has a pure heart in his pursuit of martial arts.
He also guided many students through live online teaching.
He even had the idea of starting his own martial arts training school. This time, the sprint to the Young Dragon list is the best time for Li Gang to make a name for himself and add a highlight to his upcoming grand plan.
Oh.
Upon hearing this, Yi Fan raised his eyebrows. He laughed and said, "If you want to use me as a stepping stone, you can only blame your bad luck. Your goal is to be in the top 1,000 of the Young Dragon ranking.
That's just my starting point." Hearing this,
Li Gang, who had a beastly face and a red heart, was stunned at first. He didn't expect that this burly young boy in front of him, who looked young, would be so arrogant. So youthful and energetic. Crunch, crunch. Blogger Li Gang twisted his neck and put on simulated spiritual weapon gloves on his hands. The tendons on his arms seemed to contain explosive power. Some thick blood vessels twist and meander like little snakes. Bang! The next moment, Li Gang stomped his feet on the ground suddenly, and his body rushed towards Yifan like a runaway tank. That huge fist punched out. Even the air in the void made a dull explosion sound. Come on, brother Gang. Show off your violent aesthetics. Exciting! Blogger Li Gang is about to put on a show. A visual feast of fistfights. What? The guy across the way actually threw his spear aside and planned to collide with brother Gang physically? How dare he? No, this guy looks familiar. The people watching the fight were talking about it. Even the Blogger Li Gang who swooped over smiled triumphantly. However, combined with his not-so-handsome animal face, he actually looked a bit ferocious. A single shot is worth a ton of gold. When Blogger Li Gang was about 10 feet away from Yifan, Yifan also moved. Similarly, a punch was thrown without any fancy moves. It was the ordinary martial art that he had learned in Jiangning No. 1 middle school cannon fist. Bang, bang, bang. Every time a punch is thrown, the sound of cannon fire continues. No, 8-shot cannon fist? This is the perfect state of the ordinary martial art cannon fist. Naturally, there were many connoisseurs among the online audience who couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Mortal level, after all, is mortal level. Look at my spiritual level martial arts, I will crush you. Little brother, I'm sorry, what? Li Gang's fist just collided with Yifan's fist. Bang! The dull sound was like two meteorites colliding violently. The next moment, Li Gang's face showed an expression of pain, disbelief, and horror. Because his fist collided with Yifan's fist and he discovered. It was as if he had punched a sacred mountain, but was unable to shake it at all. Even the terrifying force that gushed out from that fist was like a tsunami, ready to swallow him up. No, you are not in the Lingxi realm. You are a galaxy powerhouse. Li Gang screamed in horror. However, at the same time, his fists and arms began to break apart piece by piece due to the explosive force. His body was almost blown up. Online, many viewers who had just been optimistic about Blogger Li Gang were completely dumbfounded. I've hit a wall. The eagle got pecked in the eye. Li Gang is a martial arts blogger known for his strong physique and muscular flow. Surprisingly, he was almost shattered by a punch. Hiss, I remember now. This kid is the spear genius who won over 50 games in a row a while ago, the super genius known as the strongest high school student. Suddenly someone exclaimed. With his shout, everyone came to their senses. However, it is still difficult to hide the shock in my heart. At first, I only knew that this young man was good at spearmanship, but I didn't expect that his physical body could also be so explosive. Warrior Yifan, Young Dragon Points plus 5,368. Current Young Dragon Points, 16288. Young Dragon Ranking, 993. Beep, Warrior Yifan, you have entered the top 1,000 of the Young Dragon Ranking, and the invitation mode has been activated. Ding, received an invitation. Yifan nodded slightly. Top 1,000 of the Young Dragon list. I'm back. Chapter 74 New Gameplay, Single-Player Multiplayer Mode. Inviter, Nanda Zhuangtian. Note, the top 3 students in Jiangnan Wuda, with a Qi and HP value of 1879, at the peak of Lingxi Realm. Inviter, Chen Ping from the Magic City. Note, a prospective sophomore at the Magic City Wuda University, with a HP of 2,500, and a Galaxy Realm first rank. Last year, in the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts College entrance examination, his martial arts score ranked 3rd in the province. Inviter, Xiang Fei from the military region. Note, 2nd Lieutenant of the military region, Qi, and HP value 2778, Galaxy Realm 2nd rank. Crash. When Yifan entered the top 1,000 of the Young Dragon list, he began to receive many invitations to fight. Some warriors who don't know Yifan treat him as a rookie. Prepare to harvest some dragonfly points. For example, Xiang Fei, Chen Ping, and Zhuang Tian were undoubtedly important figures invited by AI Qi to snipe Yifan to enter the top 100 of the Young Dragon list. Group name, Sniper Bad Guys Coward Group. Kai Huishi pursues Chi-Chi, don't worry, Chi-Chi, I've already sent out an invitation. My strength has improved over the past few days. Even if I can't defeat him, I can definitely wear him down.
I will definitely not let him make the same mistake again.
The licking dog Zhuang Tian, looking like a little pug, AI Chi took credit for it.
Forrest L. Fakey, good boy. Pat on the head.jpg. Xinping of the Magic City, this time, God will definitely be on my side. I will restore the reputation of Wuda University in the Magic City.
Last time, in an invitational battle, Xinping, the genius from Shanghai's Wuhan University, was defeated by a young high school student who had just turned 18. This made Xinping's life difficult for the past half-month. Even many warriors in the Magic City Martial Arts University ridiculed him. He is unworthy of the Magic City martial arts training and is simply a disgrace to the Magic City martial arts. You know, Shanghai Wuda is one of the top 3 martial arts schools in China. The genius in the school was defeated by a senior high school student.
This is indeed a bit hard to justify.
Therefore, Xinping, who has been at the center of controversy for the past half-month, has been holding back a lot of anger. We must defeat Yifan severely when he returns and avenge our previous humiliation.
Jun Guxiang Fei, humph, if you dare to mess with Weiwei, I will become his nightmare.
Xiang Fei, who was feared by many warriors, killed Yifan with 3 sword strikes last time. He felt that he was still a little conservative. This time, he would kill Yifan with at most 2 strikes.
Forrest L. Fakey, yeah, Chi-Chi is here, wishing the brothers a triumphant return. Celebration.jpg.
This small group formed temporarily suddenly became lively because of Yifan's sudden appearance. And in the Starry Sky Fighting Network, in the Dragon Young track, Yifan looked at the multiple battle invitation messages that poured in an instant. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Do you still think I'm a soft persimmon?
Moreover, this time when he came in, Yifan also noticed that a new gameplay had appeared in the gradually improving Dragon Race channel.
One-on-one versus multiplayer mode.
Note, a one-on-one duel can no longer conceal the brilliance of genius.
Therefore, a hearty battle is inevitable. Start a new way of playing, one person challenges multiple people. However, the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish.
If one person challenges n people, the reward he wins will be multiplied by n times. For example, one player challenges 2 players, and they each win 5,000 points and 6,000 points, for a total of 11,000 points. Participate in the one-on-one multiplayer mode, and your points will be doubled, and you will receive 22,000 dragon points at one time.
The points of 3 people will be tripled, up to n people, with no upper limit.
Seeing the emergence of this new way of playing, Yifan's eyes lit up completely.
Isn't this tailor-made for him?
Moreover, he will take the military college entrance examination tomorrow, so he has little time and a heavy task to do.
Using the least amount of time to gain the most dragon points, wouldn't that improve efficiency? But Yifan also knew. The emergence of this new gameplay is definitely prepared for those extraordinary geniuses. Otherwise, under siege by many people, you will probably become cannon fodder and become a laughing stock. I am a humble person, but my abilities have improved a lot recently and I am feeling a little inflated. What's more, Yifan was really unhappy with the luxurious sniper team that AI Chi had recruited before. He wants to fight 3 at a time. Immediately.
Yifan clicked his fingers and directly accepted the invitations from Nanda Zhuangtian, Moda Chenping, and Soldier Xiang Fei.
Moreover, he chose the mode of one person versus multiple people.
Sniper the bad guys and cowards. Kaiduoshi chases Chi-Chi. Oh, this kid has forgotten the pain after the wound healed. Surprisingly, he dared to accept the invitation so quickly.
Demon City Chenping, I accepted my invitation.
However, this kid doesn't think that the goddess of luck will favor him again this time.
Jun Guxiang Fei, I accepted mine too. Hey, no, this guy actually chose the new gameplay developed by the Young Dragon track, one person versus multiple people. Jun Guxiang Fei, angry.jpg. Kaihuoshi chases Chi-Chi, what? Is this kid so bold? He actually dares to challenge all 3 of us at the same time?
I'm just making up the numbers, but to the 2 big brothers, this guy is a naked provocation.
Demon City Chenping, extremely arrogant.
Obviously, the 3 of them were a little happy when their invitation was accepted.
However, when he received the track notification, Yifan actually chose the one-on-one multiplayer mode.
Whether it was Zhuang Tian, Chenping, or especially Xiang Fei, they all felt a strong sense of anger.
Everyone was very angry at the arrogance of this 18-year-old high school student. Forest Elf Kiki, wow, this coward is pretty arrogant. Brothers, tear him apart. Fists hardened.jpg. Kai Wuxi chases Chi-Chi, tear him apart. Demon City Chenping, +1.
Jun Guxiang Fei, +1.
Gurgle. Although the Unified College Entrance Examination is tomorrow.
However, Qin Feng, the prodigal son of the wind, is still full of confidence in himself. I chose to come to the Dragonborn track to post comments and show off. Hey, that wind-wandering son Qin Feng, I'm afraid he really has the potential to be the top of Jiangnan province this year.
He's already ranked among the top 800 on the Young Dragon list.
Qin Feng pretended to be an ordinary passerby, revealed his own achievements, looked smug, and waited for everyone to praise him.
It's truly amazing. For an 18-year-old high school student to be able to break into the top 800 of the Young Dragons audition is absolutely rare. Well, the Yangtze River's waves behind push the waves in front, and the waves in front hit the beach. I can only give him one word: awesome. I just don't know which Wuhan University brother Feng Zilanzi will apply to after taking the college entrance exam this year. Even if it means letting the Luan family warm his bed, I'm willing to do that. Little slut, I heard your plan in the imperial capital.
Seeing everyone's comments, Qin Feng's mouth curled up, revealing a smile like the Dragon King. In a few days, he will become the #1 in Jiangnan province this year and be completely crowned the new king. Notice, Warrior Yifan has started a new gameplay mode in the Young Dragon track, a one-on-one multiplayer mode, and will soon face 3 top-notch talented warriors. Suddenly, subtitles scrolled above the public comment area and above the Dragonfly track, announcing that Yifan was about to start the duel mode.
Moment. The entire Dragonfly track exploded.
This new gameplay has been open for a few days.
However, very few people try.
Either they become a laughingstock, or they are criticized because their victory is too embarrassing.
Because, among those who can enter the top 1,000 of the Young Dragon list, how many are weak? I remember now, this Yifan is the dark horse of spearmanship from before. Now that he has returned, will it be a return of glory or a complete demise? Let us wait and see. Let's go watch the battle. Hey, don't go, let's discuss the Wind Wanderer. What a bullshit wind prodigal son.
If Yifan wins, he's not even worthy of carrying Yifan's shoes. Qin Feng, who was enjoying showing off just now looked depressed.
Yifan, right?
Okay. Immediately, he also sent Yifan a battle invitation.
Chapter 75, a powerful sweep that shocked the audience. Since its launch, very few people have tried the single-player multiplayer mode. So,
when Yifan returned, he actually challenged the 3 geniuses who had sniped him alone, and the Young Dragon track directly issued an announcement.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
The battle has not yet begun, but the number of warriors who have made reservations with Battlefield Masters to watch the battle has increased sharply. In less than 10 minutes, the number of people who had made reservations to watch the game reached tens of thousands.
Moreover, the number is increasing rapidly at an extremely exaggerated speed.
The Young Dragon list will record the strongest 100 people under the age of 25 in the entire China today.
And among the 100 people on the list, which one of them is not a dragon among men? Counterattack high level, like eating and drinking water.
Therefore, this mode of one person versus many people is exactly the stage that the Dragon track prepares for those top talents to show themselves.
Brother Yi is back? And he's even opened up a one-on-one versus multiplayer mode?
Awesome, worthy of being my Lord Yi.
The Unified College Entrance Examination will be held tomorrow. Lulu from the #1 middle school in the city also made it onto the Young Dragon list and planned to travel and study. But unexpectedly, I learned such explosive news. Well, based on my understanding of Yishin, he would never fight a battle without any confidence. That means, Yishin is going to challenge the top 100 of the Young Dragon ranking tonight? When I think about it.
As the king of the second paper of Class 6, Grade 3 of #1 high school in the city, Yifan's little fan Lulu couldn't help but tremble with excitement.
Immediately, Lulu spoke in the class group of Class 6, Grade 3, #1 high school.
10 dragon subduing slaps. Tonight Yishin will strive to be among the top 100 of the Young Dragon ranking.
Let us wait and see where he will make the final ranking. Let us start with a one-on-one battle against 3 heroes. Watch the game link. When your hair reaches your waist, a scissor snaps. Damn, is Yifan really that awesome? I admit, I can't even lift his bar. Milk tea 70% sweet, classmate Yifan, my idol. I will be behind you, silently cheering for you. Glass Toad looking at the swan, QNMD cultural class, I'm going to wave the flag for Daddy Yi. Everything I see is China class teacher Lao Ma, great. My classmate Yi Fan is going to create a great feat for Jiangning No. 1 High School. How can I be absent? I don't wish to be a marquis, but I wish for world peace martial arts Lao Fong. I don't wish to be a marquis, but I wish for world peace martial arts Lao Fong, huh? My student Yi Fan is competing for the most dazzling list of China's young generation. Awesome. I'm 2 pounds ahead. Congratulations, Yi Tianjiu. The Grade 3, Class 6 group of the No. 1 high school in the city exploded, and soon, it spread to Jiangning No. 1 high school, and even to the school leaders and the senior officials of the Municipal Education Bureau. Of course, Yi Fan, the protagonist, had no idea that his entry into the Young Dragon list would cause such a stir. During preparation time, Yi Fan adjusted his condition to the peak. Holding a spear in hand, piercing the Qianlong pile, ready to go. Buzz. A slight feeling of dizziness, followed by a spinning sensation. Yi Fan's figure appeared on a wide arena next to Shanglong Road. The viewing seats on all sides were already filled with spectators. Of course, this was just a simulated audience, but it seemed like there were so many people that even Yi Fan was slightly surprised. But Yi Fan's willpower is now as high as 30 plus, and his martial arts heart is as solid as a rock. Naturally, there would be no possibility of feeling nervous or panic just because there were so many people watching the game. Dad Yi. Zhou Liang, wearing glasses, cheered crazily for Yi Fan. Yi Fan didn't expect that Zhou Liang, Lulu, Sang Tian, the old director Lao Ma, the martial arts teacher Lao Fong and others would all show up. Waved to them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It was at this moment. It is shaped like a triangle with Yi Fan as the center. The light flashed, and 3 figures emerged. The 3 of them were Yi Fan's old friends. The top junior in Jiangnan Wuhan University, AICS little bootlicker, Zhuang Tian. Qin Ping, a genius in spearmanship who is about to become a sophomore at the Shanghai Wuda University. Xiang Fei, a second lieutenant in the army, is known as a martial arts fanatic, strong, domineering and extremely crazy. Yi Fan, you are too arrogant. Zhuang Tian was a little angry. You are an 18-year-old high school student. Aren't you too disrespectful to your seniors? As soon as he came up, Zhuang Tian started to morally blackmail Yi Fan. A dog licks a dog, and in the end, there is nothing left. Yi Fan glanced at Zhuang Tian and sneered. You. Zhuang Tian was furious, his chest filled with rage. Yi Fan, you are too reckless. Qin Ping also nodded and said. Yi Fan, strength is the only criterion for testing truth. Chen Ping. He found that in just a few days, Yi Fan seemed to have transformed. More arrogant and crazier. Last time it took 3 cuts, today, I'll finish you with 2 cuts. Xiang Fei stared at Yi Fan with eyes like a vicious tiger. Yi Fan, 1 strike at most, because you don't have the chance to strike a second time. Kill. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them couldn't bear it any longer. The first one to shout was naturally Zhuang Tian, who was holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. He rushed towards Yi Fan in the center of the battle arena. Unexpectedly, Yi Fan was even faster. Nest, 35 plus MS, this kid has broken through to the galaxy realm? Yi Fan did not retreat but advanced, and at the same time rushed towards Zhuang Tian. The 2 of them ran at a combined speed of nearly 70 meters per second, and they met in the blink of an eye. Feeling that Yi Fan had broken through to the galaxy realm, Zhuang Tian no longer had any desire to win and could only raise his shield and defend with all his might. In order to tie up Yi Fan and create opportunities for Qin Ping and Xiang Fei. Sizzle, buzz. The next moment, Zhuang Tian saw the dazzling sun rising from the tip of the young man's gun. Spearmanship thunderstorm. Boom. For a moment, Zhuang Tian felt as if he was in the center of a nuclear bomb. The dazzling light and the terrifying and destructive thunder directly enveloped his entire body. Click. In an instant, the defensive shield in front of him exploded. His entire body was torn to pieces in an instant. It hurt so much. This was his last thought on the battlefield. 1 move, and you're out. Even more miserable than last time. Just now, Qin Ping and Xiang Fei were not ready to take action. After all, they are also geniuses and have their own pride. However, when they saw that Yi Fan killed Zhuang Tian with just 1 move, they immediately felt their scalps tingling. It's only been half a month. How on earth has this little monster cultivated? Surprisingly, they also felt the extremely strong danger. Swish.
The next moment, he felt Yifan appear in front of him. The wind and cloud breaking sky spear, a fatal strike. The spear breaks the clouds. In an instant, Chen Ping integrated all his fighting power into one shot. Spearmanship Thunder Fantasy. However, what surprised him was that he found 3 identical Yifans appearing in front of him. In a hurry. He could only choose one, and he felt more like the original Yifan, and stabbed out with a gun. Puff. Yifan's body was torn apart directly. Not good. Chen Ping was shocked and wanted to retreat. But how could his current speed compare to Yifan's? A sun rose up and pointed directly at his throat. Bang! Chen Ping was also eliminated with 1 strike. The audience and the stands were all stunned. This was the 3rd place winner in last year's Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Examination. Swish! At this moment, Xiang Fei reacted and slashed at Yifan's back with a knife. If this knife hits the boy, his body will be cut in half. Spearmanship Thunder Net. Crackle! It was as if Yifan had eyes behind him, and a net of thunder appeared behind him, directly wrapping up the blade light. He was like a flying dragon, and he turned back and shot Xiang Fei with a spear. Buzz! It seemed as if starlight was flickering on the surface of Xiang Fei's body. Without a doubt. At this moment, Xiang Fei was serious and used the power of the galaxy. The same is true for Yifan. There are even brighter star marks flowing on the surface of his body. A shot was fired. Clang! There was a sound of metal clashing, and Xiang Fei's eyes widened, feeling that his sword was actually suppressed. How is this possible? He is a 2-star galaxy. Clang! Before he could react, Yifan drew his gun and fired another shot. Clang! The sword in his hand actually slipped out of his hand. Puff! The 3rd shot. Xiang Fei's throat was pierced by a spear. 1 knife strike, followed by 3 gunshots, and he was killed instantly. Hiss! The whole audience was shocked, and you could hear a pin drop. Chapter 76, Rapid Improvement in Ranking, Sprint Towards the Goal. Haha, this is my adoptive father, Yifan. Isn't he awesome? On the viewing platform, Zhou Liang, who wore glasses and looked gentle, was now acting unrestrained. It seemed as if he was even more excited than if he had won a one-on-one duel with multiple opponents. Martial arts teacher Lao Fan also smacked his lips and sighed. It was hard for him to imagine that the boy who practiced shooting so hard and was known as the king of rolls would one day be so brilliant. Heaven will not fail those who work hard. The class teacher Lao Ma, the little fan Lulu, and the milk tea girl saying Tian Tian all had smiles on their faces. They applauded Yifan excitedly. The other party. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 3 people who appeared were Xiang Fei, Chen Ping, and Zhuang Tian. Aki widened her crystal-clear eyes and looked at the 3 people in disbelief. Who could have thought that letting them snipe Yifan would actually help that big bad guy? Zhuang Tian covered his face, too embarrassed to look at Ai Chi. Chen Ping's old face also turned red. Xiang Fei coughed dryly and logged out of the Starry Sky Dota website. Then, Chen Ping and Zhuang Tian also logged out. That's not all. Group chat, Sniper Bad Guys Coward Group. Brother Jun Xiang Fei, exit the group chat. Demon City Chen Ping, exit the group chat. Open Huoshi to chase Chi-Chi, exit the group chat. Less than an hour ago, the group chat was bustling with activity, but now, Ai Chi is the only one left. The wind is whistling and it's a bit chilly. Aki gnashed her little fangs, feeling how hard her fists were. A bunch of idiots. Ai Chi cursed, but quickly transferred her hatred to the burly young man on the battle stage who was the center of everyone's attention. I really want to punch Yifan twice. An ivy beside her, like an ocean fairy, looked at Yifan with her beautiful blue eyes, and besides shock, there was also a hint of admiration. This rate of progress is simply terrifying. Perhaps what Grandpa said is true. However, I don't know what I thought of. Ivy's snow-white skin, which was so delicate that it seemed as if it could be blown away, was actually stained with a hint of red. Besides, the entire viewing area was also in an uproar. In the public comment area, words such as the strongest high school student, dark horse in gunmanship, and Thunder Boy were flooding the screen. Xin Fenggang used the nickname the prodigal son of the wind in the comment section. However, in a moment, it was submerged in the flying screens. Xin Feng gritted his teeth. However, I received a notice soon. Your invitation battle is against the warrior Yifan. The invitation application has been accepted. Please be ready within half an hour to enter the single-player multiplayer mode.
Starry Sky Fighting Network Young Dragon Track.
Note, the person who initiates the invitation cannot refuse, otherwise, n times the points will be directly deducted. When Qin Feng clicked on this message, he was completely numb. After seeing how awesome Yi Fan was, he felt that he was no match for him. But just now, I was so excited that I clicked on the invitation application. Now, it is difficult to get off the tiger's back.
Let him admit defeat directly?
He pretends to be a playboy as arrogant as the wind.
Doesn't he have any shame? Maybe, multiplayer combat.
I still have a chance. At that time, stepping on Yi Fan would be the highlight of life.
That will definitely attract everyone's attention. Qin Feng never wastes time internally, and soon YY thought of.
Warrior Yi Fan defeated Nandaj Wangtian and obtained 6,250 points of Young Dragon points. Warrior Yi Fan defeated Demon City Chenping and obtained 7,580 points of Young Dragon points. Warrior Yi Fan defeated the soldier Xiang Fei and obtained 8,325 points as a Young Dragon. First single-player multiplayer match, total dragon points earned, 22155. Single-player multiplayer mode, points multiplied by 3, total points earned for this victory, 66465.
Current Dragon Link points, 82,753 points.
Ranked 253rd on the Dragon Ling ranking. Above the battle stage, the benefits of Yi Fan's victory in the one-on-one multiplayer mode were continuously reported. Yi Fan was also slightly surprised. It turns out that the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Just by defeating 3 people, his dragonfly points reached more than 80,000 points.
Moreover, it ranks directly at 253rd. If I win another single-player multiplayer match, wouldn't that give me a chance to enter the top 100 of the Young Dragons ranking? Warrior Yi Fan, should I receive the reward directly, or add it up? Accumulation and superposition.
Yi Fan said without hesitation.
Because the accumulated rewards are constantly doubling.
After a short rest, Yi Fan recovered extremely quickly thanks to his powerful mental strength and domineering body. Soon, Yi Fan adjusted his condition to the peak. During this period, Yi Fan was not idle either. Having tasted the sweetness of the one-on-one multiplayer mode, Yi Fan directly selected some invitees and planned to start the one-on-one multiplayer mode again. However, this time, the opponents chosen by Yi Fan basically had the highest health values, not exceeding his own.
Inviter, Yi Chun from Nanjing University.
Note, the top 3 strongest people in Jiangnan Wuda University, with a HP value of 2,250, are in the first level of the Galaxy Realm. This person was the little helper hired by Zhuang Tian, and was lucky enough to be chosen by Yi Fan.
The inviter is Gu Schwanger from the Candlelight Martial Hall.
Note, a warrior contracted by the Candlelight Martial Hall, with a HP value of 2,335, and is a first-grade Galaxy Realm warrior.
Inviter, senior high school student, Qin Lan.
Note, a student of Tianshui Experimental Middle School in Northwest Province, with a Qi and blood value of 2030, and is a first-grade Galaxy Realm expert.
Inviter, Qin Feng, a senior high school student and the prodigal son of wind.
Note, a student from Jiangnan City's number 1 high school, with a Qi and blood value of 2058, and is a first-grade Galaxy Realm student. This time, Yi Fan selected 4 people.
Among the 4, a senior student from Jiangnan Wuhan University was selected. Ordinary Wuhan University usually has a 5-year program.
However, 5th-year students at Wuda University, who generally reach the Galaxy Realm, must go out for training. They can even choose to join major martial arts halls or military organizations. Generally speaking, senior students basically represent the highest combat power of the university.
For a dream that was once out of reach, Jiangnan Wuhan University.
Now, Yi Fan, who is still a senior high school student, is about to face off against the elite seniors of the highest institution of learning in Jiangnan province. In addition, Yi Fan also chose a contracted warrior from the Candlelight Martial Hall. After all, his identity is clear. In addition to being a senior high school student in Jiangning City, he also has another identity, that of an S-sign warrior at the Star Martial Hall. This woman's challenge to him might be like a clash between 2 talented warriors from the Martial Hall.
Yi Fan, it's as he wished.
In addition, Yi Fan chose 2 high school students to challenge him.
They have all reached the Galaxy Realm.
At such a young age, he has reached the Galaxy Realm. These are definitely the top players in this year's Unified College Entrance Examination in their respective provinces. For Yi Fan, they used to be the proud sons and daughters of heaven that were out of his reach and whom he could only look up to.
And now. But they challenged themselves as challengers.
The collision and exchange between peerless geniuses of the same age is a preview of tomorrow's Wutong College entrance examination. Just thinking about it makes Yi Fan feel his blood boiling.
Chapter 77, Genius Sharpens the Knife, Double the Happiness. Tonight, perhaps we will witness a martial arts legend in Jiangning City.
After learning about Yi Fan, Teacher Fong chose to fight in multiplayer mode again.
I couldn't help but said excitedly.
He knows his student quite well. If Yi Fan was not sure, he would never choose such a radical and risky strategy.
And now this style of play is definitely aimed at the top 100 of the Dragon Yun list. Well, yes, indeed. Let us wait and see. The head teacher, Lama, pushed his glasses and said with equal excitement.
If Yi Fan can enter the top 100 of the Young Dragon list tonight, then he will not only create school history, but also create martial arts history in Jiangning City.
While feeling happy for my students.
As Yi Fan's class teacher for 3 years, he will also gain huge benefits both in terms of reputation and finances.
Dad Yi, come on.
Zhou Liang waved the flag for Yi Fan, and the fat on his body trembled.
Master Yi, YYDS. Lu showed the expectant look of a little fan.
Not surprisingly, this time, Yi Fan seamlessly connected to another one-on-one battle against multiple people. The Dragon Fledgling track was immediately publicized through various forms including announcements.
The discussion area of the common platform was in an uproar. Wow, I heard that in the last match, Yi Fan got over 60,000 dragon points. That's awesome, Klaus. Yeah, at this moment, I feel incredibly strong. I feel like I can do it myself. Brother, can you first break into the top 1,000 of the Young Dragon rankings and qualify for the invitation? All friends.
Many warriors saw Yi Fan frantically harvesting dragon hatchling points.
The ranking of the dragonfly rose rapidly as if it had taken off a rocket.
I am jealous and my heart is burning with desire.
Eager to try and show off one's skills.
However, more warriors calmed down a little.
Understand one thing, one general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers.
Yi Fan's rise in ranking was achieved by stepping on the corpses of countless talented warriors.
A corner of the auditorium.
Her whole body was covered by a hazy luster, and inside, a pure and lustful girl, with her pearly teeth biting her tender red lips, was looking at the burly young man in the center of the ring.
Muttering to himself, Brother Yi Fan, can you still forgive Lianer?
At this moment, Yi Fan ignored the boiling and noisy atmosphere around him.
Rather, man and horse become one. He placed the spear aside and formed a Qianlong pile.
When you are still, you are like a hidden dragon in the deep. When it moves, it is like a flying dragon in the sky. It gives people a feeling that it will break through the water and soar into the sky at any time. The martial arts teachers in the audience nodded repeatedly when they saw this Qianlong posture. Even better, record this exercise and use it as a textbook-level demonstration for future classes.
Now,
Yi Fan's battle platform has reached the halfway point of Shanglong Road. It seems that the clouds that block the view are within reach.
It makes people want to find out the truth.
Looking down, one can feel the grandeur of overlooking all the mountains.
The atmosphere is set very nicely.
Buzz, 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 buzz. At this moment, suddenly, lights flashed on all sides of the battlefield, and 4 figures appeared.
It was Yi Chen, one of the 4 great martial artists of Jiangnan Wuda University.
This man, dressed in black, was quite cold and arrogant. He carries a long sword on his waist, and he looks very imposing, like a hero looking down on the world.
Not far from him was a heroic woman dressed in warrior attire.
Holding 2 daggers in her hands, she stood there. From her warrior attire, I saw an ancient tripod totem. She should be Gu Schwanger from the Candlelight Martial Hall. As soon as she appeared, she looked at Yi Fan with curiosity. There was even a hint of competition in his eyes. The next to appear were 2 senior high school students. One is Qin Lan from the northwestern province, a woman who wears glasses and looks quite quiet. However, this can be seen from its powerful qi and blood values.
If you are deceived by its appearance, you will definitely die a miserable death.
The other one is a playboy with a non-mainstream hairstyle and side bangs. Qin Feng, a high school genius from their Jiangnan province and a top candidate for this year's Wutong College entrance examination.
Hey! Thunder Monkey. Let's team up and take down this guy. I am a wind type, good at containment and surprise attacks. Xin Feng has a cheerful personality.
In addition to his love of showing off, he is also a social butterfly.
Be the first to introduce yourself. Xin Lan nodded to him. I'm Muishi, good at control and restraint. Xin Lan introduced herself with a nice voice. However, the cold and arrogant Yi Chen didn't even look at Xin Feng.
As for Gu Shuanger from the Candlelight Martial Hall, she was obviously disdainful of joining forces with others to deal with Yifan.
Oh.
Yifan glanced at Xin Feng and found the person he had attacked first.
The conspicuous bag is yours. Yifan, please pick up your gun.
Yi Chen looked at Yifan, put his spear aside, and assumed the Qianlong stance, without any intention of using the spear.
No, this time, I'm not going to use any weapons. Just my fists. Buzz.
As he spoke, Yifan's palm was covered with light. It turned out that it was the martial arts blogger he had fought against before, Li Gang.
Simulated spiritual weapon gloves. Why did Yifan abandon the spear this time and choose to fight with his fists?
This is because his martial arts skills and marksmanship have now been advanced to the 3rd level.
And his boxing skills are only at the 2nd level.
The martial arts skills of boxing can better represent the integration of a warrior's qi, blood, and combat power. Therefore, the boxing skills were also upgraded to the 3rd level. It is absolutely of great value to improve Yifan's combat power.
So, this time, Yifan chose to use his fists.
Use genius as a whetstone to hone your boxing skills. Not only can you refresh your Dragonborn ranking points, but you can also improve your martial arts skills.
It's like doubling your happiness. This is Yifan's plan for this one-on-one multiplayer battle. However, he abandoned his most famous spear and chose to fight with his fists. However, it really made Yi Chen angry. Arrogant. Yi Chen shouted coldly. After saying that, clang.
There was a crisp sound of metallic friction, and Yi Chen from Jiangnan Martial Arts University directly drew out the long sword from his waist. With one knife, slashed towards Yifan.
Yifan's eyes turned cold. Since you don't want to play, then you're out first.
Yifan originally planned to deal with the conspicuous Xin Feng, but unexpectedly Yi Chen popped up.
Swish.
Yifan moved his body. After 2 days of practice, his qi and blood have broken through the 2,400 mark. With the Blessing of Thunder attribute, Yifan's speed has reached or even exceeded 35 ms, which is the fastest among the 5 opponents. There seemed to be faint flashes of lightning under the soles of the feet. Yifan twisted his body and dodged Yi Chen's slash, which was accompanied by a sharp cold light. Like a spirit snake, it advanced forward.
Bang bang bang.
Continuous cannon fire rang out, but Yifan did not use the king-level martial arts Thanos King Fist.
Instead, he used the ordinary martial arts cannon fist. A single shot is worth a fortune. Directly hit Yi Chen's ribs. Chapter 78, Dark Killer, Controlling the Brain. Bang, bang, bang. Many martial artists are familiar with the ordinary martial art of Pao Quan.
Even when they were strengthening their foundation and improving their qi and blood, they often chose cannon punches. However, as a basic boxing technique, it is an ordinary martial art. When they stepped into the Lingxi realm, most of them abandoned it directly and chose more advanced spiritual level martial arts.
Unexpectedly.
Today, in the battle of geniuses competing for the top spot on the Young Dragon ranking, ordinary martial arts reappeared.
7. 8. The state of perfection. So impressive.
You know, the martial arts teacher I admired so much back then could only make 6 sounds. This punch awakened the memories of many talented warriors present.
It happened in the blink of an eye. Originally, the extremely cold and arrogant Yi Chen did not expect Yifan's speed to be so fast. In an instant, he was beside him. The continuous sound of artillery fire made his eardrums hurt and his eyelids twitch.
It is no longer possible to maintain my outward indifference and arrogance.
Buzz.
The stars were shining, and there was no doubt that at this moment Yi Chen had stimulated the galaxy in his body.
Along with the faint twinkling of starlight on the surface of the body, it seemed as if a small khaki protective armor was formed in the path of Yifan's iron fist. As long as he could block Yifan's attack on the ribs, he could draw his sword and strike back to escape from the predicament. However, Yifan is not a newbie who lacks combat experience. Kill you while you are sick. The lightning under his feet was derived from the spear technique Thunder Illusion, with a bonus on speed. Even though Yi Chen retreated to protect himself, he was still caught up by Yifan. Crack. Accompanied by a clear sound of shattering.
The khaki defensive armor formed by the galaxy shattered immediately. Crack! The next moment, in the horrified eyes of Qin Feng and others, Yi Chen's side ribs broke directly and collapsed.
Ah! With a scream, Yi Chen was eliminated.
Hiss! Qin Feng and his companions immediately distanced themselves from Yi Fan as if they were avoiding the plague. Originally, Yi Chen's qi and blood values were lower than Yi Fan's. Because of his momentary anger, Yi Fan got close to him and he lost the initiative.
With the blessing of Yi Fan's domineering body, he was destined to lose. I'm good at surprise attacks and assassinations.
It's dark attribute. Just at this moment, Gu Shuang'er, who was at the edge of the candlelight martial hall, said.
After all.
At this moment, she also realized the terrifying nature of this burly young man in front of her, whose face still had a bit of childishness.
So, introduce yourself.
There is no doubt that she plans to join forces with Qin Feng and Qin Lan.
Otherwise,
if they were defeated one by Yi Fan, then the four of them would only become tools for Yi Fan to harvest the dragonfly points.
Dark attribute?
Upon hearing this, Yi Fan, Qin Feng and Qin Lan were all surprised.
Because when a warrior awakens his spirituality, the most common attribute is the 5 elements.
As for the above, although the special attributes such as wind and thunder are relatively rare, they can also be seen. As for attributes such as darkness and light, they are relatively rare. However, Mr. Fong once mentioned this in a martial arts class.
Dark attribute means being a natural-born killer. No wonder Gu Shuang'er became a warrior of the Candlelight Martial Hall at such a young age. Yi Fan estimated that the level of training he signed was definitely not low.
Okay, I'll be in charge of the restraints and control. Qin Feng, you are responsible for the strong frontal containment and look for opportunities to launch surprise attacks.
Sister Shuang'er, wait for an opportunity to assassinate.
Qin Lan pushed her glasses and said to the girl who looked quite quiet. This made Yi Fan realize the horror of team combat. As a wood attribute control system, Qin Lan can definitely serve as the brain of the whole scene. The calm analysis made Yi Fan look at this girl in a different light. Although she looks very quiet, she is clear-headed and her actions are absolutely precise and ruthless.
Okay, sister, I'll listen to you. Besides, you're from my family. Maybe we even had the same ancestor 500 years ago. Qin Feng, the prodigal son of wind, is indeed a socialite. In addition to his love of showing off, he is also very good at this.
Qin Lan, a seemingly quiet girl, just smiled slightly and did not comment in response to Qin Feng's attempts to get close to her.
Good. Gu Shuang'er also nodded, and was very satisfied with Qin Lan's arrangement. Wow. The next moment.
A long rope-like weapon appeared between Qin Lan's hands.
This feeling is somewhat similar to what Aki had back then. However, as a wood attribute warrior, Ai Qi does not have the calmness and intelligence of Qin Lan in front of her. If Yi Fan's idea was known by Ai Qi,
I must bite him hard a few times.
Clang.
The weapon Qin Feng took out was actually the 9-section whip that was rarely used by warriors.
Buzz.
In an instant, starlight flickered around Qin Lan, and the rope spirit soldier came alive like a vine. It coiled around where Yi Fan was.
Before, facing Ai Qi, Yi Fan dared to let her entangle him.
However, facing Qin Lan, who served as the brain of the small team, Yi Fan still felt a little apprehensive.
Swish. Lightning flashed under his feet, and he used his speed to dodge. Pa.
Even when he got close, he changed his fist into a palm and directly slapped away the vine-like rope.
Shoo, shoo, shoo.
At this moment, Qin Feng's 9-section whip became like a poisonous snake coiled among vines.
It emitted a cold light and pointed directly at Yi Fan's vital points.
Moreover, Qin Feng, who calls himself the Wanderer of the Wind, has a 9-section whip that is very flexible because of the blessing of his wind attribute.
The trajectory is vague, yet cruel and cunning. Hey, Yi Fan, take Master Feng's whip.
With the wood-attributed girl Qin Lan controlling the situation behind him, and the dark-attributed Gu Shuang'er waiting for an opportunity to strike, Qin Feng felt at ease.
Pretend like the wind, be as heroic as the clouds. Ding, 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 ding. Bang, 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 bang.
Yi Fan used his cannon fist, and with his powerful mental strength, he accurately captured the trajectory of the spindle-shaped dart at the front end of Qin Feng's 9-section whip.
The crisp sound of impact blocked it all. However, Yi Fan still had to devote some of his mental energy to guard against Gu Shuang'er. Snort. With a cold snort, Yi Fan felt unhappy when he saw Qin Feng's smug and annoying look.
While resisting the 9-section whip, it seemed that he was rushing towards Qinlan, but in fact, he was using it as a pretext to destroy Gua.
Boom!
Lightning flashed, accompanied by a wave of sound, and Yifan knocked away Qin Feng's 9-section whip with a punch.
In an instant, the distance between the two people was shortened. Not good. Qin Feng's expression changed. Faintly, he could feel the strong wind from Yifan's fist, which felt like a knife cutting his face and causing him pain. Swish! Just before Qin Feng was about to be hit by Yifan's fist, a soft rope like a vine suddenly appeared around his waist. Directly, pull Qin Feng back.
That's right, Qin Lan took action.
Ha, Sister Qin Lan, love tiger oil.
Qin Feng, who had survived the disaster, shouted excitedly.
Yifan was speechless. It was during this gap. Shoo! A slight tearing sound was heard in the air.
The weak spot on Yifan's side was like a ferocious beast lurking, showing its fangs. That's right, Gu Schwinger from the Candlelight Martial Hall took action. As soon as he made a move, he stabbed Yifan's back and other vital points directly.
Chapter 79 determines the top 100 list, sequence 89. Snort.
Yifan snorted coldly, and felt a sharp pain in the back of his heart. This was a sign of danger that he could sense due to his strong mental power.
Thunder Fantasy.
The seat of spear intent was condensed, and the spear in Yifan's hand seemed to have become an extension of his arm. At this moment, although Yifan had no gun in his hand. If you understand one law, you will understand all laws. At this moment, he had an extraordinary imagination. He used his arm as a gun and successfully performed the spear technique Thunder Illusion. The beauty of Lei Huan is that with his current strength, he can form 3 phantoms. Moreover, the real body can switch freely among the 3 Thunder Phantom bodies. Your second-level boxing ability increases from 40% to 50%. Your Qi in blood increased from 2,400 calories to 2,405 calories.
Successively, 2 prompts popped up on the Unreal Transparency Properties panel.
By integrating and understanding the knowledge, boxing skills can be improved. Moreover, Yifan had a very strong feeling that his marksmanship had broken through to the 3rd level. From the perspective of spearmanship, the level of martial arts skills that are refined through boxing will definitely improve by leaps and bounds.
That's not all.
Boxing and martial arts skills represent the perfect fusion of body, skills, and Qi and blood. As your boxing skills improve, your energy and blood will also be fed back.
Gu
Schwinger, who appeared in the Candlelight Martial Hall like a shadow, was also startled.
Immediately, he gritted his teeth.
The short blade in his hand turned into cold light and stabbed directly at Yifan's real body, which he felt was most similar to him.
Squeak! The Thunder Phantom was torn to pieces. Not good.
The expression on that heroic face changed slightly.
The next moment. Bang, 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 bang.
Like a chain of cannons, 9 explosions rang out, causing Gu Schwinger's heart to tremble slightly.
Even, faintly.
Behind Yifan, who appeared like a tiger descending from a mountain, an old martial arts master in white training clothes appeared. The practice of each punch, neither hurried nor slow, contains profound truth.
9 rings.
At this moment, not to mention Qin Feng, even Qinlan was shocked.
Even the people on the viewing platform couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. 9 rings. Yifan really has the style of an ancient saint master. Wudao teacher Fong stood up directly, clapped his hands and laughed, his eyes full of shock and pride.
A common martial art can be cultivated to produce 9 sounds. That means that this boxing technique has reached the level of perfection in Yifan's hands.
Reached it, transcended to become a saint.
He is extraordinary and a master of martial arts. If it were in the ancient martial arts era of China, even he would have to be polite when meeting Yifan.
Wow! A martial arts genius.
I originally thought that my ordinary martial arts were too weak, but I didn't expect that it wasn't the martial arts that were weak, but my own weakness.
Yeah, my resources are limited.
But I just realized now that this is no excuse.
Everything I practice is a treasure.
Many warriors with limited resources at the scene were immediately encouraged when they saw Yifan use extraordinary martial arts to the level of sainthood. Your proficiency in ordinary martial arts has increased from perfect 95% to transcendent 99%. Yifan was also slightly surprised. The cannon fist that he had been immersed in for several years had actually broken through to the 9th level today, entering the realm of transcendence.
Quick, quick, quick!
Even when facing ordinary martial arts, Gu Shuang'er felt her scalp tingling at this moment.
Stars shine on her delicate body.
He brought his martial arts skills to the extreme. Whoosh! Suddenly, Gu Shuang'er felt a vine wrapped around her ankle. His body suddenly felt lighter and his speed increased again.
Puff!
She could see with her own eyes that a strand of her hair was hit by Yifan's extraordinary fist. It seemed to have lost its vitality in an instant and turned into wisps of flying ashes. Horrible!
Humph, my life is good, not my fate.
I, Qin Feng, the wanderer of the wind, have always been as pretentious as the wind, but I didn't expect to become someone else's shining background. Qin Feng looked at Yifan with high spirits, which even caused exclamations from the audience around him.
Immediately, I felt very unhappy.
Don't hold back, attack with all your strength and kill Yifan.
Qin Feng roared.
Immediately, he lit up all the secondary galaxies that contained 480,000 stars, and the 9-section whip in his hand was like a living poisonous snake.
Shichichi. Biting towards Yifan. And Gu Shuang'er was more cautious this time.
Even Qin Lan, who was the brain who was in charge of the situation, had beads of sweat on her fair forehead. Only when she really faced Yifan did she truly realize how terrifying this burly young man was. However, although she seems quiet, she is also a seed player in this year's Unified College Entrance Examination in the Northwestern Province.
I have a good mentality and I am proud of myself. I won't easily admit that I am worse than others.
At this moment, under the pressure from Yifan, Gu Shuang'er, Qin Feng, and Qin Lan seemed to be twisted into a rope, besieging Yifan with all their strength.
Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding.
On the battlefield, the sound of metal clashing came one after another. Yifan used his speed and the thunder illusion, which was derived from the spear technique, to avoid being entangled. His fists were like two long spears, constantly resisting the attacks of Gu Shuang'er and Qin Feng. It was a thrilling battle. One after another, system prompts kept popping up in front of Yifan. Your second-level boxing skill has increased from 50% to 60%.
And it is still improving.
Your Qi and health value has increased from 2405 calories to 2410 calories, and it continues to increase. Whether it is Gu Shuang'er from the Candlelight Martial Hall, or the two seed players in the Wutong College entrance examination, every effort put Yifan under great pressure. However, this pressure also forced Yifan to constantly push the limits of his boxing skills. In addition, Yifan used the idea of gunmanship to perform boxing, which greatly shortened the promotion path of boxing martial arts skills. On the battlefield, the four people attacked back and forth. The warriors watching the fight were very excited.
No way. How come his boxing skills are getting more and more powerful? Damn, is this kid using us as sparring partners?
Although, Qin Feng, who has non-mainstream side bangs, loves to show off.
But the brain is still online.
Immediately, he roared in grief and anger. Qin Lan, who was wearing glasses, had this feeling a long time ago, but she didn't say it out loud for fear of affecting the morale of the troops. Your second-level boxing skill has increased from 89% to 90%. After fighting fiercely for a long time, Yifan found that the improvement of his boxing and martial arts skills had encountered a bottleneck. When he heard Qin Feng's words, the corners of his mouth immediately curled up into an evil arc.
That's right, Grindstone. I've lost interest in you, so accept the defeat. Wow.
Yifan had long been annoyed with this pretentious boy. With a flash of lightning under his feet, he appeared beside Qin Feng. King-level martial arts Thanos King Fist, first move, expanding the territory.
Boom.
Yifan seized the moment when Qin Feng's mentality collapsed and punched Qin Feng in the chest.
Boom.
Suddenly, Qin Feng felt as if he was hit by an angry bull.
It hurts so much. I feel like I am not covered in bruises. Instead, it broke into pieces.
It hurts so much, I need to find Grandpa. This was Qin Feng's last thought before he said goodbye to the battlefield. Then, without Qin Feng's restraint, Yifan started with Qin Lan, unleashing his king-level boxing skills to defeat the two one by one.
So far. This time, it's a one-on-one multiplayer battle. Yifan wins again.
Warrior Yifan defeated Yi Chen of Nanda and obtained 7,250 points of Young Dragon points. Warrior Yifan defeated Gu Shuang'er of the Candlelight Martial Hall and obtained 7,380 points for the Young Dragon. Warrior Yifan defeated Qin Lan, a senior high school student from Northwest Province, and obtained 6,325 points as a Young Dragon. warrior Yifan defeated Qin Feng, a high school senior from Jiangnan province, and obtained 6,530 dragon points. In this single-player multiplayer match, the total dragon points earned were 27485.
In single-player multiplayer mode, the points were multiplied by 4.
For this victory, the total points earned were 109940.
Current Dragon Link points, 192,693 points.
Ranked 89th on the Dragon Ling rankings. Congratulations to Warrior Yifan for reaching the top 100 of the Young Dragon ranking, sequence 89. I wish you prosperity in martial arts and that you will soon become the backbone of the human race. The grand voice, like thunder, resounded in every corner. At the same time, throughout the Young Dragon ranking, Yifan, as a high school senior, advanced to the top 100 of the Young Dragon ranking, spreading like a hurricane.
Chapter 80 Hot and Popular, Tianji 1.
An 18-year-old boy, on the eve of the college entrance examination, ranked in the top 100 of the Young Dragon list, with sequence 89.
What does that mean?
Even an old lady buying groceries knows that such a warrior is definitely a super genius and a monster. At this moment, all the major comment sections of the entire Dragonfly track were in an uproar.
Awesome, Klaus.
This year, Jiangnan province has definitely produced a top-notch talent.
This is too strong.
I've never heard of a high school student being able to advance to the top 100 of the Young Dragon ranking.
He, Yifan, has created a new history.
I heard that he came from a small city called Jiangning.
Moreover, when he first started practicing martial arts, his family conditions were very ordinary. It seems that Yishin and I have a lot in common.
Oh, what do you say, brother? Coming from a small place and being poor.
Forehead.
I heard that he once had a childhood sweetheart. However, when Yishin was down and out, she was seduced by a second-generation rich guy.
I wonder if that T-girl would faint in the toilet crying if she knew about this, huh?
I also heard that he had offended a young lady before, and they wanted to prevent him from entering the Young Dragon ranking. But I, Yishin, simply refused to believe that. This time, on the eve of the college entrance exam, I frantically racked up points, aiming for the Young Dragon rankings. This exemplifies the saying, "My destiny is mine, not heaven's."
I'm begging for Brother Yifan's contact information.
Sister, stop kneeling.
I can give it to you. If you believe me, just pretend I didn't say anything. For many people, this night was destined to be a sleepless night.
Jinlian, who was sitting in the corner of the viewing booth, had beautiful peach blossom eyes with rippling green waves.
Brother Yifan, Lianer was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Immediately, the girl picked up her phone.
Hee, look at this big bad guy smug look, what's so great about him? At this moment, Ai Chi no longer looked like a ferocious little tiger. Both my body and my mind are convinced.
The only hard thing left is the mouth.
Beside him, there is Ivy, who is gentle and charming, like a sea elf girl, and the figure of the tall and strong young man is reflected in her eyes. The head teacher, Lao Ma, and Mr. Fong, the martial arts teacher, were almost dancing with excitement. Zhou Liang and Lulu also shouted words like Dad Yi, God Yi, awesome and so on. At the same time, the Xinghuo Martial Hall, Zhuo Martial Hall, Jiangnan University, and even the admissions offices of China's 3 top martial arts schools in Jiangnan province all received this message.
Inside a spacious and bright meeting room. Many warriors with powerful auras gathered together. What? That little fellow actually made it onto the Young Dragon ranking and sequence 89? An old man with simple clothes, white hair, but vigorous spirit.
After receiving this message, I was stunned at first. Then, a look of shock appeared on his face. He originally told Yifan that the Young Dragon list was open and asked Yifan to strive for the Young Dragon list. If he made it onto the list, he would give him a generous reward. However, he also thought that after Yifan entered Wuda and practiced for half a year, he might have a certain chance.
But, I never expected it.
On the eve of the college entrance examination, this little guy gave him such a big surprise.
Ha, great.
My vision is still as sharp as ever. This old man is none other than Ai Hongjun, the chief hallmaster of the Star Martial Hall in Jiangnan province. But opposite him, an old man with a square face and an ancient style could not smile. He also received the news. Among the S-level contract warriors signed by the Xingchen Martial Palace this time, there is an unparalleled monster. Even this little guy named Yifan, who created legends in history, reached the 89th position on the Young Dragon list at the age of 18. Or, he reached the top by stepping on his beloved grandson, Qin Feng. Just now, his beloved grandson Qin Feng sent him an emoticon of someone crying after being beaten.
Humph, you little brat, I'm letting you get more and more arrogant every day. This time, I will let you know what it means that there are always people better than you and mountains better than you. The old man is the chief hallmaster of the Jiangnan province of the Candlelight Martial Hall, Qin Yujing. Ha, Lao Qin. That Yi Fan is the grandson-in-law I introduced to you before. Is he okay?
The whole process of Yi Fan's rush to the top of the list tonight has been briefly passed on to AI Hongjun by the person who collected the information. When I found out, in the last match, Yi Fan actually advanced by stepping on Lao Qin's beloved grandson.
That was a very proud moment. Don't you always show off to me? Come on, just keep going, huh?
Looking at AI Hongjun's smug look, Qin Yujing gritted her teeth in hatred. You old crooked fellow, if you want that boy to be your grandson-in-law, it might not be possible.
Qin Yujing knew some inside information and snorted coldly. Ha, then you don't have to worry about it. AI Hongjun was still smiling.
He felt comfortable all over as he could make Lao Qin lose face. At the same time, in the conference hall, senior education leaders from Jiangnan province also congratulated AI Hongjun.
Mr. AI, can we get in touch with that little guy in advance?
It turned out to be a large meeting. This spacious conference hall is just a corner of the meeting. The person who spoke in a clear voice and looked quite serious and solemn. He is a senior executive of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, one of the 3 top martial arts schools in China. My advice is to not disturb this little guy and let him finish the college entrance examination first. After all, because of war fortresses like Tianqi, the college entrance examination has been reformed this year.
The higher-ups have set the tone, all applicants for Wuhan University must participate. AI Hongjun said. Hearing this, several people in the video nodded. They represented the 3 top martial arts universities in China.
As for the top leaders of other local provincial martial arts universities, they could only smile bitterly. With the talent that Yi Fan showed, he was definitely one of the top 3 martial arts schools in China.
They can't get it at all. Alright, in that case. Let's follow the directives from above. The military reunification assessment will be postponed for 1 day. All localities should make arrangements. During the meeting, an old man with a dignified voice said, Agree. Agree.
The meeting has not yet ended. There are Wuda University in the imperial capital, Wuda University in the Magic City, and Wuda University in Kunlun.
The 3 top martial arts universities in China have all sent dedicated admission staff and opened up maximum authority.
Heading to Jiangnan province, he vows to compete for Yi Fan, the future star of martial arts. There is no doubt that Yi Fan, at the age of 18, was ranked on the Young Dragon list and became very popular all of a sudden.
Magic City, Johnson & Johnson Technology Headquarters. A commercial building, brightly lit.
From the large flat at the highest point, you can have a panoramic view of the night view of the Magic City, which is an absolute symbol of status.
Now, the holographic projection showed a person in a white scientific research suit reporting to the woman behind the large desk.
This woman has short hair that reaches her ears, and looks simple and capable. However, her appearance is extremely delicate and she can be called a top beauty. And she is the head of Johnson & Johnson Technology and the only woman on the Forbes list of global wealth, Han Mei. This year's Young Dragon ranking rewards are sponsored by Johnson Technology. As for Yi Fan, the recipient of the superimposed reward, my decision is to reward him with my Johnson Technology's latest development, the Tianji one. Hearing this, the man in the white researcher's uniform in the holographic projection showed a look of shock. Chapter 81 is worth 100 million, Mr. AI is in person. Mimi, Tianji 1 is not yet on the market. Its value is at least 100 million, far exceeding the 51.2 million cumulative reward that young man should have received. If there is someone here, it will definitely be shocking. The man in the white researcher's uniform actually addressed the powerful woman from Johnson & Johnson Technology as Mimi. Brother Lei, if we talk about research and development capabilities, even 10 of me are no match for you. But when it comes to business operations, you're not as good as me. Han Mei chuckled. Hearing this, the man was stunned, thought about it seriously, and nodded in agreement. I didn't expect that this time, winning the Young Dragon ranking would actually allow us to unearth such a great treasure. Yi Fan has probably become the target of the 3 top martial arts schools. If he hadn't died, his future in martial arts would have been extremely bright. So, what does my little investment mean? Moreover, if he could become the spokesperson for our Johnson technology before he fully grows up, do you think our Johnson technology will be able to achieve even greater success in the future?
Han Mei said.
Hearing this, the man in the white research suit smiled bitterly and said, "When it comes to business operations, I'm no match for you.
I'll have it delivered right away, and it will definitely arrive tomorrow morning."
Feel the boiling cheers from the viewing stands. Yi Fan's blood was also boiling and he was full of passion. But soon, he calmed down.
He was aware of the cheers, praise, and admiration before him. It all comes from his strength.
Yi Fan, who had experienced a low point, naturally knew that in this environment where the human race was launching an evolutionary frenzy, China and even the Blue Star were facing internal and external troubles. Only strength is the greatest reliance. Therefore, what he needs to do is to stick to his original intention and become stronger, stronger, and stronger again.
I have to say,
after more than 10 years of hardships, Yi Fan's willpower has become extremely firm. He looked up at the people at the front of the Young Dragon list.
Sequence 01, Nia Jingyun. Sequence 02, Buffon. Sequence 03, Ling Luoli. Sequence 89, Yi Fan.
Immediately, Yi Fan quit the Starry Sky Fighting Network.
Ha, ha, ha.
Yi Fan let out a long breath, and his heart gradually became as calm as water. First, practice the Void Spirit Refining Technique for an hour, and then practice the Heavenly Book Thunder Gang Volume for another hour. After sleeping for another 2 hours, both my mental strength and physical body should be able to recover.
Get up at 4 o'clock and review the cultural courses again.
Soon, Yi Fan made a plan for tonight's practice and review.
Proficiency comes from diligence and failure comes from laziness.
Whether it is martial arts or cultural subjects, it all depends on diligent accumulation.
Your mental strength increases from 24 points to 25 points.
Your willpower increases from 31 to 32.
Your chi and health value. When a hint of dawn appeared in the east, Yi Fan closed the book. He looked full of energy and didn't look tired at all, as if he had just rested for 2 hours. Sure enough, as my strength has increased, I have been able to complete recovery through cultivation.
No wonder, martial arts teacher Fawn once said that a powerful warrior can go without sleep for a long time, and even without eating.
At first, I found it incredible and even yearned for it. Because that way you can have more time to practice. Now, the dream I once had is becoming a reality step by step.
Yi Fan felt that he was happy and lucky.
Ding ling ling.
It was at this moment.
The bell rang outside the villa.
Now, my parents and my younger sister Yi Ling are resting. Yi Fan's body became lighter, like a civet cat, without making any sound.
He quickly walked outside the villa and opened the door. The visitors were 4 warriors in uniforms with impressive auras.
Seeing the tall and strong young man guarding the gate, he looked so young. When I think of the strongest high school student who has become popular on the internet, I find it unbelievable. Even now, even the top executives of Johnson Technology are showing goodwill to the young man named Yi Fan in front of them.
"Hello, are you the warrior Yi Fan?"
the leader of the 4 asked.
"Yes, it's me." Yi Fan nodded. "Hello, warrior Yi Fan, we are the delivery specialists of Johnson Technology. This time, the Dragon Young ranking rewards are exclusively sponsored by Johnson Technology.
The rewards you accumulate during your competition for the Young Dragon ranking will be safely escorted to your destination by us. It is the latest genetic evolution drug developed by Johnson Technology, with a total value of approximately 100 million Chinese yuan. The leading man introduced. When he heard that it was worth 100 million, Yi Fan was shocked at first. Because, if he calculated correctly, the accumulated rewards should be worth 51.2 million. And the 100 million new gene evolution potions undoubtedly exceeded the reward standard. My reward should be 51.2 million. Yi Fan said seriously. Hearing this, the leading man looked at Yi Fan with a look of admiration.
50 million Chinese yuan is definitely a huge sum of money even for a warrior like Yi Fan.
However, the warrior Yi Fan in front of him was not moved at all and insisted on his original intention.
It's like this.
Mr. Han from Johnson Technology is very optimistic about you, so he wanted to take this opportunity to express his goodwill to you. Besides, President Han said that the R&D cost of this medicine is only about 50 million, so don't worry about it. The leading man was very good at the art of communication and said. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded with a smile.
After all, since they said so, it would be hard for me to refuse.
However, Yifan still has a good impression of Johnson technology, which serves countless warriors. Also, our President Han said that if possible, we can discuss cooperation matters after you finish the college entrance examination. Finally, Johnson Technology wishes you great success in martial arts and a top spot on the gold list. After saying that, the escort specialist from Johnson Technology left immediately. The sense of boundaries and distance is well grasped, making Yifan feel very comfortable. Moreover, Yifan was also quite interested in the cooperation proposed by Mr. Han of Johnson Technology.
After all, Johnson & Johnson is one of the top 500 pharmaceutical companies in the Blue Star Pharmaceuticals Group. It is definitely a giant in the field of medicine. Being able to establish a relationship with this kind of channel, perhaps, I will have a better chance of recovery from the fact that my father was injured in the last poisoning. When I brought the genetic medicine back home, my mother had already gotten up to prepare breakfast. At 6:30 in the morning, a private message came in, and Yifan was slightly startled. It turned out to be the Chief Hall Master AI of the Xingqian Martial Hall in Jiangnan Province. Ha, Xiaofan, I hope I didn't disturb your rest. I, an old man, don't sleep much, but I'm not as good as you young people. Mr. AI came up and greeted him. What are you talking about? Today is the college entrance examination. I'm so nervous that I can't sleep at all. Yifan also joked. Ha, you're still trying to fool me. If you're willing, there are countless martial arts universities willing to recruit you. AI Hongjun also laughed out loud. Immediately, he said seriously, there are some changes to this year's college entrance examination. The afternoon's military unified examination has been postponed for a day. I'll send the reward I promised you for reaching the young dragon ranking after you finish your cultural exams. A big reward? Of course Yifan remembered, and a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Moreover, the military reunification examination was postponed. Why? Chapter 82, Inside Information, written with great enthusiasm. Moreover, Yifan also discovered that the way Mr. AI addressed him had also changed. Just call yourself the more intimate Xiao Fan. Yifan was delighted. He's not stupid. Only a fool would work alone if he could get help from others. Grandpa AI, can I ask what the direction of this year's military unified examination reform is? Yifan had a sincere smile on his face. He didn't feel ashamed at all because he changed the way he addressed AI Hongjun. As the saying goes, if you are thick-skinned, you can eat as much as you want. If you are thin-skinned, you can't eat at all. Obviously, AI Hongjun was also stunned at first by Yifan's address, but then he showed an extremely kind smile on his face. He became more and more satisfied with Yifan, and the growth rate of this little guy was beyond his expectations. Then, wouldn't it be almost certain that he will become my grandson's son-in-law in the future? Since we are one of us, it's no big deal to tell him some inside information. The most important thing is that AI Hongjun has already decided in his heart to upgrade the treasure he is giving to Yifan this time to a higher level. After all, they are our own people, so we should keep them as is. Yifan himself didn't know that because of his bold decision, he actually gained greater benefits. As for the specific reason, with your star glory level authority in my star martial hall, you will be able to find out later. But Grandpa AI admires you very much, and he's not an outsider, so I'll reveal some to you. Now, China, and even the human race on Blue Star, appear to be peaceful and prosperous, but in fact, they are also in various crises. Hearing this, Yifan nodded. Just like, he had previously participated in the actions of the Jiangning City Xingqian Martial Hall law enforcement team. It is because of the existence of these heroes behind the scenes that the lights of Jiangning City and even the major human gathering places are protected. What is even more dangerous are the war fortresses at the interface and the invasion of powerful alien races in the starry sky. Certainly. What Yifan knew was also some extremely one-sided information. He only obtained this information after his rights and interests in the Star Martial Palace were improved. Otherwise, it would be something that a senior high school student like him would never be able to touch. In other words, as your strength increases, you will be able to gain more access to the world's lesser-known inside stories. Recently, many war fortresses, including Tianqi, have been attacked by alien races. Our human warriors suffered heavy losses. Therefore, this time the top leaders decided to increase the difficulty of the military reunification assessment. Directly, add actual combat with exotic beasts. In other words, the actual combat location this time will be set up in the wasteland outside the city. AI Hongjun said in a deep voice. At the same time, he was also observing Yifan's expression.
However, apart from the initial surprise, Yifan felt more excited. That's right, it's exciting. Because, only by fighting with strange beasts can he truly hone his martial arts skills. The fight between life and death can stimulate the potential of warriors. As for fear of injury or death? Becoming a warrior means becoming the sharpest sword in the hands of Chinese civilization and even the human race. This knife will be stained with blood. AI Hongjun was very satisfied with Yifan's reaction. Therefore, AI Hongjun advised, before the actual combat assessment, you must improve your strength as much as possible. After all, this is a temporary decision made from above, and your session is just a pilot program. Even if the examination administrators have made preparations, it may not be sufficient. There are still many unknowns. AI Hongjun also knew that the initial pilot of the military reunification assessment reform signed by Alliance leader Long would inevitably be accompanied by a lot of bloodshed and sacrifice. However, there is nothing we can do about it. After all, we want more powerful people to be born in the human race. What is needed is stronger oppression. Calm waters cannot train a skilled sailor, and small trees in a greenhouse cannot grow into towering trees. Grandpa CIAI, I understand. Yifan nodded. After hanging up the phone with AI Hongjun, Yifan thought for a moment. No wonder when Dad turned on the TV yesterday, he broadcast some obscure information about the Tianqi War Fortress. On the one hand, this represents the need to gradually spread these situations so that the general public can understand the urgency of the war. On the other hand, it also represents a signal. That is, the human race needs more and stronger warriors to be born. This requires reform of the college entrance examination. However, reforms are always accompanied by blood and cruelty. So, even though I have great confidence in myself, I must become stronger before the military reunification exam. Yifan murmured. His eyes swept over the silver safe that had been brought into the house not long ago. The latest genetic evolution drug developed by Johnson & Johnson. Then, after finishing my cultural exam this morning, I'll come back and give it a try. I hope I won't be disappointed. A hint of anticipation flashed in Yifan's eyes. Moreover, Grandpa AI promised me that after I finished my cultural examination, then he will deliver the treasure he promised, and perhaps, he can go one step further. Yifan made plans for the future. My good friend Zhou Liang called. Dad Yi, it's the same place as before. Give me a ride. Adopted son Zhou Liang and Yifan were assigned to the same examination room for their cultural subjects. That is, Jiangning No. 2 Senior High School. So, he came to Yifan again to get a ride. Okay, wait for me, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Yifan walked out of the room, and his father, mother, and sister Yiling all looked at him. Obviously, cheer for yourself. Xiaofan, come on. My oldest son is the best. Mom and Dad were excited and encouraged. Brother, you are my idol, brother, YYDS. Yiling exuded youthful vitality, waving her fists and cheering for Yifan. Okay, don't worry, wait for my good news. Yifan smiled and nodded, then took the elevator down to the underground parking garage. Smart navigation, Wendao M9, directly took Yifan out. Nowadays, technology is very advanced. For example, identity cards, admission tickets, etc. are all cancelled. Candidates can enter the examination room smoothly as long as they verify fingerprint, face and retinal recognition. Ding-a-ling. Number 2 Middle School Examination Hall, Cultural Subject Examination. Yifan let out a light breath, picked up his pen and began to answer. Because of his powerful mental strength, Yifan's memory is far beyond that of ordinary people, almost reaching the point of photographic memory. Therefore, the general knowledge test was the first part that Yifan chose to answer. Swish, swish, swish. Yifan only felt that his condition today seemed to have reached its peak. He writes as if inspired by God. Even in the math section that gave many candidates a headache, Yifan quickly finished answering the previous questions. Only the last question is left, which is a question combining derivatives plus conic sections plus practical applications. Yifan also pondered over it repeatedly before writing down his answer. Ding-ling-ling. After Yifan checked it several times, the bell rang. At this time, the invigilator said to all the candidates, exam takers, urgent notice, the Wutong examination originally scheduled for this afternoon will be postponed for 1 day. Wow! Upon hearing this, many candidates who did not know the inside story showed expressions of surprise and uncertainty. Chapter 83, The Energy and Spirit Soar, a Treasure of Thunder Attribute.
faced with many candidates who were confused and even a little panicked. Yi Fan seemed very calm. Although, he knew in advance about the reform of this year's military reunification assessment. However, even if he didn't know, Yi Fan would not panic. Because strength is his confidence. Wow! Quiet. Just then, a dignified man walked into the examination room. There were even several people following behind him. Yi Fan had met this person when he was awarded the title of Jiangning City Hero Youth. He was the head of the Jiangning City Education Department. His name seems to be Song Weiman. As the future of our human race, why do you panic when encountering difficulties? Go home and wait. The details of the changes to the military reunification assessment will be posted to the school's education website by tonight at the latest. You can check them out yourself then. The leader of the education department scolded coldly. Well, you are classmate Yi Fan, right? Come with me. Song Weiman nodded to Yi Fan, but he was very gentle when he spoke. It is in stark contrast to what happened just now. Under the envious gazes of many students, Yi Fan followed Director Song and others into an office. Yi Fan, the Jiangning Municipal Education Department has already heard about your amazing performance last night on the Young Dragon track of the Starry Sky Fighting Network. This year, Jiangning City's Wutong College entrance examination still needs you to hold up the banner. Song Weiman spoke very officially and expressed his expectations for Yi Fan. Thank you for your concern, Director. Yi Fan will do his best. Yi Fan was also polite. Well, according to the instructions from above, this time the military assessment has been changed to a real combat assessment, which carries certain risks. Therefore, the Municipal Education Bureau held an emergency meeting this morning and decided to reward you with a Level 2 combat uniform. Song Weiman smiled. Yi Fan felt a sense of kindness from Song Weiman. There is no doubt that if he gets good results in the military reunification assessment, it will definitely be an outstanding political achievement for Song Weiman. Moreover, Song Weiman would be more than happy to make friends with a future martial arts master. Not to mention, judging from Yi Fan's terrifying performance on the Young Dragon list last night, Yi Fan is even expected to become the top scorer in this year's military unification assessment in Jiangnan province. If this really happened, then Jiangning City would definitely shock the entire Jiangnan province. At that time, when Song Weiman goes to the provincial capital for a meeting, he will definitely attract everyone's attention, and may even be able to rise rapidly in his career. Then I would like to thank all the leaders of the Municipal Education Department for their care and love, as well as my alma mater, No. 1 Municipal High School, for their cultivation. Yi Fan smiled and thanked him. In fact, the second-level combat suit is basically useless for Yi Fan now. Because he possesses a 9-star hegemonic body, his physical body is extremely strong and his recovery ability is also extremely strong. But if I refuse, it would be equivalent to offending Song Weiman. Moreover, a set of second-level combat uniforms costs at least millions of Chinese yuan. I don't need it yet, but my younger sister Yiling may need it in the future. Haha, good. Go back and prepare well. I'm looking forward to your performance in the military unification assessment. Song Weiman encouraged. Moreover, he also heard the hidden meaning in Yi Fan's words just now. That is, let Song Weiman not forget the No. 1 high school in his city. For this, he looked at Yi Fan with even higher regard. Because this boy is not only gifted, but also thoughtful and grateful. Well, he's a good kid. Afterwards, Yi Fan left the examination room. I briefly told Zhou Liang, Lulu, and other friends about the reform of the military reunification assessment and asked them to prepare as soon as possible. He rushed home and ate up the meal prepared by his mother Lan Suifang in no time. He went into the underground martial arts room and prepared to practice. The military reunification reform has become a practical combat assessment. It's like throwing these flowers in the greenhouse directly into the wild. Survival of the fittest. So, as Grandpa AI said, there are still many uncertainties involved. So, what Yi Fan can do now is to improve his strength as much as possible. At the same time, Yi Fan did not lose his original intention at all because of the achievements he had made and the kindness shown to him by the people around him. He knew that all this came from his own strength. Since entering the galaxy realm, I haven't made any plans for my future cultivation. Now, let's take this latest Johnson & Johnson drug, called Sky-Base No. 1, and give it a try. Yi Fan murmured, sitting cross-legged in the center of the martial arts room. As he entered the password. Click. With a crisp sound, the silver password box opened.
Inside, there was a pink medicine with a hint of silver. Oral. On the bottle, it says that this is a medicine for internal use. Boo. Without much hesitation, Yifan felt that his condition had reached its peak, so he pulled out the cork and drank it in one gulp. Gurgle. There was a slight smell of blood, and also an inexplicable taste that was hard to describe. Although, it doesn't taste good. However, compared to the burning feeling of Qiangji number 1 before, it is still much better. Boom. Suddenly, Yifan felt a strong force of energy and blood, like a volcanic eruption, exploding in his body. However, Yifan has a domineering body, and his physical body is extremely powerful. Coupled with the devouring ability revealed by the 9-star tyrant body, this burst of blood and energy directly activated Yifan's tyrant body cells. Yifan even felt that the cells in his body seemed to be screaming with excitement. That is a desire for the power of qi and blood. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dial of Yifan's warrior watch turned red again. Health value, 2450, 2600, 2900, 3330, 3450. On the warrior's watch, the qi and blood values were jumping wildly. Obviously, the terrifying energy and blood power not only failed to burst Yifan's body. On the contrary, it completely turned into nutrients for the growth of Yifan's qi and blood. In less than an hour, Yifan's blood and energy values soared by 1000 calories. Yifan's realm also directly reached the 3rd level of the galaxy realm. Just a little bit away from reaching the 4th level of the galaxy realm. The increase of 1000 calories in qi and blood value, if compared with Yifan's previous daily qi and blood value increase rate of more than 20 points, would be equivalent to about a month of hard work for Yifan. Not only that, Yifan's eyes lit up. Because he discovered that on the illusory panel that appeared before his eyes, his mental power was actually increasing. Your mental strength has increased from 25 points to 26 points, and it continues to increase. Increased to 29 points. Another hour passed, and Yifan's mental power increased by 4 points. He found that he had become more sensitive to his surroundings. Moreover, Yifan discovered that as his mental power grew stronger, the improvement became slower. These 4 points of improvement in mental strength will definitely save Yifan a lot of time and hard training. All in all, the Tianji 1, the latest development of Johnson & Johnson Technologies, is indeed amazing. However, the effect of the Tianji number 1 medicine is still quite strong. He can bear it, but I don't know how other warriors can bear it. What's more, the price of 100 million is too low cost-effective for Yifan. Improve qi and blood, absorb spiritual energy, take precious medicine, and basic medicines are more cost-effective. What's more, Yifan possesses the Void Soul refining technique, and it doesn't cost money to improve his mental strength, so it's even better to get it for free. This also made Yifan realize the value of the secret technique to enhance mental power. Perhaps the most valuable thing about Tianji 1 is its ability to enhance mental strength. Xiaofan, there are warriors outside looking for you. Dad shouted from the door of the martial arts room. Yifan then noticed that Grandpa AI had sent him a message on his warrior watch. Xiaofan, the precious treasure I'm giving you as a reward is a thunder-attributed item. It will be arriving soon, so be sure to receive it. Yifan was looking forward to it. After replying the message, he quickly stood up. Chapter 84 Spiritual SS Level, Purple Sky Divine Thunder. This child has gone crazy with his cultivation. Lan Suifang saw Yifan take the box that was escorted over, but she didn't know what was inside. Then Yifan was seen rushing into the martial arts room again impatiently. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ahem, you don't understand. Father Yijun took Lan Suifang into his arms and said, we have a slogan in the army, more sweat in training, less blood in battle. Now that Xiaofan has become a warrior, he must practice diligently to ensure victory over his opponents in battle. Hearing this, Lan Suifang's eyes were slightly red. I understand, but I still feel a little distressed. Becoming a warrior means being destined to become the sharp blade that sustains human civilization. He no longer completely belongs to us. Yi Jun comforted. This scene was heard by Yi Ling, who was not far away. Of course Yifan didn't know that his mother was distressed and worried because of his desperate look. Because the military reunification assessment will be conducted tomorrow. Therefore, what Yifan is thinking about now is to improve his strength in every possible way. Open the treasure escorted by a powerful Galaxy Realm warrior and several Lingxi Peak warriors. Yifan was slightly stunned. This is actually a piece of charred wood? Hint, Thunder Attribute Treasure. Absorbing it can increase the degree of spiritual evolution. Suddenly, just when Yifan was stunned, a prompt appeared on the system panel.
Yifan remembered.
On that day, when teacher Jean Peng presented him with the birth feather, a prompt like this also flashed on the system panel.
However, after all, it is a treasure given to me by teacher Jean Peng. I suppressed the urge to swallow and absorb. And today, the precious treasure given to him by Palace Master AI is also a treasure with Thunder attribute.
So, Yifan quickly entered the virtual network of the Star Marshal Palace.
Master Yifan, how can I serve you?
The royal sister intelligent computer, wearing a cheongsam that wrapped around her curvy figure, asked with an intellectual and gentle voice and a moving look in her eyes.
Help me check this thing.
Yifan immediately projected the charred piece of wood.
Please wait a moment.
The royal sister's intelligent brain quickly started searching.
Master Yifan, this is a piece of lightning-struck wood.
It is a treasure produced by the combination of heavenly thunder and earthly fire. It is the treasure that warriors who practice thunder and fire attributes dream of. The royal sister intelligent brain replied quickly.
Well, lightning-struck wood, how much is it worth? Yifan asked.
It's hard to estimate its value because the production conditions are very harsh and the number of pieces left is very small.
It's something you can only encounter by chance.
The royal sister's intelligent brain shook her head slightly, and a hint of surprise appeared on her pretty face. Coming out of the Star Marshal Palace network, Yifan felt warm in his heart. Whether it's Uncle Wu, Palace Master Yin, or Palace Master AI, they are all benefactors on his martial arts journey.
I can only live up to their expectations by constantly getting stronger. The Heavenly Book, Thunder Dang Volume, activate, absorb.
So, Yifan sat down cross-legged and placed the lightning-struck wood, which was as thick as his forearm, between his palms. Immediately, he started to practice the thunder attribute technique that teacher Jean Peng had given him.
Boom!
The thunder attribute accumulated in the body was like a dried-up sea surface. When it encountered the wood struck by lightning, it absorbed it crazily. Yifan's palms seemed to be covered by silver thunder. Directly wrapped the piece of wood that was struck by lightning. Heavenly Book, Thunderbolt Scroll Galaxy Chapter Proficiency, 1%, 5%, Beginner 10%. Thunder Spirituality S Level 20% failed to reach the promotion standard. Thunder Spirituality S Level 30% failed to reach the promotion standard. As time passed, the brilliant color of the thunder in Yifan's palm became a little dim from the initial blazing color. Instead, it became like burning charcoal.
It's like a burning piece of coal.
Yifan was surprised to find that he could absorb even the fire attribute.
However, after being absorbed into the body, it disappears like a drop of water in the ocean. However, it was absorbed, and after all, the benefits were kept within the family and there was no waste.
More than 2 hours later, Thunder Spirituality S Level 85% failed to meet the promotion criteria.
When the lightning struck wood between Yifan's palms turned gray.
It was like a piece of ordinary calcined wood, which could even be broken into powder with a little force.
I can no longer improve my thunder attribute at all.
For a moment, Yifan felt depressed as if he had just taken off his pants and had to pull them up again.
Very uncomfortable.
The treasure that teacher Jean Peng gave me should also help me improve my strength.
Only when things are put to their full potential can their value be realized.
Thinking of this, Yifan took out a feather from his arms.
This feather has gold and silver colors interwoven together.
The color gold comes from Master Jinpeng's race, the Golden Crown clan. Silver is the color derived from thunder, so it is known as Thunder Pang.
Thunder Scroll, continue absorbing.
In Yifan's palm, a lightning net appeared again, wrapping the natal feather of the Golden Crown Thunder Pang clan given to him by teacher Jean Peng. The evolution level of the thunder spirit that had just been dormant continued to rise.
90%, 95%, 99%. Thunder Spirituality S Level 100% meet the promotion criteria. Do you want to advance?
At a certain moment, a prompt appeared directly on the virtual system panel in front of Yifan.
Advance. Boom. Following Yifan's low shout.
Suddenly, Yifan felt as if his body was instantly wrapped by a huge ball of thunder. At the same time, Yifan could feel it clearly. The thunder in his body became more condensed.
If the hand was originally a chopstick, then now it is like a finger. The effect brought about by condensation is that the power of thunder increases dramatically. That's not all.
Yifan discovered that the thunder spiritual power in his body, from pure bright silver, actually took on a hint of purple. Thunder spirituality successfully upgraded to SS level, born purple sky divine thunder.
It's done.
Yi Fan was ecstatic. His own thunder spirituality could actually evolve, and in an instant, it was promoted from S level to SS level. What's even more incredible is that a kind of divine thunder was born, named Zixiao Divine Thunder.
It sounds so awesome as soon as you hear it. Swish. When Yi Fan raised a finger, a brilliant purple thunder seemed to be wrapped around it.
Yi Fan pointed out. The lightning known as the purple sky divine thunder shot out.
Puff.
The wall of the martial arts room, which was as hard as second-grade metal, was actually hit directly, leaving a small hole.
Hiss.
Seeing this, Yi Fan also took a breath of cold air.
This is the purple divine thunder released by my own fingers. If a spear is used as a weapon, how terrifying will its power be?
Yi Fan was extremely excited. The military assessment is about to begin, and my strength has undergone another transformation. Yi Fan is full of confidence and anticipation for tomorrow's military assessment.
Chapter 85, God-level magic, refreshed at the Sign-in location. After an afternoon of hard training, Yi Fan's strength transformed again.
Well, according to the cultivation guide, starting from the galaxy realm, for each galaxy you light up, you can choose a spell to imprint on it. Only in this way can the maximum power of the magic be unleashed. Moreover, the higher the grade of the galaxy in the spell, the more terrifying the combined power.
Yi Fan murmured.
And now, the most powerful technique I've come into contact with is probably the heavenly book, Thunder Gang Volume, that teacher Jean Peng taught me. And the first galaxy I lit up was a 5-star galaxy of the highest grade.
The highest level of galaxy can bear the imprint of any magic.
I just don't know if the heavenly book, Thunder Gang Scroll, is worthy of my 5-star galaxy.
Yi Fan pondered.
At this point, he also started to have doubts. After all, the latter had also mentioned it vaguely during the previous communication with Een Palace Master. Nowadays, the most powerful magic recognized by the human race should be mastered in the Thunder Martial Hall. It is controlled by Thor, the founder of the Thunder Martial Palace, one of the 3 most powerful warriors of the human race, and known as the God of Thunder.
If you want to obtain his thunder cultivation technique, you must pay a huge price. This is why Ai Hongjun, the chief hallmaster of the Jiangnan province's Star Martial Hall, would bestow Yi Fan with a treasure of thunder attribute, but it was difficult for him to bestow upon him the magic of thunder attribute.
No matter what, I have personally practiced the heavenly book, Thunderbolt Scroll, and have truly felt its power.
Moreover, it was given by teacher Jean Peng. I will never regret branding the first 5-star perfect galaxy. Thinking of this, Yi Fan's eyes instantly became firm.
Yi Fan's willpower far exceeds that of warriors of the same level, which also means that his martial arts heart is as solid as a rock.
Once you make up your mind, never waver. Begin branding.
Yi Fan did as he said, and his consciousness directly entered the galaxy in his body. 480 million stars form a perfect and dazzling galaxy that makes people intoxicated.
Buzz.
Yi Fan's consciousness, carrying the words of the heavenly book, Thunder Gang Volume, began to imprint them on a star. When the words were branded on this star, it seemed as if arcs of lightning were jumping on it. It was as if, in an instant, it transformed into a thunderstar.
Quite magical. 1, 2, 10, 100.
As his proficiency increases, Yi Fan's speed becomes faster and faster. Later on, he could even brand magic spells on 10 or 100 stars at the same time.
Xingha Yi 5-star branded God-level thunder magic 10%.
Suddenly, a prompt appeared on the illusory panel in front of him that only he could see. Yi Fan was stunned at first, then he looked at it with wide eyes.
God level? Surprise, shock, ecstasy. Yi Fan's expression changes, which is extremely wonderful.
He never expected that the thunder magic technique that teacher Jean Peng gave him was actually a volume of the most powerful magic technique.
God level.
Nowadays, in the entire starry sky, the most powerful fighting force in legend is the God level. Rumor has it that a God level powerhouse can destroy an interface, or even a civilization, and roam the starry sky without rivals. Today, even Senior Long, the strongest warrior in the human race, has not reached that level.
However, Senior Long is known as the strongest demigod, an existence infinitely close to God level. It can be seen how precious the divine magic created by a divinely powerful person is.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After taking a few deep breaths, Yi Fan gradually calmed himself down. When trying to brand it again, Yi Fan found that it was many times more difficult than before. It should be related to my understanding of the heavenly book, Thunder Gang Scroll. Now, I should have reached the upper limit of my ability to imprint. Yifan thought about it and deduced a rough idea. However, when Yifan imprinted the treasure scroll on the galaxy, he discovered that his control over thunder had improved by leaps and bounds. Even between his fingers, a purple divine lightning bolt like a small fish swam back and forth smoothly. Now, I can easily condense and release the purple sky divine thunder. If it is added to weapons or fists and legs, the lethality will definitely increase dramatically. Xiaofan, come out for a moment, cough cough. At this moment, the voice of Father Yijun was heard from outside the martial arts room. Here I come. After hearing his father's call, Yifan stopped his plan to continue practicing. Immediately, he walked out. At this moment, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. However, the lights were on in Villa number 17, Linjiang number 1. On the sofa, my father, mother, and sister Yiling all looked at me with serious expressions as I walked towards them. Yifan naturally also sensed a tense atmosphere. What's wrong? Yifan asked. Son, you came back this morning and told us that the military reunification assessment will be reformed this year and moved to tomorrow. But you didn't tell us. This year's military assessment reform has turned into a real-life combat assessment involving fighting monsters in the wasteland. My mother's eyes were slightly red, and she looked at Yifan with a worried look on her face. Hearing this, Yifan smiled bitterly in his heart. He understood why the family atmosphere was so solemn at this moment. It should be that the whole family is worried about their own safety. New sign-in location refreshed, Wasteland Level 3 area. Sign-in reward, Enlightenment Points 10. Before Yifan was about to explain, a prompt from the system suddenly appeared in front of him. I think it was because the unified reform of the college entrance examination was officially announced, and the examination location triggered the system to refresh the sign-in location. 10 epiphanies? Yifan narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the highest enlightenment point reward refreshed by simply signing in so far. I think this Wasteland Level 3 area should not be simple. However, Yifan's thoughts would naturally not be revealed in his expression. He didn't tell his parents and sister before because he was afraid they would worry. And at this moment, the news and official website announced it, so it could no longer be concealed. Mom, do you know that your son has become a very powerful warrior now? Besides, it's not like I haven't killed strange beasts before. I'm also a heroic young man from Jiangning City. Yifan comforted. Also, don't worry, this is a military assessment, not for us candidates to be cannon fodder. I took first place in the Jiangning City joint exam a while ago. If I can't protect myself, how can anyone else survive? If I can beat you, I'll fight you. If I can't, I'll run away. Safety first. Yifan patted his chest and made the promise. Yes, safety first. Lan Suifang pointed at Yifan and agreed. That's right, like father, like son. My son, you can do it. Yi Jun also laughed. Hee, stop flattering yourself. Lan Suifang glared at Yi Jun. Phoenix sister, no chicken brother. Yi Ling also responded. Ha ha. In this way, the family atmosphere eased a lot. In the following period of time, Yifan did not practice. Spend time with your parents and relax your body and mind. In martial arts practice, there should be a balance between relaxation and tension. Soon, it was noon the next day. It's time to set off for the martial arts examination. Chapter 86, Level 3 Beast Bone Hall, 0.3% mortality rate? When the time came, Yifan ran to Jiangning number 1 high school and boarded the bus that picked up the candidates. Brother Yi. As soon as Yifan got on the car, he heard a hoarse voice calling him. That's right, my good friend Zhou Liang. Today, this guy didn't stay with Sang Tian and beg for mercy, but saved his seat for Yifan. Yifan greeted his homeroom teacher, Lao Ma, and his martial arts teacher, Teacher Fong, and walked over quickly. The classmates around him all showed a look of admiration when they saw Yifan. With their high martial arts background, these passionate young men and women admire the strong. Brother Yi, Father Yi, what should I do? Zhou Liang, who was wearing glasses, was about to cry. Yifan even discovered that his body was trembling slightly. I'm telling you not to work hard on your martial arts training. Even for cultural students, China has physical fitness requirements. Yifan was speechless.
In the last Jiangning City joint examination, Zhou Liang's martial arts score was 38 points. That was the highest score he had ever gotten in the martial arts exam simulation. This time, he was facing a truly ferocious and brutal beast. How could Zhou Liang not panic? For someone like Zhou Liang, the academic subjects are very outstanding. There are many people who want to get into a good cultural university by getting some points in the martial arts test. Certainly. This year's military reunification reform is indeed very unfriendly to them. If facing a real strange beast, like Zhou Liang, it would be good enough if he could exert 20% to 30% of his normal strength. Dad Yi, help! Zhou Liang looked at Yi Fan with a pitiful look. Take this and change into it when you get the chance. Go into the wasteland, don't be too reckless, kill some low-ranking monsters, and then find a place to hide. Yi Fan said in a low voice. At the same time, he handed the backpack he was carrying to Zhou Liang. Inside this bag was a second-level protective suit given to Yi Fan by Director Song of the Jiangning Municipal Education Bureau. Original. Yi Fan planned to leave it to Yi Ling. However, as his good brother, Zhou Liang helped him through the difficulties first. Originally, Yi Fan thought that even if he couldn't do it himself, he could still protect Zhou Liang and let him kill some strange beasts. However, what he learned was that although warriors from different regions of Jiangnan province enter through different entrances, however, the delivery area is random. Yi Fan didn't quite understand the reason behind this. However, this made his idea shattered. Shoo! Seeing what Yi Fan said mysteriously, Zhou Liang slyly opened a small hole. Immediately, he saw a corner of a warrior's protective suit with extremely fine workmanship and was overjoyed. You know, after the news of entering the wasteland area for actual combat assessment was released, the entire warrior equipment trading market was directly ignited. In the past, an ordinary set of first-level warrior protective clothing would cost just over 100,000 yuan, but as soon as the news was announced yesterday, the price soared to over 1 million yuan. Even though their family is well off, they still can't afford it. Judging from what Yi Fan brought him, it was definitely not an ordinary first-level protective suit. Then, the value of such a protective suit is immeasurable. Dad Yi, I love tiger oil. Come on, give me a kiss. Roll. It seemed like Yi Fan brought something for Zhou Liang, which was definitely protective equipment for warriors. The students in class 6 of grade 3 all looked at Zhou Liang with envy. This made Zhou Liang feel a little proud. So what? I'm just trying to curry favor with someone powerful. I'm proud of it. After more than an hour's journey, the huge bus finally arrived at the junction of the city's outermost human civilization area and the wasteland area. A large number of candidates from Jiangning City got off the bus and, under the guidance of their class teachers, went into the waiting hall alone. Around Yi Fan were Zhou Liang, Lulu, Sang Tian, and others. Also, squad leader Li Xian, who usually loves to show off, was following not far away with an extremely honest look. Yi Fan also found some familiar faces. For example, Zhou Yuan from Chiulong Rock Wall, who took the Jiangning City joint entrance examination. And Hua Xianer, who was dancing with the Fire Phoenix butterfly, was standing in front of everyone. When they saw Yi Fan enter the waiting hall, they all nodded and greeted him. To be honest, they were a little unconvinced before. Want to catch up with, or even surpass Yi Fan. However, as they were also martial arts prodigies from various schools, they naturally knew about Yi Fan's terrifying record in the Young Dragon track and his top spot on the Young Dragon list. Immediately, there was no longer any desire to compete. All that is left is to look up. Yi Fan also nodded slightly to them. However, the slightly respectful demeanor of Zhou Yuan and Hua Xianer, two SS-level geniuses, attracted the attention of many candidates. Hiss, he is Yi Fan, the first high school student in Jiangning? As expected, he is heroic and has an extraordinary physique. That's right, this little brother is so handsome. I really wonder what it's like to be in a relationship with him. Little slut, how about I get you some contact information? Humph, I can hear your calculations even if I'm deaf. Your first sentence is I have a friend. How did you know? Ha ha. As many people recognized Yi Fan and cast respectful glances at him, Yi Fan became the hot topic of discussion among all the candidates. This made Yi Fan speechless, and he felt like he was being watched like a monkey. On the contrary, although Zhou Liang is a cultured student, he is actually very cool. Master Yi, I'm your good friend. My name is Zhou Liang. Please take care of me when we enter the wasteland. It was at this moment. A slightly cold voice sounded, open the isolation protection. Bang, 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 bang.
Immediately, the lights in the waiting area, which had been a little dim, suddenly brightened. At the same time, a terrifying pressure from a strange beast directly enveloped all the candidates present.
Ah! Plop! Dest! Can someone help me up? Ouch, my waist!
At the scene, candidates were like a tide, falling down like dumplings, and the scene looked like a defeated army that had thrown away all its weapons and armor. Only geniuses like Zhou Yuan and Hua Xianer could keep standing, but also seemed a little staggering. Facing this terrifying pressure, the only one in the entire audience who could keep his body upright like a spear was Yi Fan. For a moment, it felt like a crane standing out from the crowd.
Lulu, who was standing beside Yi Fan, had his back and knees bent.
Even his bones were creaking from the pressure. However, the young man had great willpower. He gritted his teeth, bent his body like a shrimp, and refused to fall down. Zhou Liang's legs went weak and he was about to kneel down. However, he immediately felt a strong hand lifting his shoulder.
It was Yi Fan.
Yi Fan placed his other hand on Lulu's shoulder.
The two of them felt their bodies lighten instantly.
Although it looks as funny as a puppet, it is 10 times more decent than falling down.
Ah, delicious food.
They are all a bunch of rookies who have never seen blood.
Humph, indeed.
I feel the reported mortality rate of 0.3% is too conservative. It should be at least 10 times higher.
Now,
the entire waiting hall was revealed, and it was actually built with a huge animal bone as the skeleton. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. This animal bone definitely came from a third-level exotic beast.
And a 0.3% mortality rate?
In the distance, the slightly sarcastic words of several people in military uniforms in the observation area on the second floor also drifted into the ears of the candidates who fell to the ground in embarrassment. Especially when they heard the death rate, their faces turned pale with fear.
Chapter 87: The Intoxicating Yishan, the Hint of Nurturing the Tao Seed. Mortality rate?
At this moment, I heard this word.
Many students who fell to the ground were even trembling all over.
They looked like a group of little chicks that were drenched and trembling with fear from thunder and lightning.
Tsk tisk, it's really unbearable.
Faced with this situation, the warriors in military uniforms showed contempt.
Yi Fan felt a familiar aura from among the warriors in military uniforms. Soldier Xiang Fei? That's right.
Among those who made mocking sounds, someone stared at Yi Fan with an expressionless face. It was exactly the military warrior, 2nd Lieutenant Xiang Fei, who killed Yi Fan with 3 sword strikes when they first met on the Young Dragon track. However, after Yi Fan practiced in seclusion for half a month. When the king returned, he only allowed Xiang Fei to attack once. In the same way, he retaliated by stabbing Xiang Fei to death with 3 shots in the Dragon track of Starry Sky Fighting Network.
Although,
at this moment, the man in the center, who looked a little cold, had slightly changed his appearance from that on the battlefield. However, Yi Fan could be sure that this person was Xiang Fei.
What is this? Taking revenge for personal gain? A show of force?
Yi Fan glanced at the candidates who were lying on the ground, even trembling with fear. Immediately, a burst of anger rose in my heart.
Clang!
After putting Lulu and Zhou Liang on the ground, Yi Fan raised the spear he was carrying on his back,
pointing obliquely to where the second floor is.
Take the pressure from this beast bone hall, otherwise, I will dismantle this beast bone hall.
Or, I will challenge you guys alone.
Yi Fan's extremely domineering voice resounded in the third-level beast bone hall.
The system's automatic detection function was activated, and Yi Fan scanned it.
Among those military warriors, the one with the highest chi and blood value is Xiang Fei, with a chi and blood value of 2,800, which is the second level of the galaxy realm.
The health values of other people are only around 2,000.
Yi Fan's chi and blood value has broken through 3,500 this morning, and his realm has also reached the 4th level of the galaxy realm.
The absolute crushing of chi and blood values gave Yi Fan enough confidence.
Originally, the Jiangning City's senior high school students, who were still filled with fear in their hearts, suddenly felt a surge of blood rushing to their heads.
So domineering, so addictive. Boy, you're so crazy. Oh my, what a bad temper I have.
Come on, brothers, let's go down and teach this ignorant brat a lesson.
Brother Fei, can you tolerate this? Upon hearing Yi Fan's provocation, the soldiers around Xiang Fei immediately became unhappy.
Immediately, he rolled up his sleeves and got to work. And this kid should be the troublemaker that Brother Fei mentioned before, who had provoked Xiang Fei.
He is currently ranked 89th on the Young Dragon list, Xiang Fei said in a slightly hoarse voice.
Moreover, when he fought against Yifan on the Starry Sky Fighting Network before, he didn't feel it very clearly.
But now, facing Yifan, his experience of fighting on the edge of a knife in recent years told him that this young man was extremely dangerous. This means that this young man has become stronger after the battle on the Starry Sky Fighting Network a few days ago. What kind of monster is this kid?
Hiss. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the military warriors around Xiang Fei who had been constantly mocking him immediately took a deep breath.
They are not simply arrogant.
Rather, the fierce fighting life in the military area in recent years has made them look upon the students trained in high schools as flowers in a greenhouse. When encountering a little wind and rain, it would fall to this and that, which made them very annoyed. This year, they were transferred to Jiangning District to be responsible for security and other tasks for the Wutong College entrance examination.
Moreover, I heard from 2nd Lieutenant Fei Gu that a troublemaker high school student in Jiangning City had provoked him.
So, I wanted to give these high school students a little warning.
But I didn't expect that the person I met was not a troublemaker.
Instead, it was an extremely sharp and chilling spear. They knew very well what sequence 89 meant on the Young Dragon ranking. Today, some of them are over 25 years old. Before the age of 25, let alone making it onto the Young Dragon list, even entering the top 1,000 of the list is a luxury. This shows what a monster the young man is, holding a spear and pointing to the south sky at the bottom of the hall.
Have you forgotten how terrified you were when you first faced the strange beast? Or, you were born strong? Have you ever experienced the sorrow of the weak? Or maybe, you don't have any brothers or sisters, and they were also terrified and panicked when they encountered strange beasts? So, what qualifications do you have to act so condescending and dismissive? You are strong? You can fight me? Yifan asked repeatedly.
When he finished speaking, you could hear a pin drop in the entire hall.
However, after a while, enthusiastic responses were heard from many senior high school students in Jiangning City. Yi Shun. Dad Yi.
This scene made their blood boil. Even those who were somewhat unhappy with Yifan before, such as squad leader Li Xian, felt that Yifan's figure was exceptionally tall when they looked at him now.
Why aren't you organizing the admission of the candidates? What are you doing here? Day.
At this moment, a tall, dark-skinned soldier appeared.
Lieutenant.
Several people said respectfully, and at Xiang Fei's glance, several soldiers and warriors hurriedly opened the isolation protective shield.
Suddenly,
the candidates felt that the terrifying pressure from the bones of the third-level alien beast had disappeared, and they immediately felt relieved.
Level 3 animal bones come from level 3 exotic beasts. Who killed this terrifying beast that is comparable to the powerful humans in the mountain and sea realm?
Many candidates are still shocked.
Are you Yifan?
The black-faced lieutenant looked at Yifan, a hint of exclamation flashed in his eyes. Yifan put away his gun, nodded slightly, and said, "Greetings, senior." The dark-faced lieutenant smiled faintly and said, "You're quite good. This year, I'm stationed at the entrance and exit of the Jiangning Level 3 wasteland.
If you enter from here, you might make Jiangning City famous throughout Jiangnan province, and even China."
Hearing the black-faced man's comments, several military district warriors were very surprised. Their lieutenant rarely praises others. However, he was full of praise for Yifan.
"Thank you for the compliment, senior. I will do my best," Yifan said modestly. The dark-faced lieutenant nodded, looked around, and said, "Once we enter the level 3 wasteland, there will definitely be a mortality rate. The estimated rate is 0.3%. Those who want to withdraw can withdraw now." Wow.
Although they had just heard it, there was still a commotion at the scene when they heard the lieutenant say it himself.
Without the martial arts test scores, even a candidate with outstanding academic performance like Zhou Liang would not be able to get into a good cultural university. Moreover, warriors are respected nowadays.
If they withdraw from the martial arts assessment, it would be no different from deserting. When you apply for a job in the future, you may be ridiculed or even rejected.
So, although everyone was shocked and confused, no one withdrew. Alright, since no one's withdrawing, I declare that you may choose the weapons and protective gear we provide. You may also choose to bring your own.
They were dispatched in batches aboard military transport aircraft and then dropped into the level 3 wasteland. First group, those whose names are called, come forward.
Zhou Liang, Yi Liqian, Lu Wang Isha. In addition to weapons and protective gear provided by the examination center, warriors can also bring their own.
After all, the resources behind a warrior are also a reflection of the warrior's soft power.
Therefore, assessment is not prohibited. Yi Fan was the 10th person to enter the military transport plane.
After flying for half an hour, he was dropped.
Everywhere you look, you see devastation and ruins.
One can even faintly smell the scent of blood.
Successfully signed into the level 3 wasteland area, reward, enlightenment points 10.
Warm tips, hunting exotic beasts, honing your boxing skills, and having a chance to breed Dao seeds.
Chapter 88, Strike a Heavy Punch, Proficiency, 99.99%. It really is 10 enlightenment points. So nice.
As soon as he entered the 3rd level wasteland area, he received a reward, which made the boy very happy.
Sharpening your boxing skills can breed Dao seeds?
Suddenly, Yi Fan's eyes lit up when he saw this prompt pop up on the attribute panel. The rarity and function of Dao seeds are known to those who use them.
Daozhong Bingyan not only played a great auxiliary role in Yi Fan's several battles.
Even in the crucial stage of the duel, Bingyan Daozhong helped Yi Fan defeat his opponents many times and played a decisive role. Moreover, it also helped Yi Fan obtain the S-level training contract of the Star Martial Palace, and received greater resource allocation. Therefore, since we have received the hint that we can give birth to the seeds of Tao, Yi Fan has no reason not to work towards this direction. This time, not only must we compete for the top spot in the Jiangnan province military examination, but we must also nurture a Dao seed. Yi Fan set a goal in his mind and felt full of energy.
Buzz, buzz.
A few feet above Yi Fan's head, a drone was hovering and following him. Its role is to track, inspect, record, and transmit rescue information. This is equivalent to an invigilator who can transmit the examinee's information back to the base in real time. In the military examination, candidates are prohibited from using any force other than their own to kill alien beasts, and are also prohibited from killing each other.
The most important thing. If the examinee is in danger of life, rescue information can also be quickly transmitted back. Rescue warriors arrive to help the candidates out of danger.
However, this also means that the candidate's military integration assessment has ended.
Moreover, the assessment points obtained will be halved. Let's go, follow me to fight.
Yi Fan stretched out 2 fingers and shook them forward.
Boom.
At the same time, he kicked the ground with his legs and his body flew out like a cannonball.
Ouch. Ouch. Ouch.
Before Yi Fan could run far, he was blocked by 3 saber-toothed tigers that suddenly appeared. This saber-toothed tiger has a body more than 10 feet long, and has fangs on both sides of its mouth that are as sharp as swords.
Especially the one in the middle.
It is majestic, with strong limbs and a sturdy body, and its hooves, claws and tiger teeth are shining with a cold light.
A typical wasteland peripheral bully.
There can't be 2 tigers in one mountain, unless there is 1 male and 2 females. That's right, on the outskirts of the wasteland, a male tiger who could be called a little bully just spent a good night with 2 female tigers last night. When I woke up today, I saw that the food was delivered to my door. Moreover, he brought his 2 concubines with him to hunt this human-like monkey that looked somewhat tall.
It's settled. Male saber-toothed tiger, HP 1890.
Skills: Fierce Tiger Roar, Fierce Tiger Descending the Mountain, Saber-tooth Tearing.
Saber-toothed Tiger Tigress 1.
In an instant, the system's detection function displayed the information of the 3 saber-toothed tigers.
Yi Fan was more excited than the 3 saber-toothed tigers when he saw them. Look, the grindstone brain axe is online. Roar! Roar! Roar!
The majestic little bully of the wasteland outer area, the saber-toothed tiger, directly activated his skill, Tiger Roar.
See this.
The 2 tigresses also roared. In fact, their roars were even louder than that of the male tiger. Without any cooldown, 3 saber-toothed tigers, 1 male and 2 female, immediately activated their skill, Tigers Coming Down the Mountain. He tried to kill Yi Fan, and then used his 3rd skill, Saber-teeth Tearing.
I don't know how many times I've practiced this little combo, it's as smooth as silk.
The tiger's roar was quite intimidating, and Yi Fan's willpower was as high as 30+, comparable to that of a strong man in the mountain and sea realm.
Just like a cat's meow.
Without dodging or evading, Yi Fan rushed forward and killed the little tyrant saber-toothed tiger directly.
Bang, bang, bang.
With one punch, Yi Fan's sleeves seemed to become as hard as iron and stone in an instant.
The fists even have a chain of explosions.
As the saying goes, a single hit is worth a ton of money. and Yifan's punch brought out 9 cannon shots. Even behind him, a martial arts master in loose training clothes seemed to appear, practicing boxing. The saber-toothed tiger, which had been hunting for years, felt a terrible sense of crisis at this moment. How could he not know that he had met a powerful opponent? It was like a tiger, and in the blink of an eye it collided with Yifan. Crack! Bang! With just one contact, the saber-toothed male tiger, which had reached the first-grade high quality, broke its claws directly. Even the second hardest part of his body, the tiger's head. Yifan punched the tiger right in the middle, and the entire tiger head collapsed immediately. The huge tiger body was thrown out like a puddle of mud. He died instantly without even uttering a scream. The 2 female saber-toothed tigers were shocked when they saw their king being killed. As the saying goes, when disaster strikes, everyone runs for their own safety. They turned around and ran. However, Yifan, who was taking the test, needed the points they sacrificed. Also, it can serve as a whetstone for my boxing skills. Whoosh! Yifan, who had just broken through to the 4th level of the galaxy realm, had a health value of over 3,500, which allowed him to easily burst out at a terrifying speed of nearly 40 ms. The ultimate force of a punch has reached a terrifying 35 tons. Oh! After a while, the 2 female saber-toothed tigers were killed instantly. Your proficiency in the mortal level martial art, Cannon Fist, has increased from 99% to 99.03%. On the Unreal System panel in front of you, real-time feedback shows your proficiency progress. Killing 3 saber-toothed tigers only increased my proficiency by 0.03? So, a first-level exotic beast can only improve by 0.1%? At this rate, I'll need to slaughter over 100 first-level monsters before I can elevate my boxing skills to the level of return to nature? Yifan is good at math, he thought. Also, since it is possible to breed Dao seeds, then it would be best if I could breed higher-grade Dao seeds. Perhaps it has something to do with the rank of martial arts. First, cultivate the Cannon Fist to the highest level. Then, cultivate the King-level martial arts Thanos King Fist to the highest level. I just don't believe that this time, it will still give birth to a 9th-grade Dao seed. Boom! Do it when you think of it. Yifan rushed out again, like a killing machine in the 3rd-level wasteland area. Originally, this place was a paradise for exotic beasts and a forbidden zone for humans. After entering, many candidates were also timid and would launch sneak attacks and hunt some exotic beasts that were not yet at the level or had just entered the level. On the other hand, Yifan attacked with a powerful punch. Killing a non-level beast earns 1 point. Killing a first-level exotic beast will earn you 10 points. Kill one of the second-level exotic beasts and you will get 100 points. Jiangnan Province Wutong Examination Area, Points Ranking. First place, Man Taidan, 1025 points. Second place, Yifan, 998 points. Third place, Xin Feng, 532 points. Fourth place, Ivy, 495 points. When Yifan just killed a first-level peak monster, he opened his warrior watch and saw the real-time points ranking. The first 2 are far ahead of the rest. And who is Man Taidan, who has been competing closely with Yifan and often surpasses Yifan? Although the name is a bit nostalgic, the strength is quite terrifying. Of course, this is also related to Yifan's focus on honing his boxing skills. Didn't really exert any effort. Your proficiency in the mortal level martial art, Cannon Fist, has increased to 99.99%. When Yifan killed more than 90 first-level alien beasts, the system prompted. The speed is still a bit slow. We have to think of a way. Even the speed of improving points and proficiency is amazing. However, Yifan was still not satisfied. Chapter 89: The Evil Demon Man Taidan and the Ambergris Fruit. Jiangnan Province, Observer Hall. Many bigwigs gathered in this hall, both online and offline. Among them are Ai Hongjun, the provincial hallmaster of Xingqian Martial Hall and Candlelight Martial Hall, and Qin Yujing. The military district is responsible for this assessment and is the overall person in charge of security and rescue work. The 3 special admissions commissioners of China's 3 top martial arts schools, Imperial Capital Wuda, Magic City Wuda, and Kunlun Wuda, as well as the heads of local Wuhan University admissions offices in Jiangnan Province, headed by Jiangnan Wuhan University. Also, leaders at all levels of the education department. Among them, the admissions commissioners of the 3 top martial arts universities in China. Their main target on this trip is Yifan, who had recently gained great fame on the Young Dragon list. On the screens in front of the many big guys, the combat situations of the students in various battlefields during the actual combat assessment were projected. However, the battle situation was shown in real time on the large screen in the center. It was not Yifan's battle video. Instead, there was a young man holding a pair of axes, wearing animal skins, with bulging muscles and an extremely muscular body. This person is the one currently taking the Jiangnan Province Military Unification Combat Assessment. Man Taidan, who is currently ranked first in points. It is said that this barbarian Taidan has only recently emerged. He comes from a remote and wild outer city, and his family conditions are extremely poor. However, his talent for cultivation is excellent. Despite his young age, his chi and blood points are approaching 3,000, and his martial arts skills have reached the initial stage of the third stage. A man with a powerful aura commented. Everyone present had amazing eyesight and nodded upon hearing this. Haha, I know. This man Taidan is from the Jiangyin test area. Old Lu, you hit it well enough? The leader of the Provincial Education Bureau looked at the director of Jiangyin Municipal Education Department and couldn't help laughing. This year in the Jiangnan province, a small and unknown place in the past, a series of evildoers have emerged. Before, Yifan, a genius in spearmanship and a monster on the Young Dragon list, appeared out of nowhere. Unexpectedly, during this practical assessment of military reunification. Jiangyin City, which is slightly larger than Jiangning City, unexpectedly gave everyone a big surprise. A young boy dressed in animal skins who came out of a remote outer city area unexpectedly surpassed hundreds of thousands of martial arts candidates in Jiangnan province and temporarily ranked first. Even Yifan, the genius on the Young Dragon list, seemed to be overshadowed. Ha, I don't mean to hide it. It's just that I always have a thirst for genius. Finally, those who work hard will be rewarded. This man Taidan was discovered during Jiangyin City's search for the missing pearl this year. When I first met him, his chi and blood value was close to 100, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. After a year of intensive training from the Jiangyin Municipal Education Department, he was finally able to shine in this year's Wutong College entrance examination. Although, it seems modest. In fact, the middle-aged man with a bald head couldn't hide his excitement at all. The young man in animal skins that they were discussing was noticed by 3 top martial arts schools, the military, and 2-star martial arts halls. By the way, Jiangning City isn't bad either. There's a little fellow named Jifan, but he doesn't seem as powerful as I imagined. Well, we're ranked 89th on the Young Dragons list. It seems we're pretty tough, so there's still some hope. The Mediterranean Jiangyin Municipal Education Director, who was a little bit arrogant. Looking at the director of Jiangning Municipal Education Department, Song Weiman. The two of them had always had some conflicts. Their administrative regions were adjacent, and Jiangyin City had always been stronger than Jiangning City. This year, Jiangning City produced Yifan. It can be said that this put great pressure on Jiangyin City. Fortunately, they developed slowly and finally got a big one. As far as I know, Yifan is good at using guns, a true gun genius. And now, he only uses his fists, which means he hasn't used his full strength yet. Song Weiman felt a little anxious when facing Lao Lu's provocation. However, his words were spoken calmly. Oh? You're good with guns? At such a critical juncture, it's unwise to abandon your strengths and use your weaknesses. Old Lu continued to comment. Director Lu, Yifan is not only a martial arts genius in Jiangning City, but also a contracted warrior of the Xingqian Martial Hall. Song Weiman sneered. Upon hearing this, Director Lu immediately shut up. Realizing that he might have offended Palace Master AI of the Star Martial Palace, he immediately apologized with a wry smile. He couldn't afford to offend such a big shot. Look, Man Taidan has a lot of practical experience, and he continues to widen the points gap with that little guy called Yifan. Someone reminded. Everyone looked over immediately. All I saw was that Man Taidan alone rushed into the territory of a group of alien beasts. Suddenly, many first-level beast soldiers pounced on him. However, the boy in animal skins was fearless. With a pair of mountain axes, he was like a meat grinder, harvesting points crazily. On the other hand, Yifan was still wandering in the third-level wasteland area. It even seemed that when it encountered some strange beasts, it not only did not attack, but instead simply bypassed them. In my opinion, Yifan should be honing his boxing skills. In his final battle on the Young Dragon ranking, he honed his boxing skills against 4 top talents. He bypassed some strange beasts, obviously he was too disdainful to take action. Didn't you notice that his route was heading deep into the level 3 wasteland?
AI Hongjun commented. Yi Fan. That was the man he had chosen as his grandson-in-law. How could I not speak for my own people? Moreover, as the chief hall master of the Jiangnan province of the Xingqian Martial Hall, AI Hongjun is a powerful man in the sky realm. Who dares not to give him face? Everyone nodded. Even Qin Yujing, the master of the Candlelight Martial Hall, who had a love-hate relationship with AI Hongjun in the past, did not refute him this time. After all, his precious grandson was ranked very low by Yi Fan. The last time, during the Young Dragon's battle, Yi Fan even beat him to tears. If Yi Fan is unbearable, doesn't it mean that his grandson is even more useless? Therefore, he did not expect Qin Feng to catch up with Yi Fan. At this moment, he actually hoped that Yi Fan would perform better. Indeed. When AI Hongjun spoke, many martial arts masters present also discovered this. Heading into the third-level wasteland area, there are even more powerful beasts. Could it be that Yi Fan is no longer satisfied with the outer exotic beast area and has greater ambitions? But, opportunities are often accompanied by huge risks. In the third-level wasteland area, Yi Fan moved quickly, and when he encountered some weaker beasts, he even dodged them directly. The purpose is to give some opportunities to candidates with weaker abilities. Because, along the way, he had encountered many human corpses. There were even torn school uniforms on some of the blood-stained corpses. These were obviously martial arts candidates who were killed by some powerful monsters. Hey, that man Tidon's points have improved quite quickly, he's actually over 300 points ahead of me. Well, but don't worry. These weak beasts outside are of little use to me in honing my boxing skills. I need more powerful beasts to help me reach the third level of boxing and martial arts skills, and to breed Dao seeds. Yi Fan murmured, not in a hurry. Help! Suddenly, a cry for help was heard. Hey, this voice, why does it sound familiar? Yi Fan climbed over a dilapidated ruin and saw a playful girl who looked like a forest elf, surrounded by a pack of wolves. And in the very center of the place, on a winding little tree, there actually grew a small tomato-like fruit. When I smelled it from a distance, I could actually smell a strange fragrance. This is ambergris. Yi Fan also showed a hint of surprise. Although it was the first time he saw her, Yi Fan recognized that the girl was the little witch, Aki, who had sent people to snipe him on the young dragon list. Seeing the panicked look on the girl's face, Yi Fan smiled playfully. Chapter 90. I believe in him, his boxing skills are above 3. Palace Master AI, that seems to be your granddaughter. In the observation room, some strong men who were close to AI Hongjun immediately recognized the forest elf-like girl. This girl is none other than someone else. It was AI Hongjun's second granddaughter, AI Chi. Heh, no problem. AI Hongjun waved his hand, looking calm. If it were before that AI Chi faced the strange wolf pack alone, AI Hongjun might be a little worried. Just about to send someone to rescue. But at this moment, there is no need to worry much. Because he found that Yi Fan, the kid, had already appeared on the outskirts of the wolf pack. Old AI's confidence probably comes from that little guy named Yi Fan. However, I didn't expect that a dragon-s bergamot fruit would be born in this third-level wasteland area. This fruit can allow a warrior to have a moment of enlightenment, which is comparable to a blessing coming to the mind. Although it is not as good as the legendary enlightenment, it still has some charm. The evolution of alien beasts is inherently much worse than that of humans in terms of their natural talent and understanding. This newly born ambergris fruit undoubtedly has a fatal attraction to them. Therefore, if we delay any further, that little fellow might not be able to escape unscathed. A strong man said with a hint of worry. Hearing this, everyone nodded. These words are indeed pertinent. Once upon a time, a powerful human in the early stage of the mountain and sea realm discovered a rare and unique plant in the second-level wasteland area. As a result, a fierce battle broke out with the mutant rat tribe. That battle was so fierce that it was dark and chaotic. However, more and more strange beasts came to surround them, and the root cause was that fruit. In the end, the human race's mountain and sea realm warrior, unable to fly in the air for as long as the sky realm warriors, eventually perished in the endless tide of strange beasts. It's a cause for regret and lament. Although, this is a level 3 wasteland area. Generally, there will be no strange beasts at the level of 3rd order beast king. However, if the scent of the ambergris fruit here is discovered by the surrounding 2nd level beast general level monsters, then, it is possible that a small beast tide will be caused. If Yi Fan and AI Chi were trapped, they would be in danger before rescue arrived. Mr. AI, do we really not need to send rescuers?
The military leader asked with a hint of worry on his face.
AI Hongjun made an indelible contribution to the continuation of the flame of human civilization.
As a descendant of a hero, he naturally couldn't bear to see his granddaughter die in the wasteland.
As for Yi Fan,
from the moment they entered the combat assessment area, he and Man Taidan attracted considerable attention from him.
After all,
he is a soldier who has been fighting against strange beasts for a long time. They also value practical talents. Yi Fan's domineering and passionate boxing style is quite to his liking.
Moreover, Yi Fan is extremely talented.
He will definitely be the rising star of the human race in the future, so he naturally doesn't want him to fall. I believe he can protect Chi-Chi.
If he is defeated, he will ask for help.
This is a military assessment jointly set by the chief alliance leader and several other major alliance leaders.
You cannot let personal interests override public ones just because of me.
AI Hongjun said this with great understanding. Hearing this, Qin Yujing curled her lips.
You old man, don't you still believe in that little guy named Yi Fan? Why put personal interests above public ones?
If your precious granddaughter were really in danger, with your protective personality, you would want to rush over and kill her yourself.
Now, in the third-level wasteland area. Ouch! Suddenly, a wolf howl was heard from behind the wolf pack.
It was like the clarion call for a charge.
Woo woo woo! The strange blue wolves, with cruel and cold eyes flashing, rushed towards Aki like arrows.
He was determined to tear this elf-like human girl into pieces. The reason is that this little human girl actually tried to get her hands on their boss's treasure.
Woo woo woo!
The wolves charged forward like green arrows. Even the air was filled with the stench of blood.
Sweat had already appeared on Aki's forehead. I don't want to admit defeat. I don't want to lose to that bad guy Yi Fan.
TSK, TSK, tisk. She shouted, as if to encourage herself. The green weapon that was winding out from the palm of his hand had green vine-like spikes growing out.
Yi Fan not far away. Did I eat your rice? Puff puff puff.
In an instant, the throat of the strange blue wolf rushing in the front was pierced directly. The huge wolf corpse was hanging on the thorny vines, with scarlet blood flowing down.
Even some blood drops, due to inertia, splashed onto Aki's green clothes. Aki screamed in fright.
After all, this is not the Starry Sky Fighting Network, but a real life and death test. If you are killed on the Starry Sky Fighting Network, you will just feel some pain. Here, if you were torn to pieces by wolves, you would be killed without a complete body.
In addition, these blue wolves are now rushing towards us like crazy.
This feeling and mentality are completely different from Starry Sky Fighting Network.
Aki felt too much pressure, even her breathing became rapid. Swish!
The sharp claws of a green wolf directly tore a vine, and even tore a corner of Aki's clothes, revealing the tender, white and delicate snow-white skin inside.
Ah! Aki even smelled the blue wolf's foul-smelling saliva, which made her stomach churn.
But, seeing the little girl like this, the green wolves pounced on her like crazy. It was like a group of hungry wolves seeing a fat little white sheep.
Laugh! Several wolf claws either tore through the vines directly or grabbed Aki through the gaps.
There was a hint of despair on Aki's little face, which had turned as pale as paper.
Just press the rescue button. Boom!
Suddenly, a terrible sonic boom was heard.
Bang, bang!
The two green wolves that were planning to grab Aki with their sharp claws flew out directly. Even when it was halfway through its flight, it exploded with a bang, turning into pieces of flesh all over the sky, floating in the wind.
Ah, ah!
And below, the two green wolves that were planning to launch a sneak attack were directly trampled on the waist by two iron hooves.
Iron skin, iron bones, and tofu waste.
The two green wolves only let out a short, shrill scream before dying. Hiss! Aki, who was inside the green vine cocoon, opened her beautiful eyes wide. When I saw clearly the tall figure standing in front of me, I couldn't help but exclaim, "It's you!" Yes, this guy is Yi Fan, whom she wants to beat up in her dreams.
But saved her?
Stop talking nonsense and go play somewhere else.
Yi Fan snorted coldly.
Just now, Ai Chi, who had developed a slight affection for Yi Fan, immediately gritted her fangs.
A rude bastard.
She cursed, but Aki remained calm and stepped back.
I'm telling you, don't try to be so arrogant.
Behind that wolf pack, there might be a second-level beast general-level wolf leader.
Aki kindly reminded. Just what I want. Upon hearing this, Aichi found that Yifan was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Bang, 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 bang. With a series of explosions like cannons, Yifan's punches were infinitely close to returning to the original state. But, just like Pink Sixie, there is just a tiny difference. War. Martial arts is the way of killing. Immediately, Yifan rushed into the wolf pack like a human-shaped violent ape. As soon as they collided, several green wolves were thrown into the air, and some even exploded in mid-air. It was so bloody and violent. 10, 20. The surrounding ground was dyed red with blood, and wolf corpses and flesh were scattered all over the ground. Only, the tall and strong figure around him stood firm like a god of war. Buzz. At some point, there was finally a response on the prompt panel. Your proficiency in the mortal level martial art, Cannon Fist, has increased to 100%, reaching the state of returning to nature. Your martial arts skills, second level boxing skills, have been increased from 99% to third level boxing skills 1%. Boom. In an instant, Yifan felt that his boxing skills improved rapidly. The combination of body, blood, and skills has been elevated to a new level. Even though his chi and blood values did not increase, Yifan felt that his physical combat power had doubled. This is the horror of advancing martial arts skills. Awoo. At this moment, a low growl came from the rear of the wolf pack that had already shown some signs of retreating. A giant wolf with red fur slowly emerged. Chapter 91, Fighting the Blood Wolf King, the Burning Point of Enlightenment. Ouch. 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 When the Blood Wolf King, a huge second-order beast general level monster with red hair all over its body, twice as big as the blue wolf, appeared. The wolves that were about to retreat suddenly stopped. He even lowered his head slightly and howled like a wolf, as if welcoming their king. It is the leader of this wolf pack. Just now, it was also commanding the wolf pack to attack Aichi and Yifan one after another. However, it did not expect that the tiny human in front of it would be so powerful in combat. Slaughtered dozens of its children. It's simply unforgivable. Blood Wolf Leader, HP, 4985. Skills, summon a pack of wolves, feign sleep and attack, violent tear. Wind, metal. When the red-haired Wolf King walked out, the cold color of death flashed in his eyes. Yifan's eyes began to detect the leader of the Wolf King. The bloody Wolf King in front of him was the same one that had appeared in the beast tide that broke out in Jiangning City a month ago. The red-haired Ape King who sneaked in was different. He was a genuine second-level 5th-grade beast general. Comparable to a 5th-grade warrior in the galaxy realm among the human race. The chi and blood value is nearly 1,500 calories higher than Yifan. Moreover, judging from the skills of this red-haired Wolf King detected by the system, this red-haired Blood Wolf King is absolutely insidious and cunning, moreover, cruel and violent. Ouch. Facing Yifan, the Blood Wolf King obviously had no intention of fighting one-on-one. Instead, he directly activated Skill 1, summoning a pack of wolves. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The Blood Wolf King summoned the blue wolves, who were already frightened by Yifan's horrific killing. Immediately, as if they were injected with chicken blood, the beast's eyes once again glowed with a terrifying and ferocious look. You can say that. The first skill of the Blood Wolf King is not only summoning. Moreover, it will definitely greatly boost the morale of the wolf pack. It was crowded and only took a short while. No less than dozens of green wolves gathered around Yifan. There were even a few giant wolves whose fur had turned red that had just followed the Blood Wolf King. Obviously, he has also broken through to the second level. You idiot! I told you to run, but you insisted. Now you've become food for these wolves. Aki's little hands were covered in sweat because of nervousness. Just now, Yifan ignored her advice and insisted on fighting the wolves alone. Now it's difficult to get off the tiger's back. Use a gun. Aichi sent a message to Yifan through the warrior watch. Facing a pack of wolves surrounding him, Yifan did not feel nervous at all. Instead, a surge of fighting spirit rose up. After receiving the 9-star hegemonic body, the domineering aura belonging to the king has been affecting Yifan all the time. And before entering the actual combat assessment area, Yifan's strength improved by leaps and bounds. There hasn't been a satisfying battle yet. Take this pack of wolves in front of you, for example, and have some meat. Need not. The warrior's watch vibrated slightly, and Yifan even had the leisure to send a message back to Aichi.
Ding ding, the bad guy Yifan has sent a message.
Although, the prompt sound is very small.
However, Yifan, who had a strong mental power and sharp perception, heard the subtle message prompt tone.
Immediately, 2 black lines slid down his forehead.
As expected, only villains and women are difficult to raise.
The ancients never lied to me. Ah.
When he saw the small human boy in front of him, he was surrounded by a pack of wolves. He dared to be distracted, and the Blood Wolf King immediately became completely furious.
After a howl.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All around, wolves like a tide rushed towards Yifan again. This scene frightened Aki, who was hiding behind the ruins not far away, so much that she quickly covered her mouth with her hands. Stinky Grandpa, send someone to rescue us quickly, otherwise we'll just have to collect the body of that bad guy. No, there might not even be anything left to collect. The little girl muttered. After all, Yifan appeared to save her and was in danger. Although she was angry with Yifan, she definitely didn't want the young man to be killed by a strange beast.
Oh no!
A pack of wolves commanded by a level 2 beast general is besieging Yifan.
Should we rescue him?
Furthermore, judging by the fur of this wolf king, it should have reached the 2nd level, 5th grade, or even the 6th grade.
Indeed, this level should be considered an emergency during the martial arts unified examination.
Okay, special approval will be granted for martial arts assistance. When the central projector in the observer hall projected the scene of Yifan being besieged by a group of wolves, including the heads of the admissions offices of the 3 top martial arts schools, as well as the heads of provincial and even local education departments.
Especially Song Weiman, his heart was in his throat.
Song Weiman asked himself if he were to be surrounded by such a pack of wolves, he would be dead for sure. The burly young man in front of me looks so young.
Just turned 18. Moreover, he doesn't have much practical experience. Can he handle it?
Swish.
At this moment, the eyes of many martial arts masters at the scene were focused on Ai Hongjun.
After all, as a contracted warrior of the Star Martial Palace, especially, Palace Master Qin Yujing also knows. Yifan has an S sign from the Star Martial Hall. If such a super genius were killed, it would definitely be a huge loss for the Star Martial Palace and the future of human martial arts.
This moment.
Even Ai Hongjun, who had been calm and composed just now, could no longer remain composed. There is a hint of solemnity on the side profile, which has become more and more charming with the passage of time. His eyes were fixed on the projection. I don't know if the young man inside was just his hallucination. Even when facing the siege of this pack of wolves, there was no fear on his face. On the contrary, there is a touch of fanaticism and soaring fighting spirit.
Wait a little longer. Ai Hongjun said. Hearing this, everyone was amazed.
As expected of a super powerful person in the sky realm, he is really patient.
Bang, 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 bang.
Yifan's punch was like a dragon, accompanied by bursts of cannon fire. If hit, you will die. If touched, you will be injured.
This is the blessing of the 3rd level boxing martial arts skills.
Even ordinary martial arts can burst out with tremendous power.
Shoo, shoo.
At this moment, 2 red rays of light came rushing towards them like the wind.
Boom, boom.
Directly, the sharp claws hit Yifan's fist. Just like a meteorite collision, the 2 beast general level giant wolves were only knocked away this time, but were not killed or smashed like the 1st level beast soldiers. The mutant wolf with iron skin and bones is indeed worthy of its reputation.
In terms of physical body, it is far superior to ordinary human warriors.
Of course, Yifan also knew that if he used his physical body to fight his way forward, he would definitely be able to kill these 2 2nd-level beast generals. He has a domineering body, and his physical body is definitely not weaker than that of the strange beast Blood Wolf.
However, there is still a Blood Wolf King lurking around. The enlightenment point is activated.
Maintain the enlightenment state at all times. Follow me to comprehend the Thanos King Fist. After all, there are 10 enlightenment points stored in the system. Yifan is rich and powerful.
Under the strong pressure, I chose to burn the enlightenment point.
Moreover, through his last experience of participating in killing the red-haired Ape King, he had a vague guess. I'm afraid that participating in killing the 2nd-level alien beast should be helpful in nurturing the Tau seed.
Call. Like a howling gale, the Blood Wolf King also launched an attack. Open up new territories. Supreme Royal Court.
Yifan performed the first 2 moves of the Thanos fist with his left and right hands at the same time. His fists were like 2 large millstones, and he directly fought against the Blood Wolf King.
Boom, boom, boom.
Although the Blood Wolf King is huge in size, he is extremely fast, like a whirlwind. Moreover, the wolf claws are as sharp as knives. If it weren't for Yifan's powerful body, he would have been torn to pieces with broken bones and tendons, and his flesh and blood would have been shattered. Your king-level martial arts Thanos King Fist, first form, expanding territory, proficiency increased from 78% to 89%. Your king-level martial arts Thanos King Fist second style, Supreme King's Court, proficiency increased from 50% to 75%. Your martial arts skill, second level boxing, has been increased from 1% to 3%. Yifan, who was using cheats, became more and more courageous as the battle became more intense.
Chapter 92, 8th Grade Dao Seed, Fighting the Sky, Burning Blood, Kill in One Move.
Yifan becomes more and more courageous as the battle goes on, as if he is possessed by the god of war.
Ah! With a collision, the huge body of the Blood Wolf King and the tiny Yifan were separated.
The Blood Wolf King, whose HP value was as high as 4400 plus, was actually defeated by Yifan. This made the eyes of the second-level beast general, the Blood Wolf King, flash with surprise and uncertainty.
Moreover, it can be clearly felt. This seemingly weak human being before me actually becomes more courageous as the battle continues? Powerful martial arts can ignore the differences in chi, blood, and physical body.
The demonic understanding made this human boy's combat awareness and power continuously increase during the battle.
The human race is indeed a race that wills envy, hate, and envy. Damn it!
He was determined to tear the human being in front of him into pieces. Immediately, a cunning and sinister look flashed in the Blood Wolf King's eyes.
Ouch!
The Blood Wolf King fell to the ground, howled, and fell directly, as if he was knocked unconscious. Seeing this, Yifan showed an ecstatic look on his face. The figure rushed over in an instant. The eagerness and excitement were portrayed vividly. The so-called catch the thief and catch the king, catch the adulterer in bed. At this moment, Yifan seemed to be ready to take advantage of the wolf's illness and kill it. In fact, Yifan sneered in his heart. If it weren't for the system's detection function, he might have really fallen into the trap of the red-haired Wolf King. However, although he appeared anxious and excited, he was actually very calm inside.
Skill 2, Pretend to sleep and attack? He. Ah.
The other two giant wolves, which had reached the lower level of the second-grade beast generals, ordered their subordinates to stop them.
This drama is performed to the fullest. Get out of here.
To deal with the first-level alien beast, Yifan directly used the cannon punch of the Return to Nature realm. The sound of a series of explosions resounded, and the young man moved like a dragon.
Wherever they go, no wolf can stop them. The first-level blue wolves flew backwards one after another, and some were even smashed to pieces. Ouch! Ouch! Two second-level beast generals, giant wolves, guard the Blood Wolf King.
Humph, since you guys want to put on a show, I'll start with you. A cold look flashed in Yifan's eyes.
Open up new territories. Supreme Royal Court. Thunder Blessing.
The two fists were wrapped in a terrifying vision, and this time, the fist tips were even wrapped in extremely strong thunder that was full of the smell of destruction. Yifan quietly integrated a trace of purple divine thunder into his fist wrapped in thunder.
Ouch! Ouch! Bang! Bang!
The two tribes' beast general level second level giant wolves did not expect that the human boy in front of them could actually release lightning.
Thunder is the power of heaven's punishment. Let them be born with a sense of fear. However, if I want to retreat now, there is no way to retreat and no way to avoid it.
Because, at this moment Yifan's speed has reached 42 ms. It rushed over with the speed equivalent to a large truck with a punch of 150 km per hour and a force of 42 tons. Coupled with king-level martial arts and the blessing of thunder spiritual power, it is integrated into the purple sky divine thunder. The two beast general level giant wolves, which had already shown their weakness before they even came into contact, were directly defeated like a crushing dry weed. He wailed and his body was thrown out. This time, they were not repelled. Instead, blood was flowing from all 7 orifices, and even fragments of internal organs were constantly spewing out of his mouth. What's worse? The place where Yifan's fists hit showed signs of burnt and tattered things.
Even if you don't die, you will definitely exhale more and inhale less.
Your king-level martial arts Thanos King Fist first style, Thanos King Fist proficiency increased from 90% to 93%. Your mastery of the king-level martial arts Thanos King Fist, second style, Supreme King Court increases from 80% to 90%. After killing 2 second-order beast general-level monsters, Yifan, blessed with enlightenment points, made rapid progress in king-level martial arts.
So fierce? Ai Chi, who was far away, was shocked. This Yifan is like a little monster. I don't even know how to practice. The more you fight, the stronger you become?
You know, this is not the case when he uses a gun. In other words, Yifan has not yet exerted his full combat power.
If we kill that red-haired Wolf King, this calamity can be resolved.
When Ai Chi saw Yifan approaching the fallen red-haired Blood Wolf King, she almost waved her pink fist and cheered for Yifan.
But suddenly, Aiki's eyelids twitched. A bad premonition came over me. The excited expression just now froze in an instant.
She was just about to shout, asking Yifan to be careful. Then I saw the red-haired Blood Wolf, which was as big as a hill, suddenly jump up. The huge wolf mouth attacked Yifan fiercely.
Ah! Aiki couldn't help but scream in terror. What a cunning wolf!
It seemed as if the next moment Yifan would be torn to pieces.
Puff! However, what surprised both the blood-haired Wolf King and Aiki was the figure of the young man who was bitten by him in a sneak attack slowly dissipated like foam. Even a little bit numb. It was as if he had eaten lightning. Thunder illusion. This is exactly what Yifan had mastered not long ago.
Using his arms as guns, he cultivated the art of thunder and magic.
The next moment, his true form appeared behind the wolf and he punched out fiercely with both fists. Boom! Boom! Ouch!
The Blood Wolf King howled, but after all, it was a powerful beast comparable to a 5th-grade warrior in the galaxy realm of the human race. His physical body is far from being comparable to those of the left and right Guardian generals.
The beast's eyes instantly turned red and it went crazy.
He twisted his body directly, and his huge body moved at an extremely fast speed. Those claws and fangs are like the sharpest knives and awls.
Boom, boom, boom. A man and a wolf collide violently. Even the green wolves quickly dodged. Because, if you dodge too slowly, then, if they were just hit by the aftermath of the battle, they might be smashed to pieces.
Your king-level martial arts Thanos King Fist first style, Thanos King Fist proficiency increased from 95% to 99% transcendent. Your mastery of the king-level martial arts Thanos King Fist, second style, Supreme King Court increases from 90% to 99%.
Transcendent sainthood.
Yifan, who directly burned the enlightenment points, finally, when the 10 enlightenment points were about to burn out. He raised the first 2 moves of the king-level martial arts to a level that almost all martial artists could only dream of.
Killed 2 second-level alien beasts, the blood-haired giant wolves, mastered the king-level martial arts transcendent into sainthood, and bred the 8th grade Dao Seed Jiantian. The quality of the Dao Seed gradually increases from 9th grade to 1st grade. The 8th grade Dao Seed Jiantian.
Ability 1, Primary Blood Burning instantly doubles combat power. Ability 2, Intermediate Blood Burning instantly triples combat power. Ability 3, Advanced Blood Burning instantly increases combat power tenfold. Hiss. When Yifan saw the triple blood burning ability of this 8th grade Dao Seed, he couldn't help but be shocked.
Unbelievable.
However, I didn't dare to try the intermediate or even advanced blood burning. He was afraid that if he did it for a moment, he would lose everything.
8th grade Dao Seed, Battle Heaven Burning Blood. Activate, Primary Burning Blood. Boom.
In an instant, Yifan felt like a raging bull, and his blood was boiling.
There is an extreme urge to vent and fight. Boom.
The Blood Wolf King was startled and could hardly see clearly the young man rushing towards him.
Too fast. Is this taking drugs? Bang. A punch directly hit the wolf's head, and then it fell into endless darkness. Chapter 93 Shocking Boss, the 3rd level Beast King appears. Wow.
Jiangnan Province, inside the Wutong College Entrance Examination Observation Hall. Instantly, warm applause broke out. At the age of 18, having just graduated from high school, he can kill a level 2, rank 5 exotic beast. This Yifan, my imperial capital Wu University wants him. That is one of the 3 top martial arts schools in China. Even the person in charge of the admissions office of Wuda University in the imperial capital, who was ranked first, a man in a Zhongshan suit, said excitedly. There was a gleam of extreme desire in his eyes.
For the top martial arts universities, they don't care too much about ordinary Lingxi realm or even Xingha realm geniuses. What they care about is that in the future, they will be able to cross mountains and seas and achieve the realm of the sky. Even a super monster in the demigod realm. A top-notch martial arts university can only produce a steady stream of powerful people at the sky realm and even the demigod realm. Only then can we truly stand at the top of China and among the top ranks of Blue Star. Therefore, a genius like Yifan must be recruited by any top martial arts university. Jiangnan Wuhan University, as well as local Wuhan universities, can only sigh in despair. Their temple is too small to accommodate such a genius. The ones who regretted it the most were Jiangnan Wuhan University, because they knew it. Yifan had participated in their school's trial camp before. Even the latter released a video explaining that it was because of his poor performance that he did not enter Jiangnan Wuhan University. However, now they want to kill the man named Ing Song, and even the assessment teacher of the trial camp is thinking of doing so. We missed a genius of the century. Humph, the Magic City Wuda, will definitely fight for it. This person, the admissions director from Wuhan University in Shanghai, with a slick-back hair and gold-rimmed glasses. He also showed no sign of weakness and showed a tit-for-tat attitude. My Kunlun Martial Arts University will also show the utmost sincerity to student Yifan. The person who spoke was a teacher from the admissions office of Kunlun University of Martial Arts, who was wearing a loose martial arts uniform. Just by watching the game, he was able to drive 3 of China's top teachers from the Wuhan University admissions office crazy. It can be seen that Yifan's killing of the red-haired Wolf King was of great significance. Unlike the 3 admissions teachers, whose primary purpose was to recruit Yifan, the other martial arts masters present at the scene did not have such urgent goals. At this moment, let's circle Yifan's performance. After this battle, Yifan, a candidate from Jiangning City, have gained nearly 500 points. Now, I have 1485 points, ranking first in the Jiangnan province military assessment. The person who spoke was Song Weiman, the director of Jiangning Municipal Education Department. As he spoke, he glanced at the man named Lu from the Jiangning Municipal Education Department. Sure enough, when he saw the latter's face looked a little ugly, he immediately felt relieved. Let you show off. You have to praise one and criticize the other, and now you are reaping the consequences. Indeed. Now it seems that Yifan's strength is beyond Man Taidan, and he is a strong contender for the top spot in our Jiangnan province this year. The leader of the provincial education department looked at Song Weiman and said with a smile. What they are more concerned about is whether the warriors in their jurisdiction are powerful enough. Because this is related to their future development. Good boy. Among the on-site observers, Yin Shanyue, the branch master of the Jianghuai City Xingqian Martial Hall, was also invited. The main purpose of his trip was naturally to see Yifan. Because, after all, Yifan started his career from his martial hall. The more evil Yifan behaves, the greater the benefits he will gain from the place where he makes his fortune. It can be said that he is one of the people who most hopes Yifan will achieve good results. Moreover, Yinshan, you knew it. From the beginning when Yifan just stepped into the Lingxi realm, to today when he has been practicing, he can kill the strange beast Wolf King that is comparable to the 5th grade warrior of the Xinghe realm. It only took him 2 months. What a terrifying cultivation speed. It's simply astonishing. I'm afraid that he is about to catch up with the few monsters in China today who have the fastest cultivation speed. This little guy is really amazing. He is going to surpass our Qin Feng. 2 of his martial arts have actually reached the Transcendent Saint level, and 1 is even a king-level martial art. I don't know how he cultivated it. Qin Yujing, the chief hallmaster of the Jiangnan province of the Candlelight Martial Hall, exclaimed in amazement. However, each warrior has his own destiny in cultivation. It is absolutely impossible for a peerless genius like Yifan to not have his own secrets. TSK. At this moment, everyone's attention was attracted by AI Hongjuan's 2 clicking sounds. Everyone then realized it. Just now, in that extremely dangerous situation. But Mr. AI is the most patient. Let the martial arts aid team wait. Moreover, you have to know that her beloved granddaughter, Aki, who is like a forest elf, is also in the danger circle near the 2nd level wolf pack. If not, he would have enough confidence in Yifan. No one would believe that Mr. AI would joke about the safety of his granddaughter. So, when he also made a sound of surprise. Everyone's eyes, including the head of the military district who proposed martial arts assistance, were looking at AI Hongjun. I hope to hear his insights. Palace Master Yin, you have unearthed a great seedling for my Xingqian martial palace. First of all, AI Hongjun gave affirmation to In Shanyue for discovering Yifan.
It's all thanks to the wise leadership of the chief hall master. In Shanyue was excited inside, but spoke modestly.
You kid, don't flatter me.
My Xingqian martial palace has always been the sharp blade that continues the flame of human civilization, and we speak with strength.
Empty talk and flattery won't work. AI Hongjun laughed.
Then, AI Hongjun turned his gaze to the projection screen in the center of the show.
Have you ever noticed that the most terrifying thing about Xiaofan, the warrior from the Star Martial Hall, is his comprehension? AI Hongjun said. Insight. Indeed.
Just now, many warriors at the scene were immersed in great shock.
If you think about it carefully, it is indeed so.
In the battle that just ended with the second-level wolf pack, Yifan showed amazing understanding.
Even in battle.
Whether it is boxing or martial arts skills, they are growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's comparable to a sudden inspiration. No, it should be compared to a sudden enlightenment.
Hiss.
When they thought of this, everyone at the scene couldn't help but gasp. Understanding is the most illusory thing, unlike spirituality, bloodline, and physique, which can be seen and touched.
But it is also the most important component of a warrior's talent.
Qin Yujing felt a toothache when she saw AI Hongjuan's smug look.
Hee, but that little guy's final burst of power was far beyond his own strength. Don't use any secret or forbidden techniques, just damage his foundation.
Qin Yujing commented venomously.
Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Indeed.
In the end, Yifan's burst of power that killed the second-level Blood Wolf King in seconds was indeed terrifying.
Could it be that some secret magic was used?
Of course, Qin Yujing's words were, on the one hand, intended to discourage AI Hongjuan's complacent attitude. On the other hand, there are some concerns. When they reach this level, they are generally humble when looking at new talents. Especially for people like Yifan, who are the future martial arts masters of human civilization, he also has high expectations for them.
I don't want Yifan to go astray. It is also a kind reminder to Mr. AI.
Humph, you old jealous bastard, you're jealous now. Who knows if Xiaofan from the Xingqian Martial Hall has encountered some amazing opportunity, or if he has conceived some Dao seed?
AI Hongjun retorted. Opportunity? Everyone can still accept it. But Tao seed? That's 1 in a million. Do you think anyone can get an epiphany just like you?
Even sudden enlightenment may occur, but the seeds of Tao are not common. It can be seen that Tao seeds are even scarcer than sudden enlightenment. Just when the big guys on the scene were shocked and commenting.
Suddenly. Woo woo woo. An alarm sounded in the observation hall. Alarm, alarm.
There is a suspected injured third-level Beast King sneaking into the assessment area.
Chapter 94, Burning Flame Scorpion, although there are dangers, I will go. What?
Upon hearing this, a burst of shocked and angry voices immediately rang out in the Military Integration Assessment Observation Hall. The third-level Beast King is a powerful beast that is comparable to the strong men in the mountain and sea realm of the human race.
What?
How did you manage to allow the third-level Beast King, the Burning Flame Scorpion, into the martial arts assessment area?
Listen, I don't want casualty figures.
I don't want to hear about a Tier 3 Beast King being severely weakened. I want its location, and I want to kill it as soon as possible. The military commander in charge of security roared angrily at the communication equipment. A third-level Beast King-level monster. This is the real Beast King, not comparable to the wolf leader of the second-level tribe, the so-called Wolf King.
If it attacks the examinees, the consequences will be unimaginable.
I suggest that, out of a sense of responsibility for the safety of the examinees, we should immediately request instructions to terminate the military examination. And search for the injured third-level Burning Flame Scorpion and kill it. A director of a local education department suggested.
I disagree. Since it's a combat test, it implies unpredictable dangers. If any accident happens, we will provide protection. So, what is the point of the military reunification actual combat assessment? Isn't it just in name only? A hawkish figure in the military district said. You must know that these candidates are the future of China and even the human race. A person in charge of the education department strives to say. Those that go deep into the level 1 zone, or even the restricted zone. Or, are the warriors who are stationed in the interface, fighting for resources for the human race, and protecting the peace of the blue planet not the future of the human race? If you are afraid of sacrifice, why take the college entrance examination? Why become a warrior? The military district's Eagle brand figure sneered. You're just making excuses. The person in charge of the Education Bureau said angrily. Well, since everyone has a disagreement, let me say a few words. At this moment, Qin Yujing, the chief hallmaster of the Candlelight Martial Hall in Jiangnan province, said. Mr. Qin, please speak. They still have great respect for the chief master of the Candlelight Martial Hall, one of the 3 major martial halls. Not only because of his strength in the Sky Realm, but also because he can reach the level of the chief hallmaster. That means that no matter in the wasteland, the restricted area, or in the interface, they have made great contributions to the human race. After all, this is the first time the college entrance examination has been reformed, and these young students may not be well prepared. Of course, that includes us. They are still relatively young and should indeed be given certain privileges. I suggest that we gather them to a safe area first, and then continue the assessment after we have eliminated the 3 realms Beast King, the Burning Flame Scorpion. Qin Yujing rode. Agree. AI Hongjun also nodded. Agree. 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 The admissions teachers of the 3 top martial arts schools also agreed. Hearing this, the Eagle brand person in charge of the military district also nodded. Okay, in that case, we will quickly release the information via the detection drone and the warrior watch. The person in charge of the Wutong assessment network responded quickly. Okay, in that case, let's split up. This was an emergency, and it was also a good opportunity to test the ability of various departments to collaborate and cooperate. Your martial arts skills, 3rd level boxing skills, increased from 1% to 5%. After fierce battles, you honed your boxing skills and comprehended the seeds of boxing intent 10%. Information about Yifan's improvement appeared on the virtual panel in front of him. He even comprehended a second state of mind through the advancement of his boxing skills this time. However, at this moment, Yifan did not bother to carefully examine the prompts that appeared on the virtual panel in front of him. He also ignored the ground around him, which was stained red with blood and broken flesh. Sit down. 8th grade Dao Seed, Zhan Tian Burning Blood. Even if it's only at the primary level of Burning Blood, it's so domineering. However, it does consume too much. Even with my 9-star tyrant body, I still feel quite deficient. Breathing slightly heavily, Yifan showed a bitter smile on his face. However, this 8th grade Dao Seed can be used as one's own trump card. Hey, Big Bad. Yifan, you're pretty awesome. They wiped out the 2nd level wolf pack and killed 3 2nd level alien beasts, including a 2nd level 5th grade alien beast. Yifan, who is so powerful, is only 18 years old. What's more, from another perspective, he saved himself. AI Chi no longer cared about the fact that Yifan had once shot her to death. Heh, you're not calling me a bad guy anymore? Yifan looked at the girl in front of him, who looked like a forest elf, and teased. Now he has been informed by the Lord of Een Palace. 2 sisters, Ivy and Aggie. She is Mr. AI's granddaughter. Mr. AI gave me a precious treasure and was very kind to me. Yifan is a man who knows how to repay kindness, although he wants to make AI Chi suffer a little. However, if he really encountered an emergency, he would naturally not sit idly by. Lululo Road. AI Chi made a face at Yifan and stuck out her tongue. Well, pick the ambergris fruit. Yifan pointed at the fruit that looked like a small persimmon and said. Well, you don't want it? AI Chi's favorable impression of Yifan increased again. My comprehension is beyond belief. This thing is useless to me. Aki was stunned, feeling that she was being tricked. The slight good impression that had just arisen disappeared in an instant. I really want to kick Yifan, but I'm afraid that this bad guy Yifan will be angry. After all, they were alone in the wilderness, a man and a woman. She couldn't win by fighting, and she couldn't run away by running. What could she, a weak woman, do? She could only curl her delicate cherry lips and go to pick the fruit. Yifan just took a short rest and then drew a dagger from his waist. Cut open the skulls of 3 2nd level monsters and take out energy crystal cores as thick as thumbs and as big as fruit cores. These are all compulsory contents in their general martial arts courses. The 2nd level strange beast is already able to absorb and exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming an energy crystal core in its brain. It is the essence of his energy. According to Mr. Fong's introduction, any energy crystal core of a 2nd level exotic beast is worth more than 100,000. The energy crystal core of the Blood Wolf King will definitely be more expensive.
As for the wolf claws, they are extremely sharp and are also excellent materials for refining some weapons. However, Yifan had no place to put it, so he just threw it away.
Ding ding ding. Emergency notice, emergency notice.
Suddenly, 2 detection drones above Yifan and AI Chi's heads made sounds.
A powerful beast is suspected to have appeared in the examination area. Military personnel are investigating and hunting it. Candidates, please gather at the designated location. Once the threat is eliminated, continue the assessment. Buzz, buzz.
At the same time, Yifan and AI Chi's warrior watches both vibrated.
Above, a safe zone map appeared. With just a tap, you can follow the indicated route to the safe zone.
Yifan frowned. A crisis that could cause the higher-ups to interrupt the military assessment must be extremely dangerous.
It could be a high-quality second-level exotic beast, or even a third-level one.
The reason for not explaining it is probably because we are afraid of causing panic among the candidates. Just when Yifan and AI Chi were about to evacuate, suddenly, a message appeared on his warrior watch.
From Lulu. There were only 4 words on it: Brother Yi, help. Buzz.
At the same time, a huge red dot appeared on Yifan's watch. This means that a powerful monster has appeared there.
AI warning. Hey, Yifan, you're going the wrong way.
AI Chi saw Yifan turn around and walk deeper into the examination area, and immediately shouted. You go first, my brother is in danger, I'll save him. Yifan's figure has disappeared, leaving behind his voice floating in the air. Chapter 95. Yifan arrives and the purple sky divine thunder shows its power.
What a fool! Do you want to die? Aki stamped her feet in anger.
Naturally, she also received the AI warning and knew that there should be powerful monsters in the direction Yifan was heading.
She didn't keep up.
It's not that Aki is afraid of death. Rather, the existence of someone who can cause the invigilation team to interrupt the examination is absolutely extremely dangerous. Now she is only at the 6th level of Lingxi realm.
If you go, you can only be cannon fodder. After gnashing her fangs, Aki quickly ran towards the safe zone. 10 minutes ago. Bang, 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 bang. 5 explosions were heard.
A young man, with a look of determination on his face, punched several wild boar-like monsters that had not yet entered the rank, killing them instantly.
Well, 5 more points. The total score will soon exceed 100. Although there is still a huge gap between me and Brother Yi, as long as I follow Brother Yi's footsteps, I believe that I, Lulu, will definitely become a powerful person.
This young man was Yifan's little fan, Lulu. Before the college entrance examination, I received guidance from Yifan. His ordinary martial arts, Cannon Fist, has also been greatly improved. It was at this moment.
Ah, ah.
A dull roar, one of them was nearly 10 feet long. An adult wild boar appeared, as strong as an ox, with all its hair standing upright, like an oversized hedgehog.
Beast Soldier Boar.
Seeing this, Lulu was not afraid at all. Picking up the stick stuck in the mud, he knew that the group of unranked wild boars he had just killed might be the offspring of these Beast Soldier level wild boars.
If I kill you, I can reach 100 points. Lulu's fighting spirit rose. Ha, ha.
The huge wild boar was spewing white mist from its nose, and its eyes were full of brutality. A huge hoof like an ox's hoof was digging the ground.
Its head was lowered, and its sharp fangs, like unsheathed blades, pointed at Lulu in the distance. Ah!
Suddenly, just when Lulu was on full alert and ready to fight with the beast soldiers, the wild boar soldier was like a cat with its tail stepped on. The crazy escape was as fast as if it was equipped with an 8-cylinder engine.
Lulu?
Click, click, click.
Well, why is it so hot all of a sudden?
Lulu looked around and found that the leaves of many trees around him were beginning to wither. There was even a burning crackling sound. Suddenly, Lulu's expression changed drastically. It can make the first-level beast soldier wild boar ignore hatred and flee madly.
There must be a huge danger coming. Ah, help! Escape, escape, escape. What kind of monster is this?
In the distance, there seemed to be screams from the test students.
But soon it became silent.
At the same time, prompts came from both the drone above Lulu's head and the warrior's watch.
Danger is coming. Lulu turned around and was about to run. Ha!
At this moment, Lulu felt a heat wave, which was even about to burn his clothes.
A giant scorpion several feet long, with flames all over its body, looked like a fast-running train. Coming swiftly. Ah! Lulu growled and raised his stick to block. Bang! Snap! As soon as they touched, Lulu felt a huge force. Like a volcanic eruption or a howling typhoon, it is unstoppable. His ally-made stick, which could penetrate gold and split rocks, actually bent. It's even covered with cracks. A large part of the cuff of his combat uniform was also burned off. His body also shook violently and was thrown backwards. Lulu spat out a mouthful of blood and felt as if all his internal organs had shifted. Moreover, in a trance, Lulu saw clearly that this was a powerful and ferocious fire scorpion monster. However, there seemed to be huge wounds on its back, chest, and abdomen. In fact, except for the 2 claws in the front, several of the 3 pairs of legs in the back had fallen off. However, even so, its speed is extremely fast. Far beyond the warriors of Lingxi realm. Laugh. What made Lulu's ghost scared was the fire scorpion beast that suddenly appeared showed its tail stinger, which was like a red-hot iron hook. He cut through the air and stabbed Lulu fiercely. Am I dead? There was a flicker of unwillingness in Lulu's eyes. At this moment, his body was shocked and his whole body was paralyzed. Can't move at all. This tail stinger, which is like a red-hot iron hook, is likely to kill it with just 1 strike. Wow, wow. It was at this moment. The surroundings turned into the edge of a piece of red earth, and 2 glass jade bracelets appeared as if they had turned into water dragons. Bang! Bang! It directly hit the fire scorpion's tail hook. A gentle girl who looked like an ocean fairy appeared. It was Ivy who passed by and saved Lulu. Burning flame scorpion. Ivy's face was solemn. This adult fire scorpion could reach the 3rd level, which was comparable to the mountain and sea realm of the human race. The one in front of me should be an adult. However, he seemed to be seriously injured. Slurp. The fire scorpion, who had originally intended to kill Lulu, immediately turned his attention to Ivy. Although this burning fire scorpion causes the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly. But at this moment, Ivy felt cold all over. The burning fire scorpion also sensed a very disgusting aura from Ivy. As the saying goes, water and fire counteract each other. Ivy's scent made it very unhappy. Laugh. So, the next moment, the fire scorpion rushed directly towards Ivy. Soon, Lulu, who had recovered a little, saw that the girl who looked like an ocean fairy was at a complete disadvantage. Even if it is resisted by water-attributed skills and weapons. However, he could only defend himself and had no power to fight back. What to do? Lulu was extremely anxious. He absolutely could not abandon the beautiful girl and run away. If that were the case, Lulu would be a complete inhuman being. Yes, ask Brother Yi for help. The only thing Lulu could think of was to ask Yifan for help. He didn't quite understand how powerful this burning fire scorpion was. However, in his heart, Yifan is almost synonymous with invincibility. You damn scorpion, come and kill me. After sending the distress message, Lulu picked up a slightly bent stick and rushed towards the fire scorpion. As Lulu was constantly being blown away, the warrior protective suit on his body was also torn to pieces. And the extremely beautiful girl also looked pale and was about to be defeated. Suddenly, there was a faint sound like rolling thunder. Evil creature, die. Purple sky divine thunder thunderstorm. Buzz. The one who suddenly appeared was Yifan holding a spear. Brother Yi. Seeing Yifan appear, Lulu shouted excitedly. In fact, when he felt Yifan's arrival, his heart sank. Buzz. A red sun like thunder suddenly appeared at the tip of the spear. Even above this red sun, there was an extremely mysterious purple rolling. The angle at which he appeared was just right, exactly the angle at which the burning fire scorpion was facing away. Moreover, the huge wound on the back was exposed. Boom! The thunderous red sun at the tip of the spear pierced directly into the huge wound on his back. The next moment, there was a loud explosion. It turned into blood, rotten flesh, and the shell of the burning fire scorpion. Slurp! The burning fire scorpion let out a shrill, painful scream. Seeing this scene, Lulu, who was not far away, was stunned. Brother Yi, no, Master Yi, awesome. Chapter 96 Great Sun Blast Body, Burn. Burning Flame Scorpion, HP 11050 Level 3 Exotic Beast, injured and fallen. Skills: fiery pincers, poisonous tailhook, quicksand fire domain. Attribute: fire. Note: killing a pseudo level 3 burning flame scorpion will grant you a fire energy crystal core. This will aid in awakening your fire spirituality. 9-star tyrant body, bloodline memory body refining technique, great sun glazed body god level, awakening. When Yifan appeared like a god descending from heaven, his spear was like a dragon. The spear, which was fused with the purple sky divine thunder, injured the burning flame scorpion again with one shot. 3 prompts suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Level 3, Beast King. Sure enough, my goodness. Yifan instantly understood why the assessment and inspection team would terminate the military reunification assessment. It turned out to be within this assessment area. Surprisingly, a genuine Beast King appeared, a 3rd-level burning flame scorpion, who was injured. Moreover, these 3 skills, especially the 3rd one. It looks like it is much more powerful than an ordinary 2nd-level beast general. Moreover, the system prompts. If I kill this burning fire scorpion, I can obtain its energy crystal core. Surprisingly, it can help me awaken my fire attribute spirituality? Awakening a second kind of martial arts spirituality within my own body? The last one. When encountering this burning flame scorpion, it seemed that Tyrant was even more excited than himself. Surprisingly, he awakened his bloodline memory on his own initiative. Certainly. This is just Yifan making fun of himself. He could vaguely guess that the last time he awakened the king-level boxing technique was when he advanced to the Lingxi realm. This time, the awakening of bloodline memory was due to the burning flame scorpion. I'm afraid, more importantly, his realm has been advanced to the galaxy realm, and his boxing skills in martial arts have reached a new height. Because what Tyrant Body cares more about is the strength of the physical body. Therefore, it is possible that the burning fire scorpion appeared here and used this as a trigger to awaken the bloodline memory. God level, body refining technique. Yifan felt extremely hot inside. Desire, want. But he knew that the prerequisite for all this was to kill the burning fire scorpion with his own hands. Is it him? Such a strong aura. When Ivy saw the figure of the burly young man holding a gun, her beautiful eyes flashed. This was the first time she met Yifan in the real world. This young man had undergone a drastic transformation compared to when the two first met on the Starry Sky Fighting Network. His whole body exudes the aura of a dominant person. In fact, the shot just now was so terrifying and brilliant. With just one shot, the flame fire lizard was severely injured. Slurp. The burning fire scorpion, with flesh and blood flying and screaming piercingly, suddenly bounced up. Suddenly, the pair of animal eyes were completely red. There seemed to be flames burning inside. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, flames blazed on one of its claws. Skill 1, Fiery Pincers. Whoosh. His figure suddenly rushed out and attacked Yifan directly. Although, a big hole was blown out in its back and it was bleeding profusely. Even the purple sky divine thunder still remained in its body, destroying its vitality. However, this burning flame scorpion was, after all, a terrifying existence that had once reached the 3rd level. You know. At the beginning of the military assessment, the level 3 beast bone hall was filled with the bones of dead level 3 exotic beasts, emitting a powerful aura. Most of the students were trembling and feeling terrified. The one in front of us was once a genuine 3rd level beast king level beast. Although injured, his ferocity remains. Of course, Yifan could feel that the realm of this burning flame scorpion should be inferior to that of the strange beast in the 3rd level beast bone hall. But it's scary enough. Careful. Ivy reminded. Just now, even though her water attribute could restrain the flame scorpion, it was still cut off by the fiery pincers. Thunder Fantasy. Yifan is not stupid either, he knows that he is facing this former 3rd level beast king. Try not to fight hard at first, focus on consumption. Moment. 3 phantoms of lightning appeared, making it difficult for the burning flame scorpion to distinguish the real from the fake for a moment. Puff. Puff. Yifan's 2 phantom bodies were directly cut into pieces by the fiery claws. But that is not Yifan's real body. Clang. Yifan put away his gun and prepared to stab again. This time, above the tip of his spear, there was still a red sun rising from it. Not only that, starlight was shining all around him, and the power of the galaxy was completely erupting. Boom! The injured burning fire scorpion was no faster than Yifan. Moreover, Yifan is very flexible. He had directly beside the burning fire scorpion, fired a stinging shot, aimed at one of its wounds, and stabbed it fiercely. The terrifying power of the explosion caused the flame scorpion, which was several meters long, to stagger and almost overturned it. There was a lot of blood and flesh, and a bloody rain was falling. Hiss! Yifan, who had extremely strong mental strength, suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over his body. He knew that this was a sign of extreme danger. Spearmanship, thunder net. Yifan put away his gun and changed from stabbing to blocking. Suddenly, a mysterious and brilliant purple lightning net formed above the tip of the gun. It turned out that the burning fire scorpion was still alive even when it was stabbed by Yifan. Don't forget to activate skill 2, poisonous firetail hook. Moment. Yifan's lightning net and the poisonous firetail hook collided with a loud bang. Even from the collision point, blue-red smoke emerged, which was extremely pungent. It was the horrible poison that came with the flame scorpion's tail stinger. Bang! Under the huge force, Yifan's body was instantly knocked to the ground. However, Yifan's physical body is very strong. It bounced up again the moment it touched the ground, not giving the burning fire scorpion any chance to finish off the enemy. So. One man and one scorpion, a fierce fight breaks out. This scene left Ivy, who had retreated far away, stunned. So strong. How on earth did this guy cultivate? His progress is too fast. But Lulu completely forgot about the danger. He looked like a little fanboy. Don't say they are like this. At this moment, there was also shock in the observation hall of the Military Unified Assessment. An 18-year-old college entrance examination candidate, fighting against a third-level beast king? Oh my god. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. This Yifan kid's strength is so terrifying. Xin Yujing, the chief hallmaster of the Candlelight Martial Hall in Jiangnan province, gave a very high evaluation. Although candidate Yifan is extremely capable, given his qualifications, there is no need for him to take such risks. The senior officials of the Provincial Department of Education were somewhat frightened when they saw this. Leader, I know something about this matter. Look, there's a young man over there named Lulu. He should be Yifan's classmate and good friend. Song Weiman said. Upon hearing this, the eyes of many observers at the scene lit up. Taking risks alone, just for friendship. This boy is so loyal and righteous. When it comes to the training of some geniuses, in fact, after reaching a certain level, they pay more attention to the qualities displayed by the warriors. And someone like Yifan, who is so loyal and righteous, is exactly what they desire. AI Hongjuan's eyes were burning. This grandson-in-law is the one I've decided on. Silly granddaughter, you must seize the opportunity by your side. Look! That third-level burning flame scorpion is using the quicksand fire domain, ready to fight to the death. An observer shouted. Fight like hell. I want you to save that young man's life. Otherwise, I'll chop off your heads when you come back. The head of the military region, Lei Ting, roared. Now! Yifan, who was fighting against the burning fire scorpion, saw that the surrounding land was completely burnt. It even turned into a red quicksand. The scorching air made it difficult for him to breathe. And the burning flame scorpion, after being blessed, becomes even more ferocious. He knew that this burning fire scorpion was going to fight to the death. Escape is impossible. The moment of decisive battle has arrived. Yifan was not afraid either. I yelled in my heart, burn it up. Chapter 97, Fire Attribute S-Level Spirituality, Jade Body is slightly accomplished. Yifan's trump card for daring to fight against the Third Order Beast King is Battle of Heaven Burning Blood Intermediate Burning Blood. Yifan roared in his heart. At this moment, his chi and blood value is 3,520 calories. By using the power of the 8th grade Dao Seed and the intermediate blood burning, his chi and blood value can instantly soar 3 times. So. His health value was almost the same as that of the injured burning fire scorpion. Then, he has the ability to kill it. Boom! 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 In an instant, Yifan felt his 9-star overlord body shake 3 times, and the energy and blood in his body were like 3 roaring and angry dragons, rushing straight to his head. Yifan also felt very excited. If it is an ordinary warrior, the force of this impact alone is probably enough to make him unconscious. Yifan's willpower and mental strength are extremely strong. So, it's bearable. However, even though he could bear it, Yifan's eyes turned red in an instant. It seemed as if all the blood in my body was boiling. Puff. Puff. Phew. Even a thin blood mist was gushing out of Yifan's pores. The skin has some cracks. It can't explode. Yifan gave a wry smile. However, in the end, it was the 9-star tyrant body that bore it all. Although Yifan's body was on the verge of its limit, it finally stabilized. He knew that if he dared to activate the advanced blood burning, so he must be included in the description of the body being divided into pieces here and there. Laugh. The burning flame scorpion in the quicksand fire region seemed to have gained a lot of momentum as well. The claws and tail stingers of the turtle were stabbing towards Yifan. Thunder, the world is in chaos. Supreme Royal Court. Yifan jumped above the burning fire scorpion, holding a gun in his right hand, and used his own ultimate move, Thunder, suppressing the world. The purple sky divine thunder turned into a purple thunder mountain and smashed down with a loud bang. And his left hand stretched out a bow, with a terrifying fist light behind it. It was as if there was a supreme royal court standing in the clouds. Descend down and scare away all the villains. Rumble. Bang. Bang. When the two collided, lightning and fire intertwined in the void, as if forming a gorgeous but destructive ocean. Purple Sky Divine Thunder, I can be sure that what Yifan used was definitely the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, the King of Thunder. Inside the observer hall, the admissions teacher of Kunlun Wuda University exclaimed, "Purple Sky Divine Thunder." Hearing this, everyone held their breath slightly. This was recorded in ancient Chinese history, even by the founder of the Thunder Martial Palace, who was known as the God of Thunder. Thor, one of the 3 most powerful men in the entire Blue Star, praised the lost divine thunder. Today, it actually reappeared in the Chinese Unified College entrance examination. That's right, Yifan's spirituality is definitely more than S level, it should at least reach SS level. The admissions teacher from Wuhan University in the imperial capital said excitedly. My magic city Wuda has the widest external exchanges. In the end, it may provide Yifan with a better path for cultivation. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. The admissions teacher from Wuhan University in Shanghai seemed to be determined to win at this moment. The other big observers at the scene were equally shocked. They didn't expect that Yifan's talent in practicing thunder spirituality was so terrifying. Certainly. They don't know that Yifan's spirituality can evolve. Certainly. Ai Hongjun vaguely guessed that the purple divine thunder that Yifan used might be related to the treasure he bestowed upon him. But then he shook his head. The effect can't be this good, right? Look, it seems that Yifan has killed the 3rd-level burning flame scorpion. Sky. His aura suddenly surged. The land within a few hundred meters around turned into a quicksand of lightning and fire. And in the very center, a young man was sitting paralyzed on the huge corpse of the burning fire scorpion. Puff! The burning fire scorpion, whose head had been smashed by Yifan's martial arts explosion, was easily pierced by Yifan's long sword. Although, he was now in great pain all over his body. But he knew he had to do it while it was hot. The first to occupy is king. If so, when the warrior support team arrives later, the energy crystal core of this pseudo 3rd-level beast king may not belong to him. In fact, the process from Yifan's appearance to the killing of the burning fire scorpion. It was only less than 2 minutes. Hiss. It's so hot. After Yifan took out the energy crystal core from the head of the burning fire scorpion, it felt like I was holding a piece of red-hot charcoal. However, Yifan only felt hot and was not actually burned. And at the same time, Yifan felt as if there were flames rising inside his body. Is it the piece of lightning struck with that was absorbed earlier? Yifan was stunned for a moment, then he reacted. At the beginning, the royal sister's intelligent brain investigated for Yifan and found that this lightning struck wood was a treasure forged by lightning and fire. And when I am absorbing it, it was by utilizing his thunder energy that he completed his own thunder spiritual transformation. However, I felt that I had also absorbed the fire energy. The old self felt like he had disappeared into the sea. It turned out that it was stored in his body by his own 9-star tyrant body. It was only at this time that he was awakened. It echoed with the energy crystal core of the 3rd-level exotic beast in his hand. Absorb. Yifan had no method to absorb flames. However, the 9-star overlord body has the devouring attribute.
Therefore, Yifan directly turned on the absorption function. At the same time, his entire body seemed to be enveloped in flames. Powerful flames shuttled through his body, muscles, and bones.
You have awakened in S-level fire spirit. 5% does not meet the promotion criteria.
Warm tip: you can use the remaining fire energy to cultivate the God-level body refining technique Great Sun Blazed Body.
Soon, 2 message prompts appeared in front of Yifan.
The first one is that he successfully completed the awakening of his fire spirit. What is extremely exciting is that one's fire spirituality can still be advanced.
Second message.
It is to remind himself that he can use the remaining fire energy to practice the God-level body refining technique the Great Sun Glass Body. If I practice the body refining technique, then my physical body will be strengthened and my chi and blood will be strengthened.
Will it be possible to more easily withstand the backlash of Tao Seed, fighting heaven burning blood? Is it possible to activate the blood burning ability more times?
Yifan was full of anticipation. The Great Sun Glazed Body is divided into 3 stages.
The first stage is the Great Sun Jade Body. Buzz.
The advantage of inheriting memories is that Yifan does not need to digest them too much. Soon, he was able to easily comprehend the content of the cultivation, as if it was engraved in his bones. The Jade Body of the Sun, tempered by the might of the sun and the energy of the blazing fire. Yifan followed the cultivation method given in the body refining technique and madly absorbed the fire energy.
This scene. Ivy and Lulu, who were waiting for the outcome of the battle between the man and the scorpion not far away, were stunned. Just now, when the smoke cleared, they saw that Yifan seemed to be on fire. Why is it shining again at this moment? Ha, ha.
At this moment, there was a sound of breaking wind, and martial arts assistants arrived.
Chapter 98 Undisputed, the leader in Jiangnan. The target creature has been spotted ahead. Has its aura disappeared? Boom, boom, boom.
The group was led by the black-faced lieutenant who was in the 3rd level Beast Bone Hall. Beside him, there was a security team including Xiang Fei. However, when the team approached, they detected that the target creature, the burning fire scorpion, had no trace of its presence. Only a figure covered in a veil of flames remained. There was even a young boy who looked like a small human-shaped sun, sitting cross-legged on it. Your physical training martial art Great Sun Glazed Body, 1st level, Jade Body Realm has reached minor success 30%. While Yifan was practicing, a prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately, he ignored the military martial arts aid team that arrived.
Yifan opened the personal attribute panel. Name, Yifan. HP value, 3600 Galaxy Realm 4th grade, Galaxy 1 5-star branded God-level Thunder Treasure Technique 10%. Mental strength, 29. Willpower, 33. Martial arts, boxing level 3 5%, spearmanship level 3 8%. Bloodline constitution, 9-star Hegemon body Thunder spirituality SS level 1% did not reach the promotion standard, fire spirituality S level 1% did not reach the promotion standard. Artistic concept, spear intent 2% plus 9th grade Tao Seed weapon derivation fist intent seed 10% plus 8th grade Tao Seed, battle heaven burning blood. Points of enlightenment, 1. Enabled the detection function. The host can detect any target. The current detection limit is peak of the 6th level of the mountain and C realm HP value 35500. After killing the pseudo 3rd level Beast King, the Burning Flame Scorpion. Not only did he successfully awaken his S-level fire spirituality, he also became an extremely rare dual spiritual warrior. Moreover, he also mastered the God-level body refining technique, the 1st level of the Great Sun Glazed Body, the Great Sun Jade Body minor success. Yifan looked down at his skin.
The marks on his skin that were almost torn due to the explosion of Tao Seed, Battle Sky Burning Blood, and Intermediate Burning Blood had completely disappeared.
Instead, his skin now had a warm luster like jade.
Although it looks weak, Yifan feels that its defense has at least doubled. Incidentally, his own chi and blood values also increased by nearly 100 calories.
Reached 3,600 calories.
It can be said that after killing this fire-attributed flame scorpion, his own strength soared again.
Can anyone tell me what happened here?
The dark-skinned lieutenant looked to the side at Ivy and Lulu, who were also stunned.
Lulu, a loyal little fan of Yifan.
At this moment, his face was full of worry. Even when asked questions by a lieutenant who had reached a high level in the galaxy realm, he didn't have time to respond. A pair of eyes were fixed on where Yifan was.
Ivy took a deep breath, looked away from Yifan, and said,
Reporting to the lieutenant, this beast suspected to be the king of the three realms, the burning flame scorpion, broke into the level 3 wasteland area and slaughtered people wantonly, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of candidates. When we were evacuating, Yifan bravely rushed over to save people. He unleashed an extremely terrifying fighting force and successfully killed the burning flame scorpion.
However, we are not sure about Yifan's current condition, Ivy said simply.
Her words clearly described Yifan's loyalty and bravery in killing the enemy.
At the same time,
an 18-year-old military examinee who killed a third-order beast king. Such a horrific record, if told to others, would be enough to shock the whole of China.
The dark-skinned lieutenant was also numb. Is this little guy so fierce?
Not long ago, in the level 3 beast bone hall, he displayed his arrogance and dominance. At that time, he thought that although Yifan was good, he was indeed a little too aggressive.
But now I think about it, that's called showing off one's domineering side. If you're strong, what's wrong with being a little arrogant?
With the strength of the galaxy realm that had just entered the intermediate level, he killed the third-level beast king.
Even so, this burning fire scorpion was seriously injured and its strength was greatly reduced.
However, the might of the beast kings of the three realms still exists.
However, he was killed by the young man in front of him.
This forced the lieutenant to re-evaluate Yifan's combat effectiveness.
Is this really just an 18-year-old military examination candidate?
Judging from this, his strength is probably more than just 89th on the young dragon list.
He definitely has the strength to break into the top 50, or even the top 30, or even the top 20. Xiang Fei's team, who were following the lieutenant, were completely shocked.
If it is said that Big Brother Xiang Fei had said before, this kid's ranking on the young dragon list made them wary, even a little scared.
So, in this situation, that is fear.
If the young man really challenged them, he would probably defeat them all in no time. The one who felt the most sad and emotional was none other than Xiang Fei. Recalling that not long ago, on the Starry Sky Fighting Network, he killed Yifan with 3 sword strikes. By now, he was afraid that he would not be able to withstand the young man's full-strength attack.
What kind of monster is this? His cultivation speed is simply astonishing. You all have so much free time to watch me practice?
After getting familiar with his skyrocketing strength, Yifan opened his eyes, stepped on the huge corpse of the burning fire scorpion, and smiled.
Ah, Brother Yi, you're okay, that's great.
The first one to react was naturally Lulu, who was as happy as a child. Seeing this, Yifan felt warm in his heart. It was not in vain that I made friends with this little brother. Seeing Yifan calm and composed, he even seemed to be in a very good state. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then came to their senses.
Student Yifan, are you okay? Just now, you said you were practicing? Aren't you the awakened thunder spirit? Lieutenant Hype asked the questions in his mind one after another.
Hearing this, Yifan was also helpless.
After all, you have seen the world, so be more steady. Yeah, I'm fine and I feel good.
Yes, that's right, I was indeed practicing just now. I had indeed awakened the lightning spirit before, but just now, by some luck, I also awakened the fire spirit. Yifan shrugged and said calmly. Anyway, the vision he just had was truly astonishing. I can't hide it even if I want to, so I might as well just say it directly.
Moreover, the more talents he displays, the more resources he will receive. Hiss.
Hearing his words, everyone at the scene was shocked.
The fire spirituality was awakened again. A dual spiritual warrior? When did it become so easy to awaken spirituality, and moreover, to achieve dual spirituality? Lieutenant Hype reported all this to the Wutong Observation Hall. The entire observation hall was in an uproar. Even after the military reunification assessment was resumed, they were not in the mood to watch it. What a genius that suddenly appeared, Man Taidan. I'm afraid that compared to him, he is not even worthy of carrying Yifan's shoes. This also made the director of Jiangyin Municipal Education Department very depressed. According to previous years, Man Taidan's strength was enough to become the leader of Jiangnan province. However, this year, he met a young man named Yifan. I suggest that for killing the Three Realms Burning Flame Scorpion, Yifan be awarded 2,000 points in the martial arts assessment. I agree.
In this military assessment, Yifan is undisputedly the top student in Jiangnan province.
Agree.
At this moment, in the Warrior Hall, the admissions teachers from China's 3 top martial arts schools were already gearing up.
Moreover, they called the top leaders of Wuhan University and reported the details of the military unification assessment in Jiangnan province. The reply was, hire Yifan at all costs. Hoof. Whoever hunts down the burning flame scorpion will have to pay the price. AI Hongjuan's eyes flashed, and the corner of his mouth curled up like an old fox. Chapter 99. The martial arts exam is over and the total scores are released. Ding. The military unified examination is over. Candidates, please return according to the indicated route. Several hours after the resumption of the military unification assessment, this military unification assessment, which lasted a whole day, officially ended. Prompts were issued from the monitoring drones and the examinees' warrior watches. At this time, all the candidates in the third-level wasteland area breathed a sigh of relief. Start to quickly check your military reunification assessment results. Jiangnan Province Wutong Examination Area, Points Ranking. First place, Yifan, 3,565 points. Second place, Man Taidan, 1,425 points. Third place, Xin Feng, 1,020 points. Fourth place, Ivy, 875 points. Number 10025, Lulu, 115 points. Number 113025, Zhou Liang, 15 points. When many military examination candidates saw the first place on the score list, they couldn't help but gasp. Yifan, the first in the gap. Damn, who the hell is this Yifan? He's so awesome. He has over 3,000 points. It's simply a bug. Indeed, I was trembling with fear even when I killed a beast soldier. This is equivalent to killing more than 300 beast soldiers. There are so many beast soldiers, even if they just stand there for me to kill, I will be exhausted to death. Oh my god, could it be that the powerful beast that interrupted the martial arts assessment was killed by Yifan? I'm from the Jiangning City examination area in Jiangnan province, and Yifan is from our city. Jiangning City? Oh my goodness, the top two in this year's military assessment aren't from the provincial capital. They're actually from obscure little places. When the scores of the military reunification assessment are settled. When many candidates checked their scores, Yifan's godlike name caused an uproar. He has an attitude that says, who in the world doesn't know you? As for the second place who suddenly appeared, Man Taidan, and the genius Qin Feng, Ivy could only become supporting roles. Ha ha ha, awesome. Classmate, do you know that Yifan, the first place in the Jiangnan province military assessment, is my adoptive father? It's finally over. Zhou Liang, who had been timid during the assessment, tightened his second-level protective suit and finally straightened his back. When the ranking list of points for the entire Jiangnan province came out, he was so excited that he almost jumped up into the sky, as if he had ranked first in the military unification exam. When he saw a classmate, he walked up to him with his arm around his shoulder and told him the story of himself and Yifan. If it were a male classmate, he would glare at Zhou Liang and say, dude, if you don't brag, maybe we can be friends. Hey, classmate, why don't you believe me? Zhou Liang pushed his glasses and thought he looked like an honest person. If it were a female classmate, she would also blare at Zhou Liang, you bastard, let go, your tricks are very old-fashioned. Yifan, my boyfriend. For a moment, Zhou Liang was stunned. Godfather Yifan, how many romantic debts does he have outside? He actually has so many girlfriends? Yifan, this is probably the second time we've met. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ivy. Nice to meet you. Ivy was gentle and generous, stretching out her small hand as white as jade. A pair of beautiful eyes like water looked at Yifan. There are ripples on the surface. Compared to Aki's dark and willful nature. Obviously, Ivy gives people a completely opposite feeling, gentle and intellectual. She has a beautiful face and blue hair, like an ocean fairy. Nice to meet you too, Yifan. Yifan gently held Ivy's hand. The two exchanged messages, and then Yifan, Ai Wei, and Lulu walked out together. But because they were gathering at the entrances of their respective examination areas, Ivy and Yifan soon separated. When Yifan and Lulu walked out of the wasteland assessment area, the animal bone hall was already full of candidates. Look, that's Yifan. God Yi, we are the pride of Jiangning City. Now, the entire Jiangnan province knows the name of Jiangning City. This little brother is so burly. I wonder what it's like to be his girlfriend. Wow. A moment. As soon as Yifan appeared, he became the focus of everyone's attention. If someone said that Yifan had ranked first in the city's joint examination, some people would still not accept it.
But at this moment, everyone stood up and admired them immensely. Even the S-level geniuses, Zhou Yuan and Hua Xianer, cast admiring glances at Yi Fan. Because, that burly young man holding a spear won the first place in the Jiangnan Province Military Unification Assessment this year. This not only created a new history for Jiangning No. 1 High School, but also created a new history for Jiangning City. It is absolutely unprecedented and will be hard to surpass. Quiet. Just as the entire Animal Bone Hall was in an uproar. A cold shout came from the dark-skinned lieutenant of the military district. Immediately, all the students taking the martial arts examination, including Yi Fan, were attracted by the coffins. Carried by military personnel one by one, each coffin represented a person who died in this year's military reunification assessment. This moment. Just now, there were some people complaining that their points were not high. Even the students who were forced to seek help early, had their assessments terminated, and had their points halved, all kept quiet. They are lucky. At least, still alive. At this moment, they were truly immersed in the situation and realized the cruelty of the actual combat assessment. A total of 35 coffins, representing the Jiangning City military assessment. In their Jiangning City examination area, 35 people were killed by strange beasts. The 0.3% mortality rate estimate was chilling, but when more than 30 coffins were displayed, everyone felt so bloody and shocked. Among them, Yi Fan was shocked to discover that Wang Cheng's name was written on one of the coffins. Yi Fan still clearly remembered how high-spirited this man was when he competed in the Jiangning City joint examination not long ago. That's Yu Shu? Although he's a straight man with a bit of a bad mouth. But why did he die? As soon as Yi Fan appeared, Zhou Liang came over. Even though he wears glasses, his eyes are indeed very sharp. I immediately found a name, Yu Shu. Yi Fan's pupils also shrank. Yu Shu, in their class group, has the nickname, "When your hair reaches your waist, I'll cut it with the scissors." They are all heroes of the human race. Let us observe a moment of silence for them. The dark-skinned center back shouted. The whole audience was solemn. Those who are killed by alien beasts in the military assessment will be awarded the title of human hero. In addition, the family will receive a subsidy of 1 million Chinese yuan. Call. When everyone walked out of the Animal Bone Hall, the depressed and sad mood was slightly relieved. It was noon outside and the sun was shining brightly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Soon, every candidate's warrior watch vibrated. The scores are out. Someone screamed. That's right, this year's college entrance examination scores came out less than an hour after they finished the test. Nowadays, technology is highly developed. AI intelligent marking and scoring has increased efficiency by more than 100 or 1,000 times. Yi Fan also clicked on the Warrior Watch query page and saw. Candidate, Yi Fan. Test number, 25123. Cultural score, 98. Martial arts test score, 100. Total score, 747. Seeing this score, Yi Fan was also surprised, especially the score in the cultural subjects, which was his best in history. Moreover, the total score is only 3 points away from full marks. Hello, are you Yi Fan? At this moment, a gentle voice sounded. Chapter 100, Top Wuda, Recruiting People for a Battle. Yi Fan didn't expect that he had just checked his scores. He was immediately surrounded by several figures. Hello, Yi Fan. I'm from the admissions office of Wuda University in the imperial capital. Can I talk to you privately? Coming towards them, a man in a Zhengshan suit was in the lead, looking at Yi Fan with warm eyes. Student Yi Fan, I am a teacher from the admissions office of Shanghai Wuda University. I invite you to enter Shanghai Wuda University. The other man, with a slicked-back hair and gold-rimmed glasses, looked very refined and spoke bluntly. I'm from Kunlun Wuda University. I've come to Jiangnan Province specifically for you. Another man, wearing loose training clothes, looked at Yi Fan with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Fan was also shocked. The 3 top martial arts universities in China were actually blocking the exit of the actual combat assessment, welcoming and recruiting me. If this happened 2 months ago, it's something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Hiss, the 3 top martial arts universities in China are coming directly to recruit people? Awesome. Jiangning City is destined to shine this year because of Master Yi. I'm very curious, what is Yi Shan's total score in the college entrance examination? I guess, at least, it starts with 7. I'm so envious.
Comparing ourselves to others is really frustrating.
We still have to go back and fill out applications, but they come to our door to recruit us. There was a burst of noise all around.
If Yifan was a little better than them, they might be jealous. However, Yifan is now almost invisible in Jiangning City, let alone in Jiangnan Province. For them, there is no jealousy left, only admiration and respect.
Hello, teachers.
The college entrance exam scores have just come out. I haven't made up my mind yet. I'm wondering if I can discuss this with my family?
Yifan came back to his senses and smiled.
Well, sure. If it's convenient, shall we go to your house to talk? The admissions teacher from Wuhan University in the imperial capital, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, said. No problem, it's more convenient to go to your house. There's no problem with Kunlun Martial Arts University. Shanghai Wuhan University and Kunlun Wuhan University also expressed their views one after another.
Because, just now, the three top Wuhan universities all received Yifan's total college entrance examination score, 747. Hiss. Even if they saw it, they were still shocked.
I wouldn't say the score is unique.
But it is definitely one of the highest scores produced since the comprehensive assessment of cultural and military integration began in the New Star era. If so, it is just this one shocking but cold number. It's not enough to make the admissions officers of the three top Wuhan universities so crazy. They witnessed with their own eyes Yifan's amazing performance in the military assessment. He has extraordinary comprehension, awakening double S-level spirituality, and even, with the Tao of Thunder, he has mastered the long-lost Nine Heavens Divine Thunder.
Not only that, according to some internal information,
Yifan's rise to prominence happened within just a few months. It was like riding a rocket, making rapid progress. This level of cultivation speed has definitely made him one of the top geniuses in China and even on Blue Star.
One more thing.
That is the quality that Yifan showed in the Wutong combat assessment. Even in the face of extreme danger, his classmate and good friend Lulu was in crisis. This young man actually went to rescue without hesitation. Just ask. Which side would not be willing to cultivate such a loyal and righteous warrior?
Who can guarantee that one day in the future, they or a certain force will not encounter a critical moment?
They feel more at ease investing their future in such a warrior.
And
when they reported Yifan's various performances to their respective martial arts universities,
the responses I received were unexpectedly consistent.
That is, to recruit Yifan at all costs. Another point is that admitting Yifan to their own Wuhan University is definitely related to their enrollment performance assessment this year.
If so, we can successfully recruit Yifan, this top talent. Then, their enrollment resume will definitely be added with a highlight.
You might even become friends with a future martial arts master. Therefore, at this moment they are fully committed to the plan of recruiting Yifan, and no one dares to relax. Okay, in that case, teachers, please wait a moment.
I have summoned a flying vehicle and it will be here in a moment. Yifan also nodded and said. When they went to the examination hall, they came in a group.
However, when returning home, candidates can choose their own means of transportation. So, Yifan used the warrior watch to summon his bitey 5000 fantasy aircraft.
Laugh.
After a while, a very avant-garde and dreamy aircraft flew directly over. When the admissions teachers saw this aircraft, their expressions varied. For students, it was an even bigger uproar.
Hiss, what a cool aircraft.
It turns out that Jishin has long been a top boss hidden among us.
Oh my god.
When I was still dreaming about buying a flying motorcycle, Yishin already had a dream aircraft that could cross the wasteland. Dad Yi, although I want to use your aircraft, forget it today.
Go back and discuss it. I'll wait for your good news.
Zhou Liang waved his hand. Yifan, no matter what choice you make, Class 6, Grade 3 in Jiangning No. 1 High School are proud of you, said the head teacher, Lao Ma.
May martial arts flourish, said martial arts teacher Feng. Yishin, what is your total score in the college entrance examination? Tell us so that we can give up.
When Yifan and several admissions teachers were about to board the aircraft, someone suddenly shouted from behind. Yifan turned around and saw that it was the squad leader Li Xian, who was so poor that he only had money left, and so handsome that he wanted to disfigure himself. Yifan smiled and said, 747. This was not a secret at all, and everyone would know it soon, so Yifan announced it directly.
Oh my god.
There was a sound of gasps at the scene. Jiangning City, Linjiang No. 1 Villa District, Villa No. 17.
Student Yifan, I am Mr. Hu Ping from the admissions office of Imperial Capital Wuhan University.
As China's premier martial arts university, I, Imperial Capital Wuda, hereby extend an olive branch to you and invite you to study at my Imperial Capital Wuda.
First of all, our Imperial Capital Martial Arts University is the earliest martial arts university established after the Rising Star era.
It has the most profound foundation and is home to many top talents.
It is also the martial arts university in China that has produced the most Sky Realm and even Demigod Realm masters.
Moreover, among the top Chinese military leaders, our Imperial Capital Wuda University has the highest proportion. Mr. Hu Ping, who was wearing a Zhongshan suit, said proudly,
"If you agree to join our Imperial Capital Wuda, our school can sign an S-level special training contract with you."
The S-level special training contract includes 100 million yuan worth of special resources provided on the campus of the Imperial Capital Wuda University every year, such as genetic enhancement potions, precious land for cultivation, martial arts techniques, and guidance from famous teachers. In addition, there is an annual scholarship of 15 million Chinese yuan.
Chapter 101 each has its own merits, Yifan's choice.
In addition, our Imperial Capital Wuda also promises you to advance a complete set of martial god suits produced by the Sangsingui civilization.
Until you become a demigod, then return this set. This set allows you to cross a great realm and withstand 3 full-strength attacks from your opponent. Martial God set? Yifan had seen it on video before.
When this set is folded up, it is only the size of a marble. However, once activated, it can form a black suit that covers the warrior's entire body without any blind spots.
The defense is extremely strong.
It is said that if a warrior's body is strong enough, he can withstand the attacks of a demigod by wearing this suit.
This set is very mysterious. It is said that even the Blue Star civilization with extremely advanced modern technology cannot imitate it. Surprisingly, it originated from the Sangsingui civilization of ancient China. It is very mysterious. Moreover, the number is extremely rare. If I choose to join the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, I will actually be given a set of martial arts suits? Moreover, he promised not to return the suit until he became a demigod. If you don't become a demigod in one day, you can wear this suit?
It has to be said that Yifan was also moved for a moment. If I, who have now achieved a small degree of perfection in my jade body, were to wear the martial god suit, I am afraid that my physical strength would be enough to dominate the galaxy. Finally, let me emphasize again that my Imperial Capital Wuda, besides having a deep and profound foundation, 40% of the top warriors in China, and even in the entire Blue Star, come from our Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. Today, the strongest man in the human race, Alliance Leader Long, also comes from the Imperial Capital Wuda University. This is what makes our Imperial Capital, Wuhan University, so powerful in terms of network resources. Also, I promise to give Yifan an S-level special training contract. If you perform well enough, you can even upgrade your special training level. Teacher Hu Ping said in a Zhongshan suit at the admissions office of Wuhan University in the Imperial Capital.
Okay, thank you for your explanation, teacher. I will definitely consider it seriously.
Yifan bowed slightly and smiled respectfully. Originally, I thought that once I finished explaining, I would be able to deeply impress this young man in front of me who looked a bit immature.
But unexpectedly, Yifan's calm mentality far exceeded Zhou Ping's expectations. That's right.
He was able to stand out among more than 100,000 candidates and become the top scorer in Jiangnan province.
How could it be a creature in the pond? Okay, I'll wait for your choice. The teachers of Imperial Capital Wuhan University, led by Hu Ping, retreated.
Soon, a teacher from the admissions office of Wuhan University in Shanghai came in with a slick back hair and gold-rimmed glasses.
In a clean, tidy and slightly simple office,
Yin Shanyue, who looked to be in his 20s, with his hair standing on end, stood respectfully with a smile on his face. After watching Yifan's martial arts assessment, his grinning mouth never closed again.
Just one word, happy.
After all, Yifan made his fortune in the Xingqian Martial Hall in Jianghuai City.
Yifan's current achievements are absolutely due to his contribution in discovering talents. When he first met Yifan, he just felt that this little guy had an extraordinary body and understanding. But I definitely didn't expect it.
Just 2 months later, this little guy was able to stand at the top of more than 100,000 candidates in Jiangnan and become the top scorer in Jiangnan province this year. Opposite him, behind the desk, sat the old man, who was none other than Ai Hongjun, the chief hallmaster of the Star Martial Hall of Jiangnan province.
Well, after Xiaofan chooses Wuda, we'll go meet him.
AI Hongjun also said with a satisfied smile on his face. This little guy is really doing well. Not only does this year bring him honor, but it also means that his star martial palace has another powerful warrior in the making.
Master, are you going to see him in person?
I'll just bring him to you. Also, our Xingqian Martial Arts Hall and Kunlun Martial Arts University have a long history.
Shouldn't we interfere with which martial arts university he applies to?
Yin Shangyue asked.
Hearing this, AI Hongjun waved his hand. Don't interfere. The chief leader has said that Wuda may become the last ivory tower for warriors.
We must respect the candidate's choices.
As for letting that little guy come to see me? I'm not too old to walk, so why not go and see him? Besides, I see this little guy is very loyal and righteous.
For such a martial arts prodigy, it's best for us to maintain our relationship with him based on emotions, rather than purely cold interests.
AI Hongjun said. Hearing this,
Yin Shangyue was cheered up. He was worthy of being the chief hallmaster.
This pattern is really high.
The chief hallmaster is respectful and respectful.
I will prepare it later.
Yin Shangyue said respectfully.
Respect the wise and humble yourself?
Perhaps, in a few years, he will be on equal footing with you and me.
AI Hongjun smiled, his eyes flashing with anticipation.
Student Jifan, my Magic City Martial Arts University will grant you an S-level special training contract.
In addition, my Magic City Martial Arts University is the one with the closest external exchanges in the entire China.
There, you can get more opportunities to communicate and exchange ideas with Blue Star talents.
Moreover, our approach to cultivating talents is more open and diversified.
The martial arts techniques, equipment and facilities are also the most complete and advanced in all of China. The guy with the slicked back hair and gold-rimmed glasses from Wuhan University in Shanghai, said the teacher from the admissions office.
Okay, thank you for the explanation, teacher.
I will definitely give priority to Wuhan University in Shanghai. Yi Fan bowed respectfully.
The teacher in the admissions office of Wuhan University in Shanghai was a little anxious inside, but he did not show it.
He said goodbye to Yi Fan with a smile and went outside to wait.
Soon, the person who came in was the admissions teacher from Kunlun Martial Arts University, wearing loose martial arts training clothes. Student Ji Fan, I am Zhou Tsong, a teacher from the admissions office of Kunlun Wuda University.
Kunlun Wuda, this time, the special training contract level we can provide you is SS level.
Teacher Zhou Tsong's first words made Ji Fan's eyes light up.
At the same time, Yi Fan also felt the sincerity of Kunlun Wuda. Perhaps, among the 3 top martial arts universities in China, Kunlun Martial Arts University is temporarily ranked 3rd. But, it is definitely myself that matters the most. Because, both the Imperial Capital Wuda and the Magic Capital Wuda have no shortage of martial arts geniuses at the provincial top scholar level. In comparison, Kunlun Wuda has fewer. Even now, the strongest man in the human race, Chief Long, is from the Imperial Capital S Wuda University. 100 years ago, there were only 2 top universities in China. Kunlun University of Warwick has only been rising for 100 years. But it is rumored that behind the rise of Kunlun Wuda is the shadow of Alliance leader Long. I don't know what level of special training contract the Imperial Capital Wuda and Magic Capital Wuda have offered you.
But let me explain.
The S-level special training contract means positioning you as China's top talent. The SS-level special training contract will position you as the top talent on Blue Star. As for the legendary SSS-level special training contract, it will position you as the top genius in the starry sky. Next, let me explain to you the specific important terms of the SS-level special training contract. Right now, the 3 top teachers from the Wuhan University admissions office in China are still waiting outside. Yi Fan and his family appeared in the small conference room in the villa.
Whichever university my eldest son chooses, I am proud of him. Lan Suifang sighed.
She never dreamed that her son would become so powerful one day.
Those are the 3 top Wuhan universities.
Now, he was waiting in the living room, awaiting Yi Fan's decision.
I support my idol brother unconditionally.
Yiling's big, bright eyes were full of little stars as she looked at Yi Fan.
So, Xiaofan, have you decided which one?
Dad Yijun's face was still a little pale and sick, but he was full of pride when he looked at Yi Fan.
In the past, Yijun would definitely recommend his son to apply for Wuhan University in the imperial capital. That is the #1 martial arts university in China.
However, now that my son is so outstanding, he has gradually become the pillar of the family.
He respected his son's choice. I want to choose Kunlun Wuda. Yi Fan pondered for a moment and said.
Chapter 102 Hu Ping carries the sedan chair, and the signing fee is tens of millions.
Good.
Upon hearing this, Dad Yi Jun clapped his hands in agreement. Because, I just spoke with Captain Wu on the phone, and he hopes you will apply to Kunlun Martial Arts University. After all, Kunlun Martial Arts University and Xingshan Martial Arts Hall are closely related. But he just mentioned it briefly and told me not to persuade you and to respect your choice.
Looking at it this way, the conditions that Kunlun Wuda promised you are the most satisfactory to you? Yi Jun looked at his son and said.
Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded.
Indeed.
Both the Imperial Capital Wuhan University and the Magic City Wuhan University promised me S-level special training contracts for China's top talents. To them, Yi Fan is one of the shining stars. However, Kunlun Wuda gave Xuanu an SS-level special training contract, positioning himself as the top talent on Blue Star.
At Kunlun Wuhan University, I am the apple of the eye.
Moreover, he was able to give himself such a high-paying training contract all at once. Yi Fan guessed that it might be related to the fact that he was a warrior from the Star Martial Palace. This made Yi Fan feel the full sincerity of Kunlun Wuda. So, Yi Fan told his parents and younger sister about the conditions that the three Wudas would give him. He continued, besides, I am from the Xingshan Martial Hall. If I enter the Kunlun Martial University, I will be a legitimate descendant of the Dragon Alliance leader. In this way, Uncle Wu and Palace Master Yin, who have promoted and helped me, should also be happy with my choice.
Return a favor. I, Yi Fan, am still weak now, so I can only make such a small return for the time being.
Yi Fan's words were sonorous and powerful.
He also wanted to say that the chief hall leader of the AI Hong army might also be happy. However, my current level is still too low, and my influence on Palace Master AI may be very small. But one day. Hearing this,
Lan Suifang and her daughter both looked at Yi Fan with stars in their eyes.
Women are emotional.
Yi Fan's actions made the mother and daughter feel proud and moved by him.
Well, that's great. Xiaofan has grown up and become a man.
Dad Yi Jun patted Yi Fan's shoulder heavily.
Let me add one more thing.
Father Yi Jun looked at his son and said firmly, since you have made up your mind, then make your position clear immediately. Only in this way can Kunlun Wuda feel your sincerity. You are running towards each other, not just focusing on profit.
Hearing this, Yi Fan's body shook.
Yes, what Dad said is true. I was able to make rapid progress in the martial arts path, thanks to the kindness of Uncle Wu of the Xingshan Martial Hall, Lord Yin of the Hall, and Grandpa Ai Hongjun. Yi Fanding dared not forget this matter at all. All of them, I kept them silently in my heart. Behind the founding of Kunlun Martial Arts University, there is the shadow of Alliance leader Long. No matter what, in return for a favor, my first choice should be Kunlun Wuda.
And the faster you make a decision, the firmer your stance will be.
The better it is, the better it will give Kunlun Wuhan University a good impression.
Now that the decision has been made, why not do it? Call. Yi Fan stood up. Well, go ahead, ahem. Dad encouraged. Linjiang number 1, villa number 17, in the living room. Ha, Laozhou, you look quite calm.
Even though Yi Fan is a martial artist from the Xingshan Martial Hall, Alliance leader Long has said that the Martial Arts University cannot interfere with the candidates' choices.
You didn't break the rules, did you? A few hours ago.
After leaving the wasteland area, outside the Beast Bone Hall, Yi Fan's Bitey 5000 aircraft was obviously a special model from the Star Martial Hall. At that time, the admissions teachers of Wuhan University in the capital and Wuhan University in Shanghai became a little wary.
Ha, of course not. Teacher Zhou Zong, who was wearing loose training clothes, said with a smile.
He naturally has the bottom line. The imperial capital's Wuda University definitely used its background, connections and other resources to win over Yi Fan. Wuhan University in Shanghai is open to communication and has strong financial resources, so it is natural to take these two directions as entry points.
And he, Kunlun Wuda, repaid it with sincerity.
Call. The teachers from the imperial capital Wuhan University and the magic capital Wuhan University breathed a sigh of relief.
He showed an expression that said, "You're smart."
They are still very confident about the conditions they offered for winning over others. After all, the top spot in the military assessments of each major province every year almost always falls into the hands of these two major military universities.
Ta-da-day.
It was at this moment. Several people who were chatting in the spacious living room suddenly heard footsteps. Looking over, I saw a tall and handsome young man striding towards me. Seeing this, several people's expressions brightened up. I vaguely guessed that there was a result. Student Yifan, have you made a decision so quickly? Please believe that your choice will not be wrong. Mr. Hu Ping, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, stood up first, very confident. Student Yifan, you are welcome to join the Magic City Wuhan University. What a family like Yifan lacks the most is money. He is from Shanghai University and his contract is definitely the one with the highest amount of money among all the special training contracts. The teacher from Kunlun Wuda also stood up and looked at Yifan with a smile. Yes, thank you teachers for your hard work, I have made a decision. The Wuhan University I chose is Kunlun Wuhan University. Yifan's eyes were bright and his voice was firm. The admissions teachers of Wuhan University in the imperial capital and Wuhan University in the Magic City all changed their expressions. They wanted to persuade him. And Yifan said it so frankly, and it was really not a good look to openly poach Zhou Tsang in front of him. There is another point, don't look at Yifan's young age now. However, to be able to cultivate to the point of being the leader of a province, the young man's will in martial arts must be extremely firm. Okay, congratulations to Yifan. With that, we'll take our leave. The imperial capital Wuhan University admissions team, led by Hu Ping, stood up and said goodbye. If Yifan failed to recruit students, then they would have to rush to where Man Taidan was without stopping. No matter what, he had to take home the dark horse second place in Jiangnan province this year. The teacher from Shanghai's Wuda University with slick back hair and gold-rimmed glasses glanced at Yifan. Yifan, you will regret it. Soon, Hu Ping and the Mo recruitment teams left Yifan's house. This old Zhou, if I'm right, should have promised Yifan an SS-level special training contract. Hu Ping Dao. SS level? That level shouldn't be within Yifan's reach at the moment. The teacher with slicked back hair and gold-rimmed glasses said. Ha, quite interesting. However, I still have some admiration for this little guy. How about we give him a hand? We spread the word that we had also promised SS level, but that little guy rejected us and chose Kunlun Wuda instead? Hu Ping suggested. Are you crazy? A freshman from the college entrance exam is being awarded an SS level special training contract. This has never happened before in our Magic City, Wuhan University. It would be a huge loss for Yifan if he didn't choose me, Mo. The admissions teacher with gold-rimmed glasses flicked his sleeves and left. TSK, what a generous gesture. Such a genius, it would be nice to give him a hand and make a good relationship with him. Hu Ping sneered. Old AI, congratulations. The little guy named Yifan has chosen Kunlun Wuda. Also, it is said that the imperial capital Wuda University promised him an SS-level special training contract, but he gave it up. During the video call, Qin Yujing said enviously. Hearing this, AI Hongjun couldn't help but smile. This little guy is so talented. It's true, not just in martial arts. It was this decision that made him feel comfortable from the bottom of his heart. Hang up the phone. He called his good friend at Kunlun University of Warsaw directly. Inside the Linjiang No. 1 villa, teacher Zhou Tsang, who was helping Yifan interpret the special training terms, suddenly received a call. What? An additional signing fee of 10 million Chinese yuan for Yifan? Chapter 103 Out of Reach, billion-dollar endorsement. A signing bonus of 10 million? Because Mr. Zhou Tsang from Kunlun Martial Arts University did not suppress his voice, Yifan's whole family heard it. 10 million. This is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. Yifan's parents worked diligently all their lives, but they never imagined they would have so much money. And it seems that as long as Yifan signs the SS-level special training contract of Kunlun Martial Arts University, one of the 3 top martial arts schools in China, he can directly receive a signing fee of 10 million Chinese yuan? Even if they were printing money, it definitely wouldn't be this fast. Ha, I believe you have heard it, classmate Yifan. As long as you sign the contract and join Kunlun Wuda, you can directly receive a signing fee of 10 million. After getting the affirmation from teacher Zhou Tsang, Yi Jun, Lan Suifang, and Yi Ling all took a deep breath. Even the intelligent robot, Xiaoji. He also imitated the others and had a look of shock on his face. Mr. Zhou, why? This doesn't seem to be covered by the contract. Although, 10 million is definitely not a small amount for Yifan. However, no reward without merit. Yifan will not take these 10 million for nothing.
Wealth and honor cannot lead to debauchery. Zhou Tsang was surprised to see that Yi Fan was so calm when facing this huge sum of money.
The evaluation of Yi Fan was improved again. According to Hu Ping's confession from Imperial Capital Wuda, he offered you an SS-level special training contract, but you gave it up and resolutely chose Kunlun Wuda. This makes the top management of our school appreciate your behavior very much. Therefore, additional rewards were added on top of the original ones.
Hu Ping explained.
Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was also stunned.
However, he has extremely strong mental strength and is also very flexible in mind. Soon, I figured it out. This is definitely Wuhan University in the imperial capital.
Professor Hu Ping is trying to show goodwill to me.
He, Yi Fan, accepted this favor.
Swish, swish, swish.
Because it is an online signing, many processes are very simple and convenient. Yi Fan signed his name on the electronic device and pressed his fingerprint.
His SS-level special training contract with Kunlun Wuda University takes effect immediately.
Well, welcome, classmate Yi Fan, to Kunlun Martial Arts University.
I also wish you a prosperous martial arts during your 5 years of study and practice at Kunlun Martial Arts University. Most of the contents of the SS-level special training contract will take effect after you report. If you need some terms, you can apply through the SS-level channel of the Kunlun Wuhan University campus network. Hu Ping stood up and said to Yi Fan. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan and his family all smiled happily.
Done.
None of them imagined that one day Yi Fan would become a specially invited genius of the 3 top martial arts schools in China. After seeing off teacher Hu Ping, Yi Fan and his family were still immersed in joy. Ding, your bank card with the last number 9527 has received a transfer of 10 million Chinese yuan from Kunlun Wuda.
Current balance, 21,050,000 Chinese yuan. Kunlun Wuda was incredibly efficient, completing the task in less than 10 minutes.
The signing fee of 10 million Chinese yuan was directly transferred into Yi Fan's account. And now, Yi Fan is also a small wealthy man with a net worth of over 20 million.
However, Yi Fan knew.
Martial arts is a cave that swallows gold. As your cultivation level improves, the speed at which you burn money will inevitably increase exponentially.
Actually, this seems like a lot of money.
If Yi Fan really bought something for cultivation, in fact, it would not withstand burning at all. Buzz, 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 buzz.
Jinlian invites you to a video call.
When Yi Fan projected the invitation information into the air, everyone in the Yi family had a cold expression on their faces.
This Jinlian is simply an ungrateful person who can never be tamed.
She is ungrateful and will demolish the bridge after crossing it. After awakening his S-level spirituality, he kicked his childhood sweetheart Yi Fan away. Even the Golden Lotus, who climbed to a high branch and called herself a soaring phoenix, looked down upon the lower-class Yi family.
How dare you send a video invitation today? Brother, why bother with this ungrateful thing? Just hang up.
Yi Ling said angrily with her face as puffed up as a bun. Yi Jun's face also looked cold. At the beginning, he worked hard to make money just to support Yi Fan and Jin Lian and pursue martial arts. However, later when he heard Yi Fan talk about what Jin Lian had done, he was also very angry.
It's simply a real-life version of the farmer and the snake.
Lan Suifan was so angry that her face turned pale.
In the past, she treated Jin Lian like her daughter and daughter-in-law.
But the result is that he is a villain who forgets his principles when he sees profit.
Can't hang up.
Yi Fan smiled and rubbed Yi Ling's little head. However, Yi Ling did not feel any warmth from Yi Fan's smile.
However, Yi Fan clicked the answer button.
Buzz. In the shadow in front, a girl with graceful figure, pure desire, and peach blossom eyes was projected directly.
That's right, Jin Lian. Brother Yi Fan, I know I was wrong. Can you forgive me?
At this moment, Jin Lian no longer had the cold and resolute look she had when she first set foot on Cullinan. Instead, she looked pitiful. When Yi Fan defeated her head-on for the first time, Jin Lian thought that Yi Fan might have been lucky. Until later, on the Young Dragon ranking track, the young man soared to the sky. At the age of 18, he was the most talented Chinese man of his generation.
At that time, Jin Lian began to doubt herself.
I believe that people always strive for higher goals and good birds choose the right trees to roost in. However, in the end, I realized that I had given up the watermelon and picked up sesame seeds. The peerless genius that he had been pursuing so hard might be the young man whom he had discarded in the past.
Until today.
She learned that this year's martial arts champion in Jiangnan province was actually Yi Fanshi. She was completely confused. It turned out that she was so stupid.
He actually gave up the entire forest for a crooked tree.
A martial arts prodigy, a future martial arts giant, and a prosperous and powerful family. It seems that they are all Yi Fan's labels.
Isn't this what she has always been pursuing?
Therefore, Jinlian could naturally humble herself and come forward to beg for forgiveness. You once said that you would return tenfold what our Yi family has paid you, a total of 2.5 million Chinese yuan.
Here's the card number. Transfer it to me first. Yi Fan directly sent a bank card number. Brother Yi Fan, are you planning to forgive Sister Lian?
A glimmer of hope appeared in Jinlian Tao's beautiful eyes. Yi Fan just looked at her.
Okay, I'll call you. I'll call you right away. Jinlian knew that she had to seize even the slightest chance.
Even if 2.5 million can make Yi Fan feel a little good about her.
Drop. Soon, my mother Lan Suifang's bank account received a deposit of 2.5 million Chinese yuan.
For a moment, Lan Suifang's eyes turned slightly red. She had worked hard all her life and had never had so much money. And this money is the compensation for betraying her feelings. It made her feel mixed emotions.
Brother Yi Fan, I'm done. Jinlian looked at Yi Fan with longing. As you said, we are no longer from the same world. You can't reach me now. Yi Fan sneered.
He hung up the call directly and deleted the friend.
Ah, bro, well done, it makes me feel better.
Yiling stretched out her snake-like arms, wrapped them around Yi Fan's neck, and said excitedly.
Come down, what a mess.
Yi Fan scolded with a smile.
After dinner.
When Yi Fan was instructing Yiling to practice Qianlong Zhuang, Yiling told Yi Fan about the conversation she had heard between her parents a few days ago.
In the coming time, I will spend as much time as possible with my parents.
Yi Fan also realized some of his shortcomings. At night, when Yi Fan was about to practice the void spirit refining technique, a strange phone call came in.
Hello, classmate Yi Fan, first of all, congratulations on winning the first place in the Jiangnan province martial arts. Who are you?
Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Lei, Chief Scientific Advisor of Johnson & Johnson. Our President Han admires you very much and would like to discuss with you a $1 billion endorsement deal.
Billions?
Yi Fan's eyes moved. What a grand move. In addition, we at Johnson & Johnson Health Network have noticed that your father was in a very dangerous situation due to a virus infection.
Nowadays, even if it seems to be cured, there may still be some sequelae.
Tomorrow, I, Johnson & Johnson Technology, can do a comprehensive examination for your father and propose some rehabilitation plans. Well, I'm very interested in cooperating with your company.
Chapter 104 Johnson & Johnson's Sincerity, Global Endorsement. The next day. Yi Fan's home, on the helipad of Linjiang No. 1 single-family villa.
A large passenger plane-like aircraft landed.
Tisk, I've seen this large aircraft on TV before.
It looks like the car used by the president of Johnson & Johnson Technologies.
Hiss, what? The only female entrepreneur in the Fortune 500 and Forbes list actually came to our Linjiang city? Anyone who can live in Linjiang No. 1.
In addition to the warriors from the two major martial arts halls, he is definitely a top figure in Linjiang City. Naturally, your eyesight is not bad.
At once, he recognized the large aircraft engraved with the Johnson Technology totem. In the past.
In Linjiang City, they are definitely financially powerful and their status is at the top of the pyramid.
However, if compared with the president of Johnson & Johnson, a Fortune 500 company, that's like an ant compared to an elephant. Who would have thought that today, in the villa area, this powerful Chinese woman would suddenly appear?
Hiss, that's Villa District number 17, where the heroic young man Yi Fan lives.
Ha, you probably don't know yet, but this Yi family kid is amazing.
He won the first place in the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Competition in this year's Martial Arts College entrance examination. The admissions results for all the major high schools are about to be released, and this year's Jiangning No. 1 high school is absolutely packed with applicants.
Wow, so awesome? How could I deserve to live in the same villa complex as the martial arts champion? As terrifying as he is, I've been watching Yi Fan since he was a child. My vision is really good. What, they just moved in a few months ago? Well, if we don't expose each other, we can still be friends. Shock. Envious. Ah. The entire Linjiang No. 1 villa district. Those who recognized the car from Johnson & Johnson Technology headquarters felt extremely complicated. This is the charm of martial arts. Yifan, relying on his own strength, has allowed the Yi family to live a life of luxury, and this seems to be just the beginning. Yifan had just finished breakfast and returned from sending his sister Yiling to school. He discovered a huge aircraft on the tarmac of his home. Ah, Uncle Yi, don't worry. Today, our chief scientific advisor of Johnson & Johnson Technology, Xiaoli, will give you a comprehensive physical examination. Walking in front was a woman with short hair and a very delicate appearance. Wearing a professional suit, he looks fresh and capable. Although, the woman had a smile on her face and tried her best to appear approachable and easygoing. However, perhaps it is the temperament of a superior that she has cultivated over the years that gives her a strong aura. Walking on the right is a young man in a white robe. He has an upright posture, wears black-rimmed glasses, and his eyes reveal a wise glint. This person was the young man who contacted Yifan yesterday. It was Li Lei, chief scientific advisor of Johnson & Johnson. Walking in the middle were his father Yi Jun and mother Lan Suifeng. Dad is better. After all, he had been in the army and had experienced the trials of blood and fire, so he had a calm temperament. My mother, on the other hand, seemed a little reserved. Auntie, don't worry, we will give Uncle Yi a physical examination for free. At the same time, we can also give you a physical examination. The current medical concept is prevention first, treatment second. Consultant Li Lei introduced. Dad, Mom. Just at this moment, Yifan happened to meet a few people who had just gone out. At the same time, I was also surprised. Last night, in addition to practicing, he also looked up some information about Johnson & Johnson Technology. Johnson & Johnson Technology can be said to be the light of the nation, the blessing and partner of martial artists. Over the years, there has been little negative news about him, and he has been concentrating on the research and development of warrior gene drugs. So, when Yifan heard that they wanted him to be the brand spokesperson, he did not feel any resistance in his heart. He has also used the product himself. Although the process is a bit painful, the effect is quite good. Moreover, compared with many rare treasures, the price is much lower. It can be said that it is a very cost-effective choice for warrior improvement. Unexpectedly, just as Li Lei, the scientific consultant, had contacted him yesterday, today, the president of Johnson & Johnson Technology, Mr. Han, came in person. This made Yifan feel Johnson & Johnson's respect and sincerity towards him. Son. When Mother Lan Suifeng saw Yifan, she was delighted. Dad Yi Jun's slightly tense body also relaxed. It was at this time that the old couple realized that their grown-up son had become their solid support. So strong. The first time meeting Yifan, Li Lei, who usually drinks some genetic evolution potions to elevate his realm to the galaxy realm. Suddenly, I felt a strong sense of oppression. The young man's burly body and powerful blood made him feel like he was facing a ferocious beast. If Yifan suddenly attacked, he felt that he had no power to resist at all. When Han Mimi saw Yifan, her beautiful eyes lit up. The boy was very young, even with a hint of immaturity on his face. However, that powerful warrior's aura even directly suppressed the aura she had cultivated over the years. Mr. Yifan, let me introduce myself. I'm Han Mimi from Johnson & Johnson Technology. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Han Mimi was graceful and extended her slender white jade hand. Hello, Mr. Han. Yifan smiled and nodded, then shook hands with Han Mimi. Li Lei. Brother Yifan, we met last night. Without further ado, let's board the plane and give uncle and aunt a physical examination. Li Lei in the white robe laughed. Good. Yifan smiled, and followed Han Mimi and Li Lei with his parents and boarded the large aircraft. Inside, the space is large, clean, and bright. There are also many functional areas, such as research and development area, experimental area, physical examination area, physical therapy area, rest area, and even martial arts area, etc. Boss Han, you talk to Brother Yifan, I'm going to do a physical examination for uncle and aunt. Li Lei laughed. Thank you. Yifan nodded to his parents. Soon, Yifan and Han Mimi sat opposite each other, and the intelligent robot waiter brought a variety of drinks for Yifan and Han Mimi to choose from. Student Yifan is truly a heroic young man. Not only did he make it onto the Young Dragons list at the age of 18, he also made history in China. Moreover, in the military unification assessment, he was far ahead and won the first place. Moreover, you come from the outer city where ordinary people live, and your story is simply a legend. It is in line with the corporate mission of our Johnson & Johnson technology. Therefore, I would like to invite you to be the global spokesperson for Johnson & Johnson Technologies. After taking a sip of coffee, Han Nini went straight to the point without any hesitation. Yi Fan also admired this kind of character. At the same time, I was also very surprised. Currently, I am just beginning to show my potential and cannot be considered a martial arts expert. Moreover, there are so many talented and outstanding people in the world. Why did they choose me to be their global spokesperson? As expected of the president of Johnson & Johnson Technology, Han Nini seemed to see Yi Fan's doubts. Student Yi Fan, don't be confused. I am optimistic about your future in martial arts. It may seem a little crazy today, but in the future I might be the one who makes a lot of money. Han Nini smiled. Yi Fan glanced at the physical examination area, nodded and said, I agree. However, I have only one bottom line. If Jiangxing Technology does anything that violates the principles of martial arts, I will be the first one to not forgive it. Be polite before using force. Yi Fan knew that there were too many people who failed in their endorsements, whether they were warriors or celebrities. Since he is willing to be the spokesperson for Johnson & Johnson Technology, he naturally has to be responsible for many warriors who also started from humble beginnings. Okay, that's great. Don't worry, classmate Yi Fan. The original intention of our Johnson Technology is to serve warriors and promote the genetic evolution of the human race. If you go against our original intention, you can point your spear at us. We are willing to pay you 100 million Chinese yuan in endorsement fees every year. Of course, this is only your compensation in the galaxy realm. If you break through to the mountain and sea realm, your reward will directly increase to 1 billion. In addition, you will receive lifetime honors at Johnson & Johnson Technology, and receive a 20% discount on the purchase of pharmaceuticals within the group. When Yi Fan and Han Nini were discussing the endorsement, the medical examination was also over. Chapter 105 Water of Life, Application for SS Level Privilege. Dad, Mom. Yi Fan quickly stood up and went to meet him. At the same time, his eyes looked at Li Lei in the white robe. One good news, one bad news. Li Lei said. Okay, what time is it? Why are you still keeping me in suspense? Hurry up and tell me. Han Nini waved her hand and said. There is no doubt that as a scientific master, Li Lei's strength in scientific research is unquestionable. However, Han Nini's interpersonal skills and emotional intelligence also depend on her. The two complement each other. No wonder Johnson & Johnson Technology has been able to grow bigger and stronger. The good news is that Auntie is in good health. Apart from some strain, her overall condition is very good. Li Lei said with a smile. Well, some strain? That's nothing. As the family of my global spokesperson for Johnson & Johnson, I can receive millions of dollars worth of maintenance medication every year. Han Nini said with great pride. Hearing this, Yi Fan felt warm in his heart. His mother Lan Suifan's eyes lit up. Could it be that her eldest son had signed an endorsement contract with Johnson & Johnson? My oldest son is absolutely amazing. As for my uncle's condition, it's not very good. At this point, the smile on Li Lei's face disappeared and his brows furrowed slightly. It looked like an old Chinese doctor taking your pulse and shaking his head. Yi Fan became nervous after hearing this. Seeing this scene, Han Nini wanted to go up and give Li Lei a kick with her high heels. If you don't breathe hard, you will die. He Xiao Lei, just say whatever you want. Ahem. I'm content to be able to save my life. Every day I can live is a blessing. Yi Jun smiled and said it casually. As if sensing Han Nini's rolling eyes, Li Lei quickly said. Uncle, the poison had already penetrated into his muscles, meridians, and even bones. Although it was eventually detoxified, it damaged the very source of his life. This will greatly affect my uncle's lifespan. In particular, lung angiography showed some nodules. Li Lei said. Hearing this, Yi Fan frowned. It damages the source of life, and even after recovery, the lungs may deteriorate into cancerous nodules? There is no doubt about Li Lei's scientific rigor and accuracy. Han Nini frowned slightly and said. Talk about solutions and recovery plans. Li Lei thought for a moment and nodded. Nowadays, the most effective treatment and rehabilitation plan should be to use the water of life. Water of life? Yi Fan looked puzzled. The water of life is made from special materials produced within the interface, condensed through the integration of modern technology. As the name suggests, it can nourish life and restore vitality. However, due to the harsh conditions and extremely low production volume, once it appears, it will be snapped up by many powerful people.
After all, even if I don't need this kind of treasure now, it is absolutely priceless, so hoard it for emergencies. As the president of Johnson & Johnson Technologies, he is naturally very familiar with this famous water of life. Han Mimi immediately explained to Yifan. However, through our Johnson & Johnson Technology channels, we can keep an eye on it for you.
But it's also worth a lot. Han Mimi added. Boss Han, how much is this water of life? Yifan went straight to the point and said. Student Yifan, what is your privilege level in the Star Marshal Hall?
Star Glory. Hiss. When I heard that Yifan's privilege level in the Star Marshal Hall was actually the Star Glory level,
Han Mimi and Li Lei were both shocked.
You know, only those who have reached the level of a provincial or prefectural level city hall master and are strong in the mountain and sea realm can have such a privilege. And Yifan was only 18 years old.
The realm is even more of a galaxy realm.
Surprisingly, he has such high privileges in the Star Marshal Palace.
This also made Han Mimi certain that investing in Yifan was definitely the right choice.
With your privilege level in the Star Marshal Hall, you should be able to look up information about the water of life. According to the care that the Starry Marshal Palace provides to warriors, its selling price should not exceed 1 billion. If so, according to the selling price in the primary market, it should be at least 2 billion.
Han Mimi said.
Hiss. This time, it was Yi Jun and Lan Suifang's turn to gasp.
Oh my god. 1 billion, 2 billion? How much money would that be?
That denomination, if you have ever seen it, it is probably only when burning paper. I dare not even think about it in my dreams. The single-family villa they live in now, Linjiang No. 1, is worth only a few million, less than 10 million.
What the hell is this water of life, actually worth dozens of villas? My goodness, where can I get so much money? There's no cure. My life, Yi Jun, is worthless.
Life and death are determined by fate, while wealth and honor are determined by God.
It's good enough that I'm still alive now. Yi Jun immediately shook his head and said.
At this time, he paid no attention to his father Yi Jun, who was planning to lie down. Instead, enter the Star Marshal Hall Mall directly through the Warrior Watch. Soon, Yifan found the relevant information.
Water of life, price, 1 billion Chinese yuan.
Purchasing rights, Star Glory level and above Star Marshal Hall privileges.
Number of units on sale, 0.
Sure enough, as Han Mimi said, just one portion of the water of life would cost 10 billion. This is even with the blessing of star-level privileges in his own Star Marshal Hall.
Otherwise, you will not even be eligible to view and purchase. 1 billion. Not in stock yet. Sure enough, there's no demand for it.
Yifan shook his head helplessly.
No, I really don't want to.
Yi Jun shook his head firmly.
Soon, Yifan returned to the villa after signing the endorsement contract with Han Mimi.
Underground martial arts room space. Yifan connected with Li Lei again. Yifan, President Han said that if you want the water of life, I, Johnson Technology, can search for it for you. We can also purchase a portion for you in advance.
Li Lei said.
Hearing this, Yifan nodded and said, "Thank Mr. Han for his kindness. Please help me keep an eye out for news about the appearance of the water of life.
As for the money, I will find a way myself."
Advisor Li, do you know the fastest way for a warrior to make money?
Yifan asked.
Well, the fastest way for a warrior to make money, as far as I know, it's probably hunting exotic beasts.
However, I heard that entering the interface can make money even faster.
However, that would also be more dangerous. After all, what we encounter then will not be ferocious beasts, but various civilized creatures. Li Lei said in a serious tone.
Hang up the call with Li Lei. Yifan pondered, nowadays, I'm afraid entering the interface battlefield is the fastest way to make money.
Moreover, I have reached the galaxy realm and am now qualified to enter the interface battlefield for training.
1 billion?
Even if it's tens of billions, hundreds of billions, I absolutely won't allow my father, who has dedicated most of his life to me, to have his lifespan drastically shortened. Yifan clenched his fist and said firmly.
Immediately, he logged into the Kunlun Wuhan University campus network and, using his SS-level privileges, submitted an application to Kunlun Wuhan University to enter the interface for training. During the application review stage,
Yifan practiced shooting at home and practiced body refining and void spirit refining techniques.
The most important thing is to spend time with your parents. 3 days later, a message came saying that Yifan's application had received a reply. Chapter 106. The Chief Hallmaster comes in person, and there are space treasures. Dear SS-level Special Training Contract Warrior, classmate Yifan. In light of your privilege application, you will be allowed to enter the Level 3 interface to conduct the trial. The specific time and location will then be emailed to your inbox. In addition, a team of warriors will be arranged for you to support and cooperate with you to help you complete the trial. Finally, I wish you good luck in your trials and prosperity in your martial arts. Academic Affairs Office of Kunlun University. July 10, 2024, New Star Era. When Yifan opened the email, a letter of approval from the Academic Affairs Office of Kunlun University appeared. According to Mr. Zhou Tsong, there is a clause in his SS-level special training contract that allows for early application of rights. Moreover, teacher Zhou Tsong also gave special instructions before he left that day. In fact, entering the Star Realm, fighting for treasures and territorial space for the human race. Fight with native creatures and alien races in the starry sky. All of them require strict approval. On the one hand, the qualifications and strength of the warriors need to be examined. Even to enter the third-level interface, one needs strength at least above the galaxy realm. I had very little exposure to this information during my studies at martial arts high school. However, for Yifan, who possesses star-level privileges in the Star Martial Hall, it is no longer a secret. Just a little research will reveal it. And Yifan's outstanding performance in the military assessment in early July. In particular, he also killed a pseudo-third-level alien beast, the Beast King level Fiery Fire Scorpion, which allowed Yifan to easily pass the strength review. On the other hand, it is also to prevent traitors and villains from entering. After all, humans have had painful experiences in this regard. There was once a traitor who colluded with outsiders to cause severe damage to a warbase and fortress of the human race. Civilians and warriors suffered heavy casualties. But Yifan has a clean background and is a warrior who has signed an SS-level special training contract with Kunlun University. So, the application was approved just 3 days after it was submitted. According to Li Lei, this kind of review, especially for warriors entering the interface for the first time, generally takes a long time, as short as 7 days. As long as half a month. Yifan was quite satisfied with the efficiency of Kunlun Wuda. Deep, Master Yifan, the master of the Xingqian Martial Hall in Jianghuai City, Inshan requests communication. Suddenly. Just when Yifan was checking the information. Suddenly, the royal sister intelligent brain reminded. Connected. Okay. After Yifan chose to connect, countless lights intertwined in the air in the underground martial arts room. Quickly projected out, a young man who looked to be in his 20s. However, his eyes were deep and his temperament was very good. It was none other than Yin Shanyu, the palace master of the Xingqian Martial Palace in Jianghuai City. Ha, Yifan. I greeted you a few days ago. Palace Master AI from the provincial palace is coming to visit you in person. In less than half an hour, we will arrive at your villa area. Yin Shanyu said with a smile. Looking at Yifan, he was extremely satisfied. This little fellow was impeccable in terms of his comprehension, physical body, and character. A rising tide lifts all boats. The branch of the starry martial hall where Yin Shanyu is located is the place where Yifan rose to prominence. As the head of the branch, he will naturally benefit greatly from it. The stronger and more evil Yifan is, the more benefits he will get. Okay, Palace Master Yin, welcome. I will be out there immediately to greet the two palace masters. Yifan also had a smile on his face and said respectfully. See Yifan's performance and words. Inshan felt more and more at ease. Which talented warrior doesn't have a bit of arrogance? However, Yifan's respectful and humble appearance remained the same as before. This was very useful to him. After hanging up the phone, Yifan immediately called the Jiangning City Xingqian Martial Hall office and called Captain Wu Xia. Hello, Uncle Wu. Yes, as I told you a few days ago, Palace Master AI and Palace Master Yin will be here within half an hour. Yes, please come over and support me. I'm a little scared facing two big guys alone. Don't worry, half an hour is enough. 10 minutes? Waiting for you. In return, Wu Xia is Yifan's guide to the path of a warrior. With such an opportunity to show himself, Yifan naturally would not forget Uncle Wu. Xingqian Martial Hall Jiangning Office. This brat is not in vain. Wu Xia's mouth was almost stretched to his ears.
He naturally knew that Yifan's so-called fear was all bullshit. The real purpose is to let him show up in front of the two hall masters, especially the chief hall master Ai Hongjun. With a smile on his face, he boarded the flying chariot and quickly drove towards the Linjiang No. 1 Villa district.
Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the detonation engine is shocking and powerful.
25 minutes later, a streamlined aircraft landed on the side of Yifan's bitey 5,000 above Yifan's private helipad. Yifan's parents also followed their son out to greet them. Not to mention the chief master of the provincial Star Martial Hall.
Even someone like Yin Shanyu is the master of a branch of the Xingqian Martial Hall in a prefecture-level city.
In the past, they seemed to be absolutely unattainable big figures.
And now. First, President Han, the first female Forbes-listed person in the Fortune Global 500, came to visit.
Today, the chief hall master of the Xingqian Martial Hall province has arrived in person.
They are so proud of their son. Palace Master Ai, Palace Master Yin, please come in. Yifan quickly went up to him and even held Ai Hongjuan's arm very obediently.
Seeing his pretentious look, Yin Shanyu suddenly felt a toothache. Palace Master Ai, he is a powerful person in the sky realm who can fly in the air.
Does he need your support?
However, Ai Hongjun was very pleased with Yifan's actions. Just like an ordinary old man, his face was flushed and he greeted Yifan with a smile. Moreover, Yifan did not call Ai Hongjun Grandpa Ai in front of outsiders. This kid respects the elderly and loves the young, and he knows the limits, which is very good. Yin Shanyu got off the aircraft and met Wu Xia. Naturally, he figured it out all at once. Not only did he not blame Yifan, he was even more satisfied with him. He is a good child who knows how to repay kindness. Soon, they exchanged pleasantries for a while. In a reception room, only Ai Hongjun, Yin Shanyu, Wu Xia, and Yifan were left. After all, as ordinary people, my parents were still a little restrained when facing Palace Master Ai.
We chatted for a while.
Ai Hongjun said, "Xiaofan, you really made me proud this time." Not only did he severely suppress Qin Yujing's grandson, Qin Feng, but he also rode away from the crowd and won the title of the martial arts champion in Jiangnan province.
I heard that you have awakened your dual spirituality. I am very optimistic about your future. Ai Hongjun exclaimed in admiration.
Not to mention him, even Yin Shanyu and Wu Xia, who witnessed Yifan's growth, were still deeply shocked and unable to recover from the shock. How on earth did this little fellow cultivate himself to become more and more evil?
You're too kind. It was just a fluke, Yifan said modestly.
At the same time, they found out that Qin Feng was actually the grandson of the chief master of the Candlelight Martial Hall, Qin.
Well, that's really good. Ai Hongjun nodded.
Unlike old man Qin's grandson, he liked to show off. Look at my grandson-in-law, how low-key he is. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Xiaofan, this time I came here, not only to see you in person, but also to give you a treasure. As he spoke, a light flashed in Ai Hongjuan's hand. A piece of silver sequins the size of a fingernail appeared.
Space treasure.
Yin Shanyu and Wu Xia both exclaimed.
Chapter 107, Spiritual Master, Red Moon Interface. Space treasure?
Upon hearing this, Yifan was also shocked. Although, like many handsome men and beautiful women, he has also read online literature.
But, doesn't this space treasure sound a little too fantastic? Yes, this is a space storage treasure that can be integrated into the body and moved at will.
The space size has reached 10 cubic meters.
Ai Hongjun laughed. Hiss, 10 cubic meters?
Although Wu Xia had heard of it, he could not truly understand the concept of 10 cubic meters. This time, it was Yin Shanyu who exclaimed. Because, in the Xingqian Martial Palace Mall, those who have the authority to purchase space treasures must have the authority of a warrior in the Star Martial Hall and must reach the king level. In other words, speaking only of realm, it at least corresponds to the sky realm among human warriors.
Simply because space treasures are too rare.
Moreover, to activate it, strong mental strength is required.
At least, the mental strength must be above 25 points.
This may not seem high, but in fact, many strong men in the mountain and sea realm may not necessarily have strong mental strength. It is simply impossible to reach the 30+ mental strength that matches the essence and energy. It's not just because the nurturing and growth of spiritual power requires extremely high physical strength.
Moreover, the methods of cultivating mental power are too rare. 10 cubic meters? It doesn't sound too big.
Yifan looked at Yin Shanyue's shocked expression and felt even more puzzled. It seemed that he could see what Yi Fan was thinking. Yin Shangyue said, space treasures can be purchased in Maishingshan Wudian Mall, except that they require king-level authority. Normally, the space treasures that can be purchased are not only limited to one, but also standard space treasures, about 5 cubic meters in size. You wouldn't think that a 10 cubic meter space treasure is twice as valuable as a 5 cubic meter one.
Wrong. It's 10 times.
Every inch of space that increases requires the construction of a more stable spatial framework, and the requirements for spatial capabilities increase exponentially. Yin Shanyu was envious inside. Although, Yin Shanyu at this moment lacked some of the calmness of a palace master. Startled. However, it made Ai Hongjun feel quite proud. After all, when you give a gift, the other party must know its value and rarity. Otherwise, wouldn't it be like throwing a pearl into the dark or wearing brocade clothes at night? I see that you have great fighting endurance, which requires not only a strong body and powerful spiritual power, but also a strong mental strength. After seeing it today, I realized that my guess was right. If I feel good, your spiritual power has exceeded 25 points, right? Ai Hongjun looked at Yi Fan and smiled. Seeing Yi Fan nod, Yin Shanyu and Wu Xie were both shocked.
My mental strength has reached 29 points. Yi Fan added.
Hiss. Hearing this, Yin Shanyu took another breath of cold air.
What a little monster.
His mental strength is only 28 points.
Could it be that this Yi Fan, besides being physically strong and possessing S-level lightning and fire spiritual abilities, also possesses a talent for mental strength? This kid is so evil that it makes people feel like they are pigs. Yeah, it's really good.
Well, this treasure was chosen by my granddaughter Weiwei, so I'll give it to you.
Try it.
This spatial treasure, once you imprint your spiritual power on it, it will recognize its master and can be contained within your body. In addition, it can only hold inanimate objects.
You can place items into it with just a thought. Ai Hongjun explained.
Although it looks calm on the surface. In fact, I also burst out in my heart, holy shit, 29 points of mental strength.
Grandson-in-law, awesome. IV?
In Yi Fan's mind, an image of a sea elf girl emerged, gentle and charming. He carefully took it and weighed the silver sheet, which felt heavy in his palm.
It feels magical. This thing is actually a space treasure, with a hidden world inside that can store items?
Yi Fan imprinted his mental power on it. Suddenly, I felt as if I had established a connection with the silver sheet.
A sudden thrust.
My consciousness seemed to have entered a space, which should be the interior of the storage treasure.
Whoosh.
The next moment, as Yi Fan moved his mind, the silver sheet directly merged into his body. Yi Fan was very satisfied with this. After all, he understands the principle of not showing off one's wealth. Hidden inside his body, unless someone with top-level psychic powers snooped into it, the things he put into the space treasure would be very secretive.
Oh, what are you still standing there for? Give it a try.
The branch hall master Yin Shanyu patted Yi Fan on the shoulder. Yi Fan's eyes were also fixed on the loose clothes Yin Shanyu was wearing today.
Swish. It's a bit cold.
At the same time, Yin Shanyu saw Ai Hongjun and Wu Xie looking at him strangely. Yi Fan was also stunned.
A drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. However, the branch hall master also has chest hair? Nest, Yi Fan, you. Palace master, misunderstanding.
Yi Fan was sweating and quickly took out Yin Shanyue's loose coat from the space treasure.
It's the first time I use it, so sometimes it's inevitable that there will be some awkwardness. Ai Hongjun smiled and said, giving Yi Fan and Yin Shanyu out.
His first time was even more outrageous. He took away his clothes and almost ran naked. Yi Fan, you are very talented in mental power. Perhaps, if your mental power can reach 30 plus, there is a chance that you can awaken and become a mentalist.
This is a book on mind control that I collected many years ago. I'm giving it to you as a gift.
Yin Shanyu smiled awkwardly and changed the subject.
Psychic master?
Yi Fan was very unfamiliar with this term.
Hearing this word, Ai Hongjun just smiled.
He didn't expect Yi Fan to become a spiritual master at all.
If he was to become an S-level spiritual master, he would be 1 in a million. So, a psychic who can awaken his mental power is 1 in a billion. Although his future grandson-in-law has outstanding mental strength, he may not be able to do it. Soon, the 2 hall masters left.
And Wu Xie also received a reward.
Xiao Fan, thank you very much. Uncle Wu, you're being too polite. You're the one who discovered and promoted me. Without you, I, Yi Fan, wouldn't be where I am today. Yi Fan said with sincerity in his eyes. Wu Xia left. After leaving Yi Fan's villa area, he wiped his eyes and scolded with a smile, "Stinky boy, you are quite sentimental." After seeing off a few people, Yi Fan found a new email notification in his mailbox. Yi Fan's mind moved. Could it be that he has already decided on the interface and time for the trial? Yi Fan opened the email. Trial location, Red Moon interface. Note, entrance, Lightning Mountain and Sea War Fortress. The Red Moon realm is inhabited by native creatures, as well as 2 invading alien races, the Werewolf Clan and the Blood Demon Clan. Time, 3 days later. Collaborative team. Yi Fan read the email carefully and murmured, 3 days later, that's fine, I can make some preparations. New sign-in location refreshed, Red Moon interface, sign-in reward, enlightenment points 10. Suddenly, the system popped up a new check-in location prompt. Yi Fan's eyes lit up. Immediately, Yi Fan logged into the Xingqian Martial Palace cyberspace. The intellectual queen, wearing a cheongsam and half-framed glasses, has a look of delight in her eyes. Looking at Yi Fan, he said, "Master Yi Fan, how can I serve you?" Yi Fan nodded and said, "Help me check the space treasure and the information of the spiritualist." "Okay, please wait." Chapter 108 Burning Funds, let us go. There's only one space treasure for sale in the Star Marshal Hall that I can find. Swish. Immediately, the royal sister's intelligent brain pointed to the void. A space treasure appeared before my eyes, which looked silver with some impurities mixed in it. There is nothing as pure and beautiful as the treasures in my own space. And brought a note. Space treasure, valued at 1 billion Chinese currency, limited to 1 piece. Purchase authority, King and above Star Marshal Hall authority. Space size, 5 cubic meters. Note, if the purchase exceeds the limit, further purchases will be based on the market value, 5 billion Chinese yuan. After seeing this introduction, Yi Fan couldn't help but be amazed. It's too expensive. It can be seen that this space treasure is so rare that even with the king-level privileges of the Star Marshal Palace, it would cost 1 billion Chinese yuan. To buy the second one, it would cost 5 billion. What an astonishing number! What's more, this space treasure of his has 10 cubic meters of storage space. According to the introduction of the Lord of Yin Palace, its value is 10 times that of the 5 cubic storage treasures. How much does that cost? At least, it would cost tens of billions of Chinese yuan. My goodness! At this moment, Yi Fan truly felt how heavy the space treasure that Grandpa AI gave him was. In a moment, he really wanted to hug Grandpa AI's thighs and didn't want to try hard anymore. But, considering Grandpa AI's age, why not start with his pretty granddaughter? Yi Fan, you are despicable. The righteous path of the world is vicissitudes. Yi Fan almost slapped himself in the face, then immediately cleared his mind of all distractions. However, AI Hongjun can be regarded as one of the most critical guides on his road to rise. The awakening of thunder and fire spirituality, as well as the current space treasures, all have the presence of old AI. He buried this kindness deep in his heart. He is still weak now, but he has a heart to become a martial arts master. It's not that I don't want to retaliate, it's just that the time has not come yet. Many question marks flashed across the forehead of the royal sister's intelligent brain. Because, Lord Warrior Yi Fan, in a very short time. It's like Trump changing his face, sometimes vulgar, sometimes ferocious, and sometimes decent. I really don't know, Lord Yi Fan, what your mental journey is like. Okay, continue. Yi Fan exhaled a breath of foul air, his eyes once again as deep as the starry sky as he looked at the royal sister's intelligent brain. Okay, Master Yi Fan. Psychic Master, a type of person whose mental power far exceeds that of ordinary warriors, a person with super mental power. The main direction is controlling objects. For example, using powerful mental power to control a flying knife, one can achieve the terrifying killing effect of taking the enemy's head from a distance. The emphasis is on being unpredictable and pervasive, and it is very effective in surprise attacks and area attacks. Other directions, such as mental attacks, mental beast control, etc., are not recorded in detail. If we say that the S level in spiritual awakening is 1 in a million. So, psychics are so rare that 1 in a billion is rare. Its rarity is comparable to that of monster warriors who often experience sudden enlightenment. After Yi Fan carefully read the introduction of this spiritual master, he reached out and rubbed his chin.
When I first awakened the system, I received the 9-star Overlord body. My rapid rise was largely due to this terrifying physique. The other one received was the Void Spirit refining technique. Although, this technique is very painful. However, Yifan, whose willpower is now comparable to that of a strong man in the mountain and sea realm, has been able to gradually adapt. However, this technique is indeed powerful. He is the biggest contributor to Yifan's rapid improvement in mental power. As a result, after practicing the Void Spirit refining technique, Yifan's mental state was extremely good. Even just 1 or 2 hours of rest can boost your mental state and keep you energetic all day long. This allows Yifan to devote more time to cultivation.
We are about to enter the interface.
It is said that the dangers inside are 10 or even 100 times greater than those in the wasteland.
Moreover, many warriors have fallen into trouble because of their excessive pride and complacency.
So, my preparations must be sufficient.
After learning about space treasures and spiritual masters,
in addition to his own strength, Yifan plans to buy some treasures to improve his combat power and survivability. Go to the Xingqian Martial Hall Mall page and help me search for throwing knives and antidotes.
Yifan gave instructions to the royal sister's intelligent brain. Okay, Master Yifan. Second level Crow Alloy Throwing Knife. Can cause damage to second level life forms. Each weapon costs 100,000 Chinese coins. Level 3 Crow Alloy Throwing Knife. Can cause damage to third order life forms. Each weapon costs 1 million Chinese currency. Hiss, so expensive.
Yifan looked at his toothache. Crow alloy is a new type of metal developed after the Nova era by scientific researchers by combining the starry sky and the ores on the interface to smelt and develop.
This metal is much harder than diamond.
Its ductility and flexibility are better than most metals. Therefore, it is now widely used in the forging of warriors' weapons.
But for Yifan, weapons that can kill second-level life forms are already useless. To get there, you have to be at least level 3. However, a small flying knife made of third-level crow alloy costs 1 million Chinese yuan.
While feeling the pain, Yifan could also understand.
This is a terrifying blade that can cause damage to third-level life forms.
Of course, the prerequisite for all this is that Yifan can break through his mental power to 30+ and successfully awaken the mental master.
Otherwise, at least millions of Chinese yuan would be wasted.
However, soon a determined gleam appeared in Yifan's eyes.
Buy 8. Wow.
Yifan's bank card with the last number 9527 immediately received a notification, indicating that the amount of consumption in the Xingqian Martial Hall Mall was 8 million Chinese yuan.
Continue.
Yifan, with his eyes slightly red, then went to the Star Martial Hall System Mall to buy antidotes, defensive shields, daggers, and some fire and lightning attribute treasures.
Return to the pre-liberation era overnight.
Yifan sighed. A few hours ago, there were more than 20 million in savings in the bank account.
Now, there are only a pitiful 1 million left.
Martial arts is indeed a gold-devouring cave. After sighing again, Yifan composed himself and began to practice the Void Spirit refining technique.
Polish and improve your mental strength.
During the day, I spend time with my parents and practice shooting and boxing. Under the scorching sun, practice the Great Sun Blast body. I can also feel a steady improvement, but 3 days have passed in a flash, and there is still no transformation in my mental strength.
Yifan was not in a hurry either. It seems that I may have to enter the interface and look for opportunities.
On this day, Yifan held a gun in one hand, a shield in the other, and a marching bag on his back.
Some important treasures were placed by him into the space treasures. This marching bag is mostly for decoration. After all, wealth should not be shown off.
Dad, Mom, don't worry.
I'm just going to complete a trial given by Kunlun Martial Arts University to the special training contract students. It's not dangerous. Moreover, they have formed an action team for me, so don't worry.
Yifan comforted his parents and stepped onto Byte 5000.
In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the blue sky. His father, they say that girls grow up and never stay at home. My son has grown up and is about to spread his wings and fly high. Lan Suifang leaned on Yi Jun's shoulder, staring blankly into the void and said, "Oh, it's all my fault. Xiaofan is so talented that he's destined not only to belong to us, but also to China and human civilization." Chapter 109, The Chaotic Cloak Squad, Colonel Renault on the base.
Now, inside a lounge inside the war fortress at Leija Shanghai. Several warriors with distinguished auras were leaning leisurely on the sofa, chatting while seemingly waiting for someone.
Boss, I heard that a mysterious person has been added to my Chaos Cloak squad this time? A warrior looked at the warrior sitting in the center, wiping the giant hammer, and asked. This man had his hair hanging down on his shoulders and looked quite rough. But he was the captain of the Chaos Cloak team, named Tang Hao, who was at the peak of the 8th level of the Galaxy Realm. Now, at the age of 24, he has graduated from Wuhan University and joined the Xingqian Martial Hall. In addition, a small team was formed and they often ventured into the interface, and they have gained rich experience. Hearing this, Tang Hao nodded to the warrior. Looking closely, there was actually a man sitting next to him who looked 90% similar to the man who asked the question just now. They turned out to be twins. The two brothers were named Shi De and Shi Kai. Now, he is a warrior of the Candlelight Martial Hall. Because of an adventure, he got to know Tang Hao, so he formed the Chaos Cloak team and entered the interface to adventure. The realms are respectively the 5th level of Galaxy Realm and the 6th level of Galaxy Realm. Both of them are B-level Earth-type warriors, good at defense. Yes, the strong support of the team. Hey, Captain, just tell them. That mysterious warrior is actually a junior fellow student at Kunlun University. The one who spoke was a female warrior. It looks very energetic and girlish. Of course, her body is indeed very hot. Even brothers Shi De and Shi Kai felt too embarrassed to look directly at the woman. This woman is a sophomore warrior from Kunlun Martial Arts University and an S-level Wood-type warrior. Good at controlling and seeing the overall situation. Moreover, it awakens a healing attribute that can use the wood light to heal some injuries of the team members. It was Ouyang Qingge, the nanny of the Chaos Cloak squad. The last man, however, looked at Ouyang Qingge without any hesitation. If we say that the brothers Shi De and Shi Kai are shy in front of beautiful women, this brother is definitely a real man. At this moment, his eyes are fixed on Ouyang Qingge. He looked at it carefully and seriously. Hearing Ouyang Qingge's words, the handsome man raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Oh, I heard from my junior sister that you are a junior from Kunlun Martial Arts University? Doesn't that mean that the freshmen are about to start school? As your senior, I have to take better care of you." It sounds like this man is caring and loving towards his junior. In fact, there is a bit of an attitude of taking advantage of seniority. What's more, he is not even a student of Kunlun University of Martial Arts. But, he is the second best warrior from the Magic City Wu University. Because he had worked with Ouyang Qingge once before, he fell in love with her, so he chose to join the Chaos Cloak squad. Ha! Chen Xian, if you keep staring at me like that, I'll dig your eyes out. One more thing, TSK, you want to take care of my little brother, but I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do that. Ouyang Qingge was quite looking forward to the arrival of this upcoming junior. After all, according to internal information, this junior is only a freshman. However, at the age of 18, he created a terrifying record of ranking 89th on the Young Dragon list and becoming the top martial artist in Jiangnan province. She got this information through channels. However, this time when entering the interface to challenge the trial, Yifan will use the pseudonym Chen Fan to challenge the trial. Indeed. This young man who is about to join our team has very strong data on paper. Tang Hao also recalled that he was assigned this temporary warrior named Chen Fan. I heard that although this boy is only a freshman, his combat power is very strong. He even has a record of killing high-level second-level monsters. Data on paper doesn't represent real combat power. What's more, this is within the interface, the situation is 10 times more complicated than in the wasteland. Chen Xian felt a bit of hostility towards the upcoming junior from Kunlun Martial Arts University because of Ouyang Qingge's expectant look. Even his words were sarcastically harsh. Tang Hao glanced at Chen Xian and sighed that these top martial arts geniuses were all troublemakers. Boom! The detonation engine roared, and Yifan drove the Bitey 5000 and looked around the lightning-struck mountains and seas. There was a flash of disappointment in his eyes. He couldn't find his teacher Jean Peng. Immediately, with a roar of the accelerator, Bitey 5000 directly cut through the void and landed outside the war fortress on the edge of the lightning-struck mountain and sea. Because Yifan's aircraft has been authorized. Therefore, the attack equipment outside the war fortress was not activated. Warrior Chen Fan, verify your identity. At the door, two strong-looking soldiers stepped forward, saluted Yifan, and said. Yifan naturally knew that he had to hide his identity information when entering the interface trial this time. Soon, the information was verified. He was guided to the rest and gathering area of the Chaos Cloak squad.
Warrior Chen Fan, this is the warrior team you're joining this time, the Chaos Cloak team.
The lieutenant officer led Yi Fan into the road.
I am Tang Hao, the captain of the Chaos Cloak Squad.
Welcome, Warrior Chen Fan.
Tang Hao, who was tall and had a strong breath, stood up and welcomed Yi Fan. Following behind him were the brothers Shi De and Shi Kai, who had rather honest smiles on their faces. They introduced themselves and welcomed Yi Fan in.
Junior, my name is Ouyang Chinga, and I'm a senior from Kunlun Wuda University. Don't be afraid, enter the interface, and I'll protect you. Ouyang Chinga stood up. She was tall and hot.
His eyes moved as he spoke to Yi Fan. At the same time, he was also very interested in Yi Fan. This junior fellow is tall and strong, and has a handsome appearance.
TSK, it's not a good idea for an old cow to eat young grass, right? Hello, senior sister, my name is Chen Fan.
Yi Fan was also speechless.
Why do all female warriors want to protect him?
But, can it cover it?
Well, it can be covered. Yi Fan's unintentional little action was noticed by Chen Xian.
At that moment, it felt as if his own forbidden food had been defiled.
Maybe he's a genius. But entering the interface is not like entering the wasteland.
There's still a lot to learn.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
Yi Fan was also stunned when he heard this.
Which one is yours? I ate your rice. Why do I feel a sense of targeting when I come up?
At this rather delicate moment, the officer at the door suddenly shouted.
Colonel Renault, here. Pop. The next moment, he saluted directly. Ha, ha. A strong man with a powerful aura walked in with the gait of a dragon and a tiger.
Renault, Qi, and Blood 30,000 calories Mountain and Sea Realm 5th level.
Yi Fan's detection function is automatically initiated.
Seeing the message from Colonel Renault, Yi Fan was suddenly filled with awe.
Chapter 110 The Colonel's attention, entering the Red Moon interface.
Yi Fan looked at Colonel Renault, his eyes full of awe. Because, according to the introduction of the interface by the Star Marshal Palace, within the 3rd level interface, except for the native creatures, the highest realm of the creatures entering from outside cannot exceed the galaxy realm.
Unless, it is permanently in the interface. Become an iron gate to guard the human race.
Yi Fan had no doubt that his detection of Colonel Renault was wrong.
Then, there can only be one result.
That is, Colonel Renault voluntarily broke through to the mountain and sea realm in this interface. This made Yi Fan realize that the peace and quiet of the human race in the base city today was the result of the huge efforts of countless warriors.
Papa.
At the same time, the Chaos Cloak Squad, led by Captain Tang Hao. Seeing Colonel Renault coming in, he quickly stood up and saluted. Yi Fan followed suit and saluted Colonel Renault.
Okay, now that everyone is here, let me emphasize the precautions for entering the interface. Colonel Renault looked around and said.
He didn't know if it was Yi Fan's illusion, but he felt that Colonel Renault's gaze lingered on him for a moment. Everyone in the Chaos Cloak Squad was slightly stunned.
As before, Colonel Renault would never come in person to tell their team what to pay attention to. And this was not the first time they entered the Red Moon interface. Then, there can only be one result. That is, because of this tall young man named Chen Fan. This made Chen Xian, the sophomore from the Magic City Wu University, who was already somewhat unhappy with Yi Fan because of Ouyang Chinga, even more dissatisfied in his heart.
However, facing Colonel Renault, he did not dare to act rashly.
Well, in the Red Moon realm, apart from the local creatures, the main battle is between our human civilization and the Blood Wolf civilization. The Blood Wolf civilization is mainly divided into 2 major tribes, the Werewolf tribe and the Blood Demon tribe. Among them, the werewolves, with wolf heads and human bodies, are easy to identify. Their main characteristic is that on full moon days, they can transform into full wolf form, and their combat power increases dramatically.
Besides that, his character is mainly cruel and violent. Hearing this, Yi Fan observed that the members of the Chaos Cloak Squad also had serious expressions.
Obviously.
Once you enter this interface, you will inevitably come into contact with the werewolf tribe.
Even when the strength is similar, human warriors still have to avoid some werewolves. After all, werewolves can also enter a berserk state, causing their combat power to soar. However, Yi Fan was not worried about this. Playing violently, right? He possesses the 8th grade Dao Seed, fighting heaven-burning blood. To be honest, I have never been afraid of any warrior of the same level.
The other race is the Blood Demons. They are treacherous and cunning, skilled in disguise. Because they resemble our human race in appearance, we must be careful to distinguish them. They have fangs hidden deep in their mouths and love to suck human blood. He also possesses magical skills and is adept at launching mental attacks. Colonel Renault glanced at Yi Fan and said. Hearing about the Blood Demon clan, the expressions of the Chaos Cloak Squad became even more solemn. Although the Blood Demon clan is not as brutal and ferocious as the Werewolf clan. However, after years of contact with humans, they have mastered many of their words and deeds, and are good at disguise and launching surprise attacks. It made many human warriors unable to defend themselves. Some people even died from having all their blood sucked out unjustly. Of course, the most frightening thing is the Blood Demon clan's terrifying magic, which can launch mental attacks. This made Yi Fan feel a little apprehensive. Of course, besides that, entering the interface is different from entering the outside of the interface, as it is bound by civilized rules. You might encounter a treasure, or, due to grudges, you might be attacked by your own people. Colonel Renault added. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. He glanced at Chen Xian from the Magic City Wuda University with a strong warning look. Chen Xian could only smile awkwardly. This made Yi Fan's pupils shrink suddenly. Indeed, within the interface, various races are mixed together. Without the constraints of human rules, many human warriors may break the bottom line of morality and law and attack their own race. This point was not mentioned in the email sent by Kunlun Wuda. This made Yi Fan feel a little grateful towards Colonel Renault. Do you understand? After that, Colonel Renault asked. Yi Fan quickly responded, understood. Okay, Warrior Chen Fan, this is your first time entering the interface, so safety is your top priority. If you are defeated, you can escape back to the War Fortress. There is an old saying among our people, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Thank you, Colonel. Yi Fan expressed his sincere gratitude. Okay, enter the interface. Killing aliens or making contributions to our human race will earn you military merits. Military merits can be exchanged for cultivation treasures or converted into money. This is what you heroes deserve. No problem, let's go. I wish you all a fruitful harvest and a prosperous martial arts career. Colonel Renault has a military style and is decisive in his work. Immediately, he waved his hand. Set off. Captain Tang Hao immediately led the fully armed men through the war fortress and boarded a fully enclosed train. Because the area within 100 miles around the war fortress is all our human civilization area. So, we took the train to the edge of the human civilization zone and directly entered the Red Moon Realm. Beside Yi Fan, senior sister Ouyang Qingge introduced. Smelling the faint body fragrance of the senior sister, Yi Fan nodded and chuckled, Thank you, senior sister. Well, it's going to be a little uncomfortable when we pass through the war fortress barrier. If you can't hold on to me. Ouyang Qingge reminded again. There is no doubt that Ouyang Qingge takes good care of this junior. Support you? Yi Fan took a quick look at the hot senior sister, and it seemed that something was not quite right. Seeing this scene, Chen Xian, who was not far behind, had his eyes flashing with jealousy and his face was very gloomy. Swish. If it weren't for the whistling sound, people wouldn't even feel that the train was speeding. Less than 10 minutes. Here I come. Suddenly, Senior Ouyang Qingge said. Boom. All of a sudden, all the members of the Chaos Cloak Squad shook violently. For example, senior sister Ouyang let out a low groan of pain, and there was a hint of pain on her pretty face. Looking at everyone present, the most relaxed person was Yi Fan. Hey, Chen Fan, you don't feel any pain at all? Tang Hao, the strongest captain, was the first to react. He looked at Yi Fan with a look of surprise and doubt. The expressions of the other people also relaxed, and they looked at Yi Fan in surprise and doubt. However, at this moment, their eyes changed. After all, in the world of high martial arts, the strong are respected. Only when you have enough strength can you gain respect from others. Otherwise, how ridiculous would it be for an ant to talk about fairness with an elephant? Captain, I was born to endure hardship, and my willpower is a little stronger. Yi Fan said modestly. This little brother is indeed different. Ouyang Qingge looked at Yi Fan curiously and muttered in his heart. Several people quickly walked out of the train, and Yi Fan was shocked by the scene before him. At the same time, inside the war fortress, Colonel Renault was talking to a projection. This little guy seems quite good. His willpower and mental strength are very strong.
Chapter 111. The protected person is the genius Yifan.
If Yifan were here, he would definitely recognize him. The person projected by the converging rays of light was none other than Zhou Tsong, the admissions teacher of Kunlun University of Warsaw.
Well, Lao, this little guy is our Kunlun Wuda's treasure, please don't lose him. Zhou Tsong laughed.
From their words, one can tell that the two have a deep friendship. Hearing this, Colonel Renault nodded, feeling happy for his friend. Both of them joined the army at first, but later, Zhou Tsong transferred to the martial arts university. Renault, who had no worries, chose to become the chief commander in a warbase. The so-called comradeship is a friendship of life and death. It is not family, but it is better than family. This is also why Yifan proposed to enter the interface trial.
Zhou Tsong was confident because this was the main reason why he entered the Red Moon Realm.
Don't worry, old man, I will personally protect him when he goes deep into the Red Moon Realm. Even when you were chasing after little girls, I never saw you this nervous.
Renault quipped.
Go away, you old pervert.
If it weren't for...
Oh, forget it. Based on his performance this time, don't forget to give me a rating.
After the mission is completed, I will have someone give you a war fortress and a few bottles of good wine. Zhou Tsong laughed. Okay, it's a deal. Preferably one of your treasured ones.
Renault's eyes sparkled, and he even licked his lips, looking quite greedy.
In the Red Moon interface.
Yifan was quite shocked when he got off the train.
Successfully signed in to the Red Moon interface, reward, enlightenment points 10.
The system prompt sound suddenly rang in Yifan's ears as he stepped into the Red Moon interface.
Looking up, there is no sun in this area.
There even seemed to be a layer of red blood cloud in the void. In the distance, you can see a red moon hanging in the air, looking enchanting and evil.
The entire Red Moon interface has undulating terrain.
There is no water in the area, but there are endless mountains and hills. There are many places that are not covered by the light of the red moon, and the shadows give people a gloomy and terrifying feeling. However, Yifan discovered. The spiritual energy of this red moon interface seems to be much richer than that of the blue star, but it is a bit mottled and not pure. In this red moon realm, there is no sunlight year-round. All that exists is the enchanting red moon hanging in the sky. The moon becomes full every 24 hours. That was also the time when the werewolves were at their strongest.
Senior Ouyang introduced.
Hearing this, Yifan nodded. I will lead the charge, and brothers Sherde and Shirkai will guard the two wings.
Chen Fan and Xinga were in the middle, and Shen Xian was at the rear. Attack formation, move out.
Captain Tang Hao immediately issued an order.
Yes. Everyone responded. Wow.
Soon, the 6 members of the team, according to the deployment of Captain Tang Hao, immediately formed a formation and headed towards the depths of the Red Moon interface. Yifan touched his nose. The senior is a wood attribute controller and healer, so there is no problem for her to walk in the middle. However, he is an offensive warrior who has awakened the dual attributes of thunder and fire.
Isn't it a bit too much to ask him to walk in the middle?
However, at this time, Yifan did not interrupt. Just think of it as a novice protection period for him as a newbie who has just entered the interface.
Not long.
When the Chaos Cloak squad passed through a hilly area, Yifan's eyes moved slightly. I was just about to shout, be careful.
Bang!
Shirkai, who was guarding the flank, staggered suddenly, and his legs plowed the ground, leaving a deep mark.
However, its entire body was gleaming with an ochre luster.
In the end, it protected the formation and Yifan and the other person inside it. Bloody Earth Lizard, HP 4000.
Skill 1, Brutal Charge. Skill 2, Iron-Tail Blood Whip. Skill 3, Burrow. Earth Attribute. Moment.
Yifan's detection function revealed the true secrets of this bloody ground lizard. The bloody ground lizard, its energy crystal core and tail are both good treasures.
Captain Tang Hao said happily without any panic.
Laugh. It was at this moment. A vine-like weapon that looked like a spirit snake suddenly emerged from the soil. It directly wrapped around the body of the bloody ground lizard. Exactly, the body was tinged with green, and at this moment, the senior sister Ouyang Chinga, who looked quite holy, took action.
Bang! Bang! Moment!
The two brothers Sherde and Shirkai approached forward. Like two iron gates, they directly limited the left and right space of the bloody ground lizard.
As a result, its second skill, Iron-Tail Blood Whip, cannot be used. Even for a moment, it was difficult to drill into the soil. Because his body had been bound by Senior Sister Ouyang's entanglement weapon. Attack! Senior Ouyang scolded. As soon as she finished speaking, Captain Tang Hao swung the sledgehammer in his hand and smashed it out fiercely. Behind him, Chen Xian drew out the long sword in his hand, with a cold light, living up to the reputation of the genius of the Magic City Wu University. The two men, one in front and one behind, attacked the bloody ground lizard directly. Bang! An iron hammer hit the bloody ground lizard directly on the head, and its head instantly caved in. Puff! And Chen Xian, with the cold and chilling blade, instantly cut off the bloody ground lizard's tail. This series of moves, from defense to counterattack and attack, was smooth and flowing. Yi Fan looked at it and couldn't find any fault for a moment. "How's it going, Junior? Are you adapting?" Senior Ouyang Chinga said with a smile. "Fortunately, Senior, I have also experienced actual combat." Yi Fan shrugged. "He claims to be a little combat genius, so it's great that he's protected like this." He looked like a flower in a greenhouse. Hearing this, Ouyang Chinga was also stunned. She remembered that this year's military assessment had turned into actual combat in the wasteland area. Being able to become the leader of a province, there is no doubt that the practical ability of this junior student should be very strong. Reap the spoils. The team continued to move forward. However, after marching for dozens of kilometers, the team encountered several waves of attacks, all of which were easily resolved. Yi Fan, who was in the center of the team, did not have many opportunities to attack. "Captain, this Chen Fan joined our team but didn't take any action. When it comes to calculating the spoils and military merits, he won't get a share." Chen Xian, who was standing behind, looked at Yi Fan talking and laughing with Ouyang Chinga. Immediately, he said very unhappy. Tang Hao was about to say something. Although, inside the war fortress, Colonel Renault told him to take care of Chen Fan. However, I was indeed a little overprotective. All the team members have complaints. Although the Shi De and Shi Kai brothers did not say anything, it could be seen from their previous expressions that they were somewhat unhappy about the fact that the team had a burden. Careful! It was at this moment. Suddenly there was a cold shout, and Shi Kai felt his body being pushed away by a terrifying force. Even his powerful Earth Attribute shielding ability could not withstand it. He staggered after being pushed. Gah! Everyone was horrified to find that right where Shi Kai had just stood, a giant python was biting down. Clang! Puff! At the same time, everyone heard a sharp friction sound and saw a flash of gunfire. In an instant, it pierced the python's vital point, killing this second-level giant python instantly. That was a close call, thank you. Shi Kai was still in shock, looking at the tall figure and said, "Alert, enter combat mode. Right now." Captain Tang Hao growled. At the same time, a hissing sound was heard continuously. The expressions of the members of the Chaos Cloak Squad changed drastically. Chapter 112, Blood Pythons and Poisonous Snakes, bonus for killing enemies. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The continuous hissing sounds made several people's scalps tingle. "Oh no, we have entered the territory of the blood python and venomous snake," Chen Xian exclaimed. "Shut up!" Tang Hao shouted coldly. This group of blood pythons and poisonous snakes were easily frightened by the shouting, and they suddenly attacked several people. Blood python and poisonous snake swarm, HP 1500 7000. Skill 1, Sudden Devour. Skill 2, Snake Entanglement. Skill 3, Poisonous Mist. The sound of a poisonous snake spitting out its venom could be heard faintly from front to back, left to right, and even above and below. At a glance, there are at least hundreds, or even thousands, of poisonous snakes here. Most of them are first-level venomous snakes, and there are also some second-level venomous snakes. For example, the blood python that suddenly attacked and swallowed Shi Kai just now was a second-level poisonous snake. However, he was shot dead by Yi Fan. The members of the Chaos Cloak Squad gradually moved closer together, narrowing the defense circle. Everyone's face was full of vigilance. What their warrior team fears the most, and even dreads, is this kind of strange beast that lives in groups. Because the number is just too much. "Captain, the retreat is blocked," Shi De said in a deep voice. "Well, it seems that there is only a bloody battle," Tang Hao also said in a deep voice. The veins on the hand holding the hammer were winding like little snakes.
Hiss! Hiss! At this moment, several people were horrified to find that not far away, on the crown of a big tree, there was a giant python as big as a small hill.
Now!
The giant python raised its head, held it high, and issued attack orders to the many blood pythons and poisonous snakes present.
Shoo, 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 shoo. In an instant, it seemed as if thousands of silk ribbons were hanging down above the heads of the Chaos Cloak Squad.
Blood pythons and poisonous snakes spat out their tongues, opened their bloody mouths, and bit at the members of the Chaos Cloak team.
Die!
Captain Tang Hao twisted his body, used his legs to exert force, and used his waist as the axis to transmit layers of strength to his arms.
Boom! The giant hammer blasted out. Puff!
Every giant python and poisonous snake that touched his giant hammer was smashed into mud and splashed out.
Even with his hammering technique, each blow is stronger than the last. Single attack is indeed powerful. However, facing these densely packed giant pythons and venomous snakes, the spiritual power and physical strength consumed were definitely very fast. Shi De and Shi Kai are brothers. His whole body was emitting a yellowish-brown sheen, and he was holding a shield to resist. Occasionally, some first-level giant pythons and venomous snakes can be killed, but the efficiency is too low. Now!
I'm afraid that Chen Xian, who is holding a long sword, has the highest killing efficiency among the Chaotic Cloak team.
Shoo, shoo, shoo.
As expected of a genius in magic and martial arts, with every ray of cold light that passed by, several blood-red poisonous snakes were cut in two.
Even senior sister Ouyang Qingde, who has the wood attribute, had a slightly pale face. The whole body was radiating a green glow, and the people enveloped by it felt cool, and the heat and fear also disappeared a little. The entire team seemed a little panicked at this moment. On the other hand, he was the calmest person in the whole audience. Apart from the second level, 7th grade Blood Python leader, the next one is Yifan from the Chaos Cloak team. Don't be afraid, senior sister. I will protect you. Holding a spear, Yifan stood beside his senior sister. Ouyang Qingde wanted to warn his junior not to be careless, but he saw several blood-red rays hanging down from above his head, with bloody mouths wide open. Thunder net! Yifan seemed to have eyes on his head and pointed the tip of the gun into the air. Shoo! Endless lightning entangled to form an electric grid. The several blood pythons and poisonous snakes hanging down were directly wrapped by the lightning net. Their whole bodies twitched violently, and finally turned into charred black and fell to the ground. Thunder attribute! Everyone in the Chaotic Cloak team was surprised and happy when they saw it. Thunder attribute, best at attacking. Judging from Yifan's attack just now, the boy was definitely not a rookie who was fighting a strange beast for the first time. On the contrary, there is a certain calmness and sophistication. Chen Fan, kill the enemy quickly! Captain Tang Hao shouted. Okay, Captain. Although Yifan couldn't say that he had a good impression of Captain Tang Hao. However, the sensory experience is still good. Quickly! Yifan took a step forward, and the spear in his hand turned into cold light. It seems to be even more frightening than the venomous snake spitting out its tongue. TSK, TSK, TSK. As fast as thunder and as quick as lightning. The tip of the spear emitted a cold light. With every strike, a blood-red poisonous snake was killed. His efficiency in killing enemies is even better than that of the magician Chen Xian. Even when surrounded by a group of snakes, Yifan's spear could turn stabbing into sweeping. That shot was powerful and devastating. Sweep through the enemy. Suddenly, the giant pythons that were entangled with each other were like being hit by a mountain. In an instant, their flesh and blood were blurred and blood splattered everywhere. Your gun intent has increased from 5% to 6% and continues to increase. Your martial arts skills, 3rd level spearmanship, has increased from 9% to 10% and continues to improve. As the killing continued, Yifan made a surprising discovery. Killing the strange beast in this world made the evolution of his gun skills and gun intent much faster than his own practice. This made Yifan vaguely understand. Killing strange beasts, and perhaps even killing alien races, can make your martial arts progress faster. This also confirms that whether Yifan is nurturing the seeds of gun intent or the seeds of Tao, it is related to killing strange beasts. As for whether killing aliens has any bonus effect, this remains to be verified. Yifan even deliberately suppressed his qi and blood values and felt a little pressure. Only in this way can you achieve better results in sharpening your skills. Haha, good. Chen Fan, you are indeed a genius of Kunlun Martial Arts University. Follow me and kill the snake leader together. Tang Hao laughed in surprise when he saw Yifan killing everyone. And at this moment, brothers Shi De and Shi Kai also looked at Yifan with awe. The strength displayed by Yifan was completely recognized by them. Okay, Captain. Kill him and you will save him. The senior student can also relieve pressure and even avoid being attacked. Hiss, hiss. The blood python poisonous snake leader sensed the danger and directly summoned many giant pythons and poisonous snakes to launch the third skill attack. Shoo, 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 shoo. Moment. The blood pythons and poisonous snakes raised their heads and spewed out poisonous mist and miasma. Yifan almost synchronized with Captain Tang Hao and stuffed the antidote into his mouth. Without a doubt, Yifan had definitely made sufficient preparations before entering this interface. Is this Qin Fan really entering the interface for the first time? His decisiveness and ruthlessness in killing the enemy, as well as his sophisticated response, are so flawless that even I can't find any fault with him. Shi De exclaimed in admiration. His younger brother Shi Kai even nodded. After all, Yifan saved his life not long ago. He is full of gratitude towards Yifan today. Boom. Laugh. A violent figure cleared the way with the light of a hammer. The other one was wrapped in thunder and lightning, and the spear light tore through the poisonous fog and miasma. The captain and Tang Hao rushed directly to the treetops and killed the giant python and poisonous snake leader. Chapter 113, Treasure Discovered? Trap Bait. Boom. Laugh. Tang Hao's body was shrouded in metallic luster, and the hammer's light flashed, tearing through the poisonous fog and miasma. And Yifan, the tip of his gun tore through the void, and the light of thunder shattered the poisonous fog. In addition, both of them took the antidote. In a short period of time, the toxin cannot truly invade the bodies of the two. Puff, puff, puff. All the blood pythons and poisonous snakes along the way were slaughtered. It was like being run through a meat grinder, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. What shocked Tang Hao the most was that Qin Fan was only at the initial stage of the galaxy realm and had just entered the intermediate stage. But, surprisingly, I was able to keep up with his speed. Moreover, the number of blood pythons and poisonous snakes killed was even greater than that of him. Attack and you will be rescued. Tang Hao and Yifan rushed towards the blood python poisonous snake leader who was entrenched on the treetop, which reduced the pressure on Shi De, Shi Kai, and others. So powerful. This is definitely not a warrior that can be cultivated by a school alone. Brothers Shi De and Shi Kai, holding shields. At this moment, when looking at Yifan, his eyes were filled with awe for the strong. And senior sister Ouyang Qingge, her beautiful eyes were shining. I have to say, for a junior like this, is it true that the quicker you act, the better? When the demon warrior Chen Xian looked at Yifan, his attitude gradually changed from initial contempt and hostility. This young man who was about to enter Wuhan University is quite a demon. He even asked himself. I, who just graduated from a martial arts high school, am definitely not that strong. Puff. The gun flashed, and poisonous snakes fell like dumplings. Yifan became more and more excited as he killed more. Because he discovered that in this interface world, killing strange beasts is simply a great way to improve his proficiency. Your gun intent has increased from 8% to 10%, and continues to increase. Your martial arts skills, third level spearmanship, increased from 12% to 14%, and continues to improve. In just less than half an hour, his spear intent and martial arts skills improved by 4 or 5 points. You know. If you practice shooting normally, you will need to practice for several days to improve a little. In other words, just half an hour of killing. Surprisingly, it is equivalent to Yifan's hard training for more than a month. It feels so good. Suppress it a little more. Yifan continued to suppress his strength, but as his martial arts skills improved, the degree of unity between body, mind and instrument is constantly improving. Even if Yifan suppressed his energy and blood, the power he unleashed did not decrease at all. Finally, Yifan and team leader Tang Hao appeared under the giant tree where the blood python and poisonous snake leader were entwined. Hiss hua. The next moment, the blood python and poisonous snake leader suddenly opened its huge bloody mouth and sprayed out extremely thick poisonous mist. Careful! Tang Hao shouted loudly and dodged quickly. But Yifan did not dodge or evade. Bear! Suddenly, a layer of red flame gauze actually rose from Yifan's body. This is fire attribute. No, it's the dual attributes of thunder and fire.
In the distance, brothers Sherde and Kai shouted in shock. This scene also surprised Tang Hao.
Right now. He then realized.
Why, when I just entered this Red Moon interface, Colonel Renault came to me and asked me to take better care of Chen Fan.
Besides, Colonel Renault actually came in person. Explain to the young man what he needs to pay attention to when entering the Red Moon interface. Combined with Chen Fan's current performance.
This Chen Fan is not just a simple top-notch student admitted to the Wuda University, but a top genius of the human race.
It definitely attracted the attention of Wuda University and even the top leaders of the human race. Shoo.
Yifan's fire attribute is S level, so burning ordinary poisonous fog and miasma is naturally a piece of cake.
Not to mention,
in order to prevent accidents, Yifan also integrated the purple sky divine thunder into the flames.
The Lord of Thunder is the destroyer, and the purple sky divine thunder is the nemesis of all ghosts, monsters, evil spirits, and poisonous creatures.
Kill! Yifan yelled. His body was as fast as lightning. He stomped his feet on the ground and quickly rose into the air. At the tip of the spear, it seemed as if a thundering red sun was rising. Kill! At this moment, Tang Hao was actually infected by Yifan and his blood was boiling. Kill! 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 Martial arts is the way of killing. Several people from the Chaos Cloak squad below were also infected and shouted. Hiss! It seemed that he felt a fatal threat. The leader of the blood python poisonous snake also opened its bloody mouth, lowered its head, and bit Yifan fiercely. The sharp fangs are like rows of sharp swords.
Boom!
Puff! The people watching the fight from afar felt as if the sun was rising. The center of the collision was so dazzling that they could hardly open their eyes. The blazing sun rises into the sky, and blood and flesh splatter.
What a tragic and spectacular scene! It's Chen Fan.
He seems to have pierced the head of the blood python and venomous snake leader. Kai completely turned into Yifan's little fan and exclaimed.
Bang! At the same time.
When everyone saw clearly, they saw Tang Hao hammering the blood python's head directly with a hammer.
Suddenly, the blood python poisonous snake leader that was squatting like a small hill.
The huge snake body rolled down from the tree like a collapsing mountain. It knocked down a large number of trees and splashed countless smoke and dust.
We won! The members of the Chaos Cloak team, including Ouyang Chinga, all shouted in surprise.
Ha, what a joy!
Brother Chen Fan, you are awesome!
Tang Hao, who worked together to kill the blood python and poisonous snake, was also extremely excited. This time, he was prepared to pay a heavy price for accidentally entering a group of blood pythons and poisonous snakes. Who would have expected that? Yifan, who was protected by them, was actually a super genius. This move completely shocked and conquered the Chaos Cloak squad. Yifan also discovered that Captain Tang Hao's way of addressing him had also changed. I have completely gained the recognition of the Chaos Cloak squad. The leader of the blood pythons and venomous snakes was killed, and the remaining blood pythons and venomous snakes also fled quickly. Except for Chen Xian, whose expression kept changing, everyone else in the Chaos Cloak squad was happily collecting the spoils. The entire team was very efficient in harvesting the valuables from the blood python snake.
After all,
a lot of chi and blood gather here, so it's not advisable to stay here for long. Soon, the group left here quickly, found a place to rest, and then headed back to the interior of the Red Moon interface.
Hey, Captain, why do I sense a strong aura of earth element?
Suddenly, Kai sniffed his nose and seemed a little excited.
The mountains here are continuous, so the earth element is naturally strong. Tang Hao disagreed.
At this moment, Yifan was also walking shoulder to shoulder with Tang Hao in front. Because, the battle with the group of blood pythons and poisonous snakes made the Chaos Cloak squad completely recognize Yifan.
No, Captain, follow me.
Brothers Sherde and Kai both seemed to have sensed it and quickly ran in one direction.
Follow me. Tang Hao also gave orders.
Suddenly, after running 500 meters and crossing a small hill, he saw a crystal exposed on a rock section.
That's the Earth Spirit Crystal. Could it be that this is a vein of minerals?
Brothers Sherde and Kai exclaimed in surprise. But at this moment, Yifan frowned.
The appearance of this treasure is a little too strange. Is it a trap, or bait? Chapter 114. Sit back and wait, the Blood Demon clan appears. TSK, the human race is indeed an insatiable race.
In a secluded place, several men and women who looked exactly like humans were looking at the brothers Shurdit and Shurkai, who were getting closer and closer to the Earth Spirit Crystal. One of them couldn't help but sneered. The person who spoke was a young man with a high nose and curly hair. Although his words were full of sarcasm. However, he looked elegant and had a hint of aristocratic temperament. This young man is a talented warrior from the Blood Demon clan named Cain. Draco, your idea is really good. This way, we can eliminate the genius of the human race without even taking any action. As Cain finished speaking, a seemingly youthful and lively girl with straight black hair in the crowd kicked the dry firewood like corpse at her feet. She even stuck out her small tongue and licked the shark needle like teeth hidden under her lips, feeling unsatisfied.
I have to say, the more evil the human genius is, the more delicious his blood tastes.
She also had more respect and admiration for Draco, who was in the center of the crowd and seemed to be the leader. It turned out that this group of talented men and women from the Blood Demon clan chose the fishing method to snipe the human geniuses.
In the Red Moon interface. Apart from the native creatures, the human race and the Blood Wolf civilization are mortal enemies.
Therefore, they have no psychological burden at all when it comes to plotting to kill the human genius. On the contrary, it is an important way for them to assess and evaluate within their own Blood Demon race.
This time, they adopted a wait-and-see approach to hunt down the genius of the human race. The tall man called Draco. He is the most talented among this group of blood demons. At such a young age, he has already cultivated to the 7th level of the galaxy realm. Fighting across levels is as easy as eating and drinking water.
Hearing this, the other young men and women of the Blood Demon clan also looked at the tall figure with reverence. As the human race would say, it's just a trivial skill. Draco raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said,
Tisk, you're worthy of being Brother Draco. He learned the human language so authentically.
No wonder those poor souls didn't even know how they died. This time, our two talented Blood Demon teams are out for the trial, led by Brother Draco.
Our team is sure to win. Ha ha.
The group of people were very happy. Seeing the approaching chaotic cloak team, it seemed as if they were looking at a group of blood food delivered to their doorstep.
Well, this group of humans consists of 6 people. As usual, Brother Draco gets to choose first.
A young man with a high nose and curly hair, Cain. When he looked at Draco, there was a hint of flattery and fawning in his eyes.
Okay, that human girl is pretty good, with delicate skin and tender flesh.
She should be very delicious. Draco was not at all pretentious, and a seductive red light flashed in his eyes.
Looking at the talented girl Ouyang Chinga, who was at the center of the chaotic cloak team. At the same time, Draco was also holding back a lot of energy. Because, within their branch of the Blood Demon clan, he was slightly outmatched by his rival Adam, so he had to win this trial. Draco's mental power is very strong. He can clearly feel the rich vitality in Ouyang Chinga's body.
If he could suck the girl's blood, his strength would surely increase greatly.
By then, perhaps if we could step on Adam, it wouldn't be a dream anymore. Draco has chosen the human girl.
The leading female blood demon was named Lilith.
Because she loves Delaku, she feels a little jealous.
However, when her eyes fell on Yifan, she could no longer take them away.
Because
the Blood Demon clan has an unusually keen sense of blood.
And as a female blood demon, why is she able to rank second in this team? Her sensitivity to blood is even higher than that of Draco. Even if it's far away.
However, Lilith could still feel the powerful and terrifying energy and blood in Yifan's body, like a small volcano. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips and teeth.
Lilith is also a female blood demon with ambitious ambitions.
If so, I have a feeling that if I swallow his blood, perhaps my strength will increase dramatically. By then, it is possible that he will be no weaker than Draco.
Rather than being an inferior, I, Lilith, prefer to be a knight. Lilith also has her own little thoughts. I want him.
Lilith stretched out her soft, onion-white fingers and pointed at Yifan from afar. Tisk, Lilith, that guy may be big, but the man holding the hammer beside him seems to have stronger energy and blood.
I chose him.
The young man with a high nose and curly hair from the Blood Demon clan named Cain said.
Hearing this, Lilith looked at Cain with a hint of sarcasm and thought to herself, you know shit. Then,
the other members of the Blood Demon team also began to assign the remaining members of the Chaos Cloak team.
As if what they were about to engage in was not a fierce battle. Rather, it is a delicacy that is readily available. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Because they are Earth-attributed spiritual beings, the brothers Shurde and Shurkai are particularly sensitive to the Earth element.
As the members of the Chaos Cloak Squad continued to approach,
finally, I saw the true face of the Earth Spirit Crystal. Immediately, a look of surprise appeared on his face. They even hoped that if this was a spirit crystal vein, they would make a fortune. Even if you can't dig much yourself. If so, the information is transmitted to the interior of the war fortress. The human race will definitely send strong men here to mine and dig. In that case, they will definitely share a very considerable income.
Not to mention, this Earth Spirit Crystal, as the essence of the Earth element between heaven and earth, is absolutely suitable for their brothers to practice. Is something wrong?
The captain beside Yifan, Tang Hao.
Suddenly noticing Yifan's slightly furrowed brows, he couldn't help but ask.
That's right, it feels a bit strange. It doesn't look like exposed veins, but more like... Yifan was just about to express his thoughts.
Because, that battle between the blood python and the group of poisonous snakes. This completely earned Yifan recognition and established his prestige in the Chaos Cloak Squad. So,
his words naturally attracted the attention of others. However, Yifan had not finished speaking. Then, several figures appeared from the bushes on the other side.
Hey, brother.
We were the first to discover this Earth Spirit Crystal vein. The tall man who spoke was none other than Draco of the Blood Demon clan.
Because the treasure is ahead.
Therefore, the brothers Shurde and Shurkai did not correctly identify whether these people were human.
I am afraid.
This is also the cleverness of the trap set by this Blood Demon clan team. It is said that money can move people's hearts and distract their attention.
But we got here first, Shurkai said.
This sentence, appearing in this irregular red moon interface, sounds a bit ridiculous. Here, there is no such thing as first come first served.
There is only the survival of the fittest. In that case, why don't we sit down and discuss the distribution? Draco showed a harmless smile.
However, at this moment, Yifan's system detection terminal showed. Draku Blood Demon Clan, 7500 HP Spirit Creek Rank 7. Skill 1, Devouring HP. Skill 2, Magic Charm. Skill 3, Blood Shadow Clone.
Chapter 115, Breakthrough Opportunity, War Breaks Out.
Draku Blood Demon Clan, 7500 HP Spirit Creek Rank 7. Skill 1, Devouring HP. Skill 2, Magical Charm. Skill 3, Blood Shadow Clone. Withstand the spiritual attacks of the blood demons and kill them, and hopefully awaken the spiritual master.
Awakening degree 0%.
Lilith Blood Demon Clan, HP 6510 Spirit Creek Rank 7.
The system's detection of the Blood Demon Clan made Yifan's pupils shrink.
Really? As the information introduces and as Colonel Renault suggests, the Blood Demon Clan is insidious, cunning, and good at disguise.
Now, they have even set up traps and bait here to lure and kill the human race team.
However, this was different from what made Yifan shocked and angry. I actually got the chance to withstand his mental attack, kill him, and get the hint of awakening the mentalist. This made Yifan happy. Fight against strange beasts, especially those within the third level interface. It can improve Yifan's martial arts realm and martial arts skills more quickly.
And killing this alien race might actually help him awaken his spiritual master.
Sure enough, the way of martial arts is the way of killing. Our own system should be more suitable for killing alien beasts and alien races.
Continue the fire of human civilization. This is exactly in line with Yifan's original intention of martial arts.
Of course, this is not the first time the system has reminded you that killing aliens can improve yourself. Back then, when Yifan faced Mr. Jean Pang of the Golden Crown Thunder Pang clan, he also received a hint that killing him could obtain an advanced Thunder attribute treasure. Of course, the position of teacher Jean Pang in Yifan's heart is completely incomparable to that of these insidious and cunning aliens.
Well, that's easy.
Brother Shurkai, who was the first to discover the Earth Spirit Crystal, heard that the other party was actually planning to negotiate. At that moment, I also felt that as fellow human beings, we should not tear each other apart over this.
Then,
the two brothers turned their gaze towards the captain of the Luan Cloaks, Tang Hao.
Even.
In a subtle way, he also cast some inquiries towards where Yifan was. After all, the last experience with the blood python swarm of poisonous snakes gave Yifan a certain say in this team of warriors.
Chen Fan? Tang Hao also glanced at Chen Fan.
He just realized that Chen Fan seemed to have something else to say.
But, I haven't finished yet.
They were interrupted by another team that suddenly appeared.
I don't agree to talk. How about we each send one person out and have a fight to decide the winner?
It was at this moment.
The one holding the long sword, demon warrior Chen Xian, snorted coldly. After all, in the past, the captain of the Chaos Cloak Squad would sometimes consult him for advice.
But it wasn't long after that, but it seemed like everyone's attention was completely attracted by Yi Fan, who made him a little unhappy.
Moreover, this team of warriors suddenly appeared. Surprisingly, it gave him a vague feeling of discomfort. So,
at this moment, Chen Xian was like a child eager to perform.
I want to perform well in front of the Chaos Cloak Squad in Ouyang Chinga.
I am Demon Warrior Chen Xian, a 6th-rank Galaxy Realm cultivator.
We are at the same realm.
If you can send one of your men, we'll battle and determine the treasure's ownership.
Do you dare? Chen Xian said confidently.
His self-confidence not only comes from his talent and potential. What's more, it can be clearly felt that the people on the opposite side are generally over 20 years old.
I definitely don't have my own genius.
However, Chen Xian finished speaking. The faces of the leaders of both sides changed. The blood demon Dracula suggested a talk. Naturally, he wanted to get close to the Chaos Cloak Squad, and then launch a sneak attack when they were having a good conversation.
But where did this young man come from? He actually proposed a duel to decide the ownership of the treasure? That battle. Wouldn't their identity as the Blood Demon clan be exposed?
However, magic and martial arts students. He is a talented human warrior, and his blood should be good. The 3 top martial arts universities in China, including the Magic City Martial Arts University, are naturally within the intelligence collected by their Blood Demon clan.
Tang Hao's expression also changed slightly. What's going on with this Chen Xian? Actually, you're stepping in and making decisions for him?
Yi Fan naturally noticed the subtle atmosphere between the two sides and glanced at Chen Xian speechlessly. But no matter how much this genius of magic and martial arts jumps around, he is still a human after all. When facing alien races, Yi Fan decided to strike first before the enemy's true intentions were revealed.
May I ask, brother, which team are you from? Our people are a bit impatient.
Your suggestion is good, and I also think it would be better to sit down and talk.
Just then,
Yi Fan stepped out, leaving the members of the Chaos Cloak team behind him, and approached the Blood Demon clan members with a smile on his face.
Chen Fan, what do you mean? Chen Xian was very dissatisfied. However, Yi Fan's abnormal behavior.
However, it made Tang Hao sober up a little. He frowned and looked at Draco and the others carefully.
This brother is right. We are all human beings, so why hurt the harmony? Wouldn't it be better to sit down and talk?
Delacour also spread his hands and smiled, not saying a word about his origins. Some of the blood demon geniuses around him also looked at Draco.
There is nothing wrong with my captain's research on human language and habits. Clang!
It was at this moment. Everyone at the scene heard the crisp sound of the gun tip rubbing against the air. Immediately afterwards, a spear light was seen, like a swift and dazzling lightning, directly piercing into the chest of a warrior of the Blood Demon clan.
Puff! Blood spurted.
Yi Fan's shot was intentional. He even aimed at the heart of a Blood Demon clan warrior. Just one shot was enough to make the other person feel cold and frightened.
Died instantly. Bold. Presumptuous. Court death. Mean.
In an instant, the Blood Demon clan members on the opposite side were so frightened and angry that they started cursing.
Even.
Because of shock and anger, his words were mixed with the Blood Demon clan's own language.
Bang.
Yi Fan threw the Blood Demon warrior's body directly to the feet of the Chaos Cloak Squad.
At this time,
only the members of the Chaos Cloak Squad noticed it. The Blood Demon warrior who looked like a human warrior, with those sharp needle-like teeth exposed under his lips and teeth.
Blood Demon clan. Keep attacking formation, kill. Tang Hao shouted.
At the same time, brothers Shirkai and Shirda were so frightened that their backs were wet with sweat. After all, if they had really sat down to negotiate just now.
There is no guarantee that we won't be ambushed by the Blood Demon clan.
This group of aliens are indeed insidious and cunning.
Damn it. These despicable humans, suck them dry.
Draco also shouted.
Boom, boom, boom.
In an instant, the blood and energy of the warriors on both sides surged, and the war broke out directly. Handsome boy, your opponent is me. You've ruined our good fortune. Don't worry, I will suck your blood dry bit by bit and let you die in pain and despair. Swish. The person who appeared in front of Yifan was none other than the strongest female warrior of the Blood Demon clan. Lilith. She has a nice figure, but exudes a dangerous aura like a mandala. Chapter 116, Mental Power Exceeds 30, Spiritual Master. Lilith, Chi and Blood 6510 cards Linksy Grade 7, Skill 1. Swallowing Chi and Blood Skill 2. Magic Charm Skill 3. Blood Shadow Clone. Withstand the spiritual attacks of the blood demons and kill them, and hopefully awaken the spiritual master. Awakening degree 0%. Swish. When this looks long and flowing, it is very beautiful. When a woman with a hot body and noble temperament appeared in front of him, Lilith's basic information instantly appeared in front of him. And let Yifan realize it. This Lilith is the only one present at this moment, besides Draco. The strongest among this group of Blood Demon clan geniuses. Seeing Yifan actually looking at him, he fell into a brief daze. Even Lilith was slightly surprised. She was born charming. Could it be that as his magic skills improved, his charm could make the other party lose their mind with just a wave of his hand? Deep in his crystal clear eyes, like glass, there seemed to be a red light flickering. She can be sure. The tall young man in front of me has absolutely terrifying energy and blood. If she sucked it dry, she would definitely be able to achieve a huge improvement. In fact, the youth's blood and energy were so rich and pure that they surpassed those of any human warrior she had ever absorbed. A genius among the human race, the taste is the best when you smoke it. The little lilac tongue couldn't help but lick the needle teeth under her cherry lips. Clang! Clang! On the other side, fighting has broken out. Under the leadership of Draco, the Chaos Cloak Squad immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the Blood Demons. The weapon of the Blood Demon clan is a sharp rapier hidden in the sleeve. It is a bit like a spike, and also looks very much like the sword of a human warrior. It can be stabbed, chopped, and cut. Once the fight started, it became intense. Amazing! The Chaos Cloak Squad, led by Tang Hao, immediately discovered the Blood Demon Squad led by Draco, which was extremely powerful. This team. They are definitely an elite team among the Blood Demon clan. Moreover, it is very likely that he is an elite or even a core disciple of the Blood Demon clan, from the legendary Blood Demon Palace. Kill! 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 Tang Hao knew that this would be a fierce battle. The Blood Demons were treacherous and cunning, and their use of spiked weapons was also erratic. The combination of reality and illusion makes people feel extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, they knew it well. The Blood Demon clan's most powerful attack is the mental attack, which is hard to defend against. However, with Tang Hao's order, the entire Chaos Cloak team, in high spirits, started a fierce fight with the Blood Demon team. Buzz. Ouyang Chinga's body was surrounded by a green glow, covering the Chaotic Cloak team. As a result, everyone feels very comfortable, and even their minds are exceptionally clear. Ah, I was right. This human girl is very special. Draco sneered and strode towards Ouyang Chinga, who was in the center. Boom! Boom! Brothers Shi De and Shi Kai, who are the team's strong shield, suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Hee, I've changed my mind. You are a genius among the human race, a top martial arts master. Then, you will become my blood food. Kane, the third person in the Blood Demon clan with a high nose bridge and curly hair. In a flash, he appeared beside the demon warrior Chen Xian. TSK, TSK, TSK. The sharp spikes in his hand, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, directly covered Chen Xian's vital parts. Roll! Chen Xian was furious. Who would have thought that this Blood Demon clan would dare to be so provocative? Immediately. He was furious, holding his sword in his hand, with a cold light flashing, and the two sides started fighting directly. Tang Hao was also entangled by several disciples of the Blood Demon clan. He used the heavy hammer weapon in his hand to accumulate power with each blow, continuously hitting those Blood Demon clan disciples and forcing them to retreat. However, at the moment, it is difficult to kill it for the time being. As the team leader, Tang Hao was a little anxious. After all, he naturally understood that delay would lead to changes. This Blood Demon clan still has mental attacks that they haven't used yet, and they are even better at escaping. Die! At this moment, Tang Hao, who had accumulated 6 hammers, roared, and one hammer fell like a mountain, hitting the Blood Demon Clan disciples hard. Whoosh! It was at the moment when Yi Fan seemed to be stunned. The demon female genius, Lilith, also moved. His figure was like a slippery civet cat, and he appeared beside Yi Fan in a flash. TSK, TSK, TSK. A cold light flashed between his fingers. He stabbed directly into Yi Fan's artery. Without a doubt. If this stab hits, Yi Fan will most likely bleed like a fountain. At that time, Lilith will be able to use her skills to devour the blood and energy and absorb Yi Fan's blood and energy. And when Yi Fan loses too much energy and blood and becomes weak, he will become the fish on Lilith's chopping board. When the time comes, won't it be up to her to do whatever she wants with it? Spearmanship, Thunder Net. But unexpectedly. At the moment before Lilith was about to stab him, Yi Fan took a step back and kept a distance of 10 feet. The next moment, the tip of its spear flashed silver, and a network of lightning intertwined. A spike-like weapon directly enveloped Lilith. A thunder warrior, I was right. He is indeed a top genius among humans. Lilith felt the thunder and lightning coming from the weapon. My arms, and even half of my body, were paralyzed. She retreated quickly like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Skill, Magic Charm, activated. Although the Blood Demon Clan is not as afraid of thunder as some other demonic races, they are also extremely wary of it. So, she decided not to attack Yi Fan at close range. Instead, he directly launched a mental attack. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, Lilith's pupils turned blood red. At the same time, Yi Fan also felt that a sharp thorn seemed to pierce into his brain. Hiss. Pain. This is, of course, assuming that Yi Fan's mental strength is strong enough. If it were an ordinary warrior, this mental attack would probably be enough to make many people wail in pain. Certainly. No matter how painful this mental attack is, it is not as fierce as Yi Fan's practice of the Void Spirit refining technique. And Yi Fan could feel the sharp pain as it penetrated his body. The Lilith in front of him seemed to have transformed into a peerless beauty wearing a veil, with her snow-white body faintly visible, seductive and hot. So this is the magic technique, quite interesting. Yi Fan was still able to maintain a clear consciousness. Your spiritualist awakening degree 1%, 2%, 5%, 10%. Yi Fan was surprised to find out. The illusory transparent panel in front of him reflected the spiritualist's awakening level. Surprisingly, it is improving rapidly at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, he could also feel that before setting out for the Red Moon interface, his mental power, which had been trapped in shackles, showed signs of loosening. At some point, crack! It seemed that there was a sound of ice breaking. In an instant, Yi Fan felt that his mental barrier, which had already reached the peak of 29 points, had cracks appearing. Chapter 117 Shen Xian's Death and Sudden Enlightenment of the Flying Knife Technique. Not even close. It was as if that layer of window paper was pierced, and Yi Fan had already felt the breath of mental power exceeding 30. Very mysterious and very powerful. After all, if one's mental power exceeds 30, purely from the perspective of mental power, it is a terrifying existence comparable to that of the mountain and sea realm. However, it is not transparent. In other words, it is not completely completed. Moreover, the spiritualist's awakening level displayed on the system panel has just reached 75%. I need more intense stimulation. Yi Fan held a spear in his hand, stopped pretending, and went straight to kill Lilith. Spearmanship, Thunderstorm. Wow. Above the tip of Yi Fan's spear, it seemed as if a thundering red sun was rising. With one shot, he stabbed at Lilith, the female prodigy of the Blood Demon Clan. What? A hint of fear appeared in the eyes of Lilith of the Blood Demon Clan. The human boy she chose actually ignored her magic and shot her. Moreover, the skill level of this spear has definitely reached the middle of the 3rd stage, and, combined with the attribute of thunder, the attacking power is extremely terrifying. Even if she had reached the 7th level of the galaxy realm, she was not willing to take it head-on. Follow me and use the magic charm to attack him. Lilith called out to several Blood Demon Hall disciples who came with her. Damn human race, activate the magic charm. Launch! Launch! In an instant, the members of the Chaos Cloak team who had been suppressed also discovered the dangerous situation Yi Fan was in. After all, none of the members of the Blood Demon team are weak, they are all definitely geniuses of the Blood Demon Clan.
He was besieged by the mental power of 4 or 5 people of the same level. If it were an ordinary warrior, even if he was not dragged into the illusion by the magic, he would become a fish on the chopping board. Their mental strength will also be severely damaged, and they may even become idiots. This is the horror of the Blood Demon clan. Junior Yifan, you must be okay. Ouyang Qingge also discovered that Yifan was now in a dangerous situation. Ha, human female warrior, you should pay attention to your own situation.
A cold snort was heard.
Ah.
Suddenly, Sher Kai was blown away. You know, Draco's blood and energy value has reached 7,500 calories, comparable to a 7th grade strongman in the human galaxy realm. He is also the core disciple of the Blood Demon Palace and is extremely powerful.
In an instant, he appeared beside Ouyang Qingge.
There were little flashes of scarlet in those eyes.
That was the sign that the skill, the magic charm, was about to be activated. Be careful. Demon Breaking Sword. At this critical moment,
a cold blade light instantly slashed towards Draco. Even the blade light faintly revealed a blood-red color.
That's right, the magic warrior Chen Xian chopped Cain away with a sword and appeared in front of Ouyang Qingge. Court death. Originally, Draco, who planned to directly control Ouyang Qingge, was obviously annoyed by Chen Xian's destruction.
A thrust of the sword pointed directly at the bloody blade light.
Clang!
The sharp sound of collision resounded in all directions.
At the same time, Draco launched a magic spell to attack Chen Xian. Boom!
In an instant, Chen Xian felt as if he was trapped in an endless sea of blood.
That Draco seemed to have turned into a terrifying blood demon in an endless sea of blood.
In comparison, he was like a tiny ant.
Whoosh, whoosh. Ouyang Qingge's pretty face turned pale with fright in an instant.
He quickly activated the wood-attributed general-level weapon, wrapped it around Chen Xian's ankle, and tried to pull Chen Xian back.
He. However, all I heard was a sinister laugh. It's too late.
That Draco took advantage of his magic to make Chen Xian panic and lose consciousness.
His figure has appeared in front of Chen Xian.
He grabbed Chen Fan's shoulder and opened his bloody mouth at the same time.
The sharp needle teeth bit directly into Chen Xian's neck. Puff. Ah.
The sound of needles biting into flesh was heard, along with Chen Xian's screams.
Draco directly activated the skill, swallowing blood and chi. Gurgling. The blood flowed into Dracula's body through the needle teeth, madly and swallowed up.
Chen Xian, who was controlled by Draco, kept twitching and his body shriveled rapidly.
My blood food.
Cain gritted his teeth, but since it was snatched away by Draco, he could only accept it. Quickly, he attacked his originally chosen blood food, Tang Hao.
Chen Xian. Chen Xian.
The members of the Chaos Cloak Squad were extremely shocked and angry. The scene here was naturally noticed by Yifan, who was besieged by the magic spell. A raging rage also rose in his chest. Although, as soon as he arrived at the Red Moon War Fortress, Chen Xian targeted him. However, that was also a small conflict within their human race.
When facing the Blood Demon clan, they will definitely choose to unite against the enemy.
However, at this moment, Chen Xian's blood and energy were actually sucked away by the young man from the Blood Demon clan.
In just a breath, his body shriveled up and his life or death was unknown. Ah!
Yifan also roared angrily. Work harder, we'll taste this genius blood food of the human race together in a moment. Lilith thought Yifan was screaming in pain. So, the soft little tongue licked the needle teeth, feeling a little greedy. Although, at this moment, Yifan saw scenes of the temptation of a charming beauty and the intimidation of a blood demon. However, none of these can compare to the pain brought by the Void Spirit refining technique. What's more, Yifan's willpower has already broken through to 30+, and his martial arts heart is extremely tenacious, and he is not moved at all. Your spiritualist awakening degree is 95%. Increased to 99%.
Increased to 100%.
Your mental strength increases from 29 points to 31 points. He was attacked by several geniuses from the Blood Demon Palace using magic and charm, as well as the bonus of anger. Yifan's spiritual master awakening level was finally completely loaded. Moreover, when Yifan's mental strength was at the shackles of 29 points, Yifan made a breakthrough. This breakthrough. Yifan's mental power reached 31 points. At this moment, Yifan felt that his mental power had turned into substance.
Even vaguely, it seemed as if mental power could turn into fists and sticks to strike the enemy. But Yifan knew.
That is just the most primitive method of using mental power. And I need mental strength comparable to that of a strong man in the mountain and sea realm, turning it into the sharpest knife in my hand. System, continue to consume enlightenment points to comprehend the king-level martial arts divine control of objects. Divine control of objects. This article is about the art of controlling objects with mental power. It was given by Yin Shanyu, the branch master of Xingshan Martial Palace, not long ago. Before setting off, Yi Fan had used his powerful memory to imprint it in his mind. Now, burn the enlightenment point and start to comprehend directly on the spot.
Oh no! Why do I feel like his mental power is suppressing me? This moment. Lilith's pretty face turned extremely ugly.
Just now, her magic charm invaded Yi Fan's sea of consciousness, and it felt like hitting a mountain. And Yi Fan's mental power gave her a sense of unshakable majesty.
How is it possible? Could it be that his mental strength has reached 30 plus? Lilith screamed. Wow! The next moment,
she saw Yi Fan wave his hand and a flash of light appeared. In an instant, 8 shining flying knives appeared around his body, emitting a heart-pounding cold light.
No, run!
Seeing this scene, Lilith's soul was about to burst out.
Chapter 118, Strength Surges, sweeping the entire field.
When he saw 8 flying knives made of 3rd-level crow alloy floating around Yi Fan,
Lilith no longer had the will to fight. Even, retreat quickly, and think of running away. Lilith, what are you doing?
The other talented disciples of the Blood Demon Palace are using magic to attack Yi Fan.
But no one expected that the female prodigy Lilith would choose to retreat? Idiot, didn't you see that his mental strength broke through to level 30? Moreover, it is very likely that he can control objects and has awakened a spiritual master who is 1 in a billion among humans?
Lilith shouted confidently. These Blood Demon Hall disciples do not have the same keen insight as Lilith. Only then did he realize that there were 8 3rd-level crow alloy flying knives floating around Yi Fan, which had begun to move slightly.
This scene.
Immediately, they were shocked. You know, the spiritual master who is rare among the billions of humans is almost the nemesis of their Blood Demon clan. Not only that, his mental strength was so strong that he was not afraid of their magical attacks. What's more, he can control weapons remotely and chase their escapes. So, naturally, they panicked.
We must retreat.
The scene here was also discovered by Draco, Kane, and several other geniuses of the Blood Demon Palace.
Bang! Draco threw the shrunken Shen away and roared angrily, "A bunch of cowards and idiots. Even if his mental strength has broken through to 30 points, what does it matter? Having just broken through, what kind of combat power can he exert?
It is even possible to lose oneself due to the surging mental power. This boy must be the top genius among the human race. This captain orders you to attack together, kill him, and suck him dry."
Draco roared. Mental strength exceeded 30 points.
A flame of jealousy burned in his heart.
The human race is indeed one of the most talented races in the universe. Surprisingly, he was able to break through his mental strength during battle. Even Draco had a vague guess. That damned human boy was very likely using their great demon warrior as a whetstone for a breakthrough. Besides, this kid is really young.
Among the human race, he is definitely one of the top geniuses.
No matter what, it must be killed. Even after he succeeds, he may receive great rewards when he returns to the Blood Demon Palace. Surpassing Adam is just around the corner.
Yes, he just completed a breakthrough and has no idea how to use his surging mental power.
Damn it! He actually dared to use us demons as a whetstone.
He must be killed and his blood sucked dry, not a drop left. Damn it, kill him, suck him dry. Several Blood Demon Hall disciples suddenly woke up, screaming and rushing towards Yi Fan again.
Lilith's expression changed. I don't know why.
She always felt that the human boy at this moment was extremely dangerous.
But what Draco said was not wrong. Moreover, Draco is the captain of their team.
In their Blood Demon clan, the hierarchy is very strict. If she dared to disobey Draco's orders, her end would be extremely miserable.
Unless her talent showed more than that of Draco.
According to the Blood Demon Palace, only by becoming the woman above Draco can one control one's own destiny.
Mental attacks are useless. Let's attack together and kill this human genius.
Lilith held 2 sharp daggers in her hands, like a deadly female swordsman.
Kill. Kill. Kill.
The members of the Chaos Cloak team also noticed the scene here. They were surprised and delighted. The good news is that Chen Fan's mental strength is so strong that he achieved a breakthrough during the battle. What is surprising is that according to common sense, a warrior will have a brief period of weakness after a breakthrough. And these hateful blood demons obviously intend to take advantage of this opportunity to kill the human genius Chen Fan.
Roll. Tang Hao's chaotic cloak hammer technique is that each hammer is stronger than the last.
However, Cain was indeed the third most important person in the Blood Demon clan on this trip, and he cooperated with several disciples of the Blood Demon Palace. It tightly entangled Tang Hao.
The brothers Shide and Kai can only protect Ouyang Qingde temporarily. Wanting to help Yifan is simply a pipe dream. Buzz.
Yifan, who had burned his enlightenment point, instantly felt that the king-level martial art, divine control of objects, became easy to understand. Your mastery of the king-level martial art, divine control of objects, has increased from 1% to 3% and continues to increase.
Enter the Red Moon interface. Yifan signed in at the 10 o'clock enlightenment point, and at this moment, it was fully effective. Strands of mental power merged into the third-order crow alloy flying knife.
Yifan discovered that it seemed as if he was holding a flying knife in his hand.
However, at the beginning, driving the flying knife seemed very awkward. Ding, 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 ding.
The disciples of the Blood Demon Palace came charging forward with rapiers in hand. Yifan used the flying knives around his body to block.
Just as Brother Draco said, this kid has been overwhelmed by the surge of mental power. You actually want to use such a crude object control technique to defend against us? You're simply courting death. That's right. If you defend too long, you will lose. I want to see how long you can hold on.
Several Blood Demon Hall disciples cursed.
But time passes by every second.
Gradually, the disciples of the Blood Demon Hall who participated in the siege of Yifan, especially Lilith, realized the difference. Because Yifan's flying knife was becoming more and more skillful. The speed at which his proficiency improved was simply astonishing. Suddenly, she had a feeling of frustration and anger.
Could it be that this human boy is using them again to hone his skills in controlling flying knives?
Your king-level martial art, divine control of objects, has increased from 28% to 30% minor success. After consuming 8 points of enlightenment, Yifan suddenly saw a system prompt in front of him.
And this moment,
Lilith also saw the cold light in Yifan's eyes.
Die. Call out.
At this moment, Yifan felt that his flying knife seemed to have grown from its initial toddling steps to being able to run.
Puff. Puff. Puff.
A bloody hole instantly appeared in the center of the forehead of the 3 Blood Demon Hall disciples.
Killed in an instant. Escape.
Lilith was extremely terrified. She really couldn't understand how this young man in front of her could master the art of flying knives so quickly after just breaking through to become a psychic. But before Lilith could escape, 8 flying knives suddenly appeared around her.
A tight net was laid. Strangle.
8 third-level crow alloy throwing knives directly surrounded Lilith. Before Lilith could use her skills, Blood Shadow Clone appeared. The flying knife flashed with an extremely fast cold light and killed directly.
Ah! Lilith screamed and was instantly killed by 8 third-level crow alloy flying knives. Damn it!
He dared to kill the genius of my Blood Demon Palace.
Kill him! Draco yelled.
Although Cain and several Blood Demon Temple geniuses were afraid, they had no choice but to go ahead because Draco had given the order. After all, they still have Draco in charge, and so on.
That bastard Draco actually chose to escape on his own? Chapter 119, Going Alone, Soaring Military Achievements.
Draco, you bastard!
Cain roared in shock and anger. Puff! Puff!
The flying knife turned into a dazzling cold light and directly pierced the heads of the 2 Blood Demon Hall disciples in front of Cain.
Now!
Cain truly felt the threat of death, and was immediately frightened to the point of death.
Blood Shadow Clone. Bang, 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 bang.
In an instant, Cain, with his high nose and curly hair, swelled up like a balloon. The next moment, it turned into blood arrows and shot in all directions.
Blood Shadow Clone. Every blood shadow can eventually condense into a clone.
This is a secret technique that only the elite disciples of the Blood Demon Palace can practice.
Although,
if other blood shadow clones are destroyed, the strength of the esoteric practitioner will be greatly reduced.
However, this is far better than losing your life.
Therefore, the Blood Shadow clone is almost a must-learn secret technique for the elites of the Blood Demon Hall, and even the core disciples.
Humph, you want to escape?
Yifan's mental power exceeded 30 points, covering the entire venue. He discovered that at this moment, his mental power could truly be released outwards, capturing every movement around him. Although the coverage area is only about 100 meters, Yifan is still extremely excited.
Kill! Kill them!
The members of the Chaos Cloak Squad saw Yifan sweeping across the field, killing everyone.
It was really a surprise.
There was also a gleam of hatred in each of their eyes.
The collision of two great civilizations must kill one side, there is no way out.
Martial arts is the way of killing.
Go! Whoosh, 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 whoosh. It happened in the blink of an eye.
From Yifan killing the two Blood Demon Hall disciples beside Cain, to Cain using his Blood Shadow clone to escape. It only took a moment for Yifan to control the flying knife to chase and kill him.
Ah, spare me. Cain's voice begging for mercy could even be heard from the blood arrow. Puff, 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 puff.
However, Yifan's flying knife not only has the sharpness of the 3rd level crow alloy, but is also as terrifying as a king-level weapon. Moreover, the surface of the blade was flashing with the luster of lightning and fire.
This is the application of thunder and fire attributes that Yifan just thought of.
After easily piercing through Cain's Blood Shadow clone, the thunder power covering it exuded destructive power. The power of fire will completely burn the remaining essence and blood into nothingness. The genius of the Blood Demon Palace, Cain, dies.
Boom!
After killing Cain, Yifan's body was like thunder, and his legs were like a 12-cylinder motor, running madly.
Chasing after the fleeing Draco. Run away, no, this damn human kid.
He is clearly only at the 4th level of the galaxy realm, so how can his speed reach over 45 ms, comparable to that of a high-level galaxy realm or even a peak level one?
Draco was shocked and angry.
However, he didn't know that Yifan's physical body, the great sun-glazed body, had reached the minor stage of the Jade Body realm, which naturally had a bonus on his speed.
And his thunder attribute SS spirituality also adds to his speed.
Therefore, Yifan was able to continuously narrow the distance between him and Delacour.
Even
Draco could already vaguely feel the biting cold light of the flying knife behind him.
Yifan's evilness made him tremble with fear.
He had never encountered such a terrifying genius before, after his mental power had just broken through level 30 and he had awakened as a mentalist. It can unleash such a terrifying flying knife technique.
Is this the understanding of the human race's top genius? It's so enviable.
If no one from the Shanghai realm comes out, or if no monster comparable to the Shanghai realm comes out, who can stop this kid?
Forget it. A hint of unwillingness flashed in Draco's eyes.
If he uses the Blood Shadow clone, his strength will definitely drop sharply. In that case, wanting to catch up with Adam would be nothing but a pipe dream.
But it's better than losing your life. Bang!
Draco immediately made a decision, and in an instant, he turned into 8 blood arrows, shooting in all directions.
Laugh. Even
one of his Blood Shadow clones only felt a cold light rushing towards him. The next moment, he lost his breath.
Undoubtedly. This Blood Shadow clone was destroyed in an instant. How could he dare to look back? He gritted his teeth and fled and hid. Call.
After chasing for a long time, Yifan was slightly out of breath and said with some regret, 8 Blood Shadow clones burst out just now, but I only destroyed 7.
That one, after all, I couldn't find it. Yifan knew.
That Blood Shadow clone definitely escaped from his sight and the range of his mental perception. In this vast red moon world, trying to find Dracula's Blood Shadow clone is like looking for a needle in a haystack.
With a bit of regret.
More than 10 minutes later, Yifan returned to where the Chaos Cloak Squad was.
How about it?
Captain Tang Hao asked. The rest were killed, but the Blood Demon Clan captain created 8 bloody clones, and I only killed 7.
Yifan sighed slightly. Hearing this,
even the members of the Chaos Cloak Squad, who were mentally prepared, couldn't help but gasp.
So tough.
You know, these are all elite geniuses of the Blood Demon Clan.
But they were almost wiped out by Yifan alone.
It turns out that the hidden big boss in the entire Chaos Cloak Squad is Yifan.
Is he still salvageable? Hearing this, everyone's eyes dimmed.
He lost too much blood and died. Ouyang Qingge was not in a particularly good mood either, because she was a little annoyed by Chen Xian's pursuit of her on weekdays. However, this time, he was actually killed by the captain of the Blood Demon clan because he saved her.
Senior sister, you don't have to feel guilty.
When human warriors fight against alien races, sacrifice and bloodshed are inevitable. When I first entered the Red Moon interface, my senior took great care of me.
Yi Fan walked forward and comforted him. Chen Fan, entering the Red Moon interface wasn't going smoothly this time. We plan to return to the warbase first. Also, we need to report Chen Xian's sacrifice. Tang Hao said.
Well, Captain, next I plan to train myself in the Red Moon realm and kill more aliens. There was a cold light flashing in Yi Fan's eyes. Indeed, after his mental strength broke through 30 points, the Chaos Cloak Squad was no longer suitable for him.
And
his goal of entering the Red Moon interface this time was to earn Chinese currency and buy the Water of Life for his father. Killing aliens and earning military merits is still too slow.
It is too difficult to collect 1 billion Chinese yuan. A man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse cannot become fat without night grass.
Only by finding some rare treasures or crystal veins can Yi Fan become rich.
Okay, be careful. Tang Hao and the others also nodded.
Now, Yi Fan's strength has surpassed him.
Moreover, his mental power is 30 plus, and he has awakened as a mentalist. As long as you are careful, there shouldn't be much danger in the Red Moon interface. Wait a moment.
Just as the Chaos Cloak Squad was about to leave, Yi Fan said. Captain, please transfer all my share of the treasures we obtained earlier to Chen Xian.
Yi Fan said. Hearing this, Tang Hao was stunned. Before, Chen Xian always targeted him.
He was very impressed by Yi Fan's actions.
Good.
After bidding farewell to the Chaos Cloak Squad, Yi Fan set out alone to venture into the Red Moon realm. As he killed more and more strange beasts, his military merit points gradually increased. This little guy's combat achievements are soaring so fast. In the distance, an imperceptible voice murmured.
Chapter 120 Adam's Anger, Clues Discovered.
My battle merit has soared to over 3,000, which is equivalent to killing 3 primary beast kings.
What a little monster.
In the void, the hidden figure murmured. From the time Yi Fan entered the Red Moon realm, killing everyone in the group of blood pythons and poisonous snakes, to not long ago, he almost wiped out an elite team of the Blood Demon clan.
The warrior bracelets they wear will automatically accumulate combat merits. What a bastard. What's more, this kid's mental power is so incredible that he has awakened a spiritual master.
The most shocking thing was that he quickly mastered the art of controlling the flying knives.
This level of understanding is truly extraordinary. No, we have to keep a distance.
Otherwise, he might find us, and that would be terrible.
Muttering.
The figure that blended into the surrounding environment slowly distanced itself from Yi Fan again. Some of the strange animals moving in the jungle had no idea that someone was passing by them.
Deep in the Red Moon interface. There are 2 peaks on both sides, and a canyon in the middle.
On the periphery, many members of the Blood Demon clan were on guard.
Who? Suddenly, a Blood Demon warrior shouted. It's me, Delacour. Please help me inform Adam. I have important and urgent news to tell him.
What suddenly appeared was the Blood Shadow clone of Draco who escaped from Yi Fan's hands.
Now, it has condensed into the shape of Draco.
However, because he was hiding and escaping, there was even dirt and grass debris on his body and hair. He looked quite embarrassed.
Even this demon warrior could feel it clearly. Draco's aura became extremely weak. It seemed as if he could kill Draco if he took action. He looked Draco up and down and said, Draco, didn't you lead a team to explore? Why are you in such a mess?
There was a hint of sarcasm and ridicule in those words.
Of course, he followed Adam. Naturally, I also know that Delacour is always competing with Brother Adam.
He even wanted to step on Big Brother Adam to get to the top. But I didn't expect that it would turn out like this today.
Hearing this,
Draco was also furious. In the past, the disciples of the Blood Demon Hall didn't even dare to fart in front of him.
Now, you actually dare to yell at him? How dare you? Is this something you should ask? Why don't you report it immediately? If you miss the opportunity to fight, can you bear the responsibility? Draco shouted angrily.
Upon hearing this, the Blood Demon Hall disciple muttered something and turned to go in and report.
Although, it feels like Draco is very weak now.
However, in the Blood Demon Hall, Draco is an elite disciple after all. His status is higher than that of his ordinary disciples.
Moreover, the majesty he had accumulated over the years still made him very afraid of Delacour. Bah, what a bully! A bully who relies on the power of others. Draco spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm and cursed. That damned human brat. But he's awakened his psychic master, so I, Delacour, can only take shelter from him for now. But maybe the proud Adam will go and challenge. Since I am not having a good time, you should have a taste of it too. Draco flashed with hatred and a dark light. Soon, Draco saw Adam. Adam is now radiant. Although Adam has black hair, his eyes are as deep as the ocean. Even Draco felt a subtle pressure from Adam. What, Adam, you have a mental breakthrough? Delacour looked surprised. Heh, almost there. Tell me, how did Delacour end up in this state? And what are you doing here? Adam sat high in the main seat, looking down at Delacour below. Now, everyone is under the same roof. Draco knew that in his current state, even 10 of him would not be a match for Adam. So, he pinched his nose and recounted the incident of his ambush on the human warrior team. What, a psychic master? Bang! Adam slammed the armrest and stood up. Wow! Some of Adam's followers from the Blood Demon Hall also stood up angrily, glaring at Draco. At this moment, Draco felt like a little white sheep entering a pack of wolves. As long as the other party gave the order, he would be torn to pieces. That human genius has just completed a breakthrough. Moreover, he is definitely a human genius. If you kill him, or even suck his blood, not only will your strength increase greatly, you can also gain the favor of the Holy Temple by killing the human genius. Delacour seemed to be considering Adam. Besides, that human genius even declared, the Blood Demon clan is nothing but this, who can stop me? Draco added fuel to the fire. Based on Adam's previous proud nature, Draco was at least 60% sure that he would fight against the human genius. But today, Adam was extremely angry when he heard what Delacour said. You idiot, not only are you useless yourself, but you might also be tricked by that human genius and bring disaster upon me. Adam cursed. Draco was also stunned by the scolding. It was the first time he saw Adam so angry. Besides, how did he know that he was going to shift the blame? I, Adam, have discovered a treasured land deep in this canyon. If my clan loses this treasured land, you, Draco, will be a sinner of my Blood Demon clan. Adam shouted angrily. Treasure land? No wonder Adam's mental strength has improved so much. He was both jealous and envious. Next, I order you, Draco, to garrison here. I will seek assistance from the blood demons and strive to seize the treasured land as soon as possible. Adam ordered. Keep it for yourself to guard? Draco wanted to refuse. However, looking at Adam's murderous eyes, if he dared to refuse, then, what awaits him will be a violent storm of blows. Adam was proud. However, he is suspicious by nature. He was not sure whether this damned Delacour had been marked by a powerful human. He was even followed by the spiritual master and even the mountain and sea realm strongmen among the human race. Soon, Adam took his men away. Only Draco and his lazy and disobedient subordinates were left to guard this place. Such a rich fire element. Draco followed several blood demon warriors, pushed aside the weeds, entered a cave, and couldn't help showing a look of surprise. However, this tunnel deep into the mountain seems to be filled with an extremely dangerous atmosphere. As a result, Draco stopped immediately. Although, he also knew that there must be treasures inside. However, with his current strength, he had a feeling that if he wanted to find out the truth, he would definitely die. Puff! The head of a second-level moon-gazing rhinoceros monster was directly pierced by Yifan's shot and fell to the ground with a bang. Yifan is now very agile in his movements. He quickly packed up the energy crystal core and the very valuable rhino horn of the moon-gazing rhinoceros. Just when Yifan was about to leave. Hey, why do I feel like there's a breath left by the Blood Demon clan? Yifan, a psychic master, released his mental power all the way. Of course, he did not push it to the extreme, as that would consume his mental energy too quickly. Instead, it enveloped him for more than 10 meters, and just like that, Yifan discovered some clues of the Blood Demon clan's activities. Chapter 121 Killing Dracula, Treasure Information. Now, Yifan's mental power has reached 31 points and is extremely sharp. Moreover, he had repeatedly searched for information about psychics in the Star Marshal Hall database. Just because you have enough mental strength doesn't mean you can become a mentalist. It requires that the mental strength is sharp and strong enough.
This is just like having spirituality, which is divided into different levels.
And there is no doubt about it.
Being able to awaken the spiritual master, Yifan's talent and mental power is definitely at least comparable to the SS level in spirituality, 1 in a billion.
Even higher.
So, after almost wiping out an elite team of the Blood Demon clan, Yifan's keen mental power captured some special smells of the Blood Demon clan. And when Yifan accidentally passed by a place with 2 peaks, he was looking for some natural treasures and spiritual crystal veins.
Surprisingly, I accidentally smelled the scent of the Blood Demon clan.
Immediately, a cold light flashed in Yifan's eyes. Immediately, his figure gradually groped forward like a shadow.
In the valley,
the tents of the Blood Demon clan stood like clusters of mushrooms. At this moment, Yifan has appeared outside the camp.
Hey, Boss Adam has to go back and report to the higher-ups. How long will it take? My right eyelid has been twitching constantly these past few days. A Blood Demon warrior who looked like a human said. Certainly.
Yifan, who was lurking in the bushes, naturally would not think that this was a human team.
Because the system's detection interface has clearly shown the other party's identity as a member of the Blood Demon clan.
However, although he had a strong desire to kill. But there is no rush. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles.
He then heard another Blood Demon warrior beside him say, "Humph, what's there to be afraid of? There are treasures here, otherwise, Brother Adam wouldn't have been exploring here for so many days.
Don't worry, although I don't know exactly what the treasure is, I will definitely come back." Hearing this, the Blood Demon warrior whose right eyelid twitched nodded.
However, from what Boss Adam said, the Draco is very likely to attract a human genius or a powerful person. If the Blood Demon clan's reinforcements arrive before us, won't we become cannon fodder?
He leaned over and picked a blade of grass.
Stick it on your throbbing right eyelid.
Humph, that means the Draco is really a disaster. Besides, even after Big Brother Adam left, he was still so arrogant.
What's all this arrogance about? It's because we took him in. Another Blood Demon warrior said.
In the distance, Yifan was lurking in the grass.
After the breakthrough in mental power, both hearing and vision improved significantly.
He heard every word of the 2 Blood Demon warriors.
And
the words of these 2 Blood Demon warriors were spoken in the Blood Demon language. However, the system virtual panel in front of Yifan actually translated it directly into Chinese.
It didn't hinder Yifan's understanding at all. Refine it.
He summarized 3 points from the words of the 2 Blood Demon warriors.
The first point is, there is a treasure hidden here? After all,
his main purpose of entering the Red Moon interface this time was to hunt for treasures and make money. When Yifan heard the word treasure, his eyes lit up.
The second point is that, although there seem to be many tents in this valley, many of them are actually empty? The so-called demon genius Adam should not be here. Go back and ask for help, and come to occupy the treasure.
The third point is that Draco, who was previously hunted by him and only a Blood Shadow clone was left, unexpectedly appeared here.
Humph, gossip. Bang. Bang. At this moment, Dracula appeared instantly.
He had taken some blood potion and recovered some of his strength. With 2 consecutive slaps, he directly knocked 2 ordinary disciples of the Blood Demon Hall away. The 2 ordinary disciples of the Blood Demon Hall could only whimper like beaten puppies, but they did not dare to refute. But in his heart he hated Delacour.
When Boss Adam returns, he will definitely file a lawsuit.
Draco glared fiercely at the 2 ordinary disciples of the Blood Demon Temple, with a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. His strength has greatly decreased and he is in a bad mood. And, I don't know why, but I feel particularly upset today.
Otherwise, Adam gave the order to wait here. He would have walked away long ago. Call out.
At this moment, a cold light flashed before Draco's eyes.
The speed was so fast that it even left a white mark in the void. Ah! See this scene.
Draco was frightened to death. It was that lingering spiritual master. He wanted to use the Blood Shadow clone. However, now this clone of his has just recovered the strength of the first level of the Galaxy realm.
It is simply difficult to perform such secret techniques. Turn around and run away.
But Yifan's flying knife was so fast.
Puff! The next moment, it pierced through Draco's throat.
Moreover, as if afraid that Draco would escape again, the other 7 flying knives blocked the space. There was no sense of Draco escaping. In an instant, the 8 flying knives turned into meat grinders, directly and completely crushing Draco's only clone into a bloody mist. Ah! The 2, as well as several blood demon warriors nearby, were all terrified. He cursed all the ancestors of Draco in his heart. They believed that it was the disaster star Draco that attracted this human spiritualist. Among the next blood demon clan warriors, the most powerful one was only at the peak of the first level of the galaxy realm. It only took a few breaths for Yifan to use his mental power to drive the flying knife to chase and kill. Almost all the blood demon warriors at the scene were slaughtered. Only Yifan spared the life of the blood demon clan warrior who was at the peak of the first level of the galaxy realm. Take me to the treasure land. Yifan spoke in the language of their blood demon clan. With Yifan's current memory, plus the assistance of the system, it doesn't take much time to learn a language. What's more, Yifan now only uses simple communication. Demon warriors, never be slaves. This blood demon clan warrior of the first rank in the galaxy realm was quite stubborn at first. Until Yifan picked him up like a chicken and said in a sinister tone, "Have you heard that my race has a method of executing enemies called Ling Chi? The technique involves using a knife to cut off the enemy's flesh piece by piece, a total of 3,357 times. During this process, the enemy must not be allowed to die. Piece by piece, this method of execution may last for several days. Just imagine, after 3,357 cuts, all your flesh and blood will be gone. Wouldn't that mean I can get a perfect skeleton specimen of a blood demon warrior?" When Yifan said this, the blood demon clan warrior who would never be enslaved was already shaking like a sieve. "Next, let you try it out. Is my flying knife sharp?" He. Yifan grinned. "I'll take you there, sir. I'll do whatever you say. I, Gully, am willing to be your most loyal servant," the demon warrior said. Chapter 122 Inside the Mountain, Fire Ganoderma and Burning Skylark. New sign-in location refreshed deep within the Fire God Crystal Mine, sign-in reward, 5 enlightenment points. Suddenly, just when this shameless demon warrior agreed to be Yifan's leading servant, suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Yifan's ears. Fire God Crystal Ore? Yifan knew that the refresh of the system's sign-in location would definitely touch upon key clues to sign in. That is to say, the treasures discovered by these demons are most likely the sign-in place refreshed by the system, the Fire God Crystal. Moreover, it is a vein of minerals. Yifan swallowed and felt his breathing become slightly heavy. "My lord, what are you going to do? As long as you don't kill me, I will obey you." The blood demon clan warrior Glai was really frightened by Yifan's Lingqi just now. At this moment, he saw Yifan staring at him. Even the breathing was a little heavy. "I thought that this human in front of me might have some indescribable hobbies." Immediately, he gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. Who would want to die if they could just linger on? Bang! When Yifan saw that Gully was actually taking off his clothes, he immediately slapped the guy on the head. He snorted coldly, "What are you thinking about? Lead the way. If you keep imagining nonsense, I'll skin you alive." Yes. Greg led the way. Yifan had a keen sense of perception. After walking for several miles, he also felt that the fire element around him suddenly became stronger. Because he has awakened the S-level fire spirituality, and his perception of fire spiritual energy is extremely sharp. Yifan glanced at the incomplete blood moon in the void. I was also impressed by the magic of this interface. After all, in this red moon realm, the moonlight is like water and the Yin energy is so strong. Surprisingly, there is a place where such a rich gathering of fire elements can be born. Sure enough, there must be an antidote within 10 steps. Yin and Yang accompany each other and coexist harmoniously. This made Yifan even more excited about the check-in location prompted by the system. Deep in the Fire God Crystal Vein. Soon, under Gulliver's leadership, the two men pushed aside the weeds and bushes. Finally, a cave entrance with a faint red glow appeared in Yifan's sight. Here. The richness of the fire element made Yifan feel comfortable all over. Even if he practices here, his practice speed can be doubled. Send a message to Adam, the camp guarding the treasure is safe, tell him to return quickly. Don't play any tricks on me, otherwise, Yifan said with a sinister smile, we want to squeeze out every last drop of value from this grid. Because
This time, Yifan used the language of the Blood Demon clan. So, Najili also knew that if he said something he shouldn't have said. Of course, he could be instantly identified by the human being in front of him. In that case, the fate that awaits him will be extremely miserable. Sir, I cannot guarantee that Lord Adam will receive the message. Just do it. Yifan snorted coldly. Immediately, Gully was seen sending out a message. Puff. The next moment, there was a crack between his eyebrows. A flying knife flew out from behind Gully's head, flashing with an enchanting luster under the moonlight.
Yifan never shows mercy when dealing with aliens. Because being lenient towards the enemy will bring disaster to your own people. Martial arts is the way of killing. Two civilizations collided in the Red Moon interface, and only one side could kill the other. Burn the lovely Gulliver to ashes and wave it away. Yifan gathered his energy and tiptoed towards the inside of the mountain. With Yifan's current speed, he can easily break through 40 ms. In 1 minute, it can reach 2.4 kilometers. However, in this winding mountain passage, Yifan did not dare to speed up at all. Because a place that can be evaluated by the system and where you can earn 8 enlightenment points by signing Indiana. There is definitely a certain risk. As the saying goes, the greater the risk, the more expensive the fish. According to Yifan's summary and experience, this is the truth. Hiss, hiss. As Yifan entered, he discovered that smoke and dust were floating out from the gaps between the rocks in the mountain. Visible. How hot is this mountain? If Yifan had not awakened his fire spirituality, he would definitely not be able to adapt to such high temperatures. Hiss, that's the fire Ganoderma. Suddenly, Yifan's pupils shrank. He was only a few hundred meters into the mountain. He saw a fire Ganoderma lucidum growing in the rock wall. This kind of Ganoderma lucidum contains very rich fire elements, and is definitely a treasure for awakening fire spirituality and practicing fire skills. Judging from its size, it should be a second-level spiritual medicine. No, there's actually a strange beast on it. When Yifan approached and wanted to pick the fire Ganoderma lucidum, suddenly, the pupils shrank suddenly. Because, in the concave part of the fire Ganoderma, he actually saw a creature with feathers all over its body that were fiery red. Even the surface of the feathers seemed to be covered with a layer of fiery red gauze, like a flying beast. This is Burning Skylark. At this time, Yifan remembered when he was in Jiangning No. 1 High School, Mr. Fong, the martial arts teacher, was explaining some exotic beasts to them. There is a powerful flying beast with fire attribute. Exactly, Burning Skylark. Later, Teacher Fong even showed them a Burning Skylark Beast King level monster. An attack was launched on a human city. The overwhelming flames were like a fire from heaven descending upon the world, burning an entire city into ruins and causing countless casualties. Although, don't be fooled by the small size of this strange beast. However, that kind of lethality is absolutely terrifying. Burning Skylark, HP 1800 peak of the spiritual stream realm. Skill 1, Skyfire Stream. Skill 2, Burning Self-Destruction. Fire attribute. Yifan swept it. A simple message from Burning Skylark appeared on the illusory panel in front of him. Although, this Burning Skylark has relatively few skills. But once you hear it, you feel it is very powerful. Especially the second one. This little thing seems to have a very violent personality. What if things go wrong? I might even self-destruct? Isn't that equivalent to a gunpowder bomb? Fortunately, the Burning Skylark seemed to be in a dormant state and did not notice Yifan and launch an attack. Shield. Yifan took out the shield and placed it under his feet. The mental force acts on it, allowing Yifan's body to float in the air. This is the power and envy of the psychic flying in the air. For warriors, the strong ones in the mountain and sea realm can only glide in the air for a short time, if they want to truly fly. You need to reach the sky realm. And every powerful person in the sky realm is known as the upper three realms. Each of them is the backbone of the human race. Yifan, who has awakened his spiritual master, can use his mental power to act on objects and achieve the goal of flying in the air. Whoosh! Stepping on the shield, Yifan shuttled through the tunnel of his body at a low speed. All I saw were plants of fire Ganoderma lucidum emerging. This scene also made his scalp tingle. Because, above each fire Ganoderma, there is a burning skylark perched. As we went deeper, the growth of the fire Ganoderma became more and more pleasing. This means that the aura of the burning skylark is becoming increasingly powerful, gradually reaching the late second stage.
Chapter 123, Fire God Crystal, Soul Burning Fruit Tree. Brother Adam, we have received a message from Gulliver. The message says the camp is safe, let us return quickly. A blood demon warrior reported to Adam, who had black hair and deep eyes. Adam's fingers lightly clicked on the armrest. Finally, a decision was made. Originally, he wanted to gain some benefits from the fire-attributed vein mineral area first. This is also a potential reward for the first discoverer. However, after trying several times, he failed. Because there is a high possibility that there are a large number of native fire-attributed beasts in the channel of the fire-attributed mineral vein. The further inward you go, the more terrifying the number and strength become. In the end, he retreated without even seeing the situation deep inside the mine. At this moment, although he was proud, he was suspicious by nature and had no choice but to give up. Make a decision and report to the higher authorities. We've reached the critical point for communication here. Send a message to the Blood Demon Palace War Base. Tell me about the fire-attributed mineral vein. And, specifically, tell me that deep within that vein, there may be extremely valuable treasures. Adam ordered. In the meantime, follow me back to camp. Regardless of whether the humans discover us or not, we will remain hidden. If they build a war base, we will harass them until our reinforcements arrive. Adam ordered. The Blood Demon clan warriors below, who were also geniuses of the Blood Demon Palace, all nodded. After all, if the human race really established a war base, then they would have to pay several times the price if they wanted to compete for the mineral resources. This time they came out, hid in the dark, and harassed. Not only does it ensure one's own safety, but it can also contribute to the Blood Demon clan. In any case, it is an act that makes a significant contribution to the Blood Demon clan. Each one has his or her own duties. Soon, the Blood Demon Palace's genius team, led by Adam, headed towards the camp. Peak of the second stage. Half-step Beast King. Already faintly, you can see the red flaming rock wall. It was at this moment. Next to the entrance of the passage, on a fire Ganoderma lucidum with a diameter of 1 meter, a half-meter long burning skylark was lying on it. Yifan felt a hint of danger. In any case, the fire Ganoderma lucidum inside this mountain alone is worth hundreds of millions of Chinese yuan. If I use the flying knife technique, I have a 70% chance of obtaining these fire Ganoderma. But it's not enough. Yifan shook his head slightly. He had to go deep into the mountain. Not only because he had to confirm the existence of the fire god crystal in the deepest part of the mountain. Moreover, the Sign-in Reward has not been distributed yet. In other words, he didn't go deep enough. Fortunately, now these burning skylarks are all resting. Moreover, he flew in with his feet on the shield and wrapped himself with powerful mental power. It is still difficult for these second-level monsters to discover themselves. Slowly, Yifan controlled the shield with his mental power and turned around the entrance. Finally, we entered a wide and bright place. Hiss! This place is like a paradise. The fiery red crystal was built into an extremely magnificent castle. The rich fire spirit energy seemed to turn into mist, and red gas floated in the surrounding air. Fire God Crystal. Among them, there are some extremely dazzling fire spirit crystals. Just like a gem inlaid on the fire crystal. Yifan recognized it at a glance. It was the fire divine crystal. Bang! 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 Yifan felt his heart beating like a drum. The value of the fire spirit crystal that he saw was definitely over 1 billion. If so, I can plunder this place. Then, the money to buy the water of life for Dad is definitely enough. If it were an ordinary warrior, he would be dazzled by the huge wealth in front of him. It is very likely that you will just rush in without thinking. But Yifan's willpower was so formidable that he managed to hold it back. That's. Sure enough, in the deepest part that Yifan had not noticed, there was a flower bed made of fire crystal. A crystal clear little tree grows in a winding manner. There seemed to be a flame burning on the small tree, and on it, a few red fruits like charcoal were flowing with an intoxicating luster. Fire originally conquers wood, but here they achieve perfect harmony and unity. It's really magical. Soul burning fruit tree. Yifan recognized this fruit tree immediately. Because he learned about the psychic's information that day. In the following days, I browsed the Xingqian Martial Hall and saw many posts about spiritual masters. I also got to know such a rare thing in the world that can quickly improve the spiritual power of a spiritualist in a short period of time. Yi Fan licked his slightly dry lips. Just now, I was controlling the shield and got closer. Successfully signed in at the depths of the Fire God Crystal Mine. Sign-in reward, 5 enlightenment points. Suddenly, the system's prompt sounded in Yi Fan's ears. The sign-in was successful, and he obtained 5 enlightenment points. Including the remaining points from before, Yi Fan now has 8 enlightenment points in his account. It's enough for him to strengthen himself. That's a 3rd-level Beast King. Its HP has reached over 30,000. Yi Fan's pupils suddenly shrank. Beneath the soul-burning fruit tree, the flames seemed to be connected as one. Surprisingly, there were 2 burning skylarks lying there. Each one of them has reached the level of a 3rd order, 5th grade Beast King. To defeat a Beast King of this level, Yi Fan would have to risk his life and use the 8th grade Dao Seed Battle Heaven and Burning Blood. Turn on, Advanced Blood Burning. Then, with the ability of a psychic, perhaps there will be a chance. However, Yi Fan felt that even if he risked his life, the winning rate will definitely not exceed 50%. Because, there are not only these 2 Beast King level burning skylarks, but also a dense crowd of no less than hundreds of 1st level and 2nd level burning skylarks outside. If so, these burning skylarks will start burning themselves and self-destructing in a suicidal attack. Yi Fan felt that he definitely couldn't hold on. It's unrealistic and impossible to take it all for yourself. Report to the base and have Colonel Renault and his men quickly establish a war base here. Move quickly, and make sure to get there before the blood demons arrive. Yi Fan made a decision. There will be no more delay. Quickly return along the same route. Now. A mile outside the cave entrance in the mountain, a figure blended into the surrounding scenery. That little guy has been in the mountain for half an hour. He can't be in any danger, right? The figure muttered. He wanted to go and explore, but he was worried that Yi Fan would find him. After all, Yi Fan's mental strength is too strong now. He is also a spiritual master, and any disturbance will attract his attention. This is the elite team of the Blood Demon clan? Suddenly, he discovered a team of blood demons. That's right, when the Blood Demon team led by Adam returned to the camp, they found that there was not even a ghost. So he hurriedly led his men to explore the entrance to the treasure cave. The figure on top of the tree was none other than Colonel Renault, the highest commander of the warbase. At the request of his good friend Zhou Tong, he came to protect Yi Fan. When he saw the Blood Demon clan team, a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure shot out from the cave entrance in the mountain. It was the tall Yi Fan. Hee, you're out just in time. This Blood Demon clan team is now in your hands. Colonel Renault smiled sinisterly. Ah, who poked my ass? A genius from the Blood Demon clan team jumped up, holding his butt. Their sudden appearance happened to coincide with Yi Fan, who was flying towards them. Both sides discovered each other in an instant. Chapter 124. The Blood Demon Palace is furious, space treasure. When Yi Fan saw this group of people who looked like humans, he was stunned at first. And the other party also discovered Yi Fan. Suddenly, I was shocked. Flying in the air? No, not a strong man in the sky realm. Instead, he stepped on the shield and flew into the air. Could this boy be the human super genius that Draco mentioned, the young psychic? Sure enough, young enough. This caused Adam to feel intense jealousy and murderous intent. He is a core disciple in the Blood Demon Hall. However, compared with the human genius in front of him, he was probably not even worthy of carrying his shoes. If this boy were in their Blood Demon Palace, he would at least be a direct disciple or even at the sequence level. His status was simply beyond his reach. And if he could kill this human spiritual master, then he will surely receive a huge reward. If you take one step further, you might be appreciated by that great man and become a disciple of the Blood Demon Hall elders. At that moment, some of the Blood Demon Hall disciples behind Adam were trembling with fear. Adam quickly calmed down. Suddenly, an idea came to my mind. After all, the human genius in front of him looked too young. He wanted to kill Yi Fan. Immediately, Adam smiled and said, "Hey, brother. Our team just arrived here. I see you coming out of that cave in the distance. did you find anything there? Adam spoke in fluent Chinese.
To reach their level, they have to step on the corpses of countless geniuses. Not only talent and strength, but also extraordinary character.
What's more, you must possess the necessary survival skills to enter the Red Moon interface. They are very similar to humans, so they must master human language, living habits, etc.
Maybe I can get close to him and launch a sneak attack.
Ah, brother, it is fate that we can meet in the Red Moon meeting. There's a fire attribute treasure in there.
Yifan flew over on the shield with a smile on his face. However, he was sneering and murderous in his heart. Not to mention, his system has detection capabilities. Whether it is the alien race in the starry sky or the strange beast, nothing can escape Yifan's detection.
Just say it.
Seeing his reaction to this team of geniuses from the Blood Demon clan, it was too fake.
Because,
seeing himself standing on the shield, he was not surprised at all. On the contrary, several members of the Blood Demon clan showed expressions of fear. That means they already knew my identity. He believed that apart from the Chaos Cloak Squad, the only ones who could know his identity so quickly were the Blood Demon clan.
After all,
Draco, whom he killed, would never keep the secret for him.
Besides, every member of this Blood Demon team has very white skin and looks a bit sickly. Her appearance is also too outstanding.
The men are handsome and the women are charming.
He also exudes an aristocratic temperament.
This is definitely not a human team coming to the Red Moon realm for trial.
Hear Yifan's answer.
Even Adam was stunned for a moment.
After all, this is too direct. If you come across a treasure, everyone will hide it away.
But the human in front of him was better. He told everything directly.
Is he too stupid? Or so confident? Nest, be careful. Suddenly,
Adam dodged to the left, and a ray of cold light passed directly past his ear and shot into the throat of a Blood Demon clan disciple.
Gurgling,
the Blood Demon clan disciple covered his throat and made a cackling sound like a duck with its neck pinched.
You little bastard, how dare you trick me?
At this time, Adam also knew that he had definitely been fooled. Before he knew it, he had fallen into the trap of this young human.
Good boy, smart and ruthless enough.
Colonel Renault, who was looking at all this from the top of a giant tree in the distance, couldn't help but admire it. With his harsh eyes, he rarely praises people.
However, Yifan's performance after entering the Red Moon interface was truly outstanding. Even he couldn't find any fault with it.
This move, taking advantage of the opponent's strategy, is simply brilliant. Don't panic, follow me and attack with magic, otherwise, none of us will be able to escape.
I have to say,
this Adam has his own unique pride, unlike Draco who turned around and ran away. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, 7 or 8 disciples of the Blood Demon Hall, led by Adam, cast their magic spells on Yifan.
Mild.
Yifan could also feel the hissing and dizzy feeling. Even before his eyes, there seemed to be a very illusory blood demon threatening him. If Yifan's mental strength was just at level 30, perhaps he would be a little afraid.
However, Yifan's mental power has now reached level 31.
The magic spell unleashed by Adam and the others was like a passing cloud.
Die!
Yifan also shouted loudly.
Flying knives shot out like arrows from a bow. Puff, puff, puff.
Several disciples of the Blood Demon Hall were killed by Yifan's flying knife.
There is not even any room for resistance. Puff, puff, puff.
Just like cutting wheat, 3 more disciples of the Blood Demon Hall died.
Only Adam was left at the scene. No matter how proud Adam was, he knew that he was facing a spiritual master, and this person's combat power was definitely comparable to that of a spiritual master in the mountain and sea realm. There is absolutely no possibility of winning. Blood Shadow Clone.
In desperation, Adam had no choice but to use his Blood Shadow Clone.
History always repeats itself. He knew he shouldn't laugh at Draco.
Delacour is an honest man and he did not deceive himself.
Humph, will this make you escape?
Yifan, who already had experience, directly blocked the void in all directions. Ah, human genius, my Blood Demon Palace and Blood Wolf civilization will not forgive you. Adam screamed and uttered a vicious curse. However, Yifan felt nothing at all. After all, different camps are mortal enemies. If the other party had a chance, he believed that the other party would definitely not leave him any chance to survive. Hey, this is actually an ordinary storage treasure.
Suddenly,
Yifan found a rather mottled and rough-looking storage treasure in the pile of flesh left by Adam after he was killed.
This kind of storage treasure is the most common one in the Wudian Mall. Snort. Yifan snorted coldly and directly erased the mental imprint left by Adam on it.
Immediately, he poured his spiritual power into it.
Now,
an unknown number of miles away, inside a magnificent blood-red building. It was flashing with red light, as if there was a huge pool of blood rippling. A man in a red cloak looked into the pool of blood, and the bubbles representing Draco and Adam completely shattered. This meant that his blood demon hall had lost a core member and an elite disciple at once.
This made him extremely angry. Moreover, a blurry image sent back by Adam before his death flickered rapidly. Damn it!
The spiritualists among the human race must die.
Demon Lord, the werewolves are a bunch of brainless guys who only know how to kill. Why not spread the word and let them deal with it?
A voice suggested from the side of the man in the blood-red cloak.
Chapter 125 The Determination of the Werewolf Tribe, The Magic of Charm.
Above the blood-red pool water, countless rays of light converged to form a phantom with a wolf-headed human body, appearing to have a vast and awe-inspiring aura, and even the pool water below was subdued to become as smooth as a piece of paper.
You know, this is just a phantom.
If this powerful being with a wolf head and a human body were to come, who knows how terrifying it would be.
Blood demon, what do you want from me? The powerful werewolf with a wolf head and a human body asked.
There's a treasure trove of land.
I wonder if you're interested. It should be a fire crystal vein, and it might even produce fire crystals.
The Blood Demon Clan's demon lord said.
A fire crystal vein?
Upon hearing this, the powerful werewolf with a wolf head and a human body was stunned.
Immediately, some people questioned, when there is such a good thing, you would think of me?
You blood demons are full of cunning tricks.
Tell me, what are you holding back on?
The Blood Demon Clan's demon lord was very unhappy with the rudeness of the werewolf clan in his heart. However, at this moment, we also know that cooperation is a win-win situation. After all, they belong to the same blood wolf civilization. However, they, the Blood Demon Clan, are like elegant aristocrats. The werewolves, on the other hand, are like barbarians who have not yet fully evolved and only know how to fight and kill.
Certainly. The Blood Demon Clan's demon lord could only complain about these things in his heart.
Big Wolf, what are you talking about? You and I originally belonged to the same civilization.
When we were young, we pursued martial arts together. The Blood Demon Clan's demon lord immediately played the emotional card.
You know, my Blood Demon Clan isn't keen on the fire attribute. Therefore, we're seeking to develop it together with your werewolf clan.
However, we want 50% of the proceeds.
The Blood Demon Clan's demon lord said.
50%?
The werewolf warrior pondered for a moment. They worked hard, but the other party was able to take away 50% of the resources with just one piece of information, which was really an exorbitant demand.
But
if it is true as the Blood Demon said, it is not impossible for the werewolf tribe to accept it.
After all,
they are a werewolf tribe with violent personalities, precisely because they are of the fire attribute. The Red Moon interface is filled with yin energy, and in fact, the werewolves don't like it very much. However, if it is true as the Blood Demon said, there is a fire crystal vein, and even the fire god crystal.
It can be developed into a breeding base for their werewolf tribe in the Red Moon interface.
It will undoubtedly play a huge role in enhancing the strength of their Blood Demon Clan. Just when the strong werewolf was about to nod, suddenly, the Blood Demon Clan's demon lord added, I want to remind you that a talented human warrior has appeared near that mineral vein. He's not very old, but he's already become a spiritualist.
If you want to develop that base, you must eliminate this human genius. Hearing this, even the strong werewolves couldn't help but shrink their pupils suddenly. Spiritual master. This kind of human genius must be strangled once it appears. Otherwise, once it grows up, it will definitely become a formidable enemy of their blood wolf civilization. My werewolf clan has recently risen to become 3 top geniuses. Each of them has the power to fight against mountains and seas. Let's tear this human genius apart.
A strong werewolf with scarlet light flashing in his eyes.
However, we need 60% of our fire crystal or vein. The werewolf warrior said. Make a deal.
The Blood Demon Clan's demon lord said with a smile.
This werewolf tribe is really willing to give up.
In the third-level wasteland, no third-level strongmen, that is, strong people comparable to the human race's mountain and sea realm, are allowed to enter. So, the one he sent out was a second-level werewolf genius. At the second level, anyone who could kill that human spiritualist must be at least at the level of a direct disciple of their blood demon palace. Such a genius, the big wolf is really willing to give up. In other words, he was confident enough in the 3 werewolf geniuses under his command. Or perhaps, you are determined to get that fire mineral vein? Damn! The werewolf leader cursed and hung up the phone. The Blood Demon Clan's demon lord agreed so readily that he felt like he had been fooled again. But, to be honest, if his werewolf clan wanted to achieve merit in the Red Moon interface, then even if he knew that the insidious and cunning Blood Demon Clan was plotting this, you must also get involved. Now. Not far outside the cave, Yifan cleaned up the battlefield. What should be burned should be burned, what should be razed should be razed. He discovered that awakening the S-level fire spirituality was still very practical. Then, he hurriedly sent a message to Colonel Renault at the warbase, informing him in detail about the discovery of the fire crystal and even the fire divine crystal inside the mountain. It even explained the dangers within the passage. And, at the deepest level, there lies the soul burning fruit. Several miles away. Colonel Renault, who was on the treetops, was also shocked and ecstatic after receiving Yifan's message. Unexpectedly, there are so many treasures hidden in the mountain. Immediately, Colonel Renault did not dare to delay for a moment and hurried to send a message to the Leju Shanghai War Fortress. Let all major military branches, defense technology personnel, and powerful warriors in the base rush here quickly. Strive to establish a war base before the Blood Wolf civilization. So, other races have the initiative in this fire crystal vein mine. However, it will be a while before we can meet him. In the meantime, we have to wait for the main force at the warbase. Colonel Renault muttered. I saw Yifan in the distance looking in the direction of the Thunder Mountain and Sea Warbase. He used a flying knife to clear a path and opened up a cave in another part of the mountain. The next moment, he went straight in. This kid is quite cautious. Colonel Renault smiled and waited patiently. Yifan used a flying knife to open a cave inside the mountain. Inside, it's still quite dry. This place is about 40 to 50 kilometers away from the warbase. Even at Colonel Renault's speed of over 70 ms, it would take about 20 minutes to travel. And this time is enough for me to study this magic technique and achieve enlightenment. Yifan muttered. That's right. From the space treasure of the killed atom, Yifan discovered the method of practicing the magic charm of his Blood Demon Clan. This cultivation technique does not belong to the human alliance. Therefore, there are no restrictions on practice. Since it is a trophy, the ownership belongs to Yifan. Moreover, this magic technique is a kind of mental attack method. Yifan, a psychic master with such powerful mental power. It is definitely possible to practice it. Enlightenment point blessing, practice the magic charm. Yifan started cheating directly. With the blessing of enlightenment points, Yifan found practicing any technique or martial arts as easy as breathing. This magic technique is a kind of pupil technique. Use pupils as a medium to release mental attacks. Cause desires, hallucinations, fear and other strange phenomena to the other party, affecting or even controlling the other party. To achieve the goal of defeating the enemy. Your proficiency in the magical charm has increased from 25% to 30% minor success. When the system prompt appeared in front of Yifan. At the same time, a message from Colonel Renault also came on his warrior watch. Just 3 words, I'm here. Chapter 126 Agree on a plan and take action. So soon? Yifan glanced at the warrior's watch and thought that he had just been immersed in enlightenment and had forgotten the time. But, looking closely, only more than 10 minutes had passed. Of course, he didn't know that. Colonel Renault was bored and explored the hydrological features around the Twin Peaks. He even sneaked into the mountain tunnel to investigate before sending a message to Yifan. But what made Colonel Renault depressed was he did not go deep into the deepest part of the fire crystal vein mine pointed out by Yifan. Because, if he moves forward, his breath will definitely disturb the dormant burning skylarks. By then, inevitably, a fight would break out directly. So Colonel Renault withdrew. Unable to wait any longer, he sent a message to Yifan. After all, for such mineral veins, within the Red Moon interface, it is definitely a place that both civilizations must fight for. The early bird catches the worm.
At this moment, every second counts. Call out.
Soon, Colonel Renault saw Yifan flying towards him with his feet on a shield.
I couldn't help but rub my teeth. The ability of this psychic master is really enviable and hateful. You know, there is a big gap between Yifan and him now. But he could only glide. But the other party was able to fly in the air. Tell me, isn't it infuriating?
Of course, Colonel Renault knew that geniuses like Yifan who had awakened as spiritual masters were extremely rare. In this way, I felt a little more mentally balanced.
You're really good, kid. Have you awakened your spiritual master? Colonel Renault, great acting skills, he said with a look of shock. It was just a fluke.
Yifan landed and smiled modestly.
It's just luck.
Colonel Renault complained in his heart. Not only do I know that you have awakened the spiritual master, but I also know that you can initially use the spiritual master's ability.
It's simply a little monster. Okay, let's get back to the point.
I rushed here as soon as I received your message, but the main force is still behind.
So, we'll take action first. The first thing to do is to agree on a plan.
However, I need you to repeat to me the details of what happened inside the mountain, no matter how big or small. Colonel Renault didn't want to get entangled with Yifan, the spiritual master.
On the one hand, it's too depressing.
On the other hand, now is indeed a time to race against time.
After all, you don't know when the Blood Wolf civilization will arrive.
Yes, Colonel Renault. Yifan also showed a solemn expression. Then he described in detail everything he found inside the mountain. Yifan, who has strong mental power, can almost remember everything he sees. There were even some details that even Colonel Renault, who had explored the periphery, did not discover. In particular, Yifan told the stories about the levels and strength distribution of some exotic beasts as if they were his own treasures. This kid is a monster, confirmed.
Colonel Renault appeared calm on the surface, but was shocked inside. With Yifan's super detailed first-hand information, Colonel Renault pondered for a moment and said, "We will go directly into the mountain and rush as deep as possible. Then, I will attract the attention of the two burning skylarks, and you will take the opportunity to seize the soul burning fruit. After the mission is accomplished, leave the battlefield as soon as possible." Do you have anything to add? Colonel Renault said. Without a doubt.
Colonel Renault was in great danger if he faced the two burning skylarks whose HP values reached 30,000 plus head-on. However, this is the price that must be paid if one wants to obtain those soul-burning fruits.
As for myself?
Yifan has many cards up his sleeve, and he is confident that he can escape unscathed.
I have the confidence to send the colonel to the deepest point. Yifan added. Oh? Colonel Renault's eyes lit up.
He didn't doubt Yifan's words at all. After all, this little guy always does unexpected and surprising things.
Okay, in that case, let's not delay any longer and get moving.
Yes, sir. Colonel Renault made the decision directly, and Yifan nodded firmly.
Whoosh.
The two of them went straight onto Yifan's shield. Under the influence of mental power, the shield flew towards the entrance of the fire crystal vein. Although, bringing one person along is somewhat exhausting. However, the mental power tempered by the void spirit refining technique is far more condensed than that of ordinary warriors with special mental power. Led by Yifan, the two continued to advance towards the interior of the mountain.
Suddenly,
as it turned a corner, a burning skylark spread its wings.
He seems to be waking up.
Even that pair of slightly hazy animal eyes, when it discovered Yifan and Colonel Renault. Suddenly, it was filled with a fierce look like flames. For this burning skylark,
this vein containing fire crystals is their nest.
As invaders, Yifan and Colonel Renault both deserve to die.
Colonel Renault's eyes turned cold and he was about to take action.
Then he heard Yifan whisper, "Colonel, leave it to me."
The magic of enchantment is activated.
In an instant, Yifan directly launched the magic charm technique. Colonel Renault saw that the burning skylark, who had originally shown a ferocious look, suddenly looked as if he had seen something terrible.
Just crawl down and tremble. And at the same time,
a flying knife silently pierced through his head.
Pretty.
When Colonel Renault saw the scene, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
How did you do that? Colonel Renault couldn't help his curiosity and asked.
The sound was so small that only Yifan could hear it. I took advantage of the break to practice the spoils I got from killing the elite Blood Demon Clan team.
A scroll containing the art of demonic charm.
Yifan explained softly.
Damn it, I shouldn't have asked. Colonel Renault couldn't help but complain in his heart. Can this little monster have enlightenment at any time? His understanding is too scary. Could it be that our human race is about to produce another genius on the level of Ma Yunting?
Being led by Yifan deep into the burning Skylark's nest, Colonel Renault couldn't help but have a lot of thoughts in his mind.
Ma Yunting is the greatest genius in cultivation in human civilization in the past 100 years.
His early cultivation speed was simply astonishing. Although, the pace has slowed down now.
However, at the age of about 30, he still stood at the peak of the Sky Realm.
Its strength is so strong that it is comparable to that of an ordinary demigod, extremely terrifying. He looked at the young man in front of him, and it seemed that he resembled the legendary Ma Yunting.
However, it can only be said to be a shadow.
It is extremely difficult to reach Ma Yunting's level. After all, he is a peerless genius that only appears once every 100 years among the billions of people in the world. Just when Colonel Renault was daydreaming, Yifan controlled the shield and brought Colonel Renault to the depths of the burning Skylark's nest.
A glance.
Colonel Renault was also deeply shocked by the scene before him. It was indeed a fire crystal vein. Moreover, the dazzling fire god crystal was about to emerge. The most important thing is, the soul-burning fruit tree in the center, which seemed to be on fire, immediately attracted Colonel Renault's attention.
Chapter 127. The war breaks out and the soul-burning fruit is obtained. Dry.
However, he was briefly attracted by the soul-burning fruit tree.
Then, Colonel Renault shouted. Clang!
The metallic vibration of the sharp blade rubbing against the scabbard instantly woke up the two Beast King-level burning skylarks lying on both sides of the soul-burning fruit tree.
Shiu! Shiu!
Two burning skylarks, each nearly 1 meter long, made sharp bird calls.
Rumble! In an instant, the entire mountain began to shake.
Even the temperature of the air became scorching hot and violent as hundreds of burning skylarks in the passage awakened.
Obviously, it was the cry of two Beast King-level burning skylarks.
Like the king's call, it instantly awakens their people from their slumber. This burning skylark has a bad temper. At this moment, the good dream was disturbed, and suddenly, the violent anger directly shook the mountain and made it tremble slightly.
Whoosh!
Shrinking his neck, Yifan found a secluded corner and hid like a shadow.
Swish!
Colonel Renault slashed with his sword. The one that was lying on both sides of the deepest part of the burning skylark's nest just now, a peak-level second-level burning skylark, was directly cut in half by Colonel Renault's sword. Red feathers, blood flying. This completely enraged the two third-level Beast Kings.
Boom, boom.
In an instant, their bodies were covered in fiery red and transformed into two streams of light, rushing towards where Colonel Renault was.
Skill 1, Skyfire. Launch.
You know, these are two third-level Beast Kings who are comparable to the fifth-level strongmen of the human race in the mountain and sea realm. Such power was as if it had transformed itself into a red-hot meteorite. Along with this, hundreds and thousands of red lights slammed heavily towards Colonel Renault. There, every stream of light can penetrate the financial stone.
The attack from just two Beast King-level burning Skylark Beast Kings is enough to destroy a small city.
Colonel Renault held a sword in his hand, and the light of the galaxy enveloped him. Without any hesitation, he engaged in a fierce battle with the two burning Skylark Beast Kings.
In an instant, the earth shook. Without a doubt.
This was the case when both sides had some concerns. After all, it was tacitly agreed to avoid damaging the most important soul-burning fruit tree.
Otherwise,
if it explodes with all its strength, I'm afraid one of the two peaks will be blown apart.
Even so,
wherever they passed, many burning skylarks were simply affected by the fluctuations of the battle and turned into a cloud of blood mist in an instant. There wasn't even time to scream. The terrifying combat power of 30,000 plus HP value is simply astonishing.
Colonel Renault is worthy of being the highest-ranking officer stationed in this area. His combat capabilities are absolutely formidable. Yifan looked at the fierce battle between Colonel Renault and the two burning skylarks and couldn't help but sigh.
Now, everything is going according to plan and smoothly. Just when he was about to pick the soul-burning fruit. Chirp, 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 chirp. Suddenly, there were 4 sounds of birds singing. For realms had reached the peak of the second stage, and even the burning skylark, which had half a foot into the third stage of the Beast King level, appeared on all four sides of the soul-burning fruit tree.
That's not all. Flutter.
One by one, the second-level burning skylarks entered this space, like the most loyal guards, guarding the soul-burning fruit tree in the center.
Obviously.
Those who have reached the third-order Beast King level have extremely high intelligence. Not only are they powerful themselves, they can also summon beast soldiers and generals to provide protection and defense.
This makes the third-level Beast King extremely powerful in combat. Hard to kill. Rumble.
In the distance, due to the terrifying battle between the three mountain sea-level monsters, the outer mountain completely collapsed.
Although,
for the time being, Colonel Renault can still be evenly matched.
But this is also under the premise that the two Beast King level burning skylarks only used their first skill, Skyfire Stream. If he were to burst out with all his strength, Yifan didn't know whether Colonel Renault could withstand it. Kill. Therefore, Yifan did not dare to delay at all. Immediately, a figure shot out from the shadow. Puff. Puff. Puff.
The mental power controlled the flying knife, and in an instant, 7-second level medium-grade exotic beasts, the burning skylarks, were included. Also, one of the 4-second level peak burning skylarks in the four directions was directly killed by Yifan's flying knife.
Shiu.
In an instant, Yifan felt as if he had poked a hornet's nest. The hundreds of burning skylarks guarding the soul-burning fruit tree, with their scarlet eyes, instantly locked onto Yifan's location.
Skyfire Streamer, start. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. It was so hot that even the void seemed to be burned with white marks. The flames shot directly towards where Yifan was. Yifan held a spear and pointed diagonally towards the south sky. Spearmanship, Thunder Net. Above the body, the galaxy lights up. It reached a 5-star perfect galaxy, erupting with extremely terrifying thunder power. A large net woven with thunder formed at the tip of Yifan's gun. All of them blocked the attacking skyfire. Bang, bang, bang. Yifan felt a huge impact. However, he who cultivates the great sunglass body has now reached the minor success stage of the jade body. Both physical strength and power have reached an extremely terrifying level. Not only don't retreat, but keep moving forward. At the same time, inside Yifan's Naiwan Palace, his mental power surged. He controlled 8 third-order crow alloy flying knives, which were as sharp as Wang Bing's. As long as the burning skylark is stabbed, its flesh can be easily torn apart and killed directly. Therefore, around the soul-burning fruit tree, a large number of burning skylark corpses fell. Shiu. The only 3 remaining ones, the peak-level second-order burning skylarks, let out a bloody cry. Infected by it. Those hundreds of them, as well as the burning skylarks that arrived one after another, were like balls of fire. Instantly, he activated the second skill, self-destruction. Boom. 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 It is no exaggeration to say that this burning skylark's suicidal attack was like a bomb exploding around Yifan. If not, Yifan possessed a 9-star hegemonic body, and even a small achievement of the jade body. I'm afraid that the residual power of the battle is enough to injure him. Even so, the explosion of the burning skylark still shocked Yifan, and his blood surged. However, Yifan knew. At this moment, we must not delay and must cut the Gordian knot. Otherwise, if hundreds of burning skylarks were to attack him, he would be in big trouble. I remembered my previous naive idea of wanting to go it alone. If I were to face these burning skylarks, I'm afraid it would be very good if I could walk out alive. Kill. The next moment, Yifan pushed his mental power to the extreme. The light of the galaxy is constantly twinkling. Even though the defense constructed by the spearmanship lightning net could not block the flames of the explosion, it was still borne by Yifan's domineering body. Magic Charm. Yifan was like an angry bull and quickly forced his way into the vicinity of the soul-burning fruit tree. Directly, he activated the magic charm technique and launched a mental attack on the 3-second level peak burning skylarks. The next moment, 3 flying knives pierced through his head directly. Whoosh! Its figure was as swift as a cheetah. It instantly arrived under the soul-burning fruit tree and directly picked a total of 6 fruits and stored them in the space treasure. Chapter 128, 3rd level high quality, Burning Skylark King. Colonel Renault, we succeeded. After putting the 6 soul-burning fruits into the space treasure, Yifan couldn't help but feel excited. After all, the fire crystal vein was pressed down by the soil and could be dug out. But If this soul-burning fruit is suppressed, it will surely become shattered and completely lose its effectiveness. The first step of the plan agreed upon by Colonel Renault and Yifan was to seize the soul-burning fruit. Although each soul-burning fruit is a third-level spiritual fruit, it is a spiritual fruit with spiritual power attributes. Therefore, its value is comparable to fourth-level natural treasures. Even the benchmark is the best of the fourth-grade natural treasures. It is so valuable that it is out of stock. It is no exaggeration to say that one soul-burning fruit is enough for Yifan to exchange for a bottle of water of life. Therefore, Yifan's excitement at this moment was hard to suppress. "Ha, good. I was right about you, kid." Hearing this, Colonel Renault, who seemed to be very angry, also laughed out loud. "Let's go. I'll cover your retreat. We'll wipe out these evil beasts once our human army gathers." Yifan nodded and stepped on the shield. 8 flying knives made of third-level crow alloy were suspended around the body. Although the continuous use of flying knife techniques and magic charm techniques just now consumed a lot of Yifan's mental energy. However, Yifan was very excited at this moment. Constantly stimulate your mental strength, use the flying knife to clear the way, and escape. Shiu! Shiu! The 2 third-level burning skylarks cried sharply. Even though they already had considerable intelligence, they still did not expect this. Under their noses, unexpectedly, a weak human picked up the treasure guarded by their burning skylark tribe. Bear! 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 Hear the calls of 2 third-level burning skylarks. Not only that, the 2 burning skylarks, whose aura had reached the 3rd level in 6th grade, rushed towards Yifan. Even the remaining hundreds of burning skylarks and the burning skylark's nest rushed towards Yifan. And the many 1st and 2nd level burning skylarks were surrounded by flames shooting up into the sky. Without a doubt. At this moment, these hundreds of burning skylarks all used the burning skylark clan's suicidal attack skills. Skill 2, burn yourself and explode. Wachow, are you so violent? I just picked a few of your fruits. When Yifan saw the flames falling as if the sky was collapsing, he couldn't help but swear. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Shoo, 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 shoo. The 8 crow alloy flying knives surrounding Yifan were like sharp blades cutting through flames. Keep cutting and exploding the burning skylarks that are using their suicide skills. It's like a mortal stirring up a hornet's nest. However, the scene Yifan is facing now is 1,000 times, 10,000 times more severe than that explosion. Your opponent is me. Colonel Renault held a sword in his hand, with starlight shining all around him. Just like a god of war. Directly blocked 2 third-level burning skylarks. However, facing the overwhelming number of 1st and 2nd level burning skylarks who chose to self-destruct to kill the enemy, they were powerless. Boy, you must hold on and fight your way out. Colonel Renault roared. At the same time, a trace of regret arose in my heart. After all, his strategy was too risky and radical. However, Colonel Renault, a veteran of many battles, immediately calmed himself down. He knew that he was facing such a dangerous situation at the moment. You must have the momentum to move forward. If their momentum were to decline, they would definitely be doomed. Kill. Yifan's eyes were also slightly red, and there were constant rumbling sounds in the void, like a powder barrel exploding. Yifan was so shocked that his blood was boiling. His mental energy was consumed like crazy, and Yifan even felt a series of stabbing pains in his temples like needles. The bright silver spear with a red tassel in his hand, integrated with the power of thunder, continued to stab out, reaping the life of this burning skylark. Your gun intent has increased from 12% to 15%, and continues to increase. Your martial arts skills, 3rd level spearmanship, increased from 16% to 18%, and continues to improve. Crazy killing. The system's prompt barrage kept appearing in front of Yifan's eyes. It shows that both his spear intention and martial arts skills are improving rapidly. To be honest, this speed of improvement is definitely comparable to the improvement that sudden enlightenment brings to martial arts and techniques. Killing strange beasts and alien races can quickly improve the level of skills and artistic conception, and even give birth to Tao seeds. This is the potential property of the system that Yifan discovered. So, after killing hundreds of burning skylarks, even Yifan was physically and mentally exhausted. However, with the support of strong willpower and the improvement in his own strength reflected by the system, all of this allowed Yifan to continuously generate new strength and continue to kill the enemies.
Yifan, if your mental strength is exhausted, you can try eating a soul-burning fruit to quickly recover. Colonel Renault, who was fighting fiercely with 2/3 level burning skylarks, was shocked. Whether it is mental power, willpower, galactic spiritual power, or even the physical body. Yifan, who was fighting for life and death, gave him a big enough shock.
It's so comprehensive, and almost every item is top-notch. Good.
Upon hearing this, Yifan was also shocked.
The continuous consumption has indeed overdrawn his mental strength.
The stabbing pain coming from the Naiwan Palace deep in the brain is enough to explain everything.
A thought came to mind.
Yifan took out a spiritual fruit from the space treasure that was burning with flames and looked like a small charcoal.
The next moment. Swallow it directly into your stomach. Buzz.
In an instant, Yifan felt that sweet and cold spring water suddenly flowed through his Naiwan Palace, just like the dry and cracked soil.
So comfortable. Yifan couldn't even help but let out a happy whistle. Woo woo woo.
The handle of the crow alloy flying knife suspended around him suddenly increased in speed. Like the scythe of the god of death, all the burning skylarks that approached were killed.
And Yifan's figure, stepping on the shield, is about to fly into the sky. Bah! Bah!
At this moment, the 2/3 level burning skylarks who saw the scene suddenly let out an extremely sharp cry towards the other of the two peaks.
Not good. Suddenly,
Yifan felt as if his body was being pierced by thousands of needles.
It stings so much. This is a warning sign of extreme danger.
Click, click, click. A shocking scene appeared. Another mountain actually split in the middle, and flames shot up into the sky from the center.
At the cracks, it was as if magma was rolling and flowing down. Shoo!
A clear chirping sound came from the crack. Then, in the flames, a flaming phoenix that was more than 1 meter long rose up.
Burning Skylark King exceeds current detection limit.
Suddenly, such a prompt appeared in front of Yifan's eyes.
Not good. 3rd level high quality. Seeing this scene, Colonel Renault's face changed drastically. Chapter 129, A Life and Death Battle, I Have a Sword.
Yifan was also shocked. He really didn't expect that he had been hiding in another peak before. Surprisingly, there is a burning Skylark King whose cultivation level has reached the 3rd level high grade.
He is comparable to high-level human warriors in the mountain and sea realm, and may even surpass them. Sure enough, moving mountains and filling the sea is extremely terrifying.
Even when facing this burning Skylark King, Yifan instinctively felt a palpitation in his soul.
But
soon, the cowardice and weakness in Yifan's heart were swept away like a whirlwind.
9-star hegemony.
The universe and the starry sky, one of the strongest physiques, will never allow one to feel fear when facing a mere beast king level beast.
Shoo! Shoo! Shoo!
However, Yifan was able to easily resist the pressure from the real burning Skylark King, who was surrounded by flames and was extremely powerful.
But those hundreds of burning skylarks,
including the 2/3 level burning skylarks, they were crawling and trembling in the void,
as if welcoming their king. Damn, this is a big deal. Colonel Renault's face was solemn, and he couldn't help but curse. With just one glance, he confirmed that the blood and energy value of the burning Skylark King in front of him was at least twice as much as his own. The HP value of 60,000 plus indicates that this burning Skylark King is comparable to the 9th level of the mountain and sea realm of the human race, or even the peak warrior. Glanced at Yifan. Colonel Renault did not see any fear, panic or confusion on Yifan's part.
On the contrary, there is a fierce fighting spirit and killing intent.
Good boy, you will become the backbone of China and even human civilization in the future.
Colonel Renault was extremely satisfied with Yifan.
In an instant, I made up my mind. Yifan, I have a sword. However, I can only use this technique once. After I strike you with this knife, you must escape quickly. Colonel Renault came up to Yifan and said.
For some reason, Yifan heard a hint of determination in Colonel Renault's words. Feeling the rapid recovery of mental strength after swallowing a soul-burning fruit, Yifan wanted to say that perhaps, if he fully burst out, he could help Colonel Renault. However, Yifan had not yet said this. Colonel Renault stopped him directly. Listen, you are the rising star of China's future, and even the backbone of the human race.
Today, even if I risk my life, I will get you out.
Although, he was treated harshly by Colonel Renault. However, Yifan felt warm in his heart. At the same time, he grew to respect Colonel Renault. Not really, it was entirely because Colonel Renault risked his life to save him. Instead, Colonel Renault, with his flesh and blood, is willing to be a fighter and the last iron gate for the continuation of human civilization.
If you want to trample on Chinese civilization, you must step over his body.
Bear. As Renault finished his words, his clothes moved without wind. And in Yifan's surprised eyes,
Colonel Renault's body actually floated up.
This is not the gliding of the mountain and sea realm at all, but rather, it is similar to standing in the air of the sky realm.
Laugh.
Infinite stars twinkled, and soon, the first galaxy appeared under Colonel Renault's feet. However, the starlight in that galaxy is now extremely bright, even a little dazzling.
Its appearance.
It is somewhat similar to the ultimate move of the Burning Skylark clan, which is to burn the body and self-destruct. And as the stars one by one, they seem to burn. Colonel Renault's aura is also rising.
Burning galaxy.
Yifan exclaimed.
That's right.
He also saw some warriors on the Star Marshal Hall Forum, burning the galaxy and launching the most powerful attacks in life and death battles. However, the price of burning the galaxy is to become a cripple at best.
In serious cases, you may die instantly.
I have a sword that I have never used since I cultivated it. Today, if I can inflict a heavy blow, or even kill a high-grade third-rank Burning Skylark King, this sword will be worth it.
Colonel Renault, standing in the air, murmured.
At the same time, he gently stroked his sheathed-long sword, full of high spirits and heroic spirit.
That posture is like that of an invincible god of war. Shoo! Shoo! Shoo!
4 galaxies. Yifan saw Colonel Lei Luo's star ring gradually burning from bottom to top.
That represents 4 galaxies. An ordinary one. 2 passed. 3 excellent ones.
4 of these and you're called a genius. Although Yifan, who had already awakened a perfect 5-star galaxy, discovered that Colonel Renault's galaxy was only at the highest level of 3.5 stars.
However, a total of 4 galaxies were awakened. This is enough to prove that Colonel Renault, who was in his prime at that time, was definitely a talented warrior. Bah!
The Burning Skylark King, who was like a phoenix rising from the ashes, had eyes that were like 2 burning stars, and they were instantly filled with violence.
Because it felt a dangerous aura from the tiny human in front of it. I have a sword called Kai Tian. Woo woo. This moment. A terrifying aura emanated from Colonel Renault.
It was as if a circle of energy storm had formed, enveloping his tall body as he was about to draw his sword.
Bah!
The Burning Skylark King was about to pounce on Colonel Renault, but stopped immediately.
At the command. That includes 2 third-level Burning Skylarks and hundreds of second-level Burning Skylarks.
Flames burst out from their bodies, and they entered the self-destruct mode of burning themselves to death. Directly, he stood in front of King Burning Skylark and rushed towards Colonel Renault.
See this.
A flash of shock and anger flashed in Colonel Lei Luo's eyes.
However, the arrow is on the string and must be shot. Swish! What a brilliant strike!
Du has the elegance and grace of the poem in the past civilization. The cold light of a sword shakes the 9 provinces. The knife slashed out diagonally, and directly cut apart the Burning Skylark that was blocking the self-destruction in front of it.
It's incredibly smooth and very stress-relieving.
Even those 2 third-level Burning Skylarks that had previously fought a fierce battle with Colonel Renault were easily killed.
Ha, ha, ha.
There was a roaring, extremely terrifying stream of heavenly fire that was enough to burn down an entire city. When Colonel Lei Luo's amazing sword strike came, he hit it hard.
Laugh.
The blade is still sharp. Directly cut the skyfire light of the Burning Skylark King in half.
Puff. Bah.
The Burning Skylark King, who just made a cool appearance, didn't look handsome for more than 5 seconds. Large feathers flew down from his body, and blood poured down like a bloody rain.
Renault's hand holding the knife trembled slightly.
There was a flicker of unwillingness in his eyes.
If so, 1-on-1.
With this strike, he would most likely be able to kill the Burning Skylark King. However, they were blocked by hundreds of Burning Skylarks just now, and 2 third-level Burning Skylarks self-destructed. His sky-opening strike consumed nearly half of his energy and only severely injured Burning Skylark.
Bah!
Although his body was covered in blood, the severely injured Burning Skylark King's violent aura became even more intense, and he rushed directly towards Colonel Renault.
It wants to tear the human who hurt it into pieces.
Colonel Lei Luo sighed, and it seemed that he could only accept his fate.
Chapter 130, Mental Power Surges, Blood Burns Tenfold. Colonel Renault, resigned to his fate, glanced over. Suddenly, he saw Yi Fan still standing not far behind him. Where is there any sign of escape? This made him both angry and furious. What are you still standing there for? Run away! Colonel Renault shouted angrily. What was he risking his life for? Wasn't it just to save the life of the genius boy in front of him? However, this brat didn't even realize that he was scared silly. Or, he misjudged his own strength and stood there with a fearless look. Finished. Colonel Renault felt weak. It's like a candle flame swaying in the strong wind, which may go out at any time. Yi Fan imitated Xiang Fei and saluted Colonel Renault. Then, he said seriously, Colonel Renault, I also have a trick. Perhaps it can help us all escape. Hearing this, Colonel Renault's face was full of disappointment. You are a kid from the galaxy realm, and your chi and HP value is only over 4,000 calories. How can I fight against this terrifying burning Skylark King in front of me? Even though the burning Skylark King was injured, his health value was at least 40,000 to 50,000. The tenfold difference is like an insurmountable chasm. Fight with your head? Get out. I told you to get out. Get out now. Colonel Renault seemed to have lost all his strength. Battle of Heaven, Burning Blood. 10 times the burning blood. At this moment, Yi Fan's blood was boiling hot and his fighting spirit was burning. He ignored Colonel Renault. He knew that as long as he was there, he would never watch Colonel Renault being torn to pieces by the burning Skylark King. Human heroes cannot fall. At least, not in front of him, Yi Fan. Bear. With Yi Fan's order, in an instant, it felt as if he had opened Pandora's box. What is released is like a devil. That's right, it was this feeling that made Yi Fan feel slightly out of control, and his body turned red in an instant. Hiss. What is this? Such a terrifying increase in chi and blood. No, it's soaring. Burning star? No, the one with such a terrifying improvement should be, hiss, Tau Seed. Original. Colonel Renault had closed his eyes and waited for death. But suddenly, his eyes widened like bells. Those who can comprehend the Tao are definitely 1 in a billion peerless geniuses. Your mental strength increases from 31 to 33. Yi Fan just felt that his mental strength recovered extremely quickly, and it seemed that his mental strength had been greatly improved. However, I don't know how much it has increased. Just after Yi Fan opened the Tao Seed Battle Sky Burning Blood, a hint about improving mental power flashed before his eyes. All of a sudden, he was promoted 2 levels. You know, when the mental power exceeds 30, it is comparable to the spiritual power of the mountain and sea realm. Each level increase requires a lot of hard work. And the effect of this soul burning fruit is really great. Not only that, it also directly restored Yi Fan's mental strength loss. What's more, it was as if Yi Fan was riding a rocket, his mental strength directly increased by 2 levels, reaching level 33. Certainly. All of this is based on Yi Fan's extremely strong body. Essence, chi and spirit are coordinated and unified, moving forward in tandem. After all, the physical body is the harbor for nurturing spiritual power, and the Tao Seed that one has opened burning blood also requires a strong physical body. Boom! Ding ding ding! The surface of Yi Fan's warrior watch has turned red. This is the feeling that Yi Fan's blood and energy values have increased explosively. Yi Fan could already feel the feeling of his muscles tearing very clearly. If not, my great son Lapis Lazuli body, the Lapis Lazuli Jade body, would have been slightly accomplished. This 10 times burning blood will definitely make me explode. Even so, Yi Fan felt like he was about to lose control. He knew that this energy would be devastating if it could not be released quickly. He will shatter into pieces like porcelain. Foot on the shield. All around him, 8 third-order crow alloy flying knives were dancing wildly. It was as if an absolute killing field had been formed. Anyone who entered would die, anyone who touched would be injured. Spearmanship, thunderstorm. Buzz. Thunder and red sun rose from the tip of Yi Fan's spear. Kill. Martial arts is the way of killing. Anyone who goes against our race will be killed without mercy. Boom. The burning Skylark King, whose body was burning with red flames, also suddenly widened his beast eyes that were like 2 burning red suns. It was totally unexpected. Just now, the boy who looked like an ant in its eyes could actually burst out with such terrifying power. Skill, Skyfire Stream. Launch.
Because of the injury, King Burning Skylark also went into a rampage state. The terrifying red flames burning around him were like flaming meteors, madly crashing towards Yifan.
Bang. Bang. Dong.
At the tip of Yifan's spear, thunder and red sun rose, instantly causing his space to explode. The center of the collision seemed like the end of the world.
Oh my goodness, is this really the combat power that can be unleashed by the galaxy realm?
This world is so crazy.
Colonel Renault took a deep breath and said in shock.
8 flying knives drew a deadly trajectory, and the spear was like a thundering dragon. The boy, who was only 18 years old, was actually fighting fiercely with a third-level peak beast king.
At the same time, within this red moon interface,
the red moon, which had risen to the center, was becoming increasingly full.
It was at this moment
3 figures flashed out from the passage of the werewolf warbase.
2 men and 1 woman.
The direction of identification can be seen from the lower body of the werewolf woman, who is wearing animal skin, revealing her healthy wheat-colored skin. However, the curve of the body is very exaggerated. In addition, the pitifully small amount of animal skin covering is definitely enough to make the blood boil in many men with special fetishes.
But a wolf head directly destroys the beauty. It has a strong impact of an angel's figure and a devil's face.
The other 2 werewolf men had their muscular upper bodies naked, with well-defined muscles, giving people a strong sense of power.
The wolf head had a more ferocious aura than that of the female genius of the werewolf tribe. Hala, let's determine our location.
We'll rush over immediately to meet that so-called human genius. Among them, the tallest werewolf genius crossed his arms and spoke lightly.
They are all top talents from the werewolf tribe.
They are equivalent to the core disciples of the Blood Demon Palace, except for the few monsters of the Blood Wolf clan.
They are the most evil beings in the galaxy.
The female werewolf Chi now looked up at the red full moon and licked her lips with her tongue. It has been a long time since I tasted the flesh and blood of a human genius.
Okay, brother Muser. The male werewolf named Hala identified the direction and pointed, this is the direction.
Alright, genius of the human race, tremble and sacrifice your flesh and blood. Also, my werewolf clan must obtain the fire crystal mine.
If we succeed, our strength will be elevated to a new level.
The eldest of the 3, Musei, grabbed in that direction and seemed to be confident.